So cold. A tender bell-like female voice reached Wu Hua's ears. Already drunk, he turned his head, his gaze falling upon a lounge chair by the roadside. A young girl in a JK skirt was curled up on her skirt, slightly rolled up, thigh-high stockings taut against her fair legs outlining an alluring curve. Her face was flushed, her long lashes trembling slightly, completely unconscious from drink. Her delicate red lips murmured dreamily. The streetlight illuminated her beautiful face. She was stunning. Her delicate features were even more beautiful than a movie star's, leaving Wu Hua almost mesmerized. Beside her hand lay a can of Rio. Had she gotten drunk from just one can? What a lightweight. Wu Hua stood up to leave, but after a few steps he involuntarily turned back. This girl was so innocent and beautiful, leaving her defenseless on the street was extremely dangerous. Wu Hua recalled a news report he had seen. A girl who got drunk and collapsed on the street was sexually assaulted by a homeless man and later jumped to her death. If he left her alone, it would certainly be extremely dangerous. Wu Hua walked over, pushed the girl's shoulder, and called out, "Hey, are you okay?" The girl's shoulder twitched slightly, but she gave no response. Her fair skin flushed with a peach-like rosiness. No matter how he shook her, she wouldn't wake up. "I'm scared," the girl murmured again in her sleep, frowning deeply. Her petite body curled up tightly, trembling slightly, like a frightened fawn. "I'll forget it. Let me be a good person." Wu Hua sighed, directly lifting the stunningly beautiful unconscious girl onto his back, planning to take her home first and send her back after she sobered up. He had only walked a short distance when the girl on his back suddenly made a wah sound and vomited, splattering all over Wu Hua. Seriously. Indeed, being a good person comes with a price. Wu Hua's forehead veins bulged, but he was helpless. Wu Hua was not an ordinary person. This was his first day of rebirth. In his middle age, he hadn't survived until retirement. At 65, he died from a cerebral hemorrhage at his workplace. Unexpectedly, fate gave him a chance to be reborn. His soul transmigrated into a young body that had just turned 19, been admitted to a key university, and was about to report for enrollment. A youthful, handsome face, full of collagen. 180 centimeters tall, strong, and well-proportioned muscle lines, clear 8-pack abs, long legs. This made Wu Hua feel as if he were in an unreal dream. Fragments of memory awakened. Wu Hua figured out the boy's life. His parents were divorced. His father had disappeared for many years. His mother was a famous painter who often, when inspired, would directly buy a plane ticket and fly around the world. So from the age of 7, he had learned to live alone. He was smart and disciplined, striving to improve his grades, exercise his body, and learn various skills. He was exceptionally outstanding. He had been admitted to the city's double first-class 211 University, Lingnan University, and was about to register as a freshman next week. However, due to a congenital cerebral thrombosis, he passed away in his sleep, and it happened that Wu Hua's soul transmigrated into this body. The reborn Wu Hua was overjoyed. That evening, he went to a nearby bar to celebrate. After drinking, he sat by the roadside on his way home to sober up, when he unexpectedly discovered this stunning JK girl, a lightweight. His heart couldn't bear it, so he carried her home. Wu Hua's home was in an upscale neighborhood. The property prices in this area were among the highest in the city. A 260 square meter, 4-bedroom, 2-living room, 1 kitchen, 2-bathroom flat. It was a well-off family. His mother was in Australia for artistic creation, leaving Wu Hua alone at home. After returning home, Wu Hua was drenched in sweat. However, the JK girl was still not awake. He placed her on the sofa, took off his vomit-stained clothes, took a shower, and changed into a clean set of clothes. Watching the JK girl who wouldn't wake, no matter how much he shook her, Wu Hua helplessly opened his phone's camera, aimed it at himself and the girl, and started taking a selfie to keep evidence. After all, he had the soul of an adult man who had lived most of his life. He knew the importance of keeping evidence, otherwise the girl would definitely cry and want to call the police when she woke up. Being a good person isn't easy. You shouldn't harm others, but also must protect yourself from being harmed. On the night of August 31st, I found a girl drunk lying on a lounge chair by the roadside. Worried about her safety, I carried her home to wait for her to sober up. She hasn't woken yet. I've laid her on the sofa. She's fully dressed. I only took off her shoes to avoid dirtying my sofa. Now I'm covering her with a blanket. Okay, I'm going to sleep. Morning sunlight streamed through the clean glass window, falling onto the sofa. Lin Yichuan woke up from her hangover, her head throbbing. She opened her eyes groggily and found herself lying on an unfamiliar sofa. She tried to recall. Last night, feeling upset, she bought a bottle of Rio from a convenience store, then sat on a roadside bench. As she drank, everything spun around, and she had no memory afterward. This made her heart pound, thump-thump. Could she have met a bad person? She was filled with regret, as she had no idea her alcohol tolerance was so poor that she collapsed after not even finishing 1 can of Rio. You're awake. Wu Hua, who was making breakfast in the open kitchen, greeted casually when he saw the JK girl was awake. Oh. Lin Yichuan pulled the blanket tightly around herself. Waking up from a hangover and seeing a strange man. Any girl's first reaction would be like this. But Wu Hua had already covered his ears in advance. After the JK girl finished screaming, he said slowly, "Can you be a bit rational? First check if you've been violated." Lin Yichuan lifted the blanket a crack, looked down to check, and found she was indeed fully dressed, even her stockings were still on. Then let's watch a video. Wu Hua casually turned on the living room TV and cast last night's video onto the screen. On the night of August 31st, I found a girl drunk lying on a lounge chair. Lin Yichuan stared with her beautiful big eyes watching intently. Now we know the cause, process, and outcome. I don't need your thanks. If you have no questions, you can go home now. Remember not to drink alone outside in the future. It's too dangerous. Wu Hua lectured the clueless child while making breakfast. Lin Yichuan said nothing. She blinked her star-like, beautiful eyes looking at Wu Hua with curiosity. This cold-talking guy seemed a bit cool and impressive. The aroma of rice porridge filled the air, making the famished Lin Yichuan swallow involuntarily. Then she asked ungracefully, "Can I have breakfast before I leave?" Wu Hua instinctively looked up. At that moment something miraculous occurred. In the sea of his consciousness golden light suddenly flashed, and a huge lucky draw wheel appeared accompanied by a cheerful song. Good luck comes wish you good luck brings joy and love. What the hell? Wu Hua almost dropped the plate in his hand. Ding! A notification sound echoed in his mind. You have gained Lin Yichuan's favorability 1 heart. Congratulations on activating the good luck system and receiving a chance to draw. In his sea of consciousness, a huge and luxurious lottery wheel began to spin rapidly. The moment it stopped, the pointer landed on attribute points 3. Ding! Congratulations. You have received 3 free attribute points which can be freely allocated. The notification continued. A virtual semi-transparent personal attribute panel unfolded before his eyes. Name Wu Hua, age 19, strength 6, average adult male, is 10, agility 7, constitution 8, intelligence 12, charisma 9, luck 5. Wu Hua thought for a moment and decided to allocate all 3 points to charisma. As he made his choice, a warm current surged through his entire body. Is it no good? Lin Yichuan looked at Wu Hua, who was standing there dazed with vacant eyes, and asked with a hint of unease. Wu Hua snapped back to reality from his sea of consciousness and smiled. Of course, wait a moment, I'll serve you. Lin Yichuan enjoyed a wonderful breakfast. If not for maintaining her ladle-like poise, she would have licked the plate clean. It was truly unexpected that this boy could cook so deliciously, almost comparable to a professional chef. In his previous life, Wu Hua had led an ordinary existence without any earth-shattering achievements. However, he had cooked for his family for over 30 years, so his culinary skills were undoubtedly exceptional. After seeing off the JK beauty, Wu Hua began to organize his belongings. Tomorrow he would report to university. In his previous life, Wu Hua had lived a muddled existence without a soul-stirring love or a career. He had simply lived a life of drudgery like a beast of burden. Although heaven had granted him a chance to start over, the timeline had not reset, and he had no advantage of foreknowledge. Perhaps his greatest advantage was just decades of life experience. At the very least, he had no unrealistic fantasies in his mind. He would simply enjoy his youth, the long-awaited university life. He would have a romantic love affair. If he could also earn some pocket money using his life experience, that would be perfect. Earn money and find love. Since he was reborn, he should definitely have a good romance to make up for life's regrets. To pursue love, he must pay attention to his style and appearance. He had to admit that the body he had inherited was indeed quite good. He had height, good looks, well-proportioned muscles, a love for sports, excellent talent, and even artistic cells. He knew a bit about piano and painting. This character setting was too perfect. Wu Hua was quite satisfied, but the boy's fashion sense was a bit hip-hop. Every pair of pants in the closet had holes, and the clothes were all heavy metal denim. Wu Hua sighed. The original owner of this body had a cerebral thrombosis, yet still loved sports and excitement. Mainly because his parents were not around, no one paid attention to his health. However, Wu Hua did not intend to continue this style. He went out, found a barbershop, and first got a haircut, a layered cut. Then he went shopping and bought a solid-colored, oversized hoodie, a pair of straight-leg jeans, a pair of white Erk sports shoes, and a black single-shoulder backpack. The whole person immediately exuded the aura of youthful sunshine. However, the living expenses in his card were less than 200 yuan, and he didn't know if it was enough for tuition. After a good night's rest the next day, Wu Hua checked his admission letter, ID card, and other documents, then set off with his backpack. Walking into the campus, his heart was filled with a mix of excitement and nervousness. After all, this was his first time entering a university, and everything around him felt fresh and unfamiliar. Under the sun umbrellas at the school gate, the student union cadres of Lingnan University had all turned out, busily receiving every new student who had just stepped onto the campus. Among them, 2 beautiful girls were particularly eye-catching. They were beauties on the university's campus bell list, standing under the sun umbrella like 2 shining stars radiating brilliance. The petite girl wore a simple white t-shirt and denim shorts. She didn't need much dressing up. Her fair, flawless skin seemed to glow with a faint halo under the sunlight, already outshining many other girls. This girl was Lin Yichuan. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her smile exuded natural purity and loveliness. The tall girl standing beside her wore a form-fitting bodycon dress outlining her charming curves. Her slightly wavy hair naturally draped over her fair, rounded shoulders. Black stockings wrapped her long, shapely legs, and she wore crystal high heels exuding confidence and elegance. Her slightly upturned eyes were like a touch of blush on the horizon, appearing noble and enchanting. This charming and sexy girl was named Zhang Yuxi, and she had a good relationship with Lin Yichuan. Yichuan, what do you think of mine? Can I drive these junior boys crazy? Zhang Yuxi winked at Lin Yichuan. Zhang Yuxi, you've spent a lot on this stepmother-style look, haven't you? Just to seduce the junior boys. Lin Yichuan rolled her eyes. He jealous. Afraid it'll steal the handsome junior boys from you. Zhang Yushi deliberately extended her long legs in front of Lin Yichuan and said, Balenciaga black stockings with the logo. We are here to welcome new students, not a fashion show. Lin Yichuan said irritably. TCH, all the handsome junior boys, not one will escape my grasp. Zhang Yushi made a fist-clenching gesture. She sighed again and said, but after standing here all morning I haven't seen a single pleasing young puppy. The quality of this batch is worrying. At that moment Wu Hua, carrying his backpack, walked over against the sunlight. Zhang Yushi's eyes immediately lit up, and she said excitedly to Lin Yichuan, oh my god, this one is good. I like him. I'm going for it. Hey, Lin Yichuan called out, but Zhang Yushi had already swayed her hips and walked over. She didn't say anything. Lin Yichuan had recognized him. This boy was the one who had taken her in for the night yesterday. She didn't expect he was her junior. Hello, do you need any help? Wu Hua was stepping through the dappled sunlight walking toward the magnificent school gate when he suddenly heard a gentle female voice. He turned his head and saw a curvaceous wavy-haired beauty with a charming figure smiling at him. I no need him local, I don't have much luggage. Wu Hua politely declined, but a faint fragrance lingered in his nose. This senior was too alluring, making his You're a new student, right? I'm Zhang Yushi from the student union. Let me take you to the registration office. Zhang Yushi's long eyelashes fluttered as she looked at Wu Hua with a hint of surprise. This little handsome guy was completely in her aesthetic. Such a high-quality junior was rare in the entire Lingnan University. She had to make the first move. Thank you, senior sister. Wu Hua on his first day was indeed somewhat lost. Having someone to guide him, and a beautiful one at that, he saw no reason to refuse. From the corner of his eye he glanced at the figure under the parasol by the entrance. It seemed to be a familiar, lovely girl. Zhang Yushi took the initiative to receive Wu Hua's backpack and enthusiastically led him toward the registration area. This reminded Wu Hua of an internet saying you never know how proactive a girl can be in front of a handsome guy. Passing students cast envious glances at Wu Hua. As a beauty listed in Lingnan University's famous flowers, ranking Zhang Yushi had quite a reputation on campus. Seeing her walking beside a male student naturally drew attention. With Zhang Yushi's help, Wu Hua quickly completed the registration. The two exchanged WeChat contacts, and Zhang Yushi accompanied him all the way to the entrance of the male dormitory before reluctantly leaving. Although Wu Hua was a local resident, the start of school was immediately followed by military training, so he would be staying in the dormitory during that period. The dormitory was nice. A 6-person room, each with its own desk. His roommates had yet to appear. Only Wu Hua had settled in, and he began to feel hungry. It was already mealtime. He arrived at the cafeteria only to find that after paying tuition, miscellaneous fees, military training uniform fees, medical examination fees, medical insurance fees, air conditioning usage fees, the balance on his card was a mere 58.6 yuan. And the minimum top-up for the cafeteria card was 100 yuan. Big sister, can I just top up 50 yuan? Wu Hua asked the hefty cafeteria supervisor, who weighed over 200 jin. You're a college student, can't you read? Minimum top-up is 100 yuan. The plump cafeteria lady said without even lifting her eyelids. Wu Hua stood there somewhat embarrassed. He truly had no money left, and his stomach treacherously rumbled. He was really hungry. They'll treat you, came a voice from behind. A silvery, melodious voice sounded behind Wu Hua. Turning in surprise, he saw Lin Yichuan, and said in astonishment, it's you. What surprised? Lin Yichuan covered her mouth with a laugh. Indeed. So you're also a student at Lingnan? Mind your manners, I'm your senior sister. Oh, okay. Lin Yichuan's pretty face flushed slightly as she said, don't misunderstand. I'm treating you to a meal as thanks for the breakfast you made for me. Okay, thank you, senior sister, Wu Hua said with a slight smile. Wu Hua ordered a portion of roast duck and 2 vegetable dishes. Lin Yichuan swiped her card for him, then ordered 2 vegetable dishes for herself. They sat together at a table by the window and began to eat. The surrounding classmates cast curious glances. It was well known that Lin Yichuan was a goddess-level campus belle, usually cold and aloof, never seen with any male student. She had 0 scandals. Yet today she had actually bought a meal for a male student and sat down to eat with him. This was already a major scoop at Lingnan University. Wu Hua felt as if countless gazes were fixed on him, but after all he possessed a mature soul. He wouldn't become anxious over such attention. My name is Wu Hua. I don't know yours yet, Wu Hua asked. Lin Yichuan replied simply. You must be the campus belle of Lingnan University. I feel that if looks could kill, I'd have died at least 10 times by now. Wu Hua shrugged and said jokingly. Lin Yichuan hadn't expected Wu Hua to be so cheerful and easygoing, speaking without any awkwardness, as if they were old friends, so natural and pressure-free. What campus belle? Don't talk nonsense, I'm very ordinary, Lin Yichuan said. Just then the conversation of 2 female voices at a nearby table clearly reached their ears. See that? Lin Yichuan is actually treating a guy to dinner. Such a surprise. Isn't she always so cold and aloof? A new junior. Pretty handsome, huh? Tisk thought she was something special, turns out she's just secretly flirtatious. Wu Hua glanced somewhat unexpectedly at Lin Yichuan, who was still eating, but she acted as if she heard nothing, continuing her lunch. In that instant Wu Hua's mind was clear as a mirror. The world of girls was like a palace intrigue. Lin Yichuan, beautiful and somewhat withdrawn, was likely enduring a form of emotional violence. That night, when she drank too much alone, it might have been a release of inner pressure. Wu Hua put down his chopsticks and suddenly stood up. Lin Yichuan looked at him in surprise. But Wu Hua walked over to the two senior girls' table and said, I don't have enough money on my card, so Senior Lin took pity on me and treated me to lunch. Please don't misunderstand her. We are not close. The two girls were startled. They had deliberately spoken loudly for Lin Yichuan to hear, but they hadn't expected this junior to directly confront them. What? We don't understand what you're saying. Exactly, we didn't say anything. Ridiculous. The two girls caught gossiping behind someone's back and confronted Faceta-Face looked embarrassed. After all, they were young and thin-skinned, so they didn't argue further. Muttering a few defensive words, they quickly picked up their trays and left. Wu Hua returned to his seat and continued eating his lunch. Lin Yichuan, however, paused and looked at him in surprise. It's really nothing. I'm used to it. You didn't have to do that. You're just too sensitive. If you're unhappy about something, just say it out loud. The more you yield, the more they'll take advantage. Wu Hua said with a smile, teaching her. After all, his soul had lived many years in the mortal world, and he was long past confusion. Lin Yichuan blinked her big bright eyes and said, You're really something, aren't you? Haha, then could senior sister do me another favor? Wu Hua said with a laugh. What favor? Could you lend me 200 yuan? I have no money for meals. They'll return it in a couple of days. Alright, then let me add your WeChat, and you can transfer it to me. Oh, Wu Hua smiled. Girls mature early, and girls of this age are usually surrounded by peers even more immature than themselves. They naturally wouldn't understand the charm of an older man. After lunch, Wu Hua bid farewell to Lin Yichuan and strolled around the campus alone. Lingnan University was indeed vast, with a beautiful environment and well-developed facilities, worthy of a prestigious institution. As he wandered, everything felt novel. He was incredibly excited, and the fresh college life filled him with anticipation. He unconsciously passed by the basketball court, and Wu Hua felt every cell in his body seeming to stir with eagerness. This body had previously loved sports with excellent physical fitness and top-tier basketball skills. However, despite his boda's strong desire, Wu Hua certainly wouldn't engage in strenuous exercise now. He needed to find time for a physical checkup to avoid ending this hard-won new life again. That would truly be tragic. That would really be miserable. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound split the air. Wu Hua's neural reflexes were lightning fast. He instinctively reached out and caught the basketball that had bounced off the court. Hey buddy, throw it back, shouted a few tall and sturdy seniors under the basket, waving. Oh, with the ball in hand, Wu Hua felt he could no longer control the yearning of every cell in his body. He instinctively shrugged his shoulders, then abruptly hurled the basketball toward the backboard with great force. Before the crowd could react, Wu Hua's figure turned into a blur as he dashed into the paint, brushing past a robust senior who stood over 195 centimeters tall. Edge. The senior was startled. At the same moment, Wu Hua's thigh muscles tensed violently. He stomped off the ground and launched himself into the air. He's going to dunk, someone exclaimed nearby. Wu Hua caught the ball that had rebounded off the rim with one hand, his wrist bending slightly, as he unleashed an immense burst of power. Boom. The basketball slammed through the net like a depth charge. After the dunk, he gripped the iron ring with one hand, swayed for a moment, then let go and landed lightly on the ground. That spectacular one-handed dunk left everyone on the court utterly dumbfounded. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. I lost control. Wu Hua explained quietly. Then he shook his head. They wouldn't understand anyway. He pressed his palms together, offered a faint smile, slipped his hands back into his pockets, and continued walking forward. This place was dangerous. He couldn't restrain the boda's craving. The original owner of this body had loved playing basketball. Who is that guy? A freshman this year. Is he provoking our captain? Is he insane? The tall seniors stared incredulously at Wu Hua's retreating figure. The captain, towering over 195 centimeters, wore a cold glare. Amid the crowd, a girl with a fiery figure and vibrant energy also had an extraordinary gleam in her eyes. She immediately chased after him and blocked his path. Hey handsome, hello. I'm Zhang Jieqi. Are you a freshman? Zhang Jieqi asked, her charming big eyes sparkling as she looked at Wu Hua. Yeah, I just enrolled. Just strolling around to get familiar with the campus, Wu Hua replied. What a coincidence. I'm free right now. Let me your senior show you around. Zhang Jieqi said. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? Wu Hua wasn't used to being approached by a pretty girl. No trouble at all. Come on, I'll take you to the gym first. Zhang Jieqi offered enthusiastically. Well, alright. Wu Hua didn't want to come off as too aloof, so he... Just then 4 girls approached, also freshmen like him. Wu Hua's gaze swept over the girl in the middle, and abruptly his heart began pounding wildly, his body emitting a signal of infatuation. This made Wu Hua involuntarily take a second look. This girl seemed to be someone the original body had known, and the feelings ran deep. Fragments of memory flooded back, and Wu Hua roughly guessed their relationship. The girl in the middle was named Su Shasha. To put it bluntly, she was a typical green tea girl, skilled at flirting with various boys and taking pride in manipulating innocent young lads. The original owner of this body had been utterly infatuated with Su Shasha, a docile little dog, a qualified backup. He would do anything she asked without hesitation. Even when she had a boyfriend, he would genuinely wish her well and hope that guy treated her kindly. Wu Hua found this hard to accept. He hadn't expected the boda's former owner to be such a pathetic simp. But in this life, Wu Hua had no intention of bothering with a girl like that. Su Shasha spotted Wu Hua from afar and lifted her chin haughtily giving her female companion a look. Her companion, also their high school classmate named Li-Ran, immediately exclaimed dramatically, "Shasha, isn't that guy your little simp from high school?" Su Shasha saw Wu Hua and curled her thin lips in a sneer. She knew this little simp inside out, completely obedient, totally under her thumb. To put it bluntly, if she were going to a hotel with her crush and asked him to bring condoms, he wouldn't refuse. Really, this guy is pretty handsome. Shasha is really something. The other two freshman girls looked at Wu Hua with curiosity gossip. Shasha lifted her delicate chin even more proudly. She privately admitted that Wu Hua was indeed not bad, quite handsome in fact. That was why she kept him as a backup. But that young lad was too naive. At the onset of puppy love for some reason, he became infatuated with a natural-born green tea like Shasha and ended up completely controlled. Oh, he's always bothering me. It's so annoying. I can't believe we ended up at the same university. Watch, I'll come running over to suck up to me any second. Su Shasha said confidently. She glanced sidelong at Wu Hua, their eyes briefly meeting in the air, then she proudly looked straight ahead, ignoring him. She was sure that little simp would come sprinting over. Yet, as they passed each other, Wu Hua didn't pay her any attention. Though his body quivered, the cell's memories still lingered. The one controlling it now was no longer that innocent boy. He wouldn't be anyone's lapdog anymore. Though his body quivered, the cell's memories still lingered. The one controlling it now was no longer that innocent boy. He wouldn't be Su Shasha stopped and turned back incredulously. Wu Hua was still chatting naturally with the beautiful senior beside him, completely ignoring her. This infuriated Su Shasha. Men were all worthless. He had groveled so much in high school, yet now in college he was already hooking up with another girl. Su Shasha's face darkened as she signaled Li-Ran. Li-Ran immediately put her hands on her hips and shouted at Wu Hua. Wu Hua, Su Shasha is right here. Didn't you see her? How dare you hang out with another girl? Zhang Jiechi glanced back at the girls in surprise and asked, "Your girlfriend?" Wu Hua shook his head. "She's not my girlfriend, just a high school classmate. She likes to bully people." "Oh, forget them. Come on, I'll show you the sports field," Zhang Jiechi said with a radiant smile. "Okay." Wu Hua nodded, ignoring Li-Ran's shouting. Su Shasha couldn't save face anymore. She shouted angrily, "Wu Hua, if you don't come over right now, I'll never look at you." Wu Hua stopped and turned around. A smug smile spread across Su Shasha's face. Sure enough, he was still her little simp. "If you're sick, go see a doctor. Don't delay the treatment." Wu Hua replied calmly, then turned and walked away with Zhang Jiechi. Su Shasha stood frozen, staring at Wu Hua's back in disbelief. Blood rushed to her face, turning it bright red. What a promiscuous woman despises most is an experienced older man. One who understands tactics, holds firm opinions, and is not easily manipulated. Su Shasha, of course, had no idea that Wu Hua's body now housed a mature soul, no longer the naive young boy she once toyed with so effortlessly. She stared at Wu Hua's receding figure, a surge of bitter reluctance swelling within her, yet she felt utterly powerless. Zhang Jiechi wisely refrained from mentioning the girl from earlier. Instead, she guided Wu Hua around the campus, seamlessly shifting the conversation to his one-handed dunk just moments ago. "That move you did was really cool. Do you like playing basketball?" Zhang Jiechi asked. Wu Hua pondered for a moment and replied, "I can't say if I like it or not, but my health isn't great. I can't engage in strenuous exercise." "Ah, that's too bad." Zhang Jiechi shook her head with a hint of regret. The freshman's one-handed dunk had indeed been impressive. For a split second, he resembled Rukawa Keed. "What a pity. Do you have a girlfriend?" she followed up. "No," Wu Hua answered rather curtly. Having just been reborn into campus life, everything had to start anew, and he hadn't had time to pursue a romantic relationship. Zhang Jiechi giggled knowingly. Wu Hua followed his senior around the campus, familiarizing himself with the surroundings. As they passed the campus commercial street, he suddenly halted. "Senior, you've spent so much time showing me around. Let me buy you a bubble tea as a token of thanks," Wu Hua said. Reciprocity was a hallmark of mature adults. When someone extends help, gratitude should be expressed. Expressing gratitude, of course, required finesse. First, he had to gauge the appropriate level of appreciation. Wu Hua could have invited her to a meal, but that might have been excessive. It could make the girl suspect ulterior motives and become wary given that they had only just met. Even if she harbored no dislike and was willing to dine with him, she might decline due to prior commitments or innate discretion. Such situations could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings on both sides. Offering a cup of bubble tea was just the right gesture. It conveyed appreciation without overstepping. More importantly, Wu Hua was currently strapped for cash. Campus bubble tea was inexpensive, making it an ideal choice. "Sure, he'll have a jasmine milk tea, 30 sugar, less ice," Zhang Jiechi said with a cheerful smile. This freshman was quite thoughtful, Zhang Jiechi mused. She had encountered straightforward jocks who would stroll with a girl for 2 hours without even buying her a bottle of water. Choosing a bubble tea shop was simple. Pick the busiest one, and you'd likely avoid disappointment. Wu Hua selected a bustling shop called Mimo Milk Tea. The reason for its popularity might well be the attract. Her fair skin glowed with a soft radiance under the sunlight. Beneath her long lashes, her sparkling eyes resembled dark brown pearls. An amber apron was tied around her slender, delicate waist, accentuating her graceful curves. Her lips were as tender as newly bloomed roses, the corners of her mouth curving slightly when she smiled, revealing shallow dimples on her sweet cheeks. Adorable and lovely. She was a feast for the eyes. After queuing for a while, it was Wu Hua's turn. just as he was about to order, a burly figure shoved him aside. A sports major 185 centimeters tall, with bronzed muscular physique aggressively, pushed Wu Hua aside. Dressed in a sports vest, he placed his bulging robust arms provocatively on the counter, exuding arrogance. Choo-choo, I've bought 2 movie tickets. Let's go watch a movie tonight, said the dark-skinned sports major, clearly pursuing the students working in the campus commercial street were usually those on work-study programs from low-income families. The bubble tea girl was evidently a student at Lingnan University. I won't go. Choo-choo bit her lower lip, looking terrified, and whispered in Wu dialect. Despite her refusal, her pitiful appearance only intensified the sports major's possessiveness. You have to go, I've already bought the tickets. It's settled. He'll pick you up at 7 p.m. The guy was playing the domineering CEO card with a couple of movie tickets worth a few dozen yuan. No. You're so annoying. Can you just get lost? Choo-choo seemed to have reached her limit, suddenly erupting. She slammed an unsealed cup of bubble tea onto the counter, tears welling up in her eyes. This soft, sweet girl, like Jiangnan glutinous rice cake, had been driven to hysterics after enduring prolonged The sports major was splattered with the tea. Wiping his face, he stuck to her like a stubborn plaster. You spilled tea on me. If you don't go with me, I'll report you and get you fired. Hey, are you out of your mind? She clearly said she doesn't want to go. Zhang Jieqi's fiery temper flared up as she stepped forward. Feeling humiliated by a girl's reprimand, the sports major flexed his muscular arm and snarled. None of your damn business. Get lost. Wu Hua sighed inwardly. He knew Zhang Jieqi couldn't resolve this. A brainless, hormone-driven, slightly obsessive guy like that was hard to shake off. Time for the old man to step in. Wu Hua reached out and patted the sports major on the shoulder, asking, do you know why she turned? The sports major turned, frowning at the slim youth about to unleash a string of curses. But Wu Hua continued, the reason is simple, you're just too ugly. Laughter erupted from the crowd. What the hell? The sports major's face reddened with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. His excessive hormones had left him with numerous acne bumps and pitted scars resembling a lunar surface. This indeed made him appear rather unattractive, a topic he usually avoided. Yet today a freshman had humiliated him publicly. Wu Hua added, and you should stop spreading your arms like that. Don't you know you have body odor? Even people behind you are nearly suffocated. Wu Hua's tone was calm, but the impact was devastating. The sports major was now like an enraged bull, glaring at Wu Hua and snarling, looks like you're itching for a beat. With that, he swung his fist toward Wu Hua's face. But Wu Hua, anticipating the move, deftly dodged. The punch whizzed past the tip of his nose, stirring a gust of air. Riding that momentum, Wu Hua deliberately leaned back and fell to the ground. The sports major was taken aback. When had he mastered the art of external force projection, injuring people with his fist wind? How dare you hit someone? I'm calling campus security. Zhang Jieqi immediately stepped forward, shielding Wu Hua. He fell on his own. The sports major retorted, but his voice betrayed his wavering confidence. By then Wu Hua had already dialed 110 on his phone. Hello 110. I've been assaulted and can't get up. I'm at the entrance of Mimo Milk Tea in Lingnan University. The assailant is extremely violent. This could escalate. Please dispatch officers quickly. As a college student yet to step into society, he often instinctively sought help from teachers and the school to resolve issues, never considering calling the police. Therefore, when Wu Hua called the police directly, the senior from the physical education department was momentarily taken aback, standing there with his hands frozen. After reporting the incident, Wu Hua held his head laid down on the ground and pretended to be in immense pain, curling up his body. What are you pretending for? Are you acting? I'll play along to the end, the senior from the physical education department declared with bravado. Drawing from his past experiences, he saw no issue in hitting others, having done so many times throughout his life. He believed that even if he didn't manage to hit Wu Hua this time, even if he did injure him, it was nothing serious. A few minutes later, the police arrived, quickly inquiring about what had transpired. Zhang Jiaqing and the surrounding students all testified that it was the senior from the physical education department who had struck Wu Hua. Seeing Wu Hua curled up on the ground in pain, the police immediately took the senior from the physical education department into the police car and sent a female officer to accompany Wu Hua to the hospital for an injury examination. Choo-choo at the milk tea shop, and Zhang Jiaqing stared wide-eyed at the unfolding scene. The rest was simple. Wu Hua kept holding his head, telling the doctor that his head hurt terribly, feeling nauseous and dizzy, wanting to vomit. Before the CT scan, he excused himself to the restroom and forcefully gagged for a while, then spun around in place over 30 times. After the CT scan, he acted dazed in front of the doctor, nearly fainting. He successfully obtained a diagnosis report suggesting possible brainstem damage, requiring hospitalization for observation. Okay, done. Even a suspected brainstem injury posed a threat to life. Even if only suspected, it was enough for the female officer to report upwards, leading to the detention of the senior athlete. After being locked up in detention, the senior athlete couldn't believe he was already in jail. Would he really have to spend a night in this stinky, dark, iron-barred cell with a group of real societal villains? The police reviewed the surveillance footage, and although the crowd was numerous, Wu Hua's head conveniently blocked the view of the punch thrown by the senior towards him. However, judging by the angle at which Wu Hua's head turned, it was evident that the punch was not light. Given that Wu Hua appeared relatively frail, while the athlete was muscular and strong, it was indeed possible that this punch could cause life-threatening injuries. In a society that values evidence, a report indicating suspected brainstem damage was sufficient to land the senior athlete in serious trouble. With surveillance footage, injury assessments, witness testimonies, and a complete chain of evidence, a concussion fell under the category of serious injury causing minor harm. Even if he wouldn't face imprisonment, the school would likely expel him, ruining his future. Many college students still think with a childish, juvenile mindset. They don't take fighting in college seriously. Even if something happens, it's usually settled directly by the school's security. However, they fail to realize that they are already adults, and the law does not favor them. When faced with Wu Hua, who had decades of life experience, even without supernatural abilities, he could still deliver a crushing blow. The parents of the athlete rushed over overnight. Wu Hua comfortably slept through the night in the air-conditioned hospital ward, and the next day he arrived at the police station to see the arrogant senior athlete from yesterday. Now he was handcuffed, looking somewhat wilted, and had learned his name, Sun Jinsong. His parents had also arrived. His father was a physical education teacher in a small county, and upon meeting Wu Hua he immediately began apologizing profusely. Sun Jinsong watched his father bowing and scraping before Wu Hua, and began to lose his composure. "Dad, why are you begging him? He's just pretending. I didn't even hit him. He's framing me." Sun Jinsong protested stubbornly. Smack! Sun Jinsong's father slapped him hard across the face. How could he have given birth to such a fool? Being in the education system, he fully understood that his son's future was now in Wu Hua's hands. The police officer handling the matter in a professional manner said, "You two discuss this, see how to resolve it, and be a bit more respectful." In cases of fighting in college, they are not considered severe incidents. The police are reluctant to escalate matters to a public prosecution and prefer mediation. Thud! Sun Jinsong's mother suddenly knelt down in front of Wu Hua, tears streaming down her face, saying, "Classmate, I'm so sorry. It's all my son's fault. He's still young and doesn't understand. Please let him off this time." Wu Hua smiled faintly and replied, "He's not a child anymore, he's already an adult. It's no use coddling him further." The police officer in charge of mediation looked at Wu Hua in surprise. This seemingly delicate young man appeared to be quite extraordinary. Typically, college students would soften at seeing a mother kneeling in plea, but this young man showed no change in expression, his emotions remarkably stable. With decades of mature soul, within him Wu Hua had experienced everything and seen all kinds of people. Given Sun Jinsong's earlier attitude, Wu Hua would not easily let him off, just because his mother was pleading. In this society, being overly kind-hearted often leads to a bad end. It's all your fault for spoiling him. Sun Jinsong's father, distressed, turned to his wife and said, and then quietly spoke to Wu Hua, "Classmate, I know we didn't educate our child well. Whatever economic compensation you need, we will certainly pay. Please show mercy." Stunned by his father's slap, Sun Jinsong watched as his mother knelt before Wu Hua, feeling more hurt than if he had been killed, and he attempted to help his mother up while still in handcuffs. Kneeled down and apologized to him. Unexpectedly, his mother pulled him down to kneel as well. "Am I really going to kneel?" Sun Jinsong cursed. His father, enraged, kicked Sun Jinsong to the ground. "How could I have given birth to such a—" Sun Jinsong's father was also an athlete, having retired as a national-level second-class athlete. This kick was not light, sending Sun Jinsong crashing into the wall. "Hey, what do you think this police station is? Can't we mediate properly? If we can't mediate, we'll go through judicial procedures." The responsible police officer slammed the table and shouted. Yes, I got emotional. "Ooh, I apologize, Sun Jinsong hurriedly replied. Wu Hua slowly spoke, maintaining a steady pace. "Your son is unworthy. Ooh, I'm just a scoundrel. The matter is quite simple. Your son pursued a girl and forced her to watch a movie with him. When she refused, he threatened her. I couldn't stand by and stopped him, and he hit me. He probably hasn't refrained from bullying others in this manner since childhood, relying on his strength. If you don't teach him, naturally someone else will. He's an adult now. Oh, he should be responsible for his actions. If he needs to be expelled, he will be expelled. If he needs to go to jail, he shall go to jail." Upon hearing jail expulsion, Sun Jinsong finally felt a pang of fear, and after being harshly reprimanded by his father, he finally subdued his arrogance. Wu Hua said coldly, "I don't want to waste everyone's time either. Mediation is fine, but first I need an attitude." Sun Jinsong, come over, kneel down and apologize. Then we can talk about the rest. Sun Jinsong wanted to argue further, but his father went over, grabbed him, kicked the back of his knee, and pressed his head down. "Alright, the rest is simple. Have Sun Jinsong write a letter of guarantee on the spot promising to stop harassing Choo-Choo and never hit anyone again. Then pay yesterday's medical bills, and he'll forgive him, won't file a lawsuit, and won't report it to the school." Wu Hua said, "Thank you, classmate, thank you." Sun Jinsong's father finally breathed a sigh of relief, a heavy burden lifted from his heart. For parents, nothing is more important than their son's future. If Sun Jinsong went to prison or got expelled, his life, Sun Jinsong's father made him sit at the table and begin writing the guarantee. Wu Hua dictated each sentence. Sun Jinsong wrote it down and finally signed his name in crooked strokes. At this moment, Sun Jinsong looked like a defeated rooster, head drooping, moving like a puppet. He wasn't truly foolish. He knew that resisting further would lead to disastrous consequences. The hardship he endured in the detention center last night terrified him. He had spent the entire night sleeping beside the toilet, unable to close his eyes. Wu Hua received the guarantee and then signed the mediation agreement. He stood up, looking down at Sun Jinsong, and said, "I want you to understand that I will keep both the guarantee and the surveillance footage. Even if we reach a mediation before filing the case, if you violate the terms of the guarantee, I can still file a lawsuit within 5 years. Sun Jinsong lifted his head, finally feeling what it meant to be crushed by a vastly superior force. Wu Hua smiled at the officer, extended his hand, and said, "Thank you very much, officers. We appreciate your protection." "You're welcome." The officer shook Wu Hua's hand, feeling a strange impression. This young freshman was unexpected. Zhang Jiechi hadn't slept well all night. She was a local, and her father happened to work at the city police department. After much deliberation, she begged her father to inquire about the case. Although she had only known Wu Hua for a short time, she knew the conflict with the jock had started because Wu Hua wanted to buy her milk tea. Moreover, he stepped in only when she was threatened by the jock. She also knew that Wu Hua hadn't actually been hit. He was pretending, which must have made him nervous inside. Her father, pestered by her, called the local police station in the morning. When he hung up, a peculiar expression crossed his face. "What happened?" Zhang Jiechi asked urgently. "The case has been privately mediated. The jock wrote a guarantee and paid the medical expenses. Your classmate didn't pursue it further, but..." Zhang Jiechi's father hesitated. "But what?" Zhang Jiechi pressed on. Her father glanced at her and said, "That male classmate of yours handled it very professionally. The other party thought he was my relative. Many people know the law and abide by it, but few can use it skillfully. He's just a freshman, yet he navigated it with ease. That's no small feat." Zhang Jiechi blinked, recalling everything that had happened. It seemed this junior from the very beginning had planned it all. She thought carefully none of the classmates she knew would have handled an incident like this the way Wu Hua did. Yet it was the most effective and ruthless approach. Getting a compliment from her father, who had worked in the public security system for so many years, was truly remarkable. Zhang Jiechi remembered she had Wu Hua's WeChat, so she quickly sent him a message. "Is everything settled? Have you left the police station?" He replied promptly, "It's all resolved." "Where are you?" "They'll come find you." Zhang Jiechi typed back quickly. "Well, I'm already on my way back to school. Meet at the school gate." Wu Hua replied. "Okay." Zhang Jiechi dashed out the door and hurried toward the school entrance. A grown daughter is hard to keep. Watching her rush off with such fervor, the old father sighed helplessly. Zhang Jiechi took a taxi to the school gate and immediately spotted Wu Hua waiting for her. He was wearing a white shirt and smoke-gray jeans, the breeze tousling his black hair, the strands shimmering with a chestnut hue under the sunlight. In the sunlight, the elegant line of his fair neck and his delicate profile looked like an artwork meticulously crafted. His straight long legs were especially captivating, and he held a cup of milk tea in his hand. In the morning light, he shone like a celebrity, fresh and radiant. His deep eyes were as serene as the ocean, exuding an indescribable allure. His gaze swept around, landed on Zhang Jiechi, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. At that moment, Zhang Jiechi's heart seemed to skip a beat, like a startled deer suddenly leaping against her chest. Wu Hua walked toward Zhang Jiechi, smiling as he handed her the milk tea. His fingers were pale, clean, and slender. Jasmine milk, white 30 sugar, less ice. As she took the cup, their fingertips brushed like an electric shock, and Zhang Jiechi felt her cheeks warm. "Thank you." She blushed and gave a brilliant smile. Wu Hua had waited for her just to personally give her the milk tea he had promised. Such a detail was sweeter than the tea itself. In her eyes, Wu Hua, standing in the sunlight, seemed to make the entire world more vivid and dazzling, turning him into a shining presence. In Wu Hua's mind's eye, golden light flickered within his spiritual consciousness. The enormous lottery wheel appeared again, accompanied by a cheerful song. "Ding! You have obtained Zhang Jiechi's favorability 1 heart. Congratulations on earning a chance to draw." The massive, luxurious lottery wheel in his spiritual sea spun rapidly, and the pointer stopped once again on the item 3 attribute points. "Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 3 free attribute points, which can be allocated freely." The prompt continued. The attribute panel unfolded. Name: Wu Hua, age 19, strength 6, average adult male, baseline 10, agility 7, constitution 8, intelligence 12, charm 12, luck 5. Wu Hua didn't think twice. Charm. Still add to charm. I want to be handsome. A warm current surged through his body, and charm rose from 12 to 15. Wu Hua now understood the system roughly. Gaining a girl's favorability to the level of 1 heart grants a draw chance. So far, both draws had yielded 3 free attribute points. Whether there were other prizes remained unknown. In his mind, the enormous lottery wheel was blurry, its prizes invisible. Wu Hua chatted with Zhang Jiechi for a while, briefly explaining the outcome. Then Zhang Jiechi escorted him all the way to the entrance of the male dormitory, before reluctantly leaving. Due to a day spent in the hospital, Wu Hua found that his roommates had already acquainted themselves when he entered the dormitory. 701 was the door plate number of his dorm. As he pushed the door open, he saw a chubby boy sitting on the edge of the bed, animatedly gossiping with the other roommates. This person seemed quite lively, a typical extroverted type. "Hello everyone, my name is Wu Hua." Wu Hua greeted politely. "Oh, a handsome guy," said a boy with slightly long permed hair, standing by the window with a smile. He was dressed remarkably, wearing a Hermes saddle nail necklace with the sleeves of his shirt rolled up, exposing an exquisite wristwatch. Though the brand was unclear, it was undoubtedly valuable. Clearly, he was a rich second generation. A tall boy sitting by the desk reading, while wearing gold-rimmed glasses, stood up to welcome Wu Hua, saying, "Hello Wu Hua, I'm Lu Mingyuan." Lu Mingyuan appeared cultured and mature, his attire also brand name, hinting at a good family background, though not as ostentatious as the permed boy, but still draped in luxury. Wu Hua glanced at the others. A skinny boy sat silently in front of his bed, lips pressed together, wearing very cheap clothes, and his shoes were somewhat dirty, indicating a less affluent background. He was a quiet, introverted type. A muscular boy strong as Sun Jinsong reached out to greet Wu Hua. He lay on the bed in a fitness tank top, showcasing his well-defined muscles. There were a total of 6 people in the dormitory, and Wu Hua quickly learned their names through brief exchanges. The gossip-loving chubby boy was named Tang Yuanbao. His sister was a senior at Lingnan University, so although he was a freshman, he was quite familiar with the university. The well-dressed rich boy was named Shun Jingyu. The mature boy who stood up to greet Wu Hua had already introduced himself as Lu Mingyuan. The all-muscle boy was named Lei Jinyang, straightforward and direct. The somewhat silent, thin, and introverted boy was named Shi Mashing. Wu Hua, you're just in time, I was talking about the latest news regarding this year's freshman at Lingnan University. Tang Yuanbao immediately perked up, having gained a new audience. Someone on the campus wall posted about a goddess from Lingnan University, the sophomore Lin Yichuan, having lunch with a freshman in the cafeteria. You know Lin Yichuan is famous for being a cold beauty who never pays any attention to boys. Tang Yuanbao exclaimed. That's because I haven't made my move yet. No goddess on the goddess list of Lingnan University can escape my grasp. Shun Jingyu said confidently, extending his palm in a grasping motion. This freshman was also spotted walking alongside another goddess from the goddess list who is dubbed the most attractive goddess on campus, Zhang Yushi. Wu Hua silently packed his belongings, not saying a word. What's even more unexpected is that in the afternoon this freshman was taken around campus by the most sporty and sunny goddess Zhang Jikiki. It said that he even clashed with Sun Jinsong, known as one of the 4 great villains of Jinling, sending Sun Jinsong straight to the police station. Tang Yuanbao exclaimed exaggeratedly. Whoa, who is this freshman? Is he really that handsome? I find it hard to believe. Shun Jingyu questioned, unable to contain his skepticism. The campus wall has photos, let me take a look. Tang Yuanbao said, swiping on his iPad. Wu Hua thought it better to tactically leave, but just as he was about to walk away, Tang Yuanbao exclaimed in surprise, this freshman looks a lot like you, Wu Hua. Where were you yesterday? Tang Yuanbao asked, looking up at Wu Hua in surprise. Wu Hua smiled awkwardly, and said, I went to the hospital, and then to the police station. The dorm fell silent. No one expected that the campus sensation was in the same dorm as them. Jealousy distorts me. Shun Jingyu looked at Wu Hua, a look of indignation evident on his face. Not at all, it's just a coincidence. Wu Hua quickly explained. Tang Yuanbao immediately pulled Wu Hua, urging him to share some experiences with the brothers. In the university campus, nothing attracts more attention than romance. The campus beauties have an irresistible charm for young boys. Just getting to know one is a stroke of luck. Knowing 3 on the first day of school, like Wu Hua, is simply extraordinary. Although Wu Hua felt a bit embarrassed, the opening of the topic quickly dissolved the sense of unfamiliarity with his roommates, allowing him to blend in. At that moment, the dormitory door was pushed open. Who is Wu Hua? The dorm supervisor asked coldly, instantly lowering the temperature in the room. Wu Hua stood up and said, Teacher, I am Wu Hua. The dorm supervisor sized Wu Hua up and said, Kid, not bad, there's a girl downstairs looking for you. Oh my god. Tang Yuanbao felt stunned and rushed to the window. A petite, beautiful girl was standing downstairs, her graceful figure making passing boys turn their heads. That's... Tang Yuanbao's pupils contracted as he said in a trembling voice, one of the beauties from the goddess list, the sophomore senior Shin Chuchu. Wu Hua was taken aback, not expecting Shin Chuchu to be looking for him. Feeling the tension rising in the dorm, he hurriedly fled downstairs. Shin Chuchu stood at the entrance of the boys' dormitory, her pretty face slightly flushed. She wore a simple cream-yellow dress, swaying in the breeze, revealing her slender fair legs. Under the hot weather, a thin layer of sweat glistened on her fair nose, and her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Wu Hua said as he reached the bottom and met the girl named Chu Chu, who worked at a milk tea shop. Hearing Wu Hua's voice, Chu Chu's eyes lit up instantly. She glanced at Wu Hua, then lowered her head like a startled little rabbit, her ears turning crimson. I've heard from Senior Jikiki, thank you for helping me, I really appreciate it, Chu Chu said, bowing slightly. It was just a small thing, no need to mention it. This is the milk tea, I made myself, I hope you don't mind. Chu Chu handed over the delicately packaged milk tea. I was just thirsty, thanks a lot, Wu Hua said with a generous smile as he accepted it. Oh, by the way, I happen to have something for you. Wu Hua handed Chu Chu the guarantee letter written by Sun Jinsong, saying, don't worry, he won't bother you again. If he dares to come again, just let me know. The statute of limitations is 5 years, and I can have him expelled. Chu Chu looked up in surprise, staring at Wu Hua in shock. This junior, who was a stranger to her, had intervened to resolve a matter that had troubled her to the point of insomnia, nearly affecting her life. Moreover, if she hadn't come to thank him, he wouldn't have even mentioned it. This moment touched Chu Chu deeply. Good luck comes to you, bringing joy and love. Wu Hua was also quite surprised. He had gained another heart from Shun Chu Chu, acquiring another chance to draw a lottery, and this time, it was also 3 free attribute points. However, this time Wu Hua did not add them directly, but chose to keep them. He felt he needed to learn more about the system and the function of attribute points. Just like in a game, if the initial points are allocated incorrectly, it would be very troublesome. After casually chatting with Shin Chu Chu for a few sentences, she quickly left. She had no choice but to leave. There were too many prying eyes from upstairs and downstairs. If she didn't leave soon, she would almost be surrounded by the entire men's dormitory. Wu Hua returned to the dormitory, and the looks from his roommates were as if they were worshipping him. Today was still registration day. Freshmen wouldn't start classes so soon because there was military training before classes began. In his previous life, Wu Hua had been admitted to the economics department, which was not a popular major now, and was something he got into by taking a chance on the university. The homeroom teacher of the economics department was an old professor in his 50s named Chao Xiong, who was an associate professor. He was old and rather lazy. Whenever there was something to do, he would ask the students to handle it. He sent a message in the group chat asking any free students to come to the classroom to help. Upon seeing this, Wu Hua went straight over. Freshmen who had just entered university mostly still retained their high school habits, studying hard and ignoring anything that might interfere with their studies. But university was different. Becoming a class cadre or joining the student union could bring certain benefits. As a mature soul, how could he pretend not to see it? When Wu Hua arrived at the classroom, 2 students were already helping. It seemed there were quite a few people with initiative. Today's students were quite shrewd. Wu Hua merely acted instinctively according to his mature mindset. He didn't necessarily have to compete for anything, letting everything take its natural course. After helping Professor Chao with some tedious tasks of organizing new student materials, the day passed. Wu Hua's phone vibrated. It turned out that Tang Yuanbao had added him to the dorm 701 group chat. The world of men was simpler, unlike girls who might have 7 group chats for 6 roommates. Brothers, let's have a gathering tonight for dorm 701. Lu Mingyuan took the initiative to propose the gathering. Since everyone came from all corners of the country to be together in one dorm, it was fate. A dormitory dinner gathering was an international custom. Great, I know a great food stall near the school. Tang Yuanbao immediately supported the idea and provided expert intelligence. The others in the dorm chimed in, and Wu Hua was no exception. Although the adult world prefers solitude in university life, being unsociable would be very bad. Wu Hua was about to start a brand new life, so of course he hoped everyone would get along well. Moreover, these young people made him feel full of youthful vitality. In the evening, the 6 of them sat around a booth at Tao Jie's food stall. A plastic disposable tablecloth was spread over the round table, and hot dishes were quickly brought out one after another. School had just started, and everyone had only known each other for 2 days, so the atmosphere was still a bit reserved. How about we have a drink? Tang Yuanbao suggested. Alright, let's have some beer. Lu Mingyuan nodded. Hey, what's the fun in beer? We rarely get out. Let's start with some baijiu. Real men must drink liquor. Lei Zhenyang said with great bravado. These college students had just come of age. Usually, aside from holidays, they had few chances to drink. Now that they were in university, naturally, they all wanted to experience something different. Alright, let's have baijiu then. I'll buy the liquor. Today we drink till we drop. Shen Jingyu immediately seconded the motion. Thus, for their first gathering, they directly upped the intensity and went for baijiu. Shen Jingyu, being well off, directly brought a case of Dream of the Blue, a mid-to-high-end liquor. Everyone poured it into disposable plastic cups and started drinking. After a few mouthfuls of fiery baijiu, everyone became heated. They'll challenge you all in a round robin. Don't say I'm bullying you. In the god of drink. Lei Zhenyang stripped off his shirt, his face as red as Guangong, shouting. Young people are all competitive, so cup after cup quickly went to their heads. The after effects of baijiu were extremely potent. These freshmen, who usually didn't drink much, began to enter a dazed state. We 6 here today cut off a chicken head, literally tore one off, burn yellow paper, and become sworn brothers. Big brother, I toast to you. Second brother. Third brother. Fourth bro. Fifth bro. Sixth. Everyone's tongues were thick, shouting randomly. Shermashing was the first to collapse onto the table. He was naturally a very poor drinker, and a single cup of baijiu knocked him out. Lei Zhenyang, who claimed to be the god of drink, was indeed decent in capacity, but because he drank too fast and fiercely, he was the second to slide under the table. Lu Mingyuan actually had decent tolerance, but Shen Jingyu and Tang Yuanbao took turns drinking him, resulting in all 3 being defeated. Only Wu Hua, partly because he kept a low profile, and partly because his capacity was indeed good, was the only one still sober among them. Then a new problem arose. The sober one had to pay the bill. Wu Hua only had 200 yuan borrowed from Lin Yichuan on him, and the bill for this meal was over 400 yuan. Lin Yichuan lay on her bed in the dormitory scrolling through Douyin out of boredom. Today she was also grilled by her gossipy roommates about who the junior in the photo on the campus wall was, whether she was dating someone. Girls are most concerned about love gossip, and whether they have been in love or not. They are all love strategists. Lin Yichuan definitely denied it, and she would never admit under any circumstances that she had gotten drunk and was carried home by this junior, otherwise it would become a huge scandal. She lay on the bed scrolling through her phone, subconsciously flipping to the contacts of LV Pao Pao. Lin Yichuan's LV Pao Pao only had her parents' relatives and a few close friends from childhood, totaling no more than 30 people. She generally never added random people. Even several of her roommates didn't have her contact. But why had she added this guy she just met? Just as she was silently pondering this question, a small red dot appeared on this guy's avatar. He had sent a message. What time was it? Sending a message to a girl so late. Didn't he have any sense of boundaries? Though Lin Yichuan thought this in her mind, she still casually tapped his avatar. Sorry, can you lend me another 300 yuan? Wu Hua's avatar flashed. Lin Yichuan stared at the message, feeling speechless. Dorm gathering, they all got drunk, so I had to pay the bill. I only have the 200 yuan I borrowed from you on me, and am still short over 200. Please help me out, I'll pay you back soon. Wu Hua's message popped up again explaining why he was borrowing money so late. Wu Hua had just transmigrated and really had no friends, having had a successful borrowing experience before he thought of Lin Yichuan. Soon an orange-eared message showing a transfer of 300 appeared on LV Pao Pao. This little girl is actually pretty nice. Wu Hua smiled and went to the owner to pay the bill. The landlady experienced as she was fetched some sour plum soup and forced it down the throats of the several drunken wine gods. Finally, she managed to revive a few and they supported each other back to the dormitory. Wu Hua was drenched in sweat and his intoxication had half worn off. The next day, he took a half-day leave to go home planning to find something valuable to sell and pay off his debts. Although his external debt was only 500, he couldn't keep owing that little girl money, and besides he needed money for food. Wu Hua sent a message on WeChat to his biological mother asking for money, but she didn't reply at all. From the original owner's past experience, when his biological mother entered her creative state, it was normal for her not to check WeChat for 10 days or half a month. Wu Hua couldn't go that long without eating, so he decided to fend for himself. His mother, a successful artist, had earned no small amount of money, but she wasn't fond of luxury goods, so there weren't many valuable things at home. After searching for a long time, Wu Hua finally found a Cartier Ballon Bleu women's watch. Then he went out, scanned a shared bike, and set off for a second-hand luxury goods recycling shop. After some haggling, Wu Hua finally sold the Cartier Ballon Bleu women's watch for 2600 yuan. He had money now, and didn't know how to spend it. Wu Hua excitedly rode the shared bike, enjoying the summer breeze as he headed home lightheartedly. Indeed, no wonder so many people liked being spendthrifts. This feeling was way too enjoyable. However, extreme joy begets sorrow. While turning a corner, he collided with a woman dressed in a cheapao. Although Wu Hua braked in time, and the impact was not strong, the slender woman still fell. With his smack, the jade bracelet on her snow-white wrist shattered. Wu Hua quickly got off the bike and stepped forward to help the kippa-clad woman up. "I'm sorry, are you injured?" Wu Hua asked. She was about 25 or 26. The exquisite cheapao outlined her perfect figure with graceful lines weaving a moving picture. Her skin was as white as snow, exuding a warm, moist luster, crystalline, like white clouds. Her soft hair was coiled into an elegant bun, with a few strands lightly falling by her ears, giving her an air of noble grace. She frowned, glanced at the shattered jade bracelet on the ground, and said, "I'm fine, but the bracelet is broken. It was my fault for not paying attention while turning. How much was the bracelet? They'll pay you for it." Wu Hua didn't try to weasel out, he directly admitted his mistake. 2600 yuan, the kippa-clad woman said calmly, her voice gentle and composed. Wu Hua stood there as if turned to stone. The kippa-clad woman glanced at Wu Hua. Clearly a student looking clean and sunny, riding a shared bike, probably not rich. Come on, if you grabbed a random person on the street, they probably couldn't come up with 2600 yuan on the spot, let alone this. This bracelet is too expensive. I don't have that much money on me. For the first time since his rebirth, Wu Hua was nervous. He gritted his teeth and directly added 3 free attribute points to charisma in his sea of consciousness. Thus his own charisma reached an astonishing 18 points and a faint halo seemed to flicker around him. "I'm sorry, sister, I don't have that much money," said Wu Hua. The kippa-clad woman looked at the fragments of the jade bracelet on the ground, her heart aching. This jade bracelet had been with her for 7 or 8 years, and she was deeply attached to it. However, the boy before her seemed quite agreeable with a handsome face and a pitiful air, making it hard for her to get angry. "Don't be too nervous. This bracelet is indeed quite expensive, and that was the price 7 or 8 years ago." The kippa-clad woman sighed. "Alas, call your parents over, and we can discuss compensation. Don't be scared. My parents aren't around. Look, I have 2500 here. They'll pay you this first, and then he'll leave my student ID with you as collateral. When I've scraped together the rest of the money, he'll pay you back." Wu Hua said helplessly. He had to keep 100 for repaying debt and eating. He recognized that the kippa-clad woman's handbag was an LV mascot bag worth at least several 100,000 yuan. Moreover, her natural nobility couldn't be faked. The 2600 yuan for the jade bracelet was definitely not a casual number. The kippa-clad woman took Wu Hua's student ID, glanced through it, and found that he was actually a freshman at Lingnan University. Her beautiful eyes lingered on him for a moment, a hint of surprise in her gaze. This student from a prestigious university, though he had made a mistake, did not panic, did not evade, and did not haggle, but actively sought to make amends. This earned him the kippa-clad woman's favor. Wu Hua, right. Actually, I also bear some responsibility for this. I can't blame you entirely. You can compensate half, 1300 yuan. The kippa-clad woman's voice was as soft and pleasant as a clear spring. Thank you, sister. Wu Hua quickly expressed his gratitude. Those 3 points of charisma were really not wasted. He immediately saved more than 100,000. The kippa-clad woman accepted Wu Hua's 2500 yuan, and they exchanged contact information. Wu Hua learned her name, Suning Shuang. Suning Shuang turned and got into a white Maserati M20 parked by the roadside, waved to Wu Hua, and drove away. Wu Hua got back on his shared bike. This time, he wasn't grinning anymore. The money from secretly selling the watch had barely warmed his pocket before he handed it over, and on top of that he owed more than 100,000 in debt. Life.An. You never know whether surprise or mishap will come first. At least he still had 100 yuan left. At noon, Wu Hua went to the cafeteria with his roommates. These roommates had all taken leave in the morning and spent the whole morning lying in the dorm, each listless from a hangover. Only Shen Jingyu and Tang Yuanbao went to the cafeteria with Wu Hua for lunch. Wu Hua spotted a familiar pretty figure in the crowd. It was Lin Yichuan. I have something to take care of, you guys eat. Wu Hua left the group of 4 and walked over to Lin Yichuan. Senior, I have money now. Let me treat you to a meal. Wu Hua said to Lin Yichuan with a smile. Oh, Lin Yichuan's expression was calm, and she didn't object. As usual, Lin Yichuan ordered 2 vegetable dishes of soup and a bowl of rice. Wu Hua quickly swiped his meal card to pay, then got his own food and found a seat with Lin Yichuan. That's 500 yuan total. He'll transfer it to you. Wu Hua transferred the money to Lin Yichuan on WeChat. Oh, Lin Yichuan didn't even look, she just ate silently. Thank you so much, you helped me out big time. I was so anxious then I didn't know what to do. Wu Hua said sincerely, his palms together. It's nothing. Lin Yichuan didn't mind. In the distance, Shen Jingyu stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. He watched Wu Hua so naturally sitting with Lin Yichuan eating and chatting like a couple. I don't believe it. He muttered to himself, eyes vacant. This scene dealt a massive blow to his playboy persona. Tang Yuanbao quickly pulled out his phone and frantically took photos. This was prime material for the campus wall, and his personality would never let such an opportunity slip. He had already drafted the caption in his mind. Shen Jingyu seemed to recover. He quickly ordered 2 dishes, adjusted his hairstyle, and walked over with graceful, confident strides. What a coincidence. Let's eat together. Shen Jingyu struck his most charming pose and sat down gracefully beside Wu Hua. Lin Yichuan looked up and cast a glance at Wu Hua. This is my roommate Shen Jingyu, Wu Hua quickly introduced. Lin Yichuan continued eating without a word. You're a very beautiful senior. What's your name? Which department are you in? Shen Jingyu seized the moment to strike up a conversation with Lin Yichuan. I'm done. Take your time. Without answering, Lin Yichuan picked up her tray and left. Shen Jingyu deflated like a punctured balloon, casting a mournful glance at Lin Yichuan's retreating figure. Wu Hua shrugged and said, don't look at me. Sigh, this is a crushing blow. What do you have that I don't? Shen Jingyu lamented, tilting his head back. That evening, another photo of Lin Yichuan and Wu Hua eating together appeared on the campus wall with the caption, confirmed. School beauty Lin Yichuan is in love. This sparked another wave of heated discussion. Back in the dorm, Shen Jingyu served Wu Hua tea and water, insisting on becoming his apprentice. Master, please take me as your disciple and impart all your secrets to picking up girls, said Shen Jingyu. Wu Hua looked helpless. I don't have any secrets for picking up girls. Are you misunderstanding something? How did you manage to eat with Lin Yichuan, a girl with such a cold personality? I checked, she's a Virgo, and earth signs hate strangers the most, said Shen Jingyu. I just borrowed money from Lin Yichuan, and to thank her I treated her to a meal. Wu Hua stated, what? You managed to borrow money from her? Shen Jingyu was stunned again. Yeah. Master, I get it now. To chase a girl you first borrow money from her, so shall always remember you. Alright, you're awesome. Wu Hua was speechless. He had to admit Shen Jingyu had a knack for understanding. He really couldn't be bothered with these matters now. He still owed over 1,000 yuan and needed to figure out how. This was indeed a dilemma. In his previous life, Wu Hua had been nothing but a beast of burden, and apart from selling his surplus labor at work, he had no skills for making money. Even if he could cook pancakes, he could set up a street stall. Now it was truly troublesome. Fortunately, that wealthy woman didn't seem too concerned and hadn't set a deadline for Wu Hua to repay. So he would just owe it for now. As long as he was alive, the debt wouldn't vanish. Finally, the military training that all college students both anticipated and dreaded arrived. Wu Hua had served as a conscript for 2 years in his previous life, and had also participated in several unit training sessions. Handling a week-long college military training was no problem. After the school leadership's deliberation, the training location remained on campus, which made the whole experience much more comfortable. After receiving their uniforms and wash basins, Wu Hua first went to the convenience store to buy sanitary pads and distributed them to his roommates. Everyone stared at Wu Hua in bewilderment, their hands trembling slightly as they held the sanitary pads. Did this roommate have some strange fetish? Don't misunderstand. Cut them into insoles and put them under your feet. They absorb sweat well, Wu Hua explained. Oh, I see. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Military training was pretty much the same everywhere. The instructors were too strict, the training too exhausting, and the food too awful. But for the young and excited freshmen, it was also a chance to openly scout for pretty girls. That night in the dorm, conversations immediately turned to how beautiful the girls from such and such department were. This year's freshman class had a few stunning beauties. Some particularly outstanding ones were reportedly included in the Lingnan University floral list. The instructor assigned to Wu Hua's class was the envy of everyone, a beautiful female instructor. Gu Yutong was a junior who had enlisted during her studies and returned to school after 2 years of service. She had short, crisp hair and wheat-colored skin. Her features were delicate and beautiful, with a high nose bridge, a defined jawline, and bright, spirited almond-shaped eyes. Her posture was upright, the lines of her arms and shoulders smooth and graceful. Her waist was slender and firm, and even the military uniform couldn't hide her beautiful curves. This made Wu Hua's class the target of countless envious and jealous glances. Attention. At ease. Instructor Gu Yutong swept her stern gaze across the formation and said, Wu Hua? Yes. Step forward and demonstrate the breakdown of the goose step for your classmates. Sir? Having served as a conscript for 2 years, Wu Hua's formation movements were far more standard than those of the novice freshman, even though decades had passed. Chest out, stomach in, swing the arm with the shoulder, driving the forearm palms facing down. When kicking, keep the legs straight, toes pointed down, explode with sudden force, land flat foot, and make a loud sound. It was like riding a bicycle, the soul never forgets. Excellent. Gu Yutong nodded approvingly. Everyone take a good look at Wu Hua's movements. They are textbook perfect. If you can reach this level, you could skip training and join the parade formation directly. Gu Yutong gave high praise. Honestly, she was quite amazed inside. Wu Hua's movements were so precise and fluid, as if he had served in the military. More importantly, this junior was really handsome. During the break, everyone gathered in a circle to rest under the shade of a tree. Lei Xinyang's gaze kept lingering on Gu Yutong, his mind elsewhere. The instructor senior is so beautiful. He murmured. Holy cow, you like the instructor. Instructor Gu is several years older than you. She's a junior and served 2 years in the army. Tang Yuanbao said with a grin. So what? If she's 3 years older, she'll bring fortune. Lei Xinyang said nonchalantly. Come on, don't get your hopes up. You don't stand a chance. Shen Jingyu patted Lei Xinyang's shoulder. What makes you say that? Lei Xinyang looked defiant. Pay attention. Instructor Gu secretly glanced at Wu Hua 13 times. Did she even look at you once? Shen Jingyu sighed. Even the usually composed Lu Mingyuan shook his head. That kid seems to attract girls especially. I think he could compete for Lingnan University's campus heartthrob. Tang Yuanbao added. I heard the Lingnan University heartthrob list has already included him. Damn, am I on it? Shen Jingyu asked immediately. Tang Yuanbao glanced at him. What do you think? Shen Jingyu let out a long sigh. Why did heaven give me such a popular roommate? It's truly not a pleasant thing. As the subject of the discussion, Wu Hua was still racking his brain over how to make money to pay off his debt. Gu Yutong walked over and sat beside him smiling. Wu Hua, do you have family in the military? Wu Hua shook his head. No, it's all thanks to your excellent instruction, Instructor Gu. Huh, you seem honest, but you sure know how to flatter. Did your girlfriend teach you that? Asked Gu Yutong. Not at all, said Wu Hua. Gu Yutong chatted with Wu Hua for a while, feeling quite at ease. This junior showed no sign of nervousness toward her, even though she was the stern-faced instructor on the training ground. Although she was the senior by several years, Gu Yutong had a strange feeling. Wu Hua seemed more like an older, more experienced. Gu Yutong, you must be thirsty. I bought you some water. A dark-skinned instructor, a senior, walked over and enthusiastically handed her a bottle of Maizong. His name was Su Tianyang. Like Gu Yutong, he was a junior and a military veteran serving as the instructor for the neighboring class. Gu Yutong didn't take it, only replying politely, thank you, but I have my own water. Su Tianyang felt embarrassed. He glared at Wu Hua and said, who told you to squat here? Go run 2 laps around the playground. Having just been discharged from the military and proud of his instructor status, he was used to intimidating fresh high school graduates with a single glare, so he acted recklessly toward the new students. Wu Hua glanced at him and couldn't be bothered to respond. A raw recruit pretending to be tough. How laughable. Gu Yutong frowned and said angrily, Su Tianyang. He's a trainee from my class. Are you overstepping your bounds? I was just joking. Don't be mad. Su Tianyang forced a laugh, found an excuse, and walked away, sullenly shooting Wu Hua a vicious glare. Ignore him. He's got issues, Gu Yutong comforted Wu Hua. Wu Hua smiled faintly without a word. Clearly Su Tianyang was trying to court Gu Yutong, but had hit a wall. After Gu Yutong left, Tang Yuanbao came over and said, Wu Hua, watch out. That instructor you offended is nicknamed Tadu Takashi. He's been making the neighboring class miserable. Tadu Takashi was the villainous Japanese officer from the movie Fist of Fury, brutal and muscular. It's fine. He's not in our class. Why bother? Wu Hua said indifferently. At that moment the freshmen began to stir as the student council seniors arrived to distribute heatstroke medicine, and these were exactly what the new trainees needed urgently, and 2 stunning beauties were among the council members, Lin Ichuan and Zhang Yushi. Ichuan, look, your rumored little boyfriend, is also in training. Oh, in this sweltering heat, he looks so pitiful. Big sister's heart aches. Zhang Yushi tugged Lin Ichuan and pointed toward Wu Hua. What rumored little boyfriend? Please don't talk so cattily. Lin Ichuan retorted. If you're stubborn as a duck. If you don't claim him, I might just go for it, Zhang Yushi said immediately. Claim what? Zhang Yushi, if you want to date someone seriously. Don't mess with the juniors. Lin Ichuan said. As Zhang Yushi's close friend, she knew that despite Zhang Yushi's superficial playgirl persona, she was actually a lone wolf. Though she flirted outrageously and loved wearing sexy mature outfits to flaunt her stunning figure, she was actually mildly misandric. She was cold to any boy who approached her and never exploited them for money. If she were truly a manipulative tease, Lin Ichuan wouldn't have been friends with her. My standards are very high. I don't fancy ordinary boys. Zhang Yushi declared proudly. Then what are your standards exactly? Lin Ichuan asked curiously. A male college student who is handsome. Zhang, that sounds pretty ordinary. That's not 1 requirement. That's 5. Zhang Yushi swayed her hips as she walked over, warmly greeting Wu Hua's class to collect heatstroke medicine, and instantly the students were charmed into a daze as if sunstruck. Tang Yuanbao stared at Zhang Yushi's enchanting figure and said in a trembling voice, is this the power of a top-tier siren? Zhang Yushi personally handed Wu Hua a box of Rindan pills and a bottle of water, saying, "Junior, you must be tired. Big sister brought you some water." "Thank you." Wu Hua smiled and took them gracefully. "Training is tough. If you can't hold on, just tell me, and I'll help you ask for leave." Zhang Yushi said with concern. "Thank you, senior. I'm fine," Wu Hua said. Admittedly, Zhang Yushi was the type few boys could resist. Even Wu Hua, who had lived 2 lives, felt a strong allure. Just from her speaking a few words to him, Wu Hua could feel numerous burning gazes on him, filled with envy and jealousy. Yet deep down he knew clearly that this popular senior sister wasn't interested in him. The system wouldn't lie. If she were truly smitten, he'd be able to draw a lottery. This top-tier siren was quite intriguing. Amid the envy of the crowd, Wu Hua exchanged a few casual words with Zhang Yushi, who then smiled, waved goodbye, and returned to Lin Yichuan. "Your rumored little boyfriend is interesting," Zhang Yushi said first. "Can't you be serious?" Lin Yichuan pursed her lips helplessly. Zhang Yushi laughed again. "This is the first time I've seen a boy completely unaffected by my charm. It really stirs my... He's different from others," Lin Yichuan said, glancing in Wu Hua's direction. "Oh, you admit he's different. You're in danger. He might capture you." Zhang Yushi exclaimed in surprise. "I'm not listening to you." Lin Yichuan hurried off to distribute heatstroke supplies to others. "Alright, let's see who has the higher game. Finally found an opponent worth my time, hum. Zhang Yushi stood there, one hand on her hip, muttering to herself, like a chinibyu. Could a few boys help distribute the bottled water? Zhang Yushi turned around, flashed a smile at the juniors, and said. In an instant, a wave of free labor rushed over. In Wu Hua's class, among all the boys, one girl was particularly active. Her name was Hu Fangfei. She was rather short, only about 158 centimeters, but well-developed with good proportions, making one forget her. She was also a rival to Wu Hua in the class monitor election. Hu Fangfei had been a class cadre since elementary school, a student leader in middle and high school, and a provincial top student. Naturally, upon entering university, she wanted to run for class monitor and join the student council. So she was especially proactive, constantly increasing her visibility. Another rival, Ma Yinglong, had cooled down significantly after military training, leaving only Wu Hua and Hu Fangfei as the actual competitors. Shermashing, help me move that box of water over, Hu Fangfei ordered naturally. Shermashing didn't speak, lowered his head, and complied. Hu Fangfei's mother was a street office director, a mid-level civil servant, so she had learned from childhood how to read people. She ordered Shermashing because she had noticed he was very docile and rarely refused. Moreover, she had keenly sensed that the boy seemed interested in her, though he was too introverted and insecure to express it. A few times when she accidentally touched his hand, he blushed and breathed heavily. Hu Fangfei naturally understood male psychology. This Shermashing was clearly ensnared by her charms. She was once surrounded by obedient lackeys who handled matters for her, so she naturally wielded their services without. Wu Hua could see through her, yet there was little he could do. Such matters were hard to judge, and even harder to interfere with, as intervention could easily backfire. Some budding passions, some fanciful dreams. Perhaps they were also the price of a boy's coming of age. Military training proceeded smoothly. Though Wu Hua was not as enthusiastic and proactive as Hu Fangfei, he still did a great deal for his classmates. He was quite familiar with military training and often solved his peers' problems with precision. This rapidly elevated his reputation among the students, especially among the female ones. On the penultimate day before military training ended, trouble struck. Instructor Gu Yutong had to take leave, and instructor Su Tianyang, nicknamed Tung Tian Gang, took over her division. Su Tianyang was like a cold-blooded demonic drill instructor, tormenting the students with a twisted mentality. During standing at attention drills, the basic training duration should have been 15 minutes, but he demanded that everyone stand for over an hour. He would suddenly sneak up from behind, yanking a freshman's wrist or kicking the back of their knee. If he found them not exerting full force in the correct posture, he would dash forward and knock them down with a kick. He even targeted girls. He would curse and grumble, calling them a bunch of useless trash incapable of enduring a little hardship, labeling everyone present as garbage, and other such ad hominem attacks. During physical training, he pushed the students to the brink of agony. 50 push-ups, 100 sit-ups. If they couldn't finish, no rest was allowed. He boasted that in the military he personally did at least 500 push-ups and 500 sit-ups every day. Lei Xingyang, who was physically fit, completed his 100 sit-ups in one go, which drew Su Tianyang's ire and forced him to do another 200. Halfway through, even Lei Xingyang couldn't take it anymore, struggling to get up. Su Tianyang smugly stomped on his abdomen and spewed obscenities. What's the matter? Can't handle it. You were so cocky earlier. Stop pretending. If there was a BTCH in front of you, you'd be up in a flash. Lei Xingyang's face flushed crimson with rage, but he had no strength left, even if he wanted to erupt, he said. During the afternoon parade drill, anyone with even a minor mistake was punished by standing at attention under the blazing sun. Wu Hua's movements had always been flawless, yet Su Tianyang still nitpicked and sent him to stand in the sun early on. Soon nearly half the class were punished to stand under the sun. That afternoon sun was scorching, warping the very air with it. Standing under the sun, one was drenched in sweat within minutes. Wu Hua noticed a little girl from the land of colorful clouds whose face had turned pale and was already swaying unsteadily. This was a bi-ethnic girl, Li Yunyao, very thin, likely weighing only about 40 kilograms, and she could no longer stand. Report, instructor. The sun is too intense, this punishment should end or there will be danger. Wu Hua stepped forward and spoke loudly. This immediately touched Su Tianyang's sore spot. He had already held a grudge from the last time Gu Yutong chatted with Wu Hua, and now this guy had jumped out on his own. Wasn't he simply delivering himself to be dealt with? You're something, huh? Playing the hero saving a damsel in distress. Su Tianyang mocked. Report instructor. I'm just stating a fact. Military training is meant to cultivate college students' military literacy, not to torture them, with training intensity far exceeding that of the actual army. Wu Hua replied calmly. Oh, so now you're lecturing me acting as if you've ever served. Let me make this clear to you, I'm the instructor, and you only have to obey. Su Tianyang raised his voice. Now drop and give me 100 push-ups this instant. Get down. Wu Hua sneered, cut it out. You've already retired, so don't pull that old soldier's thuggery on me. Even in the military, excessive physical punishment of new recruits is now prohibited. And remember, you're a student now, and this is a school. If you keep this up, you'll face disciplinary action. Su Tianyang's face turned purple with rage. He never expected Wu Hua to counter him so fiercely and couldn't help but lash out with a kick. Wu Hua's reflexes were quick, he sidestepped to avoid it. Just then he noticed that Li Yunyao's eyes were tightly shut and her body was swaying more violently. He knew there was no time to waste arguing with this thug of an instructor. He dashed over in 3 quick strides. Sure enough, the moment Wu Hua approached, Li Yunyao fainted, falling backward stiffly. Wu Hua lunged forward and in a critical moment caught her back. This was extremely dangerous. If she had fallen unconscious and hit the back of her head on the ground, first life and death would have been uncertain. Get cold water, mineral water, an essential bomb quickly. Wu Hua shouted, then, without hesitation, scooped up Li Yunyao's legs and carried her horizontally to a shady tree, laying her down. The students were startled and hurried to fetch what Wu Hua had asked for. Those originally standing at attention as punishment rushed over. Everyone stepped back a little. Let some air in, Wu Hua said while pressing on Li Yunyao's philtrum. He took the mineral water-soaked towel and placed it on Li Yunyao's forehead. He removed her military training uniform, elevated her feet to help blood flow back, and sprinkled the remaining mineral water on her arms and calves to cool her down. Hurry and call the school medical team. Hu Fangfei also said urgently. After a brief moment of shock, Su Tianyang felt that his authority had been undermined. He walked over and said loudly, what are you all crowding around for? No training. Get back in formation. What's the big deal about heatstroke? In the military, they just toss the heatstroke victim aside, and they're fine in a while. The students acted as if they hadn't heard him, completely ignoring him. Wu Hua's earlier defiance of Su Tianyang had already reminded everyone that this ferocious instructor was merely a senior student 2 years above them. Wu Hua's earlier defiance of Su Tianyang had already reminded everyone that this ferocious instructor was merely a senior student 2 years above them. Fine. Just wait for your punishment. Su Tianyang pointed at Wu Hua in fury. The one waiting for punishment is you. Li Yunyao is a student from an ethnic minority. You're only 2 years older than us. If something goes wrong, do you think you can escape? Wu Hua said disdainfully. You. Su Tianyang clenched his fists in rage. Under Wu Hua's proper first aid, Li Yunyao slowly regained consciousness. The school medical team also arrived and carried her away on a stretcher. Wu Hua used his phone to capture all these scenes, then privately messaged the homeroom teacher, Associate Professor Chow, briefly explaining the incident in concise text emphasizing Li Yunyao's ethnic minority identity. The students were too outraged to continue training and demanded to report this demonic instructor to the Academic Affairs Office. This guy's gone too far. Wu Hua, take us to the Academic Affairs Office to report him. Hu Fangfei said. Yeah, Wu Hua, let's go together. We're all witnesses. Unbearable. Such bullying. What instructor? He's a piece of crap. The students were seething with indignation. Out of the corner of his eye, Wu Hua glanced at Hu Fangfei. Tisk, these students nowadays are no simpletons. On the surface, this seemed like an opportunity to build prestige and become the class representative, but in reality, it was a huge pitfall. In the social structure of adults, there are 2 things most taboo. First, bypassing one's superior, and second, being the leader of a crowd. On the surface, Wu Hua stepped forward to petition for his classmates and gained the limelight. In reality, he became the person most disliked by the leadership for instigating trouble. Moreover, by going around the head teacher and bypassing the chain of command, he would cause the head teacher to bear joint responsibility for poor management. Therefore, Hu Fangfei had Wu Hua lead the classmates to the Academic Affairs Office to complain, which was actually setting a trap for him. She intended to directly remove Wu Hua from the list of candidates for class monitor. This girl, despite her young age, had such deep thoughts and a clear understanding of relationships within the system. There must be someone in her family who works as a civil servant. Classmates, calm down. I have already reported to the head teacher. Professor Chow will be here soon. You can explain the situation to him, Wu Hua said. Hu Fangfei looked at Wu Hua in surprise. Reported so quickly. How could she not have seen him do it? Damn, Hu Fangfei had not expected Wu Hua to avoid the trap she had set, and instead take the lead. This Wu Hua was difficult to deal with. A seemingly harmless sunny boy, yet with such deep cunning and steady handling of affairs. Professor Chow arrived quickly, and the teacher in charge, who had been enjoying the air conditioning in his room, also came upon receiving the news. Wu Hua recounted the incident, and specifically emphasized Li Yunyao's identity as a student from an ethnic minority. Professor Chow was furious. He was an upright man, and even somewhat protective of his students. He directly took the teacher in charge to the Academic Affairs Office to lodge a complaint. Su Tianyang was immediately stripped of his instructor status and ordered to apologize to the class. He would later face even stricter punishment, including the risk of expulsion. This frightened Su Tianyang severely. He lost all his arrogance like a defeated rooster. Wu Hua was also surprised. He had thought his head teacher and associate professor, who seemed lazy and uninterested in managing affairs, would be so protective of his students. This time he was extremely angry and strongly demanded severe punishment for Su Tianyang, which forced the Academic Affairs Office to take it seriously. Otherwise, according to the university's usual practice, they would have just muddled through. Wu Hua's reputation soared because of this incident, and he had quietly surpassed Hu Fangfei. On the last day of military training, there was a parade performance. After the performance, the mandatory military training for freshmen officially ended. Whether it was bitter or sweet, there were still gains. After the daytime military training ended, everyone's spirits were still high because the welcome party was that evening. The senior students would present a high-quality performance party for the freshmen, definitely worth looking forward to. Beautiful senior girls and handsome senior boys. Wasn't that exactly what new college students cared about most? 3 hours before the welcome party began, the party was in rehearsal. Zhang Yuxi, as the vice minister of the propaganda department of the student union, naturally had the finale performance, a singing and dancing hot dance show. Zhang Yuxi was the lead singer and dancer with 5 male backup dancers. However, one of the boys suddenly sprained his foot and couldn't perform. This made Zhang Yuxi extremely anxious. With one person missing, the choreography would have to be rearranged. But this choreography was her original work that she had put a lot of effort into. It would be a pity to give it up. But with such little time, where could she find someone to fill in? This person needed to have suitable height and weight, excellent body coordination, and also understand music and dance. Zhang Yuxi's mind raced, and suddenly she had a bold idea. She waved and dashed straight to the boys' dormitory. Wu Hua took a shower, changed into some dry clothes, and planned to go with his roommates that evening to admire the handsome guys and beautiful girls. Suddenly Zhang Yuxi burst into the boys' dormitory building and found Wu Hua. In summer, most boys were wearing relatively little clothing, and they were all seen by the beautiful senior girl. Embarrassed and flustered, they scurried back into their rooms. "Come with me, help me out." Zhang Yuxi directly grabbed Wu Hua's hand and turned to leave. A bewildered Wu Hua was pulled out of the boys' dormitory by Zhang Yuxi. This senior girl was so capable. She could ignore the dormitory supervisor and barge into the boys' dorm. And her hand was so soft. Wu Hua was taken to the rehearsal site, where Zhang Yuxi explained the current situation and hoped he could fill in the backup dancer group. Less than 3 hours left. Are you kidding? The other backup dancers all shook their heads, indicating that Zhang Yuxi was too imaginative. As long as you can keep up with the rhythm, I'll be fine. Having the right number means we don't have to redo the choreography. Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll figure it out later. Zhang Yuxi wasn't confident either, but she just wanted to try, because she really liked this dance she had choreographed. The others also didn't want to practice building chemistry from scratch, so seeing Zhang Yuxi say that, they reluctantly agreed to give it a try. Wu Hua felt speechless. They hadn't asked him if he could do it from start to finish. Well, how to put it? A man can't say he can't no matter what age. The music started and Zhang Yuxi began to teach Wu Hua the dance moves. Part of the reason Wu Hua didn't object was that this body had loved street dance before, which explained the pile of torn metallic eccentric clothes in his wardrobe. This Boda's ability to control the rhythm of music was quite impressive. Wu Hua only followed along once, and was able to complete the entire dance with 85% accuracy in his movements. This amazed everyone. It really worked this time. Zhang Yuxi's eyes shone even brighter, as if she had discovered a trick. She clapped her hands and said, "Great, great. Follow me for a couple more runs, then we'll rehearse together." It's okay. Just after more than an hour of rehearsal, Wu Hua was basically a qualified 5th backup dancer, which was a great help. Backstage, they changed into performance costumes, applied makeup, and put on golden masks. Wu Hua felt somewhat speechless inside. He should have been comfortably watching the show from the audience, but instead, as a freshman, he was the one welcoming others. He was also nervous and excited. Aside from a group chorus, he had never been on stage since childhood. This was an extremely novel feeling for him. How wonderful to be young, to have a second chance at life. After the announcer finished, Wu Hua and the other backup dancers took the stage in the dark and struck their poses. Boom. The moment the lights came on, the entire venue erupted into a boiling cheer. Zhang Yuxi, standing in front, was like a brilliant star, instantly capturing everyone's attention. She was tall and slender, wearing a black tight tank top and denim shorts, perfectly showcasing her graceful curves. Her slender waist under the lights was fair and stunning. As the music played, every move she made was filled with deadly allure, the smooth rhythm, like an elegant cheetah. Her black hair floated to the beat across the stage like a beautiful sprite. On stage, Zhang Yuxi was the true embodiment of enchantress. The passion of the audience was fully ignited. Some male students were screaming at the top of their lungs like beasts. Wu Hua felt adrenaline rushing, his heart pounding, and he danced to the rhythm of the music with exhilarating abandon. As the music reached its climax, Zhang Yuxi bloomed like a rose in the night. She extended her hand to Wu Hua, which caught him off guard for a moment. Originally, another backup dancer was supposed to perform the finishing move, but Zhang Yuxi had chosen him. "Don't daydream," Zhang Yuxi reminded him in a low voice. With no time to think, Wu Hua grasped Zhang Yushi's slightly damp hand with one hand while supporting her slender supple waist with the other. Her pliant body arched backward, nearly toppling over, forming a perfect bow of feminine grace. It was a move resembling the classic dip. Wu Hua leaned down his entire body, drawing impossibly close to Zhang Yushi, as if holding his beloved about to bend and kiss her. Before him lay a swan-like neck and delicate collarbones, their lines elegant and captivating. A fine sheen of sweat glistened on her fair skin, shimmering like pearls under the lights. The faint scent of perfume lingered at the tip of his nose, quickening his heartbeat. Time seemed to dissolve, and even the deafening cheers of the crowd faded into oblivion. Wu Hua could clearly feel the tension in her waist, and the rhythmic undulations of her rapid breathing. The lights dimmed. It was time to exit. Had enough of holding me. Let go, Zhang Yushi whispered, biting her lower lip. Her chest heaved, her cheeks flushed crimson from exertion, and her eyes shimmered with allure. Wu Hua exerted force in his arms, and pulled Zhang Yushi back from her arched pose, blood rushing to his head. Sorry, he quickly apologized in a low voice. He not bad, Junior. Zhang Yushi chuckled softly in the darkness. After taking their bows and leaving the stage, Wu Hua's heart still pounded like a drum, and the warmth of her waist lingered in his palm. Good luck brings you good luck brings joy and love. Ding! A chime echoed in his mind. Congratulations. Your affinity with Zhang Yushi has reached 2 hearts. You have gained 2 chances to draw. In his sea of consciousness, the lottery wheel began spinning rapidly. The first draw yielded 3 attribute points. Ding! Congratulations. You have obtained 3 free attribute points which can be freely allocated. The chime echoed in his mind. Then the lottery wheel spun for the second time, but this time a different sound followed. Ding! Congratulations. You have obtained a special reward, basic dance skill. Basic dance skill can greatly enhance your dancing ability, equivalent to the level of a city champion. Wu Hua was stunned. He hadn't expected to win 2 hearts of affinity from Zhang Yushi in one go, thus triggering 2 draws. The second draw unexpectedly yielded a special reward, basic dance skill, which at the basic level was already at the city champion level. Even the school's top dance champion was an awe-inspiring dancer, let alone the city's top dancer. To think Dongfang had only 691 cities. That meant his dance skill had instantly entered the top 100 in the entire country. This was simply too exaggerated, considering Dongfang was a nation of 1.5 billion people. A golden light entered his body, and in that instant countless images flashed through Wu Hua's mind, as if he had spent decades honing his dance skills, mastering countless techniques. If he were to return to the stage now and perform a modern dance, he would likely elicit screams from the entire school. Why did he gain 2 hearts at once? Wu Hua could only conclude that a girl's mind was truly inscrutable. Even after living 2 lives, he still couldn't fathom it. With the end of the welcome party, military training also came to a perfect close. Wu Hua didn't return to the dormitory, but went home instead, taking a refreshing shower. He then rummaged through the house, searching for anything valuable that could be sold to pay off his debts. He found nothing of value, but unexpectedly discovered a set of streaming equipment, a leftover from his predecessor's whim to livestream street dance. But after 1 or 2 streams, he lost interest, leaving the entire set abandoned. In the age of the internet, streaming was indeed a good way to make money. Now Wu Hua had both looks and talent. It would be a waste not to show them off. Though exhausted, he eagerly set up the entire streaming kit, turned on the computer, and logged into Inlang. 10 likes, 16 mutual follows, 137 follows, 33 followers. These numbers were truly dismal. No wonder the predecessor had given up. Wu Hua had often watched streams before, and even spent some time on them, so he was quite familiar with the scene. But he had never considered becoming a streamer himself, lacking the talent and conditions. Now with the opportunity to experience it, the novelty made him excited. Even though he was thoroughly tired, he stayed up late into the night debugging all the equipment before eagerly starting his first stream. What should he name the stream? Wu Hua pondered for a moment, then typed debt of 1 streaming to scam money to pay it off. Honesty was his best policy. After going live, he saw his own face appear on the screen. Even without beauty filters, he outshone streamers who used 10 levels of enhancement. Talent. This was pure talent. Wu Hua felt a thrill inside. Having a youthful, handsome face was a dream come true. However, he had little experience with streaming and sat there unsure of what to broadcast. So he decided to quietly play the role of a visual streamer. The platform began pushing new streamers, and people wow, a handsome guy. Really good looking. Is he using a filter? There's no way a guy this hot exists. Online a prince, offline a pauper. Handsome wanna follow each other. Big sis will send you a big beer. Wu Hua wasn't adept at streaming, nor did he know how to greet every viewer to make them feel noticed and stay. In other words, retention. He should respond actively to comments and answer questions. As a new streamer, he should sincerely thank anyone who sends even a 1-cent heart. Wu Hua knew he lacked experience, so he gritted his teeth and added 2 points to charm. When charm surpassed 20, a faint glow emanated from his body, as if a qualitative transformation had occurred. The attribute panel unfolded. Name Wu Hua, age 19, is strength 6, average adult male, 10, agility 7, constitution 8, intelligence 12, charm 20, luck 5, remaining free attribute points 1. Wu Hua's charm was now astonishingly high, far exceeding ordinary people. To earn money and pay off his debts, he was willing to go all out. As he relaxed, a wave of fatigue washed over him. Wu Hua fell asleep, right there in his chair. The stream continued showing him sleeping. Hey, streaming sleep. Is that even allowed, eh? Wow, a super handsome guy. Absolutely gorgeous. My type. This is my type. His sleeping face is too handsome, completely irresistible. The stream gradually gathered viewers peaking at over 100, with small gifts being sent continuously. For a new streamer's first broadcast, this was an impressive achievement. Many newcomers only get single-digit viewers, or even none at all. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window into the room, a level 1 account, named Sinlu, entered the stream. The gears of fate began to turn. In the opulent room, half-lit and half-shadowed, a beautiful young girl reclined against a grand princess bed. Amidst the hazy light, she gently flicked her jade-like fingers and tapped into the live stream titled, Debt of 100 Repaying, through live streaming. The beautiful girl's gaze landed on the familiar sleeping handsome face, and her breath involuntarily halted. In that instant, she could almost feel her heart pounding against her chest, its beat as loud as a drum. The youth in the live stream sat naturally on a chair, lost in slumber. The morning sunlight bathed his handsome profile, outlining a perfect silhouette, like an exquisite painting radiating a warm glow. The girl watched his handsome side profile, with fascination, the corners of her lips curling upward as adorable as a sleeping infant. She took a deep breath, her fingertip gently pressing against her chest, as if to capture that flutter. Her gaze lingered on the warm, sleeping face in the live stream. Every frame was utterly captivating. At that moment, it seemed as if that beam of warm sunlight had also found its way into the heart of this beautiful heiress, quietly spreading like a precious gift delivered by the morning. Good fortune comes, may good luck be with you. Wu Hua jolted awake from his dream, utterly bewildered by the joyous lottery spinning in his mind. What the heck? I just slept and suddenly there's a lottery. You have gained Sun Lu's affection level, 1 heart, and earned 1 lottery chance. Ding, congratulations. You have received 3 free attribute points which you may distribute freely. Sun Lu. Who is Sun Lu? What the heck? Am I being stalked by a female ghost? Wu Hua felt his mind in a fog. He glanced at the live stream, still running, and casually turned it off. He shielded his eyes from the sunlight, realizing it was already morning. He had fallen asleep in the chair all night, no wonder his back ached, and his neck felt strained. Sun Lu. Could it be that during the live stream someone fell for him at first sight? After splashing water on his face to wake up, Wu Hua gradually regained his ability to think. It definitely couldn't be a female ghost stalking him. The only possibility was that a female fan had truly fallen for him during the live stream. Indeed, charm over 20 is simply terrifying. Wu Hua looked in the mirror and saw a face so handsome it could captivate anyone. With the right capital backing him, he could definitely become a top idol and superstar. I really shouldn't add any more points to charm. If I do, we'll have to wear a mask just to go out. Anything carried to extremes is counterproductive. Excessive charm might indeed disrupt daily life and even bring misfortune. Wu Hua turned on the computer again and checked the records. Last night, even while sleeping through the live stream, he had received over 200 in gifts, netting him more than 100 yuan. For a top streamer, that might be scoffed at, but for a newcomer streaming for the first day with no content other than sleeping, Wu Hua was quite satisfied. Every little bit counts. Many a mickle makes a muckle. Life is always full of hope. Now there's a source of income. Sooner or later he'll pay off his debts and get back on his feet. Indeed, after waking up from a good sleep, he felt rejuvenated. Sun Lu stared blankly at the screen as the live stream disconnected, her heart suddenly feeling empty. She wondered when he would stream again. Even though he had just gone offline, she already missed him. She shook her head vigorously, her sleek black hair trembling gently like ripples on a lake. Sun Lu tapped the follow button and turned on the streaming reminder. Then she stretched lazily, squinting at the faint light seeping through the curtain gap. Another sleepless night. It's a bit damaging to her health. She opened the voice communicator and immediately a maid's respectful voice came through. Miss, what are your orders? Prepare the bathwater and calming flower petals. I want to take a bath. Sun Lu spoke. Very well, miss. Would you like some breakfast while you bathe? The maid asked. Something light. Yes. Sun Lu, dressed in a soft nightgown, walked to the window, gently parting the curtain. Outside the sun was bright, birds sang and flowers scented the air. A vast garden stretched before her. The estate villa where she lived was named after her, Little Deer Manor. It covered 20 acres with a 5-story luxury main building featuring a baccarat crystal curtain wall, a 600 square meter garden, pool gardens, a vineyard and more. Stepping out of the bedroom, she faced a luxurious, spacious, circular staircase complemented by a high-end silent vertical elevator nearby. She entered the bathroom where the maid had already prepared the bathwater at a comfortable temperature covered with rose petals. Sun Lu slipped off her nightgown and stepped barefoot into the tub, her delicate body sinking into the warm petal-strewn water enveloped in bliss. The maid placed a tray on the water's surface laden with exquisite fruits, oatmeal porridge, and a small bowl of shark fin and bird's nest soup. Sun Lu took small bites like a water sprite amidst the steam. I still miss him so much. I wonder when he'll start streaming again, she mused dreamily, a faint blush spreading across her fair, delicate cheeks. Her body seemed to grow warmer from the water. Miss, the beautician has arrived. Would you like some skincare treatment after your bath? The maid asked. She knew the miss often stayed up late, and so a beautician came every morning for skincare. I'm going to sleep later. You must watch a certain live stream for me and notify me the moment it goes live whether I'm awake or not. Sun Lu instructed. A live stream? The maid was taken aback. In the 2 years she had worked here, this was the first time she had heard such an odd. You must remember. Inform me immediately, Sun Lu said earnestly. After washing up, Wu Hua headed to his morning class. Today the head teacher, Associate Professor Chow, brought in a tall, aloof, and elegant young female counselor. This is Xiao Zhu Yinshu. She will be your new counselor handling daily management. You can approach her with any issues, head teacher Chow introduced to the whole class. Xiao Zhu, please introduce yourself, so everyone can get to know you, old Chow said. Hello everyone. I'm Zhu Yinshu. I hold a doctorate and have just joined Lingnan University as your counselor. I think we're not far apart in age, so feel free to treat me as a friend. You can call me Sister Zhu, or even Old Zhu. Zhu Yinshu exuded a classical aura, her speech unhurried and gentle like a flowing stream. Sis Zhu, are you married? A male student immediately shouted from below, drawing laughter from the entire class. Zhu Yinshu smiled softly, saying, I'm 28 and already married. My husband is a university professor. If any of you have relationship or romantic issues, you're welcome to come talk to me. After all, I have considerable experience. She looked young but was nearly 30 and married, a fact that made many male students in the class sigh with regret. Ahem. Xiao Zhu was delayed for some matters, so she's only meeting everyone today. There's another important agenda, electing our class monitor. According to the self-recommendations, we have Hu Fangfei, Ma Yinglong, and Wu Hua as candidates. Ma Yinglong said he had too many things to do and withdrew from the election. So Hu Fangfei and Wu Hua will each come up to the stage to give their campaign speeches for class monitor, said old Chow, the homeroom teacher. To him, it didn't matter who became the monitor. Hu Fangfei was the first to take the stage and begin her campaign speech. She had long prepared her campaign speech, a full 5 pages long. The script was well-written, passionate, and stirring, but it was all official rhetoric, sounding grand yet utterly hollow. The speech received only scant applause. The classmates were not keen on such oratory, not a single word sinking into their minds. Zhu Yinshu smiled faintly. This girl seemed quite ambitious, and she would make a suitable monitor. After Hu Fangfei stepped down, Wu Hua walked onto the stage. He had not prepared any speech. His gaze was calm. Zhu Yinshu was taken aback. This boy was so handsome. His looks alone could make him the campus heartthrob among the freshmen. It was truly unexpected. Hello everyone, I'm Wu Hua. I have no experience as a class leader in high school. I just focused on studying. From the very first sentence, Wu Hua quickly bridged the distance between himself and his classmates, since everyone who got into this school had been top students working hard in high school. But now that we're in college, I think we have more time beyond studying to think about what we want to do in the future, what we can do. So I want to try and see if I have the ability for this. I don't have any grand words, just to serve my classmates to the best of my ability and build a bridge of communication between the teacher and the students. Wu Hua's speech was concise and straightforward, ending in less than 2 minutes, yet it earned thunderous applause. Zhu Yinshu swept a glance across the classroom. There would be no suspense in the voting. This boy was firmly the class monitor. Indeed, after the vote, Hu Fangfei had 14 votes, while Wu Hua had 37, a landslide victory. Hu Fangfei, being a girl, should have naturally garnered the female votes, but some turned against her due to Wu Hua's good looks. Coupled with Wu Hua's outstanding performance during military training, he gained the support of the vast majority of classmates. Thus Wu Hua became the class monitor. After the class meeting, the homeroom teacher and the counselor kept Wu Hua the new monitor for a short conversation. Associate Professor Chow offered a few words of encouragement, telling Wu Hua to contact him if anything came up. Zhu Yinshu was somewhat curious about this campus heartthrob monitor and asked a few more questions. Wu Hua answered calmly, then exchanged contact information with the counselor. Zhu Yinshu found it astonishing that this handsome young man possessed a composure far beyond that of an ordinary student. The dorm 701 group chat began buzzing again. Although Wu Hua had resumed commuting after military training, he had already paid the semester's dormitory fee, so there was still a bed for him in room 701. Shun Jingyu suggested that to celebrate having a class monitor from dorm 701, they must get together. Last time Wu Hua had paid, so this time it was his treat. Wu Hua couldn't easily refuse, and besides he really didn't have extra money to treat everyone. That evening they had another fierce battle, but this time at least not everyone was wiped out. Wu Hua took a taxi home, took a shower to revive himself a bit, and checked the time. It was already 1140. He hesitated for a moment about whether to start the live stream, but after thinking it over he decided to go ahead. In his past life, he was a workhorse, and in this life it seemed he couldn't escape either. Ah, truly pitiful. He adjusted the lighting, camera angle, and microphone, then began the live stream. After the countdown of 3, 2, 1, his second live stream started. Senlu leaned against her bed, phone in hand, refreshing every few minutes to see if the streamer had come online, each time accumulating a little more disappointment. Would this streamer never broadcast again? Would he be gone forever? But he said he owed 100 yuan. So he should stream, right? 100 yuan was such a small amount. Maybe he wouldn't stream again. Perhaps he had already found the money to pay off his debt. Senlu tossed and turned in bed, lost in anxiety, when suddenly Wu Hua's avatar flashed with a live notification. Senlu's eyes lit up and her fingers trembled slightly as she clicked. He was finally here. Senlu has entered the room. Wu Hua saw the system notification and immediately realized that the girl who had fallen for him at first sight had come in. To start streaming so late and have her come in immediately, she truly liked him. Wu Hua checked the level of this Senlu account. It was level 1, so she probably didn't have much money. She might be a student, he didn't even know if she was of age, so he dared not let her spend recklessly. Wu Hua immediately followed Senlu and appointed her as the room moderator. On the other side, the beautiful Miss Senlu was completely dumbfounded. What? Why did he make me a moderator? We haven't exchanged a single word, and I haven't given any tips. It's as if Wu Hua had no idea that Miss Senlu was already losing her composure. He began streaming. As a good-looking streamer, Wu Hua didn't need filters or beauty effects. His face could already withstand close scrutiny. However, as a new streamer, he really didn't have much content to offer. He couldn't just stream himself sleeping again, could he? Today was slightly better than yesterday. At least when others sent small gifts, Wu Hua would say thank you. Although there were only about a dozen people in the live room, the comments were quite lively. This streamer is so handsome, is he really not using a beauty filter? With my 10 years of experience watching streams, this handsome guy really isn't using a filter. Amazing. The streamer is so young, big sister really likes him. Don't you just 1000000. Call me big sister, and he'll pay it off for you. Handsome, do you have abs? If you have abs, big sister will throw a sports car. So good looking, I can't watch anymore. I need to recharge. Wu Hua watched the comments with some surprise. He had always thought that only female streamers' rooms would have oily uncles flirting with young girls, but he didn't realize female fans could be just as crazy. It seemed that lust was not a gender-specific trait. However, everyone was only sending small gifts, 5 cents, 1 yuan. Live streaming tipping wasn't as crazy as before, and people generally didn't spend much. Wealthy sister Yueliang LV39 tipped a pair of sunglasses worth 9 yuan, the first high-value gift of the stream. Thank you, sister Yueliang. Wu Hua said obediently. The streamer is really handsome. This is boring. Go out and do a PK, and I'll show you a nice gift, said the level 39 wealthy sister Yueliang with an air of extravagance. Wow, a big spender has stepped in. Sister is going to level up. Wealthy sister is making a move. It's a guaranteed. Streamer, you'd better catch this wave of traffic. Hurry up and go out for a PK, I want to see the nice gift too. The level 39 wealthy sister instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the audience who clamored for the streamer to do a PK. Live streaming PK battles are one of the core gameplay features of the Inling platform. Two streamers connect in real-time, displayed side by side on the phone screen, each with a red and blue health bar above their heads, just like a dual game. Within a limited time, fans' gift tips are converted into the streamer's PK value. The one whose health bar surpasses the opponent wins, and the loser must undergo a penalty. This model, driven by competitive confrontation, fan participation, and entertaining penalties, has become an important means of generating live streaming revenue. Now that a level 39 fan was actively asking Wu Hua to go out and PK, how was that any different from throwing money away? Wu Hua thus entered a random PK match. He quickly matched his first opponent, a loli-like little girl wearing a cute Lolita dress, slightly chubby. Her stream had even fewer viewers than Wu Hua's, only 7 or 8. Hello, big brother. You're so handsome. The little loli fired a sugar-coated cannonball to confuse the enemy. Hello, Wu Hua replied. Though it was his first PK, he wasn't nervous facing a little girl. What kind of streamer are you, big brother? The little loli asked. Me? I guess I'm a talent streamer, Wu Hua said, since he still had his hidden skill of dancing and used. Wow, I thought you were just a face streamer, but you actually have talent. Let's have a match. If you lose, big brother, you have to perform, the little loli said. Alright, Wu Hua nodded. After all, he also had a big sister fan. Then let's start. No small talk. Let's go straight to mix-off. The little loli said skillfully. Once the mics were off, each side would solicit votes, asking fans to send gifts to score points. The fans in the two live streams couldn't hear the opposing streamer's voice. Wu Hua didn't know how to ask for votes. He simply said in his stream, Sister Moon, the PK has started. Let's see some. The wealthy Sister Moon replied, don't rush. He'll make my move at the critical moment. So she's going for a last-minute steal. Truly a pro, Wu Hua thought. That small streamer. He'll crush her with just a casual gift. Rest easy, streamer. I wonder what beautiful gift it'll be. I'm so excited. The fans in the live stream began chatting in the public chat, all placing high hopes on the level 39 wealthy sister. The PK lasted 5 minutes. Soon only 30 seconds remained. The window for a last-minute steal. The so-called last-minute steal was insider slang in live streaming, referring to scoring points in the final stage of a PK, catching the opponent off guard, and winning the match. The seconds ticked down, and everyone's emotions grew intense. Wu Hua stared unblinkingly at the screen, also curious about what beautiful gift the level 39 wealthy Sister Moon would send. The more beautiful the gift, the higher the price. Wu Hua's PK value was 113, while the little loli on the opposite side, backed by a big spender, had reached 1030, an overwhelming lead. Sister Moon sends you, you are the prettiest one. What the heck? You are the prettiest, was a small gift on the Inling platform, costing only 20 cents. So the level 39 wealthy Sister Moon's so-called beautiful gift was just that. In simple terms, Wu Hua had been teased. The PK ended, and the mics were turned back on. Oh my, I'm so sorry. I won, so it's time for your punishment, handsome guy, the little loli said with a smile. Alright, I can dance. He'll perform a dance. Wu Hua accepted defeat gracefully and prepared for the penalty. Great, just dance anything. The little lowly said kindly, apparently realizing Wu Hua was a new streamer and not making things too difficult. Wu Hua wasted no time. He directly played a backing track and casually performed the currently popular Li Yiqing march. He put on a baseball cap, lowered his head slightly, and turned sideways. When the familiar music started, it instantly captured the attention of all the fans in both live streams. As the melody began, Wu Hua's toes lightly tapped the floor. His body moved with the lightness of a bird in flight. His steps were effortless and fluid, perfectly natural. Every subtle motion was filled with rhythm and cadence, accompanied by the impactful dong 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 beat, radiating an unparalleled masculine charm. This simple internet-famous dance with just a few moves instantly captivated every viewer. They wished they could rewind and watch it over and over. That was way too cool. Absolutely amazing. The streamer really is a talent streamer. Those dance steps clearly come from professional training, far better than those internet dancers. I've seen so many versions, but none were as handsome as the streamers. I'm truly stunned. Oh my god, is this something I'm allowed to see? Thank you, Inlong, thank you, Motherland. The little lowly was also stunned. She hadn't expected her opponent to be a genuine talent streamer, not only handsome in looks, but twice as dashing when he danced. She immediately followed Wu Hua and became a fan. After finishing the dance, Wu Hua closed the PK link and returned to his own stream, where a few more fans had joined. There were now 18 fans. The wealthy Sister Moon LV39 said, "Haha, I was just joking earlier. This time I mean it. Handsome guy, go for another PK. They'll really send you a beautiful gift this time. Yeah, give the wealthy sister another chance. Once she makes her move, victory is guaranteed." Wu Hua didn't make a fuss. After all, he was live streaming to earn money and pay off debts. Being teased by a big sister was normal in this business. Once you're in it, you can't be too thin-skinned. Soon he connected to a handsome male streamer known for his good looks. This male streamer had the standard internet celebrity face. The fill light made his skin appear snowy white. Though handsome, his face seemed somewhat stiff, likely from quite a bit of cosmetic surgery. The stream's name was Bachin K, 185 centimeters tall and handsome. Whatever look you want, I've got it. Matched with a little brother. Wonder if he's got any skill. Wanna play? Bachin K's stream had over 100 viewers and many big sister fans, so he was likely a veteran streamer. Alright, if I lose, can my penalty be dancing? Wu Hua asked. How the little brother knows his place. Admitting defeat before even starting. Fine. But what dance you do has to be decided by the sisters in my stream, Bachin K said, glancing at Wu Hua's viewer count of 18, a new streamer. Okay. Wu Hua didn't say much more. Then came the standard procedure, Mike's off-vote solicitation. Wu Hua had about 200 points while the opponent had already reached over 3000, another crushing lead. The time reached the heart-pounding final 30 seconds. Sister Moon sends you are the prettiest one. Well, he had been teased again. During the penalty phase, Bachin K showed little joy. After all, a streamer like this, who couldn't even milk the big sisters, was a waste of time to PK. Sister CC, you decide the penalty dance, Bachin K said with a smile, inviting his own stream's big sister level 41 Sister CC to pick the punishment. Alright then, dance a Michael Jackson piece. Sister CC proposed the penalty request. Michael Jackson was the memory of a generation. Today's young people might not know him, but for many older folks, he was the true god. Little brother, my Sister CC wants you to dance a Michael Jackson piece. Start your performance, Bachin K said casually. Alright. Wu Hua found the accompanying music and changed into a black leather jacket. Oh, quite serious, Sister CC remarked. As the main melody struck, he burst into action, instantly launching into Michael Jackson's iconic dance move. The simple steps were imbued with a wondrous sense of suspension, as if he had severed all connection with the ground. Both livestream rooms began flooding with rapid comments. This was genuine skill. Without over a decade of dance training, it would be utterly impossible to perform so flawlessly and fluidly. Wu Hua's body moved like a precision machine. Every step held the audience spellbound. With the pulsating music at the climax, he spun violently, and for that instant the viewers in the room couldn't keep up with his movements. When the music ended, Wu Hua executed another jaw-dropping move, the tilt dance. The penalty performance concluded, and the livestream comments began. I thought the streamer was just a face streamer, but he really has talent. This level is incredible. Is the streamer a professional? Love it, love it. I'm a diehard fan from now on. So handsome. Sister CC sent a Douyin no. 1x. On the other side, Sister CC, a big spender from Bachin K's room, directly gave Wu Hua a Douyin no. 1 worth 1,000 yuan. Thank you, Sister CC, thank you. Wu Hua said politely. Bachin K immediately sensed trouble. This kid was too good at attracting fans. If they kept the connection, his own big spenders would be lured away. Alright, little brother, you danced well, you've got some skills. Let's meet again next time. Bachin K instantly ended the link. Sister CC has left the room. Ziyin has left the room. Mo Bao 02 has left the room. Xiao Wangfei has left the room. Bachin K's face turned dark. His own big spender had actually given a Douyin no. 1 to the opponent. And she had been lured away. Although he had won the live stream, the triple-digit fans he had painstakingly gathered in his room had been poached by 1/3 by the other streamer. This round was a loss, so severe his grandmother wouldn't recognize it. Bachin K had never imagined that while hunting for random matches he'd get his base stolen. Young people these days were terrifying, too competitive. Wu Hua's livestream room had become lively, and the viewer count had surpassed 50. Sister Moon Rich Woman couldn't help but played another joke. 3 strikes, trust me one more time. Alright. Wu Hua wore a calm, easy smile, unbothered by the fans' teasing. This was the self-cultivation of a worldly soul weathered by time. He had seen through life, and wouldn't easily break down over trifles. When earning money, one must have the right attitude. Being fragile-hearted was simply laughable. For the third match, he connected with the beautiful online influencer, One Little Fish, a female streamer with over 100 concurrent followers. On the opposite side, a big spender was racking up points. With 30 seconds left, the score stood at 6-3-1-0 to 2-3-3-0-0. The opponent's health bar remained overwhelmingly dominant. In the final 30 seconds, everyone in the room held their breath, staring at the screen, afraid to miss a grand spectacle. Sister Moon Rich Woman sent you look best X1. Sister Moon Rich Woman has left the room. Everyone was stunned. At level 39, Sister Moon Rich Woman had without hesitation teased Wu Hua once again, then swiftly disappeared. The room exploded with commentary launching a verbal assault on her and expressing boundless sympathy for the streamer. Falling into the same trap 3 times. Various small gifts immediately flew in, and the health bar held out for a while, but in the end it lost. The PK ended, and predictably he lost again. Wu Hua once again performed a penalty with a gorgeous dynamic dance, but by then his livestream viewer count had already surpassed 3 digits. Thank you for your company. Live streaming was fun. See you next time. Wu Hua glanced at the time. It was already 1:30 am, and he had to sleep. Of course, he didn't plan to livestream his sleep. After saying goodbye to his fans, Wu Hua shut down the livestream. His second livestream was already a vast improvement over the first. The income was 18530 units worth 1850 yuan. After deductions, he took home 925 yuan, just shy of 1,000. Wu Hua felt great, full of hope for life. Exhausted, he went straight to sleep. Sun Lu sat on the velvet bed, her cloud-like hair cascading over her pale, rounded shoulders. Her eyes were fixed on the live stream, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing an angelic smile. How interesting. Several times Sun Lu had been about to send a gift, but she stopped, afraid that if she really spent 100 yuan, he would disappear. Placing the tablet on the headboard, Sun Lu lay down, closed her eyes, and with a sweet smile still curling at her lips, drifted into dreams. That night, she did not suffer from insomnia again. University life was not as carefree as she had imagined in high school, skipping classes at will and spending every day in love. In fact, at Lingnan University, a key institution, the freshman year curriculum was only 1 class fewer than senior year of high school. The professors barely bothered to interact with students during lectures, simply pouring out information according to their own life. Many concepts they assumed you had already taught yourself. If you didn't understand, it was your problem. Wu Hua's head ached after a day of classes, especially advanced mathematics, which felt like listening to a foreign language. He almost couldn't resist adding points to his intelligence. Not understanding in class meant relying on self-study. The libraries and study rooms at elite universities were always packed. These top students didn't slack off just because they were in college. Many were already working toward various certifications beyond their coursework. Even after the study rooms turned off the lights, they would continue learning in 24-hour convenience stores or cafes. This was the difference between a prestigious university and an ordinary one. Wu Hua had no shortcuts either. If he wanted to avoid failing, he had to go to the library and find materials to study on his own. He searched around, but found no seat. Too competitive. Just then a familiar figure appeared, Lin Yichuan, standing blankly with books in her arms. She wore a white dress, ethereal as a fairy. Senior, we definitely want you to seat here. Let me treat you to the cafe next door. If we delay, the cafe will be full too. Wu Hua stepped forward and said, Okay. Lin Yichuan nodded, her jet black waterfall-like hair trembling slightly. An incredibly lovely sight. The two walked out of the library side by side. The nearby male students were dumbfounded. Was it this easy to ask out? The guy who had seen Lin Yichuan earlier was about to stand up and offer her a seat, but was afraid of rejection. He was still summoning his courage when someone else stole a march on him. Indeed, hesitation leads to defeat. The setting sun streamed through the cafe's floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a soft glow upon Lin Yichuan, as if she were bathed in a warm golden radiance. She sat quietly by the window, her head bowed and focused, reading, slender fingers gently stirring her coffee. Flecks of sunlight shimmered in her hair, the serene silhouette of her profile, so tranquil and beautiful, as if it breathed life into the entire cafe. Wu Hua sat opposite Lin Yichuan, his gaze unconsciously fixed upon her, reluctant to look away. Aren't you going to? Lin Yichuan looked up, a trace of confusion in her eyes, as she asked Wu Hua. He sighed and said, I can't really follow it. I don't know where to start. Oh, I'll teach you then. Lin Yichuan glanced at the calculus textbook and said casually, Really? Thank you so much. Wu Hua instantly felt a sense of salvation. Come sit over here, Lin Yichuan said. Even after 2 lifetimes, Wu Hua's heart raced at those words. This girl was truly wonderful. Without being coy, Wu Hua moved to sit beside Lin Yichuan, a faint fragrance drifting to his nose. Lin Yichuan patiently explained the material, her voice like a mountain spring, clear and melodious. A few strands of soft hair brushed against Wu Hua's arm, tickling and pleasant. Sunlight flowed like liquid light, making time seem to drift by lightly. At that moment, a strange sensation welled up in Wu Hua's heart. a wish for this moment to stretch a little longer. Wu Hua followed Lin Yichuan's lessons from dusk until after 8 in the evening when he suddenly realized neither of them had eaten dinner. Let's stop here for today. Thank you so much. The cafeteria is closed, so let me treat you to some dessert, Wu Hua said, feeling deeply apologetic. Got money now? Lin Yichuan asked, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Yeah, I have living expenses, but I'm still in quite a bit of debt. Wu Hua said. That does sound tough. Lin Yichuan blinked, looking at him with some surprise, as if this junior's finances had always been tight. It's okay, I'll find a way to handle it myself. Wu Hua scanned the QR code on the table and said, what would you like to eat? How about I treat? Lin Yichuan offered. No, I do feel terrible for taking up so much of your time, Wu Hua said quickly. Lin Yichuan hesitated for a moment, then didn't refuse, ordering a small mousse cake. Wu Hua looked at the menu and ordered a pasta dish. Though the tutoring session was over, Lin Yichuan didn't ask Wu Hua to return to his seat across from her, and Wu Hua pretended not to notice. Lin Yichuan glanced at him, but said nothing. I saw you in the welcome party's dance accompaniment. It was pretty good. I didn't know you could dance, Lin Yichuan said. I know a little actually, I was just roped into it. Wu Hua said awkwardly. It was a big help. Zhang Yuxi has been saying she wants to treat you to a meal, Lin Yichuan added. Haha, no need. Wu Hua laughed. Zhang Yuxi's affection toward him had suddenly risen to 2 hearts. With her personality, she'd probably take the initiative. There was no doubt that Zhang Yuxi was a stunning beauty on the flower register. A gorgeous face and an unbeatable figure, the dream girl of countless young students. But right now Wu Hua hadn't yet adjusted and had no desire for romance. Who am I? Where am I? What am I? Currently Wu Hua still needed time to adapt to his new identity. The maturity of his soul felt out of place in this youthful campus, and he hadn't fully made the transition. Besides, there was that mysterious system that left him utterly bewildered. In short, he needed more time to adjust. The waiter soon brought the small mousse cake and pasta, his gaze lingering on Lin Yichuan and Wu Hua. Interesting souls are everywhere, but a beautiful face is one in a million. The boy and girl together were a perfect match. Even the goddess of creation would take a second look. Lin Yichuan was actually quite nervous. After the study session ended, she had intended to ask Wu Hua to sit opposite her. If he were a gentleman, he should have voluntarily kept his distance. But this kid was playing dumb, and she hadn't spoken up at the first moment, missing the perfect, most natural opportunity. Now asking him to move back would seem forced and awkward, so Lin Yichuan could only turn a blind eye and let it be. Still, Lin Yichuan had never been this close to a boy before, which made her unconsciously very tense. Earlier her mind was on the tutoring, but now in the relaxed time the nervousness set in. Lin Yichuan pursed her lips, stealing a cautious glance at Wu Hua beside her. She was somewhat surprised to find that Wu Hua showed no signs of nervousness, already slurping up his noodles with great appetite. Watching Wu Hua noisily devour his noodles without a care for appearances, Lin Yichuan inexplicably felt herself. Perhaps she had been overthinking it. She reached out with slender fingers, scooped a small piece of cake with her spoon, and brought it to her lips. It tasted good. In truth, Wu Hua felt like having a little drink. With a beauty by his side and the atmosphere just right, a slight buzz, but he knew Lin Yichuan's tolerance for alcohol. 1 bottle of Rio, and she'd lose consciousness, completely useless. Besides, she still had her own things to do after helping him, so there was no time for a casual drink together. It was a pity, but there would be other opportunities. After eating, it was past 9 in the evening. Lin Yichuan didn't continue studying, so Wu Hua walked her to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. After saying goodbye, he had to rush back to his live stream. This was his only hope of getting back on his feet. He opened the stream, and soon old fans poured in. LV1 Senlu came in. Seeing his only moderator enter the stream, Wu Hua smiled faintly. Hello everyone, thanks for tuning in. If you haven't followed, click the follow button in the top left, and don't get lost. Once an amateur, now a veteran. Wu Hua was an old streamer now. A comment: the streamer is so handsome, so young. Are you a high schooler? Sorry, already in college. Freshman this year. Another comment: which university? Maybe we can run into each other. Lingnan University. Wow, a 211 university, impressive. The Lingnan University campus heartthrob. After chatting with fans for a while, they grew restless and urged him to go on a PK battle. Wu Hua was speechless. What PK? You guys just want to see me get crushed? I haven't won a single match. I don't. Sister Cece, don't be afraid, I've got your back. Go for it. I don't want another You're So Pretty. Wu Hua was once bitten, twice shy. Ignore that female scammer. We'll support you. Come on, let's do a PK. Sister Cece said boldly. Wu Hua couldn't resist the fans' enthusiasm. With over 60 followers, he marched confidently into a random Kinching Media, one of the top guilds on Inlang. It has a huge number of signed streamers, including many with millions of followers. It focuses on entertainment, live streaming, and short video incubation, skilled at creating internet celebrity streamers. Qian Duo is a signed streamer under Tianqing Media, a mid-tier streamer with a recent upward trend and great skill in creating engaging show effects. Her persona is favored by big spenders, participating in PK battles every day with gifts pouring in so much that she can never spend them all. Her fan title is Unspent Army. She never loses a PK. The big spenders adore her to the heavens and gifts are endless. This persona gives big spenders a sense of cultivation, arousing men's protective instincts. It must be said that this streamer really knows how to play her cards right. After all, she has professional guidance from a large guild. Qian Duo is slightly plump with a big head. With level 10 beauty filters, she appears fair and tender-looking cute. Coupled with her coquettish act of pretending to be adorable, she attracts a batch of fans, and her livestream has over 800 viewers online. Qian Duoduo's recent livestream program is Wild Hunting. The meaning of Wild Hunting is to randomly connect for PK bullying small streamers, with few fans maintaining her persona of always winning PKs. PK Random Matching 3. 2. 1 Det of 100 live streaming, to raise money, to repay. Nowadays, anyone wants to make money in the live streaming circle, as if there's no barrier to entry and they can just cash in. Qian Duoduo felt a wave of disdain. She had seen many such new streamers who would broadcast casually for a few days, earning a few cents or dollars, and then quickly lose interest. She was ready to teach this new streamer a harsh lesson. You want to play with me? Then show me your strength by putting up a number. Qian Duoduo said, since you're a new streamer, I won't make it hard for you. Put up a sports car or forget it, just send a hot air balloon and he'll play around with you. Putting up a number is live streaming jargon meaning to have a big spender send a gift so that the health bar shows a value. A sports car costs 120 yuan, a hot air balloon 52 yuan. Qian Duoduo also thought the new streamer had little strength, so she didn't intend to scare him away. Sister Cece, look at how arrogant she is, so nasty, and she even asked for a number. She directly sent a sports car, immediately overwhelming the health bar. Oh, you've got some strength, little bro. Fine, I'll play with you, Qian Duoduo said with a cold smile. The bullet comments in her live stream immediately became lively. Oh, this handsome guy has some personality, daring to resist our unspent army. Go easy on him, don't break his tender body. Think about some punishment. It's rare to meet a handsome guy, we must punish him harshly, let him know the dangers of live streaming. Qian Duoduo said to Wu Hua with a smile, don't mute while play with punishments during the process. If your health bar is suppressed, you have to squat and not speak to solicit gifts. Only the one in the lead can speak. For the loser, the punishment. Wu Hua said, I'm a talent streamer, can the punishment be dancing? What dance can you do? Just a few random twists and you think you can pass? No way. The punishment is to draw a turtle on your head, an X on your left cheek, a circle on your right cheek, and then put up a banner in the background saying, I was defeated by Qian Duoduo. I admit defeat, please spare me. And hang it for 3 days. Qian Duoduo said a series of punishments smoothly. She often played these tricks, humiliating the small streamers after winning. If you want to make a living in live streaming, you can't be a tough cookie. If you lose and don't carry out the punishment, you'll be boycotted by all fans and peers. Wu Hua frowned slightly. He knew he was definitely going to lose. The opponent had 800 viewers and was a streamer specialized in PK battles. There was no chance of winning. But his fans had already sent a sports car. Backing down now would disappoint them. He was truly caught in a dilemma. Then if you lose, will you do the same punishments? Wu Hua asked. You think you can beat me? You must be dreaming. If I lose, of course, he'll do the same punishment, and he'll even send you a carnival. Qian Duoduo said confidently. Alright, let's begin. Wu Hua didn't say much more. Saying more would be pointless. He had learned decades ago that no profession is easy. As soon as the PK began, Qian Duoduo's unspent army immediately started scoring coolly. Her health bar value instantly skyrocketed to over 100, while Wu Hua's side had only a pitiful 800 plus points. Sister Cece sends Douyin no. 1x1. Sister Cece was more generous than the free-riding moon-rich sister, directly sending a Douyin no. 1, immediately suppressing the health bar back. Qian Duoduo's eyes lit up with inner joy. She wasn't worried that the opponent could win, but if they didn't send any gifts at all, the show effect would be poor. She also couldn't mobilize the enthusiasm of the big spenders in her livestream to squeeze more money. Not bad, you've got some strength, but it's nothing in front of me. Qian Duoduo said to Wu Hua, now let me show you the execution power of our unspent army. He'll count down 3 numbers, and your health bar will be suppressed out of sight. Qian Duoduo raised 3 fingers and began the countdown 3. The background music immediately switched to passionate DJ music, stirring the impulsive spending ability of the big spenders in the livestream. She put down 1 finger and continued counting 2. 1. Everyone together. Overwhelm them. As Qian Duoduo finished the countdown, the guild's fan account immediately sent a Douyin no. 1 of which was specifically used to attract big spenders to send gifts. The guild's small operation accounts in the livestream immediately began to stir up the atmosphere, provoking fans' emotions. Qian Duoduo's health bar value instantly soared to over 500, directly crushing the opponent. Qian Duoduo showed a smug smile and said to Wu Hua, see, this is the strength of the unspent army. It's truly unspent. Squat. Squat down now. You can't speak to solicit gifts. Wu Hua helplessly squatted. This was the in-process punishment. He typed in the public chat, everyone stop sending gifts. The opponent is a big streamer, we can't outspend them, it's a waste of money. The bullet comments were also filled with sighs. Whoa, so tragic. This PK mechanism is messed up, right? Why does it match us with such a huge gap in strength? The streamer is so pitiful, forced to squat. I've spent all my breakfast money for this week, but it's a drop in the bucket. I went over to check just now, the opponent is terrifying with many big spenders over level 30 and even some over level 40. Most of Wu Hua's fans were low-level accounts at level 1 or 10 with no big spenders. Sister Cece had already sent over 100 points this round. Seeing how fierce the opponent was, she didn't dare to make a stand and could only stay silent. Qian Duoduo was already swollen with pride. She couldn't wait for the PK to end and began to taunt little handsome, I think you're quite good looking. He'll give you a chance. Now shout, Sister Dwodwa spare me. And then perform the 8 consecutive acts of coquettishness, and I won't make you draw on your face, just hang a banner. The 8 consecutive acts of coquettishness is a set of coquettish routines usually used by female streamers to coax big spenders. They are how about it? You're the best, can you do it? Please please pretty please love you, I don't care, I want it. If a guy were to perform it, it would be quite humiliating. Wu Hua frowned and ignored her. It seemed he couldn't escape this fate today. Indeed, being a streamer wasn't easy. With the PK time almost up, Wu Hua prepared to accept the punishment. Just then a gift effect that nearly filled the entire screen instantly flashed before everyone's eyes. Carnival. The most valuable gift on the Inlang platform, costing 3,000 yuan, equivalent to 3,000 points. Before anyone could even gasp, another carnival burst out. Sun Lucent Carnival X1, Sun Lucent Carnival X2, Sun Lucent Carnival X3, Sun Lucent Carnival X11. The cascading storm of carnivals left everyone utterly stunned, while the health bar of the rival Qian Duo was instantly crushed out of sight. The PK ended. Sun Lu leveled up directly from LV1 to LV30. Sun Lu pouted angrily, her tiny fingers still tapping away on the screen. It was infuriating. The streamer was being bullied by that scheming woman across the stream. She cast aside her fear of spending over 1,000 and went berserk. If the PK timer hadn't run out, she would have angrily kept tapping the carnival button. Seeing someone she liked being bullied was simply unbearable. Sun Lu was gentle by nature and rarely got angry, but this time, she was truly furious. Wu Hua, counted as only moderator sister Sun Lu, had furiously sent 11 carnivals. This victory was exhilarating. Qian Duo's face turned green. She never expected that this newbie handsome streamer's fans had such deep pockets, instantly crushing her. The PK was lost utterly and completely, with no room for denial. Oh my little handsome, you're so powerful. Big sister underestimated you. You wouldn't really be heartless enough to punish me, would you? Qian Duodwa, an experienced female streamer who had weathered many storms, quickly switched her tone and began to act coy. Some young men were thin-skinned and would get cocky from flattery, then generously waive the punishment out of chivalry. That was exactly what Qian Duo aimed for. Wu Hua said coldly, the punishment is draw a turtle on your head, an X on your left cheek, a circle on your right cheek, and put up a banner in the background saying, I was defeated by Hua Yi. I admit defeat, please spare me. And keep it up for 3 days. Oh, and also send me a carnival. Wu Hua then noticed his account name was Hua Yi. Qian Duo gritted her teeth, but she had no choice. This guy wasn't falling for her tricks, he was shrewd. As a PK streamer, the worst thing was to be a sore loser and dodge the punishment. If she dared to do that, she could forget about streaming PK in the future. She certainly didn't want to undergo the punishment, not only because it was humiliating, but also because it would severely damage her persona. However, the other side gave her no chance. Her earlier sweet talk had failed completely. Keeping silent was also hurting her persona. The guild operator grew anxious and privately urged Qian Duo to just do the punishment, lest the big spenders think she couldn't take a loss. That would truly ruin her image. Qian Duo clenched her back teeth so hard they might break, but it was useless. She forced a smile and said, fine, I lost, I'll do the punishment. But I'm from Tianxing Media. Are you sure you want to go against Tianxing Media? She made one last attempt invoking her guild, since in the streaming industry, no one wanted to offend a big guild. Are you going to do the punishment or not? If not, I'm leaving, Wu Hua said indifferently, completely ignoring the veiled. Qian Duo knew she couldn't hesitate any longer. If Wu Hua actually left because she refused the punishment, that would be a huge problem. She quickly took out a marker, drew a circle on her left cheek, an X on her right cheek, and a sloppy turtle on her forehead. The banner couldn't be made on the spot, as she'd have to hang it tomorrow. And one more carnival, Wu Hua said coldly. Qian Duo's heart bled. A carnival cost a solid 3,000 yuan. And she'd have to pay for it out of her. She lost the PK, lost face, and lost money. This PK was truly the darkest moment for Qian Duo. But there was no way out. Punishment was punishment. She gritted her teeth and sent a carnival to Wu Hua's stream. The more arrogant she had been earlier, the more humiliating it was now. The chat in Wu Hua's stream exploded, so satisfying. Better than eating ice cream in the summer heat. That wicked woman deserves this. The way she acted earlier makes me sick. All that fake flirting. What spending never ends. How ridiculous. Who gave her the courage to act cute with that big head? Awesome. So satisfying. Qian Duo was so furious she felt she might explode. Her fingers gripped the corner of her clothes until her knuckles turned white. She wanted to challenge Wu Hua to another PK for revenge, but the momentum of that fan sending carnivals was terrifying. Qian Duo felt a flicker of fear. If she lost another round, she'd be finished. She finally held back, sent the carnival, quickly ended the connection, said a brief goodbye, and went offline. She couldn't bear to continue streaming with a turtle on her forehead. After going offline, the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Tears of frustration fell, and she went to the guild chat group to vent. Qian Duo was a mid-tier female streamer that Tianxing Media was grooming. Her unique persona, big spender dotes on me alone, spending never ends, was quite novel. The guild had plans to nurture her, yet now she was bullied by a newbie streamer. Some conspiracy-minded streamers began to suspect Wu Hua was a plant from a rival guild sent to disrupt their operations. The operator reported the incident up the chain, catching the attention of the guild's senior manager Feng Ge. Feng Ge was a shareholder of Tianqing Media, overseeing a group of promising streamers, including Qian Duoduo. Duoduo, tell me exactly what happened, Feng Ge said in the group chat. Qian Duoduo, seeing her big brother come to her support, tearfully recounted how the other streamer had humiliated her during the PK, adding some embellishments. She also said that when she mentioned her guild he sneered, and said Tianqing Guild was nothing, not even worth a pile of shit. This riled up the other guild streamers. Where did this newbie streamer come from so arrogant? How dare he disrespect our team? He's just lucky to have a sugar mommy supporting him. Who doesn't have big spenders? The top 10 on the Inlang rankings are all friends of our guild. I think something's fishy. A newbie getting lucky is one thing, but why is his fan also a new account? Feels like they're targeting our guild. Don't cry, Duo. Next time, Big Brother will help you connect and get revenge. We'll make him draw 10 turtles on his. Feng Ge pondered and said, regardless of the newbie's background, we need to take this seriously. He might have come prepared. Duo lost this time because she was careless. Next time we connect with him, we'll use several level 50 accounts and contact big spenders to back us up. If he dares to challenge our Tianqing Guild, we'll beat him until he quits streaming. Feng Ge declared with authority like a general on the battlefield. In Wu Hua's live stream room, the atmosphere was jubilant and festive with the number of online viewers surpassing 100. Wu Hua noticed that Sun Lu's account had leveled up from LV1 to LV30. With his system, he knew this girl had feelings for him, which was why she was fighting tooth and nail to support him. This moved Wu Hua deeply. However, he had no idea about her financial situation. If she had spent her hard-earned savings, or even borrowed money to gift him, that would be too much. This girl was somewhat mysterious. She never spoke, but she always joined his stream the moment he went live, quietly watching. After a moment's thought, Wu Hua proactively sent Sun Lu a private message. Hello, thank you so much. Sun Lu suddenly saw a message from Wu Hua, a red circle with a 1 around his avatar. Her heart pounded wildly, and almost instinctively, she clutched her phone, her breath becoming rapid. Her fingertips gently tapped to open it, her heart feeling as if it might leap out of her chest. Her eyes fell on the simple greeting, and a blush quickly spread across her cheeks. Her fingers trembled slightly as she bit her lower lip. Every word danced clearly before her eyes, and in that instant the air itself seemed to grow warm. Sun Lu tried to suppress the joy surging within her, but she couldn't. She hugged her phone to her chest and spun around excitedly on the bed several times. Her white silk nightgown fluttered, making her look like a celestial maiden amidst the clouds. But soon a dilemma struck her. She had no idea how to reply to that simple greeting. She hadn't prepared an answer, terrified of saying the wrong thing. Hello, she replied. Then she quickly went offline, determined to think it over carefully before having a proper conversation. Wu Hua watched as Sun Lu went offline, slightly taken aback. This girl truly was like a lively, adorable fawn. Startled at the slightest thing, she would skip away and vanish into the woods. Wu Hua didn't engage in any more PK battles. Instead, he chatted idly with his fans. When midnight approached, he bid farewell and ended his stream. His total earnings for the day amounted to 35400, far exceeding expectations, with a vast majority contributed by Sun Lu. Wu Hua decided to temporarily set aside this money. If Sun Lu's family circumstances were poor, he would refund it. He couldn't exploit a girl's genuine affection for him to make money. The next day, the painful A.M. class arrived again. If it weren't for his streaming debt, Wu Hua would have moved back to the dormitory to sleep, gaining an extra hour of rest. At noon, Wu Hua was eating in the cafeteria when a graceful figure appeared at the entrance. Lin Yichuan walked in, having picked broccoli, potato slices, and some chicken. She instinctively scanned the room. The cafeteria was packed with few empty seats left. Her gaze involuntarily settled on the younger schoolmate Wu Hua, who was devouring his meal. There happened to be an empty seat beside him. Hesitating for a moment, she pressed her fingers against the edge of her tray before walking over and sitting down opposite Wu. The cafeteria was full, and she disliked sitting with strangers, which was why she chose to sit beside him. Yes, that was it. Lin Yichuan mentally steeled herself and settled down. Hello, senior, Wu Hua said with a polite smile. Lin Yichuan murmured softly, lowering her head to quietly eat her lunch without saying much. Wu Hua ate quickly as usual, a skill he had honed in his past life as a workhorse. By finishing lunch fast, he could snatch an extra 10 or so minutes of nap time. Lately, with nightly streaming, he had been sleeping quite late and was a bit short on rest. He planned to head to the dormitory for a quick nap since his bedding was still there. Having wolfed down his food, Wu Hua didn't immediately wipe his mouth and leave. Instead, he remained seated watching Lin Yichuan eat. Even eating a beautiful woman was a sight to behold, flawless from every angle. Aren't you full? Out of money for food again? Lin Yichuan asked, noticing his empty tray as he watched her. No, I'm full. I'm waiting for you to finish, Wu Hua replied with a smile. Lin Yichuan's heart stirred. How did he know she wanted company while eating? If Wu Hua left, and someone else sat down nearby, she would feel uneasy and unable to enjoy her meal. Previously, Zhang Yuxi had been her regular lunch companion, but lately Zhang Yuxi was busy with club activities, leaving Lin Yichuan to eat alone. Wu Hua yawned. Spring drowsiness, autumn fatigue, summer naps. He always felt sleepy after a full meal. You seem a bit listless, Lin Yichuan remarked. I've been streaming at night to make money, so I haven't been getting enough sleep, Wu Hua answered honestly. Streaming? Can you actually make money? Lin Yichuan was surprised. She hadn't expected this junior to stream. Zhang Yuxi occasionally streamed too, and she was already a big influencer with millions of followers. Each dance video would rack up over 100,000 likes. It's okay. I ran into some trouble and owe quite a bit of money, so I'm trying to earn through streaming to pay it off, Wu Hua said. Lin Yichuan blinked. This schoolmate seemed particularly poor, always in debt. She considered whether to apply for financial aid for him. But then again, before the semester started after he had gotten drunk, and she had carried him home, his house had looked quite luxurious. Lin Yichuan couldn't figure it out, but didn't ask further. After Lin Yichuan finished eating, Wu Hua returned their trays with her, and they walked out of the cafeteria together. Back in the dormitory, his roommates were discussing which clubs to join. In high school, there were hardly any clubs, as all energy was funneled into the college entrance exam. But in college, clubs were more formal. Joining one not only helped you make like-minded friends, but also contributed to course. More importantly, joining a club expanded your social circle, allowing you to meet more attractive girls. Tang Yuanbao was enthusiastically explaining which clubs had the most beautiful women. When it comes to beauties, art clubs are definitely the way to go. Top recommendation: the dance club. It's teeming with stunning girls, every single one with legs longer than my entire life. Tang Yuanbao said, spittle flying. You saw the freshman welcome performance, right? Zhang Yuxi, the president of the dance club. Her figure is practically a crime. But we don't know how to dance. It'd be so awkward, Shen Jingyu said. You can learn. Tang Yuanbao continued. Besides the dance club, other art clubs also have plenty of beauties like the drama club, music club, literature club, tea art club. Take your pick. Forget it, I'll join the track and field club, Lei Zhenyang said. I'm joining the entrepreneurship club. There are some people there with interesting ideas, Lu Mingyuan said, closing his book. Wu Hua, handsome class monitor, what club are you joining? Tang Yuanbao turned to Wu Hua, who had just lain down. I haven't decided yet, Wu Hua replied. Zhang Yuxi had invited him to the dance club. During the freshman welcome show last time, he had performed as a masked backup dancer, so no one knew that the freshman had danced on stage with Zhang Yuxi. Zhang Jiechi had also invited him to join the basketball club, but Wu Hua definitely didn't want to go. On one hand, his physical condition was uncertain, and on the other, he wasn't too keen on exercising. As for which club to join, Wu Hua really hadn't made up his mind. Mo Sheng, which club are you planning to join? Asked Wu Hua. I've already joined the volunteer club, Shirmashing replied in a low voice. Everyone was somewhat surprised, never expecting Shirmashing to join the volunteer club. Impressive, your ideological awareness is sky high. Room 701 is setting a positive example. Tang Yuanbao patted Shirmashing on the shoulder. You love literature, don't you? Wu Hua blurted out in astonishment. Shirmashing was rather introverted, but Wu Hua had learned from earlier conversations that he had a keen interest in literature and had been considering joining the literary club. He never expected Shirmashing to join the volunteer club instead. Suddenly a thought struck Wu Hua. He glanced at Shirmashing and asked casually, who else from our class joined the volunteer? Shirmashing's dark face flushed slightly. He opened his mouth, but didn't answer. Wu Hua sighed inwardly, knowing full well that Hu Fangfei must have joined the volunteer club and coaxed Shirmashing into following her. That woman was treating Shirmashing like her personal beast of burden. Wu Hua wanted to offer a word of advice, but held himself back, aware that meddling could easily backfire. He would have to wait for the right moment. Yuan Bao, have you been hiding some great club from us? Which club are you planning to join? Shen Jingyu asked suspiciously. Since we're all brothers, I won't keep it from you. There really is a gem of a club, and I've already applied to join. Tang Yuanbao declared proudly. What gem? Shen Jingyu's interest was piqued. The Hanfu Club, said Tang Yuanbao. That place is a veritable paradise on earth. Time seemed to rewind, revealing a myriad of enchanting beauties. The mere thought was intoxicating. Great. I'm joining the Hanfu Club too. Shen Jingyu was instantly thrilled, slinging an arm around Tang Yuanbao's shoulder as they discussed how to get in. Wu Hua was feeling drowsy and wanted to catch a nap when Lei Zhenyang piped up. Monitor, the autumn sports meet is coming up. I've signed you up for the 1500-meter run. What? Wu Hua, half asleep and bleary-eyed, nearly jumped out of bed at those words. You're the monitor, so you have to set an example. I just signed you up. Lei Zhenyang said with a sly grin. I'm going to get a stroke. Wu Hua could barely keep his composure. He suddenly remembered that due to financial constraints he had never gone to the hospital for a CT scan. Who knew what condition the blood vessels in his brain were in? If they burst, he'd be done for. All drowsiness vanished. Wu Hua got up, asked the class advisor for leave, and hurried out to the hospital. The roommates stared at each other in bewilderment. Could this guy really be sick? Fortunately, the earnings from the Inlang streaming platform could be settled and withdrawn daily. He hadn't touched the money from Sinlu, and the previous tips amounted to over 1,000, enough for a CT scan. In his previous life, Wu Hua had died from a cerebral hemorrhage, and he had been reborn into this body, also suffering from one. This was absolutely no laughing matter. Wu Hua booked an appointment with a specialist and underwent a series of tests at the hospital. The final results showed that there were no cardiovascular diseases, no signs of vascular damage in the brain, and the head CT came back clean. In other words, although he had died from a cerebral hemorrhage, the moment he was reborn, a mysterious force had already repaired the vascular problems in his brain. This set Wu Hua's mind at ease. His hard-won second chance at life wouldn't be cut short prematurely. He returned to school to cancel his leave. After the day's classes, Lei Zhenyang dragged him to the track for a test. The 1500-meter run was a mandatory test in college. Wu Hua lacked strength and stamina, but his long legs gave him decent jumping ability. They'll time you. Run a lap of 1,500 meters and see how long it takes, Lei Jingyang said, dressed in sportswear and holding a professional stopwatch, looking every bit the coach. Can I skip it? Isn't participation the main point of a sports meet? Wu Hua, with the soul of a middle-aged man, abhorred exercise. No way. This sports meet is different because I recommended you for the 1,500 meters. If your performance is too embarrassing, it'll make me lose face. Lei Jingyang said. Wu Hua rolled his eyes, but since his body was fine, exercise was indeed necessary. Youth was meant to be vibrant and energetic. Wu Hua didn't argue further and started running. The 400-meter track meant nearly 4 laps. Those laps utterly exhausted him. His cardiopulmonary function couldn't keep up, and he only persisted through the tenacity of his aged soul. 7 minutes 19 seconds. Lei Jingyang shook his head. According to the National Student Physical Fitness Standards, you barely pass. Winning a medal is out of the question. I never thought about winning. It was you who forced me into this, Wu Hua said, bending over with his hands on his knees, sounding aggrieved. Lei Jingyang, as if not hearing him, said, looks like I need to give you special training. Train your head. What grudge do you have against me? Wu Hua snapped. It's not just you. Every brother in room 701 must meet physical fitness standards. I've signed everyone up for events. Starting tomorrow morning, we all train. Lei Jingyang declared assertively. Deep down, Lei Jingyang meant well. The Ministry of Education required all college students to take annual physical fitness tests, and the results affected evaluations and graduation. Lingnan University enforced this even more strictly. The old principal believed that contemporary youth must have strong bodies, so failing the physical fitness test would absolutely prevent graduation. Many Lingnan freshmen didn't care in their first year, but started training frantically in their second, terrified they might not graduate. So the track was mostly crowded with upperclassmen sweating it out. Lei Jingyang hadn't initially planned to train the whole dorm. It was Lu Mingyuan who first asked him for help. Lu Mingyuan had lofty ambitions. He aimed to be a government-selected graduate, which required excellence in all areas, but sports were his weak point. He had some connections at Lingnan University and had already secured a spot in the student union, with his sights set on becoming the student council president. He hadn't competed for the class monitor position because he felt it would distract him, and since he was pursuing an upper-level route, he didn't need that status. Tang Yuanbao was also aware of Lingnan school culture and feared he might fail the fitness test, so he asked Lei Jingyang to sign him up for an event and help him train. Thus, when the atmosphere in room 701 was right, everyone signed up for the sports meet events and joined the special training. They even included Wu Hua, who wasn't present at the time. And with a mischievous sense of fun, they signed him up for the most brutal event, the 1,500 meters. Wu Hua had average fitness week strength and only decent jumping ability. Participating in the 1,500-meter race was a real challenge for him. But since it was already done, and it was a collective activity for room 701, he had to join in, otherwise he'd be seen as unsociable. Helplessly, Wu Hua could only accept the reality. Wu Hua did not attend the evening self-study session. He returned home and took a hot bath. Having run 1,500 meters today, he was genuinely exhausted. His physique still felt somewhat weak. Should he invest the remaining 4 points into his physique now? Wu Hua pondered and tentatively added 1 point to his physique, raising it from 8 to 9. Instantly, a surge of warmth flooded his entire body, washing away the day's fatigue. He felt utterly revitalized and brimming with energy. Originally, he had no energy to start the live stream tonight, but now he had regained his vigor. It seemed quite effective. Just a single point felt like a full recovery. Wu Hua hummed a tune as he started his live stream for the evening. An LV30 viewer named Sun Lu entered. Seeing Sun Lu bouncing into his stream, Wu Hua's mood instantly lifted. Hello, you're here. Wu Hua sent a private message to his little moderator. Sun Lu replied with a single word. Wu Hua decided not to do PK battles tonight, and he planned to avoid them for a while. Although PK battles easily garnered gifts, they always gave Wu Hua the unsettling feeling of coercing fans into donating, which made him uncomfortable. Moreover, Wu Hua didn't know about Sun Lu's financial situation. If she impulsively splurged on gifts again, would it affect her life? He decided to switch to a different streaming format. He numbered the top 10 trending dances on the Inlang platform according to difficulty. On the stream screen, he labeled each dance as a different gift. Sending the corresponding gift would unlock the host performing that dance. For example, as sunglasses, gift worth 99 Inlang coins, 9 yuan, would trigger a dance to Li Yicheng's march. This format was called gift-triggered interactive streaming, or command-based streaming. Simply put, if you wanted to see a dance, you paid to watch it. Although this format didn't generate as many gifts as PK battles, it was stable and gentle, preventing impulsive spending. Fans could send gifts according to their financial means without feeling coerced. Wu Hua's dancing ability was extraordinary. Even at the beginner level, it was already at the city championship standard. What's more, this skill encompassed all dance styles, even pole dancing. The most expensive gift he set was a sports car worth 1,200 Inlang coins, 120 yuan. The rest were gifts worth a few or a dozen yuan. The strategy was small profits with high volume shared entertainment. When no one requested a dance, he just chatted with fans. His charm stat of 20 was terrifying. His top-tier looks needed no filter, and his persona was that of a pure-hearted male college student from a 211 university. Any one of these attributes alone could attract viewers. Over 2 hours of streaming the live room's concurrent viewers soared to over 200. At 113 Wu Hua ended the stream early as he needed to wake up an hour earlier tomorrow for training on the school track. Logging off. Good night. Wu Hua sent a private message to Sun Lu. Good night, Sun Lu replied quickly. After the stream, Wu Hua checked his earnings 1780 Yinlang coins equivalent to 1780 yuan, of which he could take home 890 yuan. Though it was hard work, Wu Hua felt light and cheerful inside. The next morning he arrived at the school track promptly at 7 a.m. The members of Dormitory 701 had all arrived, but on the first day of training they were all yawning and lacking. Lei Xinyang in a sports tank top, gym shorts, and running shoes showed off his bronze bulging muscles and upright posture, looking truly spirited. Everyone perk up. Follow me for warm-up exercises. Lei Xinyang led the Dormitory 701 crew in simple pre-exercise warm-ups. His father was a professional athlete who had trained Lei Xinyang since childhood, so he possessed the qualities of a professional athlete and coaching expertise. It should be noted that Lei Xinyang was not a sports major. He entered Lingnan University's economics department through the college entrance exam. That was truly impressive, mastery of both civil and martial arts. Those who could get into Lingnan University were no ordinary people. The track was already bustling with morning exercisers radiating vitality. Among them a graceful figure drew many eyes. On the track, Zhang Jieqi wore a tight halter top and athletic shorts, her slender waist subtly visible. Her long fair legs were incredibly eye-catching, making people steal a second glance. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail flowing gracefully with her light steps. The fine hair on her fair forehead was slightly damp with sweat, and each stride outlined the curves of youth. Wow, it's Zhang Jieqi. Her figure is amazing. I need to work out too. Tang Yuanbao's previously drowsy eyes instantly lit up. Without waiting for Lei Xinyang's urging, he immediately started running behind Zhang Jieqi. Lei Xinyang shook his head and said, remember the key points I just mentioned. Breathe through both mouth and nose to ensure oxygen supply. Jog at a steady pace. Don't lift your knees too high, and start with a 400-meter warm-up run. The Dormitory 701 Special Training Squad, under Coach Lei's guidance, began their warm-up run. Wu Hua was at the back of the line. Having slept an hour less than the others, he was still a bit tired, and considered adding another point to his physique. Just then a fragrant breeze swept by as Zhang Jieqi accelerated from behind to catch up. Playfully she suddenly reached out and tapped Wu Hua's shoulder, saying, Hey Junior, up early for a workout. Ah yeah, good morning Senior. Wu Hua snapped out of his daze and replied instinctively. His foot faltered stepping on a small pebble, and he instantly lost his balance, falling to the ground. Hey, watch out. Zhang Jieqi was startled and quickly reached out to grab his arm, but she couldn't catch him. Wu Hua still hit the ground. Are you okay? Zhang Jieqi stopped abruptly and helped him up by the arm, concern in her voice. I'm fine, I wasn't paying attention. Wu Hua glanced down. His knee was scraped and blood was seeping out. It's bleeding, and you say you're fine. It's my fault for tapping you from behind. Let me take you to the health center, Zhang Jieqi said anxiously. Really, it's nothing, Wu Hua said. His dorm mates all stopped and watched the scene. Lei Xinyang was about to step forward to check on him, but Shen Jingyu grabbed his arm and said, What's it to you? Can't you read the room? Oh right, Lei Xinyang scratched his head sheepishly. Guys were actually quite united. Oh, when a buddy had a chance with a girl, they would actively create opportunities, even willing to be. Let me take you to the health center to get that treated. Zhang Jieqi extended her hand to Wu Hua. All right. Wu Hua took her hand and used it to stand up. It did hurt a bit. Her palm was really soft, warm, and smooth like jade. The scraped area was stinging, and his knee was swelling with a bruise. Wu Hua waved to Lei Xinyang and the others, saying, Sorry, I'm going to get some medicine. Go ahead. Lei Xinyang waved back. Zhang Jieqi supported Wu Hua as they walked toward the health center. Watching their departing figures, Shen Jingyu said in anguish, If I had known such treatment awaited, I would have fallen right in front of Senior's sister, even breaking my head. It would have been worth it. Tang Yuanbao retorted bluntly. Then Senior's sister might only cast a sympathetic glance and not bother to help you up. Why, shouldn't a senior sister look after her junior brothers? Shen Jingyu argued indignantly. That depends on the person. Do you think any senior sister on the flower registry would help just anyone? Just now senior sister took the initiative to greet Wu Hua. Did you get such treatment? Lu Mingyuan chimed in with a smile. Sigh, it's good to be handsome. Shen Jingyu gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, his tone laden with melancholy. Dr. Chiu. Zhang Jieqi pushed open the infirmary door and called out, but no one was there. Off wandering again, that drunkard. Zhang Jieqi seemed quite familiar with the infirmary's Dr. Chiu, daring to speak about her behind her back. It's fine, sit there, I'll apply the medicine for you. Zhang Jieqi helped Wu Hua onto the observation bed. Isn't that too much trouble? Maybe I should do it myself. Wu Hua felt a bit nervous. No worries, don't be shy, it's nothing. Zhang Jieqi adeptly retrieved the first aid kit from the infirmary cabinet. She knelt before Wu Hua, her figure tracing a lovely curve. She took a cotton ball, dipped it in disinfectant alcohol, glanced at Wu Hua, and said, He'll clean the wound first. It might sting a little, just bear with it. All right. Wu Hua nodded. Zhang Jieqi carefully cleaned the dirt around the wound with an alcohol-soaked cotton ball, her movements gentle and cautious. Wu Hua pursed his lips. It truly hurt, but as a man he couldn't very well cry out over a small injury. Luckily it's not too serious, he'll disinfect it with iodophor. Zhang Jiechi finished cleaning the wound and applied iodophor with a cotton swab. Wu Hua's mouth twitched a few times as he secretly gripped the back of his clothes tightly. It really hurt. Hee, if it hurts, just shout. It's nothing to be ashamed of, Zhang Jiechi said with a smile, her eyes soft and tender. It's okay, Wu Hua forced himself to say. She quickly finished applying the iodophor and lightly blew on the wound, saying, "There, a little blow and it won't hurt anymore." Her manner was almost like coaxing a child, yet she was inexplicably charming and adorable, making one's heart skip a beat. "Thank you," Wu Hua said gratefully. "Don't mention it. It's all my fault you fell them, just glad you don't blame me." Zhang Jiechi said with a smile, then skillfully bandaged the wound with gauze and a wrap. Her fingers occasionally brushed against the skin of his legs, smooth and tantalizing. After finishing the bandaging, she stood up and sat beside Wu Hua, less than 10 centimeters apart. "Not at all. I'm just out of shape. I really should exercise more," Wu Hua said. "Then how about playing basketball? Join the basketball club." And the manager, Zhang Jiechi, said, Actually I'm not really into basketball. Sorry," Wu Hua declined. "Alright then, which club are you thinking of joining?" Zhang Jiechi didn't insist, instead asking curiously. "I haven't decided yet, but I might join the esports club," Wu Hua said. In his past life he had never truly enjoyed gaming. It was a deep regret. So this time he wanted. "Boys really do love games, huh?" Zhang Jiechi laughed. "I do indeed." Wu Hua nodded. They chatted for a while, then noticed it was almost time for the first class, so they left the infirmary. The mysterious school Dr. Chiu never appeared. After a day of intense study, the campus atmosphere in the afternoon seemed particularly relaxed and cheerful, as it was the weekend, and tomorrow would be a holiday. Holidays are absolute bliss for college students, and the surrounding businesses were brimming with energy, ready for an influx of customers. As Wu Hua walked across campus, 2 groups of girls had already come to ask for his WeChat. With his 20-point charm boost, his appearance was now nearly at its peak. His fair skin gleamed like fresh snow in the sunlight. His strikingly handsome looks drew gazes and whispers from girls wherever he went. He absolutely could not add any more charm. Anymore, and Wu Hua felt he might get mobbed on the street. Being too handsome was also a burden. No, from now on he would have to wear a mask when going out. "Wu Hua." A crisp voice came from behind. Wu Hua turned to see Gu Yutong's smiling face. The senior sister, who had once been their freshman military training instructor, walked over with a grin. "Hello, senior sister." Wu Hua greeted her. Gu Yutong wore a light blue off-shoulder top, with slim-fit jeans accentuating her exquisite figure. At 22, she exuded a mature feminine charm beyond that of typical female college students, and with her military background, she radiated a unique allure. "How are your studies?" Gu Yutong stood gracefully under a tree chatting with Wu Hua, her gaze gentle and caring like that of an elder sister. "Not bad, though I'm struggling a bit with calculus." "I'm working on it," Wu Hua replied, catching a faint, elusive fragrance. "Freshman year can be intense, but don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's not high school anymore." Gu Yutong smiled. "Any plans for the holiday?" "No plans to go out. I signed up for the 1500-meter race in the sports meet, so I'm still training," Wu Hua said. "Haha, so energetic." Gu Yutong's smile bloomed like a flower, utterly captivating. As they chatted, a jarring voice interrupted. "Yutong, I've been looking all over for you. I booked a nice French restaurant for tonight. How about we go try it together?" Wu Hua turned and saw the former Fujita Tsuyoshi, instructor Su Tianyang. He sported a trendy new hairstyle and was decked out in brand-name clothes, exuding a wealthy playboy vibe. He glanced at Wu Hua and instinctively frowned. This kid was too handsome. It made him feel threatened, and seeing him talking with Gu Yutong kindled a nameless rage inside. But for the sake of appearances, he couldn't show it too obviously, lest Gu Yutong think him uncouth. Gu Yutong's expression instantly turned icy as she said coldly, "Sorry, I'm busy." "It's a holiday. How can you be busy? The restaurant just opened and the food is excellent," Su Tianyang pressed. "Ask some other girl out." "I really am busy," Gu Yutong emphasized. "Yutong, you know I only like you. Give me a chance, please." Su Tianyang's voice softened, almost pleading. "Su Tianyang, I've told you many times. I have no feelings for you. We're not a match. Please stop pestering me," Gu Yutong said angrily. "No feelings? Then who do you have feelings for?" "That handsome junior. What's so great about him? He's just good looking. Look at him. So effeminate, maybe he's even gay." Su Tianyang shouted, directly insulting Wu Hua. Wu Hua blinked, baffled by the sudden attack. Had kids these days lost all manners? "I will not trouble others unless they trouble me, but if someone provokes me, I will never show weakness." Years of experience in the social arena had taught Wu Hua that being overly accommodating leads to being taken advantage of, and being kind invites bullying. Enduring only made the anger fester, and retreating only magnified the loss. No matter how reckless the opponent, if they dared to flaunt their arrogance, he would retaliate on the spot. "Senior sister Gu, didn't we agree to have dinner together? Let's go." Wu Hua smiled at Gu Yutong. Gu Yutong was taken aback, not expecting Wu Hua to invite her at this moment. Before she could react, Wu Hua had already taken her hand. A jolt of electricity seemed to surge from his palm straight to her heart. "Good fortune comes wishing you good fortune. Good fortune brings happiness and love." Ding! A prompt sounded in his mind. "You have gained XXX's favorability 1 heart, and earned a chance to draw." In the sea of consciousness, the colossal, opulent lottery wheel began spinning rapidly. When it stopped, the pointer landed on 3 attribute points. "Congratulations. You have obtained 3 free attribute points which can be allocated freely. Wu Hua was somewhat surprised. Merely holding Gu Yutong's hand had earned him her favorability. No wonder they say a heart is captured in an instant. Often a girl falls for a boy over a single trivial detail. Su Tianyang, seeing Wu Hua holding the hand of the goddess in his heart, turned livid with a twisted expression. Gu Yutong had just rejected his dinner invitation, and now another guy was leading her by the hand to eat. This was more than a slap in the face. It was like having his face ground against the sole of a shoe. You little bastard. Are you looking for death? Su Tianyang was completely enraged, feeling a surge of hot blood rushing to his head. His eyes became bloodshot, and with a furious roar he grabbed Wu Hua by the collar. Stop! What are you doing? Gu Yutong exclaimed. In that instant Wu Hua allocated all remaining 6 attribute points to strength. His strength value leaped to 12. A powerful surge of blood energy coursed through Wu Hua's body. He grabbed Su Tianyang's wrist and twisted it with force. The immense strength twisted Su Tianyang's arm along with his entire body, a full 180 degrees, pinning the arm against his own back, contorted to its limit. With a little more force it would snap instantly. Bent over, Su Tianyang's forehead beaded with sweat from the pain, trickling down to his chin and dripping to the ground. It all happened so fast that Gu Yutong hadn't even reacted before the tables turned. The excruciating pain immobilized Su Tianyang, and his mind went blank with terror, fearing only that his arm would be broken. You want to chase a girl? No one's stopping you, but don't mess with me. Wu Hua kicked Su Tianyang on the backside. He fell flat, sliding half a meter forward like a dog eating dirt. The fall had been hard. Su Tianyang struggled to get up for a while. Ignore him, let's go. Wu Hua, with an air of dominance, took Gu Yutong's hand and turned toward the school gate. Su Tianyang scrambled to his feet, howling like a mad dog, clenching his fists and lunging at Wu Hua. Wu Hua turned and delivered a straight kick to his abdomen, causing Su Tianyang to go black before his eyes and collapse to his knees. The cramping pain in his stomach temporarily robbed him of his ability to attack. Wu Hua stepped forward, grabbed Su Tianyang by the hair, and punched him squarely in the face. Su Tianyang, terrified, instinctively closed his eyes and let out a shrill scream. His fist stopped a hair's breadth from Su Tianyang's nose. Wu Hua didn't actually land the blow. He'll say it one more time, stay away from me, or he'll beat you every time I see you. Wu Hua's voice was icy. He released his grip and couldn't be bothered with him anymore. Gu Yutong glanced at the wretched Su Tianyang, ignored him, and followed Wu Hua away. Su Tianyang knelt on the ground, trembling all over, tears and snot streaming down uncontrollably. He pounded the ground with his fist, emitting pained hoarse sobs. He never imagined that someone of his build could be so thoroughly beaten by Wu Hua, and right in front of the girl he liked. And that girl hadn't even given him a second glance from start to finish. This drove Su Tianyang to wail like a defeated mongrel. Hatred. An infinite hatred spread within him like ink spilt into clear water, darkness engulfing everything. That pair of dogs. Su Tianyang would never let them off. Gu Yutong had been holding Wu Hua's hand all the way out of the school gate, but then she stopped. Wu Hua sensed it, and also stopped, naturally letting go of her hand. I'm sorry, it's all because of me that you got into trouble. Gu Yutong said, her expression dim. It's nothing. That kind of person is really annoying anyway, Wu Hua said. I truly despise him, but he keeps pestering me, and I don't know what to do. Gu Yutong sighed. Let's not dwell on unhappy thoughts. He'll treat you to dinner, Wu Hua said with a smile. That you don't have to. The dinner invitation earlier was just to help me get out of that situation, so now. Gu Yutong said happily. They ordered some rice noodles and barbecue at the tea restaurant near the school, chatting as they ate. Wu Hua, you're so handsome. Gu Yutong said happily. They ordered some rice noodles and barbecue at the tea restaurant near the school, chatting as they ate. Wu Hua, you're so handsome. There must be many girls who like you, right? Gu Yutong asked while sipping orange juice. Maybe. It's not my fault I'm good looking, Wu Hua replied honestly. Haha, I'm not blaming you, Gu Yutong laughed. But do you have a girl you like? Not in the mood for romance right now, Wu Hua said, and it was the truth. Having just transmigrated, he was unfamiliar with the place and had bound to a mysterious system. He was still in a daze. An irresponsible artist mother who had vanished without a trace. An unlucky debt of over 100,000. The 1500-meter race at the sports meet. One trouble after another. Gu Yutong smiled without saying anything. By the way, you should be careful. That Su Tianyang has a very obsessive look in his eyes. People with that kind of personality tend to go to extremes, so you must watch out. Wu Hua kindly reminded her. Having navigated society all his life, he had encountered all kinds of people and knew the darkness of human nature. Will be careful. Thank you. Gu Yutong nodded. If anything happens, feel free to contact me. I'll help if I can, Wu Hua said sincerely. Thank you so much. I didn't expect you to be such a warm-hearted guy. What a surprise, Gu Yutong said with a glint in her eyes. They chatted for a while longer. Wu Hua intended to pay, but Gu Yutong secretly slipped off to the restroom and settled the bill. Wu Hua couldn't persuade her otherwise, so he let it go. Su Tianyang gritted his teeth and returned home with a face full of resentment. Surprisingly, despite being clad in brand-name clothes, he did not reside in an upscale neighborhood, but in an old house within the city. This dilapidated house, built in the early 1990s, was dim and cramped, with most of the public lights in the stairwell broken. Upon entering, Su Tianyang flopped onto the sofa in a huff. His home measured only about 50 square meters with walls simply coated in white paint, floor tiles worn and aged, and furniture dating back decades. Yang, you're back. How did you get all muddy? Take it off and let me wash it, said Su Tianyang's mother as she emerged. Yang was Su Tianyang's nickname. She was short, slightly hunched, with a face etched by wrinkles and hair streaked with gray, making her look far older than her years. Damn it, leave me alone. Su Tianyang, unable to vent his pent-up anger, kicked over the stool in front of him, releasing his impotent rage. What's wrong with you? Did you get into a fight? Su Tianyang's mother asked with concern. None of your damn business. Shut up. I'm already in a bad mood, and you keep nagging. Aren't you annoying? Su Tianyang treated his mother as if she were less than human. Yet his mother showed no anger. Her eyes held only worry and affection. Yang, you're a student at a prestigious university. You must be careful, said his mother. Su Tianyang's father had died of illness when he was very young, and she had raised him through immense hardship. Now he was a student at a top university and had even served in the military. He was her lifelong pride and hope. No matter how hard she struggled, she never spared him anything. So annoying. Give me 2,000 yuan. I won't be back tonight. Su Tianyang said. He was in a foul mood and planned to unwind at a bar. His mother's expression shifted, her lips trembled as she said, 2,000. Why do you need so much money again? I have nothing left. Su Tianyang glared and roared. Are you giving it or not? I'm not asking for 20,000. It's just 2,000. Yang, money must be spent wisely. I work 3 jobs a day, sleep only 3 hours, and am still saving for your tuition. His mother said. I don't want to hear any of this. Su Tianyang, as if triggered, shot up and bellowed. If you couldn't afford it, you shouldn't have given birth to me. Other kids' rich parents buy them sneakers costing thousands. We're all human. Why should I live such a miserable life? It's all your fault. If you're useless, just don't have children. Yang. Tears welled in his mother's eyes. Trembling, she pulled out her phone and said, All right, I'll transfer it to you. Only then did Su Tianyang scowl and sit back down in a huff. As soon as the transfer arrived with a ding, he sprang from the sofa and headed out. Yang, I've simmered chicken soup. Why not have some before you go? His mother pleaded humbly behind him. So annoying. Get lost. Who wants your lousy chicken soup? Su Tianyang walked out without looking back and slammed the door hard. This child. He used to love chicken soup so much when he was little. Sigh. Su Tianyang's mother let out a deep sigh, found his childhood photo album, and sat on the sofa flipping through it. As she looked, tears streamed down uncontrollably. Wu Hua returned home. With plenty of time today, he started his live stream early. LV30 Senlu has arrived. Seeing his little moderator, Wu Hua couldn't help but smile slightly. It was still the interactive dance request segment. Wu Hua added a new option, sending a hot air balloon worth 520 Yinlang coins allowed viewers to request any dance. After all, with the system enhancement, Wu Hua could dance to anything. It was the weekend, and his popularity soared. Gifts came one after another. He was so absorbed in dancing that he didn't notice the online audience had surpassed 500. On the Yinlang platform, newly started small streamers often had only a handful of viewers. Wu Hua had been streaming for less than a week and already exceeded 500 viewers, which was truly impressive. The streamer is amazing. He can dance anything, and his moves are so professional. Is he from a dance academy? So handsome. Thank the nation, thank Yinlang for letting me see such a gorgeous guy. This is the good life I've been waiting for. Stop sending gifts. Let our streamer rest. He's been at it for an hour straight. My heart aches. I don't believe he can dance everything. I want to request a peacock dance. Wu Hua's debt of 1.0 live streaming to pay off studio became a smash hit, quickly climbing the hourly traffic chart. The Tianqing Guild had been monitoring Wu Hua. Watching his stream grow more popular by the day, Qian Duo felt like grinding his molars to dust. But there was nothing they could do. Wu Hua simply wouldn't open PK battles, so they couldn't connect to him. In the Tianqing Guild's internal chat group, streamers began brainstorming ideas. That guy's actually getting lucky. He's even on the hourly traffic chart. Damn it, he's stepping on our Tianqing Guild to climb up. Exactly. Duo lost the PK and had to hang a banner for 3 days giving him all that traffic. That bastard is cunning. He knows we'll retaliate, so he won't open PK? We can't even connect. Brother Pao, you're always the one with the best ideas. Think of something. Qian Duo said in the chat. Yeah, Brother Pao helped Duo out. He's lost so much weight these days. Other female streamers chimed in. There might be a way, Brother Pao replied. Let's create some small accounts to stir up trouble in his live stream and force him to open PK. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. That's our Brother Pao. The streamers in the internal chat all agreed. Meanwhile, in Wu Hua's live stream, dozens of low-level accounts flooded in and began spamming. This stream is boring. Take us out for PK. Streamer, you're super popular now. Take us out to have fun. I have points. They'll guarantee a win. Let's go PK. Wu Hua glanced at the barrage and sneered inwardly. These were clumsy tricks. They weren't even trying to hide it. Trying to stir up trouble in my room. With 2 lifetimes combined, I'm older than your grandfather. Don't play games with me. He privately messaged his little moderator Senlo. Help me out. Ban and kick all the low-level accounts calling for PK. Permanent ban. Okay. Senlo happily agreed. The streamer had asked for help, and as his little moderator, she could finally contribute, which filled. Senlo began kicking them one by one, finding the process wonderfully amusing and relishing it. The Tianqing Guild's internal chat exploded again. Coward. Such a coward. All he does is kick people. Damn it, he kicked all 7 of my alt accounts. He doesn't even care about mistakenly banning real fans, leaving none behind. He's only been streaming for a few days. Why would he care about fans? This won't work, we need a new plan. Manager Brother Fong, frowning at the chaos in the group, emerged. What the hell are you all doing? You think he's an idiot? Did you expect such a lousy trick to fool him? Don't tip him off. Don't let others think the Tianqing Guild is full of fools. Brother Fong said coldly in the group. Brother Fong, that kid is hiding like a turtle, not daring to show his face. There's nothing we can do, said Brother Pao. If you're all thinking so small. When you go fishing you don't even bait the hook or chum the water. Do you expect the fish to bite? Would you bite if you were the fish, oi? Makes sense. It takes Brother Fong to handle this. Brother Fong, please help your little sister. I really can't swallow this anger. Xian Duo texted. Don't rush. If we're playing, let's play big. Well, force him to quit streaming for good. Brother Sun said with a cold laugh. A top guild on Inlang couldn't even blacklist a new streamer. Let that arrogant young streamer learn how deep the live streaming world really is. Brother Sin opened a VIP private chat group. There weren't many members, but they were all top-tier big spenders on the Inlang platform. Gentlemen, your little brother has an exciting project that needs your help. At midnight, Wu Hua said goodbye to the little admin Sun Lu and the fans in the livestream room, then signed off. Today was a glorious day. The livestream peaked at nearly 1,000 viewers. He received 57800 Inlang coins and gifts, which after the split meant 2890 yuan in his pocket. This gave Wu Hua a glimpse of hope. If things kept developing like this, paying off his debts and getting back on his feet was just around the corner. Humming a tune, he took a shower and was about to go to bed when suddenly his phone buzzed with a WeChat message. He opened it and saw it was from his creditor Su Ningshuang. Xiao Hua, I'm at Jinling Club. I've had a bit too much to drink. Can you come pick me up? Su Ningshuang's message read. Wu Hua glanced at it and ignored it. Sure, she was his creditor, but he wasn't her slave. He owed money, but he didn't have to do her bidding. Before he could put the phone down, a second message came through. Just a single line. 20% off your debt. Wu Hua's fingers flew across the screen. Sure, Sister Su. Which room are you in? He'll be there right away. Wu Hua admitted his earlier attitude had been a bit arrogant. Better to face reality. VIP room 88888, Su Ningshuang replied. Wu Hua changed his clothes, then dashed downstairs to hail a cab heading straight for Jinling Club. For one trip, he could save over 20,000 yuan in debt. Where else could he find an opportunity like that? Jinling Club was one of the most opulent KTV venues in Jinling City. Such high-end KTV wasn't for ordinary people. An evening's tab could easily run into hundreds of thousands. It could well be called the money pit of Jinling's wealthy. Jinling Club was renowned for its lavish private rooms and 5-star level service, offering top-tier audiovisual experiences, the first choice for high-end business entertainment. Wu Hua walked into the lobby. A crystal chandelier worth millions hung from the vast dome. With the standard of 5-star luxury, every corner exuded an aura of nobility, showcasing unmatched extravagance. Dressed in ordinary jeans and a t-shirt, Wu Hua was stopped by the receptionist at the entrance. Hello, how may I help you? The receptionist looked him up and down. Though his clothes were plain, this young man was really handsome. Hello, please take me to VIP room 88888. Wu Hua said, neither humbly nor arrogantly. In his previous life, Wu Hua had been to such high-end business venues a few times with his boss. He knew that in this service industry, the more insecure and hesitant you acted, the easier it was for them to see through you. The more you pretended that nothing was out of the ordinary, the more they would respect you. Sure enough, as soon as the receptionist heard that Wu Hua was heading to VIP room 88888, his attitude immediately became deferential. Are you a guest of the room? He asked cautiously, since that room was a top-tier VIP suite, and bringing in unrelated people could offend the guests. I'm here to pick up my sister, Wu Hua said flatly. The receptionist nodded without further questions and respectfully escorted Wu Hua to the elevator. Having been in the entertainment industry for years, the receptionist knew better than to slight anyone, even if they were plainly dressed, especially when they were handsome. Top-tier handsome men like top-tier beautiful women could easily connect with the upper crust, so you didn't dare offend them. Wu Hua followed the receptionist to VIP room 88888. Before the gilded doors, an air of luxury washed over him. The receptionist pushed open the door and gestured for him to enter. Wu Hua didn't hesitate and walked straight in. Once inside, his gaze swept across the room and landed on Su Ningshuang. Su Ningshuang was lounging lazily on the sofa, her pretty face flushed. She had clearly had quite a bit to drink and was in a relaxed state. There were about a dozen people in the room, both men and women. The men were all in suits with the metallic glint of luxury watches reflecting on their wrists, every one of them exuding an air of power. The man seated in the middle, the place of honor, was around 30 years old, dressed in immaculate casual formal wear. With cool fair skin and a lofty demeanor, he was clearly no ordinary man. Wu Hua's entrance didn't disturb many people. They were already deep into their revelry and paid no attention to who came in. But the man in the center immediately fixed his cold gaze on Wu Hua. This sent an inexplicable sense of danger creeping into Wu Hua's heart. Wu Hua didn't greet the man in the center, but walked straight towards Su Ningshuang. This was his way of silently telling the man who he was there for. Sister Su, Wu Hua said quietly. Su Ningshuang, slightly tipsy, glanced at him with a faint smile in her eyes and said, You're here. Sister Su, shall I take you home now? Wu Hua continued. Su Ningxuang hummed in agreement, but she didn't get up. She really had drunk too much and could barely move. Just then the man in the center suddenly spoke coldly. Who are you barging into my room like this? At his words the entire room fell silent. All eyes turned to Wu Hua. Su Ningxuang frowned slightly and said, he's my younger brother here to take me home. Oh, I didn't know Miss Su had a younger brother. The man in the center raised an eyebrow. Since he's your brother, doesn't he know any manners? Not even a greeting, not a toast to the host. Young Master Hua, don't scare the kid. He's only a freshman in college, Su Ningxuang said. A freshman? He's an adult, isn't he? How can you call him a kid? Young Master Hua continued slowly with no intention of letting Wu Hua off easily. Haha, exactly. Miss Su, why are you in such a hurry to leave? We've only just begun. You still owe me 2 drinks, laughed a young man with a ponytail sitting next to young Master Hua. Wu Hua took a deep breath. He knew that in such high-class settings he couldn't speak carelessly. In his previous life, Wu Hua had seen the world following his boss. Although his boss was worth over 100 million in elite social circles, every word was carefully weighed. One wrong word could land you in serious trouble. Master Hua gently swirled the whiskey glass in his hand, light and shadow flickering. Wu Hua felt a dozen pairs of eyes fixed on him. He knew that although he couldn't speak, carelessly remaining silent was equally inappropriate. He picked up an empty glass from the bar, filled it with the royal salute on the table, walked over to Master Hua, and said with a smile, Master Hua, I toast to you. Drink as you please and may you have a wonderful time. Wu Hua did not waste words. After a brief toast, he drained the glass in one gulp. Master Hua watched until Wu Hua had emptied every drop before taking a small sip himself. Wu Hua did not mind how much Master Hua drank, as long as he drank the atmosphere would ease. He refilled his glass and said, my sister is indeed not a good drinker, but the debt of wine must be paid. I hope everyone can give me a chance to toast on her behalf. He walked toward the fattest person at the edge, casting a glance at Su Ningxuang. Su Ningxuang, a woman of keen intelligence, promptly introduced, this is young Master Zhou, the son of a well-known e-commerce company in our city. Young Master Zhou, I toast to you. Drink as you please. Wu Hua again drained the full glass without leaving a drop. He chose young Master Zhou based on observation. This young master sat at the farthest end, indicating his status was the lowest in the private room, and his demeanor was less aggressive. His face appeared kind, not the type to find fault. If the first toast was accepted, the others would not refuse. Moreover, since Master Hua in the main seat had already drunk, the others would not make things difficult for him. Young Master Zhou showed slight surprise, but still finished his half glass of wine. Wu Hua approached the curly-haired girl who wore a Chanel suit and a delicate Van Cleef Arpels bracelet on her wrist. This is Li Jiai, the heiress of the Li Group. Su Ningxuang continued to introduce. Miss Li, you are truly beautiful and elegant. It is my honor to toast you. Wu Hua still drank it all in one go. Li Jiai glanced at Wu Hua, then turned to Su Ningxuang and said, Sister Su, your brother is really handsome. Do introduce him later. He's just an inexperienced student not worthy of Miss Li's attention, Su Ningxuang replied with a smile. Wu Hua toasted in turn, and the guests were all polite. Finally, he came before the man with the ponytail. The other did not raise his glass, but leisurely lit a cigar, exhaling smoke. A Cohiba Bihike, a fine choice, Wu Hua remarked casually without rushing to toast. You know cigars? The ponytailed man was somewhat surprised. Wu Hua's age and appearance did not suggest he would understand cigars. A little did he know that within Wu Hua resided an old soul decades older. I wouldn't say I know them well, but the Cohiba Bihike has a very distinctive aroma, so I remember it clearly, Wu Hua said with a smile. I toast to you. May you have a good time. Your sister owes me 3 drinks. 1 glass won't do. The ponytailed man was indeed difficult. This is the rising star of the financial world, chief analyst of an investment bank, Mr. Chi, Su Ningxuang introduced. Wu Hua drank it in one gulp, and said with a smile, this toast is from me. The 3 drinks my sister owes will make up for them. He poured himself 3 glasses in succession, and under everyone's gaze drained them without leaving a drop. Just then an entire bottle of Remy Martin XO was finished. Kid, you're something. If I keep making things hard for you, it would seem I lack magnanimity. Mr. Chi said with a smile. Wu Hua's final gaze fell on Master Hua. He maintained his smile, and said, Master Hua, my sister has had too much to drink. They'll take her home now. Master Hua gave a slight nod. Wu Hua walked over to Su Ningxuang, helped her up from the sofa, gently supported her arm, and exited the private room. Stepping out of the KTV entrance, Su Ningxuang looked at Wu Hua with some surprise. His calm demeanor in the private room had given her a stunning impression. Because Wu Hua was too young, a completely inexperienced college student who could navigate the upper-class circle, and his drinking capacity was remarkable. Under the light, Wu Hua's handsome profile looked like a movie star, leaving Su Ningxuang a little dazed. Su Ningxuang's Maserati MC20 was a 2-seat sports car, so she certainly couldn't drive. Wu Hua called a ride-hailing service, helped her into the back seat, asked for the address, and sent her home. A drunken woman must be escorted home safely, otherwise accidents could easily happen on the way. Sitting together in the back seat in the cramped space, Wu Hua inevitably brushed against Su Ningxuang's smooth, delicate skin, which felt like the finest silk. Su Ningxuang leaned back in the seat, seeming boneless, as soft and languid as a ripe peach. Her eyes and brows were extremely alluring, with that kind of peach blossom gaze that seemed flirtatious to anyone. When her eyes moved, a myriad of charms came naturally. Drunk, her cheeks were flushed, her red lips slightly parted, adding to her seductive charm. Fortunately, Wu Hua's soul was experienced. A young, hot-blooded man might not have been able to resist. He had to sit upright, trying not to let his body touch Su Ningxuang's skin, maintaining distance. Su Ningxuang glanced at Wu Hua, who kept his eyes straight, and thought this little guy was quite innocent and cute. Thank you just now. You drank so much, aren't you feeling unwell? As she asked. I'm okay, just holding on, Wu Hua said. Su Ningxuang laughed. You're quite honest. That Master Hua, his real name is Hua Yinqing. He has deep connections, even some underworld background. I was really sweating for you just now, Su Ningxuang said. It's fine. Since Sister Su called me over, I knew you would keep me safe, Wu Hua replied with a smile. Little thing, you sure know how to sweet talk. Su Ningxuang raised an eyebrow slightly, an unintentional gesture that to others looked like a flirtatious glance. She was simply born with eyes full of charm. A touch of tenderness appeared in her gaze. The car soon entered a villa district which Wu Hua knew was where the wealthiest tycoons of Jinling City lived, a true affluent area. In front of a standalone villa, the car stopped. Wu Hua helped Su Ningxuang out of the car. By now she was almost leaning on him, soft and boneless. The captivating fragrance of her perfume mixed with a faint scent of alcohol, irresistible. Su Ningxuang extended her finger to verify the fingerprint lock and entered the villa. The vast villa was luxuriously decorated in a Nordic style, exuding an exotic charm. When the lights came on, it resembled a magnificent palace. Sister Su, rest early. They'll head back now. Wu Hua did not enter after seeing her through the door. Want you come in for some tea to sober up before leaving? Su Ningxuang asked. No need. It's too late. You should rest well. Wu Hua politely declined. Such a huge villa inhabited only by a beautiful woman living alone. She must have a story. Good night. Wu Hua bid farewell and closed the door behind him. Exiting the villa gate, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. The allure of a mature older sister was too powerful. No wonder Cao Cao was obsessed with such charms. Su Ningxuang watched Wu Hua's figure disappear as the door closed, and she let out a soft sigh. She went up to the top floor where the bedroom held a pristine white bathtub. Above, a skylight revealed a sky full of stars, incredibly romantic. She shed her dress that reeked of smoke and alcohol and stepped gracefully into the bathtub filled with warm water. Her entire body immersed in the hot water, bringing immense comfort. She gently wiped her arms, which were as fair and tender as jade lotus root, yet her mind kept replaying the handsome profile of Wu Hua. What am I thinking? He's still a child. I'm 7 or 8 years older than him. Who would like an old woman? Su Ningxuang's cheeks flushed as she murmured to herself. She slowly submerged herself into the warm water of the bathtub like a shy maiden. Good fortune comes, may good fortune come to you. Good fortune brings joy and love. Ding! A notification sounded in her mind. You have gained a heart of favor from Su Ningxuang and earned 1 lottery chance. In the sea of consciousness, the magnificent lottery wheel began to spin rapidly, and the pointer stopped on the item, 3 attribute points. Congratulations! You have obtained 3 free attribute points which can be freely allocated. At that moment, Wu Hua, who had just gotten into a taxi, had completed another lottery in his sea of consciousness, gaining a fresh 3 free points. An unexpected delight. Back home, as Wu Hua was washing up and brushing his teeth, the liquor's effect fully hit him. His stomach churned violently, and he collapsed over the toilet, vomiting until the world spun. In a daze, he seemed to return to the days when he was a drudge. After business receptions, he would likewise be hunched over the toilet, vomiting until only dry heaves of sour liquid remained. After a full cycle, life seemed to have returned to its starting point. Living this life anew, I don't just want to exist. I want to live meaningfully. Wu Hua thought hazily, then collapsed onto the bed and fell into a dead sleep. The next day, Wu Hua lay motionless on the bed the entire day, not even streaming in the evening. The hangover was truly unbearable. To repay his debts and get back on his feet as soon as possible, Wu Hua was really pushing himself. On Monday morning, he arrived at the sports field on time to undergo Coach Lei's special training. After sweating through exercise, he felt his entire being regain its vitality. At noon, as usual, he went to the dormitory for a nap. As soon as he entered room 701, he saw his roommates gathered together looking at something. What's the good stuff? Let me see too, Wu Hua said as he leaned in. Ladies man, you're just in time. Check out my new girlfriend, how is she? Shen Jingyu saw Wu Hua and immediately grabbed him, shoving his phone in front of him. Shui Yingying from the foreign languages department. She's also a freshman this year, just entered university. Easy to pick up. Shen Jingyu said excitedly. I gave a female classmate of theirs a Dior lipstick just to get her WeChat. Wu Hua glanced at the other's moments. Indeed, a very cute and girlish looking girl. JK uniform, white stockings, twin tails, big sparkling eyes, plump pink cheeks. Although her face was adorable and childlike, her figure was very sexy. Her moments were full of selfies, incredibly enticing. Wu Hua frowned slightly. Although all were sweet pink girlish outfits, Shui Yingying's posing was quite provocative. Top-down angled shots, mirror selfies highlighting waist-hip ratio, kneeling with legs apart. In short, there were some suggestive edge play hints. With Wu Hua's decades of experience judging women, this girl seemed a bit complicated. However, maybe today's youth just like to express themselves this way. Wu Hua didn't feel right judging someone with old-fashioned views. Indeed, very pretty, Wu Hua said. Of course. That day in the cafeteria, I spotted her at first glance, and then I followed her to find out which class she was in. Shin Jingyu said. Oh my god, old Shin, you're such a creep. Tang Yuanbao commented. Already caught her. Wu Hua asked. Not yet, just added her on WeChat, we're chatting now. Everyone's giving me advice, Shin Jingyu said. That's how college romances went. One person dating the whole dorm of 5 or 6 strategists. It was basically a group operation. Shin Jingyu nervously grabbed Wu Hua and said, "Ladies man out of the whole dorm, I trust your skills the most. Tell me, how should I pursue her?" Wu Hua looked speechlessly at Shin Jingyu's eager gaze and said, "If you like her, next time you ask her out, look into her eyes." "Then what if she doesn't look at me?" Shin Jingyu pressed on. Wu Hua joked, "If she doesn't look at you, then feel free to look at her legs." "Haha, that's awesome." Tang Yuanbao and Lei Xingyang laughed hysterically. At that moment, Cui Yingying's avatar flickered and a message came through. They had been chatting for a while, just some lukewarm polite exchanges. The latest message: "You keep sending emojis, can't you type?" How to reply? How to reply? Shin Jingyu immediately sought help from the strategists. Wu Hua shook his head helplessly. No wonder this rich second generation remained a single king. There was a reason. Tang Yuanbao said, "Hey, just reply normally. It shows her desire to chat with you is quite strong. That's a good thing. Just type back saying you rarely chat with girls, and you're nervous. Build a pure persona." Tang Yuanbao said. Wu Hua shook his head inwardly again. This fatty Tang was also a rookie in love. What's there to be nervous about? Just type whatever you want to say. Boys need to be brave, okay? The other side replied quickly. Shin Jingyu felt his palms sweating, wiped them hard on his clothes, and said, "She wants me to be brave, how should I reply?" "Then just be simple and direct, man. What matters is being manly." Lei Xingyang showed off his biceps. Okay, simple and direct." Shin Jingyu's mind went blank. Subconsciously recalling Wu Hua's joke earlier, he replied, "Let me see your legs." "Hey, are you crazy?" Tang Yuanbao clutched his head in disbelief as he stared at Shin Jingyu. That was way too simple and direct. The other side quickly replied with a. Shin Jingyu's face fell, looking as if the world had ended. He really hadn't been in control of his mind when he sent that. Now that the other had seen it, recalling was pointless. Wu Hua side took Shin Jingyu's phone and quickly typed a line to send. "When I said let me see your legs, I didn't really mean to see your legs. I meant to see the paths you've walked, the joys and pains you've experienced." "Hee, you're quite literary." The other side quickly replied. "Father." Shin Jingyu was tearfully grateful. Wu Hua smiled and said, "Keep it up, single king." Actually, Shin Jingyu's personal conditions were very good. Good character, decent looks, height of 178 centimeters, and most importantly, he was very wealthy and willing to spend money. If he wanted to pursue a girl, his success rate would be quite high, so Wu Hua didn't need to worry for him. Just let nature take its course. Who in college doesn't want a sweet romance? Shin Jingyu continued his sweet romance, while Wu Hua enjoyed a good nap at noon. Receiving personal training from Lei Xingyang in the morning and live streaming to earn money in the evening, Wu Hua's days were now quite fulfilling. After a period of continuous training, Wu Hua's physique stat actually increased by 1 point, now reaching 10. His current personal attribute panel was as follows: name Wu Hua, age 19, strength 12, agility 7, physique 10, intelligence 12, charm 20, fortune 5, remaining free attribute points 3. Wu Hua felt himself gradually growing stronger. The increase in physique and strength had added another centimeter to his height, now standing at 181 centimeters. Wei Kunkin. At the entrance of Lingnan University's first canteen, Wei Kunkin was just walking out after lunch when someone suddenly called her name from behind. She turned around and saw Su Tianyang, the former military training instructor. "Instructor, is there something you need?" Wei Kunkin asked. "There's a letter here that Wu Hua asked me to pass to Gu Yutong. I happen to be tied up with some matters. Could I trouble you to deliver it?" Su Tianyang said amiably. "Oh, all right." Wei Kunkin nodded and took the letter. Su Tianyang nodded in satisfaction, as Wei Kunkin was in the same class as Wu Hua. Su Tianyang had led their class during one day of military training and knew this girl to be honest and unlikely to refuse any request, which was why he asked her to deliver the letter. Wei Kunkin was also a conscientious person. After returning to the female dormitory, she specifically found Gu Yutong's room and handed over the letter. "Who sent me this letter?" Gu Yutong asked in confusion. "Well, it's from that Wu Hua." Wei Kunkin initially wanted to say Su Tianyang, but remembering that Su Tianyang was merely forwarding it for Wu Hua, she didn't elaborate and simply said it was from Wu Hua. Wow, a love letter. The senior sisters in Gu Yutong's dorm rushed over to snatch the letter. "Go away, stop mess." Wow, a love letter. The senior sisters in Gu Yutong's dorm rushed over to snatch the letter. "Go away, stop mess." "I know Wu Hua, he's a freshman and a handsome guy newly listed on the campus heartthrob chart. My Tong can't date. The sky is falling." Overwhelmed by her roommate's noise, Gu Yutong had no choice but to flee the dormitory. She went to the rooftop, opened the envelope, and inside was an exquisite piece of stationery with a printed line: "Come to the 4th floor of the biology lab building at 7 p.m. Oh, I have something important to tell you." Wu Hua. Gu Yutong felt her ears burning and heart racing. Was this a date? Was he going to confess? How embarrassing. What should I do? At 7:50 p.m. With an anxious heart, Gu Yutong still followed the instructions and arrived at the 4th floor of the biology lab building. It was eerily quiet there, with not a soul in sight, only the pale glow of the corridor lights. This made Gu Yutong feel a bit scared. She wondered what Wu Hua wanted to meet her here for. Footsteps echoed from the stairwell, reverberating through the empty building. The distinct sound quickened her heartbeat. Half surprised, half delighted, she turned around only to reveal a look of astonishment. The person approaching was not Wu Hua, but the loathsome Su Tianyang. Why is it you? Gu Yutong asked in surprise. Surprised? Did you think Wu Hua had invited you out? Too bad it wasn't him, but me. Su Tianyang hadn't expected the plan to go so smoothly. Are you insane? I'm leaving. Gu Yutong tried to leave, but found the way downstairs blocked by Su Tianyang. I've tried so many times to ask you out, but you never agreed. Wu Hua only needed a single letter, and you obediently came on your own. How enviable. Su Tianyang curled his lips into a mocking smile. Su Tianyang, I warn you, don't do anything reckless. Gu Yutong's heart raced. She took a deep breath, suppressing her inner fear and trying to stay calm. Su Tianyang smiled faintly and said, the biology lab is quite remote. It takes over 20 minutes to walk here. There won't be a single person around at this hour. Even if you scream, no one will hear you. You? What do you want? Gu Yutong was truly panicked. What do I want? Of course I want us to be together forever. If I can't have your heart, I'll settle for your body. Su Tianyang finally revealed his true colors. Su Tianyang, calm down. You're about to graduate. If you commit a crime, not only will your academic career and future be ruined, but you'll also go to prison. Your entire life will be over. Gu Yutong reasoned calmly. You have a point. But if you don't report me and become my girlfriend, won't I avoid prison? Su Tianyang shrugged. In your dreams. Gu Yutong felt nothing but fury and humiliation. Heh. Su Tianyang casually opened an empty classroom nearby and said, forgot to mention in the lab manager. I've already set up a photography studio to record our intimate moments. If you dare report me, I promise the video will spread across the internet. They'll go to prison, but you Gu Yutong won't be able to finish your studies either. Gu Yutong's heart sank. She knew Su Tianyang had come prepared, and although he seemed calm now, he was truly insane. After dinner at the canteen, Wu Hua was about to go for a few laps on the track. His recent exercise routine had gotten him quite hooked. Hey Wu Hua. Wei Kunken approached and greeted him. I delivered your letter, you owe me a bubble tea. What letter? Wu Hua was taken. The letter for Gu Yutong. Instructor Su Tianyang asked me to pass it along, saying it was from you. Wei Kunken paused, pushing up her glasses. Su Tianyang. Wu Hua's heart tightened. He instantly sensed something was wrong. I never wrote any letter to Gu Yutong, he said, pulling out his phone and finding Gu Yutong's WeChat, then sent a video call. Gu Yutong was being cornered by Su Tianyang, who had backed her to the end of the corridor with nowhere to run. Just then her phone rang, snapping her out of her daze. She hurriedly fumbled for it and pressed the answer button. But before she could speak, Su Tianyang charged at her and slapped the phone out of her hand. Still trying to call for help. Too late, he snarled, his eyes bloodshot like a wild beast. Gu Yutong let out a scream and desperately tried to retrieve her fallen phone, but before she could take 2 steps, Su Tianyang grabbed her by the waist, lifted her, and strode toward the pitch-black laboratory. Bastard, let me go. Gu Yutong shouted, help. Help. She suddenly drove an elbow fiercely into Su Tianyang's face. Damn it. Su Tianyang winced in pain and brutally slammed her body against the wall, producing a dull thud. Wu Hua connected the video call only to see the phone get knocked to the side. After a chaotic display, the camera fortunately captured the nameplate at the entrance of the laboratory. This allowed Wu Hua to quickly deduce that the incident occurred in the biological laboratory. Without hesitation, he messaged his counselor Zhu Yunshu to contact the security office to rush to the biological science building while he sprinted there. He ran into Tang Yuanbao, who was leisurely riding his newly purchased electric bike. Hey, monitor training so earnestly. Tang Yuanbao cheerfully greeted Wu Hua as they passed by each other. Tang Yuanbao rode by proudly on his little electric bike. Wu Hua, who had just rushed past, came to a sudden stop, turned around, and yanked the bike to a halt, saying, Give it to me, I need it urgently. Hey. In broad daylight you dare to forcibly take someone else's vehicle. Tang Yuanbao was caught off guard and was pulled off his bike by Wu Hua, who then accelerated to the maximum speed and sped away. Be careful not to crash my bike. I just got it. Tang Yuanbao watched Wu Hua leave in a rush, stomping his feet and shouting behind him. Wu Hua raced at top speed to the biological science building, speeding all the way up to the 4th floor. He burst into the laboratory where Su Tianyang was viciously gripping Gu Yutong's neck, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot, and his expression twisted like a demon. Why don't you like me? Why don't you like me? Why? He had completely lost his mind. After throwing Gu Yutong against the wall, he lunged at her, starting to tear at her clothes. However, Gu Yutong had served 2 years in the military and maintained her fitness. Though she might not be as strong as Su Tianyang, she was certainly not a helpless woman. She desperately kicked, used her arms to block, and even bit. This fierce resistance thoroughly enraged Su Tianyang, and during the struggle his emotions spiraled out of control, causing him to completely lose his rationality. His sinister hands squeezed Gu Yutong's neck with all his might. After all, Gu Yutong was a woman, and no matter how much she trained, she could not match Su Tianyang's strength. Her frantic struggles proved futile, and the suffocating sensation made her vision darken. The sound of Su Tianyang's curses faded, and she gradually lost consciousness. Am I going to die? It feels so unfair to die like this, with so many delicacies I haven't tasted and so many sights I haven't seen. What did I do wrong? Why am I facing such misfortune? Just because I am a woman must I die because a vile man has set his sights on me? Gu Yutong felt endless grievance and bitterness inside her, but her mind was unable to think any further due to the lack of oxygen, and her pupils gradually dilated. In this critical moment, Wu Hua rushed in without hesitation, using all his strength to deliver a flying kick to Su Tianyang's shoulder. The immense force sent Su Tianyang flying, crashing hard against the wall. As Su Tianyang was getting back up, Wu Hua followed up with a punch to his temple, knocking him out cold. Wu Hua turned around, helped Gu Yutong up, pinched her philtrum, and vigorously patted her back. Gu Yutong suddenly convulsed, opened her eyes, and took a deep breath, finally recovering. Wow! Gu Yutong burst into tears, tightly embracing Wu Hua as her emotions broke down. It's okay, it's okay. Wu Hua gently patted her back to comfort her. He looked up and saw a camera mounted in the classroom, recording everything that had just happened. Wu Hua approached to check the camera, realizing that most of what had just happened was captured on tape. Originally, it was the footage Su Tianyang intended to use to blackmail Gu Yutong, but it had now become solid evidence of his crime. Counselor Zhu Yunshu and the security personnel rushed in, shocked by the scene before them. Wu Hua showed the video to the counselor and the security team, causing everyone to break into a cold sweat. If Wu Hua had arrived a few minutes later, a life could have been lost. Should we call the police? Wu Hua asked calmly. Zhu Yunshu furrowed her brows from the perspective of the victim, and as a woman, she certainly supported calling the police. However, from the perspective of maintaining the school's stability, exposing such a vicious case could impact the school's reputation, and it would be better to handle it internally. Zhu Yunshu's gaze fell on Gu Yutong as she sought to consult the victim's opinion. Call the police, Gu Yutong said, wrapping her arms around her chest. Though her body trembled, her voice was resolute. Counselor Zhu Yunshu pursed her lips, wanting to say something, but upon seeing the bruises around Gu Yutong's neck, she swallowed her words. If we don't arrest someone like him, there will surely be even more horrific crimes committed, Wu Hua added. This solidified Zhu Yunshu's resolve as she said, call the police. Even if she faced criticism from the school afterward, she could not let the students fall into danger again. Wu Hua evaluated that this counselor was quite commendable. He had seen too many so-called leaders who disregarded personal interests and safety for the supposed greater good. This guy deserved to shed tears behind bars. Good luck coming your way, good luck bringing joy and love. The notification sound rang in his mind. You have gained Gu Yutong's affection level 1 heart, earning a chance to draw. Congratulations, you have gained 3 attribute points that can be freely allocated. Wu Hua had also gained 1 point of affection from Gu Yutong, now having 2 hearts of affection from girls, including Gu Yutong and Zhang Yuxi. He had not yet allocated his personal attribute points, and he already had 6 points. The police car drove directly into the school and took Su Tianyang away. Criminal charges were certain. Now it was just a matter of whether the prosecution would charge him with attempted rape or attempted murder. No matter the outcome, Su Tianyang's future was completely ruined. Wu Hua cooperated at the police station and provided witness testimony, leaning towards saying that Su Tianyang had attempted murder. Although Su Tianyang initially intended to commit rape and blackmail, using the video, once his emotions spiraled out of control, it had turned into a case of passionate murder. If Wu Hua had arrived a few minutes later, it might have been too late. Returning home, it was already late at night. Wu Hua forced himself to stream for an hour, but his condition was really bad, so he didn't continue. Although the online audience was not as many as the previous day, many players above level 45 entered the live stream, and were quite generous. In just 1 hour of streaming, the earnings had already exceeded 1,000 yuan. This surprised Wu Hua. He didn't think too much about it as he was too tired, so he went straight to take a shower and sleep. The next day was still a vibrant one. Wu Hua arrived an hour early at the school playground to participate in Lei Xinyang's special training. Now he could complete the 1,500 meters in under 7 minutes, reaching a time of 6 minutes and 48 seconds. If he continues to persevere, there is hope for him to win a medal. After completing a 1,500-meter run, Wu Hua followed Lei Xinyang in doing cool-down exercises. Tang Yuanbao gently nudged Wu Hua with his elbow and whispered, "See those girls by the field? They're here just to watch you." Huh? Wu Hua blinked, completely caught off guard. Following Tang Yuanbao's gaze, he saw a group of girls standing by the track. When they noticed him looking, their faces lit up with excitement and joy. So this is the trouble of being handsome. Wu Hua felt a hint of secret delight. This kind of treatment was something he had never experienced before. Indeed, only good-looking guys get to have a youth worth remembering. Many of the girls by the field were freshmen majoring in Chinese language and literature. Among them was one exceptionally beautiful girl, widely considered the strongest contender for the title of Campus Belle, Luo Shuyao. Standing at 172 centimeters, Luo Shuyao possessed a pair of perfectly proportioned long legs, an incredibly slender waist, and fair luminous skin. Her large sparkling eyes were set in a classic oval face. What caught the eye most was her straight jet black hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall, making her appear like a protagonist straight out of a manga, a breathtaking sight at first glance. Undoubtedly, Luo Shuyao was the most beautiful girl among the freshmen at Lingnan University, but she wasn't yet qualified to vie for the title of the university's most stunning campus belle. On the current flower registry of Lingnan University, the highest ranked was Lin Yichuan, yet she wasn't hailed as the most beautiful, as other girls were equally formidable. Luo Shuyao had been dragged to the morning track by her roommate, who had a massive crush on a male freshman from the economics department, whom she believed was named Wu Hua. According to her roommate, he was outrageously handsome, her absolute ideal type, and she insisted that Luo Shuyao come and see for herself just how good-looking he was. Luo Shuyao hadn't wanted to come at first, but she couldn't resist her roommate's pleas, and a sliver of curiosity got the better of her. So early in the morning, she found herself by the track watching Wu Hua's training. Not bad, he is quite handsome, she conceded. The boy exuded a sunny, clean vibe like the male lead in a romantic drama. Naturally radiant, approachable, and likable. But Luo Shuyao was no ordinary beauty. She was a socialite from Jinling City herself. Her 18th birthday banquet had over 100 tables, and many prestigious families from Jinling had come to celebrate. Born with a silver spoon, she was a noble girl who had encountered countless young elites, and her standards were high. Yao, what do you think? Is he handsome? Wang Xiaowen tugged excitedly at Luo Shuyao's arm. He is indeed quite handsome, Luo Shuyao nodded, offering a fair assessment. Right? I told you he was gorgeous, and he's so hardworking and motivated. If he were my boyfriend, I'd be smiling in my sleep. Wang Xiaowen said, thrilled. Then go ask for his WeChat, Luo Shuyao said bluntly. Huh, I wouldn't dare. I'm so ordinary. How could I ask for his WeChat? If I got rejected, I'd be mortified. Wang Xiaowen shook her head like a rattledrum. What's there to be afraid of? He'll ask for you, Luo Shuyao declared. With that, she placed one hand on the railing, performed a clean single-arm vault, and strode toward Wu Hua. Tang Yuanbao caught a glimpse of the approaching beauty and felt as if his soul had left his body. He instinctively tugged at Wu Hua and stammered. Oh no, it's Luo Shuyao. Luo Shuyao is coming. Who's Luo Shuyao? Wu Hua asked, baffled. She's like you. The most beautiful girl among the freshmen. And she's in the Hanfu Club. I filled out the registration form with her when I joined, Tang Yuanbao said excitedly. Oh, Wu Hua replied, then turned to look at Luo Shuyao. Walking toward him against the morning sun, she truly resembled a goddess stepped out of a manga. Almost unreal in her beauty. Hi there, you're Wu Hua, right? Luo Shuyao greeted him warmly and naturally. Hello, I'm Wu Hua. He nodded. Haha, sorry to bother you, but my roommate would like to have your WeChat. Could you add her? Luo Shuyao asked with a smile. She tilted her head slightly, letting her smooth black hair cascade to one side. Oh sure, Wu Hua nodded, then picked up his jacket from the grass and pulled out his phone. Could you open your personal profile? I'll take a photo. Please approve it later. My roommate is Wang Xiaowen, and her WeChat name is XW. Luo Shuyao said. Oh okay. Wu Hua opened his QR code, and Luo Shuyao took a picture. By the way, what event are you in for the sports meet? Luo Shuyao asked as she put away her phone. 1,500 meters, Wu Hua replied. Then you'll need to work harder. At that pace you won't get a medal, she teased. He'll try my best, he said with a nod. I won't keep you then. Keep it up. Luo Shuyao turned back, performed another graceful single-arm vault over the railing, and pulled out her phone to share with her roommate. See, it was easy. He erased the screenshot of his WeChat profile. I didn't add him, Luo Shuyao said. Yao, you're the best. They'll treat you to breakfast for a whole week. Wang Xiaowen said gratefully. The girls laughed and chatted as they headed off to breakfast. Wu Hua shook his head, gathered his jacket, and prepared to leave. In his past student days, he had been just an ordinary member of the crowd, watching from afar as the campus popular figures shone. Even when he saw a pretty girl, he never had the courage to ask for her contact information. So now he wouldn't act aloof or refuse any ordinary girl who gathered the courage to greet him. What a shame. It wasn't Luo Shuyao asking for your WeChat. Tang Yuanbao sighed, shaking his head. I thought you'd scored another beauty from the flower registry. I'm not that skilled. Don't spread rumors. Wu Hua laughed. Watch your words. I may love gossip, but I'm always rigorous. I never spread rumors. Tang Yuanbao declared with righteous indignation. Alright, I take it back, Wu Hua said helplessly. The residents of Dorm 701 were chatting as they prepared to leave when a cool voice came from the side. Wait a moment. They turned in surprise to see a strikingly aristocratic-looking young man. Standing at 186 centimeters, he was half a head taller than Wu Hua. His pristine white shirt was without a single crease, every detail exuding noble quality. He had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and a chiseled face. His pale skin glowed faintly in the morning light, and an innate air of nobility seemed etched into his very bones. The dorm members looked at him puzzled. The imposing young man pointed at Wu Hua and said coldly, delete that girl's WeChat. Wu Hua was utterly confused. What did he mean? What's your problem? Whose WeChat I add is none of your business. Lei Xingyang, irritated by the arrogant tone, as if the guy was about to say, "I'll give you 10 seconds, stepped in. The aristocratic young man's gaze remained fixed on Wu Hua, unrelenting. No matter who you are, coming over and speaking so arrogantly is really off-putting, especially in front of a group of boys. Why should we listen to you and delete a girl's WeChat? Wu Hua glanced at the tall, handsome guy exuding an imposing aura. He didn't think this person came for Wang Xiaowen. Most likely it was because of Luo Shuyao. Luo Shuyao came over to ask for Wang Xiaowen's WeChat, but to outsiders they would definitely misunderstand that Luo Shuyao was asking Wu Hua for his WeChat. This act clearly infuriated the overbearing CEO in front of them. So he came directly to claim his sovereignty. The handsome nobleman ignored Lei Xingyang and continued speaking to Wu Hua. I don't want to waste time. My time is very precious. Just do as I say so you don't cause trouble for yourself. Sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. Next time please speak in human language. After saying that, Wu Hua ignored the CEO, waved to his buddies and said, ignore him. Let's hurry to the cafeteria for breakfast, or we'll miss out. The handsome nobleman hadn't expected Wu Hua to disregard him so utterly, which made his sword-like brows furrow and a hint of anger appear on his face. She's not someone of your class can touch. She's my fiancée. If you don't delete her, I guarantee you'll regret it. Idiot. If you're so capable, why don't you just stop your fiancée from adding other guys on WeChat? Can't keep her in check, yet you still pretend to be a big shot. Lei Jinyang said disdainfully. Wow, fiancée. Feels like we're filming a campus idol drama. Are we the villains? Lu Mingyuan said. She's just a fiancée, not a legally wedded wife. Scoring with a goalkeeper present is the real thrill. Huh. Tang Yuanbao patted Wu Hua on the shoulder and said with a laugh. The handsome nobleman's face turned livid. He was completely enraged by the teasing from these losers, but aside from his domineering words he could indeed do nothing else. He could only glare angrily as the members of Dorm 701 walked away chatting and laughing. Wu Hua's principle in life had always been do not stir up trouble, but do not fear it. If others leave me alone, I leave them alone. If others respect me an inch, I respect them a foot. If you had come over and spoken politely, Wu Hua would have been willing to explain that this was just a misunderstanding. He hadn't added Luo Shuyao on WeChat. But you came with a domineering CEO declaration. Well, sorry, you can keep your misunderstanding. I can't be bothered to explain. University campus is actually the place where class distinction is least felt, with a hint of equality for all. No matter what class you come from, we are all classmates with no great disparity in status. Of course, after entering society, you will inevitably return to your own class. That is why many fresh graduates find it hard to accept the harsh reality. But on campus, no one is more superior than the Wu Hua didn't take the CEO's threat to heart either, and continued with his own business. Near the end of the morning class, Wu Hua secretly sent Lin Yichuan a message, "Want to have lunch together?" Soon she replied, "Okay. Which cafeteria?" "The third cafeteria." "Oh, I want to have the beef vermicelli from that." "Alright, I'll go grab a seat first." Such a simple conversation, yet it lifted Wu Hua's spirits. University life is truly wonderful. On the other side, Lin Yichuan pursed her lips. She wasn't quite sure why she had agreed so readily to have lunch with Wu Hua. Perhaps it was because seeing how much he enjoyed his food made her feel that eating was a joyful thing. Moreover, the key point was that eating alone in the cafeteria, without a meal buddy, made her feel very insecure. So temporarily having this boy as her lunch companion wasn't such a bad thing. As soon as Lin Yichuan walked into the third cafeteria, she looked around, and immediately spotted Wu Hua excitedly waving his hand to greet her. She didn't react much, just silently ordered a serving of the delicious beef vermicelli, then carried her tray, and sat down opposite Wu Hua. She glanced. Wu Hua had also ordered beef vermicelli. "I heard you say it's delicious, so I wanted to try it too," Wu Hua explained. It's indeed delicious," Lin Yichuan said seriously. When it came to eating, she was always earnest. Deep down, she was a little foodie. That's why she couldn't stop thinking about the rice porridge Wu Hua had cooked. But it seemed there was no chance to have it again, and after all, it would be awkward to go to a guy's home, right? Wu Hua, of course, had no idea that Lin Yichuan's little head was full of thoughts about food, and that she was even The beef vermicelli was indeed very good. Wu Hua really enjoyed eating at the cafeteria. The subsidized prices at Lingnan University's cafeteria were unimaginable outside, and the portions were generous and tasty. Rice was 0.5 yuan per liang. About 50 vegetable dishes were 1.5 to 3.5 yuan. Meat dishes were 3 to 5 yuan. Soup was free, and only soups like pork rib soup cost 1 yuan. If you didn't want fast food, there were also various delicacies. Clay pot hot pot at 12-18 yuan with generous portions. Having malatang spicy hot pot only cost 10-15 yuan. Milk tea was 6 yuan, coffee 8 yuan, desserts and cakes around 5-10 yuan. It was simply paradise. Wu Hua felt that recharging his meal card was the best value for money. The two were happily having their meal when several muscular sports students walked into the cafeteria. Their eyes quickly scanned the room and locked onto Wu Hua's location. They exchanged glances and then walked over. One of them got a bowl of free soup, and as he passed by Wu Hua's seat, he deliberately tilted it, spilling some on himself. "Damn it. You tricked me. The soup spilled all over me," the guy said, fiercely clenching his fists. Wu Hua looked down in surprise. His legs weren't even stretched out. They were a good distance from the aisle. How could he picking a fight? Seeing the muscular sports students gathering around, Wu Hua saw through it clearly. He wasn't sure why they were provoking him, but they definitely meant ill. The sports student who had spilled the soup grabbed Wu Hua by the collar. Wu Hua directly added 2 points to strength, bringing it to 14 points, already far exceeding the level of an average adult. He calmly grabbed the other's wrist and slowly pried it outward. "Let's talk nicely." "No need to get physical," Wu Hua said in a calm voice, gradually applying force. That guy's muscles bulged, veins protruding on his skin, his face flushed red from exertion. Yet he was still being slowly pried open by Wu Hua's grip on his wrist. Wu Hua remained calm, but the other's forehead was already bulging with veins, his expression turning pained. Everyone stared in shock at the two hands locked in a contest of strength, gradually being forced down by Wu Hua. Holy shit, really? Among these sports students, this guy was recognized as the strongest, able to bench press 120 kilograms. And now in plain sight, he was being overpowered by a thin, seemingly weak, and gentle-looking boy. In the minds of sports students who worshipped strength, this moment left them in shock. That athlete exerted all his strength, yet his arm was still slowly bent by Wu Hua. The power he was most proud of was suppressed, which dealt a considerable blow to his psyche. "Who sent you?" Wu Hua said coldly. "What nonsense are you spouting? You bumped into someone, and still dare to throw a punch." A few nearby athletes, both guilty and enraged, crowded around ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Bang! Lin Yichuan, who had been sitting silently, abruptly slammed the table and stood up. I am Lin Yichuan, Vice President of the Student Council. I saw clearly that you came here looking for trouble. If anyone dares to make a move, just try. You want to be suspended. Lin Yichuan furrowed her brow and scolded, her fair cheeks flushed with anger. The athletes were stunned. They never expected Lin Yichuan to lose her temper. Faced with the wrath of such a beautiful vice president, these guys immediately cowered. Without even a harsh word, they slinked away in disgrace. Who have you offended recently? Lin Yichuan could also tell that these athletes came deliberately to cause trouble, likely with the goal of teaching Wu Hua a lesson. The image of the domineering CEO flashed through Wu Hua's mind. He smiled and said, I'm not sure either, maybe. Be careful. Lin Yichuan said no more and continued eating her beef vermicelli. Wu Hua smiled as he watched Lin Yichuan finish her beef vermicelli and even sip a few mouthfuls of soup before handing her a tissue. That look you had when you got angry, so cool. Wu Hua lightly flattered. You've helped me too, Lin Yichuan replied. Wu Hua smiled and said nothing more. This group. After lunch, Wu Hua returned to the dormitory for his usual nap. Just then a friend request came through on his WeChat from a user whose nickname was X. W. Wang Xiaoan. Wu Hua accepted the request and took the initiative to send a greeting. Hello. Hello, I didn't expect you would actually add me. Thank you, Wang Xiaoan said excitedly. Wu Hua. It's nothing, we're classmates after all. Wang Xiaoan. Haha, I'm too ordinary, so I lack confidence. I want to ask you something, Wu Hua said. What is it? Is it about Luo Shuyao? Wang Xiaoan replied swiftly. Sort of. Does she have a fiancé at school? Wu Hua asked. Wang Xiaoan sent a string of question marks. Not a real fiancé. Wu Hua looked at the string of question marks and didn't press further. I'm going to take a nap. Wu Hua ended the conversation. Wang Xiaoan stared at her phone in bewilderment. She had never heard of Luo Shuyao having a fiancé. What was going on? Just then Luo Shuyao walked into the dormitory, sat down at her desk, and opened her laptop. Yaya, do you have a fiancé? Wang Xiaoan couldn't help asking out of curiosity. Luo Shuyao slowly turned around and looked at Wang Xiaoan. Where did you hear that? Well, I was chatting with Wu Hua, and he suddenly asked if you had a fiancé. Wang Xiaoan explained. Bang! Luo Shuyao abruptly closed her laptop and walked out without a word. Luo Shuyao indeed had a fiancé, but it wasn't her choice. It was arranged by her family when she was born. Her childhood betrothal was to Lu Lin, the young master of the Lu family in Jiangnan. Both families were prestigious and well-established, with grandfathers being old comrades-in-arms, through 3 generations of close friendship, ultimately leading to the arrangement of a betrothal between the grandchildren. A perfect match, golden boy and jade girl. When Lu Lin first saw Luo Shuyao at age 14, he was struck by her ethereal beauty and fell deeply in love. Lu Lin went to Hong Kong for junior high school, and after graduating high school, he transferred credits to Lingnan University from Hong Kong, all just to attend the same university as Luo Shuyao. Luo Shuyao felt nothing for Lu Lin and did not acknowledge the family's betrothal. She was somewhat resistant. Thus, she had never mentioned Lu Lin to anyone. The fact that Wu Hua asked Wang Xiaoan whether she had a fiancé meant that Lu Lin must have approached Wu Hua. In truth, Luo Shuyao had also seen Lu Lin on the sports field that day, but had ignored him. Lu Lin must have misunderstood, so he went to find Wu Hua, explained their relationship, and might even have caused some trouble. This infuriated Luo Shuyao. She was a very independent girl with her own thoughts and ideas, unwilling to let others interfere in her life. Luo Shuyao left the dormitory and went to the empty sports field, where she directly called Lu Lin. The phone rang twice, and the other party quickly answered. Yao Yao, Lu Lin said excitedly, using an intimate nickname. Lu Lin, what do you mean? Didn't you promise not to mention the childhood betrothal between our families at school? Why did you break your word? Luo Shuyao said angrily. Lu Lin usually projected a domineering CEO aura, but in front of Luo Shuyao, he was like a little pet dog. Yao Yao, don't be angry. I just spoke too quickly and let it slip. Lu Lin quickly explained. Let me tell you again, I do not acknowledge my family's decision. I have my own independent personality and thoughts, and I hate being forced. Don't ever call me your fiancé again. Luo Shuyao said angrily. Why not? What am I lacking? What's so good about that little milk dog? You hurt me for him. Lu Lin retorted. Did you do something to Wu Hua? Luo Shuyao frowned and asked back. Why would I do anything? What is he that I should even consider him a rival? He's not worthy. He's not worthy at all. Lu Lin denied it. After all, sending athletes to teach Wu Hua a lesson, but being scared off was somewhat embarrassing. Hiring people for revenge was already a lowly act, and if Luo Shuyao found out, it would definitely lower his score. Moreover, it failed, and they were scared off by others. That doubled his score deduction. As a proud, domineering CEO, Lu Lin certainly wouldn't admit it. Luo Shuyao was no fool, she didn't believe him. She knew that people from large families were morally worse than ordinary people because they were accustomed to shady dealings. Lu Lin, I warn you, if you dare to harm a fellow student, I will never let you off. Luo Shuyao issued a warning. Yao Yao, please trust me. I will make you see the difference between me and those ants. Only I am worthy of you, Lu Lin said through gritted teeth. However, the other party had already hung up, leaving only a long dial tone. In order to pursue Luo Shuyao, Lu Lin had hired relationship experts and psychologists at a high price for guidance. The experts advised him not to do things that would make a girl dislike him, not to over-interfere in her life. Such actions would only lower his own value. Instead, he should actively showcase himself, fully display his strength and advantages like a peacock spreading its tail, to earn everyone's admiration. The principle was to attract a girl, not to pester her relentlessly. Although he understood the logic, whenever he saw Luo Shuyao interacting with other boys, Lu Lin couldn't accept it, and his emotions overrode the expert's advice. But since Luo Shuyao liked the little milk dog type, he would completely defeat Wu Hua, and make Luo Shuyao recognize his true worth. The sports meet is about to be held soon, and Lu Lin learned that Wu Hua signed up for the 1500-meter event, so he immediately registered as well. First on the sports field, he realized the gap between himself and others. A comprehensive and thorough crushing of the opponent, letting Luo Shuyao witness with her own eyes that this weak little puppy is inferior to her in every aspect. At that moment, her inherent admiration for strength would prompt her to reassess herself and develop feelings of affection. Lu Lin regained his confidence, feeling that his plan was perfect. After the evening class, Wu Hua ran 4 laps on the playground, then returned home for a hot shower, preparing to go live. While drying his hair, a friend request notification came through on his phone. Luo Shuyao. Luo Shuyao thought for an afternoon, and ultimately decided to add Wu Hua's green bubble. She didn't want Lu Lin to use his financial power and abilities to harm his classmates. Luo Shuyao, hello, I am Luo Shuyao. Did Lu Lin contact you? Yes, he said he is your fiancé, and asked me to delete you. I think he misunderstood. Why don't you explain it? Wu Hua quickly replied. If they are indeed a couple, it would be bad to cause misunderstandings because of himself. Wu Hua is the type who doesn't let go of grievances. No need to explain. If he causes you trouble, just let me know, and I'll handle it. Luo Shuyao replied. Oh, okay. With this promise, Wu Hua also saved a lot of trouble. After all, you guys will resolve your matters yourselves. Hugo has nothing. Sorry for the trouble. Also, the information about the fiancé is not true. This situation is quite complicated, and I will explain it to you when I have the chance. Luo Shuyao said. Okay, I understand. Don't worry, I won't say anything reckless, Wu Hua replied. After ending the conversation with Luo Shuyao, Wu Hua officially began his live broadcast for the night. Earn money early, get back on track soon. 1300 in debt at 80 is 10400. Having already repaid 2500, there's still 7900 left. Life is getting better day by day. Wu Hua opened the live stream. LV30 Forest Deer entered the room. He greeted his little manager as usual and started the live stream for the night. The live stream quickly started attracting viewers. The recent streams had earned Wu Hua fanbase, and as soon as the stream began, old fans flocked in, boosting the popularity. Wu Hua's live stream is quite potent. Whether in looks or professional dance skills, he is far superior to those who only rely on high beauty filters and chat awkwardly in the live room. Live streaming needs content. Without quality content, it won't gain traction. Moreover, Wu Hua's gifts and dances are not expensive, emphasizing collective enjoyment. LV42 AA Building Materials King entered the live stream. LV46 Young Master Wu Shuang entered the live stream. LV51 Sister M entered the live stream. Many high-level big brothers entered the live stream, and gifts began to pour in. Soon Wu Hua's live stream made it to the hourly hot list. The number of people in the live stream exceeded 800 and was still growing. Sister M sent out a Carnival X1. The big sister was generous, directly dropping a carnival gift, instantly causing a barrage in the live stream. Wu Hua also expressed his gratitude, and all these big brothers and sisters added him as friends. The entire live stream heated up. With enhanced physical fitness, Wu Hua extended his streaming time, dancing for nearly 3 hours without a break. The gifts were abundant as well. This live stream earned 46500 audio wave coins worth 4650 yuan, and Wu Hua would receive 2325 yuan, breaking a new high. Life is getting better day by day, and the streaming income is also increasing steadily. The peak income has also surpassed 4000 daily. Studying, live streaming, exercising, having meals with Lin Yichuan. Wu Hua successfully joined the esports club. The calm life continued for a while, leading to the highly anticipated Lingnan University sports meet. This was also Wu Hua's first time participating in a college sports meet. During the opening ceremony, the entire sports ground was filled with a lively atmosphere, and what truly attracted attention was the beautiful leader holding the sign in front of the class formation. As per tradition, the leader holding the sign is always the tallest and most beautiful in the class, the object of Lin Yichuan wore a pure white strapless gown, the hem floating as lightly as a pure white cloud. Her waist was slender, her curves flawless, and her long black hair gently swayed in the wind. Her radiant face displayed a captivating smile, and her eyes sparkled like stars. Wow, she truly is a goddess, so beautiful. Is this the campus belle of Lingnan University? She's simply too beautiful. Lin Yichuan, I love you. Wu Hua's gaze was irresistibly drawn to her. Her fair skin nearly glowed under the light. So beautiful. Does this stunning girl really accompany me for meals every day? This made Wu Hua feel a sense of unreality. It felt as though he was in a fortunate situation without realizing it. At that moment, Zhang Yushi, dressed in a purple fitted dress, rushed past the playground. Oh, she must have been late, hurrying to her class formation. The fitted design perfectly highlighted her incredibly alluring curves. As she ran, her silhouette changed enchantingly, and even with just a few minutes of running, she captivated everyone's attention at the school. Lin Yichuan slightly shook her head, murmuring softly, this scheming. There's no one like her. She understood Zhang Yuxi, as she has always had a cute little strategy to attract attention. For instance, this showy tardiness successfully made her the center of attention. The sunlight gilded the track with a golden hue, and as the music played, each class formation began to move, passing by the podium in order. Lin Yichuan stepped out gracefully, while holding the sign, the lace hollow design on her back, revealing her snow-white skin like a blooming lily. In the entire sports field, every girl in a dress holding a sign maintained an elegant smile, like a series of enchanting landscapes. At this moment, it was their proud and incomparable youth. Each one was the star of the crowd. The principal delivered an enthusiastic speech encouraging students to exercise actively for a strong body to achieve the great rejuvenation of China. As the opening ceremony concluded, the intense competitions began. In the 701 dormitory, Lei Zhenyang led triumphantly, first winning in the 100-meter sprint, long jump, and high jump events, smoothly advancing to the semifinals with the best score. The others in the 701 dormitory also worked hard to pass the preliminaries, and even Tang Yuanbao made it through in the shot put competition. The 1500-meter preliminaries were about to start, and Wu Hua changed into his sportswear and put on his athlete number. His usual training results should not be a problem for the preliminaries, but just to be safe, he added 1 point to his agility. Now Wu Hua's agility is at 8 points. Attribute panel real-time update. Name: Wu Hua, age 19, strength 14, agility 8, stamina 10, intelligence 12, charm 20, luck 5, remaining free attribute points 3. The preliminary round of the 1500 meters began, and Wu Hua followed the strategy laid out by Lei Zhenyang, trailing behind the first echelon, maintaining his stamina. In the latter half of the race, he would unleash his strength to challenge for a top 3 finish, securing a stable entry. Wu Hua was fortunate. The competitors in this group were not particularly strong, and at the last moment, he surpassed the leader, crossing the finish line first and winning the preliminary round. A group of girls on the sidelines erupted in excited cheers. After the race, Wu Hua realized that a cheerleading squad had appeared, comprised of beautiful university girls. This, although a bit embarrassing, the excited cheers from the girls seemed to enchant him. Oh man! Happy Wu Hua headed to the changing room, and unexpectedly spotted the domineering Lu Lin at the corridor entrance. Is this the best speed you can run? What a disgrace! Lu Lin sneered while leaning against the door. Wu Hua frowned, replying, you focus on your love life. It has nothing to do with me. Please don't bother me. See you in the finals. Lu Lin did not continue bantering with Wu Hua and turned to leave. What was this? Why did this scenario feel like an old-school 90s sports manga? Is he targeting me? Is this guy out of his mind? Wu Hua couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Trouble always seemed to find him. Who did he offend? Lu Lin had hired a professional coach for special training for this competition. His current time was 4 minutes and 37 seconds, already capable of contending for the championship. Moreover, he had prepared some expensive banned stimulants to ensure his performance would improve further, as the school sports meet wouldn't conduct any drug tests. He had to win, and win gloriously. The moment he stood atop the champion's podium, looking down at Wu Hua, he would declare that this little pup would be crushed by him in every aspect. Luo Shuyu would also understand who was truly worthy of her affection. Earlier in the preliminaries, Wu Hua's time was only 5 minutes and 36 seconds, utterly insignificant. In the afternoon, the finals for Group A of the 1500 meters non-sports major commenced. Wu Hua was in lane 4, while Lu Lin was in lane 2. This race attracted a large audience, becoming the most watched event of the entire sports meet. This match featured the 2 most handsome boys of this year's freshmen. For a first-year student to reach the finals of the sports meet was already impressive, let alone in the highly challenging 1500-meter race. Before the race even began, the cheers from the crowd were deafening as the athletes entered the field. Such high attention drew even more students to come and watch. Wang Xiaowen excitedly pulled Luo Shuyu over to watch Wu Hua's final, genuinely thrilled. Wow, 2 handsome guys. But still, my Hua Hua is the most handsome. Wang Xiaowen had now become a qualified little fan of Wu Hua. Luo Shuyu frowned upon seeing Lu Lin. This guy was definitely trying to target Wu Hua. Was he really that immature? Winning the race means I can like you. Luo Shuyu found it absurd. Firstly, she and Wu Hua were not in that kind of relationship, as she did not currently like Wu Hua, but merely accompanied her roommate, who was a little fan of him. However, she couldn't be bothered to explain this misunderstanding to Lu Lin. He wasn't someone she fancied, so what was there to explain? What a boring competition. Lin Yichuan walked over alone, sitting in the audience to watch the live match. He found you. Zhang Yuxi came over with a smile, sitting next to Lin Yichuan, and saying, you're here to watch Wu Hua compete too. No, I just happened to be bored. Lin Yichuan replied. That's not true. I'm not lying, I'm here to cheer for the little handsome guy. Zhang Yuxi said. Lin Yichuan shot her a glance. Yet Zhang Yuxi took Lin Yichuan's hand and said, how can we cheer from here? Come with me, I know a good spot. Hey. Lin Yichuan hadn't had the chance to express her opposition before being pulled away by Zhang Yuxi. This woman is really too much. Zhang Yuxi stood directly by the railing closest to the track from the inner passage, excitedly raising her flower crown and shouting to Wu Hua, go for it. Go. Wu Hua turned his head, saw Zhang Yuxi and Lin Yichuan, and smiled, waving his hand in greeting. How did a small school sports meet feel so exhilarating? Wu Hua had originally come just to get some exercise, but now he felt like he was being put on the spot. If he ran too slowly, it would be quite embarrassing. He gritted his teeth and added 1 point to his agility, bringing it to 9 points. Name Wuhua. Age 19. Strength 14. Agility 9. Constitution 10. Intelligence 12. Charm 20. Luck 5. Remaining free attribute points 2. This damn desire to win. Lu Lin also noticed Lin Yichuan and Zhang Yuxi, his expression displaying some surprise. This little pup seemed to have some charm. These were the school beauties of Lingnan University, and they were actually coming over to cheer for him. However, this also indicated that this seemingly harmless little pup might actually be a very skilled flirt. Such scum are adept at charming girls, posing a high risk comparable to a firecracker. Lu Lin felt a surge of anxiety. He couldn't allow this flirt to deceive Luo Shuyo. He must completely defeat. Starting from this match, I will let you know the true gap. You think a few sweet words can win a girl's heart? Dream on. Lu Lin made his resolve a fierce flame igniting within his heart, his gaze becoming more determined. Wuhua, go for it. Zhang Jiechi, wearing a cheerleading uniform and a short skirt, held a flower crown, jumping and waving her arms. The skirt fluttered, showcasing an infinite youthful vitality, presenting the most beautiful scenery. Shin Chuchu, wearing a white t-shirt and denim shorts, shyly stood beside Zhang Jiechi. In the audience, Gu Yutong, wearing a baseball cap, sat quietly in a corner watching the match. Hey, there are beautiful girls cheering for Wuhua over there. This guy seems a bit of a flirt. Zhang Yuxi frowned, expressing her discontent. Wuhua felt a chill run down his spine. It was this situation a battlefield. Although he hadn't done anything, why did it feel like he was being pricked by countless eyes? Is this the terrifying and powerful aura of a battlefield? So scary, I must try to avoid battlefields in the future. Lu Lin's expression had darkened to the extreme. He had already determined that Wuhua was a highly dangerous presence, raising his danger rating to the maximum. At that moment, the referee raised the starting pistol and shouted, "On your marks, get set." With the sound of the starting gun, Wuhua shot out like an arrow from a bow. Amidst cheers, he sprinted full force to the first position, leaving the second place far behind. He did not conserve his energy, but ran at a sprinting pace. Is this guy crazy? Running like this, he'll be exhausted after 500 meters at most. He can't finish the whole race. Lei Zhenyang stared at the race in disbelief, his eyes wide as he muttered incredulously. On the track, Lu Lin was also taken aback, but he chose not to accelerate to catch up with Wuhua, as it was pointless. This fool running like that is already equivalent to conceding defeat. I only need to maintain my pace, and I can eat. Lu Lin's eyes showed a disdainful expression. He had thought this guy was a high-risk factor, but it turned out he was just a fool who went crazy after a little provocation. Wuhua's sprint briefly earned cheers from the sidelines. After a few hundred meters, his speed indeed began to slow down. He could not maintain such a high pace. Just as Wuhua was exhausted, he added 1 point to his constitution attribute, raising it to 11. A surge of warmth flooded his body, and Wuhua's stamina instantly recovered to peak condition. This was Wuhua's battle plan. Before the race, he had considered that long-distance running requires both agility and constitution attributes, and he only had 3 attribute points left. No matter how he allocated them, he couldn't guarantee winning. But he recalled the special state that occurred when he last added constitution. Whenever he increased constitution, no matter how dire his condition, he would instantly be fully revived. Utilizing this trait was the key to winning the race. So Wuhua, after adding 1 point to agility, saved the remaining 2 points and started the race at a sprinting speed. When he ran out of stamina, he added 1 point to constitution, and after fully recovering, he continued sprinting. Lei Zhenyang, watching Wuhua's speed gradually decrease, suddenly saw him accelerate again, his eyes nearly popping out. What the hell? What is this? A rocket? Or staged acceleration? First stage fuel burns out, then switched. Lei Zhenyang, as a scion of a sports family, was completely stunned by this utterly irrational anomaly. He stood there, mouth agape, as if struck by lightning. On the track, Lu Lin was similarly thunderstruck. He had been planning to accelerate when Wuhua exhausted himself, but Wuhua accelerated again. Damn, it's a ghost. Lu Lin had no time to ponder what was happening. He could no longer conserve his energy, and began to accelerate to catch up with Wuhua. Wuhua and Lu Lin had opened a gap from the main pack, leading the race in first and second place. As they accelerated, the entire stadium erupted in excitement, with cheers deafening. The other athletes watching the two far ahead felt a deep sense of helplessness, completely reduced to background. This acceleration disrupted Lu Lin's rhythm. He felt his stamina draining quickly, and his physical strength already failing. Fortunately, he had taken a special stimulant in advance, so his bonus potential was unleashed, allowing him to barely hold on. He now cared about nothing else, his eyes fixed on Wuhua's back. He must surpass him. Wuhua must also be at the end of his strength. He's just putting on a brave face. He can't possibly last to the finish. Sure enough, Wuhua's speed slowed again. Lu Lin gritted his teeth and slowly caught up, now only 3 or 4 meters behind Wuhua's back. With a little more effort, he could overtake him. A triumphant smile crept back onto Lu Lin's lips. He imagined overtaking his opponent, letting out a cold sneer and a contemptuous glance for him to ponder. Just as Lu Lin was savoring his perfect fantasy, Wuhua accelerated again. Damn it. Lu Lin's mentality had completely shattered at this point. This guy still has stamina. He can accelerate and sprint again. Is this a monster? No one has ever run a 1500-meter race like this. Segment acceleration full sprint. Lu Lin let out an angry roar, ignoring his bonus limits as he forcibly increased speed to continue chasing. The cheers from outside had reached a fever pitch. No one ever imagined that a mundane 1500-meter race could feel so exhilarating. Zhang Yuxi was even more excited, jumping and shouting, her arms waving wildly in the air, her voice nearly hoarse. Lin Yichuan clutched the hem of her clothes, her palms sweaty. At this moment, she desperately hoped Wu Hua would win. Luo Shuyao watched the race with some surprise. This race had something to do with her. Objectively speaking, the two boys on the track were giving their all because of her. Zhang Yuxi was even more excited, jumping and shouting, her arms waving wildly in the air, her voice nearly hoarse. Lin Yichuan clutched the hem of her clothes, her palms sweaty. In theory, she should be cheering for Lu Lin, but at this moment, she didn't want Lu Lin to win at all. Instead, she hoped Wu Hua would become champion. This feeling was strange. Lu Lin's forced acceleration put a huge burden on his body. Even with the stimulant, he was still exhausted. After running less than 200 meters, his calf suddenly lost strength, and he crashed onto the track, rolling a few times, struggling to get up, utterly disheveled. The school medical team staff immediately ran onto the field to check Lu Lin's injuries. No, I don't believe it. Lu Lin struggled, his gaze fixed on Wu Hua's receding back. Right in front of him, yet no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up, only watching him run farther away. This feeling truly tormented Lu Lin to the extreme. Why is this happening? It's completely unreasonable. He gritted his teeth and struggled to support himself, trying to continue chasing, but found his legs wouldn't obey, unable to even stand, let alone run. Student, you can't continue the race in your condition. Take care of your health first. The school doctor quickly comforted him. I hate. Lu Lin felt tears uncontrollably stream down his face, and he punched the ground fiercely. Was an amateur group, a long-distance race, really that important? The medical staff exchanged bewildered glances, completely unable to understand. In the end, they helped the disheveled and defeated Lu Lin off the track. Wu Hua charged straight through the finish line banner, easily and comfortably claiming victory. If not for Lu Lin's provocation, he hadn't planned to use up all his attribute points to win the championship. After all, it was a school sports meet. Friendship first, competition second, all for exercise. The remaining points Wu Hua intended to add to intelligence so that studying would be easier. However, since things had already happened, there was no use dwelling on it. He had used them, and it was fine. After all, it had strengthened his physical abilities. Wu Hua's current attribute panel name: Wu Hua, age 19, strength 14, agility 9, constitution 12, intelligence 12, charisma 20, luck 5. Remaining free attribute points 0. Wu Hua ran the 1500-meter race in 4 minutes and 17 seconds, beating the school sports meet record of 4 minutes and 19 seconds by 2 seconds, thus becoming the creator of Lingnan University's 1500-meter record. The moment Wu Hua claimed the championship, the entire venue erupted in excitement to the point where no one even cared who came in second. Several girls leaped up in exhilaration. Wang Xiaowen was so thrilled she bounced and hopped, dragging Luo Xia along with her, causing Luo Xia to blush slightly. But the second-place finisher harbored no resentment, as Wu Hua had left him a full half-lap behind. Standing on the podium, the vice principal personally presented the awards and offered a few words of encouragement. The school sports meet came to an end. Although Lei Zhenyang won 3 gold medals, he felt none carried as much weight as Wu Hua's single gold. Dude, you been sneaking in extra practice, or did you take something? After the sports meet, the boys from Dorm 701 headed back together, with Lei Zhenyang draping his burly arm around Wu Hua's neck and asking in a low voice. No, I wouldn't take anything weird. Just felt this surge of energy inside me, so I ran like crazy, Wu Hua said, knowing he couldn't explain it properly, so he made something up. Lei Zhenyang didn't press further, and everyone laughed and chatted as they walked back. Our Dorm 701 really made a name for itself at this school sports meet, medals galore. Tang Yuanbao won a silver medal in the shot put and was strutting around proudly. Everyone did great, especially Lei Zhenyang and Wu Hua. Lu Mingyuan said. He and Shirmashing also took bronze in 2 events. Only Shun Jingyu came away empty-handed. He dropped his head dejectedly and said, I let Dorm 701 down. I'm guilty. Haha, then you're treating us to dinner. Tang Yuanbao said with a grin. No problem. Order whatever you want and drinks are on me. Shun Jingyu boasted, patting his chest. Amid the crowd in the stands, a girl kept her eyes fixed on Wu Hua, but not with admiration. She was Su Shasha, the girl Wu Hua had once liked. Watching the former little simp of hers transform so completely after entering university, shining brilliantly, made Su Shasha feel a complex turmoil inside, as if a bottle of spices had been knocked over. The last time Wu Hua had said, if you're sick, go see a doctor. Don't delay treatment. That remark had made Su Shasha so angry she couldn't eat for a week. But now she couldn't bring herself to hate him. Only a deep sense of resentment lingered. Shasha, you must be thirsty. I got you some milk tea, said a boy with a perm, trotting over and handing her a cup. This boy was Lu Haoyu, a new simp that Su Shasha had hooked. Although he was mediocre in many ways, his family was well off, giving him a generous allowance, and he was willing to spend money on Su Shasha. Su Shasha had just started university and was in a relationship vacuum, so she added Lu Haoyu as a small fish in her pond. But she never acknowledged him publicly. He was merely an ATM. Usually Lu Haoyu provided decent emotional value, and Su Shasha enjoyed being pampered. But today after watching Wu Hua's race, the pent-up frustration ignited a fire in her heart, and everything irritated her. Didn't I tell you I don't like pearls? You should have added coconut jelly. And I'm on a diet, no sugar. Don't you understand? Su Shasha snapped. Lu Haoyu was taken aback. He had bought the milk tea exactly as Shed requested before, yet now she erupted without warning. I'm sorry, Shasha. I'll buy another one right away, Lu Haoyu said, terrified by her outburst, bowing and apologizing hastily. Forget it. Annoying. Can't even handle a little thing. Drink it yourself. I'm not having any. Su Shasha flipped her hair and stormed off, giving Lu Haoyu no chance to apologize. Lu Haoyu felt as if his soul had been drained. He hurried after Su Shasha, apologizing incessantly. His demeanor could not have been more pathetic. Wu Hua didn't witness this scene. If he had, he could only sigh deeply, recalling how the previous owner of this body had been justice. During evening self-study, Wu Hua was in the study room working hard on math, when suddenly a strong perfume scent hit his nostrils. Surprised, he looked up and saw Su Shasha standing before him with a smile. Today Su Shasha was dressed provocatively in a pink cropped camisole and a princess-style cake skirt, revealing her fair legs. Many male students involuntarily let their gazes drift over, lingering on the curves of her body. This filled Su Shasha with inner smugness. Men, after all, like the same things. Just be a little seductive, and they couldn't resist. Can I help you? Wu Hua asked calmly, his expression unchanged. Su Shasha gently bit her red lower lip, putting on a pitiful look, and said, Can we talk outside for a bit? She had done her makeup in a Japanese style, looking quite alluring. Wu Hua had no idea what she wanted, but he was sure it wasn't anything good. Although he wanted to ignore her, he didn't want to cause a scene in the study room and disturb the other students. Fine, but make it quick. Wu Hua closed his book, stood up, and walked outside the study room. A cool breeze was blowing. Su Shasha stood opposite Wu Hua. She realized that Wu Hua was truly handsome, astonishingly so. How had she never noticed before? Perhaps she had been too close to see clearly. Wu Hua, I know you're angry at me. I really was wrong before, but I was only testing you. The truth is, the one I truly care about is you. Su Shasha unleashed her standard two-faced sweetheart lines. Wu Hua almost laughed. This manipulative girl seemed unwilling to give up. Su Shasha, I'm telling you one more time, there's nothing between us anymore. I hope you'll stop bothering me, Wu Hua said. Wu Hua, come on, stop this. I've already apologized. Please forgive me. Su Shasha swayed her hips gently and reached out to take his hand. Wu Hua jerked his hand away as if touching a venomous snake, stepping back half a stride. Please don't touch me. I'm afraid of catching something. Su Shasha's eyes widened in shock and her face flushed involuntarily. Though Wu Hua's words contained no profanity, the insult cut deeply. Her expression shifted. You? How can you say that? Su Shasha, stop pretending. You know exactly what kind. Do whatever you want. It's none of my business. I hope this is the last time you harass me. Wu Hua truly didn't want to waste any more time with her. Even these few minutes were already too precious to him. After saying that, he turned and walked away, leaving Su Shasha dumbfounded in the wind. Watching his retreating back, she felt an immense humiliation. The little simp who once groveled at her feet could now insult her so brazenly. This indignation made her chest. Fine. Wu Hua, you think you're so great. Just wait until you regret this. Su Shasha stomped her foot and stormed off. Wu Hua returned to the study room and continued working his Dao, heart unshaken by this bit of foul air. The Esports Club of Lingnan University is one of the earliest esports organizations established among universities in Jinling City. The club has many game divisions such as LOL, Dota 2, CSGO, Overwatch, StarCraft 2, and other mainstream. In his previous life, Wu Hua enjoyed playing CS when he was young, saving 2 months' worth of living expenses to buy gaming peripherals like a keyboard and mouse, and he participated in a few small city-level competitions. However, later his family found out, smashed his mouse and keyboard, and forced him to study. After he started working, he lived a life where he worked tirelessly and had no time to play games. Once his career stabilized, he realized that his mind, dulled by alcohol, had long lost the reaction speed of his teenage years, and he lost interest in gaming. Now, having been reborn, Wu Hua still wants to play games properly to make up for the regrets of his youth. On Friday afternoon, he arrived at the esports club ready to participate in the newcomer event. Upon entering the club's activity room, Wu Hua was astonished to see a lavishly decorated esports competition venue with 10 gaming computers arranged on either side, and a large screen projection in the middle. Is it really this extravagant? It feels amazing. The activity room was empty with no one around, which did not seem like the setup for a newcomer event. Only one machine was on, and a girl with a delicate appearance was wearing headphones while playing CSGO. The girl was quite pretty, albeit slender. Wu Hua stood behind her for a while, watching as she practiced shooting against bots, her aim precise, hitting headshots consistently. Wu Hua felt a bit itchy to play, so he opened a computer next to her. The girl then noticed him, and with a puzzled glance took off her headphones, and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm a new member of the esports club here to participate in the newcomer event," Wu Hua replied. "The newcomer event is next Friday. You came at the wrong time," the slender girl said coldly. "Moreover, this is a competition training computer which ordinary members cannot use." That's what the girl explained. "Oh, sorry about that," Wu Hua said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he was about to shut down the computer. Indeed, such good equipment surely shouldn't be used like an internet cafe, otherwise there wouldn't be anyone here. "Do you play CS?" The girl suddenly asked. A little Wu Hua answered. No one is here today, why don't you join me for some practice? I'm tired of shooting at robots. The girl said. Oh alright. Wu Hua retracted his hand that was about to shut off the computer and joined the LAN for CSGO. 1v1 practice on the BLD map. It had been a long time since he played, and seeing the familiar interface made Wu Hua feel a bit excited. He moved the mouse a bit to adjust to a comfortable speed. Then he fired a few shots at the wall to test the bullet trajectory. The girl did not shoot, instead she waited for him to finish adjusting. Alright, let's go. Wu Hua said enthusiastically. After buying a weapon he peeked out, but had not even seen the enemy clearly when he was already down and reborn. What a good gun. Wu Hua felt a surge of excitement, his expression becoming focused. He bought another M416 and rejoined the battle. Although he hadn't played in many years, his foundation was still there. Wu Hua dashed against the wall to check his sight. Bang! A shot hit his shoulder, instantly causing him to bleed. This gun is brutal, it doesn't seem like a frail girl at all, her shooting skills are fierce. Wu Hua made another small jump ready to charge out, but fell again. Oh no, I've really embarrassed myself this time. After all, Wu Hua had once won a CS championship, even if it was just an Internet Cafe League championship, it was still a championship. He couldn't possibly be so thoroughly beaten that he couldn't even get out right. Wu Hua became serious, performing a spinning jump revealing half his body to spot the girl's position. Ignoring the bullet wound in his body, he forcefully pulled out his weapon and landed 2 precise headshots. Finally, he won a round. Experience still counts for something. Wu Hua instantly regained his confidence. As he became familiar with the game mechanics, the two began to exchange fire with vigor. Wu Hua was amazed to find that he had improved, seemingly regaining the form he had at his peak years ago. After all, playing esports, especially FPS games, is all about that 0.1 second reaction time. As he aged, experience alone would not suffice. Young players were simply faster than him. However, now Wu Hua was also a young person and his reaction speed was at its peak naturally, making him feel that the girl's shooting skills were indeed slightly better than Wu Hua's, but his vast experience allowed him to shoot from unexpected angles, disrupting her rhythm. The two played over 200 matches, battling fiercely. It wasn't until night fell that the girl took off her headphones and said, I have to go, I'll lock the door here. Oh okay. Wu Hua also took off his headphones. He felt elated. It had been a long time since he enjoyed a game so much, and the key was that super fast reaction ability, which truly made him feel youthful again. What's your name? You play pretty well, your skill is quite decent, the girl asked. Wu Hua, a freshman in the Department of Economics. The girl nodded and began to pack her things. What's your name? Wu Hua asked. Sumizuki. This name is quite interesting. Wu Hua smiled faintly, finding her intriguing. Let's add each other on Green Bubble. We can play games together next time, Wu Hua suggested. Sumizuki hesitated for a moment, but eventually added Wu Hua on Green Bubble, as handsome boys do reduce one's defenses. Wu Hua returned home in a good mood, feeling that his gaming urge had been ignited, wanting to play games today, and not wanting to stream, just being so willful. Wu Hua opened the app and sent a message to his only little manager, Senlu. I have something today, oh I'm not streaming. Senlu quickly replied, oh. This little thing always keeps messages very concise, usually just 1 or 2 words, giving off a very aloof vibe. Wu Hua was curious about what this little manager looked like. Maybe he should invite her out offline. Taking a break from streaming felt refreshing, finally giving him that Friday off vibe. Wu Hua took a hot shower, comfortably lay on his bed, then opened his phone and launched the Battle Royale game. Oh. Wu Hua was surprised to find that Lin Yichuan was also online and in an available state. Does the campus belle also enjoy gaming? Wu Hua thought it was amusing and instinctively invited her to team up. OVO joined the game. Wow, she actually agreed. Wu Hua had originally just impulsively invited her, but now he was really going to lead a girl into battle. Upon opening the squad voice chat, Lin Yichuan's voice came through first. Are you bad at this? Wu Hua was speechless, wanting to retort, are you polite? After all, he was also an experienced player with over 4,000 hours of gameplay. I'm not that good at, can you guide me? Wu Hua decided to play it cool and tease the campus belle. Alright, you jump with me. Lin Yichuan had a commanding aura. Were girls this good at gaming now? Wu Hua felt a bit anxious, especially since he had just battled a girl with fierce shooting skills in the afternoon. Well, okay, Wu Hua agreed. The two queued together, and the game quickly started as they boarded the plane. Wu Hua selected to follow, and as they approached G-Port, Lin Yichuan jumped without hesitation. G-Port is a resource-rich area, but the combat is very intense. It's a place where novices might die 9 times out of 10. Wu Hua moved his view left and right, watching the sky full of parachutes, thinking he couldn't end up in a box upon landing. Is this girl really bold enough to have such skills? Wu Hua didn't have time to think twice. Upon landing, he immediately grabbed a gun, flicked his wrist to take down one enemy, then quickly sought cover and reloaded. He dashed out again and took down another. Before he could catch his breath, bullets from an unknown direction reduced him to critical health. Wu Hua quickly retreated to cover, only to find he had just 9 HP left. Chaotic footsteps surrounded him, his life hung by a thread. He trembled in the corner, then glanced at his teammate. EOVO had already turned into a crate. Damn it. He thought she was a king, but she turned out to be a bronze. Was this the legendary bad, but eager to play? Wu Hua had no choice but to go out, finish off the 2 unlucky ones he had downed, and then got turned into a crate himself. Back at the team interface, Wu Hua couldn't help but say tactfully, let's jump to a less crowded place. First we can gather some supplies. Okay. Lin Yichuan agreed. As they matched again on the plane before Wu Hua could even finish a sip of water, he saw Lin Yichuan had already jumped. He scanned the landing spot. The airport. Big sister, how dare you jump to the airport? Wu Hua was already done. There's plenty of supplies here just like you said. Lin Yichuan replied. Indeed there were plenty of supplies, but there were also colorful parachutes descended like wolves and tigers in the sky. Don't engage in a fight. When you land, find a corner and hide first. Wait for me to save you. Wu Hua was speechless. He decisively broke away from following, steering his parachute toward a jeep by the roadside. In a situation where it's hard to be the first to grab a spot with many people grabbing a car is a better choice. However, another guy seemed to have the same idea, also drifting toward the jeep. With his cool outfit, he must be a veteran player. Brother, it's either you or me. As they landed, Wu Hua landed behind his opponent closer to the vehicle. Without hesitation, Wu Hua jumped up and punched him in the back of the head. This punch enraged the opponent, who turned around to start a fist fight with Wu Hua. But unexpectedly, Wu Hua feigned a punch and didn't continue the fight. Instead, he was faster and grabbed the jeep. At this, the fierce boxing king was completely stunned. He hesitated for a moment, then turned and ran. Kid trying to run. Wu Hua revealed a devilish grin, stepped on the gas, and ran him over. That guy must be cursing like crazy offline. After grabbing the car, Wu Hua checked the team status. Lin Yichuan was still alive. Though this girl was not skilled, she was very obedient and well-behaved. She must be hiding in a corner patiently waiting. I've got the car. Don't come out. He'll gather some supplies and come to save you, Wu Hua said over voice chat. Oh, Lin Yichuan replied. Wu Hua dared not waste time. He drove straight out of the airport area and began searching the houses in the nearby wild region. He searched extremely fast. After looting 3 small houses, he already had an AK and MP5, a level 2 vest, grenades, flashbangs, and other supplies. Wu Hua didn't continue looting. Instead, he drove straight toward Lin Yichuan's location at full speed. The grand rescue of the damsel in distress was about to begin. The essence of carrying a girl to a chicken dinner is to carry her. Protect the girl's safety. As the car approached Lin Yichuan's location, Wu Hua saw that the little girl was hiding in a corner of a room. But as he approached, he encountered a nearby squad that opened fire wildly upon seeing Wu Hua's car. Wu Hua accelerated, parked the car between 2 houses, and quickly got out. He knew that if he didn't take down these 2, there was no way he would escape. On a narrow path, the brave prevail. At this moment, whoever flinches dies. Wu Hua locked onto the positions of the 2, threw out his only flashbang, then rushed out. The moment the enemy turned to dodge, he took him down directly. After being down, the guy crawled on his belly into the room where his teammate could revive him. Wu Hua didn't finish him off, though instead he let him crawl inside, and then closed the door. When his teammates started reviving him, Wu Hua held a grenade, timed it to explode just before he threw it, and hurled it through the window. Boom. On the screen, 2 kills popped up. 1 grenade, 2 lives. Senior sister, come loot the crate. Wu Hua said. One of the greatest joys of this game is looting crates. All the supplies someone else painstakingly collected handed over for free. All kinds of rare attachments, healing potions. It's just too satisfying. Upon hearing loot the crate, Lin Yichuan immediately forgot the danger and rushed into the room. Closing the door, the 2 of them looted the crate to their heart's content, utterly satisfied. Lin Yichuan now had an M416 on her back. She was finally well equipped. Unfortunately, the enemies hadn't had much time to loot either, so ammunition and attachments were scarce. Let's go, we need to drive quickly. If we're late, the enemy will block the bridge, and we won't be able to get out, Wu Hua said. On this map, the airport is on an island with only 2 bridges leading to the mainland. If after the safe zone shrinks, the airport area is outside the zone, they would need to cross one of the 2 bridges or take a freshly spawned boat on the water to leave. If they left too late, the boats would definitely be gone, and there would be people at the bridge heads aiming at escaping vehicles. This is called blocking the bridge. Wu Hua needed to leave this dangerous place first. He wasn't a professional player. He wasn't confident enough to clear out so many people at the airport. With Lin Yichuan, he drove quickly toward the connecting bridge. The safe zone hadn't started shrinking yet, so he let his guard down, thinking no one would be blocking the bridge at this point. But to his surprise, there were just too many campers. Just as they were about to pass the bridge, 2 burly men rushed out from the side and sprayed the vehicle with bullets. The car, already at half health from the previous fight, couldn't withstand a full magazine from these 2, and it exploded in a fire. Back at the team interface again. Maybe you could jump with me, Wu Hua asked tentatively. Okay. Lin Yichuan didn't object. Wu Hua breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he disliked fierce fighting. It's also a form of entertainment in the game. But duos is about playing together, finding a style that both can enjoy. If both players are very skilled, then indeed they can go for intense fights, as the squad survival chance is higher. Otherwise, if you take a girl into fierce fights, you'll just turn the game into a become a crate game repeatedly. Even if he survives, Lin Yichuan would just watch him play, having almost no gameplay experience. This is emotional intelligence, learning to care about your teammates' gaming experience. Some straight guys overconfident in their skills want to show off in front of the girl and take her into high difficulty game modes. The result is that the girl has 0 gaming experience while he's having a blast. Then he complains that the girl is terrible. This leads to arguments over the game, completely defeating the purpose of duo queuing. But an older guy with both emotional and intellectual intelligence won't make the kind of mistakes that only youngsters make. Wu Hua jumped with Lin Yichuan to the farm, where there were a few houses and decent resources. He glanced at the parachutes in the air and noticed another squad landing nearby in the adjacent houses. Search here and don't go out, Wu Hua instructed Lin Yichuan. Okay, Lin Yichuan replied. Wu Hua entered a house and swept through the entire building at top speed, obtaining an MP5, some ammunition, a level 1 vest, and a flash grenade. Admittedly, the resources in the wilderness were quite scarce. Instead of continuing to loot, Wu Hua observed the adjacent house, where the two players were looting without any caution. They even boldly smashed windows to enter the house. He had to eliminate them first before he could develop safely. Otherwise, if they sneaked up on him, they might kill him by surprise. Wu Hua had to ensure Lin Yichuan's safety. He quickly crept over, and when close he suppressed his footsteps, stealthily approaching the ground floor of the building where the enemy was searching. That guy was still frantically collecting resources, searching from the first floor to the second, then leaping from the second floor balcony. When he landed on the ground, there would be a brief stun period during which he couldn't perform any actions. And in that moment when he landed, their eyes met. How helpless and bewildered he was in that instant. Bang! They locked eyes for 0.5 seconds. Wu Hua unhesitatingly pulled the trigger, landing a headshot, and the guy instantly dropped to his knees. Having down one player, Wu Hua did not finish him off. That was because he still had a teammate. If he killed him now, he would lose the chance to lure his teammate out, and it might also cause the teammate to flee in fear. Or he might hide in a room and remain stealthy, greatly increasing the danger of looting. Therefore, Wu Hua once again chose not to kill. After his teammate was down, that guy immediately stopped and went silent. However, Wu Hua deliberately opened his footsteps, letting the enemy hear the sound of him running away. The down guy crawled desperately toward his teammate's house. His teammate, being cautious, had no intention of coming out to rescue him. Instead, he opened the door, held position, and waited for his teammate to crawl in. Only this way could it be absolutely safe. Once he revived his teammate, they would regain a 2v1 advantage. Wu Hua stealthily crept back, quietly watching the pitiful guy who was unwilling to die crawling painfully toward his teammate's house. This action actually revealed his teammate's location. Smooth sailing. Half of his body had already entered the door with only his buttocks sticking out. Just 2 more crawls, and he would be reborn. That sneaky attacker would surely regret not finishing him off. Da-da-da. Wu Hua unloaded a burst of bullets into the protruding rear, taking him out directly. This almost made his opponent smash the keyboard. Wu Hua had now locked onto the last enemy's position and wasn't afraid of him escaping or playing defensively. The enemy was clearly frightened, thinking both of them were encircling him. Driven by survival instinct, he threw 2 smoke grenades to block the path, then a flashbang ready to rush into the smoke and flee. But before he could even enter the smoke, Wu Hua had already gunned him down with a burst. Double kill. Come loot the bot. Wu Hua called out cheerfully to the senior. At that moment he noticed Lin Yichuan already holding a shotgun, hiding in a corner of the house. She hadn't listened this time, and had secretly come to support him. She hadn't even looted, she had anxiously grabbed a shotgun and crept over. Wu Hua found it both amusing and tough. That's how duos worked. They were comrades bound by life and death. They had to fight together. Lin Yichuan was quite capable in combat too. Wu Hua didn't say anything, just called Lin Yichuan over to loot. The two packs were quite rich, saving themselves a lot of looting time, and giving them more time to reach the safe zone. After some looting, the poisonous zone began to shrink, and this area would soon no longer be safe. They needed to relocate. Since the map was large, finding a vehicle was the most convenient way to move. Wu Hua and Lin Yichuan retreated along the road, searching for a vehicle. Soon Lin Yichuan spotted a sedan parked in the grass by the roadside. There's a car, Lin Yichuan called to Wu Hua. Wait, someone's here. When Wu Hua attached an 8x scope to his AK and surveyed the surroundings, he spotted a lone wolf in the wilderness looting intently, and their path was heading toward the car. Wu Hua glanced at the sedan, a bold idea forming in his mind. This guy definitely needed a vehicle to escape the poison zone. He wouldn't let the car go. The car had blackened windows, making it hard to spot people in the back seat. Let's get in the car first, both sit in the back. That guy will surely come to drive, and we'll kill him then, Wu Hua said to Lin Yichuan. That works. Lin Yichuan had clearly never played like this, and was incredulous. Trust me, Wu Hua said. Oh, okay. Lin Yichuan agreed to Wu Hua's plan, feeling a hint of excitement. They crawled to the car, quickly got in, and switched. That lone wolf, unaware of any danger, bounced around looting, and then found the car. It was like a pillow delivered in time for sleep. Today was just too smooth. Sitting in the car, Wu Hua watched this adorably foolish lone wolf, who was carrying a level 3 backpack. There must be plenty of loot inside. Lin Yichuan also saw the level 3 pack, drooling with desire. Without any suspicion, the lone wolf hopped into the driver's seat, and drove leisurely forward, completely unaware of the danger. Use the pan. Wu Hua silently switched to a frying pan. Lin Yichuan also switched to her frying pan. Headshot kill. With 2 pan strikes, the guy flew out of the car headshot, while the uncontrolled car continued to slide forward. Ha 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 ha. Alone in her dorm, Lin Yichuan burst into laughter, like a goose, completely overturning her usual Ice Queen persona. That pan strike moments ago was just too satisfying. She couldn't help it. She had never imagined a game could be so fun. Usually she just played to kill time, often jumping alone into crowded areas only to become a lonely eliminated box after a fierce gunfight. Cycle after cycle. Truly the game was more enjoyable when played with 2. Wu Hua quickly switched to the driver's seat and drove back to where the lone wolf's box lay. Prone and loot watch for snipers. Wu Hua got out and immediately lay prone in the grass, signaling Lin Yichuan to do the same. The two of them lay there looting the super-rich level 3 backpack, the satisfaction nearly overflowing from the phone screen. Lin Yichuan suddenly noticed that their posture lying in the grass was quite ambiguous, with their heads nearly touching. Although they were game characters, it still made her feel a bit flushed and her heart race. But she didn't move either. If she deliberately backed away, it would reveal her feelings. She simply closed her eyes and pretended not to see. Lin Yichuan quietly shut her eyes. Get in the car, haven't you finished looting yet? After getting in, Wu Hua saw Lin Yichuan still lying motionless and asked, "Oh, coming." Lin Yichuan quickly got into the car. Fasten your seatbelt, senior. I'm taking you on a joyride. Wu Hua floored the accelerator, speeding across the game map like the wind. Lin Yichuan stuck her head out of the window, watching the scenery rush past, almost feeling the cool breeze. If only she could really go for a drive like this. She wondered when she'd ever get the chance. Airdrop. Senior will take you to get a level 3 helmet. Wu Hua exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the parachutes descending. Although contesting airdrops was dangerous, it was totally worth it. As the saying goes, one dies for riches, just as a bird dies for food. If you don't fight for an airdrop, you're a fool. Wu Hua marked the spot and drove straight toward it with Lin Yichuan. When they were still a short distance from the airdrop, Wu Hua stopped the car along the hillside, and they proceeded on foot. Quietly, no shooting, he said. I saw a car go by, Lin Yichuan said. Will they get the airdrop first? There's more than one group. I'll let them fight first, Wu Hua replied. He led Lin Yichuan to carefully hide on the slope. Sure enough, where the red smoke rose from the airdrop, two groups were already engaged in combat. Wu Hua and Lin Yichuan crawled forward stealthily through the grass, slowly approaching the airdrop. The battle between the two groups was fierce. Their vehicles had been blown up. Finally, another team arrived and claimed the kills of those two weakened groups. This team, thinking they were the ultimate victors, rushed boldly to the airdrop to loot, completely unaware that two final predators were lying in the nearby grass. Grab a grenade. On my count of 3, 2, 1, throw together, Wu Hua said. Okay. Lin Yichuan felt a thrill, her palms sweating as she also armed a grenade. 3, 2, 1, throw. Wu Hua aimed at the two players engrossed in looting, and together with Lin Yichuan, they hurled their grenades. Then, rising like a lion, he sprayed bullets while controlling his recoil. Boom. Boom. Both kills were surprisingly taken by Lin Yichuan's grenade. Loot the airdrop quickly and leave, don't get greedy. Wu Hua and Lin Yichuan rushed up, grabbed everything in a flurry, and without a backward glance they fled. They sprinted all the way to the car behind the hill. Wu Hua slammed on the accelerator, dodging the hail of bullets on the road, and drove straight to the center of the next safe zone, storming into an empty house. Time to split the loot, Wu Hua said excitedly. They had grabbed from an airdrop and 2 supply crates without careful inspection, and now in safety they began to divide the spoils. This act of sharing immediately brought a sense of intimacy between them. Sharing good things together is what makes the level 3 helmet is for you. Wu Hua dropped the level 3 helmet on the ground. The level 3 helmet is the most important item in the game. The only piece of equipment that can withstand a sniper headshot, essentially granting an extra life. Lin Yichuan shook her head, but did not pick up this invaluable gear. This equipment is more useful for you. You take, alright. Wu Hua didn't argue. After all, to win the chicken dinner, you need to be armed to the teeth for a better chance. Both were fully equipped with M416S sniper rifles and level 3 armor. Wu Hua discarded some ammunition to carry more smoke grenades, while Lin Yichuan carried extra med kits. They stayed hidden in the house, waiting for the blue zone to shrink. Being at the center of the map increased their chances of being in the next safe zone. Sure enough, 2 consecutive safe zones fell on them, and while fierce battles raged outside, their little house remained as cozy as spring. The penultimate circle appeared just outside the house, leaving a stretch of open wilderness. The only survival cover, a boulder, was a distance away. Don't rush, wait for the blue zone to push. Wu Hua checked the number of survivors, 9. That's a lot. Such a small circle with 9 players scrambling. Anything could happen. Those who survive to the final circle have unquestionable skill and luck. In this game, only one team can be the ultimate victor, and it's extremely hard. The blue zone began to shrink slowly. Lin Yichuan tensed up, her eyes fixed motionlessly on her phone screen, feeling her heart leap into her throat. Wu Hua threw a smoke grenade at intervals to create a wall of smoke blocking vision. Go, he shouted, then vaulted over the window and dashed toward the rocky cover. Although the smoke obscured everyone's vision, some still fired through it. Wu Hua took a couple of hits to his arms and legs. Luckily, both managed to reach cover behind the safe zone. They quickly administered adrenaline shots and bandaged to restore full health. Some enemies without cover became sitting ducks, mowed down as they desperately ran into the zone. One unlucky guy couldn't make it in time and was killed by the zone. Wu Hua checked the survivors, 6, their team of 2 and 4 enemies. The final circle was on a plain with no buildings, so it would be a brutal firefight. Wu Hua got fired up and engaged in a sniper duel. Bang! The enemy hit Wu Hua, but Wu Hua also struck the opponent in the head. Thanks to his level 3 helmet, Wu Hua successfully eliminated that lone wolf. The last circle appeared, a completely exposed open ground. Any smoke left? Wu Hua asked. Yes, I have 2. They'll give them all to you, Lin Yichuan said, dropping the smoke grenades for him. This is the final round. Follow me and charge. Let's go all out, Wu Hua declared. No grass, no rocks, no walls. Only smoke to conceal their movements. It was time for a heating clash. On a narrow path, the brave one wins. Wu Hua threw all his remaining smoke flashbangs and grenades, then sounded the charge, and dashed forward. There were only 3 enemies left. Wu Hua, agile as a leopard, darted left and right, knocking down 2, but was taken down by the last one before he could reload. Just then Lin Yichuan crouched and opened fire steadily. A burst of bullets struck the last enemy, and the screen flashed bright red. Great luck, enjoy your chicken dinner. We won. Lin Yichuan was ecstatic, her pretty face flushed. Wu Hua was also overjoyed. He had finally managed to impress, achieving the feat of carrying a girl to victory. Haha, chicken dinner. Wu Hua said happily. You're really good, Lin Yichuan praised him. Not bad, I've had some experience before, and now my reflexes are much faster. I've improved a lot, Wu Hua responded modestly. Wu Hua said modestly. Still want to play? Wu Hua asked. Lin Yichuan replied, I'm alone in the dorm, they've all gone home. Lin Yichuan's roommates were all from the local area or nearby, with high-speed trains making the trip home only 2 to 3 hours. Every Friday afternoon, they would pack up and head back to enjoy their mother's home-cooked meals. Lin Yichuan didn't want to go home. Every time she stayed alone in the dorm reading until she was tired, then playing some games. Let's play some more, then it's not like I have to stream tonight anyway. Wu Hua said. I want to play King of Glory, Lin Yichuan said. Sure. Wu Hua readily agreed. Since his rebirth, he hadn't had the chance to play games so freely. The two played until midnight, feeling somewhat tired, so they logged off and chatted before sleep. What are you planning to do this Saturday? Wu Hua asked. Nothing much, just reading in the dorm, Lin Yichuan replied. Her life had always been plain as water. Even her usual shopping trips were dragged along by Zhang Yuxi. Aren't you going out to have fun? By the way, where are you from, senior sister? Wu Hua asked. Tianfu City, Lin Yichuan answered. So far away, 1,600 kilometers. No wonder she didn't go back. Wu Hua suddenly felt that Lin Yichuan was quite pitiful, being all alone, and couldn't help feeling a pang of sympathy. He blurted out, what's fun in Jinling? I have nothing to do tomorrow either. How about we go out together? After saying it, he suddenly realized his invitation seemed too abrupt, almost like a date. Lin Yichuan was the school beauty of Lingnan University. Although she seemed to have some liking for him, could she really be so easily invited out? While waiting for her reply, Wu Hua could hear his own heartbeat clearly. Lin Yichuan replied with a question mark, then added, I remember you're a local, right? You're asking me what's fun? Wu Hua felt embarrassed. He wasn't really a local either, but he had been to Jinling a few times. Right. I'll show you around, Wu Hua quickly corrected himself. Lin Yichuan hesitated. Although she didn't really feel like going out, she even more disliked staying alone in the dorm. She had been studying in Jinling for 2 years, but hadn't visited many places. Alright. After thinking it over, Lin Yichuan finally agreed. Then tomorrow let's go to the Qinhuai River and Confucius Temple. There's plenty of good food there, Wu Hua suggested. Being a foodie at heart, Lin Yichuan immediately agreed. After setting the time, they said goodnight and ended the chat. Wu Hua felt excited. He had actually managed to invite the school beauty of Lingnan University out. If Tang Yuanbao found out, he'd surely shout a few times. It seemed that life after rebirth was becoming more and more joyful. With a happy smile, Wu Hua drifted into dream. The next morning, Wu Hua got up early, took a shower, and picked out a pleasing outfit from the wardrobe. A printed hoodie, brown khaki pants, and white sneakers. He looked handsome and radiant. While changing, Wu Hua noticed his muscles had become stronger, clear contours, and visible six-pack abs. After his strength increased to 14, his muscles had changed accordingly. Though not yet gym buff standards, he had a lean Indeed, the stat boosts affected everything. No need for grueling workouts to have an enviable figure. Wu Hua quickly measured his height. He felt he had grown a bit taller. Sure enough, his original height of 180 centimeters had increased by 1.5 centimeters after his constitution reached 12, so his barefoot height was now 181.5 centimeters. If he wore lifts, he could reach 188 centimeters. Going out without a car felt inconvenient. Having been used to driving, taking the subway suddenly was a bit uncomfortable. After paying off his debts, he would have to consider buying a car. Wu Hua suddenly remembered that in this life, he didn't have a driver's license yet. Even if he bought a car, he couldn't drive it. Signing up for driving school had to be put on the agenda. Arriving at the gate of the Confucius Temple, Lin Yichuan was already standing there waiting. Today she wore a light green plaid skirt, a white blouse with a bow tie, a green cardigan, black knee-high socks, and round-toed black leather shoes. Her shoulder-length hair fell naturally over her shoulders, making her look like a beautiful heroine stepped out of a manga. Standing there, she drew the eyes of countless people, a stunning sight to behold. Wu Hua quickly jogged over to Lin Yichuan and said, sorry I'm late. Lin Yichuan gently shook her head and said, no you're not. I came early. Let's go first, we'll try the duck blood vermicelli soup. Wu Hua got straight to the point without any hesitation. It was a weekend, so the Confucius Temple as a tourist attraction was quite lively. However, to be honest, this place looks better at night with the lights. During the day, it's really just a commercial street. The Qinhuai River was not as wide as imagined, but it was full of the charm of Jiangnan water towns. Wu Hua led Lin Yichuan straight to a chain duck blood vermicelli shop. Whatever they planned to do, they needed to eat first to have energy. He had Lin Yichuan sit down, then brought 2 large bowls of duck blood vermicelli, and they dug right in. Wu Hua quite liked the flavor, especially with chili oil. It was delicious. Lin Yichuan seemed satisfied too. After eating, the two began to stroll around the Confucius temple. Wu Hua bought 2 cups of milk tea. Holding them while shopping just felt right. Commercial attractions all have shops that are pretty much the same. In his previous life, Wu Hua had traveled all over the country for business. Of the 694 cities in China, he had been to at least 300 and had visited almost all famous tourist spots. Actually, it wasn't that interesting. For leisure, it's better to hike mountains or vacation at the seaside. Man-made attractions are just for photo ops. But strolling around depends on who you're with. For example, walking side by side with a girl as beautiful as an angel like Lin Yichuan was an extremely pleasant experience, but they didn't matter at all. Wu Hua was quite seasoned, and whenever he saw something about local culture, geography, or customs, he couldn't help but comment. He wasn't showing off, it was just a habit from accompanying leaders on inspections. Lin Yichuan didn't respond, just quietly listened to his rambling, serene and beautiful. Sometimes she blinked her long lashes and glanced at Wu Hua. This junior actually knew a lot. He was clear about the origins of small trinkets she didn't even know about. He felt like a huge encyclopedia covering everything. Wu Hua had lived a whole lifetime, so the phrase well-traveled and knowledgeable suited him perfectly. After walking for about an hour and a half, Wu Hua found a stylish street-side cafe and let Lin Yichuan have some small desserts to rest. Although he felt energetic enough to keep walking forever, he still had to consider the girl's stamina. That was the attention to detail. Lin Yichuan sat by the window of the cafe, gently cradling a cup of rich, aromatic coffee. Her eyes were cast downward, a faint, elusive smile playing at the corners of her lips, as if she were immersed in a world of her own. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a soft sheen on her silky hair. Wu Hua, having lived 2 lives, could not recall encountering a girl of such ethereal beauty in all his years. She was beautiful and pure like a spring of icy water on a high mountain snowfield. The bracelet on her pale wrist, bought earlier at a trinket shop for a mere 20 yuan, a cheap commodity, seemed to transform into a luxury worth tens of thousands when adorned on her. Wu Hua had noticed earlier that Lin Yichuan was genuinely fascinated by the many small shops along the street. In truth, the trinkets sold in these shops were all sourced from the Yiwu small commodity market. Frequent travelers would realize that no matter which scenic spot they visited, the merchandise was almost identical. Thus, seasoned travelers would not spare them a second glance, but Lin Yichuan clearly had little exposure to such things. "You don't seem to travel often," said Wu Hua. "I've hardly ever gone out. Coming to Jinling City is my first time leaving home," replied Lin Yichuan. "Did your parents never take you on trips?" "I spent all my childhood studying hard. I hardly ever played." Wu Hua nodded. Many families with tiger parenting were like this. Countless students squeezed through the narrow bridge of the college entrance exam, their childhoods all but non-existent. "I come from a single-parent family. My mother is a university professor, a very strict person," Lin Yichuan continued, her hands wrapped around the coffee cup. "And your father?" Wu Hua asked. "I don't know. My father left when I was very young. I have no idea where he went, or even if he's still alive. My mother hates him deeply, so it's a forbidden topic in our family." Lin Yichuan spoke with a touch of melancholy. Wu Hua nodded and offered comfort. "Then chances are your father is not only alive, but doing quite well." "Why?" Lin Yichuan lifted her head, her large eyes fixed on Wu Hua. "Feelings work that way. When you truly have no feelings left for someone, neither love nor hate, they become irrelevant," Wu Hua said with a smile. "Your mother's obsession with your father is likely complicated. If he had passed away, much of her resentment would have faded. It's precisely because he is thriving that your mother remains so agitated." "That does make sense," Lin Yichuan nodded. "And what about your family? When I stayed over last time, I didn't see anyone else." Wu Hua rubbed his nose. "I'm from a single-parent family too. My father passed away, and my mother is an artist who spends all her time abroad pursuing her creative work. Sometimes I even wonder if she remembers she has a son. No wonder you have a decent place, but always seem short of money. It must be tough living alone," Lin Yichuan said. "It's okay actually. I enjoy the freedom. No restraints," Wu Hua replied, speaking truthfully. "I envy you. I've never felt freedom," Lin Yichuan said, her voice tinged with sadness. "How is that possible? You live in a dormitory by yourself now, don't you?" Wu Hua asked. "My mother video calls me at fixed times every day. Sometimes it feels suffocating," Lin Yichuan said. She had deliberately chosen a university far away to escape that suffocating existence. She was an adult now and needed her own space. Happy families are all alike. Every unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. We can't choose where we come from, but we can strive to live the life we want. Wu Hua offered some words of comfort. I'll work hard to live the life I want," Lin Yichuan said. She looked up, her beautiful eyes studying Wu Hua with curiosity. "It's strange. I'm older than you, your senior, yet somehow you seem much older than me." "Haha, just your imagination." Wu Hua laughed, masking his embarrassment, and changed the subject. "What do you want for dinner?" "It's rare that we're eating out, my treat." "I don't really feel like eating out," Lin Yichuan replied. "Then it's simple. Come to my place, and I'll cook you some home-style dishes," Wu Hua offered. "Okay." Lin Yichuan agreed readily. She had been longing to taste Wu Hua's cooking. Had he just managed to bring the king? Wu Hua's heart thumped wildly. Lin Yichuan really trusted him. "So what do you like to eat?" he asked. "Anything's fine. I don't have any dietary restrictions," Lin Yichuan said, inadvertently revealing her inner foodie. "Then I'll make a few of my signature dishes. If they don't turn out well, please forgive me," Wu Hua said decisively. Wu Hua didn't ask further and made the final call. When a guy is on a date and faces multiple choice questions, especially when the girl says anything is fine or whatever. You shouldn't hesitate too much or overthink worrying about losing points. It's better to be a bit assertive and make the arrangements directly. In reality, many girls genuinely lack strong opinions and prefer not having to think about everything. They enjoy being led without using their brains. If a guy gets too nervous and keeps asking, do you like this? Or is that okay? It can make the girl feel exhausted being with. Wu Hua, being an old hand at life, naturally understood these principles. After leaving the cafe, the two took a bus to the market near Wu Hua's home. To create a delicious meal, ingredients are paramount, the most critical factor in determining success. So one must not be lazy in order delivery. It's essential to go to the market and pick them personally. As soon as he got on the bus, Wu Hua regretted not splurging on a taxi. The bus was far too crowded, and more people kept boarding at every subsequent stop. This would certainly deduct points from the date arrangement. Wu Hua could only sigh inwardly. Poverty was the... As more people got on, a beauty like Lin Yichuan inevitably attracted others to crowd closer. Wu Hua couldn't let her be taken advantage of on the bus. He positioned her in a corner, then propped one hand against the wall of the carriage, using his body to create a small safe space for her. But as the crowd swelled, even Wu Hua's lean frame couldn't withstand the pressure. He was gradually pushed closer to Lin Yichuan. It became impossible to avoid touching her entirely. The power of the masses was overwhelming. Through the thin fabric of summer clothes, Wu Hua could already feel the warmth of his senior's soft skin, a sensation like the finest cotton. So close now, the intoxicating fragrance made Wu Hua's heart race. Sorry, it's too crowded, he whispered to Lin Yichuan. Even her crystal-clear earlobes seemed to flush faintly. It's okay, thank you, Lin Yichuan replied. She could see that Wu Hua was straining every muscle to shield her from the crowd, giving her this small foothold. But the way he braced his arm against the carriage wall so close to her was far too reminiscent of a wall slam. It made Lin Yichuan's heart pound like a drum. Lin Yichuan was experiencing her first close proximity to a boy. They hadn't lied, the boy's body really was like a little stove, burning hot. The girls' nighttime chats in the dormitory were exceptionally spicy, covering all sorts of biological knowledge, medical knowledge, love, gossip, and so on. Their risque talk was so fast that even a rocket couldn't outpace it. In contrast, the boys' dormitory conversations were very serious, ranging from international situations, cutting-edge military technology, national trends, aliens, technological explosions, down to the European Cup, Copa America, and game combos like 211A3. So sometimes you couldn't really tell which gender was more lecherous. Finally, at the later stops, more people got off than got on, and the carriage became empty. When they reached their stop, Wu Hua quickly pulled Lin Yichuan off the bus. Actually, when you think about it, taking the bus wasn't such a bad part of the date. When they arrived at the market, it was a dazzling array of ingredients. Everything imaginable was available. It fully demonstrated the vast territory and abundant resources of our great motherland. Lin Yichuan seemed a bit stunned, as she rarely visited such places and had never imagined the visual impact of so many ingredients displayed together. Her mother, a professor, never lifted a finger for household chores. Daily meals were prepared by a nanny. Lin Yichuan had little chance to accompany her mother to the market like other little girls. Thus the market was unfamiliar to her. Wu Hua planned to cook a few signature dishes for dinner, starting with tomato beef brisket. Let's go buy the brisket first, he said. He led Lin Yichuan to the beef stalls where several vendors sold beef, each looking similar. Is brisket also beef? She asked. Lin Yichuan voiced her novice question. Of course it is. Brisket is the meat from the cow's chest. It's very tender and elastic, perfect for stewing and bringing out a rich beef flavor, Wu Hua explained patiently. Wu Hua patiently explained. Having shopped and cooked for decades, he frequented the market the most and was very experienced in selecting ingredients. He gently pressed the brisket with his hand. If it bounced back, it was fresh. If it left an indentation, it was old meat. Fresh brisket had a clean, meaty aroma with fat and lean meat intertwined in clear white marbling. Wu Hua compared several stalls and patiently selected the best brisket. Then they went to pick tomatoes. Tomatoes might look alike, but selecting them required skill. No black spots or wrinkles, bright red color, and pressing should feel neither too soft nor too hard. Too soft meant overripe, too hard meant unripe, both affecting the taste. Most importantly, one must smell the aroma. Ripe fresh tomatoes emit a strong fruity scent. If there's no fragrance, they were artificially ripened and would taste much worse. After buying the brisket and tomatoes, Wu Hua also picked some live shrimp and fresh vegetables, planning to make stir-fried shrimp and a vegetable salad. That should be enough for 2 people. There were still seaweed and eggs in the fridge for soup. Let's head back. Time to get started. Wu Hua was quite satisfied with this shopping trip. The ingredients were excellent and wouldn't waste his skills. How is it that you seem to know everything? Compared to you, I have 0 life skills, Lin Yichuan said, watching Wu Hua haggle skillfully with the vendors, a look of astonishment on her face. Alas, this isn't something to be proud of. It's all the helplessness of life. Wu Hua shook his head and sighed. Life is like that. Not so romantic or poetic. But I think it's quite warm, Lin Yichuan replied. Wu Hua smiled without answering. In truth, he didn't like cooking, had grown tired of it after decades. Yet today he felt no trace of boredom, only joy and happiness. Indeed, whether life is bitter or sweet ultimately depends on who you spend it with. Wu Hua led Lin Yichuan back home. This was her second time stepping into Wu Hua's house, and she still found it incredibly luxurious. It was much more luxurious than her own home. Although her mother was a university professor with a stable job, the salary wasn't raising her alone. The costs of living and education were enough to drain her savings, so Lin Yichuan's home was just a modest two-bedroom, one living room apartment of about 90 square meters. In her memory, her mother was a woman who pursued perfection and refinement, yet she never used high-end cosmetics. Even her skincare products were the most basic. As for hiring a nanny to cook, it was simply because her own cooking was terrible. That was an extra expense. The property prices in Wuhua's neighborhood were among the highest in the whole city. This 260 square meter, 4-bedroom, 2-living room, 1-kitchen, 2-bathroom flat featured high-end luxurious decoration and was in one of the most expensive residential complexes in the city. It was no exaggeration that any single room was worth the price of her own home. Wuhua's mother must be a very famous artist, Lin Yichuan thought to herself. Wuhua took a bottle of drink from the fridge and handed it to Lin Yichuan, saying, "Make yourself at home. He'll go cook." Okay, Lin Yichuan replied. She didn't wander around. It would be rude. She went to the sofa where she had slept one night before and sat down. It was very soft. Wuhua's house had an open kitchen, and sitting on the sofa gave her a full view of the kitchen. She watched Wuhua tie on an apron and skillfully began handling the ingredients, his movements smooth and fluid, like flowing clouds in water. Truly the son of an artist. Even handling ingredients had an artistic flair. This boy, even younger than herself, could cook with such proficiency. He must have lived alone for a long time. Lin Yichuan felt a bit of pity for Wuhua. Having to fend for himself since childhood must have been very hard. He was indeed quite outstanding. Lin Yichuan sat on the sofa casually hugging a cushion, quietly watching Wuhua cook, feeling not the slightest bit bored. Wuhua's profile was really handsome, and he looked even more handsome while cooking. The aroma of braised brisket with tomatoes soon wafted out, making Lin Yichuan's stomach growl loudly. She shyly covered it with a cushion. This was so fragrant it made her mouth water uncontrollably. "Hungry, aren't you?" "I'll be ready soon, just wait a bit," Wuhua said with a smile. "It's fine, I'm not hungry," Lin Yichuan insisted stubbornly. Decades of experience made Wuhua's cooking methodical, applying the principles of project management to perfection. By the time the rice was cooked, all the dishes were ready. A plate of brilliantly colored tomato braised brisket, a plate of golden stir-fried shrimp, a verdant vegetable salad, classic seaweed egg drop soup, and fragrant steaming white rice. When these appeared on the dining table, Lin Yichuan, the little foodie, truly felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Let's dig in. Wuhua at home didn't stand on ceremony. He directly picked up a piece of brisket with his chopsticks and placed it into Lin Yichuan's bowl. The first bite for the guest. That was good manners. As the tomato and beef brisket entered her mouth, Lin Yichuan's eyes lit up. The flavor was simply too delicious. Wrapped in the sweet freshness of tomato followed by the rich aroma of beef, the combination of the two tastes was an ultimate enjoyment for the taste buds. "I was in a hurry, so I used a pressure cooker for the brisket, and the time was short, which might affect the texture a bit," Wuhua explained. "It's already great, really delicious. If you opened a restaurant, you'd definitely be a hit," Lin Yichuan praised. "Haha, okay, if I open a restaurant, I'll definitely give you a free meal," Wuhua laughed and replied. The two began to enjoy the meal. The oil-exploded prawns were also extremely crispy and delicious. The key to their tastiness was flash frying them in high-temperature oil, which made the shrimp meat quickly contract, resulting in a springy texture. The pungent garlic and chili heat combined with the tender, springy shrimp meat were irresistibly delicious. Even the shells were incredibly crispy. The vegetable salad was also refreshing and tasty, paired with a savory egg soup. This meal left Lin Yichuan immensely satisfied. Indeed, the long-awaited free meal was truly worth it. Wuhua watched Lin Yichuan eating with such focused dedication, innocent and pure. It seemed that nothing could distract her from the food before her. Lin Yichuan looked up, meeting Wuhua's gaze, and said, "Why are you looking at me?" "You look so cute when you eat," Wuhua replied with a smile. Lin Yichuan's fair face flushed slightly, but the temptation of the food before her was too great, so she ignored it and decided to eat her fill first. Seeing all the plates and bowls empty, Lin Yichuan gently patted her stomach, feeling a bit embarrassed. However, it was truly too delicious. "Let me help you clean up," Lin Yichuan said, feeling that she needed to do something to ease her conscience. "No need, you're a guest." "He'll do it," Wuhua replied. Wuhua felt awkward letting Lin Yichuan clean up, so he stood up to collect the empty dishes. Both of them scrambled to handle the utensils, and their hands accidentally touched. That electric sensation instantly shot through Lin Yichuan's mind. Like a startled rabbit, she instinctively withdrew her hand, her pretty face flushed crimson. Watching the youthful and charming girl blush was truly a sublime sight in the world. Wuhua's heart leaped with joy. "You're a guest, just sit on the sofa and rest. Leave the rest to me," Wuhua said with a smile. "No, I must help." Lin Yichuan was also stubborn. This girl, could she be a Taurus? "Alright, well, clean up together." Wuhua didn't insist further. After all, it was always good to have someone help with the chores. He actually disliked washing dishes and other housework. Lin Yichuan put on waterproof rubber gloves, poured detergent into the sink, and began washing the dishes. Wuhua went to wipe the table and take out the trash. Lin Yichuan actually had no experience with housework, so she washed very carefully, repeatedly scrubbing each dish 5 or 6 times, afraid of leaving any dirt. Of course, this was also because her mother had a cleanliness obsession, requiring everything to be extremely clean. This made Lin Yichuan subconsciously want to wash even more thoroughly. "Alright, senior, do you think the water in my house is free?" Wuhua said with a smile. Sorry, I'm afraid of not washing clean enough, Lin Yichuan replied. Lin Yichuan said with a slightly red face. It's already very clean. If you keep washing, the glaze will wear off. Haha, you're exaggerating, she replied. With a man and a woman working together, the work was light. Soon everything was restored to its original state. When the air grew quiet, Lin Yichuan looked out at the pitch-black window and realized that she and Wu Hua were alone in the room, a man and a woman. This made her feel shy. Stay a while longer, it'll make you a glass of juice, Wu Hua said. No, I have to get back quickly. In a little while my mom will video call me. If she sees me outside it will be troublesome, Lin Yichuan said. Oh, I see. Then I'll walk you back, Wu Hua said. They'll take the subway myself, Lin Yichuan said, a bit embarrassed. At night a pretty girl like you alone is not safe. I must see you safely back to feel at ease, Wu Hua said seriously. Lin Yichuan smiled slightly and didn't refuse again. The two left together, walking side by side on the road. The early autumn night was a bit cool and the wind felt pleasant against their skin. Although they didn't speak on the way, walking silently side by side made their mood very pleasant and relaxed. The evening rush hour had passed, so there weren't many people on the subway. Although there were still no seats, it wasn't crowded. After getting off the subway, Wu Hua silently accompanied Lin Yichuan all the way back to the school, all the way to the entrance of the female dormitory, where he watched her go up. Full of security. Good luck comes wishing you good luck brings joy and love. Ding. A notification sound came from his mind. You have gained Lin Yichuan's affection level 1 heart, cumulative 2 hearts, and have earned 1 lottery chance. In the sea of consciousness, the magnificent and luxurious lottery wheel began to spin rapidly. The moment it stopped, the pointer landed on the item attribute points 3. Congratulations. You have obtained 3 free attribute points which can be freely allocated. With Lin Yichuan's affection level increased by 1 heart, and now, with 3 additional free points, Wu Hua still kept them, not adding them randomly. After seeing Lin Yichuan back to the dormitory, Wu Hua also returned home to prepare for his live stream. He couldn't stay on vacation forever, his fans would all leave. Ready, he started the live stream. LV30 Sun Lu came in. Just as the stream began, LV42 AA building materials boss Wang directly sent a rocket. Recently the big spenders had been very supportive, touching Wu Hua deeply. They really were splurging. AA building materials boss Wang suddenly sent a private message. Bro, can you do me a favor? Sure boss, just tell me what it is, Wu Hua replied politely. Our group has some grudges with a bunch of people. Tonight we're going to have a PK battle to vent our anger. Don't worry, we're sure to win. AA building materials boss Wang said. Alright, as long as you guys are happy, Wu Hua replied. Wu Hua didn't think much of it. After all, conflicts and livestream PK battles were normal, especially among the big spenders who were all wealthy and sometimes just fought for pride. Okay, you'll go talk to the other side and have them connect with you for a PK, AA building materials boss Wang said. Wu Hua turned on the PK feature. Soon a streamer named Shanfeng Zhijian proactively connected. What Wu Hua didn't know was that Shanfeng Zhijian was actually Brother Feng, the manager of Tianqing Media. And the big spenders who had recently flooded the live room to tip and call Wu Hua brother were all helpers Brother Feng had recruited from the big spender group. That AA building materials boss Wang was actually a guild account specifically used to stir up the atmosphere and tip. Today's PK was a trap set by Brother Feng for Wu Hua, and it was also a revenge battle for Tianqing Media. Brother Feng is awesome, he's connected with that kid. Qian would what come out quickly. Brother Feng has connected with that kid, he's here to avenge you. Damn, it still takes Brother Feng to handle it. That kid was like a cowardly turtle, but Brother Feng still lured him out, ha. Brother Feng back in action, nobody can rival him. The Tianqing Media streamer group immediately exploded with excitement, everyone spreading the news to come and watch this drama. Qian Duo excitedly rushed into Brother Feng's live stream shouting, Brother Feng, you're incredible. A faint cool smile curled at the corner of Brother Feng's mouth. This time he had mobilized 2 major accounts from the guild and invited a group of big spenders from the VIP group to assist him. Undeniably, he wielded considerable influence. Brother Feng had long been a veteran streamer of PK battles, having accumulated a vast network over the years. He had also organized numerous offline gatherings and maintained ties with top donors on the Inlang platform. It was rare for him to ask for help, so naturally many big spenders showed up to back him. Of course, Brother Feng didn't take the small streamer seriously. His personal involvement was meant to remind his underlings of their boss' true power. He wanted to teach them not to get too cocky just because they were good-looking and had a couple of patrons. Moreover, this was a move to restore the face of Tianqing Media. After the connection was established, Brother Feng greeted Wu Hua with a smile. Hi streamer. What type of streamer are you? A talent streamer. Wu Hua replied. Truly young and promising with both looks and talent. A rare find. Brother Feng laughed. Since we've met, it's fate. But doing a PK with you feels a bit like bullying. He played a game of feigned reluctance. Manager Wang from AA Building Materials immediately sent a private message. He's just putting on airs. Be tough with him. No problem, Wu Hua replied with a smile. As long as no one says I'm bullying the elderly. Alright, young people sure have pride. Let's have a good hearty PK today. Brother Feng laughed. So how do you want to? Wu Hua said nonchalantly, as he was just there to fill the slot. Win or lose, he didn't really care. Actually brother, a few of your big spenders have some personal grudges with me, so this PK is bound to be a bit fiery. Brother Feng started laying down smoke. Personally, I have no beef with you, but this PK has to be intense. How intense? Wuhua asked. Since there's a winner and a loser, there must be punishments. In the internet world, you can't be a deadbeat. Punishments have to be carried out fully, or you'll lose credibility, and the big spenders won't support you anymore. Brother Feng said. I understand that, Wuhua replied. The punishment for this PK will depend on the score gap, Brother Feng continued. But with current internet rules, we can't do anything humiliating. So let's set it like this: if I win, for every 100 points I lead, you dance one dance until the gap is closed. How about that? And if you lose? Wuhua asked. You set the punishment, Brother Feng said magnanimously. Wuhua thought for a moment. Then same for you. For every 100 points you lose, you sing one song until the gap is closed. No problem. A young calf that doesn't fear the tiger. I'm a big streamer, how could I lose to you? Brother, never say never, Wuhua replied. Alright, let's skip the boring preliminaries, mute the mics, and get straight to it. Brother Feng said bluntly. Both sides muted their mics, and the PK began. Over on Brother Feng's side, the atmosphere was electric. With over 7,000 viewers in his livestream, even small gifts quickly pushed the health bar forward. Although Wuhua's popularity had been decent lately, he only had about 180 viewers online, a significant gap in numbers. At first, Wuhua didn't take it too seriously. After all, he had a few big spenders on his side. A single PK loss would just mean a few dances. But 5 minutes passed, and the gap kept widening. The opponent's stream was flooded with gifts, their score exceeding 100, while Wuhua's side hadn't even reached 1000. The big spenders who had promised to go head-to-head with the opponent hadn't even sent a single lollipop. If Wuhua still didn't realize something was wrong, he would have wasted his years of life experience. Wuhua clicked on the opponent's streamer avatar and saw that it was a major streamer from Tianqing Media whose livestream now had over 1,000 viewers. At the same time, Wuhua realized how insidious the punishment Brother Feng had proposed really was. A dance for every 10-point difference seemed normal, but what if the score gap was massive? For instance, if the opponent had 300 points, and he only had 200, that's a 2800 point gap. If each dance covers 100 points, he would need to perform 200 dances. To complete that punishment, 200 dances would take at least 7,080 hours, non-stop dancing for 3 days and 3 nights. If he failed, the opponent could humiliate him however they pleased. If he couldn't fulfill the PK punishment and tried to renege, the opponent would never let him off. Then, whenever he tried to stream, people would constantly come to stir up trouble. In other words, the opponent could effectively force him to retire from streaming. Wuhua stared at the silent high-level big spenders and realized he had fallen into a trap. He had lived 2 lives and still walked into a scheme. People in this world were truly malicious. Wuhua had only been streaming for a short time, and his PK experience was even shorter. The only time he had won was against that Qian Duodua, who also seemed to be from Tianqing Media. This was clearly a revenge mission. These big guilds were truly domineering. Just because they lost a PK, they went to such lengths to retaliate using dirty tricks against a small streamer like him. Wuhua frowned. These people were like platform tyrants wielding immense resources to bully a newcomer like him. Wuhua knew the world was treacherous. But in his past life, he hadn't really been into the internet, so he hadn't paid attention to these pitfalls. He had been careless. Having realized he was trapped, Wuhua didn't bother messaging those big spenders. They would only laugh at him. Helplessly, Wuhua posted a message in his livestream. I think I've been set up. Brothers and sisters, if you have the means, please help close the gap. He had already given up on winning. It was impossible anyway. Wuhua couldn't afford to lose streaming as a career yet. He still needed to earn money to pay off his debts. He couldn't exactly pay with his body, could he? So if he lost, he was prepared to grit his teeth and complete the punishment. In this world, when you mess up, you have to take your licks. No matter how long you've lived, society always has traps you never saw coming. Society is a university from which you can never graduate. You can only keep learning. Many of Wuhua's loyal fans saw the huge score gap and tried their best to help him, quickly pushing the score to 5,000. But they were no big spenders, just fans who loved watching Wuhua dance. Most of them were ordinary workers with little. Wuhua's counterattack only made Brother Feng's livestream more excited, as if watching a weak swordsman struggle helplessly in an inescapable net. Donations in Brother Feng's stream surged past 200 points, crushing Wuhua's PK health bar to the bottom. Only 3 minutes remained. In a dark room, a pair of beautiful bright eyes blazed with fury. Sun Lu made his move, and a carnival special effect appeared on the screen. Oof, can't hold back anymore. Feng Gu sneered coldly, knowing that this administrator in Wuhua's livestream room was a devoted fan with considerable financial strength. It was precisely the opponent's barrage of carnival gifts that had defeated Qian Duodua. Thus, Feng Gu had been closely watching for the moment when the opponent would strike, and he had also prepared a countermeasure. Brothers and sisters helped defend the tower. Feng Gu issued orders in his private group, while the 2 account boosters from his guild also began to escalate the points. A small matter, Brother Feng. I've got your back. When we strike, no one can match our sound waves. Rest assured, with just a slight effort is enough. The battle reached a fever pitch, and the popularity of this PK livestream, in an extremely short time, it rose to the top of the hourly hot list, capturing the attention of countless streamers. Outsiders watch the spectacle, while insiders understand the nuances. As a top guild on Yinlong, Tianqing Media had not engaged in such intense PK battles for a long time. Such a scenario only occurred when two major guilds were in conflict or when two super streamers had a feud. Feng Ge was certainly qualified, but his opponent was a completely unknown small streamer. This sparked immense curiosity across the entire Yinlang platform. The Tianqing Guild hasn't made any big moves for a while. What's going on? Looks like they're disciplining a newcomer, showing off their muscles. How arrogant. Quite a grand display. The small streamer on the other side can't withstand it. Nothing interesting to see. In an instant, tens of thousands of people flooded into both livestream rooms, creating a super level of popularity. The livestream had already secured the top spot on the homepage. And Guyuin log into my alt accounts. We must win. Sun Lu's face was flushed with anger, pouting as she commanded the twin maids beside her. Yes, miss. The two quickly logged in and entered the livestream room. LV1 Sun Lu 1 entered. LV1 Sun Lu 2 entered. 3 accounts like 3 Gatling guns with unlimited ammunition unleashed a relentless barrage. It had become a storm of carnival gifts. Wu Hua couldn't even speak. The barrage of comments flew by rapidly, completely blocked by the carnival effects. 10 strikes per second. Sun Lu single-handedly forcefully pushed the entire health bar forward, an unstoppable crushing momentum. Feng Ge frowned deeply, an expression of disbelief on his face. With his years of experience, this Sun Lu was a true tycoon. A genuine tycoon. Unlike the big shots who play around on the internet, this was a being that transcended class boundaries. Feng Ge was now in a dilemma. The popularity of this PK was too high and the gifts sent had already exceeded 1 million, making it arguably the most intense PK on Yinlang in the past 2 years. This PK had captured the attention of almost every guild on Yinlang. If the Tianqing Guild were to be defeated by a newcomer streamer, it would be a massive blow to the entire guild. Keep the guild accounts sending. Don't stop. We must push back. Feng Ge said. Brother Feng, we've already exceeded the guild's management limit. If we keep sending, they'll take the responsibility. Keep sending. Feng Ge declared assertively. Alright. Feng Ge messaged in his private group. Brothers and sisters, I Feng Zi have never asked anything of you. Please help me win this PK. If we win, I will host a banquet to thank you all with full honors. Feng Zi, we've known each other for years. Of course we support you, but the way the opponent is sending gifts. The big shots also had to consider their own funds when sending carnival gifts. Sending 10 or even 20 in a row was no problem. But the opponent Sun Lu's 3 accounts were tapping non-stop every single second. The system's speed couldn't keep up with their gift-sending speed. They could click several times per second like an endless artillery barrage on the battlefield, never ceasing. No one spends money like that, no matter how good the relationship. The big shots were not fools throwing money away so reckless. When people come out to play on the internet, sending 8 or 10 carnival gifts is already a great honor. No one's money falls from the sky, and Feng Ge's face wasn't worth that much. Feng Ge's private group of big shots fell silent. The guild accounts had already reached their limit and could no longer send. In the final minute, Feng Ge could only watch helplessly as the health bar was pressed down to the very bottom, almost invisible. A complete defeat. An utter and thorough defeat. Feng Ge's eyes were vacant, staring at the health bar that had been crushed to the bottom. He knew that this was a hurdle he would find hard to overcome. The hunter who had been catching birds all day finally got his eyes pecked by a bird. This was something he had never anticipated. The PK ended and the punishment phase began. After the PK, Wu Hua's livestream room had surged to over 1,000 viewers, while Feng Ge's room had over 6,000. Everyone was waiting for the punishment phase. Wu Hua glanced at the scores. His side had over 6,900 points, while the opponent had over 18,000 points. Even ignoring the odd thousands, he was leading by 5,100 points. For every 100 points, the opponent had to sing 1 song. That meant they needed to sing 5,100 songs. Even if each song lasted only 1 minute, it would take 850 hours. According to our agreement, for the excess points, you sing 1 song for every 100 points. He'll round down the odd number. Now you have to sing 5,100 songs. Please begin your performance. Wu Hua's voice was icy, devoid of emotion. Blocking someone's path to wealth is like killing their parents. Wu Hua merely wanted to make a living on the Yinlang platform, earn money to pay off debts, and had no intention of causing trouble. Yet the opponent, simply because a female streamer lost a PK, wanted to destroy him. Were they bullying people, recklessly relying on the power of a big guild? If not for Sun Lu's intervention in today's PK, Wu Hua would have been forced either to dance until his legs cramped or to quit the internet entirely. Wu Hua would never let the opponent off easily, otherwise he would be letting down the countless carnival gifts Sun Lu had sent. Feng Ge gritted his teeth, bloodshot eyes, his mind blank. Even though he was a seasoned veteran, he had no idea what to do now. Countless eyes were fixed on him, and the barrage in the live stream room had become so dense that not a single complete sentence was visible. But Feng Ge no longer had the heart to look, because it was useless. With so many people watching, he couldn't even bring himself to plead for mercy, and given the opponent's attitude, begging would likely be futile. Singing was out of the question of 5,100 songs. He couldn't finish even if he sang until his voice went hoarse. And if he actually had to sing every day on livestream, it would be like being hung on the city walls for humiliation. That was even more impossible. He had fallen just because he wanted to stand up for a female streamer under his wing. Sure enough, that bitch was a jinx. Chen Duodua at this moment dared not say a word and played dead in the group chat. Feng Gu took a deep breath staring at the screen at the internet live streaming career he had built over 7 or 8 years. He knew that today's hurdle was insurmountable. The only way to preserve some dignity was to quit the internet. I won't make things difficult for you. Just quit the internet. If you ever stream again, you must make up for those 51000 songs. After that, we'll have nothing more to do with each other. As long as a single song remains unsung, you are not allowed to stream any other content. Wu Hua said coldly. These words nearly made Feng Gu spit out blood. He could have voluntarily announced his retirement from streaming, followed by some face-saving remarks, creating a tragic hero image that wouldn't completely shatter his persona. But the opponent gave him no such chance, brutally forcing him to retire. Thus, he wasn't stepping down voluntarily to preserve his dignity, but was driven out beaten like a stray dog. This guy is truly ruthless. Spare no mercy. Brother Feng gritted his teeth and said coldly. Young man, leave some leeway for future encounters. Don't push me too far. Hi, your Tianqing guild bullied me, a new streamer. I didn't want to play PK, yet you planted fake fans in my live stream to set me up. How despicable and shameless. And now you dare to threaten me. Get lost now. Wu Hua mercilessly exposed Brother Feng's despicable tactics to the audience. The live stream was instantly flooded with a barrage of comments. Brother Feng closed his eyes knowing he was finished. Not only would he have to retire, but he had also caused immense damage to the guild's reputation. Even the shareholders would not let him off. If you can't bear to leave, then start singing. Don't waste time, Wu Hua said coldly. Brother Feng's teeth clenched so hard they could bleed. He knew there was no stalling left. I'll sing your mother. I'll never stream again. Just wait, kid. The live stream was banned. Brother Feng, overwhelmed with emotion, ended his streaming career in the most undignified manner. Wu Hua coldly glanced at the banned stream across the screen, then closed the PK. For someone like that, only one word sufficed: deserving. A live stream with 100 viewers, not even a month old, was an absolute miracle on the Yinling platform. Though Senlu had stopped gifting various presents, kept pouring in as many viewers who disliked the Tianqing guild chose to show support to Wu Hua. Wu Hua didn't end the stream immediately, but chatted with fans for a while explaining the context. Then he performed a few dances. After all, although the 100 online fans came for the spectacle, retaining even a fraction of them would significantly boost his future earnings. Around midnight, the live stream ended. Wu Hua tallied the gifts: 7197652 Yinlang coins worth over 710 yuan, with about 3500 in his pocket, most of it from Senlu. Wu Hua thought for a moment. He had to meet her, otherwise he wouldn't touch this money. He needed to ensure that Senlu's gifts didn't affect her life, and that she truly had the means to spend so much before he could accept it with peace of mind. Hello, where are you from? Can we meet? They'll come to you, Wu Hua said. On the other side, Senlu received Wu Hua's private message. Her heart racing, she said excitedly to her two maids, he wants to meet me. He's asking me out. Never thought the young lady would have a romantic day, even if it's an online romance, said Ange. I thought she didn't like men and would end up alone forever. Turns out she just hadn't found the right one. We must prepare well. Contact every team. Prepare everything for the young lad's first date, said Ange. Alright, but young lady, at least reply to him first. Yuan reminded her thoughtfully. Miss Senla finally realized she was so happy that she hadn't replied to Wu Hua's private message. Okay, I'm from Yedong City. She replied. Can you add my WeChat? It's easier to communicate. Wu Hua quickly responded. Sure, my WeChat is. Okay, I've sent a friend request. Please accept it. Accepted. Wu Hua added Senla's WeChat and noticed that although her profile wasn't set to 3-day visibility, it was very clean. Not a single photo on her moments. Wu Hua sent a greeting sticker and said, Are you free tomorrow? Choose a meeting place, and he'll come. Come to my place. Senlu replied bluntly. Wu Hua was taken aback. Meeting at a girl's home on the first date seemed a bit too bold. Going to your place doesn't seem right. I wouldn't know how to greet your parents, Wu Hua said. They're not here. I'm the only one at home, Senlu answered. This made his heart race with nervous excitement. Wu Hua hesitated but eventually agreed. After all, visiting Senla's home would give him a more direct sense of her family situation. If she came from an ordinary family, he wouldn't be able to do anything about the platform share, but he could return his portion to her. Alright, I'll visit then. Could you give me your address? Send me your flight details, and I'll have someone pick you up, Senlu replied. Wow, feels a bit mysterious. Wu Hua grew curious. Who was Senlu really? So far, Wu Hua had never asked about Senla's personal information. Whether male or female, young or old, he knew nothing. But from their chats, she seemed like a young girl. Of course, that was just Wu Hua's guess. She could be an old lady with a young heart, or an old man with a girlish spirit. In short, meeting in person was full of uncertainties, exciting, nerve-wracking, and tinged with apprehension and fear. Should he ask for a photo? Wu Hua hesitated, but ultimately decided against it. After all, this wasn't a blind date. He was just visiting, so there was no need to make it feel like a matchmaking session. Wu Hua quickly scrolled through flights on his phone and chose one departing at 8:20 a.m. Modern transportation was indeed convenient, though the distance was vast. A 2-hour flight would get him there. He sent the flight info to Senlu, officially finalizing his Sunday itinerary. First meeting. With everything set, Senla's side became a flurry of activity. The two personal maids were constantly on the phone. Contact the CK styling team to come immediately for hairstyling. Book a full body treatment from Swiss Care specialists. Must arrive by 6 a.m. tomorrow. Tell the jewelry company to deliver the limited edition pieces by tomorrow morning. At 6 a.m., dawn's first light appeared. Soft wall lights flickered on indoors, and the curtains slowly drew open. Good morning, young lady. Today's outdoor temperature is 24°C, humidity 65, PM2. 5 level 12, perfect for a date, Yuan announced standing by the bed. Senlu propped herself up, revealing an infinitely graceful silhouette. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and said, Xiao Yue, I didn't sleep well last night, barely 3 hours. Well, I look terrible. How could that be? Our Miss Senlu is the most beautiful girl in the world. The hot water is ready. A full-body spa will restore your complexion and energy, Yuan replied. Okay. Senlu headed to the bathroom, where a lavender aromatherapy spa flown in from province awaited her. Young lady, the styling team is waiting in the side hall, and said with a bow. Senlu nodded. Finally they would meet. Truly so exciting. Wu Hua was at a loss when choosing an outfit for the meeting and finally settled on a preppy style. A white cotton shirt, a dark student tie wash, straight-leg jeans, a light blue knitted vest with a striped collar, and finally a pair of white sneakers. Simple, clean, and sunny would suffice. After all, Wu Hua was a student now, not a sloppy middle-aged man. His exceptionally handsome looks perfectly showcased the preppy outfit. After selecting his outfit, setting the alarm, and booking a ride, Wu Hua immediately went to bed. Although the flight was at 8:20, he had to arrive at the airport at least an hour and a half early plus half an hour on the road, so Wu Hua had to wake up at 5:30 to prepare. He mainly wanted to go and return the same day, otherwise he wouldn't have chosen such an early flight. When the alarm rang, Wu Hua opened his eyes on time. He went to the bathroom to take a shower, refreshing himself. Then he changed into the outfit he had chosen the night before and grabbed the gift he had hastily bought. A music box with a crystal ball and a reindeer. He really didn't have time to pick a gift, so he chose one at the supermarket that he thought looked nice. When the light came on the reindeer and the crystal ball shimmered with radiance and countless snowflakes fell, creating a poetic scene. A gift is an expression of thought. It doesn't have to be valuable, but it must exist. He checked his ID and other important items again. Just then the ride-hailing driver called, saying he had arrived downstairs. Wu Hua got into the car and drove all the way to the airport. Luck was on his side today. The plane was not delayed and he boarded and took off on time. Sitting on the plane, Wu Hua felt drowsy. He had gone to bed too late the night before and woken up too early. Half asleep, a soft blanket was draped over him. He opened his eyes to the gentle, caring gaze of the flight attendant. Sorry, sir, I noticed you were asleep and worried you might catch cold, so I brought you a blanket. The flight attendant said with a smile. Thank you, Wu Hua said, somewhat surprised. He wasn't even flying first class. Did economy class really get such treatment? Back when he used to travel for business, he had flown economy at least hundreds of times and had never received such service. Even when he asked for a blanket, the flight attendants were not enthusiastic and often said they had run out. Indeed, being good-looking did have its perks. Wu Hua truly felt that he was no longer the dying middle-aged man he had been. He was a radiant, handsome youth, as brilliant as the morning sun. The entire journey was warm and relaxed. The flight attendant came by at least 7 or 8 times, asking if the air conditioning temperature was comfortable, offering complimentary snacks and bottled water. Even first class probably wouldn't have received such treatment. If it weren't for the fact that Wu Hua looked far too young, a note with a phone number might have been discreetly slipped to him. The plane landed safely. After smiling and saying goodbye to the flight attendant, Wu Hua followed the crowd out. A butler in a suit holding a sign was waiting for him at the exit. He followed the butler to the door. A luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly pulled up in front of Wu Hua. The small golden figure on the hood sparkled dazzlingly in the sunlight. The driver, dressed in a crisp suit and white gloves, respectfully opened the door for Wu Hua and made a pleased gesture. Seeing this Rolls-Royce, Wu Hua immediately knew that Sun Lu was indeed a wealthy mogul. Settling into the car, the vehicle slowly drove out of the airport with pleasant scenery along the way. Sitting in the spacious and luxurious back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Wu Hua felt somewhat surreal. Was Sun Lu male or female, old or young? The unknown brought a very unsettling feeling. All kinds of fantasies filled his mind, each one seeming so unreal. The feeling of meeting in person was truly thrilling. The moment before the mystery was unveiled was when emotions were at their peak. As the car left the city, a stretch of wooded hills appeared in the distance, shrouded in mist. The Rolls-Royce pulled up to a huge European-style garden iron gate. The tall and elegant iron gate slowly opened, and the car continued along the road. On both sides were lush greenery and clusters of flowers, and the air was filled with the fragrance of plants. After driving for about 10 more minutes, the Rolls-Royce stopped in front of a European-style villa. The spray from the sculpture fountain in the front square shimmered like flowing golden ripples in the sunlight. 2 young girls who looked exactly alike, dressed in black and white, made uniforms, stood at the door. When they saw Wu Hua step out of the car, they exchanged smiles and stepped forward, saying, "Hello, Mr. Wu Hua. I am Ngu, and this is my sister Yuan. Please follow us. The young lady is waiting for you." Okay, Wu Hua nodded and followed the 2 beautiful little maids into the hall. A huge crystal chandelier hung from the dome. The windows were all set in gold frames, and the hall was adorned with priceless artworks. A luxurious atmosphere pervaded the space. Sun Lu sat quietly on the sofa, her form-fitting dress accentuating her perfect curves, a beautiful emerald jewel adorning her swan-like neck. Her delicate face, like a porcelain doll, made her seem like a princess from a fairy tale. When she saw Wu Hua, she stood up, her jet black hair like silk cascading to her hips, and walked over gracefully. A faint blush appeared on her stunning face. Hello Hua, I am Sun Lu. Sun Lu introduced herself. You? Hello, my real name is Wu Hua. Wu Hua. He stared at Sun Lu and continued. I feel like I've really met a beautiful princess. Thank you, Sun Lu smiled gently, her bright big eyes curving like crescent moons, inexpressibly lovely. Wu Hua's heart stirred with emotion. Such a beautiful heiress was actually the administrator of his own live stream channel. If he told anyone, he could boast about it for a lifetime. The first sight of Sun Lu was like stepping into a fairy tale. She was a girl so beautiful that she seemed beautiful, gentle, possessing the best years of life and immense wealth. Her life had lacked nothing from birth. Well, since it was a last-minute decision, I prepared a small gift. Wu Hua handed over the music box with the crystal ball in his hand, and Gu standing beside received it. I also prepared a gift for Mr. Wu Hua. Please don't disdain it. Sun Lu waved her hand, and Yu-In stepped forward to present a gift box. Thank you. After the gift exchange, even Wu Hua, once a top salesman, was momentarily at a loss for words. In his past life, he had never had a meeting of this level. The kitchen is still preparing lunch. Since it's your first time here, Mr. Wu Hua, would you accompany me for a walk in the garden? Sun Lu gracefully extended the invitation. Of course, it's my honor, Wu Hua quickly replied. The garden paths were tranquil and lush, flanked by carefully pruned flower beds and lawns. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappling the ground. Everything seemed peaceful and beautiful. The off-shoulder dress revealed Sun Lu's fair and rounded shoulders. She was about 165 centimeters tall, and Wu Hua was a head taller than her. A gentle breeze stirred Sun Lu's long hair, and her steps were as light as a forest spirit. From behind the nearby trees, a lively and cute little deer peeked out, curiously watching Wu Hua. Wu Hua was somewhat astonished to find deer raised here. Don't be afraid, they're all very tame. Sun Lu stepped forward and stroked the fawn's head, and indeed, it was incredibly docile. Wu Hua stepped forward and also reached out his hand, but the fawn shrank back in fear. After all, Wu Hua was a stranger. Don't be scared, this is our guest. Sun Lu touched its head and said, Mr. Wu, it's all right. It's just a bit timid, but they are actually curious and enjoy being close to people. Sun Lu spoke with a hint of a smile in her eyes. Wu Hua reached out again, and the fawn curiously extended its tongue to lick his palm, tickling him. Haha, it's starting to like you, Sun Lu said with a laugh. They are as adorable as you are, Wu Hua replied as two more fawns gathered around, also gazing with curious wide eyes. This place is called Shallow Mountain Villa, named after me by my father, Sun Lu said. He truly loves you. Wu Hua nodded. Naming such a vast estate after his daughter indicated that Sun Lu's father must cherish her. Yes, perhaps because my mother passed away early, he has always been very protective of me, afraid I might suffer any grievance, Sun Lu said. Wu Hua's heart pounded nervously. If her father returned and saw him together with his beloved daughter, would he have someone? Though Sun Lu liked him, the two lived in entirely different worlds, and the chasm between them was like an impassable natural divide that ordinary people could never cross. Having lived a lifetime, Wu Hua knew well that social classes were rigid. He could not delude himself into thinking that an heiress' slight affection would grant him entry into high society and a life of ease. In the East today, intermarriage between different classes had virtually ceased. A sliver of beauty kept in the heart was enough. Mr. Wu, are you from Jinling? Sun Lu's long eyelashes fluttered as she asked. Yes, I'm a freshman at Lingnan University, Wu Hua said. Oh, then I'm older than you. I'm a sophomore at Cambridge, but I've taken a leave of absence for now. Why did you take a leave? Wu Hua asked. Because I wasn't happy. I felt a bit depressed, so I came back to recuperate. Wu Hua nodded. A girl studying abroad alone could indeed feel lonely and out of place. Actually, I wanted to attend a domestic university, but my father thought Cambridge had a top-tier economics program and wanted me to go there and learn, Sun Lu said. A world-class university must offer a lot to learn, Wu Hua said. It's just average, Sun Lu replied candidly. I don't actually like economics, I prefer fine arts. Your paintings must be beautiful, Wu Hua said. Not bad. I'd like to paint you. Could you be my model? Sun Lu asked with a blink. Sure, Wu Hua agreed. Wonderful, thank you. Sun Lu beamed, took his hand, and said, let's start after lunch. Sun Lu's little hand was cool and soft, and holding it felt quite pleasant. Soon realizing her behavior was a bit forward, she blushed and released his hand. The two continued walking side by side. The Shallow Mountain Villa was truly beautiful, every detail thoughtfully arranged with vineyards, farmland, and fish ponds surrounding the periphery. Two young maids peeked and followed behind, devotedly guarding their mistress. Oh my, I'm so excited. The miss finally has a boy she likes. If only they could have a wonderful romance, Yu-In said, biting her handkerchief. Yes, I thought she might end up alone forever. The miss does have an ideal type after all. And Gu said, this young man is really handsome, and they're about the same age, a perfect match. Yes, they look so good together. The two maids chattered excitedly behind, more animated than the couple themselves. Wu Hua felt a bit awkward. Couldn't they speak a little quieter? Sun Lu's cheeks flushed as she said, let's head back, the chef should be ready. They turned around, and Sun Lu shot the two maids a stern glare. The vast dining room held only Wu Hua and Sun Lu as chefs served course after course, each dish exuding luxury and artistry. Today I've prepared some Chaozhou delicacies for you, Mr. Wu, all made with the freshest ingredients, Sun Lu said with a smile. Chaos House-style raw marinated seafood was famous nationwide, and Wu Hua had tasted it before, but it could never compare to today's quality. This was on par with 3-star Michelin standards. Raw marinated spiny lobster, 3-spotted crab, and mantis shrimp. Braised goose, snowflake, fatty beef, hot pot shrimp, and crab porridge. A single lunch allowed them to savor the best of Chaos Han cuisine, leaving Wu Hua full of praise. The life of the wealthy was indeed a pleasure. The school cafeteria had now been demoted in his heart. Wu Hua quickly reminded himself it's easy to go from thrift to extravagance, but hard to go back. He must resist temptation. The two chatted harmoniously, the atmosphere growing increasingly relaxed. Wu Hua had shed the initial awkwardness of entering a wealthy household. He found Sun Lu different from what he had imagined. She was intelligent with a remarkably high IQ and superb emotional intelligence. Often with just a glance from Wu Hua, she could already guess what he wanted to do. He had assumed the heiress was a socially anxious homebody, but in reality, she was a product of elite education, a true queen. This contrast only deepened Wu Hua's interest in Sun Lu. Lunch ended in a pleasant and relaxed atmosphere. After coffee and fruit, the maids had prepared the painting materials and set up the easel in the estate. The two returned to the estate. Wu Hua sat on a white chair as Sun Lu's model while she set up the canvas and began to prepare earnestly for the painting. Wu Hua chose a comfortable sitting posture, relaxed, gazing at the beautiful scenery of the estate, savoring its tranquility and serenity. Sun Lu observed Wu Hua's features intently and began sketching outlines on the paper. Her eyes were filled with concentration and anticipation, as if she sought not merely a portrait, but to capture some emotion and moment. A fawn slowly approached, not disturbing the two, but quietly lay down at Wu Hua's feet and began to sleep. The scene instantly came alive. As time passed, Wu Hua's portrait on the canvas became lifelike. He sat quietly, his gaze warm, with lush trees in the background and a sleeping fawn at his feet. A perfect harmony between man and nature. It's finally finished. Thank you, Mr. Wu. This is the best I've ever painted, Sun Lu said, overjoyed. Wu Hua walked over somewhat amazed. Though he knew little about art, he could still perceive the painting's exceptional quality. Amazing. It feels magical, Wu Hua said. Painting you was a special experience, as if time had frozen on the canvas, Sun Lu said excitedly. Wu Hua looked at her, warmth in his eyes. A wonderful painting, a wonderful day. A little past 5 in the afternoon, Wu Hua took his leave. He had a flight to catch. Sun Lu's gaze was reluctant, but she didn't voice it, insisting on seeing him off at the plane. For the first time, Wu Hua enjoyed the VIP lounge treatment, bypassing the main waiting hall and being shuttled directly to the aircraft. Watching Wu Hua's silhouette vanish into the boarding gate, Sun Lu felt a hollow emptiness in her heart. Missy's gone. Time to head back. Yu-In reminded her gently. Sun Lu murmured a soft yet made no move to leave. She turned, walked to the enormous glass wall, and silently watched the Boeing aircraft carrying Wu Hua taxi slowly down the runway, then accelerate and soar into the blue sky until it vanished. Beneath the vast transparent glass wall stood a breathtakingly beautiful young maiden, a scene of pure elegance. Oh, miss, if you're so reluctant, why not ask him to stay a few more days? We have plenty of rooms. And Gu said, exactly, and we can always go visit him ourselves. It's a quick flight anyway. Yu-In added consolingly. Sun Lu smiled and shook her head. For me to want to see him, it only matters if he wants to see me too. That's when our meeting, miss, is too clever, hence the many worries. Yu-In sighed. Take me. I eat, drink, and sleep well with not a single care. Sun Lu let out a chuckle. True, sometimes I do envy you. I'm just a silly girl. Yu-In playfully tugged Sun Lu's arm and led her away. And Gu pressed her lips together, knowing that Sun Lu had taken a leave from Cambridge University due to severe depression. Alas, whether this romance would be good or bad for her remained uncertain. So far it seemed positive. The plane pierced through the clouds. All below was lost to sight. On his return, Wu Hua sat in first class, as Sun Lu had secretly upgraded his seat. This girl gave him a truly extraordinary feeling, like a princess from a fairy tale. Opening the gift box Sun Lu had given him, he found a Rolex Submariner with a blue dial, a valuable timepiece. Wu Hua didn't mention the money for the gift. There was simply no need. Besides, his only worry had been that Sun Lu might come from a humble background, swept up in the moment to splurge on gifts affecting her life. Now it was clear he had worried for nothing. Good fortune comes to you. Good fortune brings joy and love. A chime sounded in his mind. You have gained Sun Lu's favor. 1 heart accumulated 2 hearts. You receive 1 lottery chance. In the sea of his consciousness, the massive, opulent spinning wheel began to whirl rapidly, suddenly bursting into a dazzling, multicolored radiance. Congratulations. You have won the hidden grand prize free choice ability card. Note: activating this card allows you to select any one personal ability at the primary level or a specialized intermediate ability. Wu Hua was astounded. Truly, fortune had smiled upon him. The freedom to choose any ability was undoubtedly a jackpot. This system's will had delivered a pleasant surprise. Opening the free choice ability card, Wu Hua was instantly overwhelmed. Before him appeared a dense list of thousands of skills. Already plagued by indecisiveness, he was completely baffled. Choosing just one ability felt like a fate worse than death. A brief glance at the major categories was enough to dazzle: financial investment skills, for instance, covering quantitative trading, economic analysis, and more. Work-related technical abilities such as programming, AI engineering, wood carving, cooking, fishing. thousands of subcategories, even nuclear fusion research capabilities. Driving skills, airplanes, tanks, submarines, race cars. Language skills, mastery of all world languages including dialects. Social skills, equestrianism, wine tasting, public speaking. Athletic abilities, martial arts, running, diving, gymnastics. In short, all were real-world skills. Nothing like invisibility, X-ray vision, or telekinesis. The only abilities bordering on the supernatural were various martial arts which indeed held great appeal for Wu Hua. Who doesn't harbor a wuxia dream? To possess peerless martial arts, plucking petals and leaves to wound foes, and become a chivalrous hero who draws his sword to aid the oppressed. Yet even this was merely an option. Wu Hua closed the card interface, shut his eyes to rest. Choosing was so painful that just looking at it gave him a headache. If he couldn't decide, he'd leave it for later. When the time came, he'd find a use for it. At present, Wu Hua not only had the free choice ability card, but also 3 free attribute points, still unsure how to allocate them. Let things take their natural course. Everything has its best arrangement. Wu Hua arrived home late at night. Weary from the journey, he had no desire to stream that day. Besides, he had turned a corner, and now had the money to repay his debts. No need to exhaust himself with daily broadcasts. The morning alarm rang, and Wu Hua opened his eyes, taking his customary shower first. With his physique boosted to 12, his physical condition had greatly improved, leaving him energetic every day. Though the sports meet was over, Wu Hua had retained the habit of early morning exercise. Every day he arrived an hour early at the school track for a morning run. All the residents of dormitory 701, urged on by the muscular Lei Xingyang, also took up morning workouts. This way they could all gather together. After completing 4 laps under Lei Xingyang's lead, Wu Hua and his roommates were resting. "Are you Wu Hua?" A guy with a curly perm approached, his tone aggressive. Wu Hua looked up puzzled. He didn't know this curly-haired fellow at all. His rude demeanor suggested ill intentions. Still, all of dormitory 701 was present. Was this kid out of his mind, looking for trouble? "My name is Lu Haoyu. I'm your senior." Lu Haoyu asserted his higher status right away. Lei Xingyang and the others sensed trouble brewing and gathered around. "What do you want with Wu Hua?" Lei Xingyang asked bluntly, his muscular frame imposing in a tank top. Lu Haoyu seemed a bit intimidated, but kept his tough stance. "I know about you and Su Shasha. You're her ex-boyfriend, but now I'm her current boyfriend." Who was Su Shasha? The roommates exchanged bewildered glances. Wu Hua spoke with irritation. "I am not Su Shasha's ex-boyfriend. As for who you are, I have no interest whatsoever. I sincerely wish you and Su Shasha happiness and that you stay together forever." Clearly a fool coming to show off. Wu Hua was speechless. "Su Shasha and I have a great relationship." Lu Haoyu declared, chin raised proudly. "But lately she's been upset, and she told me it's because you hurt her. I'm warning you now, stay far away from Su Shasha." Wu Hua was instantly enraged, shouting angrily, "Which zoo forgot to lock its gates and let out a monkey like you? Can't you understand human speech? I already told you I wish you and Su Shasha happiness. If you like that green tea bitch, you can keep her. No one's fighting you for her. Go date whoever you want, just don't bother me, damn it. I'm not a garbage collector, I don't take everything." You're insulting me." Curly-haired Lu Haoyu flushed red, pointed at Wu Hua, and stammered. "So what if I insult you? You came looking for it yourself. Get lost. The farther the better. If you don't scram, I'll beat you up." Wu Hua unleashed a torrent. Lei Xingyang clenched his fists and stepped forward, his aura intimidating. Lu Haoyu cowered, backing away as he said, "People like you, I don't need to stoop to your level. Lu Shasha is mine. Yours, all yours. Now get lost." Wu Hua waved his hand like shooing a fly, annoyed. The good mood of the morning was completely ruined by this bastard. Speechless. Class monitor, who is this Su Shasha? The gossip king Tang Yuanbao immediately leaned in and asked. "She was my middle school classmate. When I was young and foolish I did chase her, but later I saw her true character and cut ties." Wu Hua explained. The brothers in dormitory 701 were not outsiders. Although this embarrassing history had nothing to do with the current Wu Hua since he had inherited it, he had to face both the good and the bad. "Hey, I thought it was something serious. Everyone makes mistakes when they're young. If this kid dares to bother you again, I'll let him taste the iron fist of justice." Xinjingyu said. "Just make it clear. Matters of the heart can't be forced. I think Lu Haoyu is a bit stupid, probably a simp." Lu Mingyuan said. "Ignore him. Let's go to the cafeteria for breakfast. My treat." Wu Hua said domineeringly. "Struck it rich." Tang Yuanbao's eyes immediately lit up at the mention of a free meal. "Not bad, I made a bit from the live stream, enough for breakfast." Wu Hua said with a smile. He was never stingy by nature, it was just that he had been too poor before. Now that he had turned things around, he naturally became more generous. The dormitory brothers, arms around each other's shoulders, happily went to the cafeteria for breakfast, completely forgetting the little episode. During the break between classes, Lu Haoyu bustled over to deliver bubble tea to Su Shasha. He approached ingratiatingly and said, "Shasha, that high school classmate of yours, Wu Hua, I gave him a good lesson this morning and got revenge for you. He should be obedient from now on." Su Shasha frowned and asked suspiciously, "You went to teach Wu Hua a lesson? How?" "Haha, I told him as your current boyfriend to stay far away and stop bothering you. He was scared stiff." Lu Haoyu said. Su Shasha's eyes darkened and she said coldly, "Who gave you permission to threaten others as my boyfriend?" "Did I acknowledge that? How did you become my boyfriend?" Shasha, we've been together for so long, you know my true feelings." Lu Haoyu said anxiously stuttering. We are friends, I admit that, but did I ever acknowledge you as my boyfriend? And you go around spreading rumors. Have you considered my feelings? Su Sha's voice grew even colder. Then, what am I to you? Lu Haoyu felt as if his soul had been. Su Sha changed to a slightly softer tone, and said, How you know I'm a slow burner. I like things to take their natural course. You don't understand me at all. Yes, I was too impatient. Sha, I just want to be by your side. Lu Haoyu quickly pledged. Don't do such childish things anymore. I'll handle my own affairs myself. It's not your place to interfere. If there's a next time, I'll never speak to you again. Su Sha said. Sha, I'm wrong. Lu Haoyu was almost in tears. Alright, you can go now, I have class soon. Su Sha opened the bubble tea, took a satisfying sip, and waved at Lu Haoyu. Lu Haoyu slunk away. Li Ran came over and said ingratiatingly, Sha, you're really something. You have Lu Haoyu at your beck and call. That kind of trash? I wouldn't even look at him. Just killing time. Su Sha said with some pride. He's a bit lacking, at least he's far less handsome than Wu Hua. Li Ran said. Su Sha and Wu Hua were all from the same high school and knew each other well. After Wu Hua entered university, perhaps due to a change in his dressing style, his overall appearance seemed to have reached a new level. Although only a freshman, he was already at the level of campus heartthrob and had made it onto the Lingnan famous grass list. Su Sha's expression darkened. The little dog she once toyed with in the palm of her hand now ignored her. This was definitely a major failure in her life. Actually, Sha, you don't need to worry. You have looks and figure. Even at Lingnan University, there aren't many girls prettier than you. You were too indifferent to Wu Hua before, too harsh on him. If you just change your strategy a bit, be more proactive in time, won't he obediently fall at your feet? Li Ran advised. Su Sha found Li Ran's words very pleasing. Indeed, her beauty surpassed 90% of the girls at Lingnan University. She still had confidence. Even if Wu Hua was handsome, with his pathetic romance skills, he might not find a girlfriend more beautiful than her. There was still plenty of time. In the end, she would still be the queen of love. Drinking her bubble tea, Su Sha's mood completely lifted. Soon it was noon, and the brothers of dormitory 701 went together to the third cafeteria. There were many food stalls here offering a greater variety of dishes, though the prices were a bit higher, still much cheaper than outside. A beautiful figure walked into the cafeteria, instantly drawing the eyes of many students. Lin Yichuan was a beautiful sight. Wherever she went, she was used to being stared at. She looked around. Over here, Wu Hua raised his hand to call Lin Yichuan. Lin Yichuan walked over naturally and sat down beside Wu Hua. The brothers from dormitory 701, who had been laughing and talking loudly, immediately felt an invisible pressure descend as Lin Yichuan, such a beautiful senior, sat down beside them. Instantly, everyone sat up straight. Although they had heard rumors that Wu Hua and the campus beauty Lin Yichuan often ate together, being there in person was a whole different experience. Lin Yichuan was famously an ice queen, and normally, not even a male fly was seen around her. Watching the two interact so naturally, it was obvious they often ate together and were very familiar. Tang Yuanbao was extremely excited. If it weren't for being too embarrassed, he would have taken out his phone to snap a close-up. They're my roommates Tang Yuanbao, Xinjingyu Lei Jinyang, Lu Mingyuan, and Shirmashing. Wu Hua introduced each one. Hello, I'm Lin Yichuan, Lin Yichuan said indifferently. But everyone understood that the only reason she greeted these boys was out of respect for Wu Hua. Shen Jingyu secretly gave Wu Hua thumbs-up, admiration shining in his eyes. Hello, President Lin, I'm Lu Mingyuan. Lu Mingyuan was the only one who greeted Lin Yichuan calmly. He was definitely planning to join the student union later, and since Lin Yichuan was the vice president, it was a good opportunity to get acquainted. It was also thanks to Wu Hua. Lin Yichuan nodded. The roommates, being tactful, quickly finished their meals, and left, not forgetting to wink at Wu Hua. Boys have such good camaraderie, Lin Yichuan said to Wu Hua. Because boys are relatively simple and pure, feelings are not complicated. They are very straightforward. Wu Hua smiled. You speak differently from others, very unique, Lin Yichuan said, looking at him. What's different? It's just a way of expression, Wu Hua said. This sentence too has a touch of philosophy, Lin Yichuan said. Huh. As the two chatted casually, Su Sha and Li Ran walked into the cafeteria. Li Ran immediately spotted Wu Hua and Lin Yichuan. She was shocked, never expecting Wu Hua to be dining with such an extraordinarily beautiful girl. Just moments ago, she had confidently told Su Sha that Wu Hua could never find a girlfriend more beautiful than her. Before her words even faded, she was slapped in the face. Li Ran tugged at Su Sha, wanting to change to another cafeteria to avoid seeing this scene. But it was too late. Su Sha's gaze was fixed on Wu Hua and Lin Yichuan. As an ambitious woman, Su Sha had memorized every campus beauty on the Lingnan famous flowers list, and her goal was to enter that list herself. Su Sha certainly recognized Lin Yichuan, who ranked at the top of the famous flowers list. This vice president of the student union, known as the girl most likely to conquer Lingnan, was a presence that could easily overshadow Su Sha. Objectively, Su Sha was attractive, but only a 7 or 8 out of 10. Compared to Lin Yichuan, she was nothing. Was Wu Hua now dating Lin Yichuan? This was a further blow to Su Sha. That's Lin Yichuan, the famous ice queen. They might just be sitting together by chance. How could a freshman like Wu Hua possibly be dating Lin Yichuan? Li Ran quickly said. At that moment, a grain of rice stuck to Lin Yichuan's cheek, and Wu Hua instinctively reached out and gently flicked it away with his finger. Lin Yichuan did not stop him, allowing Wu Hua to touch her face so naturally. If they were not intimate enough, this scene would never have happened. If anyone said the two didn't look like a couple evenly ran, wouldn't believe it. Su Shasha gritted her teeth. No matter how confident she was, she dared not go forward and compete with Lin Yichuan for affection. Not only because she felt inferior before Lin Yichuan, but more importantly at her level, stepping forward would only bring humiliation. What right did she have to compete with Lin Yichuan? If she actually went forward without knowing her place, she would only be ridiculed by everyone. Ranran, I suddenly want rice noodles. Let's go to the first cafeteria, Su Shasha said. Su Shasha pretended not to see and crestfallen draggedly ran away. She didn't even dare to step into the third cafeteria. Wu Hua was completely unaware of this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. There was no need to pay attention to insignificant people. After the two finished eating, just as they were about to clear their trays and leave, a graceful figure appeared beside the table. Lin Yichuan, I was just looking for you. There's a youth league committee meeting this afternoon, a magnetic voice sounded. Wu Hua looked up and saw a refined, handsome young man speaking softly to Lin Yichuan. He wore half-rimmed glasses, a crisp white shirt ironed without a single wrinkle, and his hair was perfectly combed, giving him a mature appearance. Zhang Zhixing, the president of the student union. I have already received the notice, President Zhang. There's no need for you to repeat it, Lin Yichuan said, seemingly quite annoyed with this person. Zhang Zhixing was a junior, and at the end of this year, he would step down as student union president. In fact, when Lin Yichuan first joined the student union, Zhang Zhixing had already begun pursuing her relentlessly. At that time, everyone thought highly of the two, believing that Zhang Zhixing could win over this beauty who had stunned the entire campus upon entering Lingnan. Because Zhang Zhixing was indeed quite outstanding. First, his build and family background were good, his grades excellent, and he had just been elected student union president. He was also the school's entrepreneurial star, quite famous on campus, and the school leaders were optimistic about him. He had even been featured in local newspapers. There were rumors that Zhang Zhixing was likely to become a selected transfer student. This gave him a certain aura, and he had a few adoring fans who were utterly infatuated with him. However, Zhang Zhixing never managed to win Lin Yichuan's heart. Despite his exhaustive efforts, he was repeatedly and firmly rejected by her, never receiving a kind look. Apart from work-related contact, not only could he not ask her out, but he couldn't even get a greeting. It was then that the reputation of Lin Yichuan as the Ice Queen spread. In fact, Lin Yichuan was not that cold. She spoke gently to male students during work, but she simply detested Zhang because this student union president was particularly pretentious. He always spoke with an air of superiority, affecting a tone that was quite annoying. Wu Hua glanced at Zhang Zhixing. Since Lin Yichuan called him president, he must be the student union president. These college cadres, having tasted the poison of power for the first time, were somewhat intoxicated and slightly lost. In reality, after entering society, the so-called maturity from the student union was useless. I was thinking after the meeting the student union could have a dinner together, Zhang Zhixing said. Zhang Zhixing wasn't embarrassed. He had grown accustomed to Lin Yichuan's attitude toward him. After all, she was Lin Yichuan, the Ice Queen campus beauty. I don't want to go. You all go ahead, Lin Yichuan directly refused. That wouldn't be good. You are the vice president after all, and am planning to recommend you to the school leaders for the next student union president position. Zhang Zhixing dangled a carrot. Zhang Zhixing painted a big picture. The word he used was planning, meaning that if she agreed, he would recommend her. If she didn't come, he might not. Wu Hua couldn't help but laugh. This annoyed Zhang Zhixing, who cast a cold glance at Wu Hua and said, We are discussing important student union matters. Unrelated people, please step aside. The student union president is elected, isn't it? Since when did you get to decide? Wu Hua taunted. Who becomes the student union president? Zhang Zhixing's so-called recommendation is useless. That's a matter for the school leaders to consider. And adding the word might is really laughable. Zhang Zhixing, humiliated and furious, yet unable to vent his anger, could only say coldly, Which class are you? Wu Hua fanned the air in front of his nose with his hand, and said, Wow, what a big mouth. I thought I ran into the dean of students. You? Zhang Zhixing was slightly flushed with anger. You what you? Which class I'm from is none of your damn business, Wu Hua said bluntly. Then he casually took Lin Yichuan's hand and turned to leave. Zhang Zhixing was thunderstruck, staring in disbelief as his goddess was being held by a junior student. That was the Ice Queen Lin Yichuan, and she didn't even resist. Suddenly Zhang Zhixing felt as if a thorn had pierced his heart, causing him unbearable pain. In truth, he had never given up pursuing Lin Yichuan. But with the experience of past failures and the advice of his strategist, he realized that his previous relentless pursuit would be counterproductive, making Lin Yichuan think poorly of him. He should maintain a certain distance and seize various opportunities to build his image, advancing slowly. After all, she was the Ice Queen. If even he could be rejected, then surely no other guy could get close to her. Thus Zhang Zhixing didn't feel much of a sense of crisis. Seeing Lin Yichuan having dinner with a new junior today had already made him extremely jealous, which was why he deliberately went over to show off his presence. But now he was flaunted right in his face. That freshman junior actually dared to take the goddess hand in public, so brazen. That was his pure dream goddess Lin Yichuan. Zhang Zhixing was somewhat unwilling to believe what he saw. He wished it were. It wasn't until their figures disappeared at the cafeteria entrance that his body began to tremble slightly. He seemed to hear illusions as if someone were playing the classic soundtrack, Plum Blossom. At that moment Zhang Zhixing truly wanted to imitate Yi Zheng in Charlotte's Troubles, kneeling in the heavy snow and shouting to the sky, No. Walking out of the cafeteria, Lin Yichuan gently pulled her hand away from Wu Hua's grasp. After all, there were so many students coming and going, and she was shy as well. She hadn't refused earlier on purpose to let Jing Zhixing see, so he wouldn't keep bothering her. Now they weren't even a couple yet. How could they casually hold hands? Wu Hua felt a bit regretful, savoring the last trace of warmth in his palm. Senior's hand was really soft. He'll go back to the dorm first. I have some materials to prepare this afternoon. Lin Yichuan was genuinely shy, so she quickly walked away first. A shy senior was even cuter. Wu Hua content returned to dormitory 701, and the moment he entered, he was grabbed by both arms by Lei Jinyang and Shi Moshing, one on each side. What do you want? Behave. The honorable judge is opening court to hear your case. Tang Yuanbao took a chair, sat upright in the center of the dormitory, with Lu Mingyuan and Shun Jingyu standing on either side, forming a scene straight out of an ancient courtroom. Defendant Wu Hua, confess honestly, are you in a relationship with Lin Yichuan? Tang Yuanbao slapped his own thigh to replace the judge's gavel and roared angrily. Not yet, I'm still trying to win her over, Wu Hua said innocently. Why you actually dare to pursue her? That's Lin Yichuan, Tang Yuanbao said in surprise. Execute him. Execute him. Hurry up and execute him. I can't stand it at all, Shin Jingyu said impatiently. Injustice. Aren't you going to try me? Wu Hua argued desperately. Then, how far have you gone with Lin Yichuan? Tang Yuanbao asked with wide eyes. Just held hands. Wu Hua said. Execute him. This is unbearable. If it goes further, it'll be too dangerous. Hurry up and execute him. Execute him. Shin Jingyu was almost jumping. He'll do it. Lu Mingyuan stepped forward using a broomstick as a guillotine blade and aimed directly at Wu Hua's neck, ridding the world of a scourge. Mingyuan is a true hero, Lei Jinyang praised loudly. Wu Hua was helpless with the fuss and finally had to treat everyone to a cup of milk tea to appease the public anger. After a bout of horseplay in the dormitory, once they had finished, they encouraged Wu Hua, telling him to make sure he won Lin. If the guys from dormitory 701 managed to get the campus bell, it would be a huge honor. At least they could brag about it for a while. So brothers were still brothers. In the afternoon, Wu Hua sent a message to Su Ningxuang telling her he had money and could repay her. Su Ningxuang quickly replied, arranging to meet him in the evening at Igong 1873. Wu Hua checked and found that this was a high-end Japanese restaurant in Jinling City with a per-person cost of over 2,000. Indeed, a rich woman was a rich woman. At 7 p.m., Wu Hua arrived at Igong as directed. The place was a quiet oasis amidst the bustle with a completely Japanese architectural style. Entering the courtyard, he crossed a wooden bridge with a koi fish pond beneath his feet. At the entrance, a beautiful waitress in a kimono respectfully guided Wu Hua to remove his shoes and then led him into a Japanese-style private room. The private room was not large, but exquisitely decorated with Japanese tatami cushions and a low table perfect for two. Su Ningxuang, in a fitted one-shoulder bodycon dress, lounged against the cushions like a beauty stepping out of a mural. The dim lighting in the room cast a soft honey glow over her voluptuous curves. She still lounged lazily, her snow-white neck and the one-shoulder neckline, revealing butterfly wing-like collarbones that flickered in and out of sight with her breath. Her legs, clad in black Balenciaga stockings, were not closed, but bent and placed diagonally on the tatami. Like a lazy cat, both alluring and indolent. Xiaohua, you're here. What would you like to eat? Order whatever you want, Su Ningxuang said casually. Sister Su. Wu Hua greeted politely and sat down opposite. He glanced at the menu. The pictures were all exquisite and none of them had prices listed. Definitely expensive. Sister Su, I haven't eaten much Japanese food, so I don't know how to order. Just pick whatever you like. Wu Hua said politely. In truth, he wanted to just pay and leave, but that would seem disrespectful, so it was out of the question. Don't be so polite. Last time you helped me so much. This time let big sister treat you to something nice. Su Ningxuang didn't refuse further, as she also thought that Wu Hua, being a college student, might really not know how to order. She extended her fingertip to point at the menu, her nails painted with a light cherry blossom polish, very beautiful. The kimono-clad waitress knelt beside them, recording on a tablet. That's all for now. Serve it quickly and bring 2 bottles of plum wine. Su Ningxuang said. Yes, miss. Please wait a moment. The waitress bowed respectfully and withdrew. Soon a splendid Japanese feast was served. The Hokkaido sea urchin sushi was beautifully decorated with gold leaf, its color as golden as sunlight. The top-grade Wagyu sashimi platter had each slice with distinct marbling like a work of art. The bluefin tuna sashimi was adorned with perilla flowers. The truffle-topped premium king crab leg. Each dish was exquisitely decorated, exuding an aura of wealth. Even the tableware was hand-painted katani ware porcelain, lustrous and radiant. Wu Hua guessed that this meal cost at least 8,000 if not 10,000. Sister Su, you're too kind. Thank you for the treat. Wu Hua poured plum wine for Su Ningxuang and also for himself, then said, let me toast you first. Su Ningxuang's eyes shimmered as she drained a cup of plum wine. This is my remaining debt, 79000. I've already transferred it. Please check. Wu Hua transferred the remaining debt on the spot. Su Ningxuang smiled slightly and said, what's the rush? It's nothing really. It's not like it's an expensive bracelet. I just got used to wearing it. On her fair wrist was already another emerald jade bracelet, clearly more expensive than the previous one. Paying back debts is only right. Wu Hua said. Su Ningxuang smiled and said, But I'm curious, did you earn this money? You should just be starting college. How did you make so much in such a short time? I got lucky with live streaming and made some money, Wu Hua said. Live streaming. With your looks you could indeed earn money as a streamer, but this industry is very competitive now. You need to have some talent. Su Ningshuang said. I can dance, Wu Hua said. Oh. Su Ningshuang seemed interested. What's your account number? Let me have a look. Wu Hua didn't hide it, and told Su Ningshuang his account number. On his personal page he had posted dozens of dance videos. Su Ningshuang watched seriously for a while and smiled. I didn't expect your dancing to be quite professional. Just so, Wu Hua said modestly. By the way, how about working on a part-time project at my company? One of our company's artists has a concert and needs backup dancers. For one show, they'll give you 120,000. How about it? Su Ningshuang suddenly said. Wu Hua was somewhat surprised. Was there really such a good opportunity? Although live streaming could make money without Sin Lu's PK tips, each streaming session of a few hours would only earn a few hundred yuan. Even now, with his popularity soaring, it rarely exceeded 1,000. Because Wu Hua didn't exploit his fans, didn't sell products, and the tips for his dancing were all small gifts. So it was very hard and didn't bring much money. A concert lasting just a few hours could earn 120,000. This money was really easy. Sister Su, what company do you run? Wu Hua asked curiously. Star Entertainment. If you're interested, you can look it up. It's not some shell company, Su Ningshuang said with a smile. Star Entertainment Media was a well-known entertainment company in the country, mainly focused on idol management and music. It had cultivated some well-known domestic girl groups, boy bands, and many famous singers. It had good cooperation with many domestic variety shows, and also invested in films and TV. Wu Hua currently only had an elementary dance skill, so of course, he hoped to earn more money, as initial accumulation was crucial. No matter what he wanted to do in the future without initial funds, it would be like building castles in the air. Alright, thank you, Sister Su. Let me toast you again. Wu Hua raised his glass once more. Although the mature woman before him had caused him to lose over 100,000, she also gave him the pressure and motivation to earn money. The alcohol took effect, and the atmosphere became more relaxed. Su Ningshuang chatted with Wu Hua, somewhat surprised to find that the young man before her seemed to have a maturity far beyond his age, and she actually felt a sense of connection. This was almost unbelievable. After 2 bottles of plum wine, Su Ningshuang's face flushed like peach blossoms, and her eyes became a bit hazy. At this moment, Su Ningshuang was like a perfectly ripe peach, incredibly alluring, with a fatal attraction. Wu Hua quickly suppressed his stirring desires. He had to maintain boundaries. Indeed, there was truth in Mengda fondness. The finest women were those married. Actually, the seafood here isn't good enough. Back when I was in the South Island of New Zealand, I would set up a stove on the beach and grill freshly caught seafood. The taste was incredibly fresh. Su Ningshuang seemed nostalgic, a sparkle in her eyes that suddenly dimmed, as if remembering something unpleasant. This wine isn't strong enough. I should drink some red wine. She pressed the service bell, and a young lady in kimono bowed and entered. Su Ningshuang casually ordered a few bottles of red wine, and asked the young lady to open them all, and let them breathe. Wu Hua knew the red wine here must be expensive. This wealthy woman was truly rich. Today we're happy. Let's drink until we're drunk. Su Ningshuang said she was happy, but she had clearly fallen into some kind of sad mood. Women are like that, very emotional. Perhaps some detail had touched her thoughts. Once the floodgates of memory opened, those dead memories would surge in. Wu Hua could guess that she must have barbecued seafood on that beautiful beach in New Zealand's South Island with someone close. It was a beautiful memory, and the more beautiful the more sentimental. During the meal, red wine glasses were replaced, and the crimson liquid was poured into the glasses like blood-colored amber. Wu Hua had been reborn for some time, and was gradually adapting to his new identity, but there was also some unavoidable sadness in his heart. Drink up, it's free anyway. The two began drinking glass after glass of red wine. Xiaohua, you're so handsome. Have you got a girlfriend at school? Su Ningshuang asked with a smile. No, but I've met many excellent girls around me. They really are all beautiful, and Wu Hua answered truthfully. TCH men. Don't you become a player, Su Ningshuang said jokingly. Wu Hua replied. Love is always beautiful. I once longed for it endlessly. Or rather, I was obsessed like a moth drawn to flame, willing to die to chase that glimmer of light. Su Ningshuang's eyes grew misty as she recounted her love story. When Su Ningshuang returned from abroad at age 22, she met a young man, handsome and shy. The boy from a small county town had a star dream. Reality was harsh. The entertainment industry now was not what it was decades ago. Without connections, or capital, one couldn't even get a foot in the door. That young man could only sing part-time at bars, living in a dark and damp basement, surviving in a daze. Until he met, Su Ningshuang had just returned to the country for a class reunion when she saw this shy and talented boy at the bar. Perhaps it was fate. She fell for this handsome big boy who played the guitar and sang with emotion. For him, Su Ningshuang founded Star Entertainment, signed him, and used all her family's connections and enormous capital to package and promote him to stardom. He worked hard too. His excellent looks and musical talent quickly made him stand out. After releasing an album, he gradually became popular and his songs charted. Su Ningshuang poured all her resources into him, winning competitions, appearing on popular variety shows, holding concerts. Finally, after a few years, this former small-town boy became a hot idol singer. Just when Su Ningshuang thought she had helped him realize his dream, and they could be together happily. She didn't know that the entertainment industry, that big dying vat, had already dyed this once innocent boy in her heart with colors as brilliant and poisonous as a toxic mushroom. He began to swell with arrogance, turning greedy and lascivious. He indulged in nights of debauchery unrestrainedly, giving in to his desires, even succumbing to a gambling addiction, gambling till the world went dark in the Deo Casino. He once disappeared for 3 days and 3 nights, missing a very important public announcement. In the end, Su Ningshuang found him in a gambling hall in Deo, his eyes bloodshot from the frenzy of gambling. Tousled hair and stubble sunk in dark eye sockets, bloodshot eyes. When she saw him like that, Su Ningshuang could hardly believe her own eyes. Su Ningshuang erupted in fury, but he knelt before her, clutching her legs and weeping bitterly. Not only had he lost all his money, but he also owed a massive debt to the casino's chip runners. In the end, Su Ningshuang forgave him and cleared his debts. She had hoped he would turn over a new leaf, but she never imagined he had already rotted to the very core of his soul. Once again, Su Ningshuang received a credit card bill for a luxury suite at a 5-star hotel, just opened. Her heart trembled, realizing something was definitely wrong. Sure enough, she caught him in bed, stark naked, rolling around with a young model. Tears streamed down her face, silently. He repeated his old tricks, kneeling, weeping, slapping himself, self-harming, begging for forgiveness. Su Ningshuang forgave him again. Looking back now, she felt she must have been out of her mind back then. But love is such a bewitching haze. Lost within it, one cannot see clearly, cannot hear, everything is chaos. Yet Su Ningshuang ultimately had to swallow the bitter fruit herself. That big shot pop star secretly collaborated with a rival company, viciously betraying Su Ningshuang and poaching many artists from her agency, nearly driving her company into bankruptcy. At the final moment, her family reached out to help Su Ningshuang. The parents she had once willfully hurt became her last pillar of support. From then on, Su Ningshuang grew very languid and detached, never venturing into romance again. She wrapped herself in a hard coconut shell. Yet the moment she first saw Wu Hua, she felt as if she had returned to the instant she had seen that small-town boy all those years ago. Only this time she would never be that foolish again, because she had long since passed the age of foolish infatuation. Tonight in this small private room, Su Ningshuang let her heart open wide once more, drinking heavily and crying loudly. She didn't know why she was so out of control, but she couldn't help it. Wu Hua listened quietly, silently accompanying her, and he knew that at this moment all he needed to be was a quiet listener. No need to offer opinions, no need to console. That was the best attitude. Su Ningshuang, with tear-streaked cheeks like pear blossoms in rain, looked pitifully lovely, stirring tender affection. But Wu Hua dared not cross the line, guarding his heart strictly. Some things once indulged become like floods and beasts, impossible to rein in again. Wu Hua once again escorted the drunk Su Ningshuang home. Good luck brings you good luck brings joy and love. You have gained Su Ningshuang's favorability, 1 heart, and received 1 chance to draw. Congratulations. You have received 3 free attribute points which can be freely allocated. Now Wu Hua has 6 free attribute points. Wu Hua walked along the street, the evening breeze brushing his cheeks with a hint of coolness. Turning a corner, the smoky aroma of cumin and barbecue wafted toward him from the roadside. He turned his head and saw a small roadside barbecue stall set up on the street. Various skewers of lamb and beef sizzled on the charcoal grill, sending up an enticing fragrance. Instantly Wu Hua felt the echoes of his past life. Countless times he had sat by such roadside stalls, clinking glasses with colleagues or friends, drinking till they were drunk. Those ordinary mundane days, suffused with the smell of smoke and fire, now seemed unreal to him, like a dream within a dream. He didn't even know whether the present was a dream or if the past life in his mind was a dream, a fleeting dream. Wu Hua stopped and walked to the barbecue stall. Boss, 10 beef skewers, 10 lamb skewers, 3 chives, 3 peppers, 2 kidneys, 2 chicken wings. Wu Hua ordered expertly. Coming right up. The plump proprietress quickly jotted down his order. What kind of liquor do you have? Wu Hua asked. He suddenly felt a strong urge to drink. The plum wine and red wine from earlier had stirred up his craving. Do you want beer or baijiu? The proprietress asked. Baijiu. A real man drinks baijiu. Wu Hua thought beer could no longer quench the melancholy within him tonight. Perhaps it was the lingering effect of Su Ningshuang's weeping that had infected his emotions. Young handsome, you're so young. Are you sure you can handle baijiu? The proprietress glanced at Wu Hua with concern. I can handle it well, Wu Hua said with a smile. Do you have Huanggai Fengjiu? A well-regarded everyday liquor, tasty and affordable. Wu Hua used to enjoy it when having late-night snacks with friends. Young man, you've chosen a good liquor. Looks like you know your drink, haha. The boss busy grilling amid the rising smoke. The proprietress said nothing more. Wu Hua sat at the small street-side table, and soon the golden sizzling skewers arrived. He couldn't resist taking a bite. The aroma of fat instantly filled his mouth. He devoured the grilled meat in big mouthfuls, poured the fengjiu into a cup, and tossed back a sip. The fiery liquid slid down his throat straight into his stomach, bringing an exhilarating pleasure. Countless fragments of days flowed through his mind, a whirlwind of emotions. Countless past gatherings, partings, laughter, and tears played out in his mind like scenes from a movie. Wu Hua sank into his own feelings, cup after cup, until his head began to spin. Only then did he feel that all the melancholy no longer mattered. Since he was here, he would make the best of it. He was now Wu Hua, a freshman full of infinite hope. And he had even obtained a mysterious system. Wu Hua's mind was already in a dazed yet excited state. He stared at the 6 unallocated free attribute points in his consciousness. Gritting his teeth emboldened by the alcohol, he poured all of them into charisma. His charisma value instantly soared to a terrifying 26. I want to be handsome. Handsome beyond the universe. Wu Hua drunk had entered a manic state. Attribute panel real-time update. Name Wu Hua. Age 19. Strength 14. Agility 9. Vitality 12. Intelligence 12. Charisma 26. Luck 5. Remaining free attribute points 0. Just as he was about to finish the bottle of baijiu in a daze, his phone rang. It was Lin Yichuan calling. Hello. Wu Hua picked up the phone. Hey Wu Hua, what are you doing? Why aren't you online? You didn't even reply to my message. Lin Yichuan asked. I am eating barbecue. Wanna come? It's delicious. Wu Hua's words were slurred as if he had a big radish in his mouth. You've been drinking? You're drunk. Lin Yichuan quickly sensed that Wu Hua was inebriated. Who's drunk? You're the one drunk. If you're not convinced, let's crack open a case and chug. Wu Hua said. Lin Yichuan hadn't expected him to be this wasted. Silly fool. Who were you drinking with? Where? Lin Yichuan asked. No one. Qingdao won't fall. I want fall. A snowflake won't drift. I want drift. Wu Hua's mind was already a blur. The boss lady couldn't stand by anymore. She took Wu Hua's phone and said, oh dear, this lad got wasted all by himself here, down a whole bottle of baijiu. Are you his girlfriend? Come pick him up quickly. Lin Yichuan didn't bother to clarify whether she was his girlfriend or not. She got the location, hailed a cab, and arrived at the barbecue stall. Wu Hua was already passed out, face on the table. So you're the one picking up this lad. You're a real pretty girl. With such a beautiful girlfriend, he still drinks alone. The boss lady was stunned by Lin Yichuan's beauty. Lin Yichuan saw Wu Hua face down after downing a bottle of baijiu, and she felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Hey, wake up. Lin Yichuan shook Wu Hua. He lifted his head with difficulty, his drunken eyes blurry, seeing a girl as beautiful as a fairy standing before him. He muttered, am I dead? How come I see a fairy? Lin Yichuan was speechless. The lad was this drunk, yet still had sweet lips. TSK. Young man, your girlfriend's here. Go home now, said the boss lady. I'm not working overtime. I've already clocked out. Wu Hua's mind was still a fog. What? So young, and already working. Too much pressure, no wonder he drank like that. Psy life's tough. The boss lady sighed. He's talking nonsense. He just started freshman year. Lin Yichuan explained. A wave of pity welled up in her heart. Wu Hua had grown up alone, no father, mother, often absent. He pretended to be mature on the surface, but inside, he must have been deeply sorrowful. Poor thing. Lin Yichuan had obviously misunderstood, but it was a beautiful misunderstanding. Excuse me, how much do I owe? He'll pay, she said to the boss lady. 106, I'll waive the change, make it 100. He'll call a car for you. The boss lady was warm. Thank you, Lin Yichuan replied. The boss lady brought a cup of sour plum juice and helped Wu Hua drink it. He regained a bit of consciousness. Senior, what are you doing here? Came to drink with me. Boss, 2 more beers. Wu Hua waved directly. Keep drinking. You'll end up sleeping on the street. Lin Yichuan slapped his hand away with a sharp smack. Oh. Wu Hua instantly became obedient as a child again. When the taxi arrived, the boss lady helped Lin Yichuan support Wu Hua into the back seat. She sat beside him. The window was rolled down, the night breeze blowing. Wu Hua leaned on Lin Yichuan's fragrant soft shoulder, eyes closed, sleeping like an infant. Lin Yichuan had no choice but to let him lean. Looking at his sleeping face, she felt a slight blush. Still a kid, she murmured, gently caressing his cheek. Wu Hua mumbled, startling Lin Yichuan into quickly pulling her hand back. Dao heart unstable. It's just that suddenly the junior seemed even more handsome when drunk. Was it an illusion? Wu Hua felt comfortable. He moved his head, searching for a better spot. Lin Yichuan pursed her lips tightly, her face flushed red. Soon they arrived at Wu Hua's home. Lin Yichuan hoisted his arm over her shoulder and helped him inside. Password, what's the password? She pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Wu Hua jolted awake a bit and answered instinctively, 720520. Shameless. Lin Yichuan blushed again. That kid really said a lewd password. She opened the door, helped Wu Hua to his room, laid him on the bed, removed his shoes, and pulled the air conditioning blanket over. Lin Yichuan checked the time. It was already curfew for dorms, so she'd have to crash on Wu Hua's sofa for the night. It wasn't like she hadn't stayed before. She grabbed a blanket and lay down on the couch. She stared at the ceiling, thinking if her mother knew she'd spent 2 nights at a boy's house, she'd probably have a stroke. In the early morning, Wu Hua woke from his hangover. His memories of last night were hazy, but because he was young, he hadn't blacked out completely. He vaguely remembered Lin Yichuan sending him home. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he walked to the living room and saw breakfast already set on the table. A glass of milk, a fried egg, and Italian-style stir-fried noodles. There was also a sticky note. Wu Hua peeled it off and read, "Don't drink so much next time. Senior is such a good person," Wu Hua thought to himself. Though she seemed cold on the surface, she was kind and gentle at heart. Wu Hua stretched, peeling off his clothes as he headed to the bathroom. His head was pounding, he needed a shower to clear his mind. After the shower, he felt much better. Standing in front of the mirror, he noticed his skin seemed smoother. His complexion was fair and flawless like a newborn's, even under close scrutiny. He seemed even more handsome. Oh no. Wu Hua suddenly remembered that while drunk had allocated all his free attribute points to charisma. He opened his personal status panel. Indeed, free points were 0, and charisma was 26. He was basically turning into a succubus. Drinking always leads to trouble, an eternal truth. The damage was done. Nothing could change it now. At least he hadn't randomly picked a skill. After washing up, Wu Hua had walking along the tree-lined campus path, he suddenly heard a timid voice behind him, "Hello, classmate." Wu Hua stopped, turned around in surprise, and saw 2 blushing girls standing nearby. Can I add your WeChat?" The bespectacled girl looked at him with pleading eyes. Wu Hua knew this was the problem of high charisma, but he didn't refuse. "Sure, thank you so much." The bespectacled girl beamed. Can I also add you?" The taller girl beside her spoke. "Of course," Wu Hua said. Walking from the gate to the lecture hall, a mere 10-minute journey, Wu Hua had added 3 or 4 girls WeChat. This was becoming troublesome. In the corridor, Wang Xiaowen's eyes suddenly sparkled. She tugged Luo Shuyao, exclaiming, "Shuyao? Shuyao, look, it's my idol Wu Hua." Luo Shuyao sighed and dragged her infatuated roommate away to avoid embarrassment. She glanced at Wu Hua passing by, noting that he was indeed very handsome. Since they were so close, Wu Hua overheard them. His eyes briefly swept over Wang Xiaowen and Luo Shuyao. He pretended not to hear and continued into the classroom. Wu Hua found it somewhat peculiar. Wang Xiaowen seemed genuinely infatuated with his appearance, like a little fangirl, yet the system had not awarded him a single heart. So was she pretending? Or was it merely admiration? After some thought, Wu Hua conjectured that Wang Xiaowen liked him in the same way one adores a celebrity, a fan's devotion rather than romantic affection, which explained why it didn't count. A girl could love her boyfriend deeply while still idolizing a star. 26 points of charm. Sigh. Wu Hua let out a heavy sigh. If he could retract the attribute points, he surely would. Being too handsome was also a burden. He resolved to keep a low profile and wear a mask more often. The afternoon lecture was held in the lecture hall. After class, his classmates went to eat, but Wu Hua had no appetite. He had drunk too much last night. If not for Lin Yichuan, he would have ended up sleeping on the street. Next time, he absolutely must not get that drunk. Resting his chin on his right hand, Wu Hua gazed out the window, pondering how to remedy the excessive charm. At that moment, he failed to notice a graceful figure appear at the doorway. Luo Shuyao had intended to study in the lecture hall at noon. Clutching her books, she stepped inside and found someone was. Warm sunlight streamed and casting its glow upon the side profile of Wu Hua, who sat by the window. With his chin propped on his hand, he gazed outward, his jawline sharply defined and the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. His slightly tousled black hair was tinged with a faint golden hue. He seemed lost in thought, like a youth stepping out of a classical oil painting, exuding an indescribable charm in the stillness. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. All noise vanished instantly, leaving only the pounding of Luo Shuyao's heart in her ears. Her fingers tightened around the books, the tips turning pale. Her breathing quickened, and her gaze seemed drawn by an irresistible force. After recovering from her daze, Luo Shuyao fled the classroom like a shy little rabbit. That handsome profile outlined by golden sunlight, and the sudden flutter of her heart lingered in her mind, refusing to fade. She had never imagined that a single glance could make her fall so deeply. Then came the sound of a melody. "Good luck brings you good fortune." A chime rang in her mind. A voice echoed in her head. "You have gained 1 heart of affection from Luo Shuyao, and you have received 1 chance." In the sea of consciousness, the enormous luxurious spinning wheel began to whirl rapidly. When it stopped, the pointer landed on 3 attribute points. "Congratulations. You have obtained 3 free attribute points which can be freely allocated." As the system's draw announcement sounded, Wu Hua turned his head in surprise and caught a glimpse of a graceful figure flashing past the doorway. What just happened? Why did Luo Shuyao's affection increase by 1 heart? He had only been sitting here doing nothing. Wu Hua was utterly bewildered. His current attribute panel name: Wu Hua, age 19, strength 14, agility 9, constitution 12, intelligence 12, charm 26, luck 5, remaining free attribute points 3. Full of questions, Wu Hua could only chalk it up to an accident. His phone buzzed with a message from Lin Yichuan. "Are you going to the cafeteria for lunch?" "No, I don't have much of an appetite." Same here." "Then I won't go either." "Okay. By the way, senior, are you free this week? Let's go see a movie." Wu Hua suddenly extended the invitation. After the gloom of yesterday, he had come to terms with let the past be the past. He could not live in what was gone, he had to strive forward. Now he was a freshman at Lingnan University with infinite possibilities ahead. He would be a fool not to seize this second chance granted by heaven. Living in the present was what mattered most. So Wu Hua wanted to try experiencing a true youthful romance. The other side was silent for a while, not replying immediately. Wu Hua was in no rush. He continued lounging in the sun, waiting. "Alright, I don't have much to do this weekend, but I need to." Lin Yichuan eventually agreed. After replying to Wu Hua, she sent a message to Zhang Yuxi. "I'm busy this weekend, can't go shopping with you." "What? How can you do this?" "What is it? Cancel it immediately. Baby, you're not accompanying me. I'm so upset." "Oh." Lin Yichuan closed the chat window, ignoring Zhang Yuxi's barrage of messages. Sorry, she thought, secretly sticking out her pink tongue. Though she felt a bit guilty toward her friend, she still wanted to go out with Wu Hua. The feeling of strolling and stopping with him was wonderful and indescribable relaxation. Lin Yichuan felt that being with Wu Hua put her mind at ease, a soothing comfort. After the arrangement, Wu Hua's mood lifted. Humming a tune, he returned to the dormitory for a nap. In the evening back home, Wu Hua prepared and started his live stream. Sun Lu entered. You haven't streamed for a few days. Was there something going on? Sun Lu initiated the conversation. Nothing major, just been slacking off for a few days. Wu Hua replied. Hee hee emoji. Sun Lu sent a sly grin emoji. After their offline meeting, they had grown much closer, and Sun Lu had become more lively. Want to do a PK today? Sun Lu asked. No, I don't want a PK. Wu Hua quickly declined. Okay, Sun Lu replied. Wu Hua checked the viewer counter after going live. Over 300 people had already entered. His popularity was impressive. He greeted the viewers in the chat room, and before he could finish a rocket no. One shot into the sky with small gifts pouring in continuously. The heat soared. Wu Hua felt a surge of gratitude. These fans and followers asked for nothing in return. They were truly amazing. Thank you everyone. He could only express his thanks. The host is so handsome. Did you turn on beauty filters? You seem even better looking. Our host never uses filters or beautification, unlike those third-rate streamers. The host is too handsome, totally my type. I want to have your babies. He had to admit adding 6 points of charm wasn't without its benefits. At least during streams his popularity was through the roof. Wu Hua had never used filters or beautification because he didn't need to. Even with the camera right up in his face, there wasn't a single flaw. Being this handsome was almost absurd. He considered wearing a mask for future dance streams. It was still the old routine gifts for dances, but the trouble was that there were too many gifts, so he had to cue them. He couldn't keep track, so he asked Sun Lu to help tally and then dance in the order she sent. Although he was now somewhat popular, Wu Hua didn't raise his gift prices, keeping them the same. His main principle was to share the joy with his fans. An hour before the live stream ended, Wu Hua turned off the tipping feature, otherwise he would have had to dance all night. Live streaming was truly exhausting. After showering, Wu Hua fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. That week life was unadorned yet immensely fulfilling. His livestream viewership grew day by day. By Friday, within 5 minutes of going live, he had already broken the record of 10,000 online fans. Such a figure was terrifying on the Inling platform. It was a massive hit. Of course, part of the reason was Wu Hua's exceptionally high charm value. Wu Hua received a private message from the boss of Tianqing Media, hoping to invite him to join with a sky-high contract fee. But Wu Hua ignored it and didn't even reply. Because Wu Hua would disable the tipping feature based on the number of gifts received in the materialistic live streaming world, this was clearly a breath of fresh air. This reverse operation gathered another wave of popularity for Wu Hua. No price increase for song requests via gifts, and tipping closed after exceeding the limit. He was all about a fan-friendly persona. It was like a hidden gem of a food shop in an alley serving only a few tables a day, and no matter how much money you had to come back tomorrow. This unintentionally created a kind of hunger marketing. Later, every time Wu Hua started his livestream, gifts flew across the screen, creating a spectacular sight on the Inling platform. On the weekend, Wu Hua showered, styled his hair, changed into casual clothes, and excitedly rushed to the meeting spot, the entrance of Wanda Plaza. This time Wu Hua deliberately arrived very early to see Lin Yichuan walking toward him. A beautiful girl rushing to meet him. How picturesque. After waiting a while, he saw Lin Yichuan approaching from afar. Today she was wearing an elegant dress with a light knit cardigan, looking pure and adorable. Many passers-by stole glances at her, but her beautiful face was cold and aloof, radiating an untouchable aura. Over here, Wu Hua called out, reaching out to her. The moment Lin Yichuan saw Wu Hua, her originally cold expression melted like spring snow, revealing a radiant smile. Lin Yichuan quickened her pace and trotted over to Wu Hua, looking incredibly beautiful in that moment. Why are you here? Haha, I was bored at home and afraid of traffic, so I came early, Wu Hua said with a smile. Let's go inside. Lin Yichuan smiled. Alright. Wu Hua nodded and asked, left color right taste is having a promotion. Second cup half price. What would you like? Something low in calories, Lin Yichuan said. They walked to the milk tea shop, and he ordered a Feiyun Oolong, while she chose a Shuelua Shancha. They sipped their milk teas while strolling through the mall. Remembering that Lin Yichuan liked buying cute little items, Wu Hua took her to Miniso, where many things were useful for girls. Lin Yichuan was indeed interested. She tried on hair clips, small accessories, hats, and more. Each item made her look even more elegant and classy. Such a beautiful girl naturally attracted attention. Every accessory she tried on drew others to try it too. She put on a cartoon bear hat and asked Wu Hua playfully, does it look good? It looks great, really suits you, Wu Hua replied. Noticing the many items in his shopping basket, Lin Yichuan asked curiously, why are you buying all this? These are all the things you just tried on. I picked them up to buy, Wu Hua said. I think they all look good on you. Silly, I was just trying them on. I didn't mean to buy them. You're so foolish. Lin Yichuan took the basket, both amused and exasperated. She didn't like wasting money. The essence of girls shopping lies in browsing. They only buy if they find something they truly love, otherwise it's just trying. This junior was a bit straight-laced. Browsing a Miniso store gave off a CEO vibe. Still, it felt nice. After walking around, Lin Yichuan bought a hair clip and a small bag. Though she wanted to pay for herself, Wu Hua insisted on they were just small items, so Lin Yichuan didn't insist. Get him a gift later. She continued browsing, feeling relaxed and joyful, when her eyes suddenly lit up at the sight of a claw machine. This was her childhood dream. Every time she passed a claw machine as a child, her mother wouldn't let her play, or or at most gave her 10 coins. No more if she failed to grab anything. Lin Yichuan once failed to catch a single doll, and asked for more coins only to be scolded by her mother. Because her mother believed these machines were just tricks to cheat kids with adjusted claws that couldn't actually grab. Attacks on. Now seeing the claw machine, Lin Yichuan couldn't move. Just as she was about to speak, she turned to see Wu Hua already scanning a QR code at the vending machine to buy coins. Clink clink clink. Shiny game coins fell from the dispenser into a small basket, making a pleasant sound. Why did you buy so many? Lin Yichuan was stunned. To her, the concept of playing the claw machine was capped at 10 coins. If you couldn't grab anything, you gave up. It's all about probability. With too few coins, it's hard to win, Wu Hua said with a smile. Only 200 coins. Oh, let's play slowly. Holding 200 coins, Lin Yichuan felt like a super rich woman. She had never been so wealthy, completely free from the anxiety of too few coins. People often have obsessions about unfulfilled childhood wishes, and the claw machine was Lin Yichuan's. Wu Hua pushed over a small cart, shared some coins, and they began their battle. Lin Yichuan stared intently at a claw machine, holding a Patrick Star doll, like a warrior on the battlefield, her gaze resolute and expression serious. Years had passed, and Lin Yichuan was no longer the novice she once was. She had since learned advanced knowledge like physics, geometry, and calculus. Applying this knowledge to the claw machine, precise angle calculation and perfect drop point control, surely she could wash away the shame of 0 wins. But while she was still calculating the perfect angle, the time limit expired, and the metal claw descended. Empty grab. Oops, she forgot about the time limit. This round didn't count. One more try? Lin Yichuan acknowledged the mistake. Indeed, the claw machine was full of challenges. But she loved a challenge. She moved the claw again, carefully calculated the most precise drop point, pressed the button. Off target. Empty grab. What's going on? Wrong drop point. Was it due to glass refraction? Need to adjust the visual angle. It's okay, you keep going. A failure is the mother of success. This time I've fully grasped the essence of the claw machine. Empty grab. Empty grab. Empty grab. Still empty. Lin Yichuan felt like steaming with rage, blood rushing to her head. Her mother was right. Claw machine operators were all liars, villains. This is a capital scam. Senior, how many have you caught? Wu Hua asked as he pushed his card over. Lin Yichuan, her cheeks flushed, turned around in astonishment, seeing that Wu Hua's card already held 4 or 5 dolls. How is that possible? Lin Yichuan subconsciously asked. My luck's pretty good. The dolls here are easy to catch. Wu Hua nodded, glanced at Lin Yichuan's empty card, and instantly understood why she was blushing. To avoid embarrassing her, he quickly said, Senior, you like this Patrick Star, right? Let me help you catch it. Sure, go ahead. Lin Yichuan wanted to see with her own eyes whether Wu Hua could actually grab. Wu Hua stepped forward, observed for a moment, then inserted a game coin, adjusted the metal claw, and pressed the button without hesitation. The metal claw descended, steadily closed, and grabbed the Patrick Star. Lin Yichuan's eyes were fixed on the claw, her heart in her throat, afraid it might suddenly release. When it reached the top, the claw only shook slightly, but didn't let go, hovering steadily above the chute. Plop. The Patrick Star fell. Got it. Wu Hua smiled, quickly crouched down, retrieved the Patrick Star from the dispensing slot, and handed it to Lin Yichuan. Lin Yichuan rubbed her eyes in disbelief, as if what just happened was an illusion. This was a capitalist scam. How could it possibly be caught? Could it be because she was just bad at it? Catching dolls does involve probability, but there are also some techniques, Wu Hua explained. First, observe the shape of the doll, and find where the claw can grip better. Notice the doll's stress points, grab the center of gravity for more grip. Second, when lowering the claw, must not sway. Drop it when stable, preferably touching the bottom. Finally, it's a matter of luck. Of course, there are advanced methods like using the pendulum principle, stacking method, bounce and catch, etc. Wu Hua explained in one breath. Really? You're amazing. Lin Yichuan let out a breath, realizing that catching dolls was indeed a profound skill. She had underestimated it before. What else do you want to catch? He'll teach you. Guaranteed to learn, or no charge. Wu Hua volunteered. He had lived so long and caught dolls countless times. Practice made perfect. That little yellow duck. Lin Yichuan. Wu Hua observed the little yellow duck and said, for the duck it's best to place the claw between its legs and grab the whole. Lin Yichuan inserted a coin and focused on operating. This time the claw drop was perfect. It really landed between the legs and grabbed it. But when it reached the top, the claw shook violently and released again. Cheater. Lin Yichuan felt like crying. She inserted another coin, but perhaps affected by her previous mood, this time the claw didn't even grab. Was she really that untalented at catching dolls? Don't rush, let me help you. Wu Hua stood behind Lin Yichuan, his hands reaching around her slender waist, one hand gripping the joystick and resting on her hand. Okay, go. Wu Hua helped Lin Yichuan maneuver, judging the right spot. Press. At his command, she instinctively pressed the button, and the metal claw descended. The claw landed steadily on the bottom and grabbed the little yellow duck entirely, but it failed at the last moment. It dropped midway, landing beside the chute. A pity, let's try again. Wu Hua said as he inserted another coin. Once again, he held Lin Yichuan's hand, guiding her to move the joystick, choose the position, and press the button. Lin Yichuan's eyes were fixed on the metal claw, completely unaware that Wu Hua's hand was enveloping hers. This time the metal claw grabbed the little yellow duck again. Although it let go during the rotation because it was very close to the chute, it fell directly onto the edge and dropped inside. Wow. Awesome, I caught it. Lin Yichuan was ecstatic. This was the first time in her life she had caught a doll. She turned her head slightly, and almost touched Wu Hua's chin. It was then that she realized their posture was very intimate. Her hand was still held in his, and her whole body was almost leaning against Wu Hua's chest. From an outsider's perspective it looked as if Wu Hua was embracing Lin Yichuan from behind. This instantly made her blush crimson, and her heart pound like a drum. Standing behind Lin Yichuan, Wu Hua's nose was filled with the pleasant scent of her shampoo, making him a little flustered. Still not letting go? How long are you planning to hold on? Lin Yichuan glared fiercely at Wu Hua, playful yet intense. Haha, I was just providing better instruction. Wu Hua laughed awkwardly and slowly released his hand. Lin Yichuan, her face full of blush, looked so beautiful. He wanted to tease her more, but was afraid she'd get genuinely angry. Alright, I've learned it. I'm sure I can catch one myself. Lin Yichuan clenched her little fists and said firmly. After breaking through her inner demon, she gradually got into the groove, and subsequently caught 2 more in a row, making her extremely excited. Great job, Wu Hua praised. After receiving his compliment, Lin Yichuan was like a proud little princess. She casually picked up the nearby milk tea and took a sip, but suddenly felt something was off. The taste wasn't her own milk. She glanced over. Wu Hua's Crimson Cloud Oolong and her Snowfall Mountain Tea were placed together. Without noticing, she had drunk Wu Hua's Crimson Cloud Oolong. Wasn't this an indirect kiss? So embarrassing. Before Lin Yichuan could blame herself for her carelessness, Wu Hua, who hadn't noticed the scene, naturally picked up the crimson. I've drunk from it. And he's drinking it. Lin Yichuan wanted to speak up and stop him, but didn't know how to say it. In the end, she chose silence. Wu Hua stealthily glanced at Lin Yichuan. The milk tea tasted better after the senior had drunk from it. The two were happily catching dolls together, not noticing a familiar figure appearing in the distance. Zhang Yuxi was shopping for clothes with her dorm mate Lan Ziwei. Hey, isn't that Lin Yichuan? Lan Ziwei's sharp eyes spotted Lin Yichuan catching dolls. Where? Zhang Yuxi quickly followed Lan Ziwei's finger, and indeed saw Lin Yichuan. Oh great. She didn't come shopping with me, but she's out having fun herself. Can we still be friends? Let me teach her a lesson. Zhang Yuxi rolled up her sleeves ready to charge over, and vigorously rubbed Lin Yichuan's cheeks. Just as she was about to step forward, Wu Hua's figure appeared in her sight. Zhang Yuxi was as if struck by lightning, instantly freezing in place, motionless, with an incredulous look in her eyes. Lin Yichuan. Wu Hua. She felt as if her heart had been suddenly emptied, an indescribable feeling of disgust. Lin Yichuan didn't accompany her for shopping. She was actually going on a date with Wu Hua. Hey, Lin Yichuan seems to be on a date. That junior from our school. Lan Ziwei got excited and raised her arm to call out to Lin Yichuan. But Zhang Yuxi grabbed her arm and shook her head, saying, forget it, let's not disturb them. Alright. Even the Ice Queen can fall in love. Lan Ziwei didn't notice Zhang Yuxi's unease. Zhang Yuxi pursed her lips, watching Wu Hua and Lin Yichuan happily playing the claw machine together. She took a deep breath, pulled Lan Ziwei, and turned around to leave. If it were anyone else, Zhang Yuxi would have walked over with a catwalk, alluring and flirtatious, and then caused all kinds of mischief. But it was Lin Yichuan, her best friend. Although Zhang Yuxi liked Wu Hua, she couldn't bear to hurt her best friend. She knew Lin Yichuan well. This innocent girl built a cold shell to protect herself, but deep down, she was kind and soft. As Lan Ziwei said, it was rare for her to take a liking to a boy. If she were to forcefully break them up, it would be really hard to make that decision. But her heart ached so much that her eyes uncontrollably moistened. She had no mood to continue shopping, so she directly pulled Lan Ziwei to take a taxi back to the dormitory. Wu Hua and Lin Yichuan didn't notice any of this. She had no mood to continue shopping, so she directly pulled Lan Ziwei to take a taxi back to the dormitory. Wu Hua and Lin Yichuan didn't notice any of this. He was having a great time playing the claw machine. Their final haul exceeded double digits. Lin Yichuan kept her 2 favorites, then exchanged the remaining dolls for points, and redeemed a cute teddy bear backpack. With the plush backpack on, Lin Yichuan's Ice Queen aura vanished, instantly transforming her into a cute Lolita. There were many food options in the mall. They chose a self-service Korean barbecue for lunch. They could grill whatever they liked. It was convenient, and didn't require asking about dietary restrictions. Grilling meat was effortless for Wu Hua. Every slice came out crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sizzling with oil. Lin Yichuan also grilled some herself, eating while cooking, finding it quite fun. After the meal, Wu Hua suggested going to see a movie. The cinema was on the top floor of Wanda Plaza. They browsed through the listings and discovered an awkward problem. None of the current movies were good. They were all like a pile of garbage. Especially domestic films, like a huge pile of garbage. How about this one? Wu Hua pointed at a domestic horror movie whose poster featured a half-human, half-serpent beauty coiled around a tree. Everyone knows that taking a beautiful girl to watch a movie, without choosing a horror film, is meaningless. Perhaps that's why there are always so many lousy domestic horror movies. Isn't it too scary? Lin Yichuan asked. Since spirits aren't allowed to become demons after the founding of the nation, it's good enough if domestic horror movies don't turn into comedies. Wu Hua said. Well, alright. Lin Yichuan browsed again. Indeed, there was no movie worthy of watching. Wu Hua went to buy tickets, and also got the standard movie combo, a bucket of popcorn and 2 cups of cola. Although the movie was mediocre, the seats were quite comfortable, genuine leather sofa seats. Combined with the boring plot and cheap special effects, the hypnotic effect was excellent. Of course, Wu Hua couldn't fall asleep at this moment, He secretly observed Lin Yichuan from the corner of his eye. Lin Yichuan watched very attentively. That was her nature, she took everything seriously. But the problem was she wasn't scared at all. Wu Hua had already started cursing the director in his mind. If you're making a horror film, at least add some jump scare effects or something. He lacked basic professionalism. When young couples come to watch a movie, even the girl would be embarrassed to fake being scared. The scenes he had hoped for, Lin Yichuan closing her eyes in fear, screaming, and throwing herself into his arms, had zero chance of happening. Wu Hua had no choice but to give up on his wishful thinking. But if a movie couldn't advance their relationship even a little, then it would be a waste of those 2 tickets. Wu Hua, being an experienced older guy, now demonstrated his ability to plan ahead. That bucket of popcorn. Why buy 1 large bucket instead of 2 small ones? That was the crux of the matter. 1 bucket meant both would have to reach into it to grab popcorn. In the darkened cinema, their hands accidentally brushing against each other was perfectly normal, wasn't it? A spark-like touch at the fingertips, like an electric current shooting to the heart. This was a staple scene in romance novels. Wu Hua looked at the large bucket of popcorn in his hand, smiled, and held it out to Lin Yichuan, whispering, "Have some." "No, I don't like it." Lin Yichuan's words extinguished all of Wu Hua's fantasies. He never expected that Lin Yichuan didn't like popcorn. Even as the difficulty escalated, Wu Hua was not discouraged. He hadn't eaten rice for nothing all these years. If none of his techniques worked, he would just brazen it out. With thick skin, nothing is impossible. Wu Hua seized a romantic moment in the horror movie, locked his peripheral vision onto Lin Yichuan's fair and delicate jade-like hand, and struck swiftly, grasping it directly. Mark the key point. The few seconds after grasping are the most critical. When holding a girl's hand for the first time, she would instinctively try to pull back due to reserve, shyness, and surprise. At this moment, you must not let go. You have to hold on with a bit more strength. If you endure the few seconds of struggle, but you must control the strength, never hurt the girl. If she desperately tries to pull away with disgust, then you definitely... That also shows the girl has no feelings for you at all. You'd better go home and wash up. Sure enough, when Wu Hua held Lin Yichuan's hand, she reacted like a startled rabbit trying to withdraw. But she didn't succeed in breaking free. He got it. Wu Hua's heart bloomed with joy. Lin Yichuan's gaze shifted from the screen, glanced at Wu Hua, then suddenly leaned her face closer. Holy crap, is she secretly giving her heart and going to kiss him right in the cinema? Wu Hua's heart raced instantly. A faint fragrance wafted over as Lin Yichuan's head approached his ear and said, "If you don't let go, I'll punch you." "Alright." Wu Hua awkwardly released his hand. Old tricks don't work anymore. The girls nowadays are really different. Soon the movie ended. Lin Yichuan and Wu Hua left the cinema one after the other. Wu Hua walked with his head down behind Lin Yichuan. At a dimly lit staircase corner, Lin Yichuan stopped and turned around. Seeing Wu Hua's awkward expression, Lin Yichuan couldn't help but laugh. She didn't seem angry. Moreover, she generously extended her hand and said, "It's too dark here. There are stairs. Be careful." "Oh." Wu Hua joyfully took Lin Yichuan's hand again and walked down the dark staircase together. Unfortunately, after they descended the stairs, Lin Yichuan let go. The lingering warmth remained. As the movie ended, it was about time to send Lin Yichuan back. She had mentioned earlier that she needed to return to her dormitory. In the evening, the setting sun cast long shadows of the two figures. Though they weren't holding hands, they walked in the same pace, less than a fist's distance apart, occasionally brushing against each other. Wu Hua stole a glance. Their shadows were intimately nestled together like lovers. He saw her all the way to the entrance of the girls' dormitory, feeling a reluctance to part. "Bye," Lin Yichuan said to Wu Hua. "I had a great time today, thank you." Wu Hua paused for a moment before replying, "See you on Monday, senior. Get some good rest." "Okay," Lin Yichuan replied cheerfully. Wu Hua stood there watching until her figure disappeared into the dormitory corridor before finally averting his gaze. Falling in love again felt so sweet. Perhaps only the love of student days is the most pure and captivating. Back home, Wu Hua took a shower, lay comfortably on the bed, and immediately sent a message to Lin Yichuan. "Senior, what are you up? Get online. I'm a bit uncomfortable, can't play." "What's wrong?" Wu Hua felt a twinge of anxiety. After a moment of silence, she replied, "It's that time of the month." Wu Hua instantly understood his senior was on her period and must be suffering from dysmenorrhea, which is why she didn't want to play. Wu Hua stared at his phone at a loss for words. "Drink more hot water. Rest early. Try a warm compress." These were caring words, but Lin Yichuan would only feel worse seeing them. They did nothing to alleviate her pain. No one wanted such empty concern. Wu Hua sprang up from the sofa like a carp leaping. "Wait for me for a while," he replied. Lin Yichuan sent a question. Back home, he swiftly brewed a brown sugar ginger tea, adding longan and red dates to ease the dull pain caused. Back home, he swiftly brewed a brown sugar ginger tea, adding longan and red dates to ease the dull pain caused by insufficient vitality and blood, and finally a splash of milk. He packed it in a thermos, then dashed downstairs, hailed a taxi, and sped straight to the girls' dormitory. "I'm downstairs. I made you some hot soup. Come down and get it." Wu Hua sent the message. "Just wait." Lin Yichuan got out of bed, went downstairs in her pajamas, and saw Wu Hua standing there holding a thermos. "You silly, coming all this way just to bring this?" Lin Yichuan said, though her heart felt warm as if the pain had suddenly subsided. "Drinking this will make you feel better." Wu Hua smiled as he handed over the thermos and the hot water bottle. "Silly," Lin Yichuan said with pursed lips. "But go back and rest now." Wu Hua waved and turned to leave. Lin Yichuan watched him go, feeling a warmth in her. So this is what it feels like to be cared for. It's truly heartwarming. Holding the thermos, Lin Yichuan unconsciously curled her lips into a gentle smile. Having done all this, Wu Hua felt much better and hummed a tune as he walked home. After a while, Lin Yichuan sent him a message, feeling better now. A bit bored. Let's get online. Okay, let's crush them. Wu Hua settled into a comfortable position, logged in, and duetted sweetly with Lin Yichuan. However, Wu Hua didn't play for too long as Lin Yichuan was still in a delicate condition. They stopped after about an hour. Just then Su Ningxuang sent a message, Xiao Hua, come to my company tomorrow for a dance audition. Wu Hua remembered that during dinner with Su Ningxuang, she had invited him to take on a part-time gig as a backup dancer for her company's popular female singers concert. 100 yuan per show. It would be a shame not to earn that money. Okay, Wu Hua agreed. Right now his most marketable skill was dancing, not leveraging it would be a waste of talent. The next morning Wu Hua took the subway to the Xinjika CBD where Xingshan Entertainment was located, the core area of the most upscale business district in Jinling City. He took the elevator to the headquarters of Xingshan Entertainment. As he entered the lobby, he saw a pretty young receptionist. Wu Hua approached and asked, hello, I'm looking for Su Ningxuang. Hello, do you have an appointment? The pretty receptionist's eyes lit up. This handsome guy was truly striking. Was he a newly discovered talent? Boss Su sure had an eye. Let me send a message to ask. Wu Hua texted Su Ningxuang, I'm here. Su Ningxuang quickly replied, I'm in a meeting. They'll have my secretary Xiaoya come to pick you up. Okay, Wu Hua replied. Boss Su said her secretary will come to get me, he said to the receptionist. The receptionist's eyes sparkled. Normally HR handled interviews for new artists, and Su Ningxuang rarely bothered. This handsome young man was quite special. Nice to meet you. Su said with a smile. Hello, I'm Wu Hua, he replied. Do you know Boss Su? Su probed. Wu Hua smiled slightly. Yes, I do. Oh, are you here to sign as an artist? You've chosen the right place. We're much more professional than those shady companies. With your looks, you'll definitely make it big. Su quickly began promoting the company. No, I'm just here for a part-time dance gig, Wu Hua said. A part-time job? You're a student, right? Su nodded. Yeah, freshman, Wu Hua replied. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and a petite woman in an OL pencil skirt trotted over to Wu Hua. Mr. Wu Hua, sorry for the wait. Please follow me. Wu Hua followed the secretary Xiaoya into the elevator and up to Su Ningxuang's executive office. The office was decorated in a European pastoral style, filled with beautiful flowers and plants, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Xiaoya invited Wu Hua to sit on the sofa and personally brewed him a cup of kopi luwak. Wu Hua didn't stand on ceremony. He slowly savored the coffee while waiting for Su Ningxuang. The office door opened, and Su Ningxuang walked in. She wore a well-tailored OL suit that perfectly accentuated her graceful curves. The collar of her white shirt was slightly open, revealing delicate collarbones, and a sparkling necklace exuding understated luxury. Her hair was pinned up in a neat bun, not a strand out of place. Her eyes were intelligent and decisive, and the delicate gold-rimmed glasses added an air of intellect and noble beauty. She looked like a real-life version of a beautiful female CEO stepping out of the cover of a high-end business magazine. Upon seeing Wu Hua, her gaze softened considerably. Xiao Hua, you're here. Have a seat for a moment, Su Ningxuang said with a smile, then turned to Xiaoya and instructed, tell YY to go to the dance studio. Yes, Xiaoya bowed and exited. Wu Hua was a bit surprised to hear the name YY, as she was a wildly popular idol singer. He had watched her win the championship in the Super Voice competition, and he had a deep impression of the beautiful, talented winner. Yang, known by her nickname YY, can be considered the top-tier emerging female singer of the new generation. Upon her debut, she quickly became a sought-after idol singer with her sweet appearance and youthful vitality. She possesses a pair of bright, large eyes, delicate features, and skin as smooth as white porcelain. Her figure is slender, yet curvaceous. Her attire always follows the latest fashion trends, setting off a new wave with every appearance. Every concert of hers is sold out, making her a hot topic on social media. She has no scandals and maintains a perfect image. She is also a regular cast member on the most popular variety show in the East and the Pillar of Starry Sky Company. Wu Hua was somewhat surprised, not expecting Su Ningxuang to entrust him with dancing as YY's partner. Following Su Ningxuang into the dance rehearsal room, as the door opened, he saw a bald man in tight dance attire teaching a beautiful woman in a black dance outfit. The woman in the black dance outfit was Yang YY. The dance outfit tightly hugged her figure, perfectly showcasing her graceful curves, with her slender waist being especially captivating. 1, 2, 3, follow me. The bald dance teacher moved with an extremely flamboyant posture, each gesture as if from a seductive enchantress. Teacher Jace, please pause for a moment, Su Ningxuang said, signaling to stop the music. President Su, you're here to inspect in person. I'm giving YY intensive training to ensure she's in top condition. Jace twisted his slightly pudgy waist, walking effeminately over to Su Ningxuang. Wu Hua's mouth twitched. This dance teacher Jace was certainly unique. Oh, this handsome guy is quite cute. A new backup dancer. Don't worry, he'll train you well. Jace, upon seeing Wu Hua, playfully reached out to lift his chin. Wu Hua dodged just in time, feeling goosebumps all over and somewhat irritated. Su Ningxuang introduced Jace to Wu Hua. This is teacher Jace from France, a renowned artist training dance instructor hired by our company at a high salary. He am very skilled you know, Jace said with a coy smile. A bald man smiling coyly. Wu Hua didn't know how others saw it, but he found it terrifying. He couldn't accept this kind of Western style. Jace Wu Hua is the new lead dancer I've found. His dance foundation is excellent. Take him for a tryout. Su Ningxuang said to teacher Jace. Upon hearing this, Jace was visibly taken aback and tentatively said, President Su, didn't I tell you that I wanted my chief apprentice Leo to be the lead dancer? Jace had previously strongly recommended his chief apprentice Leo for the lead dancer position, and Su Ningxuang had not explicitly opposed it. Now a newcomer suddenly appearing to snatch the role was unacceptable to Jace. Leo's style is too effeminate and doesn't fit the current market environment. The East no longer favors effeminate men, so we must make a change. Su Ningxuang said coldly. She had indeed intended to replace the lead dancer, and coincidentally seeing Wu Hua's impressive dance skills made her want to give him a try. But even if she hadn't encountered Wu Hua, she would have definitely replaced the lead dancer. Jace suddenly raised his voice in a screech, my dance. Only my students can perform its essence. What does this little puppy know about dance? Let him compete with my student. The winner becomes the lead dancer. Wu Hua was somewhat surprised, having only intended to work temporarily, yet found himself in trouble. He glanced at Su Ningxuang. Su Ningxuang's face was now truly covered with a layer of frost. Jace continued his impassioned speech. True dance must have soul. A dance without soul is nothing but crap. My students fully comprehend my soul, the essence of all my movements, and present them to the audience as art. That will be a visual feast, an eternal classic. You cannot destroy this great art. Let them have an exhilarating competition. Let my students' soulful steps make the opponent bow in submission. Su Ningxuang waved her hand impatiently. No need for the melodrama. Jace's face lit up with joy. President Su, I knew your wisdom and artistic sense would let you understand everything I said. I apologize for my excitement earlier. It was the burning soul of an artist. He glanced at Wu Hua and continued, this young dancer, I will train him to become an excellent backup dancer. Though he is not suitable for the lead role since you selected him, he must have exceptional talent. He is just too young and needs more experience. Su Ningxuang looked at Jace with amusement and said, what I meant is there's no need for a competition. Wu Hua is confirmed as lead dancer and you and your students are fired effective immediately. Shall you take Jace to HR to handle the paperwork? I want him out of my sight immediately, Su Ningxuang said coldly. What? You're firing me? Jace tried to widen his squinty eyes, staring at Su Ningxuang in disbelief. Yes, please leave at once. Su Ningxuang said domineeringly. No, how can you do this? You heartless woman. Jace shrieked hysterically, suddenly spreading his 5 fingers like an eagle's claw and crazily lunging at Su Ningxuang's face. He was standing very close to her, and the sudden attack caught her off guard. If those dark claws scratched Su Ningxuang's fair and delicate face, at the very least it would break skin and draw blood. At worst it could leave scars and disfigure her. Su Ningxuang's expression turned panicked, fear flashing in her eyes as she instinctively stepped back. However, despite Jace's effeminate demeanor, he was still a man, and his strength and speed were more than a woman could have. In that critical moment, Wu Hua dashed forward and placed himself in front of Su Ningxuang. He raised his arm to block Jace's dark claw, then swiftly kicked Jace in the abdomen. Jace didn't even have time to react. He felt a heavy blow to his stomach, his entire body lifted off the ground, and he landed on all fours, sprawled like a dog. Wu Hua's strength value of 14 was no joke. Even athletes couldn't match him. This effeminate man was certainly no challenge. Security. Where's security? Drag him out. Su Ningxuang broke out in a cold sweat. If not for Wu Hua's timely intervention, she would have been injured today. No matter how strong a woman is, she cares most about her appearance. If those dark claws had scarred her face, Su Ningxuang would have been devastated for months. Secretary Xiao Yu was also stunned. After a moment, she called the security guards, who directly carried the man out. They had no choice. Wu Hua's kick had left him unable to get up. Oh my gosh, little bro, you're amazing. YY walked over with stars in her eyes. Sis YY, hello. Wu Hua instantly put on an innocent, docile look. That kick of yours was just too cool. I've long had a bad feeling about that monster. Every time we practice dance together, and he touches me, I get goosebumps all over. YY complained. Wu Hua nodded, sharing her sentiment. Apparently, he wasn't the only one getting goosebumps. YY was indeed very beautiful, and surprisingly had a wonderful personality. Not at all like a big star, but rather like a cute girl next door. This rather surprised Wu Hua. He had originally thought that idol stars adored by millions of fans would be quite arrogant. You two get to know each other first. A new dance teacher will come tomorrow to choreograph the routine. I believe it will be an exciting concert. Su Ningxuang said. YY's concert was scheduled for mid-October, little more than 2 weeks away. From now on, Wu Hua would have to come after school every day to practice dancing for an hour. Indeed, the 12000 for a single performance wasn't so easy to earn. But since the agreement was signed, Wu Hua had no complaints. After all, every penny was hard cash. He had only one request: to wear a mask during the concert. Wu Hua had no intention of entering the entertainment industry, nor did he want to be recognized on the street and chased for autographs. He wanted to live freely. There were many ways to make money, and Wu Hua didn't need to sacrifice his freedom. He agreed to take this part-time job simply as a way to earn some extra cash. Currently, his live streaming income was stable, about 1000 to 1500 per day. After deducting the money for debt repayment, his accumulated streaming earnings had reached 35000. If he also earned the 12000 from being a backup dancer at the concert, his savings would approach 5000. Tuition and living expenses for university would be no problem. Even if his artist mother forgot about him for 10 or 20 years, he could still survive. However, Wu Hua wanted to earn more. 5000 was a huge sum for an ordinary destitute college student, but for the wealthy, it was merely the cost of a single dinner and karaoke night. Wu Hua wanted to start a business and make even more money, but 5000 was certainly not enough. The first bucket of gold had to be earned from scratch. There were no shortcuts, only hard work and accumulation. Although Wu Hua's soul had transmigrated into this body, the timeline was normal, and unlike those reborn protagonists, he had no foreknowledge. Of course, the mysterious system might bring him some surprises. After signing the agreement at Star Company, Wu Hua declined Su Ningxuang's invitation to dine together and returned home. Just after brewing a cup of coffee and lounging on the sofa, he noticed that the chat history in the esports club group had already exceeded 99 messages, and many people were frantically ING him. Wu Hua then remembered that the club had an activity today, a teaching match. After joining, the esports club members had to choose a game group. Wu Hua had originally wanted to play the newly released Valorant and become a Valkyrie disciple. But after practicing aim with Su Mizuki last time, his passion for CSGO was reignited, so he ultimately returned to the CS group and became a Go senior. Due to the unique nature of esports, most activities were held online. Today's match was between new and old members of the CS group, playfully called the teaching match, at Lingnan University. Among the newcomers, there would occasionally be a few skilled players with good fundamentals, but most were clueless rookies who loved to play. The new club members had formed a group chat, and they pulled Wu Hua in to play a few rounds. They were immediately awestruck. Wu Hua found that the newcomers were average at best with no exceptional talents, so he dominated the games like a relentless. Therefore, for the teaching match, the new members regarded Wu Hua as their ace, frantically ING him, but unfortunately, he had turned on Do Not Disturb mode. Only now did he see the messages. As soon as he popped up in the group, messages flooded the screen. Wu Hua, you're finally here. We've been totally crushed. What teaching match? It's just a deliberate humiliation. Exactly, those seniors cheated. They invited official players from RG team to bully us. They're hateful. They taunted us, saying they'd only need pistols. Wu Hua listened for a while before grasping. The teaching match started as a fun game between scrubs, new members versus senior students who were casual players. Generally speaking, the seniors had better skills and held the advantage. But this year the new members were more united and coordinated well as a team, unexpectedly defeating the seniors. After their victory, they got excited and boasted a bit in the main group chat. The seniors felt embarrassed, so some of them called in two members from RG team, who promptly thrashed the new members. RG team was the official CSGO team of Lingnan University, formed specifically to compete in outside tournaments. They were all true experts. Then the seniors started taunting in the main group, making the new members gnash their teeth in anger, but helpless to retaliate. After all, they hadn't broken any rules. It was originally a friendly match between new and old members, and there was no rule against team members joining. One frustrated new member yelled in the main group, "Our ace isn't here. Wait till he comes, then we'll settle this." By the afternoon, Wu Hua finally showed up. The main group immediately challenged again. In the RG team's smaller group chat, the two seniors who had just crushed the newcomers, Zhou Yuyang and Han Chongshu, were smugly mocking the new members. These clueless rookies are still shouting in the main group. "Ace. Ridiculous," Zhou Yuyang said. "They haven't learned their lesson yet. Let's show them some real skill and teach them how to respect their seniors." Han Chongshu, "Let me join the fun too. I want to teach those newbies a lesson." Another team member, Ma Yifeng, chimed in. "Brother Ma, if you join, they won't stand a chance. They'll lose every round, ha." Su Mizuki in the team group saw their conversation, and upon hearing the word ace, thought of Wu Hua, with whom she had practiced aim that weekend. She found the two guys' arrogant attitude toward the newcomers unbearable. After all, neither of them were even starting players on RG team. What were they so smug about? Ma Yifeng was decent and was always a regular in official matches. The taunting had already begun in the main group. The new format was a 12-round match, then a swap of sides for another 12 rounds, totaling 24 rounds. The first to win 13 rounds would be declared the victor. But since there were already 3 RG team members on the other side, playing by standard rules was obviously unfair. So it was decided that the new members only needed to win 7 rounds to claim victory. Even so, it was an extremely mismatched game. In the main group, Zhou Yuyang sneered, "What ace? They're all noobs. Just learn from your seniors." Exactly, just because someone can beat you rookies, you think they're an ace. Frogs in a well. No need to even play. That ace won't get a single kill. Huh. At that moment, Su Mizuki suddenly said in the group, "That's not certain. We'll only know who wins after we play." Su Mizuki's words instantly sent Zhou Yuyang's adrenaline surging. Su Mizuki was the belle of the esports club, pursued by countless admirers like a shoal of fish crossing a river. Esports boys, to put it bluntly, seem utterly obsessed with games. They'd skip meals, sleep, and rest to play, and they wouldn't bother with girlfriends. In reality, esports players are mostly reclusive, spending vast amounts of time online, leaving scant opportunities for real-life romance. Thus, these gaming boys often lack dating experience and are incredibly indulgent toward female gamers. Sumizuki's one sentence instantly got these otaku hyped up. The stream instantly flooded with over 100 viewers, getting Zhou Yuyang excited. His usual stream had a single-digit audience, so today was the stream instantly flooded with over 100 viewers, getting Zhou Yuyang excited. His usual stream had a single-digit audience, so today was a traffic surge. Wu Hua had no particular thoughts, he was just there to play. Win or lose didn't matter, what mattered was the courage to fight. The map chosen was the classic Dust 2, a favorable layout for attackers. Wu Hua, I'll drop you a Desert Eagle, said Xiao Peng, a teammate. No need, everyone listen up. Buy a smoke and 2 flashes, Wu Hua ordered. Got it. The teammates responded. With the starting economy of 800, they all bought smokes and flashes for the pistol round. After 3 resets, the match officially began. Everyone rushed through mid, then stopped. Wu Hua first instructed. In the first pistol round, no sniper would be up at mid, so Xiao Peng tossed a smoke at mid first. After everyone passed through, Wu Hua knew the enemy at mid had already gotten that info and would focus on defending a site. At that moment, he threw a smoke, and the whole team doubled back, creeping silently to the B tunnel's entrance. Flash now. 5 flashes were thrown simultaneously into different angles of the tunnel, making them nearly impossible to dodge. Wu Hua turned his back to the flash, spinning and jumping out at that precise instant. His timing was impeccable. Zhou Yuyang, defending B site, was just pivoting his view to dodge the flash, exposing his back completely without any defense. Wu Hua didn't hesitate. He fired a series of precise taps at the head, scoring a headshot instantly. The other defender, Han Chongshu, was about to fire at Wu Hua when 4 players rushed out of B tunnels, unleashing a torrent of bullets at him. No matter how skilled Han Chongshu was, facing 5 guns and a pistol round left him helpless. He was riddled with bullets in seconds. The once lively livestream fell into dead silence. Zhou Yuyang had planned to show off in the pistol round, but he got headshot right at the start, and by none other than Wu Hua, the new member he had mocked as a fake ace and someone who can't even get a single kill. It was as if he had been publicly slapped in front of the entire club. Worst of all, he had lost face before his goddess, Su. If not for the ongoing match, he would have impulsively smashed his keyboard. It's fine, they just rushed too fast this time. Pure luck, Han Chongshu consoled his teammate. Oof. Dumb luck. Zhou Yuyang could only snort through his nose. Plant the C4, hold the positions. Wu Hua had everyone hold various angles and plant the C4. The situation became a 5v3, with 2 RG team members already down. Advantage was on our side. The CTs defending a side, upon realizing B was lost, quickly rotated back. Xiao Peng, throw a flash over the wall. Wu Hua commanded. The flash thrown from inside B site could blind everyone outside. Each player had 2 flashes at the start. They had used 1 during the rush, so each still had 1 left. Throwing them in waves, they blinded the opponents to the point of misery, successfully delaying the CT's defuse timer. Ma Yifeng had good game sense. Realizing a frontal assault was futile, he turned and crept through the B tunnels. His individual skill still gave hope for a 1v5 comeback. As he entered the B tunnels and climbed the spiral stairs, he encountered AT hiding in a corner crevice, frantically firing at him. Ma Yifeng reacted swiftly, spinning and jumping while firing a single bullet that headshot the enemy. However, he was left with only 32 HP. This bruised his confidence. He had underestimated his opponent. In a formal match, he would never skip checking corners. Now caught off guard and critically wounded, the pistol round became tough. At that moment, the 2 CTs outside the B wall, unable to bear the flashes any longer, stormed in. They were instantly headshot by Wu Hua and the other TS who had already set up their positions. In an instant, only the wounded Ma Yifeng remained, while all 5 TS were still alive. After a moment of hesitation, Ma Yifeng retreated, choosing to save his Desert Eagle. After all, no matter how weak the opponents were, a 1v5 with a sliver of health was simply unrealistic. First round, T victory score, 1-0. The second round was an eco round, economically tight. Following standard tactics, the losing team of the pistol round would buy no weapons. But Zhou Yuyang, humiliated in the first pistol round, couldn't hold back. He force-bought an MP5 and charged straight up mid from the start. Ma Yifeng didn't even have time to stop him. After a moment's thought, he let it slide. After all, it was a stomp match. With Zhou Yuyang's skill, even if he couldn't take down 5, he could probably trade 2 or 3. His rush might just turn the eco round into a win. On Wu Hua's side, he ordered everyone to force-buy rifles. Despite the skill gap, even though the opponents were on an eco round, pistols still had enough power to turn the tables. Xiao Peng bought an AK and dropped it for Wu Hua, allowing him to afford full armor and grenades. Wu Hua observed mid and caught a flicker of movement. Someone was rushing up. Without much thought, he tossed a flash and quickly fired. Tat-tat. The classic AK 2-tap landed a headshot on Zhou Yuyang. In an instant, a CT was down. Zhou Yuyang gripped his mouse tightly, staring at the screen. The kill feed in the top right corner showed his death, and his blood pressure skyrocketed. Once again, headshot by Wu Hua at the start. This was the rottenest luck imaginable. After eliminating 1, Wu Hua immediately rushed B again, successfully breaking through under the cover of rifle fire, flashes, and smokes. Han Chongshu managed to get 1 headshot, but was gunned down in the crossfire. Although the opponents were on an eco round, Wu Hua still ordered everyone to hold positions, defend the site, and not step out to hunt kills. Ma Yifeng had no choice. He led the remaining 2 teammates in a desperate assault on B. After killing 2 TS, the CTs were wiped out. The score became 2-0. In the third round, because Zhou Yuyang had 4-spot in the previous round, they had to eco this round to stabilize. Ma Yifeng knew the opponent's economy had recovered, so they would have full rifles, armor, and grenades. He ordered everyone to hold a site, abandoning B, a gamble. Unfortunately, he lost the bet. The opponents once again stormed B and took the third round. Score 3-0. The livestream audience breached 150 viewers. This match truly had promise. After all, the senior team boasted 3 official members of Lingnan University's RG team. Though 2 were substitutes, Ma Yifeng was a key starting player. With 3 such formidable players, they should have swept the new recruits easily, even with 2 dead weights. Yet they had been shut out 3 rounds in a row. Sarcastic comments flooded Zhou Yuyang's livestream. Surprisingly, he remained eerily calm, silent save for the ashen pallor on his face. Wu Hua knew the 4th round would be decisive. The 3 consecutive wins came because the opposing team lost the pistol round, and then endured 2 eco rounds, effectively conceding those points. Now the adversaries had recovered their economy, and were undoubtedly fully equipped. To be honest, Wu Hua had no brilliant strategy either. Against absolute strength, tactics could only do so much. He would have to adapt as the battle unfolded. Wu Hua hoped his own performance would be sharp enough to eliminate the RG players, offering a glimmer of victory. From the opponent's previous deployments, the 2 RG players, Zhou Yuyang and Han Chongxiu, always held B site together, while Ma Yifeng guarded A with the 2 weaker members. Wu Hua favored attacking a site, since eliminating Ma Yifeng might tip the scales. The B area was too strong overall, and 2 high-level players coordinating could easily wipe out a whole squad. He ordered everyone to prepare for an A-site assault. As Xiaopeng eagerly dashed toward A after buying his weapon, a muffled sniper shot echoed from mid. He dropped dead instantly. Ma Yifeng had bought a sniper rifle, and took down Xiaopeng through mid-doors. Applause erupted in the livestream. Truly the RG team's sniper. A mere flicker of movement had ended one opponent. Losing a player right at the start, now a 4v5 disadvantage against 3 elite players. The situation was perilous, with hope almost extinguished. The confidence they had just built crumbled instantly. But Wu Hua's eyes lit up as he spotted a sliver of opportunity. The stationed RG player on A was a sniper. That gave him an opening. Snipers were formidable, but they excelled at long-range kills, and due to scope delay they were dangerously vulnerable up close. Thus, snipers usually carried a Desert Eagle for close encounters. Wu Hua immediately tossed a smoke grenade to block. Everyone crouch walk to the B tunnels, hold your positions, and don't enter until I signal, Wu Hua ordered. Got it. The remaining players sneaked back to the B tunnels and waited. It was a bold decision. On the surface, Ma Yifeng was sniping mid. 2 top players held B, and they looked the weakest. But Wu Hua knew that even if they captured A, they couldn't hold it. The rapid response from 3 RG players could easily. To win, he had to sacrifice himself, taking down as many RG members as possible. Under the smoke's cover, he crept from a short to mid-top, a flashbang in hand. Without hesitation, he threw 2 consecutive flashbangs. The first, a high-pop flash. The second was a rebound flash, bounced off a specific corner inside mid-doors to land outside mid. This concealed the trajectory of the flashes, making it harder for the mid-sniper to evade. The instant the 2 flashes went off, Wu Hua charged out without looking back. He knew the entire match hinged on his performance. At that moment, his focus was razor-sharp, his stayed at its peak. As he burst out of mid, he had already locked onto the sniper's position. Yet Ma Yifeng was exceptionally skilled. He dodged with lightning speed, the 2 flashes failing to fully blind him. The moment he spotted Wu Hua's figure, he fired a no-scope shot. Bang! The bullet struck Wu Hua's left arm, leaving him critically wounded. A pity. If it had been a bit more accurate, hitting the chest, or a vital area, that no-scope would have finished him. Luck was not on Wu Hua's side. Wu Hua didn't give Ma Yifeng a chance to switch to his Desert Eagle. He mowed him down with the spray. The moment he confirmed the kill, the tube site defenders immediately rushed out of B to rotate. They reacted quickly, but Wu Hua was faster. Despite his low health, he had already trained his AK-47 on the wooden door of B. As the 2 burst out, Wu Hua sprayed his rifle. At the same time, he gave the order to charge B. That volley took down Zhou Yuyang, who had just come out to rotate. Han Chongxiu was also left with critical health. In the end, Wu Hua was headshot by Han Chongxiu. But when Han retreated into the B doorway to reload, the 3 side players storming out of B tunnel overwhelmed him completely. Han was riddled with bullets. Wu Hua exhaled as the bomb was planted. Now it was 3v2. The advantage was defending the bomb was easier than defusing. The 3 teammates held the choke points tenaciously, and after eliminating the last enemy, they secured the round. Score 40. The livestream fell into stunned silence. Not a single comment appeared in the 100+ audience. Losing the 4th round full buy meant the 5th round would be another eco. If they lost again, it would be 50. The prearranged condition was that the new recruits would win if they reached 7 rounds. Now the situation had grown dire. No one had anticipated such a turn in a scrimmage supposed to be a walkover. Had the new recruits' originally pushovers been utterly transformed by the addition of Wu Hua? Sumiziki had been watching quietly, completely taken aback. She had expected Wu Hua to show some flashes of brilliance, but ultimately lose. Now, victory was no longer a foregone conclusion. The seniors' atmosphere grew heavy, no one spoke. Finally, Ma Yifeng said sternly, "Everyone eco, do not buy any weapons." He had become serious. In the 5th round, Wu Hua deployed smokes and flashbangs to block the path, and stormed the short corridor. Fully equipped, he survived until the end, and captured the round. Ma Yifeng killed 3 with a USB but still couldn't turn the tide. The score reached 50. After the eco round, the next full buy became critical. Zhou Yuyang Han Chongshu. If we lose this round we might as well quit the team, Ma Yifeng said coldly. Don't worry. Han Chongshu replied, instantly shocked at being pushed to such a brink. Another loss, and he'd be too ashamed to stay. Zhou Yuyang stayed tight-lipped, his face ashen. He had not only suffered a humiliating loss but been killed by Wu Hua every time. It was driving him mad. Yet now he forced himself to calm down. After all, he was still a team member with genuine skill. He knew better than to let emotion cloud his judgment during a match. Win first. Handle everything else later. Round 6 began. Wu Hua found no opportunity. The opposing defense was too tight, and the fight ended quickly, bringing the score to 51. Round 7 still offered no chance, 52. Round 8, 53. Losing 3 rounds in a row, that side economy was already poor. They had to eco a round. Round 9 was without suspense, the score coming to 54, only a 1-point lead. Wu Hua knew that at this point they could not afford to lose any more points. On the surface, according to the pre-match agreement, that winning 7 rounds meant victory, 2 more rounds would secure the win. But in reality, if they couldn't secure victory on the map's advantageous side T, they would have no chance of defending when switching to CT. It was difficult to win even a single round. To win, there was no other shortcut. They had to find a way to kill the 3 members of the opposing team. This round is crucial, Wu Hua said. Everyone must follow my commands completely. Don't worry, although we suck, our teamwork is still strong. Xiaopeng said. Don't save money. Buy everything you can this round, prioritize flashbangs and smoke grenades, Wu Hua said. Round 10 began. Wu Hua directly threw a smoke to block mid-vision. The whole team moved silently to the mid-wooden door, waiting for the smoke to dissipate. The moment the smoke cleared, 5 flashbangs were thrown, and they rushed mid-wooden door. Ma Yifeng hadn't expected this. The enemy dared to rush out with all 5 players. He was flashed, about to fall back, but was headshot by Wu Hua. Everyone go from B tunnels silent to B site, and hold the entrance, don't make a sound. After securing the initial kill, Wu Hua ordered everyone to rotate through B tunnels. He alone held mid. This time Zhou Yuyang and Han Chongshu, responsible for defending B site, had learned their lesson. They didn't rush out to support, but instead observed cautiously and held the bomb site. However, the 2 casual players from his zone quickly arrived at mid, and were all picked off by Wu Hua, who was hiding by the box near CT spawn. 5 versus 3, the situation became clear again. The 2 in B still didn't move. They wouldn't easily abandon their area until the T planted the bomb. Even if the enemy planted in A, they could counter with their professional coordination. After all, only Wu Hua could match them in firefights. The rest were noobs. Charge. Wu Hua threw a flashbang over the wall and ordered his teammates in B tunnels to attack simultaneously with him. Countless flashbangs flew out. Wu Hua did a crouch jump, nimbly entering through B site's dogleg, then, with an AK bullet, headshot Han Chongshu, who was hiding in a corner dodging flashes. But soon a kill feed appeared on screen. Zhou Yuyang, holding B tunnel entrance, sprayed a magazine and mowed down all 4 T players rushing out of B tunnels, achieving an instant multi-kill. But as he stepped back to reload, he turned to see Wu Hua's gun already aimed at him. Their eyes met. In Zhou Yuyang's desperate gaze, Wu Hua eliminated him with a burst. The crucial point was taken, 64. Just 1 more round, and the Xinxiuan team would win. The pressure was on RG. Round 11, both sides had full armor and weapons. Ma Yifeng didn't buy an AWP. Instead, he bought an M416 and held a sight. Wu Hua had no other choice but to stick to the old strategy, kill the RG members to win a chance for the match. Whether he could kill them depended entirely on luck. He gritted his teeth and added 1 point to agility, which affected reaction speed. After smoking mid, everyone rushed out, but they couldn't kill Ma Yifeng. Wu Hua decisively used a smoke grenade to block CT, mid, obstructing the vision of a site's rotation. Now everyone only has the last flashbang. They can only attack 1 bomb site. Wu Hua had no choice. Han Chongshu heard dense footsteps, observed from the dogleg that the enemy was going to rush B, and leaned out to headshot 1 team member. But this bold move gave Wu Hua an opportunity. Almost instinctively, Wu Hua moved his crosshair and instantly headshot Han Chongshu. Opportunity. Only Zhou Yuyang was left in B site. Numbers advantage gave them courage. They threw 5 flashbangs and all rushed in. But Zhou Yuyang performed exceptionally, killing 2 TS while dodging before being headshot by Wu Hua. At a brutal cost, they secured B site. Ma Yifeng led the 2 CTs from a site to quickly rotate. 2 versus 3. At this point, Wu Hua's armor was destroyed, and he had only 72 HP. The surviving Xiaopeng had only 11 HP. Any scratch would finish him. No time to command. A flashbang over the wall had already been thrown. Now it was time to fight to the death. The brave win when meeting on a narrow path. 2 CTs burst through B site's wooden door. Xiaopeng roared and sprayed, taking down 1, but was also gunned down. Wu Hua calmly peeked and eliminated the other, but was also sprayed down to critical health. Luckily, he had 1 HP left. At this moment, Wu Hua entered a state of transcendence. Time and space around him seemed to vanish. His soul almost merged with the game character. He knew these 2 CTs were sent by Ma Yifeng to scout. Once they fired, their positions were exposed. Ma Yifeng, like the final hunter, would finish the last clutch kill. Calmness is forever an essential skill for a sniper. When Wu Hua killed the second T, he had been listening carefully. He knew that as he eliminated the bait T, the calm hunter Ma Yifeng would surely come out to kill him. So he had to determine Ma Yifeng's position and gamble with 1 HP for a headshot. However, Ma Yifeng didn't reveal any footsteps. Wu Hua heard nothing. There were 3 approaches to B-site. Wooden door, dogleg, B-tunnels. Ma Yifeng could emerge from any of these to complete the kill. Facing such a professional, Wu Hua had only one chance to turn his crosshair. If he judged wrong, death was certain. That meant in 0.01 seconds, he had a 33 chance to choose. Choosing wrong meant certain death. Even if he chose correctly, there was only a 1 chance to take down the opponent, with full health and armor, with just 1 HP. In a split second, Wu Hua had no time to think. He instinctively swung his crosshair rapidly to the B-tunnel entrance. That was the farthest distance, and also the position with the lowest probability of the opponent appearing. But Wu Hua instinctively moved his crosshair there. A figure appeared instantly before his eyes, and Wu Hua flickshot for a headshot. Lady Luck favored him. Wu Hua himself couldn't believe he had won. That shot was so fast he couldn't even see it. In FPS games, this is called a lucky flick. It wasn't aimed at all, it was purely muscle memory that produced that lightning-fast moving headshot. Ma Yifeng was also stunned, looking at his dead character in disbelief. He never expected Wu Hua to headshot him in such an extreme moment. We won. Holy cow. Godfather. Xiao Pang was screaming wildly in the mic. The T-side erupted in celebration. After respawning, they bought various weapons and fired into the sky. According to the pre-match agreement, taking 7 rounds meant victory. Wu Hua sat in his chair, took off his headphones, and felt somewhat drained, more exhausted than running a 1500-meter race in a sports meet, almost slumping in the chair. Ultimate survival challenge. Perhaps that's the charm of FPS games. Wu Hua smiled. If not for Rebirth, he might never have experienced such an exhilarating game again. I have no great dreams in life, though I just want to live freely. Whether streaming to earn money, or continuing to be a slacker playing games, even if I have to relive my life several times, I won't regret it. Zhou Yuyang's livestream had already exceeded 200 viewers. Without saying a word, he directly shut down the stream after losing the match. In the small group chat of the RG team, the team leader, who had been silent for a while, suddenly emerged from the depths. Ma Yifeng Han Chongshu Zhou Yuyang, add another one of his robot training rounds. Enjoying the easy kills. Is this how you play esports? Take this lesson to heart, the leader said. Captain, I think he must have been cheating. That last shot was definitely an aimbot. Zhou Yuyang still sounded unconvinced. He wasn't cheating, the server has an anti-cheat system, and I've practiced with him. His aim and reactions are genuinely impressive. Su Mizuki spoke up in the group to defend Wu Hua. The team goddess actually knew this new student. This piqued the curiosity of the team members, who began speculating about their relationship. But Su Mizuki offered no further explanation. In the large group chat of the Lingnan Esports Club, the atmosphere remained lively, with everyone analyzing the thrilling match, especially Wu Hua's incredible clutch play in the final round. Wu Hua cracked his wrists and neck, then suddenly received a friend request on his messaging app. Opening it, he saw it was from the sniper Ma Yifeng. Wu Hua accepted. Hello, Ma Yifeng. You played quite well, Ma Yifeng said politely. Just lucky, Wu Hua replied modestly. I'd like to ask, in the last round, how did you know I was going to take the B tunnel? I didn't think I gave away any footsteps, Ma Yifeng. It was really just a guess. I figured you as a sniper would be cautious, so I instinctively chose the most unlikely spot, Wu Hua answered honestly. Nice. Ma Yifeng sent a thumbs-up emoji. That evening, Wu Hua turned down game invitations from Xiao Pang and the others, and began his livestream again. Constantly earning money felt great. After 2 hours of sweaty effort, Wu Hua felt the dancing was really exhausting. However, his popularity now soared past 10,000 viewers as soon as he went live. He had become a major streamer. The boss of Tianqing Guild still hadn't given up, and sent another message from a different account hoping to sign him, but it remained read and unanswered. A new week began. Wu Hua fell back into his ordinary yet fulfilling college life. He now faced a real problem. His advanced math skills were abysmal, and with an upcoming test he feared failing. One hurdle in university was learning calculus. It was tricky, difficult for those who didn't get it, easy for those who did, and Wu Hua simply couldn't figure it out. When in trouble, asked for help. Wu Hua naturally sent a message to Lin Yichuan. Help. I can't grasp derivatives and differentials. Can you teach me? Wu Hua began seeking assistance. After all, wasting available resources would be foolish. Having a kind and gentle senior student teach him would provide the motivation to study. Aren't these basics? Lin Yichuan asked rhetorically. Wu Hua was left speechless. Come to the library for evening self-study. They'll teach you, she added, thankfully showing concern. Thank you, senior. They'll bring you some milk tea. What would you like? Wu Hua quickly tried to flatter her. Something tasty, Lin Yichuan replied. Got it. Wu Hua didn't ask further. Since Lin Yichuan had previously ordered a specific type of milk tea, he assumed she wouldn't change her preference much, so he simply replicated the order. Wu Hua didn't aim to excel academically, but he couldn't afford to fail. In college, passing was everything, but failing would be no laughing matter. In the afternoon, Wu Hua's class ended late. By the time he arrived at the library, all seats were taken, with only a few spaces reserved by various items left on them. Lin Yichuan came to the library in a simple t-shirt and denim shorts, looking helpless at the full occupancy, a common sight at Lingnan University. Let's go to the cafe, there's no other choice, Wu Hua said, handing the milk tea he bought to Lin Yichuan. Okay, the cafe was quieter and had a nicer ambience. Wu Hua brought his textbooks and homework, focusing intently on Lin Yichuan's explanations. He furrowed his brows listening to Lin Yichuan's explanations, but still feeling lost, his head aching. I don't get it. I simply cannot grasp it. Even though Lin Yichuan explained in great detail, it was still incomprehensible. Would she dislike me for being so stupid? Wu Hua began to feel depressed. He wondered what kind of monsters those math geniuses were. This wasn't something humans. Wu Hua, you're spacing out. Lin Yichuan tapped his head. If you don't study hard, you'll fail. Wu Hua knew that even with her tutoring, he wouldn't pass the exam this way. Intelligence couldn't be faked, he had to increase it. Without further hesitation, Wu Hua allocated both of his free attribute points to intelligence. Now his attribute panel name: Wu Hua, age 19, strength 14, agility 10, constitution 12, intelligence 14, charisma 26, luck 5, free attribute points 0. Now all of Wu Hua's attributes were above 10, with charisma reaching a terrifying 26. With the 2 points added to intelligence, his previously rusty mind suddenly became sharp, and he could follow the problem-solving logic his senior explained. Occasionally when he didn't understand something, he would ask, and Lin Yichuan would patiently explain again, making it crystal clear. Indeed, intelligence was the foundation for learning and reasoning. It couldn't be too low. Wu Hua resolved to allocate more points to intelligence if he had spare points in the future. Lin Yichuan explained earnestly, her profile illuminated by the lamp, breathtakingly beautiful. A subtle, refreshing fragrance lingered around his nose. A faint floral scent that seemed magical, instantly easing his mind, but also distracting his attention. Focus here. Lin Yichuan's fair knuckles tapped the table. Wu Hua concentrated, looking carefully. Do you understand? Lin Yichuan asked softly, her voice carrying a note of concern. I sort of understand, but why is it substituted like this? Wu Hua held his breath, trying hard to think. Okay, let me explain slowly. Here we need to apply a formula. Lin Yichuan said as she began drawing on scratch paper, and unconsciously their distance closed. Her soft sponge-like arm gently touched Wu Hua's, and the natural refreshing scent intoxicated him, making his... Lin Yichuan remained earnest in her explanation, and her sincerity moved Wu Hua. He pulled himself together, focusing his attention on the problem explanation. Under the cafe's lights, their silhouettes leaned close together, forming a beautiful and touching tableau. Even the cafe waitstaff smiled softly, moving gently to avoid shattering the lovely scene. Many couples from Lingnan University came to the cafe for coffee, but such a pleasing sight was extremely rare. After boosting his intelligence, his mind became much sharper, enabling him to follow Lin Yichuan's explanations. Indeed, intelligence was essential, influencing many aspects. With Lin Yichuan's help, Wu Hua's math skills advanced by leaps and bounds, enough to handle exams. Once this biggest academic weakness was fortified, university studies no longer seemed so daunting. Wu Hua recently stopped attending evening self-study sessions and rushed to Xingchen Entertainment Company to practice dancing whenever he had no classes. YY, when free, also joined them to rehearse coordination under the guidance of a new dance instructor. As a wildly popular top idol, YY had an overwhelming number of performance commitments, allowing her only 3 to 4 hours of sleep each day, and dance training was a highly physically demanding activity. Thus, during breaks, she sometimes dozed off, leaning against the wall. YY was only 2 years older than Wu Hua, yet evidently endured far more hardship. All success comes at a cost. Wu Hua could empathize with that exhaustion. In his previous job traveling for business, he often fell asleep in the car and occasionally missed his stop. YY, clad in a form-fitting practice suit, displayed a curvy silhouette. Her unconscious sleeping posture caused some inadvertent exposure, and the other male dancers couldn't help stealing glances. Frowning slightly, Wu Hua stepped out of the dance formation, retrieved his jacket from the locker, and draped it over YY. 1. To prevent accidental exposure. 2. To keep her from catching a chill. YY's head dipped as she awoke, blinking groggily, realizing she had dozed off yet again. She was simply too exhausted. Sometimes she barely managed 3 hours of sleep a day. As a young girl still growing, every day was a battle against drowsiness. But the concert was imminent, and she had to pull herself together for dance practice to present the most flawless side to her fans. YY noticed someone had covered her with a jacket. It carried a faint scent of laundry detergent, clean and refreshing, which stirred a warm feeling inside her. The male backup dancers were still practicing, but she knew the jacket belonged to Wu Hua, having spotted its white printed design. Wu Hua was incredibly handsome. This junior's appearance completely captivated YY, and the way he had dealt with Jace last time, with that kick, was simply dashing. That Jace always tried to touch her during choreography, but since he was the dance instructor, YY found it hard to complain, though she truly detested him. Having someone resolve this annoyance brought her secret delight. However, the company had a contract forbidding idols from dating, so despite her fondness for Wu Hua's looks, YY couldn't make the first move. After waking, she didn't rush back to practice, but stayed relaxed against the wall, watching Wu Hua dance. Studying him closely, YY realized his dance moves were truly impressive. Perfectly synced beats, and fluid, precise motions like flowing clouds in water. No wonder President Su had fired Jace just to keep him as the lead dancer. Previously, YY suspected Wu Hua had connections, but now she saw it was purely his own exceptional skill. This sunny boy was truly outstanding, thoughtful, and considerate. YY hid half her face in the jacket, her large, sparkling eyes stealing glances at him. Just then YY's assistant entered the rehearsal room, urging her to leave for the next filming assignment. YY nodded. She waited until the song ended, then stood up, walked to Wu Hua, handed back the jacket, and smiled. Thank you. Don't. Wu Hua smiled faintly, taking back his jacket. Let's keep working hard together. Looking forward to performing on stage. YY tilted her head, gave a charming smile, her bright eyes curving like crescent moons. Then she turned and followed her assistant out of the rehearsal room. YY is so beautiful, my goddess. So jealous. Is that the jacket worn by goddess YY? Bro, it'll pay 2,000 yuan. Can you sell it to me? The young male dancers were all infatuated with YY. The allure of a top teen idol was truly irresistible. Wu Hua firmly refused to sell his jacket. He couldn't make such money. It would be disgraceful if she found out, and he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. After practice, Wu Hua put on his jacket amid envious stares. He sniffed it lightly, catching a faint, subtle fragrance. Surrounded by jealous and hateful glares, Wu Hua quickly fled the company. Studying, live streaming, dancing, and classes. Wu Hua felt like a beast of burden in university. Could he never escape this fate? How tragic. During the lunch break, he wolfed down his meal, dashed into the dorm, drew the curtains, and collapsed onto the bed. Are you sneaking out every night to commit crimes? You've been this sleepy for days, said Lei Jingyang, lying on his bed. Wu Hua replied, closing his eyes, too exhausted to even explain. He thought to himself, you dare say that to me? You get up early to exercise, skip classes as a habit, and sleep in the dorm all day. Tang Yuanbao burst into the dorm, shouting excitedly. Brothers, help me snatch tickets. YY's concert tickets are about to go on sale. They'll be gone in seconds. He was a die-hard YY fan and an active member of her fan group. He absolutely had to attend her concert at the spot, but tickets were incredibly hard to get. Most were snatched by scalpers using software, and the rest required a single man's hand speed, honed over 30 years. Tang Yuanbao was only 19, so his hand speed wasn't up to par. He dragged the entire dorm into the ticket battle, even the half-asleep Wu Hua. But everyone was 19, so none had sufficient speed. They failed to snag a single ticket. Why bother? Just buy from scalpers, said Shun Jingyu, tossing his phone in frustration. He was also a YY fan with her photo as his phone wallpaper. I've already reserved a VIP seat ticket. Those who want to go had better step up their game. Shun Jingyu said smugly. How much did you pay for that VIP ticket? Asked Tang Yuanbao. Not too expensive. 8 yuan, Shun Jingyu replied. It's not front row, but you can actually see the stage without needing high-powered binoculars or the big screen. Sigh, it must be nice to be rich. My monthly allowance is only 2,000. I'd have to save 6 months of food money to afford that. Tang Yuanbao sighed. I'd like to go too, but the scalper prices are outrageous. I'm hesitating, said Lu Mingyuan. Can't get tickets anyway, those damn scalpers are inhuman. Lei Yuan fumed. YY was incredibly popular among college students, countless people adored her. Wu Hua remained silent. If his dorm brothers knew he was practicing dance with YY, if they knew that the inconspicuous white printed jacket at his bedside had once covered YY's alluring figure, what would their reactions be? Wu Hua thought he would probably be attacked by his roommates, possibly lifted and thrown downstairs. Being humble was however, seeing his roommates all dejected because their hand speed wasn't up to par, Wu Hua felt a bit reluctant to bear. So he opened WeChat and tentatively sent a message to Su Ningxuang. Sister Su, my college roommates want to go to YY's concert. Can I get a few tickets? YY was an artist under Su Ningxuang's company, so getting a few tickets shouldn't be a problem, but he wasn't sure if she would. How many? Su Ningxuang replied almost instantly. 5. 6 people. Wu Hua thought about it, excluding himself since he would be performing on stage that day and naturally didn't need a ticket, but he didn't know if Lin Yichuan wanted to go. Su Ningxuang quickly replied. No problem, but the front row business seats are definitely not available. However, VIP area tickets are fine. They'll have Xiaoya deliver the tickets to you this afternoon. Thank you, Sister Su. That's awesome. Aren't VIP tickets expensive? Wu Hua had just checked. The official VIP tickets cost 1688, which though much cheaper than scalpers' prices of 8,888 or 12,888, was still unaffordable for college students. Wu Hua thought if it was too expensive he would switch to ordinary audience zone tickets. Such a trivial matter, why charge money? They are a gift for you. That's the president for you. Every word carried the vibe of a domineering female CEO. Wu Hua felt a bit embarrassed and thought that when he got his salary he should treat Su Ningxuang to a meal, a high-end one. He looked up at his roommates who were still sighing, cleared his throat, and said, I've already bought them for you. They'll be delivered. Bought? Bought what? Tang Yuanbao looked up with a puzzled expression. No matter how clever he was, he dared not imagine Wu Hua was referring to YY concert tickets. Well, I have a relative who works at Xingxin Company. I contacted her just now, and she helped get a few tickets for YY's concert. They'll be delivered this afternoon. Wu Hua could only fabricate an explanation. Alright, we're already in a bad mood. Don't tell lame jokes, they're not funny. Tang Yuanbao waved his hand, completely disbelieving. Who would believe that? What kind of relative is so generous as to give away tickets directly? Believe it or not, just don't come begging me on your knees. I'm going to sleep, don't bother me. Wu Hua couldn't be bothered to explain. Tang Yuanbao and the others didn't take it seriously and couldn't believe it at all. Su Ningxuang was very efficient. Before Wu Hua's lunch break ended, he received a call from Xiaoya. Wu Hua hurriedly got up and went to the school gate where he saw a Mercedes business van parked. The window rolled down revealing Su Ningxuang's secretary Xiaoya. I brought the tickets for you, Xiaoya said with a smile. Thank you sister Ye, thank you President Su. Wu Hua politely took it in. No need to thank me, you're welcome. A university campus, so nostalgic. Xiaoya sighed looking at the gate of Lingnan University, then said goodbye to Wu Hua and left. Wu Hua opened the envelope and counted. Sure enough there were 6 tickets, all gilded VIP seat tickets. He put one away, and then stuffed the envelope back into his pocket and returned to the dormitory. He glanced around, took out the tickets, and distributed them to everyone. The tickets have arrived. Let's all go watch together then, Wu Hua said as he handed tickets to Lu Mingyuan, Shun Jingyu, Lei Jinyang, and Shi Mashing, deliberately skipping Tang Yuanbao. Shun Jingyu looked at the VIP ticket in his hand with extreme surprise, and said in shock, it really is a YY concert ticket, and a VIP seat too. That's freaking awesome. Lu Mingyuan pushed up his glasses and said in amazement, Wu Hua, you're amazing. You're hiding your talents deep. You really have such a generous relative. Thanks. Shi Mashing took the ticket and revealed a smile showing his bright white teeth. Lei Jinyang held the ticket and examined it repeatedly saying, wow, a VIP ticket. Others can hardly get one, and our dorm room has 1 VIP ticket per person. With a roommate like Wu Hua, I'd go through fire and water without hesitation. Tang Yuanbao watched Wu Hua put away the envelope and sit on his bed, his eyes nearly popping out. He hurried forward wide-eyed and showed an extremely devout smile saying, is there still one more? Wu Hua glanced at him and said there is indeed one more. Tang Yuanbao immediately apologized. I admit I was a bit loud just now. Seeing him scratch his ears and cheeks anxiously, Wu Hua stopped teasing him and directly gave him the ticket. Tang Yuanbao took the ticket with trembling hands and said, I have drifted through half my life only regretting not meeting a wise lord. If you do not despise me, I would like to bow to you as my godfather. Is this ticket very expensive? Shin Jingyu asked, knowing Wu Hua didn't have much money and worrying he couldn't afford the tickets. My relative happened to have a few extra tickets and gave them to us. It's fine, Wu Hua said with a smile. That's really too kind. Lu Mingyuan was also a bit excited. After all, scalpers were selling these tickets for 8,888 yuan. Shi Mashing looked at the concert ticket in his hand, silent, not knowing what was on his mind. Since there were classes in the afternoon, Wu Hua didn't stay long in the dormitory and hurried off to class. He had been to a few concerts before and knew this was a rare youthful experience. After all, being able to see one's idol in person was unforgettable for many young people. After school in the afternoon, Wu Hua texted Lin Yichuan to ask her to go to the cafe for tutoring. Since the cafe also had plenty of good food, he simply invited her to eat something first. He had been to a few concerts before and knew this was a rare youthful experience. After all, being able to see one's idol in person was unforgettable. Wu Hua ordered a plate of Italian-style fried noodles. The shop specifically added extra noodles and meat, making it a huge platter, a plus version. Being handsome does come with privileges. During the meal, Lin Yichuan stared at her phone, seemingly scrolling through something. Wu Hua glanced over and was extremely shocked. Lin Yichuan was trying to snatch up YY concert tickets. This. Wu Hua didn't know what to say. Do you like YY? Wu Hua felt his heart racing and his voice trembled a bit when he asked. This was indeed a great opportunity to show off. He had previously worried that Lin Yichuan didn't like idol worship and that he might flatter the wrong way. Now it seemed he could score big points. Maybe even gain a heart. With 0 free attribute points now, Wu Hua felt like something was missing in his heart. I like her songs. She has great singing skills. I'd like to go hear her live if I get the chance, Lin Yichuan said. She had never been to a concert before. This was the first time she wanted to attend a live concert, but it seemed the tickets were already sold out. Wu Hua nodded, considering what posture would look coolest when taking out the ticket and what tone to use. Should he act casually like a domineering CEO or sincerely like a younger brother? Wu Hua scratched the back of his head. Moi. Lin Yichuan looked up at him in confusion. Wu Hua pulled out the gilded concert ticket and said, I happen to have one ready to give you. Lin Yichuan gazed at Wu Hua, a look of genuine astonishment shimmering in her beautiful eyes. She had never told anyone about her fondness for listening to YY's songs, yet Wu Hua had proactively prepared a VIP concert ticket for her. How could she not be startled? This ticket. It must be very expensive, right? It's too precious. I can't accept it. Lin Yichuan was of course well aware of the scalper ticket prices. It was a gift. Everyone in our dorm has one, so it's okay. Please keep it considerate my tutoring fee, Wu Hua said. Do you have one for yourself? Are you going to? Lin Yichuan suddenly asked. Wu Hua was momentarily at a loss for words. Of course he was going, but he would be performing on stage and could not watch the concert with Lin Yichuan from the audience. Wu Hua thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. After all, it was nothing shameful. Although he would be wearing a mask while dancing on stage, if Lin Yichuan recognized him from the audience, it would be troublesome to. Well, I found a part-time job at Xingchen Company as a backup dancer for YY. The pay is 12000 per concert. I was weak-willed and couldn't resist the temptation, so I signed the contract. Wu Hua explained. You're a backup dancer for YY. Lin Yichuan was shocked again, feeling somewhat numb from the surprise. Yes, and in the lead dancer, which is why the pay is that high. Wu Hua said. Lin Yichuan looked seriously into Wu Hua's eyes. If there was even a hint of a smile, she would have believed it was just a lame joke. Yet Wu Hua's gaze was utterly sincere. Lin Yichuan let out a breath and said, this really caught me off guard. I never imagined you could be a backup dancer for YY's concert. You're truly impressive. It's also a stroke of luck. I've been dancing on my live streams, so I do have some talent in this area, Wu Hua said. How many fans do you have on your live stream? Lin Yichuan asked. She knew about Wu Hua's live streaming because at that time, he couldn't even afford meals and had borrowed money from her, so he had no choice but to earn money through streaming. Lin Yichuan had seen many college students who streamed and barely made a pittance, just covering the electricity bill was already considered a success. However, Wu Hua seemed to be far more successful. I haven't paid attention. Let me check. Wow, it's growing fast. I already have 56000 followers, Wu Hua said, opening the Inlang app in surprise. Darn it seemed he really pulled it off. Lin Yichuan automatically assumed that Wu Hua's live streaming had caught the attention of executives at Xingxin Company, giving him this opportunity. A streamer with over 50000 followers is already considered an internet celebrity. But how long has it been? 3 months. Is becoming an internet celebrity really that easy now? Wu Hua, to be honest, you've surprised me, Lin Yichuan said. Actually, I'm quite surprised myself, Wu Hua said. But well, since you're a big internet celebrity, you can't afford to fail your courses, otherwise people will dig up your dark history. Lin Yichuan smiled slightly, looked down at the concert ticket, and said, "I'll take the ticket as my tutoring fee, and it'll go to cheer you on." Great, thank you. Wu Hua's heart leaped with joy. Alright, since I've accepted it, I have to work. Now, let's start the tutoring. Lin Yichuan said seriously. Meanwhile, by Star Lake, 2 figures were walking side by side. One was Hu Fangfei, and the other was Shimashing. This was a popular dating spot at Lingnan University. The lakeside scenery was beautiful with a gentle breeze blowing and willow branches swaying gracefully. There was also a lush green lawn, benches and swings for resting, and the air seemed filled with the sweet scent of lovers. Hu Fangfei had just taken a shower, and the fresh scent of her shampoo made Shimashing's heart pound like a drum. Shimashing had taken the initiative to invite Hu Fangfei, saying he had something to discuss. Hu Fangfei originally didn't want to come. After all, this was a place for couples to date, and it wouldn't look good if someone saw them. But it was a critical time for her campaign for the Youth League branch secretary, and she often needed Shimashing to do the heavy lifting. It wasn't convenient to offend him now. Furthermore, she heard that Lu Mingyuan from Dorm 701 was also planning to run for the Youth League secretary position, making Shimashing a crucial pawn. After some consideration, she still came. Hu Fangfei was not tall, average, looking somewhat short, and had a shaped figure with a thicker waist. However, she came from a well-off family, and took good care of her skin, which was fair and white. As a 19-year-old college girl in the prime of youth, she wasn't ugly. Shimashing, who was somewhat insecure, had never been in contact with such a privileged girl, and naturally regarded her as the object of his secret crush, the goddess in his heart. But how could the self-important Hu Fangfei ever fancy a phoenix man like Shimashing, who was like a gray mushroom? She was merely exploiting his secret crush on her, using him as a free tool. The street lamps on both sides emitted an orange glow, filling the lakeside path with a romantic atmosphere. But Hu Fangfei felt somewhat irritated and had no interest in strolling around with Shimashing. She stopped walking and said somewhat coldly, "I'm a bit tired. If there's something you want to say it soon." Shimashing lowered his head, his dark face showing a red flush. He pressed his lips together, but didn't know how to start. Hu Fangfei felt a bit uneasy. This foolish guy wasn't about to confess his love, was he? Don't do something so stupid it would give me a headache. And she would have to refuse him tactfully. Hu Fangfei's mood grew even more irritable. If you haven't thought it through, I'll head back first. Hu Fangfei turned to leave. Hey, no, I saw you trying to snatch a ticket for YY's concert last time. I happen to have one here, and I want to give it to you. Shimashing, in his anxiety, suddenly became more fluent. A concert ticket? You? Hu Fangfei was stunned. She never expected Shimashing to have a concert ticket. She could hardly believe it because she knew Shimashing's family situation. He was a financially disadvantaged student and had even applied for financial aid. Even if he had been quick enough to grab a regular price ticket from the official channel, it would still be beyond his living expenses. Was this guy so infatuated with her? Had he scrimped and saved to buy her a ticket just to please her? Hu Fangfei felt a secret sense of pride. This proved the charm she possessed as a female creature. Shimashing took out the VIP ticket that Wu Hua had given him and handed it to Hu Fangfei with both hands. Hu Fangfei took it with skepticism and was shocked to discover it was a VIP seat ticket. This? Where did you get this? This ticket couldn't be bought. Hu Fangfei was truly shocked. Could Shimashing be a long-lost, illegitimate son of a wealthy family? This was too unbelievable. Well, it was given to me by Wu Hua from our dorm. I saw you wanted to go to the concert, so I brought it for you. Shimashing said, lowering his head. Hu Fangfei stared at the VIP ticket, so excited she felt like flying. If this was the ticket she had been dreaming of. She had been hesitating whether to ask her family for money to buy a scalp ticket, but this time, she had really hit the jackpot. Thank you, Mashing, you're so kind to me. Hu Fangfei's previously cold expression vanished as she affectionately took Shimashing's hand and said. The goddess suddenly clasped his hand, and the soft touch sent an electrifying sensation through him, leaving his mind a blank. This ticket, you're giving it to me. Is that okay? Hu Fangfei asked with a beaming smile. It's fine. Wu Hua gave it to me. He gave one to everyone in his dorm, Shimashing said. He gave one to everyone in his dorm. Hu Fangfei was astonished. Could Wu Hua actually be a truly hidden wealth? Hu Fangfei had lost the class monitor election to Wu Hua, but she couldn't bring herself to resent him at all. After all, Wu Hua was incredibly handsome and exceptionally capable. Yet she knew that a handsome guy like Wu Hua would never fancy someone like her. She could only sneak a few more glances. She never expected Wu Hua to be so generous. Such expensive VIP concert tickets, and he gave one to every dorm mate just like a domineering CEO. If there's one thing that captivates girls the most these days, it's undoubtedly a generous domineering CEO. Domineering CEOs are now a scarce commodity in high demand among women of all ages. Even the cleaning ladies are searching for one. Hu Fangfei's mind wandered with wild thoughts as she looked at the dark-skinned Shirmasheng before her. Suddenly, she even lost the desire to coax him. I'm really grateful to you. I'll remember your kindness. Hu Fangfei said. Tonight I actually have some things to do. I need to get back early to work on my project. I'll thank you properly another time. As long as you're happy, Shirmasheng said excitedly. He felt that whatever he did was worth it just to make his goddess this happy. That evening, Hu Fangfei triumphantly showed the VIP concert ticket to her dorm mates, eliciting a wave of envy. In her excitement, she took a photo of the ticket and posted a boastful moment on her social feed. Wu Hua finished his tutoring session, went back, contentedly live-streamed for an hour, and ended the broadcast early. The next day at noon, when he went to the dorm for his usual nap, he pushed open the door and saw Tang Yuanbao arguing with Shirmasheng. Wu Hua gave you that ticket. What right do you have to play the good guy and give it away for free to that girl? Tang Yuanbao demanded aggressively. What did you say? Shirmasheng retorted, his face red and neck swollen. She even posted on her feed and didn't even mention it was from you. Wu Hua gave away such expensive tickets out of brotherly bond, and you, a simp, just handed it over for free. Do you think that's appropriate? Tang Yuanbao shouted, refusing to back down. Who says it must be mine? Couldn't she have bought it herself? Shirmasheng, remember last night when I accidentally tipped over my bubble tea and stained your ticket? You even got mad at me. The watermark mark on the ticket Hu Fangfei showed is exactly the same. Could there be such a coincidence in the world? Tang Yuanbao said. So what? The ticket isn't yours, it's Wu Hua's. None of your damn business. Shirmasheng bit his lip, and Wu Hua overheard the argument at the door, and fearing it might escalate, quickly pushed the door open and entered. Hey, stop arguing, stop arguing. I gave those tickets to you all, you can do whatever you want with them. It's fine, it's fine. Wu Hua hastily tried to mediate. Wu Hua, I know you're a good guy. I'm not targeting Shirmasheng either. I just can't stand that woman's smugness. Tang Yuanbao said sullenly. Tang Yuanbao, I warn you. You can insult me, but don't insult Hu Fangfei, or I won't go easy on you. Shirmasheng burst out like a lit gasoline barrel when he heard Tang Yuanbao's remark about Hu Fangfei. Simp. Tang Yuanbao's words cut deep. You. Shirmasheng's face turned dark red with rage. Forget it, forget it. Yuanbao, say a little less. Let's not gossip about people behind their backs. Shinjingyu stepped in to mediate. Yamasheng, don't take it too seriously. Tang Yuanbao is just sharp-tongued, he's actually worried about you. Lu Mingyuan said. I don't need his concern. My affairs are none of your business. Shirmasheng turned and stormed out of the dorm, slamming the door shut as he ran off. The residents of dormitory 701 stared at each other in silence. Let him be. What good is Hu Fangfei anyway? If he keeps simping for Hu Fangfei, he'll get his just desserts. Tang Yuanbao said, flopping onto his bed in anger. Tang Yuanbao had always had a grudge against Hu Fangfei. He couldn't stand her pretentious, bossy demeanor, and they had clashed before. Everyone had noticed Shirmasheng acting as Hu Fangfei's tool, but they rarely said anything. This was a classic case of Zhou Yu punishing Huang Gai, a willing victim and a willing perpetrator, which was impossible to interfere with. This time Hu Fangfei's boastful post about the VIP concert ticket had angered Tang Yuanbao, who then reproached Shirmasheng a few times, ultimately sparking a dormitory quarrel. Wu Hua sighed, and said, when it comes to feelings, reason doesn't apply. We know Hu Fangfei won't be sincere with Shirmasheng, but he's an honest guy experiencing love for the first time. He won't give up easily. I also know Shirmasheng is a good person. He comes from a poor family, is a bit insecure, but is very kind and honest. Whenever we ask him for help, like picking up takeout or fetching water, he's always enthusiastic, Tang Yuanbao said. It's precisely because I see Shirmasheng as a brother that I can't stand Hu Fangfei treating him like a dog. I think Yuanbao is right, Lei Zhenyang said. Hu Fangfei is playing with Masheng, we can't just watch. Then what can we do? We can't go threaten her, can we? Lei Zhenyang said. If several guys want to threaten a girl, they would definitely be punished by the school. And Shirmasheng wouldn't appreciate it, the relationship would only worsen. Is there any way to make Shirmasheng see Hu Fangfei's true colors? Lu Mingyuan said. That's really tough. Maybe we should just wait. Over time Shirmasheng will eventually come around, Shinjingyu said. What if we let Wu Hua seduce Hu Fangfei? With Wu Hua's charm, that dumpy Hu Fangfei would be completely smitten, and then Shirmasheng would see the truth, Lei Zhenyang said. Tang Yuanbao immediately objected. Oh, come on. What a lousy idea you've come up with. First, it would tarnish Wu Hua's reputation. Even if we did that, Shirmasheng is so thick-headed, he might end up hating Wu Hua, and things would be a total mess. Alas, this is tough. Lu Mingyuan sighed. Shinjingyu looked at Wu Hua and said, Master, I think it's time you stepped in. With your romantic expertise, you must have a way to solve this. Wu Hua looked at his roommates and smiled. Well, there might be a way. What is it? Tang Yuanbao's eyes lit up. My good son, first massage your father's legs, Wu Hua teased Tang Yuanbao. Ever since Tang Yuanbao acknowledged Wu Hua as his godfather for the ticket, Wu Hua often joked with him like this. I'll massage you into a fracture. Tang Yuanbao rolled up his sleeves. Forget it, forget it. I don't want to end up crippled. Wu Hua quickly retracted his legs. Seeing the expectant looks in his dorm mates' eyes, he stopped putting on airs. After all, he was decades older than them in life experience, and had seen more women than they had eaten pork. Of course he had a plan. Let's put ourselves in their shoes. If there's someone you don't like, but want to use as a tool, isn't keeping an ambiguous relationship the best way to control them? Wu Hua said. Shen Jingyu nodded and said, Hu Fangfei can control Shi Mashing mainly because Shi Mashing is introverted, somewhat inferior, and afraid to express himself. So she can use the ambiguous relationship to string him along. Tang Yuanbao said, the more Shi Mashing buries his feelings in his heart, the less Hu Fangfei will clarify things because she doesn't like him at all. Wu Hua nodded and said, so if you were Hu Fangfei, what would you be afraid of? Lu Mingyuan's eyes lit up. I get it. She's afraid that Shi Mashing will actually pursue her, forcing her to make a clear stance, and then she can't keep stringing him along. Yes, so we need to help Shi Mashing. Instead of stopping him from pursuing Hu Fangfei, we should encourage him to pursue her with all his passion. That's exactly what Hu Fangfei is afraid of. Wu Hua said, only by making Shi Mashing see Hu Fangfei's true attitude towards him can he wake up on his own. To take you must first give. Lu Mingyuan said, Shi Mashing's feelings are like a bundle of straw. To make him realize the truth, we need to set a big fire and burn the straw completely. Wu Hua snapped his fingers. Exactly, but there's another problem. Shi Mashing's personality isn't easy, Lei Zhenyang said worriedly. A single spark can start a prairie fire. We need to give him hope and also make him feel the crisis. Wu Hua said. Master is indeed the master awesome. Shen Jingyu exclaimed. The operation of Dorm 701 official. In the evening, Tang Yuanbao set up a table at the street food stall near the school gate. Wu Hua dragged Shi Mashing over, and the whole Dorm 701 gathered. After the food and drinks were served, Tang Yuanbao stood up holding a beer glass, and said, Mashing, I was wrong today. I spoke without thinking. No more words, it's all in the drink. They'll punish myself with 3 cups. Tang Yuanbao grandly poured 3 cups in a row and downed them all. Shi Mashing had been a bit sulky with an unpleasant expression, but after seeing Tang Yuanbao down those 3 cups, he immediately became excited. He stood up and said, it's not your fault. It's my bad temper. Ill return, brother Yuanbao's 3 cups. Shi Mashing also drank 3 cups in a row. Haha, good brothers, all good brothers. Come on, let's all have one. Lei Zhenyang laughed loudly. The brothers of Dorm 701 clinked glasses and drank together. After everyone drank, the atmosphere immediately heated up. Shi Mashing's face was flushed red and his mind began to get excited. The others deliberately steered the conversation to romance topics to get Shi Mashing to talk. I know you all have some opinions about Hu Fangfei, but she's not what you think. She's a good person, like an older sister, always caring for me. I'm willing to do things for her, and I feel happy. I don't care about others' opinions as long as she can feel my kindness towards her. I really like her. Shi Mashing was lost in his own emotions. I have a small conflict with Hu Fangfei, but objectively speaking, she's not bad. Tang Yuanbao said. Hu Fangfei's family are all civil servants. She's well-bred, smart, and positive. A good girl who works hard. Shi Mashing looked up in surprise. He hadn't expected Tang Yuanbao to say good things about Hu Fangfei. Our Shi Mashing is also good, and he works hard too. And his entrance exam score was the highest in the class. Lu Mingyuan said. Actually, I think Shi Mashing and Hu Fangfei are quite a good match. Wu Hua added. Shi Mashing quickly waved his hand and said, I dare not even think about it. I'm just a poor student. How could I presume to reach so high? I think what you said is wrong. We are all students of Lingnan University, admitted by our own abilities. Why distinguish between high and low? Wu Hua said. Exactly, the Qing dynasty fell over 100 years ago, and all people in the East are equal. Lei Zhenyang said. If you like someone, go for it. If you miss the chance, you'll regret it for a lifetime. Shen Jingyu said. Shen Jingyu's words touched Shi Mashing. That day by the lake, after Hu Fangfei held his hand, Shi Mashing dreamed that night that he was holding her hand strolling in the park, extremely romantic. Deep down, he also wished to have a romance with a girl he liked. I think Shi Mashing is a hidden gem. Hardworking, ambitious, no bad habits, good at studies, kind, and warm-hearted. Lu Mingyuan said, don't bully a young man for being poor. Fortunes change. That's true, but... Shi Mashing still hesitated. Youth only comes once. If you miss it, it's gone forever. Wu Hua said seriously. You don't want to leave regrets in your only college life, do you? If a person doesn't even have the courage to pursue what they like, then what courage will they have later to realize their self-worth in society? Shi Mashing looked up at Wu Hua, lips pressed together, silent. Tang Yuanbao said, you're not fighting alone. All the brothers in Dorm 701 have your back. Our judgment of people is never wrong. You are excellent. It's just that Hu Fangfei hasn't discovered your excellence yet. You need to let her get to know you. Come, let's clink glasses. The two drank another cup. After drinking, Shi Mashing put the cup heavily on the table and said, brothers are right. If I don't even have the courage to like someone, am I still a man? Bottoms up. Excellent. He'll drink with you. Lei Zhenyang raised his glass, clinked with Shi Mashing, and then tilted his head back to down it. Since you're willing to have a passionate romance, you have to listen to us. We'll give you a makeover guarantee to make Hu Fangfei's Shen Jingyu said. Yes, pursuing a girl doesn't always mean being overly forward. Attraction is also very important. Wu Hua said. They'll listen to you, brothers. Shi Mashing's face was already flushed red from drinking. The first step was complete, making Shi Mashing dare to actively pursue Hu Fangfei. Once this crucial step was taken, the rest would be much easier. The next day at noon, Shi Mashing was directly dragged by Wu Hua and the others to a barbershop to design a new hairstyle. If you want to fall in love, you need to care about your image. You can't be sloppy every day. What girl would like that? I have no money. Shi Mashing only went to the old man in the alley of the residential area behind the school for a haircut, 10 yuan for a buzz cut. This kind of high-end, exquisitely decorated brand image design salon, where the barbers wore tailcoats, he dared not even take a second look. He knew it was horribly expensive with possible hidden charges. Getting a membership card would cost him a semester's tuition. Don't worry about money. We brothers will pool funds. Just don't embarrass Dorm 701. Teng Yuanbao said. Shi Mashing had no choice but to sit down. The chief stylist teacher Tony approached and fiddled with Shi Mashing's head, shaking it for a moment before saying, "This young man's hair is thick and coarse. I suggest a classic American forward spike. It will make him look incredibly spirited." "All right, let's do it." Shin Jingyu decided. What forward spike? Well, I have a spike growing out of my head. Shi Mashing had never heard of an American forward spike. It sounded more like a weapon than a hairstyle. "Just leave it to me. When you walk out of here, you'll be a whole new person." Teacher Tony pressed his hands on Shi Mashing's shoulders and said passionately. "Oh," Shi Mashing replied weakly. After 2 hours of perming, Teacher Tony completed his masterpiece. Finally, he washed the hair and used a blow dryer to fluff it upward, drying it to about 80%. Then with his fingertips, he shaped it into a casual, spiky front. The originally messy hair instantly became sharp and energetic, its bold lines exuding masculine charisma. Everyone was somewhat amazed. Teacher Tony had some skill. The American forward spike truly suited Shi Mashing visually, making his face look more handsome and elongated. Shi Mashing stared at his own rugged reflection in the mirror, feeling a mix of unfamiliarity and disbelief. Was this really him? Perfect. Teacher Tony declared proudly. After finishing the hairstyle, Shin Jingyu took out a large shopping bag filled with brand new clothes and shoes. "These are some old clothes I used to wear. I never wear them anymore, and it's a shame to throw them away. Why don't you try them on?" Shin Jingyu said. In truth, the so-called old clothes were all bought according to Shi Mashing's height and weight, with the tags removed. This was mainly to avoid putting psychological pressure on him. Shi Mashing knew it wasn't the time to be polite. His roommates truly meant well. Moreover, his new hairstyle had genuinely boosted his confidence, making him realize that he wasn't actually that bad. He had been too self-deprecating before. His clothes had faded from repeated washing, with collars loose and sagging. Clearly worn for ages, completely lacked. His shoes were knockoff Nikes, poorly made, and the white sneakers had turned gray from wear with a crack in the sole. After changing into the outfit and Jordan sneakers, Shi Mashing looked dashing and spirited, like a slightly dark-skinned athlete, completely shedding his previous rustic image. Indeed, clothes make the man. Tang Yuanbao nudged Wu Hua and whispered, "What if we go overboard, and Hu Fangfei actually falls for Shi Mashing?" "That wouldn't be so bad," Wu Hua replied with a slight smile. During the afternoon self-study session, Hu Fangfei naturally intended to ask Shi Mashing to help her move things. She scanned the classroom twice, but couldn't find him. Was he absent today? Hu Fangfei was a bit surprised because Shi Mashing never took leave, not even a single tardy. "Fangfei, is something the matter?" Shi Mashing approached and asked. Hu Fangfei's mouth hung open in surprise, and she blinked hard, staring at the energetic Shi Mashing before her, utterly astonished. You changed your hairstyle?" "I didn't even notice," Hu Fangfei said instinctively. "Yeah. My roommates dragged me to the barber and insisted on this. American forward spike." Shi Mashing blushed slightly. "That's so trendy," Hu Fangfei laughed. "I barely recognized you. And it's actually quite handsome." Shi Mashing's heart thumped wildly. He even wondered if he had just heard things. Hu Fangfei had actually called him handsome. He had never imagined that word would come from her mouth to describe him. Usually the best compliment he got was that he was a nice guy. Hu Fangfei's attitude toward Shi Mashing had indeed improved. That evening she even went to the cafeteria with him, walking side by side and chatting cheerfully. The residents of Dorm 701 observed this. Their plan was proceeding smoothly. Over the next few days, the relationship between Hu Fangfei and Shi Mashing seemed to progress, with them often going to the cafeteria together. During self-study, Hu Fangfei would also take the initiative to sit beside Shi Mashing and ask for help with questions she didn't understand. Partly this was because Shi Mashing had given her VIP concert tickets for YY, which made her very happy, and also because he had transformed his previously sloppy image. At least he now looked much more pleasing to the eye, and she didn't feel as much resistance. Everything was going smoothly. Hu Fangfei returned to the dormitory humming a tune as she unboxed a pile of packages. Inside were the items she had bought for the YY concert fan support. Her roommate Wei Pingping came over and teased, "Fangfei, are you dating that little dark guy?" Little dark guy was the nickname Hu Fangfei's roommates had given Shi Mashing. Yeah, you've been hanging out a lot lately, and that guy seems to have tidied up his look. He's become quite handsome." Another roommate Wang Zitong leaned out from the top bunk and said with a grin, "Don't talk nonsense. What dating? How could I possibly date him?" Hu Fangfei laughed. Her sole goal was to enter the civil service system. In college, she worked hard to get ahead, all to secure a chance at the selected graduate program. Although the selected graduate program seemed out of reach, she was determined to take the civil service exam. From childhood, she had been immersed in the prestige of holding an official position. She had seen her father grovel before others, and also witnessed the humility of those who came to beg him for favors. Power was utterly intoxicating. Growing up, her parents' dinner conversations were always about the games of power struggles, which fascinated Hu Fangfei. The advantages and privileges of the bureaucratic system had taken root in her heart since childhood. She knew that the best path for a girl was to enter the system. Stability, status, and face. Naturally, her husband would likely also be within the system. This was the template many girls in the system aspired to. Marrying within one's social station was very important in Hu Fangfei's parents' view, and they repeatedly warned her not to be fooled by useless boys in college. They could never be her future. Of course, Hu Fangfei also wanted to date. If someone as handsome as Wu Hua pursued her, she wouldn't mind having a fling for fun. As for someone like Shi Mashing, even if he got a complete makeover or plastic surgery, it wouldn't change a thing. He couldn't even grow taller. Hu Fangfei was a very realistic and smart girl if she knew what she wanted. Moreover, she had her own secret. She actually already had a boyfriend. He was a high school classmate whose father was the deputy party secretary of the city's district committee. Although the boyfriend was also short and stout, he was nonetheless the son of a secretary. The boyfriend was good to Hu Fangfei, but they attended universities in different cities, so they were in a long-distance relationship. They usually chatted on WeChat, and Hu Fangfei never mentioned it. Thus, none of her college roommates knew she had a boyfriend. The reason she kept it secret was that she knew a single girl had far more value than one with a boyfriend. For instance, she could use Shi Mashing as a tool. The dance rehearsal room of Xingchen Company, the wooden floor reflected soft lighting. Rhythmic music played. Today was the last day of dance practice before the dress rehearsal, and everyone was sweating profusely under the passionate beat of the dance teacher. YY exchanged a glance with Wu Hua. Wu Hua executed a highly difficult spinning move, turning to YY's side. YY seamlessly connected with the movements, their figures intertwined with perfect tacit understanding. Good, not bad, keep it up. The dance teacher clapped and encouraged loudly. Wu Hua, as the lead dancer, had interactions with YY and several, especially in her signature song, Love's Indulgence. Wu Hua served as the first backup dancer, portraying the handsome male lead in the song and engaging in intimate dance interactions with YY. After days of intense practice, everything was well rehearsed. Following tomorrow's dress rehearsal, the concert would officially begin the day after. Wu Hua finished showering, changed clothes in the locker room, greeted his dance partners, and then left. In the locker room, 7 or 8 backup dancers watched Wu Hua leave and then gathered around a young man with slick back. They were all members of the IMC dance studio. This young man with slick back hair was named Wang Kai. He graduated from Baidu Dance Academy and was one of the founders of the IMC dance studio. He was the pillar of IMC, a well-known dancer in the entire Jinling circle. His underlings all called him Brother Kai. Brother Kai, damn it, why does that brat who hasn't even grown his hair get to be the lead dancer? It pisses me off just looking at him. A muscular man next to him lit a cigarette for Brother Kai and said angrily, exactly who knows which rock he crawled out from, and he's stealing Brother Kai's thunder. A connection, of course. Maybe he's that female CEO's little lover, otherwise why would they appoint such a young guy as the lead dancer? These people expressed their contempt and jealousy towards Wu Hua in a flurry of words. Brother Kai's face darkened. His studio landing the contract with YY from Xingchen Company this time could already make them soar to great heights in Jinling City. Stop bickering. What's the use of bickering? Isn't this society all about competing for family background and connections? If you're a nobody, just stay humble. Brother Kai, stop bickering. What's the use of bickering? Isn't this society all about competing for family background and connections? If you're a nobody, just stay humble. Brother Kai took a hard drag on his cigarette and said, that's how it is on the artistic path. Without connections or money, no matter how hard you work or how talented you are, you can only be a stepping stone for others. Back at Baidu Dance Academy, Brother Kai couldn't get into the art troupe precisely because he lacked connections. His family background was ordinary. No matter how hard he practiced dancing at school or how good his grades were, he couldn't compete with classmates who had backgrounds and money. Disheartened, he returned to his hometown to establish a dance studio. Through his own efforts, he achieved his current success, which made him proud inside. Now such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was once again snatched away by a parachuted lead dancer. His heart twisted like a black hole, his whole body filled with resentment. This kid, why don't we find someone to cripple his legs? See if he still shows off, a guy next to him said. What nonsense are you talking? That's illegal. Brother Kai said. Sigh. It's so unfair. If only this kid would get hit by a car on the road. Another person. Everyone spoke in a flurry, expressing their grievances for Brother Kai. After venting for a while, they changed clothes and went home, since who would be the lead dancer was not something they could decide. Brother Kai walked out of the Xingchen Company building, glanced back, took a deep breath, shook his head, and left. Wu Hua returned home very late. He definitely couldn't stream for the next 2 days. He greeted Sun Lu and then went to sleep. Only by getting enough rest could he have a better state of mind. The next day, Wu Hua took leave and arrived at the stadium, which had been fully set up as a concert venue with top-notch lighting and sound. The huge stage gleamed brilliantly. This made Wu Hua quite excited. He had attended many concerts, but this was the first time he would actually perform on stage. Truly thrilling. The dress rehearsal went very smoothly, and some minor issues were promptly adjusted. Su Ningshuang invited many city officials and corporate executives to watch the rehearsal. This YY concert would also bring tremendous traffic to the entire city. The hotels and guest houses around the stadium were already fully booked with no rooms available. The concert rehearsal was very successful and received unanimous praise. Wu Hua's backup dance was also perfect, but his heart could not calm down for a long time, his heart rate spiking. If he was so nervous facing an empty stadium, how thrilling would it be tomorrow with the countless crowd? After the rehearsal, Wu Hua packed up and prepared to go home. As he reached the stairwell, Lin Yichuan just sent a message. Lin Yichuan, did the rehearsal go smoothly? Wu Hua, everything went smoothly, so excited. Lin Yichuan, oh, becoming a big star now. Should I ask for your... Wu Hua, not really, I'm just doing a part-time job to earn money. I wear a mask on stage, no one knows it's me. Lin Yichuan, haha, then you have a secret in my hands, huh? Wu Hua. He stood at the stairwell smiling and chatting with Lin Yichuan, completely unaware of the people approaching behind. Brother Kai and two companions were walking over, and they saw Wu Hua standing at the stairwell ahead, grinning foolishly. Brother Kai frowned. Today he had been dancing in the back watching Wu Hua up front with YY. An unnamed jealousy blazed fiercely, nearly burning his innards to ashes. Seeing Wu Hua's stupid face at that moment, the pent-up anger surged in his heart. He had intended to walk away quickly, not wanting to look at Wu Hua any longer, but as he drew near he noticed the staircase had over 30 steps very high. At that moment a wicked thought suddenly surged in his mind, transforming into a demon whispering in his ear. Brother Kai's heart suddenly tightened, as if someone were gripping it hard, making his body tremble violently. The blood in his entire body seemed to rush into his arms. This was an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If Wu Hua fell down the stairs and injured his legs, then tomorrow's lead dancer would have to be him. If he got injured. If injured. Brother Kai's eyes became like endless black whirlpools. His mind went blank, and only the whispers of the inner demon echoed in his ears. As long as Wu Hua was injured, then all the glory, all the opportunities would be his. All his. At that instant Brother Kai's eyes completely darkened. He suddenly reached out and pushed Wu Hua's back forcefully. Wu Hua was chatting with Lin Yichuan completely unprepared. He only felt a tremendous force pushing against his back, lost his balance, and tumbled down the stairs. At that very moment, YY happened to be coming up from the lower stairwell. Seeing Wu Hua tumbling down the stairs, she let out a scream. Stunned, she stood at the stairwell. As Wu Hua was about to collide with YY, he strained to push with his hands, altering his trajectory, but his head slammed violently against the wall's baseboard. Bang! A sharp pain shot through his head along with an overwhelming dizziness. Blood streamed down from his forehead, instantly blurring his vision. Wu Hua, YY rushed over and knelt to check his injuries. The two companions beside Brother Kai were frozen, standing still like wooden statues. Brother Kai's heart pounded like a drum, violently twitching. He had finally struck with malicious intent. In that moment, he felt he could no longer control his own arm. Brother Kai opened his mouth to call his two companions to leave quickly. He trusted they wouldn't betray him, but it seemed YY had already seen him. Let's go. Just as he pulled his two companions to turn and leave the scene before him, made his soul flee and his eyes widened in sheer terror. Su Ningshuang was just leading the executives out through the door, and everyone witnessed it all. Brother Kai's mind went boom, as if an explosion had occurred. Moments ago his mind was full of demonic whispers. He hadn't paid any attention to what was behind him, completely unaware that those executives had come up from behind. It's over. Brother Kai's mind went completely blank. Seeing the horrified expressions of President Su and the executives, he knew everything was finished. All of it. His future, his career, everything he had ended in that single moment of malice. Brother Kai was filled with regret. If he could have another chance to go back 1 minute, he would never have done such a foolish thing. President Su. Brother Kai said, trembling. Su Ningshuang paid him no attention and directly called out, quick, save him. YY held Wu Hua. Seeing his face covered in blood and him unconscious, she anxiously burst into tears. Moments ago she saw that when Wu Hua tumbled down, he forcibly altered his path to avoid hitting her, failing to protect himself, and ending up like this, making her heart ache even more. Wu Hua's consciousness was hazy. The intense pain stimulated his brain, preventing him from fainting outright. Good luck comes wishing you good luck. Good luck brings joy and love. Ding! A prompt sound came from his mind. You have gained YY's favorability 1 heart, and obtained 1 chance to draw a lot. The enormous and luxurious lottery wheel in his sea of consciousness began to spin rapidly. The moment it stopped, the pointer landed on 3 attribute points. Congratulations! You have received 3 free attribute points which can be freely allocated. What the heck? That works too. Wu Hua struggled to open his eyes. The blood stained his vision in a blur of red. He vaguely saw YY holding him, crying with tears streaming down like rain on pear blossoms. Fine, Wu Hua said with difficulty. At this moment Su Ningshuang also rushed down the stairs quickly, saying with great anxiety, Xiaohua. Xiaohua, are you okay? Quick, call 120. Su Ningshuang was extremely anxious and instructed Secretary Xiaoya to quickly call an ambulance. I'm fine. Wu Hua struggled to get up, but his legs gave way and he fell back. Don't move around. You've lost so much blood. It's terrifying. Su Ningshuang said nervously. Wu Hua had no choice but to lie still. Within a few minutes an ambulance arrived. because for large events an emergency medical team was stationed to prevent accidents among fans. Wu Hua was taken to the hospital emergency room. He felt some pain in his ribs, probably a few cracked ribs, and also had a mild concussion plus he had lost some blood. Fortunately his ankles and legs were only bruised and scraped with no bone damage. Wu Hua thought for a moment and secretly added 1 point to his constitution. A warm current spread throughout his body and he felt much better. He touched his ribs, they had improved a lot, and the wound on his head had begun to scab over and heal. It shouldn't affect tomorrow's performance. Su Ningxuang accompanied Wu Hua for the examination in the emergency room. She anxiously pulled the doctor aside to inquire about his condition. On one hand, she was worried about Wu Hua's injuries, on the other she was concerned about tomorrow's concert. Losing one backup dancer was fine, but if the lead dancer was out, that would be a huge problem. As for Wang Kai, he had already been arrested by the police. Terminating his contract was certain. As for the conviction, Su Ningxuang would definitely have her lawyers fight the case well. Not only for Wu Hua's injuries, but if the concert caused losses to the company, he would have to bear all of them. In short, Doctor, how is he? Su Ningxuang and YY were outside the emergency room. Seeing the emergency doctor come out, they quickly stepped forward to ask. The young man has a slight rib fracture, but it's not serious. He has a cut on his head, but it's only a superficial wound. The blood loss is a bit much and looks scary, but we just need to observe for any concussion symptoms. It's not a big problem. The doctor said. This patient seemed to have a strong recovery ability. The wound was already scabbing over something he had never seen before. Hearing that Wu Hua was fine, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Why Wu Hua is fine. He'll have someone take you back to the hotel to rest. Recharge your energy and don't affect tomorrow's concert. He'll handle the rest. Su Ningxuang said. Okay, President Su. YY nodded. Tomorrow's concert was indeed very important, and since Wu Hua was fine, she went back first. Su Ningxuang walked into the emergency room. Wu Hua, lying on the hospital bed, had his head wrapped in gauze. A nurse was applying medicine to the abrasions on his body. What exactly happened? Why did Wang Kai deliberately push you? Su Ningxuang asked, sitting by the bed. How should I know? I've barely spoken a few words with him. Wu Hua said helplessly. Su Ningxuang nodded. Having been in the entertainment circle for so long, she knew jealousy was the most common sin here. Wu Hua was the lead dancer she personally appointed, which must have ignited Wang Kai's flame of jealousy. I understand. Just rest and recover. He'll handle this person. I won't let you fall for nothing. Su Ningxuang said. This fall was extremely dangerous. If he had landed badly, it would have been a tragedy. Okay. Wu Hua nodded. He knew Su Ningxuang would help him get justice. Tomorrow's performance. Su Ningxuang said hesitantly. Tomorrow's performance is no problem. Wu Hua said. Can you manage? If not, I'll activate the contingency plan. Su Ningxuang said. Really, it's fine. I know my own body. Wu Hua said. Alright, stay in the hospital tonight, for observation. If there are no concussion after effects, you can continue with the performance tomorrow. Su Ningxuang had also consulted the doctor, and knew Wu Hua was not seriously injured. Okay. Wu Hua nodded. Indeed, the life of a wage earner is bitter. Making money is really hard. Attribute panel real-time update. Name Wu Hua. Age 19. Strength 14. Agility 10. Constitution 13. Intelligence 14. Charm 26. Luck 5. Remaining free attribute points 2. After experiencing a minor upheaval, it turned out to be a close shave. This incident wasn't without its gains. He gained 1 favorability point from the beautiful idol star YY. Wu Hua stayed in the hospital for observation overnight. Thanks to the special ability from adding a point to Constitution, his body almost fully recovered. Adding Constitution not only instantly restores full status, but also accelerates the healing of injuries. In the morning, he was discharged from the hospital. Su Ningxuang sent a car to pick him up and bring him to the concert venue. Wu Hua greeted YY and began his makeup in the dressing room, covering the scar on his forehead with foundation, changing into the performance dance costume, and putting on the golden mask. The exceptionally handsome lead dancer was successfully styled. He's so handsome, YY said as she walked over, her eyes sparkling. Nervous? She asked again. Wu Hua nodded and said, I really am a bit nervous. This is my first time on stage. Actually, I'm also a bit nervous. This is my first time holding a concert in a 5,000-seat stadium. YY said. At first I was afraid no one would come, afraid that tickets wouldn't sell, and I'd be embarrassed. Then the company told me all tickets were sold out, and I started worrying that my skills weren't good enough, that I wouldn't sing well, and would disappoint my fans. I've been nervous and anxious all along, unable to sleep well any night. YY said, gently touching her chest. You're already amazing. I'm also your fan. Keep going. Everyone loves you. They all came here for you. Wu Hua said. Let's encourage each other. My concert needs your help too, YY said with a smile. Okay, let's do it together. Wu Hua replied. Outside the stadium, it was a sea of people. Countless fans and admirers had gathered. Tang Yuanbao, Lu Mingyuan, Xinjingyu, and Lei Xingyang took the VIP passage, allowing them early entry without queuing at the gate. This made them feel the exclusive treatment. Indeed, this was what VIP meant. Entering the venue, they were led by security to their seats. Although not the very front row, they were only 5 or 6 rows away, providing a clear view of the stage. This ticket is no ordinary VIP ticket. It's an internal reserved VIP ticket. Xinjingyu said. The ticket I planned to buy from scalpers was dozens of rows further back. Why doesn't Wu Hua come himself? Lu Mingyuan asked. He said he has urgent business today and can't make it, Tang Yuanbao said. Why does it feel like Wu Hua has become so mysterious? Lei Xingyang said, scratching the back of his head. Forget about that. Today we're here to see my idol. Let's party. Shen Jingyu said, extremely excited. He was a devoted fan of YY. Tang Yuanbao was also fully geared up, wearing a fluorescent cap carrying slogans, and together with Shen Jingyu, they held up a fluorescent sign that read, YY I love you. Hey look, Lei Xingyang poked Tang Yuanbao, and spotted Hu Fangfei not far away. She was looking at the stage with great excitement, probably never expecting the VIP seats to be so good. This was enough for her to show off big time. Ignore her, pretend we didn't see her. Tang Yuanbao said. Over there. Lin Yichuan. Shen Jingyu exclaimed excitedly, pulling Tang Yuanbao. Where? Tang Yuanbao followed Shen Jingyu's finger, and indeed saw the campus beauty Lin Yichuan not far away. She was wearing a baseball cap, a high ponytail, a white printed t-shirt, and denim overalls, looking both pure and sporty. Lin Yichuan is truly beautiful, a goddess. Shen Jingyu said with heartache. Her ticket must have been given by Wu Hua. Could he really be dating her? This is worse than killing me. But why wouldn't Wu Hua come? Lu Mingyuan asked in confusion. Indeed, if Wu Hua is dating Lin Yichuan, there's no reason for him not to come since he gave her the ticket. Tang Yuanbao said. I'll forget all that. The concert is about to start. Let's party. Shen Jingyu said, putting his arm around Tang Yuanbao and raising the fluorescent sign. The stage lights turned on. The concert was about to begin. YY stood in the shadow at the side of the stage, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her skirt, palms sweating. Watching the countless waving glow sticks in the venue, YY felt an ecstatic rush. Prepare to go on stage in 3 minutes, came the director's instruction through the earpiece. The host was warming up the crowd, the atmosphere surging wave after wave toward the peak. Next, let's shout with the most passionate roar to call out our goddess YY. The host shouted. The scene erupted in thunderous cheers, the shouts for YY piercing the heavens. YY felt as if her heart would leap out of her chest. Not loud enough. Where is your passion? Let the goddess YY feel your enthusiasm, okay? The host shouted. Yaya, yaya, yaya. The atmosphere reached a massive climax, crashing against YY's eardrums like a tidal wave. In an instant, all stage lights went out, and a dazzling beam of light shone in front of YY. YY took a deep breath and stepped into that radiant beam. She wore a fitted silver-white tassel gown adorned with tiny diamonds sparkling like the Milky Way under the lights. Hello, my babies, I'm here. YY stretched out her hand, waving to everyone like a goddess within the beam of light. Instantly, countless glow sticks waved like a flowing sea of stars in the galaxy. It was magnificent. Cheers surged wave after wave like a tsunami. YY realized that everyone had come for her singing. This made her eyes well up with warmth, and she closed her eyes in happiness. I am truly honored to be standing here one day in this stadium together with all of you. YY said emotionally. The music began, and as she felt the melody flow through her, when YY opened her eyes again, they were clear. She began to sing moving notes, absolutely exquisite. For the second high-energy rhythmic song, Wu Hua and the backup dancers took the stage. When Wu Hua stepped onto the stage, he truly understood what it felt like. As far as he could see, it was an ocean of glow sticks flowing slowly with the crowd. The cheers around him instantly drowned out all his thoughts. At that moment, Wu Hua was like a leaf adrift in the ocean. Dance. Dance without ceasing. Like the stage of life. Once it begins, it cannot stop. Only by dancing endlessly till everyone is utterly captivated. Wu Hua entered a state of ecstasy. Every step he took was perfectly timed to the rhythm, his whole being light. Lin Yichuan was on the stage. Her gaze shifted from YY to the backup dancers behind her, soon focusing on the big boy wearing the golden mask. At this moment, he was so dazzling, so radiant. Although he was dancing behind YY, he still shone with unconsciously, this junior had become so brilliant and eye-catching. A faint unconscious smile spread across Lin Yichuan's face. On the stage, Wu Hua truly glittered. Lin Yichuan knew that no one believed their classmate was now performing on stage. How handsome he was. Lin Yichuan turned around and saw the entire stadium, where applause and cheers from fans interwove into a symphony. The whole world was cheering for YY. Yet at this moment, only I was cheering for you. As if sensing something, the director switched the camera to the leading dancer Wu Hua, who wore a mask. His dashing dance moves drew gasps from tens of thousands of spectators. Though this leading dancer wore a mask, one could still perceive his handsomeness. The mysterious masked dancer piqued many people's interest, and numerous audience members took out their phones to capture the image of Wu Hua on the big screen. This time the cheers were truly for Wu Hua. Su Ningxuan, clad in a cheongsam, stood in the director's booth with her arms crossed, her graceful silhouette captivating all who beheld her. Su Ningxuan smiled as she gazed at the concert venue beyond the large glass wall. It was her request that Wu Hua now appeared on the gigantic screen. This handsome youth possessed an innate star quality that could attract others. It was a pity he was unwilling to tread the path of the entertainment industry, otherwise Su Ningxuan believed she could surely mold him into a king of the entertainment world. What a pity. Yet perhaps there was still a chance. Su Ningxuan stood there, her eyes fixed on Wu Hua's smile gracing her lips. The YY concert ended perfectly. Good luck brings you good fortune, good luck brings joy and love. Good luck brings you good fortune, good luck brings joy and love. Ding! A prompt echoed in his mind. You have gained 1 heart of affection from Lin Yichuan and earned 1 chance to draw. A prompt echoed in his mind. You have gained 1 heart of affection from Yi Yinger YY and earned 1 chance to draw. Congratulations. You have obtained 3 free attribute points which can be allocated freely. Congratulations. You have obtained 3 free attribute points which can be allocated freely. The moment his performance concluded, the mysterious lucky draw wheel in Wu Hua's consciousness began to settle unexpectedly, gaining affection from 2 girls simultaneously. Attribute panel real-time update. Name Wu Hua. Age 19. Strength 14. Agility 10. Constitution 13. Intelligence 14. Charisma 26. Luck 5. Remaining free attribute points 8. Wu Hua was drenched in sweat, but felt exhilarated. Performing on stage before an endless sea of spectators was a completely different experience from live streaming in his room, igniting an unprecedented thrill. Moreover, he unexpectedly won the affection of 2 girls, which was an extra delight. Wu Hua, you danced brilliantly. Join tonight's celebration banquet. Su Ningxuang came backstage to invite him. No, I have things to do tonight, Wu Hua declined. What? Not even giving your sister Su some face? I came to invite you personally. Su Ningxuang teased deliberately. Sister Su, I don't enjoy such occasions, and besides, I'm not part of the entertainment circle. I don't want to wade into those muddy waters, Wu Hua said sincerely. Wu Hua disliked such business banquets. They felt hypocritical, far less comfortable than eating street food with friends. Additionally, he worried that some media people at the banquet might deliberately release his photos and videos, turning him into a public figure. That was something Wu Hua strongly resented. He was only taking a part-time gig for some extra cash and had no intention of disturbing his peaceful life. Su Ningxuang pondered for a moment, then said, Xiao Hua, you're right. I didn't think it through. Sorry, you'll have the driver take you. Thank you, Sister Su, Wu Hua said sincerely. Su Ningxuang smiled, faintly glanced at Wu Hua, and said nothing more. Wu Hua rode in Su Ningxuang's chauffeured business car and returned home. He was utterly exhausted, yet still brimming with excitement. Lin Yichuan sent him a message. I'm back in the dorm. Have you gotten home? Already home. How was my dancing today? Wu Hua asked. Absolutely awesome, incredibly handsome, Lin Yichuan replied after a while. Haha, thanks. Wu Hua responded joyfully. When did you become such an amazing dancer? You really surprised me, Lin Yichuan said. I had some foundation before, and I practiced hard later for my live streams, Wu Hua said. You worked hard. Get some rest early. Lin Yichuan replied. Can't sleep. Want a duo queue for PUBG? Wu Hua asked. Okay. Wu Hua and Lin Yichuan started playing duo, and they stayed up until after 1 in the morning before sleeping. Early the next morning, as soon as Wu Hua opened his eyes, he saw a message from his little manager Sun Lu. Did you go as a backup dancer for YY's concert? Wu Hua was completely bewildered. He had no idea how Sun Lu knew. He hadn't told her at all. How did you find out? Sun Lu, I saw a video of you from the concert this morning. Wu Hua, but I was wearing a mask. Sun Lu, even with the mask, I recognized you instantly. One look and I knew. Wu Hua, you're amazing, truly remarkable. Imminent. Sun Lu, hee hee, you dance so handsomely. Wu Hua, thank. Wu Hua never expected that wearing a mask as a backup dancer at YY's concert would still be instantly recognized by. This little heiress had an ethereal quality, as if she were genuinely a forest spirit possessing some mystical ability. She could recognize the masked Wu Hua at a glance, something no ordinary person could do. Wu Hua marveled at how astonishing his little manager was while hastily packing up to head to school. In the morning on the sports field, the room 701 crew did their daily exercises. As soon as Wu Hua appeared, Tang Yuanbao and Shun Jingyu grabbed him. Rascal, where did you disappear to yesterday? Missing such an amazing concert. Tang Yuanbao said. Haha, I had some things to take care of, Wu Hua deflected. What things? You gave Lin Yichuan the ticket, didn't you? How could you let such a golden opportunity slip? Shun Jingyu said. Yesterday Shun Jingyu had felt worse than death, knowing Wu Hua might have gotten together with Lin Yichuan, yet today, he wore an expression of disappointment over Wu Hua's wasted potential. I really had things to do. Lin Yichuan won't blame me, Wu Hua said. How can you say that? Do you take the campus belle for granted? Do you think winning over that ice queen is easy? Shun Jingyu fumed. I'm wrong, I surrender, Wu Hua had to concede. Since you gave us such great concert tickets, I'll let it slide, Shun Jingyu said. Everyone joked and laughed, and soon the matter was forgotten. No matter how wonderful the concert was, it was over now. Oh, all that remained were beautiful memories. Wu Hua suddenly realized he might have become famous. During Neil's walks in classes today, he could see classmates scrolling through videos of his dance at the concert. In the current age of viral self-media, an accidentally uploaded video could explode in popularity overnight. Wu Hua was immensely grateful for his decision to wear a mask, otherwise he wouldn't be able to step out of his dorm now. Still, there was a secret thrill when he overheard others discussing the video of his dance. At noon, in the third cafeteria, Zhang Yushi was having lunch with Lin Yichuan. Are you heartless woman going to a concert alone, without taking me? Zhang Yushi was complaining. You didn't have a ticket, Lin Yichuan replied simply. If I didn't have a ticket, couldn't you have grabbed one for me? Seriously, where did Zhang Yushi grumbled indignantly. She had wanted to go too, but had failed to get a ticket despite trying for a long time. A friend gave it to me, Lin Yichuan said. Oh. Zhang Yushi's eyes lit up as she looked at Lin Yichuan. What kind of friend? So generous. Introduce me, let me meet them. Lin Yichuan ate, quietly ignoring her. Could it be one of your suitors? That would be so unprincipled of you, letting a ticket buy you over. Zhang Yushi continued. Eat your food, you're too noisy, Lin Ichuan replied. Look at you all mysterious. Even if I ask you won't tell me right. I understand our bond is fading. Zhang Yushi said while scrolling through her phone and eating. Hey, this video of someone dancing at the concert is so popular. He dances really well, but he looks so familiar. Lin Ichuan's eyelid twitched, but she remained silent. Just then Wu Hua walked in from the cafeteria entrance. Seeing that Lin Ichuan already had Zhang Yushi to eat with, he prepared to go to another spot. However, the sharpie Zhang Yushi spotted him and raised her arm to call out, Wu Hua, over here, come this way. Wu Hua carried his tray over and sat across from them. By the way, Wu Hua, did you see the video of that masked dancer from yesterday? Zhang Yushi said excitedly. Masked dancer? That sounds misleading. Wu Hua thought inwardly. I saw it, he replied briefly. I think this guy looks a bit like you. Take a look, Zhang Yushi said, turning her screen. Wu Hua's face darkened. He quickly said, how is it similar? Not at all. He turned to Lin Ichuan and asked, senior sister, does it look like me? No, it doesn't, Lin Ichuan answered. Oh really? But I really think it does. Still, it can't be Wu Hua's dancing skills, Zhang Yushi said. She had collaborated with Wu Hua at the orientation party and knew his level. But she didn't know that back then Wu Hua hadn't received the system's reward. His skills now were on a completely different level. Wu Hua breathed a sigh of relief. If Zhang Yushi recognized him, things would get troublesome. Zhang Yushi smiled, faintly glanced at Wu Hua, then at Lin Ichuan, who was eating silently, and said nothing. Suddenly she fell silent, and the three ate quietly. Wu Hua felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. He knew both girls had feelings for him. Zhang Yushi's affection was at 2 hearts while Lin Ichuan's had already reached 3 hearts. The calm surface felt like the calm before a storm. After the meal, Wu Hua quickly found an excuse to make his escape. Instead of returning to the dorm, he headed to the esports hotel outside the school. Arriving at the door, he knocked. Password, a voice came from inside. The king of heaven covers the earth tiger. The pagoda suppresses the river demon match. One of us. Tang Yuanbao opened the door to let Wu Hua in. Inside sat Lu Mingyuan, Lei Jinyang, and Shen Jingyu. They had avoided the dorm today specifically to steer clear of Shirmashing and discuss their plan. According to the information their class monitor had accessed using privileged rights, today was Hu Fangfei's birthday. It was a perfect opportunity to strike. Let Shirmashing confess his feelings on Hu Fangfei's birthday, forcing her to either accept or reject him. No longer able to play ambiguous games and string him along as a tool. Choose one or the other, no more leading him on. That was the way to truly free Shirmashing. Though it was cruel, whose youth wasn't bittersweet. Recently, Shirmashing's relationship with Hu Fangfei had been progressing well. To fully boost his progress, Shen Jingyu had even used sweet bribes to win over one of Hu Fangfei's roommates. This mole would report Hu Fangfei's whereabouts, preferences, and so on in real time, providing extremely valuable help over the past few days. The flower arrangement has been booked. It will be laid out in front of the girls' dormitory as planned, surrounded by a ring of windproof candles, Tang Yuanbao said. Today the roommates bought a birthday cake and lots of snacks for Hu Fangfei. They're having a small dorm party. Shen Jingyu relayed the latest intel. I took leave this morning to give Shirmashing 2 hours of psychological coaching. He's now determined to confess tonight, and is full of courage, Lu Mingyuan said after taking a sip of water. If this were a time of war, he would make an excellent political commissar. The suit is ready. He'll take Shirmashing to get a haircut this afternoon. He'll be perfectly turned out, Shen Jingyu said. The speakers and megaphone are ready. He'll play guitar right next to him, Lei Jinyang said. Awesome, absolutely perfect. Wu Hua marveled at everyone's execution. I unworthy as I am also prepared sparklers and confetti cannons. It feels a bit complex. We've gone through so much effort suddenly, I kind of hope Shirmashing really succeeds. Tang Yuanbao said. A romantic and perfect declaration of love. That was the unique romance of college students. Once out of campus, one really loses that kind of courage. I know what you mean. I also hope this is a sweet story, but who knows? In this world you never know whether surprise or misfortune will come first, Wu Hua said. The class monitor always speaks so philosophically, Tang Yuanbao said with a laugh. No matter what, it's a good thing. Let's all do our best, Wu Hua said. Today all members of Dorm 701 were mobilized to help Shirmashing. Whatever the outcome, it would be a good result for him. Perhaps the probability of rejection was high, but at least he wouldn't regret in the future for lacking the courage to confess. Whatever Hu Fangfei's true character in Shirmashing's eyes, she was his moonlight. But one couldn't remain trapped in endless fantasies, a reality had to be faced. After the meeting they split up to prepare, aiming to execute the plan at 7 p.m. when the most people would be around. Hu Fangfei was celebrating her first birthday in university. She had always kept her birthdays simple. She was a pragmatic girl, not one for romance and ceremony. Her roommates had prepared a birthday cake and bought a pile of snacks from the store, throwing a small dorm party that made Hu Fangfei feel all the warmth. After all, it was university now. After making a wish and blowing out the candles as everyone was laughing and sharing the cake, a melodious tune floated up from downstairs. The timing was impeccable, thanks once again to an inside helper. Hu Fangfei, is Hu Fangfei here? Someone is looking for you. Lei Jinyang raised a megaphone and cleared his throat, shouting a few times toward the female dormitory. Instantly the girls in the dormitory poked their heads out, pulling out their phones to record the scene. The entire building buzzed with excitement. At the entrance of the female dormitory, a sea of red roses lay spread out with windproof candles arranged in the shape of a heart on the ground. Shi Mashing stood in the center of the candlelit heart, dressed in a sharp suit. Wow, is this a confession? So romantic. Come and see, hurry, it's so beautiful. Who is Hu Fangfei? I've never heard that name before. Is she pretty? The guy is a bit dark and short, but he's brave. I think he looks okay, quite energetic. I envy the female lead being pursued with such dedication. Girls love gossip, and now with this huge piece of gossip, each one excitedly grabbed snacks and leaned on the windowsill waiting for the heroine to appear. Romantic love songs played on the scene, candlelight flickered, flowers surrounded. The atmosphere was perfect. The dormitory supervisor closed her window and continued listening to her novel. Having been a female dormitory supervisor for so many years, she had seen all kinds of love scenes. These students' youthful exuberance stung her old heart. However, she wouldn't spoil the fun by driving them away. Such thankless tasks were only for fools. Just pretend not to. Shi Mashing stood there surrounded by candlelight, unable to see the faces of those around him, only knowing there were many people. An immense crowd was watching him. He was an extremely introverted and insecure person, never imagining that one day he would be surrounded by so many onlookers, yet still have the courage to stand there. It was love that gave him the courage to stand here. This was Shi Mashing's true heart. So he was not afraid. Just as Lu Mingyuan had told him, if you don't have the courage to show your true heart, how can a girl have the courage to choose you? Shi Mashing looked up. Before him were countless bright windows, and among them one window was open for him. Though he simply stood there, he felt he had grown in an instant, becoming somewhat different. Many things in life only become clear when you try them. Standing here today was already a huge step forward in his life. Regardless of the outcome, he felt he could bear it. Inside the female dormitory, Hu Fangfei was pulled to the window by her roommates. She saw Shi Mashing standing in the heart-shaped flames and the sea of roses. To be honest, as a girl, she felt a surge of excitement in that moment. After all, such a romantic confession with candlelight and roses in front of the entire school would make any girl's heart race. Hu Fangfei was no exception. Having always followed the rules and never done anything out of line, she had never experienced Fei haha, go down quickly. The atmosphere is perfect, you the queen can't be absent, her roommates teased. Hu Fangfei flushed deeply. She had never been this nervous, even during her first speech on stage. Unfortunately, the boy confessing was Shi Mashing, who was not her ideal type. Hu Fangfei was also puzzled. How did the always introverted Shi Mashing muster the courage to confess to her in front of the whole school? It caught her off guard. But now he was right downstairs with music flowing, roses dancing, candles swaying. Hu Fangfei was forced into a corner and had no choice but to appear. Otherwise, if Shi Mashing did something even more unexpected, it would make things difficult for her in the future. Besides, her roommates were cheering her on. It was like an arrow already on the string. She had to go. Wu Hua was preparing cold fireworks, planning to light a row of them when the heroine appeared to bring the atmosphere to its climax. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Lin Chuan, what are you doing outside our dormitory? Wu Hua, helping my roommate confess. How about it? The setup is romantic, isn't it? Lin Chuan, it's indeed quite nice. Wu Hua, unfortunately. I'll tell you later. Let's watch the result together. Lin Chuan, okay. Another message flashed. A Zhang Yushi also sent one. Zhang Yushi, he strategist, I see. Wu Hua, you spotted me. I thought I was hiding well. Zhang Yushi, so romantic. You guys have a really good bond. Wu Hua, haha, it's pretty nice. Let's watch the result together. Zhang Yushi, sure. So when will you have a romantic Wu Hua, a strategist, doesn't go to the battlefield. Zhang Yushi. Wu Hua downstairs then also received messages from Zhang Jiechi, Gu Yutong, and Shin Chuchu, who all saw him from above. Really, today he was just a helper. These girls had the wrong focus. They should be paying attention to the main star. A sudden stir broke out in the crowd. The surrounding students parted like a tide. This scene clearly signaled the heroine's appearance. Shi Mashing swallowed hard, his hands and feet began to tremble involuntarily. He saw Hu Fangfei approaching. His heart pounded wildly, his mouth dry. She really came out. This was her response to me. Shi Mashing's confidence surged. Hu Fangfei was also nervous, her face red as she said to Shi Mashing, what are you doing? So many people are watching. Clean it up quickly. Shi Mashing stepped forward and said, Fei, I know I may not be worthy of you, but today, I just want to say that I truly like you. I'm clumsy with words and don't know how to express myself. I just love watching you smile. You look beautiful when you smile. I hope I can always be by your side. Hu Fangfei's chest heaved violently. Just as she was about to speak, Wu Hua released the cold fireworks. Wow, wow, wow. Everyone was stunned by the beautiful cold fireworks, pulling out their phones to record videos. Hu Fangfei, who was about to speak, also lost her focus for a moment. Gazing at Shi Mashing, illuminated by the beautiful fireworks, a flicker of emotion stirred within her. This boy truly put his heart into this. Wu Hua also looked at Hu Fangfei, feeling a pang of emotion. This girl was too mature, her mind already accustomed to the ways of society, but she didn't realize that what she had now, stepping out of campus, would be hard to find again, perhaps even for a lifetime. Sincerity, some treat it as dirt, others cherish it like treasure. Each person is like 1,000 Hamlets, handling it in their own way. Hu Fangfei and Shi Mashing gazed at each other silent amidst the beautiful cold fireworks. The atmosphere around them reached its peak. Shi Mashing took another step forward, handed over the flowers, and said earnestly, Fei, will you be my girlfriend? Everyone stared at Hu Fangfei, wondering how she would answer. Surprisingly, Hu Fangfei remained silent. She stood there without an immediate reply. Say yes. Say yes. Say yes. The surrounding students began to cheer. Wu Hua was somewhat surprised. He had expected Hu Fangfei to angrily scold and refuse before storming off. But he didn't expect her silence. Were girls really creatures of emotion? Just then a male voice intruded discordantly. Fei Fei. Hu Fangfei shuddered, turning around in disbelief to see a chubby young man, holding a bouquet of roses, staring back at her with equal shock. Huang, Hu Fangfei's boyfriend. He had been admitted to Handong University of Political Science and Law. Knowing it was Hu Fangfei's birthday, he had traveled a great distance without prior notice to surprise her. Instead, he received a surprise of his own. Hence in romance, especially long-distance relationships, one should always inform the other before visiting so that all three parties remain unharmed. In Huang Yi's hands were a bouquet of fiery red roses and a carefully prepared gift box. Initially, he had come merely to watch the spectacle, feeling quite excited that Lingnan University boasted many beautiful girls and a more romantic, passionate atmosphere unlike his own overly serious school. But he never expected the spectacle to turn on him, becoming his own drama. Seeing the atmosphere reaching its peak, he could no longer hold back and called out to his girlfriend. Hu Fangfei turned to see her boyfriend frozen in utter shock, her mind blank. You, how did you get here? She asked instinctively. Am I interrupting something? Huang Yi said coldly. How romantic. Roses, candles, cold fireworks. I never knew you enjoyed such things. It seems my preparations were insufficient. No, it's not what you think. He just likes me, but I never agreed. Hu Fangfei hurriedly explained. Does agreement even matter? If you hadn't given him a chance or flirted with him, would he have had the courage to confess? Huang Yi's expression remained icy. He was inherently rational, raised in an official family, with strong logical. He likes me. What can I do about it? Is it my fault that someone else likes me? Hu Fangfei, no less skilled, defended. Enough, Fei Fei. We're both smart people. Smart people don't say foolish things. Perhaps I was too naive. Long-distance relationships are indeed very difficult. Not seeing each other every day wears away the little trust we have. I wish you happiness. Huang Yi was decisive. Hu Fangfei felt her world collapse. Both Huang Yi's future and family background were top choices. If things went smoothly, they would marry after graduation, then both enter the civil service, surpassing others in every aspect. Huang Yi's father still had room for advancement. Perhaps there would be more surprises later. Hu Fangfei knew that in this era a boy with Huang Yi's conditions was hard to find. But now everything had turned to dust. The surrounding students, all stunned, quietly watched this soap opera. From their conversation, they guessed the two were a long-distance couple. The boyfriend had come to surprise the girlfriend, only to stumble upon this scene. The drama was rich. Wo stepping on two boats. Impressive, sis. The time management master crashed. Pity, such a romantic confession. Can we still believe in love? In breaking up tonight too. Huang Yi felt he couldn't stay any longer. No man would feel good in such a situation. He threw the bouquet of roses to the ground and walked away without looking back, as if staying one more second would draw countless mocking gazes upon him. At that moment he felt like a beaten dog fleeing in disgrace. Huang Yi, listen to me. Hu Fangfei burst into tears and tried to grab him, wanting him to hear her explanation. Huang Yi jerked his arm away, freeing himself from Hu Fangfei, and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Huang Yi, you bastard. You bastard. It's not my fault. It's not my fault that someone else likes me. What did I do wrong? Unable to bear the blow, Hu Fangfei collapsed onto the ground, sobbing loudly. Shi Mashing stood there. A moment ago he had been the protagonist. In an instant, he became a supporting character. Everyone no longer cared about the confession, their gazes filled with complex sympathy. The group from Dormitory 701 looked at each other, the turn of events completely beyond their expectations. No one had thought Hu Fangfei had a boyfriend, and that he would come to see her on her birthday. They cast worried glances at Shi Mashing. Tang Yuanbao was about to step forward, but was pulled back by Wu Hua, who gently shook his head. Shi Mashing stepped out of the heart-shaped candle circle, walked quietly to the sobbing Hu Fangfei, and softly. Hu Fangfei suddenly jumped as if electrocuted, snatched the bouquet from Shi Mashing's hand, threw it violently to the ground, and stomped on it. She screamed hysterically at Shi Mashing, "Are you crazy? What the hell is wrong with you? Why did you do all this? Why? Hu Fangfei struck Shi Mashing, her actions frenzied. I'm sorry, Shi Mashing murmured. How ridiculous. His affection, his sincerity, only earned him a "you're crazy." Yes, he was crazy to put himself in such an awkward position. Yet at that moment Shi Mashing felt not anger nor sorrow, but a desire to comfort Hu Fangfei. You've ruined everything. Are you happy now? Is this what you wanted? What grudge do you hold against me to treat me like this? Hu Fangfei yelled hysterically. All the blame belonged to others, never to herself. This she firmly believed. How could I ever like you? Don't dream on. You know your family background, don't you? A poor student. A country boy. What good is being good at studies? Do you think being smart can change your bloodline? You're nothing. You're just trash. Hu Fangfei cursed without restraint. In her eyes, Shi Mashing had ruined her, destroyed her life. Shi Mashing listened silently, offering no rebuttal, not a single word. Get lost. I don't want to see you. You're nothing but a disgusting worm. Hu Fangfei wiped her tears fiercely, then lowered her head and dashed into the dormitory, sprinting upstairs. What a mess. The onlooking students pointed and whispered, eventually dispersing in small groups. Shi Mashing stood there, his expression calm. Wu Hua sighed inwardly. Though the goal was achieved, the actual outcome had exceeded expectations. The effect was a bit too strong. He wondered if Shermashing could bear it. But no matter the pain, it was inevitable. This was the ache of youth. The group from room 701 approached. Lei Xingyang put his arm around Shermashing's shoulders and said, "It's okay, bro. Let's go." Shermashing gave a bitter smile and said, "I'm fine. She woke me up. I really am crazy." "You're not crazy as she is, and she doesn't even know it." Wu Hua stepped forward. "Come on, let's go drink. Women only slow down our sword-drawing speed." Tang Yuanbao declared boldly. "Thanks," Shermashing said, lifting his head. Tears streamed down his face. Everyone must grow. At 18 or 19, every day feels like yesterday's self was a fool. People cannot be taught by words alone. Lessons learned through experience need only once to stick. Wu Hua knew that emotions could bring great pain, but he did not believe what he did was wrong. If you truly consider someone a friend, you do not always speak pleasing words or do only favorable deeds. It was still the food stall at the school gate, still the plump proprietress, smiling as she watched these youngsters comforting another whose heart had been wounded. Having run a restaurant near Lingnan University for so long, she had witnessed such scenes countless times, yet each time, she still felt a pang of emotion. Youth is truly wonderful. Shermashing drank until he vomited and was carried back to the dormitory by his roommates in a daze. What he would be like when he woke up the next morning, Wu Hua did not know. Everyone's character was different. Faced with the same event, some would rise with determination, others would sink into indulgence. Wu Hua believed Shermashing would undoubtedly be the former, for deep down, he was a very strong-willed person. The autumn night wind had turned chilly on the late-night street. Passers-by were few, giving it a desolate and withered air. Wu Hua was surprised to see a girl sitting on the edge of a flower bed by the roadside. She had a cigarette dangling from her lips, and beside her were several empty cans of snow beer. What shocked Wu Hua was that he recognized this girl, Su Mizuki from the esports department. He never expected she could be so rebellious, even smoking. Before Wu Hua could step forward to greet her, 3 disheveled punks with bleached hair surrounded her. On such a cold night, a little beauty sits here, drinking alone. The leader, a punk with a lip-piercing grin, cheekily. Su Mizuki gave him a glance and ignored him. "Don't just sit here stupidly. Big brother will take you to a bar, and make sure you drink till you're satisfied." The lip-pierced punk, after getting a clear look at Su Mizuki's features, spoke with a hint of surprise. "Scram." Su Mizuki snapped back without courtesy. "Ooh, this little beauty is quite fierce," chuckled the lip-pierced punk's companion. "What's with the act? Drinking alone here? You must be missing men. We can satisfy you." Another punk with a crew cut said, "Disgusting, get lost." Su Mizuki hurled an empty beer can at them. "Damn it. You hit me. Compensate me, or you're not leaving today." The beer can she threw still had some dregs inside, which splashed and soaked the lip-pierced punk's pants. Instantly enraged, the 3 menacing thugs encircled Su Mizuki. Only then did Su Mizuki begin to feel afraid. On the deep night street, there was hardly anyone around. If these 3 abducted her, what would happen? The thought sent chills down her spine. She regretted her impulsiveness now. After all, she was just a weak girl alone on a late-night street. She had placed her. The lip-pierced punk licked his lips, then stepped forward and grabbed Su Mizuki by the collar, glaring at her with a ferocious expression. What do you want?" Su Mizuki stammered in panic. Seeing the fear in her eyes, the punk's triangular eyes gleamed with smug satisfaction. He smirked. "I thought you were tough, not knowing what fear was. Now you're scared. Too late. Bro, take her to our rented place. We've got no entertainment tonight, let's have some fun with her." The thug beside him spoke with lustful eyes. In his view, Su Mizuki was nothing but a lost little hooligan on the streets. He had seen plenty of such girls. Just buy them a bowl of spicy noodles, and they'd go home with you easily, no hassle. Afterwards, a little coaxing would do, and they might even call them big brother and follow them around. So tonight, seeing Su Mizuki, these guys could no longer contain their desire to take everything from her. "This is against the law. Let me go." Su Mizuki began to struggle, but it was futile. The 2 thugs grabbed her by. These males were strong, and they easily lifted the petite Su Mizuki off the ground. "Help!" Before she could finish her cry, the lip-pierced punk covered her mouth. The punk stared at her with venomous eyes like a poisonous snake. "I'm warning you, shout again, and I'll cut your tongue out. You think we're just some small-time hoods? Let me tell you, we've all had blood on our hands. Don't force us." Su Mizuki's heart trembled. She truly saw murderous intent in the punk's eyes. Now she began to regret her reckless decision to come out drinking alone tonight. She had thought the streets were safe, but the dark side of human nature always lurks. Girls must be careful to protect themselves. When Wu Hua saw the 3 punks about to drag Su Mizuki away, he grew anxious. He dialed 100 to report the crime, while rushing forward to block them. Otherwise, if they really took Su Mizuki away, even if she were rescued later, it might already be too late. "Save me." Su Mizuki, upon seeing Wu Hua, became extremely excited. It was like drowning in the ocean and finally spotting a floating plank on the surface, desperate to grab hold. "Damn it. Where the hell did you pop out from?" "I'm teaching my own girlfriend a lesson. None of your business. Get lost, or you'll bring trouble on yourself." The lip-pierced punk snarled menacingly. "Don't talk nonsense. I'm her classmate. She's a student at Lingnan University. If you touch her, you'll be in serious trouble." Wu Hua directly exposed his cheap trick. A student at Lingnan University. This little hooligan. Ha 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 ha, what a load of crap. The 2 thugs burst into laughter. In their minds, Lingnan University students wouldn't be sitting on the roadside drinking and smoking late at night, wearing ripped jeans and dyed hair. Su Mizuki bit her lower lip. She was indeed somewhat rebellious and willful. Her clothes and actions always followed her own whims, caring little about others' opinions, and she had several tattoos on her body. Now being mistaken by the thugs as one of their kind stung Sue Mizuki inside. She had thought her coolness, toughness, individuality, and flamboyance were something, but in others' eyes, she was just a cheap little hooligan. How ridiculous. I'm telling the truth. I've already called the police. You'd better leave now. Wu Hua raised his phone. You want to play the hero? Hey, if you want to be a hero, you'll have to pay the price. The lip-pierced punk pulled out a gleaming butterfly knife from his pocket, twirled it in a fancy move, and advanced toward Wu Hua with a vicious look. When a thug wields a weapon, he automatically becomes a violent criminal. Wu Hua frowned, his heart pounding violently, adrenaline surging rapidly, his whole body instantly entering an excited state. He stared intently at the menacing punk approaching with the knife, his heart filled with tension, bare-handed against a blade. This was the greatest crisis Wu Hua had encountered since his rebirth. If luck was against him, he might have to be reincarnated all over again. This was no time for jokes. Although the opponent was largely trying to intimidate him, Wu Hua dared not gamble his life. What if they accidentally slashed an artery? Or pierced vital organs like the spleen? His life could not remain in someone else's hands, even if the risk was only 30%. Without hesitation, Wu Hua activated his final life-saving trump card, at that moment the free choice ability card. Ding, congratulations. You have chosen a special reward, the primary Honchuan skill. Primary Honchuan skill can greatly enhance your martial arts level, equivalent to that of an elite inner disciple. Wu Hua had no time to think further. He selected and activated the Honchuan skill. Southern Fist, Northern Leg. The representative boxing style of Southern Fist was Honchuan. Honchuan was characterized by its fierce and unyielding force with hard bridges and stout horses. Fists like iron, steps like mountains. The boxing style was steady with immense power and few feints, long kicks, close punches, and throws incredibly ferocious. Wu Hua added 2 points to agility and 1 point to strength. Attribute panel real-time update. Name Wu Hua. Age 19. Strength 15. Agility 12. Constitution 13. Intelligence 14. Charm 26. Luck 5. Remaining free attribute points 5. The lip-pierced blonde punk's expression was ferocious and terrifying. The butterfly knife glinted coldly under the streetlight. He attacked with extreme brutality, slashing directly at Wu Hua's neck. This was nothing less than a vicious criminal. The manner of his slash was lethal. Wu Hua's whole body surged with chi and blood. Countless martial arts insights flooded his mind, as if he had trained rigorously every day for decades, the techniques etched into his very bones. In that instant, Wu Hua advanced, instead of retreating, executing a move called silk coiling arm lock. His palm flipped into a claw like a steel hook, seizing the butterfly knife mid-swing. Wu Hua's strength had now reached an astonishing 15 points. As he grasped the lip-pierced punk's wrist, he exerted force. Crack! A sound of bones breaking rang out. The lip-pierced punk let out a grievous scream. Wu Hua gave him no chance to react. His right leg lashed out like a whip, striking the punk's ribs. The punk's body was kicked, flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The two henchmen beside him were stunned for a moment, then seeing their boss beaten, they drew cleavers from their jackets and charged at Wu Hua with snarls. Wu Hua took a deep breath. In this day and age, thugs who carried blades on them at all times were no ordinary punks. Judging by their ferocity, they might even be desperados. Wu Hua was grateful that he had decisively used his trump card, the free choice skill, otherwise he might have ended up here today. Even if he weren't killed, he'd be crippled. But now he had no fear of these thugs whatsoever. The level of an elite inner disciple was that of a master who had trained for decades. He truly possessed genuine skill. Wu Hua executed a Chunxiaoshin kick, striking the opponent's shin bone, directly halting his forward momentum and causing his body to instinctively lean forward. Then Wu Hua's left elbow drove upward, smashing into the opponent's chin. Blood and shattered teeth flew through the air. The man collapsed backward onto the ground, the knife slipping unconsciously from his hand, and he lost consciousness. The last remaining adversary was Bloodshot. He swung his cleaver horizontally at Wu Hua's waist. If that slash connected, it would surely disembowel him. Wu Hua dodged the blade, his figure becoming a blur, as his feet shifted position, instantly appearing beside the man. He used a move called Subduing the Tiger, and seizing the weapon. His palm struck the man's wrist with an inch-force blow, numbing his hand. The knife clattered to the ground. Then Wu Hua's arm shot out like a spear. His fist slammed into the man's temple. The last guy rolled his eyes, foaming at the mouth, and collapsed, unable to move. Sue Mizuki had screamed the moment she saw the knives, and she crouched down, covering her head with both hands. 3 people were ganging up on Wu Hua, all armed with knives, and no matter how you looked at it, Wu Hua was in extreme danger. At that moment, Sue Mizuki felt her heart leap into her throat, her eyes dilated, and she couldn't even make a sound. But then Wu Hua, as if possessed by the god of martial arts, fought the 3 with godlike bravery, and actually knocked them all to the ground. It was like something out of a movie. This left Sue Mizuki stunned. She remained crouched there in a daze, her mind blank. Wu Hua did not let his guard down. He kept watching the 3 on the ground. As an elite trained in martial arts for many years, he had to stay alert to prevent any feigning unconsciousness and sudden attacks. Sirens approached from afar, and a police car quickly stopped beside Wu Hua. Wu Hua hastily raised his hands and said, "I called the police, they have knives." A middle-aged police officer accompanied by two younger officers quickly approached and examined the unconscious people on the— Wu Hua was handsome, clean, and sunny. He didn't look like a criminal. After confirming he was the complainant, the middle-aged officer let down his guard. After a brief inquiry, he learned that both victims were students of Lingnan University, giving him a general understanding. However, looking at the three knocked-out punks on the ground, the middle-aged officer couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Did you take down all three by yourself?" "Yes, I've learned some martial arts," Wu Hua replied. The middle-aged officer looked at Wu Hua with some amazement. This young man was more handsome than any idol star, but he never would have guessed he was a skilled martial artist. After all, even a well-trained SWAT officer would face immense danger fighting three armed assailants barehanded, let alone a college student. He felt the whole thing was surreal, but the facts were right before his eyes. He didn't know how to explain it. He could only say, "I've lived long enough to see everything." "You'll come with me to the station to give a statement," the middle-aged officer said. Wu Hua glanced at his rank insignia: 1 bar, 2 4-pointed star flowers, second-class police superintendent, likely a deputy director of the police station. Wu Hua and Su Mizuki arrived at the police station together, where a young officer took their statements and asked about the incident. The leader of this patrol, the middle-aged second-class superintendent, was none other than Lin Haifeng, the deputy director of the local police station. Lin Haifeng was a veteran criminal investigator with over a decade of experience. Tonight's alert felt unexpected to him, so he immediately asked officers to retrieve the surveillance footage. The surveillance footage was quickly retrieved. As Lin Haifeng ate instant noodles for a late-night snack, he watched with his colleagues. When they saw Wu Hua cleanly take down the three punks, the officers grew excited. "This kid's impressive. His moves are so clean, he's definitely trained. His kung fu is amazing. You really wouldn't guess it. The young man looks so gentle and quiet, but his fighting is incredible. It's even more impressive than a movie star in a film. He's probably from some martial arts family. People with real skill like this are rare these days." The officers talked excitedly as they watched the footage. "He's probably from some martial arts family. People with real skill like this are rare these days." The officers talked. These three are all wanted on the A-level warrant for fleeing criminals. Armed robbery, rape, affray. Shaoli announced loudly. "Catching 3 A-level wanted fugitives in one night, we've hit the jackpot." This was truly an unexpected delight. He never imagined he could capture 3 Class A wanted fugitives at once. As Lin Haifeng skimmed through the case files, he discovered that these 3 individuals had founded a gang called the Killing God Gang in their hometown, recruiting many reckless young thugs. These people streamed live brawls to attract viewers, and their notoriety only grew in the local area. Then during a chance conflict, their youthful audacity knew no bounds. They actually beat down the local crime boss, all while live streaming, forcing the boss to kneel in freezing water and beg for mercy. From that moment, the Killing God Gang transformed from an obscure group of restless youths into a formidable local syndicate. They engaged in fights, illegal detention, sexual assault, robbery, and became a malignant tumor in the region. During a special crackdown, the Killing God Gang was utterly dismantled, but these 3 men were exceptionally lucky. They happened to be traveling elsewhere when the news came. They fled immediately and ended up in Jinling City. During the day, they slept in a rented room. At night, they roamed the streets. Unexpectedly, they ran into Wu Hua today and met their downfall. Lin Haifeng personally visited the office where Wu Hua and Su Mizuki were giving their statements. "Chief Lin," the officer taking the statement said, standing up to report as Lin Haifeng approached. "What's their situation?" Lin Haifeng asked. "Both are students from Lingnan University. The young lady was in a bad mood and came out drinking alone. She was harassed and taken hostage by some ruffians. The young man called the police, then intercepted them, knocking out all 3 thugs." The officer reported. "All right, I'll take over from here." Lin Haifeng said. "Yes, Chief Lin." The officer noticed Lin Haifeng seemed unusually cheerful, but refrained from asking further. "Students from Lingnan University. All brilliant minds, future pillars of the nation. You must take care of your safety." Lin Haifeng said, "Especially young ladies. Don't wander alone in the streets at night." "I'm sorry," Su Mizuki said, lowering her head. This incident had terrified her. She would never be so reckless again. This was quite dangerous. Those men weren't ordinary thugs. They were wanted fugitives. Lin Haifeng turned to Wu Hua and said, "Young man, you've got some skills. How many years have you been training?" "I've been practicing with my grandfather since childhood. Just a smattering of martial arts," Wu Hua said, reluctantly fabricating the story. "Well-rounded in both arts and arms. In ancient times you might have become a general." Lin Haifeng in high spirits cracked a rare joke. "It wasn't about showing off. I had no choice. The situation was critical," Wu Hua said. Lin Haifeng nodded. "I'm not sure if this was bad luck or good luck for you. These 3 are all Class A wanted fugitives. You caught them all at once. They'll report it to the higher-ups and recommend a commendation." "Off." Wu Hua was also surprised. "And there's a reward. The primary suspect carries a 500 yuan bounty, the other 2 300 each. Total 1100 yuan." Lin Haifeng said. "Thank you, Chief Lin." Wu Hua's mood instantly brightened. This was an unexpected windfall. He had felt a pang of regret for having to use the free choice ability card, but now its value was immediately apparent. Surviving a great calamity brings good fortune. This wave was worth it. "All right, it's very late now. Let's exchange contact information. He'll follow up with you later. You can head back first," Lin Haifeng said. "Okay, thank you," Su Mizuki murmured. She and Wu Hua walked out of the police station together. It was deep into the night and the streets were even emptier. Thank you, Wu Hua. Without you today, I would have been done for. You saved my life. Sumiziki said earnestly. It's nothing. We're classmates. Anyone would have stepped in. Wu Hua said modestly. That's not necessarily true. Not many people today would take a stand. You're different. Sumiziki said. Haha, what happened to you? Why were you drinking alone on the street so late? Wu Hua asked. Sumiziki sighed. I argued with my parents. I was upset and needed some air. They're your own parents. Why fight? Wu Hua said. I want to be a professional esports player. My parents disagree, so we had a big fight. Sumiziki said. Wu Hua was at a loss for words. He had once wanted to go pro too until his father gave him a good beating. But the real problem was that going pro requires exceptional talent. It's simply not for amateurs at this level. Though Sumiziki played decently, even Wu Hua could now match her. Even if women's teams were a tier below men's, she lacked the innate gift to compete. Yet Wu Hua didn't directly dissuade her. Instead he laughed. I wanted to go pro once too. My dad said he'd break my legs. I figured becoming a cripple wasn't worth it, so I gave up. Oof. Parents are always like that, forcing their own ideas on their kids, never considering what we want. Sumiziki said indignantly. So you must first agree with them. That way your words are much more accepted. Especially for someone like Sumiziki who has an extended rebellious phase, she's very emotional. So you must first agree with them. That way your words are much more accepted. Especially for someone like Sumiziki who has an extended rebellious phase, she's very emotional and not inclined to hear reason. Yeah, I was really passionate about esports back then. We traveled to other provinces for tournaments. With no money, 6 of us shared bunk beds in youth hostels and rode green train cars. Wu Hua said. What a pity to give up, Sumiziki said. Not really, because I realized I just didn't have the talent for competitive gaming. Wu Hua said. I think you're quite talented. Last time you beat several players from our school's team. Sumiziki said. Haha, that was amateur among amateurs. Wu Hua shook his head with a smile. Amateur among amateurs. So my level is also amateur. Sumiziki said incredulously. I can't really judge your level because women's esports is different from men's. I can play just as well as men. Sumiziki said confidently. Wu Hua thought for a moment and said, by the way, I saw online that a professional team in Jinling is recruiting. How about we go check it out together this weekend? Really? Great. Sumiziki joyfully grabbed Wu Hua's arm and jumped excitedly. She quickly realized this was a bit too intimate, blushed slightly, and let go. Good fortune comes good fortune comes good fortune brings joy and love. Ding. A prompt sounded in his mind. You have obtained Sumiziki's affection level 1 heart and earned a draw chance. In the sea of consciousness, the massive opulent lottery will began to spin rapidly. When it stopped, the pointer landed on 3 attribute points. Congratulations. You have obtained 3 free attribute points which can be freely distributed. Wu Hua was somewhat surprised that he had gained a heart of favorability from Sumiziki, which compensated for the points he had previously spent restoring his free unallocated points to 8. It was too late for Sumiziki to return to her dormitory, and being a girl, Wu Hua couldn't bring her to his home. He asked and found out she had no money on her. One reason Sumiziki's family opposed her pursuing esports was that her family's financial situation was not good, so they couldn't indulge her whims. For now, he could only take up food delivery as a temporary measure. If she came from a wealthy family, she could do whatever she wanted with the family's support without any fear. For now, he could only take up food delivery as a temporary measure. If she came from a wealthy family, she could do whatever she wanted with the family's support without any fear. They'll book a hotel room for you. You can rest for the night, Wu Hua said. Thank you, we'll pay you back for the hotel room when I get my monthly living expenses next month. Sumiziki said with a blush. No need. I just won 11000 yuan in prize money, so this amount is nothing. Don't worry about repaying. Wu Hua said. Alright, you're a big hero now, Sumiziki recalled, smiling and no longer insisting on repaying. Wu Hua certainly wouldn't book a room at a small inn near the school since she was a girl. Those places generally had poor hygiene, mixed crowds, and poor soundproofing, making them unsafe. However, Wu Hua didn't choose a star-rated hotel either, as that would seem excessive since they were both students. He booked the Orange Hotel near the school, a preferred option among budget hotels. Wu Hua brought Sumiziki to the front desk. The receptionist, upon seeing Wu Hua's handsome face, immediately brightened up and became much more enthusiastic. Hello, how may I help you? The receptionist said sweetly, unconsciously using a cute voice. Who could possibly be dating such a handsome guy, even more so than a celebrity? The receptionist couldn't help but glance at Sumiziki next to him. Please book a room for my friend, Wu Hua said. Sure, are both of you staying? Both need to register with their ID cards. The receptionist said. Oh no, I'm not staying. She's the only one staying, Wu Hua said. The receptionist cast a sidelong glance at Sumiziki, then smiled warmly. So she isn't dating him either. That made her feel much better. After Sumiziki registered, Wu Hua paid for the room and deposit, then handed her the keycard saying, get some rest early. Hey wait, come upstairs with me, Sumiziki said. It's my first time in a hotel, I'm a bit scared. The receptionist almost rolled her eyes at Sumiziki. Was that even allowed? Oh alright, Wu Hua said without refusing. He knew Sumiziki wasn't that kind of frivolous girl. She might genuinely be afraid of unfamiliar surroundings. Sorry, visitors also need to register, the receptionist said, trying to save Wu Hua. Okay, Wu Hua replied. The receptionist sighed inwardly. Handsome, I may not be able to save you. I only have so much authority. Wu Hua accompanied Su Mizuki to the 4th floor via the elevator and found the room following the signs. How do I open this? Su Mizuki held the key card, not knowing where to swipe it. Su Mizuki had truly never stayed in a hotel before as she didn't even know how to use the key card. Wu Hua helped her unlock the door, and the room was pitch dark inside. Su Mizuki was nervous hiding behind Wu Hua and lightly tugging his arm. It's okay. Wu Hua comforted her softly, then taught her to insert the key card into the slot. Instantly the entire room lit up, and under the ambient lighting the room looked quite beautiful. While this hotel is pretty good, Su Mizuki said, her eyes brightening. It's decent, not a luxury hotel, but among budget hotels it's considered quite nice. Wu Hua explained. Su Mizuki's family really wasn't well off, otherwise she would have stayed in hotels at least when traveling. Have your parents never taken you on trips? Wu Hua asked. They took my younger brother out before, but I didn't want to go, I stayed home playing games. Su Mizuki said. Wu Hua was a bit speechless. Su Mizuki was truly a homebody, even though she was quite attractive. He led Su Mizuki to the bathroom explaining how to use the disposable toiletries, then taught her how to use the smart home features, and some tips for staying in a hotel. For drinking water, the 2 bottles of mineral water here are complimentary. Everything else has a price tag and requires payment. Wu Hua said, pointing at the instant noodles, snacks, drinks, and condoms on the table. Seeing the condoms, Su Mizuki blushed. The hotel actually had these. Shameless. It's best not to use the hotel's electric kettle to boil water for drinking. Wu Hua added. Why, oi? Su Mizuki asked, puzzled. Because some guests have low standards and might use the electric kettle to boil other things. Wu Hua hinted subtly. Actually, such incidents were rare nowadays. Not everyone would use the hotel's electric kettle to sanitize underwear at high temperatures. But it had indeed happened, making it somewhat unsettling. Oh, okay, I don't like hot water anyway, Su Mizuki said as she took off her jacket, revealing her youthful curves. Wu Hua glanced and averted his gaze, saying, there are disposable toiletries and a hairdryer in the bathroom free to use. Shampoo and body wash as well. Where? Su Mizuki, hearing it was free, hurried over to check, saying, how thoughtful. I initially thought the room was too expensive, but now I feel it's worth it. It's decent, good value for money. The main thing is its good hygiene reputation, Wu Hua said. Why isn't there a bathtub? Su Mizuki looked around and asked. Hotels of this level generally don't have bathtubs. Higher-end hotels or boutique guest houses might, but I'd advise against using them as well, also due to hygiene concerns. Wu Hua said. And this showerhead? Forget it, no need to mention it. This isn't Tianfu City, Wu Hua said. You seem to know a lot about hotel rooms. You must have taken many girls to check in, right? Player. Su Mizuki said with a flushed face. No, Wu Hua waved his hand directly. Actually, these are just common sense. Who would believe that? You're so handsome, and girls nowadays aren't into good looks. There were some silly, infatuated girls in our high school. Su Mizuki said casually. She walked out of the bathroom, looked at the 2-meter-wide bed, and excitedly lay down on her back. Wow, this bed is so big and soft. It's so comfortable. Su Mizuki said. Wu Hua glanced over. Su Mizuki, having taken off her coat, was wearing a black fitted top underneath, perfectly outlining her youthful curves. Lying on the bed like that, as if invitingly, was indeed enough to make one's heart race and face flush. This little girl has no guard against Wu Hua at all. In a hotel room with a lonely man and a woman, if there's even a spark, it will undoubtedly lead to an uncontrollable blaze. Wu Hua is not a fake gentleman. His body is equally young and fiery, like an active volcano. However, he possesses a mature soul that allows him to restrain himself. You should rest early. Remember to lock the door, securely attach the chain, and you can hang an empty cup on the doorknob. That way if someone comes in, the cup will fall to the ground. Wu Hua explained a little tip for checking into a hotel. Wow, you know so much. That makes me feel at ease, Su Mizuki said, sitting on the bed and looking at Wu Hua. Then you should rest early. Tomorrow is the weekend, and I'll accompany you to check out the professional team's recruitment, Wu Hua said. That sounds great, thank you. Su Mizuki excitedly jumped off the bed and wrapped her arms around Wu Hua's arm, her touch soft. Wu Hua quickly withdrew his arm and said, I'm leaving now, you should rest. Okay, bye. See you tomorrow. Su Mizuki said with a squint and a smile. Wu Hua stepped out of the room and felt cold sweat beginning to form on his forehead. I must be careful in the future, never share a room with beautiful girls. It's truly a test of one's character. Stepping out of the room, Wu Hua took a deep breath, feeling a little calmer inside. He took the elevator downstairs, and as he passed through the lobby, the front desk girl kept her gaze fixed on him. So quick. Is this little handsome guy a gentleman, or just a 3-minute man? The front desk girl was incredibly curious, but was too shy to ask. Back at home, Wu Hua washed up and went to bed. The next day, while still asleep, Su Mizuki called him. Hello. Still sleeping? What time is it? Let's hurry and head out. Su Mizuki said energetically. Alright, just wait for me. Wu Hua got up, stretched lazily, and then went to wash up. Since he had promised Su Mizuki, he had to keep his word. Wu Hua got up, stretched lazily, and then went to wash up. Since he had promised Su Mizuki, he had to keep his word. Seeing others continue to make mistakes on a path he had once walked, Wu Hua still had a kind heart and wanted to help her. Soon Wu Hua arrived at the hotel. The HR team was an established esports club in Jinling City, founded about 7 or 8 years ago, having won the KPL championship several times and gaining significant local fame. Wu Hua only started paying attention to this kind of news after choosing to join the esports department coincidentally, seeing their recruitment in the fall. So he brought Su Mizuki along to the HR team's headquarters. The HR team also had a female squad, but the male team primarily achieved results. The two took the subway to HR team's headquarters where recruitment advertisements displayed detailed processes. As they walked upstairs, the front desk was a cute girl with twin ponytails. Upon seeing Wu Hua, her eyes lit up, and she rushed out from behind the counter to greet them. "What can I help you with too? I'm Xiao Ran from the HR team's front desk. I can answer any questions you have." Xiao Ran said with a sweet smile, her gaze lingering on Wu Hua. "We are here to participate in the recruitment trials for new members," Wu Hua replied. In truth, he didn't want to participate, but Su Mizuki was nervous and kept insisting he join, so he reluctantly agreed. "Alright, please fill out a form first, clearly stating your age, name, preferred games, positions, heroes, and online rankings, etc." Xiao Ran took out 2 application forms for them to fill out at the nearby table. She kindly sat beside Wu Hua and said, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, I'll help you." Su Mizuki pouted. If she weren't so eager to join the team today, she might have snapped right then. These anime girls are more focused on appearances, they become infatuated at the sight of handsome guys. In reality, there are very few unattractive men in the real world, and they prefer handsome men with flair. Wu Hua quickly completed the form, and Su Mizuki finished hers as well. "Okay, Wu Hua, right. I'll arrange a trainer for you as soon as possible. Please wait a moment." Xiao Ran rushed off like the Wu Hua, "I'm really a bit nervous. What if I can't perform well?" Su Mizuki said. "Just relax, play normally. It's not a competition, just a trial to test your movement skills and shooting reflexes to see if you have any talent." Wu Hua replied. "Will it be a male or female trainer?" Su Mizuki asked. "I'm not sure, they should separate by gender." Wu Hua wasn't too certain. The real reason he left esports back then wasn't that his father threatened to break his legs, but rather that he was humiliated in practice by a professional CS player. That day marked one of the darkest moments of his life. From that instant he realized that in esports being a genius was merely a threshold to enter. As for him, he didn't even have talent, yet he dreamt of winning a world championship, which was just a fantasy. A beautiful dream is like a colorful bubble. If no one pops it, it continues to float beautifully in the air, reflecting a myriad of colors. Only when it is truly popped can one awaken. Thus Wu Hua brought Su Mizuki to the trial, knowing that this was the only way to help this long rebellious girl see reality. Wu Hua knew that a girl who could hold her own against him in shooting had no real talent. She was simply surrounded by weaker players, preventing her from recognizing her own limitations. Xiao Ran ran into the training room raising the trial forms in her hand, and said, "A guy and a girl have come for CSGO, and need to try out." "I'll do it." The team leader Wu Gu stood up, preparing to go out and train the newly registered applicants. "You can't sit down. Akai, you go." Xiao Ran said, hands on her hips blocking Wu Gu. Wu Gu was taken aback. He was the team leader among the top players, and today he was supposed to welcome the new applicants, but Xiao Ran brazenly blocked him. Akai was a reserve player who had just joined the team, and whose skills were still unstable, usually relegated to the sidelines during matches. This is outright preparing to go easy on them. "Do you know them?" Wu Gu couldn't help but ask. "What's it to you?" Xiao Ran said, fiercely, hands on her hips. Although she was at the front desk, her cute and agile demeanor earned her much affection, and more importantly, her uncle was one of the shareholders of the club. Therefore everyone usually dotes on her. Wu Gu naturally wouldn't take this small matter of testing newcomers seriously. He told Akai, "You go ahead and give it a try." "Alright." Akai stood up, bewildered, thinking that trying out was quite interesting compared to being a target for the seniors. "There's also a girl on which KT's sister, could you help me out?" Xiao Ran said, leaning over to hug the arm of a short-haired girl. This girl's online alias was KT, a moniker that belied her delicate features, slender eyes, a sharp chin. Though she paid little attention to her appearance, clad in a simple team t-shirt and jeans with her hair slightly disheveled. Yet she was the most formidable assault specialist in the women's team here. "Haha, Xiao Ran, that's a bit much. Send the guys to Akai, but call on Sister KT for the girls." "You're abusing your power," someone beside her laughed. "Focus on your training, mind your own business." Xiao Ran retorted, exuding the same imperious air as ever. Her secret wish was to keep the handsome guy and send away the girl who came with him. Though she had no idea what Su Mizuki's relationship with that young man was, his striking good looks had already captivated her. Stepping out of the training room, Xiao Ran tugged at Akai and whispered, "Go easy on him, got it?" "Your friend?" Akai asked, bewildered. "Never mind, just do as I say," she snapped, putting on a fierce expression. "What about me? Should I go easy too?" Sister KT asked, shuffling along in her slippers, barely lifting her feet. No. Xiao Ran dropped all pretense. "Dear Sister KT, go all out. If he's not up to par, kick him out." Sister KT didn't mind. She usually doted on Xiao Ran, and besides, trial eliminations were notoriously brutal. Out of 100 hopefuls, finding one decent player was rare. A swarm of gaming-addicted kids chasing world championship dreams. Sister KT's greatest joy was watching them leave in tears. A rather peculiar pleasure, perhaps. Sister KT stepped into the lounge, took one look at Wu Hua, and instantly understood Xiao Ran's scheme. Whether he played well or not was irrelevant. A handsome face like his was 1 in 10,000. 1 in 10,000. If he stayed, Xiao Ran would be utterly smitten. Sister KT glanced at the nervous girl beside him and said casually, "Follow me." You're Sister KT." Su Mizuki immediately recognized her. A pro player who had competed on the— Ah yes. What's your name? Sister KT asked, going through the motions. The girl was pretty enough, but nothing compared to that stunning young man. Little did she know she had already been arranged. The depths of esports ran treacherous. Sumuziki, she replied. Sister KT glanced at the registration form. Oh, you're from Lingnan University Esports? Yes. We won the City League Championship, Sumuziki said, her cheeks flushing with excitement. Oh, Sister KT responded non-committally. Sister KT, I'll work hard to become a pro player like you. Sumuziki declared. That league of yours is just amateur fun, nothing serious. Pro esports has nothing to do with hard work, it's all about talent. Do I have talent? Sumuziki asked. How should I know? Try and see, Sister KT said, opening the trial room door. One thing you're lucky about, him in top form today, and I won't go easy at all. Let me show you what professional esports looks like. Okay. Sumuziki's heart tightened. Meanwhile, Wu Hua finished his trial puzzled. He could clearly sense his opponent was holding back, massively in fact. Yet even so, he couldn't defeat the childlike pro player. He was killed the moment he showed his head. This was the level of a professional. Dead memories clawed at his mind, bringing back unpleasant recollections. It really came down to talent. During his trial, Wu Hua noticed the young player opposite stealing glances at the door. Unable to resist, he looked back and saw a twin-tailed head quickly retreat from the glass. Could it be that the anime-themed receptionist was watching his trial? Had she asked them to go easy? Wu Hua wondered. After the basic drills, Akai scratched his head, hesitating. You have potential. Huh? Wu Hua was baffled. How could the other see potential in him when he himself knew he had none? Oh wait here. I need to figure out how to fill this evaluation form. Akai left looking troubled. No sooner had he stepped out than Xiao Ran dragged him into a corner. Didn't you hear me? Go easy. You crushed him. What if he gets so heartbroken he does something stupid? You'd be responsible, she fumed. Xiao Ran, I did go easy. That guy has some basics, but he's way too amateur. How am I supposed to fill this form? Akai complained. I don't care. Make something up. Xiao Ran bared her teeth. Even if he stays just a few days, that'll be enough. A waterside pavilion gets the moonlight first. With my charm, I can surely win him over. Wu Hua sat in the lounge sipping coffee personally brewed by Xiao Ran, patiently waiting for Sumuziki to emerge. Xiao Ran bustled about, tirelessly enthusiastic. Wu Hua found it a bit overwhelming. The anime girl was cute, but not his type. After nearly an hour, Sumuziki finally left the training room, head hung low, eyes swollen from crying. Needless to say, she had been utterly crushed. Xiao Ran erased the evaluation form. I filled it out. Give it to the captain. Sister KT handed over the form and left. Sumuziki slumped onto the sofa, utterly dazed, as if her soul had left her body. She had been so thoroughly dominated that even her initial fighting spirit had evaporated. By the end, she lacked the courage to even raise her gun and step out. She felt like a bot used for headshot practice. The immense gap in skill loomed like a 100-meter wall, blocking out the sky, insurmountable. Sumuziki, once so confident, finally broke down, sobbing over her keyboard. She realized she simply had no talent for esports. She was just slightly better than the weaker players in amateur women's tournaments. Esports has no room for tears. Go study. Even if you train 16 hours a day, you'll never make it to international competitions, Sister KT said mercilessly. Watching the weeping girl, Sister KT felt a flicker of satisfaction and added, truth is, esports isn't as glamorous as you think. There are geniuses above geniuses. Overwhelming training pressure drills fatigue. It drains whatever passion a girl once had. If you truly love esports, just stick to amateur play. Pro is just a job. Sumiziki's eyes were swollen from crying. On their way back, Wu Hua silently accompanied her to the dormitory. Throughout the entire journey, she kept her head lowered, not uttering a single word. As they neared the dormitory building, she suddenly halted, turned around, and fixed her gaze on Wu Hua. You knew this would happen all along, didn't you? Wu Hua stood there, offering a calm smile. Yes, because I've been through the same ordeal. Sumiziki fell silent for a moment before saying, but they said you have potential and hoped you'd give it a try for 3 days. Wu Hua gave an awkward laugh. I know my own limits, so it's definitely unnecessary. Oomph. Sumiziki slightly wrinkled her delicate nose. Even a fool could see that the girl with twin tails at the front desk had ulterior motives. Haha. Wu Hua could only force a chuckle. When he had declined the receptionist with twin tails, Xiao Ran had looked utterly disappointed, but still asked for Wu Hua's messaging contact. Anyway, thank you, Sumiziki said. Sister KT was right. As long as you truly love the game, there's no need to go Exactly. I also love gaming, which is why I joined the esports department. Passion should be pure, untainted by excessive greed, Wu Hua replied. Yes, you're right. Sumiziki looked at Wu Hua. You're really strange. Younger than me, yet you seem so world-weary, like an old man. Mentally, I'm 45. Wu Hua chuckled in response. Well, I'm fine now. Let's play together sometime. Sumiziki waved her hand, turned around gracefully, and entered the dormitory. Under Lin Yichuan's tutoring, and with his enhanced intelligence, Wu Hua's mathematics improved rapidly. He no longer failed exams, and even had a chance to score above average. After all, with sufficient intelligence, learning anything becomes swift. Wu Hua now had 8 free attribute points which he could use to enhance himself appropriately. After some thought, Wu Hua added 1 point to intelligence, raising it to 15. Seeing no immediate need for other enhancements, he allocated 5 points to luck, leaving 2 points in reserve. Attribute panel name Wu Hua, age 19, strength 15, agility 12, constitution 12, intelligence 15, charm 26, luck 10, remaining points 2. Luck, though intangible and invisible, plays a pivotal role in one's life. In youth, people often disdain fate, believing they control their own destiny through effort. But as age advances, one gradually realizes that many things lie beyond personal control, leading to a belief in the mystical. Some are born with extraordinary luck, coasting through life effortlessly. Others invest 99% effort only to fail due to a minor oversight. Wu Hua believed that investing more points in luck would never be a loss. With charm now at 26, what would happen if it... At times Wu Hua felt tempted, but he restrained himself. He had already reaped some benefits from his appearance, but going too far might invite trouble. Wu Hua felt his current state was fine and saw no need for drastic changes. Associate Professor Chow, the homeroom teacher, summoned Wu Hua to the office. "You called for me, Teacher Chow." Wu Hua entered the office and found the dean of students also present. "Haha, Wu Hua, come in, have a seat. Tell us about how you captured the fugitives." Associate Professor Chow was in high spirits. That morning the police had informed the school about Wu Hua's capture of 3 wanted criminals, praising his courage in confronting evil and bringing commendation. The school leadership decided this was a highly positive event that could inspire students' sense of justice and their bravery to stand against wrongdoers. However, dissenting voices arose, primarily concerned that encouraging students to confront criminals might endanger theirs. In society today, resistance has been subtly discouraged. People dare not help an elderly person who has fallen, fearing financial ruin. Those beaten by thugs dare not fight back, as retaliation is deemed mutual assault with all losses borne by the victim. Many now opt for self-preservation, ceasing to care for others or help those in need, transforming into refinement. The president of Lingnan University condemned this mindset during the meeting. While student safety is important, cultivating a generation indifferent to others' suffering would be disastrous. If such individuals later hold high positions, how could they ever empathize with the populace's hardships? Education is the foundation of a century-long plan. Lingnan University must not shirk its responsibility. He made the final call to hold a school-wide commendation ceremony, publicly awarding Wu Hua. Today the homeroom teacher summoned Wu Hua to deliver this good news. The school places great importance on this. You will receive this honor along with a cash reward. Associate Professor Chow said with a hearty laugh. If a student in his class made a splash, he naturally basked in the glory. If only all class monitors were as capable as Wu Hua, his job would be much easier. "Thank you for the school's encouragement," Wu Hua said modestly. "In short, this is a great opportunity. You should apply to join the student council. It will benefit your graduate studies or selection process." "Understood. Thank you, Teacher Chow," Wu Hua replied. Graduate recommendation and selection as a civil servant are dreams for most college students, but Wu Hua had little interest. While these paths shine for ordinary people, for someone who had lived 2 lives, such a mundane existence was too dull. He had no desire for a 9-to-5 job. Thus he needed to earn money, accumulate his first pot of capital, and then try entrepreneurship. The commendation ceremony proceeded as scheduled. On behalf of the police, Lin Haifeng presented Wu Hua with an official certificate of honor and a cash prize of 1,100 yuan. The school also honored Wu Hua with an award of 3,000 yuan. His appearance on stage instantly captivated the entire female student body, skyrocketing his popularity among them. Strangers eagerly inquired about his class hobbies and other personal details from those around them. Su Shasha stood in the audience, gazing at Wu Hua shining like a star. She recalled how he had once pursued her desperately, and it all felt so unreal now. Had it truly happened? It seemed like a figment of her imagination. If time could rewind, would she have treasured him more? Such thoughts were futile, for she knew that now Wu Hua would consider even a single glance at her a waste of time. People often say it's hard to change, but in truth everyone evolves slowly over time. We just fail to notice it. Su Shasha could no longer bear to watch. She turned and left the crowd, returning alone to her dormitory. Only she could understand the emotions swirling within her. Yet all of this meant nothing to Wu Hua. After receiving the award, Wu Hua instantly became a prominent figure on campus, with some even dubbing him the campus heartthrob of Lingnan University. When he went to the cafeteria with Lin Yichuan and Zhang Yuxi, where previously most attention was drawn to the 2 beauties, now more eyes were on Wu Hua. This made Wu Hua rather uncomfortable, as he didn't wish to be so noticed. He thought to himself that he should have declined the award, but he knew it was impossible. How could he refuse a school arrangement? After dinner, instead of tutoring in math, Wu Hua invited Lin Yichuan for a stroll. They walked side by side along the campus lake at dusk, the fiery sun slowly sinking below the horizon, leaving a blaze of magnificent sunset clouds across the sky. The light was dim, the atmosphere just right. Lin Yichuan silently kept track of their steps, matching Wu Hua's pace in tacit synchronization, a comforting harmony. Around them, fellow students were leisurely enjoying their college years, some sweating on the basketball court, some reading under street lamps, others gathering in small groups to savor street food at the campus gate. Out of the corner of his eye, Wu Hua caught Lin Yichuan's profile. Bathed in the sunset's glow, she was truly beautiful, like a goddess. "Senior, has no one ever pursued you?" Wu Hua asked. "How could that be? When I first enrolled, there were so many roses at the girls' dormitory entrance that even the dorm matron got annoyed." Lin Yichuan gently flicked her hair and smiled. "Wow, that's intense. So the matron didn't give you trouble later?" I gave all the flowers to her, and she sold them at the night market. She treated me really well after that, Lin Yichuan replied. Well, okay then. Wu Hua felt a bit speechless, pitying those who had sent the flowers. Was there no one you found agreeable among them, he asked. None that I liked, but plenty that I disliked, Lin Yichuan said. That's great. Senior must have been waiting for me, so you turned them all down, Wu Hua said cheekily. Tisk, after just one award, and playing hero you're already floating on air. Lin Yichuan retorted. Haha, no. I'm still very humble, Wu Hua laughed. He leaned slightly closer to Lin Yichuan, contemplating whether to take her hand. The memory of her soft, boneless grip from last time was still vivid in his mind. Just as he was gathering his courage, he noticed a crowd gathered on the nearby lawn. A heart-shaped arrangement of flowers lay on the ground, as if someone was making a confession. On a university campus, romance was politically correct. This ignited the gossip-loving nature of both Lin Yichuan and Wu Hua. Hey, another confession. Will it succeed this time? Lin Yichuan pointed toward the bustling crowd, which obscured the protagonists. Probably. It can't be as unlucky as the one our dorm set up. Wu Hua scratched his head. The confession he had orchestrated before ended in tragedy with no winners. Come on, let's go see, Wu Hua said. He suddenly had a brilliant idea. In such a romantic atmosphere, if the couple succeeded, he could naturally, excitedly, grasp Lin Yichuan's hand, making it seem perfectly justified. They eagerly joined the crowd to watch. Their eyes fell on two young men, one in a white suit, the other in a navy blue suit. Holy crap! Wu Hua hastily grabbed Lin Yichuan's hand and pulled her away. It was too glaring, too eye-stinging. Were college students nowadays this liberal? Lin Yichuan laughed. Why are you so conservative? Let me watch, what's the matter? Do all girls like reading BL novels? Wu Hua asked. Yes. I can't accept it, really can't. I'm a straight man, arrow straight. Wu Hua took a deep breath. What's the big deal? It's fun, Lin Yichuan said with a smile. Regardless, their hands were linked, and the familiar feel. This time Lin Yichuan didn't struggle to pull away, she let Wu Hua hold her hand. They strolled together until the sky was completely dark, and only then did Wu Hua reluctantly escort her back to the dorm. After parting, Wu Hua left the campus and was heading to the subway, when he suddenly received a call from Zhang Jiechi. It was the first time she had called him proactively, and curiosity prompted him to answer. What's our big hero up to? Zhang Jiechi asked. Ever since Wu Hua stepped onto the award stage, she had privately. I'm about to take the subway home, Wu Hua said. Home is boring. How about some street basketball tonight? You're in, Zhang Jiechi said. I'm just average. Wu Hua said. Oh, it's not a competition. Just a few friends messing around. If you were too good, I wouldn't dare to ask. Come play, come on. Zhang Jiechi coaxed him. Alright, which court? He'll come. Wu Hua had nothing else to do, and since the hospital checkup showed he was fine, he no longer feared exercise. With his youthful, energetic body, he was eager to give sports a try. Soon Wu Hua arrived at the gymnasium. Zhang Jiechi looked stunning today, colorful threads woven into her dreadlocks, a simple black tank top revealing her fiery curves. She was a striking sight on the court. 3 boys and 2 girls were there, just one short for a 3-on-3 street basketball. When Zhang Jiechi spotted Wu Hua, she greeted him with a smile. Hey, Wu Hua, you finally made it. I was getting so impatient. Nothing much today, so I invited a few friends for basketball. We were one short, and I thought of you. I'm really just average, Wu Hua said, sizing up the players. They were all tall, over 180 centimeters. The other girl, Lu Tong, was also tall and sturdy, probably over 185 centimeters. Oh, we're all average. If we wanted a real match, I'd call my brother and his crew. Zhang Jiechi said. Alright, let me warm up first. Wu Hua said no more, dropped his bag, and began warming up. His body was naturally passionate about basketball, with all techniques etched into muscle memory. It had been a while since Wu Hua last played, and today he felt eager to get some exercise. After warming up, they split into teams. Wu Hua, Zhang Jiechi, and a freshman named Liang Dong formed one side. The other team consisted of the tall girl Lu Tong and 2 other freshmen from the basketball club. The game began. Street basketball is a 3-on-3 contest played on half a court with less rigid rules, allowing for free expression and showcasing individual skills. Thus, street basketball is often seen as a form of freestyle and social basketball, where players learn from each other through games, creating a unique culture. Wu Hua played enthusiastically with them, with both sides delivering splendid moves. Soon he was drenched in sweat. Youth is all about movement. The hormones within must be released through physical exertion to achieve balance. Wu Hua had not played basketball with such exhilarating abandon in a long time. It truly felt like being young again. Just when everyone was in high spirits, Wu Hua suddenly heard a sharp howling wind. The corner of his eye caught a basketball hurtling at lightning speed toward Lu Tong's head. Lu Tong, watch out! Wu Hua shouted in time to warn her. Lu Tong instinctively raised her arm, blocking the unexpected ball, but she stumbled back, revealing the sheer force behind the throw. Had it struck her head, it might have caused a mild concussion. Everyone stopped in shock, watching as a group of international students swaggered over. 2 black-skinned individuals, 1 Central Asian, and 2 white men. They were international students. Oh, sorry. My hand slipped, said Mark, a white student with a ponytail, standing over 180 centimeters, grinning in broken Chinese. Are you out of your minds? Do you realize how dangerous that was? Why did you throw the ball at someone? Zhang Jiechi stepped forward, angrily scolding them. She had invited Lu Tong to play basketball. She couldn't bear the thought of her getting hurt. Haha, are Easterners so fragile? A soft toss like that could injure you. Are you all sick in the body? Scoffed another white man, Carlos, his tone dripping with contempt. He had nearly called them weaklings. What did you say? Say that again if you dare. The hot-blooded freshman Kong Dushing stepped forward furiously. The two black men immediately advanced, one on each side menacingly. With muscular builds standing over 190 centimeters, they loomed like iron towers, intimidating and formidable. I said nothing at all, ha ha ha. We're about to play basketball. Please make way, Mark said with a smirk. Why should we give it to you? We were here first, and we booked this court. Zhang Jiechi retorted. Because we are guests. Aren't Easterners hospitable? Good things should naturally be reserved for us foreigners. Mark declared with unabashed confidence. On campuses, especially at key universities, foreign students have always been a privileged group. Schools provide them with the best dormitories, optimal learning environments, and financial subsidies, sometimes even arranging for attractive girls to serve as their life assistants. To study at an Eastern university is like entering paradise. They enjoy the best of everything without spending a dime, and even personal matters can be conveniently arranged. Girls will book hotel rooms for them. Over time, these international students have developed a sense of entitlement, believing themselves superior, and completely disregarding their Eastern counterparts. This is a common phenomenon with complex roots, not easily dissected. In short, these foreign students act as if they are above everyone else, even to the point of doing as they please. Go play at another court. Kong Dushing's face reddened, his fists clenched tightly. Fuck, I like it right here. You guys get the hell out and leave the court to us. The black student James cursed. You. Kong Dushing, furious, wanted to rush at him, but was held back by his companions. Don't fight, you'll get expelled. It's not worth it. International students held an elevated status. If they initiated a fight against them, severe punishment could follow. A major demerit, or even expulsion, was possible. Conversely, if a foreign student struck a local, they might only receive a verbal reprimand, and then be sent to a counselor to ensure their psyche wasn't traumatized. This had made local students afraid to provoke these foreign students. The overseas students, aware of the rules, held no fear. Mark walked over with a grin, thrusting his face close. Hit me, come on, hit me. I'm offering you my face. Do you dare? Peals of laughter erupted from the international students. Kong Dushing's face flushed red and pale by turns. His fists were tight, but he didn't move a muscle. After all, being expelled from Lingnan University would be too heavy a price. His life would be ruined. He couldn't face his parents' disappointed eyes or a bleak future. So even under such humiliation, he dared not strike. Yet the fury, indignation, and waves of shame churned within him, his expression flickering. All right, get lost now. We're about to play ball. Don't waste our time. Mark, seeing Kong Dushing's hesitation, shrugged. The East was truly a wondrous land, so wonderful. Hey, your ball. Wu Hua suddenly shouted, and with all his might slammed the ball back. Under immense force, the basketball sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, flying like a cannonball straight at Mark. Mark instinctively reached with both hands, but couldn't catch it. The ball deflected and smashed into his body. He staggered back a step, fury blazing in his eyes as he glared at Wu Hua. What? You're not satisfied? Want to fight? Zhang Jiechi cast a worried glance at Wu Hua. Although he had recently been commended, the sensitive issue of confronting international students might still bring him trouble. Wu Hua had a bright future ahead. He couldn't throw it away for a few black and white skins. She stepped forward to pull him away, but Wu Hua had already advanced, his gaze as sharp as a blade fixed on Mark. His height matched Mark's, and he pressed so close that he breached the personal safety zone, provoking a sense of unease in the Mark indeed grew tense. Wu Hua's eyes were terrifying. He hadn't expected this seemingly refined, scholarly youth to suddenly resemble a ravenous wolf in the dark forest. You dare to strike? Mark, though uncomfortable with Wu Hua's proximity and fierce stare, wisely refrained from making. If the other party lost control and swung first, Mark would hold the moral high ground and could freely teach this insolent yellow-skinned kid a lesson. Yet the oppressive closeness was unbearable. Mark involuntarily retreated half a step. That half step back brought a look of contempt to Wu Hua's face. This made Mark inwardly regret he had already lost in the contest, of all his fear exposed. Harsh words at this. Since you also want this court, it's simple. Let's have a 3-on-3 street basketball game. The winner stays. Do you dare? Wu Hua challenged. Ha ha ha, an Easterner wants to play basketball against us. Do you even hear what you're saying? You know how to play. The international students burst into laughter. Indeed, Eastern basketball lags far behind the West. Many Western high school and college players already outclass Eastern professionals. With a strong basketball culture and being the world's basketball powerhouse, they exuded immense confidence. Mark sneered. Fine. Let's play an 11.3-on-3. The loser not only gives up the court, but also kneels and— Okay, no problem. Wu Hua sneered, then turned and walked away. Who's with me? Wu Hua asked. He'll go. Kong Dushing had been holding in his anger for a long time. He had to play this game. He'll give it a try too, said another new team member, Li Haochen, who was 190 centimeters tall and had just joined the basketball team this year, stepping forward. He had been on the school team in high school, and his basketball skills were arguably the best among those present. Wu Hua, are you up for this? I've seen Mark play before. He's really strong. Zhang Jiechi said with some concern. Although using competition to resolve the issue was a decent approach, they needed the corresponding strength to back it up. Being weak was the original sin. To fight for pride, one must have the strength to match, otherwise it would only bring more humiliation. Zhang Jiechi worried that they lacked the necessary skill. Wu Hua smiled faintly and said, just watch from the side. Who wants to play basketball with these scumbags? They don't deserve it. What do you mean? Zhang Jiechi was taken aback. Wu Hua didn't explain further. He put his arms around the shoulders of his two teammates and whispered a few words to them. The two exchanged glances and nodded. The rules of 3-on-3 street basketball differ from standard full-court games. First, both offense and defense consist of 3 players, and the game is played on only half the court. A basket scored inside the 3-point line counts for 1 point, while a basket from beyond the line counts for 2. The game is not timed, instead the first team to reach 11 points wins. Each possession must start with a check ball. The ball is thrown in from beyond the 3-point line. This fast-paced high-contact style of play is more entertaining and exciting to watch. The opposing lineup consisted of Mark and 2 black teammates. Their basketball prowess was unquestionable, forming the strongest possible squad. A coin toss determined that the opposing team would start with the ball. As soon as the game began, Mark charged forward like a fierce American lion, dribbling the ball aggressively. With his skillful dribbling and driving techniques, he swiftly broke past Kong dishing, cutting to the basket, like a sharp military knife, ready to execute a spectacular dunk. But a figure blocked his path under the hoop. Wu Hua spread his arms wide, assuming a defensive stance, standing firmly in the way of Mark's dunk. A sinister grin curled on Mark's lips. He shot a glance at his black teammate, who understood immediately, and the two moved in to double-team Wu Hua. Just as Wu Hua leaped to defend, one opponent stepped on his instep, while the other pulled on the hem of his jersey. Wu Hua was yanked down, roughly stumbling and nearly falling to the ground. Mark changed his dunk into a simple layup, easily scoring 1 point. That's a foul. Zhang Jiechi shouted angrily. This is street basketball. Oh, it's all about flashy moves. Minor fouls are allowed, sweetheart. How about a late-night snack with me after the game? Mark teased Zhang Jiechi lecherously, his eyes fixed on her athletic figure, a greedy look on his face. Get lost. Zhang Jiechi snapped. A rose with thorns. I like it. Mark whistled a lewd tune, completely unfazed. He could have any oriental girl he wanted. Many lined up to sleep with him, even booking rooms on their own. Wu Hua got up from the ground, dusted off his clothes, and said nothing. For the second ball, Mark deftly coordinated with his teammate, performing a fancy pass. Just as Li Haochen moved to block him, a black opponent stuck out his foot, tripping him cleanly. He crashed heavily onto the court, his knees swollen and red. Another black player, James, soared into the air and delivered a powerful dunk, scoring another point. Yeah. They high-fived, casually celebrating their victory, then flashed an international insult gesture at the fallen Li Haochen. Zhang Jiechi was fuming on the sidelines. They were already superior in skill, and now they were resorting to such dirty tricks. Utterly shameless. Wu Hua reached out and pulled Li Haochen to his feet. Li Haochen said nothing, just flexed his knee to ensure it was fine, then continued the game. Still want to play? That's just stupid. You losers might not even score a single point, Mark laughed. What's the rush? The game has just begun. Wu Hua remained calm and collected. On the third ball, as Kong Dishing dribbled, one of the black players charged into him, like a bulldozer, ramming his shoulder into Kong Dishing. Kong Dishing stumbled, and the ball was stolen instantly. The player who grabbed the ball immediately passed it to his teammate James, who was already under the hoop. James leaped up and slammed the ball into the basket with both hands. A ferocious dunk. James hung on the rim, deliberately refusing to come down, wiggling his hips, and letting out a triumphant roar like a gorilla. His teammates whistled and screamed in exultation. In just a few minutes, the score was 30. At this rate, Wu Hua's team might indeed fail to score even a single point. Zhang Jiechi slumped to the ground in despair. If they really lost, these international students would force them to kneel and call them daddy, and then it would all be over. But now she was powerless to stop the game. 3-0, too easy. Hey, are you guys too poor to afford food? You've got no strength at all, Mark laughed. Wu Hua's lips curled into a cold smirk. On the fourth ball, Mark received a pass from his teammate, spotted an opening, and used his explosive jumping ability to cover the distance to the basket in 2 strides, preparing for a stylish one-handed dunk. Just then, a dark silhouette rose into the air simultaneously. Wu Hua sprinted from the side, leaped high, and channeled all his strength into his arm. He delivered a fierce slap. A beautiful clean block right onto the ball. He had deliberately left a defensive gap, knowing that when the opponent saw such a golden opportunity, he would definitely try to drive and dunk. Wu Hua had been waiting for it. Meanwhile, the 2 black players were blocked by his teammates from coming to the rescue. Wu Hua's strength was now at 15. That slap carried tremendous force. Mark never expected his shot to be blocked by Wu Hua. Caught completely off guard, the ball slammed hard into the side. Mark let out a scream and fell to the ground. The impact was severe. If he hadn't turned his head just in time, his nose bridge might have been broken. Fuck, Mark cursed, angrily clutching his face. But Wu Hua ignored him, completely grabbed the ball, and easily scored a layup. His teammates rushed over to check on Mark. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Mark cursed, furiously glaring at Wu Hua with a look that could kill. Wu Hua had only blocked the shot. Mark had no grounds to complain. He could only roar crazily again. Again. Wu Hua sneered inwardly, adding a bit more strength, raising it to 16. Let them truly enjoy the game. You think I came here to play? Then you couldn't be more wrong. Wu Hua was truly furious. The Qing dynasty had fallen so many years ago, yet many still hadn't straightened their spines. It had been over a century since foreigners last rode roughshod on Eastern soil. 100 years of humiliation was etched into the memory of every descendant of the dragon. Stand tall, never bow down. Wu Hua's whole body blazed, as if on fire, his eyes spitting flames. He had no intention of playing a proper game, he just wanted to vent his anger. When a new round began, Mark clearly sensed the oppressive atmosphere, but he paid it no mind. These little Eastern chicks couldn't possibly win this match, he could humiliate them as much as he pleased. After the tip-off, Mark charged straight to the basket. With perfect teamwork, his teammate passed the ball directly to the rim. It was a classic fast break. Mark leaped high, grabbed the rebound, cradled the ball, and prepared for a powerful dunk under the basket. Just as he was smugly triumphant, a dark figure rose before him, leaping far higher, like a towering black wall. Wu Hua's arm veins bulged as he slapped the basketball with all his might. A force of 16 sent the ball flying from Mark's hands, smashing violently into his face. Blood spurted from Mark's nose. He let out a piercing scream of agony, tears and snot streaming down as bright red blood gushed from his mouth and nostrils. The two black players stood stunned. The sheer ferocity of that slap was terrifying. Without hesitation, Wu Hua executed a hook shot after blocking the ball. 1-3. Fuck. You'll regret this, you yellow monkey. Mark wiped the blood from his nose, glaring at Wu Hua with furious rage. Come and try, Wu Hua said with a cold smirk. As Wu Hua's team inbound the ball, Kong dishing passed it to Wu Hua from midcourt. Two black players immediately closed in from both sides, one grabbing Wu Hua's collar, the other stepping on his foot. Wu Hua didn't yell or rage. Instead, he spotted an opening and passed the ball back to Kong dishing. Just as Kong dishing received the ball, Wu Hua exploded forward like a battering ram, slamming into the black player James beside him, sending him flying backward in a straight line before he sat stupefied on the ground. James, standing 190 centimeters tall and weighing 110 kilograms, had been knocked back like that. The other black player was also thrown to the ground by the erupting Wu Hua. Kong dishing quickly passed the ball to Wu Hua, who executed a flawless one-handed dunk, the ball settling firmly through the net. Yeah. Zhang Jiechi jumped up excitedly, her arm forming a V sign. Fuck. Is that how you play basketball? A foreign student watching from the sidelines complained indignantly, conveniently ignoring the dirty tricks they had pulled in the first 3 minutes. Wu Hua took a deep breath and roared from the depths of his chest, if you can't handle it, don't play. Play if you dare. Otherwise, get the hell out. His voice was thunderous, echoing through the entire gymnasium. Game on. I love it. Let's play to the end. They'll see this through with you. Mark said, angrily stuffing tissues into his nostrils from a teammate. Westerners had always prided themselves on their physical strength. They worked out, were tall, and looked down on slender Asians. They often hurled insults. Now on the court, being overpowered by a young Asian man with yellow skin was a colossal. The international students were fired up too. Fine street basketball body clashes. They'd show the difference in races. Gritting their teeth, the international team's eyes gleamed with ferocity, ready for the next round. As soon as Li Haochen got the ball, James charged at him violently from behind. Li Haochen lost his balance and fell, the ball slipping from his hands. After grabbing the ball, James stormed toward the basket. Wu Hua stood firm in his path, defending. Huh. James bared a gleaming white grin, showing no sign of slowing. He plowed forward like a heavy tank. That was clearly a flagrant foul, charging with the ball. Wu Hua's earlier moves, though intense, had stayed within basketball, but this blatant charge was a deliberate, severe foul. Yet Wu Hua didn't dodge. He planted his feet in a horse stance, gathered his breath, and focused his mind. As James crashed in like an armored vehicle, Wu Hua stepped forward, twisted his waist, and performed a legendary close-quarters body check, ramming his shoulder into James' massive tank-like frame. With a thunderous impact, James' huge body was sent reeling backward, sliding in a straight line across the smooth wooden floor like a bag of sand. A screeching sound echoed across the court. Everyone turned their heads, slowly watching the black colossus, tall as an iron tower, slide from one end of the court to the other. Foul or no foul, this was terrifying. Even standing still, James' physique was such that an Asian couldn't budge him, let alone when he was sprinting with the force of a wild bull. Yet a seemingly frail youth had sent him flying that far. It was beyond astonishing, nothing short of horrifying. Li Haochen snatched the ball that had slipped from James' hands and passed it to Wu Hua, who smoothly sank a mid-range jumper into the basket. 3-3. Wu Hua's team had tied the game. The overwhelming intimidation silenced the loud-mouthed international students. Mark was beside himself with rage. Again. Come on. He couldn't believe this skinny Eastern boy possessed such power. It defied all logic. Rumor had it the East had mystical martial arts. Even if the kid knew some kung fu, he couldn't sustain it for long. He'd be crushed soon. Mark spat out a mouthful of blood. Dropping all pretense, he charged at Wu Hua as soon as he got the ball, aiming a kick at his shin from behind. Wu Hua simply executed a bagua step, pivoting lightly to Mark's side, catching him completely off guard. Boom. Another close-range body check. Mark was sent flying through the air, rolling several times before stopping, his nose bleeding uncontrollably again. Mark, maybe you should stop, said Lucy, a full-figured foreign student with flaxen hair, growing concerned and trying. Shut up. Mark was completely beside himself. He stared viciously at Wu Hua and said, Yellow monkey, come on if you've got the guts. Wu Hua flashed a contemptuous smirk. These international students were so arrogant they hadn't realized Wu Hua wasn't interested in basketball at all. He was using the game as an excuse to beat them up. Anyone who insults China gets punished, right now? Boom. Wu Hua unceremoniously knocked another player, flying the black player lying on the ground, unable to get up. In the physical confrontation, Wu Hua employed the traditional Chinese martial art technique, inch force, a unique way of exerting power in Hung Gar boxing. Only it was applied to the shoulder. Mark shot and missed the backboard. Wu Hua and another black exchange student leaped hiding. That guy didn't hesitate and delivered a sharp elbow strike straight at Wu Hua's head. But Wu Hua twisted his body midair to evade, caught the basketball with one hand, and viciously slammed it down onto that dark head. The guy was hit by the basketball, howling in pain, and collapsed to the ground with the ball. He covered his head with both hands, casually taking the ball. Wu Hua made an easy bank shot under the basket. Without even glancing at the moaning figure on the ground, he turned and ran back to the service area. Fuck. Mark tore his jersey in two, revealing a chest covered in black body hair, and beat his chest like a black. He screamed maniacally, "Come on. I'm not afraid of you. Come on." The three exchange students, their faces bruised and swollen, no longer stepped forward to intercept Wu Hua. Instead, they formed a triangle under the basket like a spread pocket, waiting for Wu Hua to fall into the trap. Wu Hua showed no fear. He took a deep breath and charged straight with the ball. At the same time, he added another point to strength, bringing it to an astonishing 17 points. James and another black exchange student roared and rushed forward, both charging at him simultaneously. Wu Hua suddenly lowered his body, engaging his shoulders, and burst through between the two guys, sending them falling left and right to the ground. One step, two steps. Wu Hua clutched the basketball tightly with both hands and leaped up before Mark like a towering mountain pressing down. Mark screamed and jumped high as well, but instead of going for the ball, he rammed his head fiercely toward Wu Hua's chin. That part of the body is very vulnerable. If struck, the jaw would shatter and cause unconsciousness. However, Mark never expected that Wu Hua's leap this time was so high, far beyond his estimation. Even at the peak of his power, he still couldn't reach Wu Hua's chin. Looking up in awe, Mark saw Wu Hua's eyes wide open like an angry Vajra. He descended from the sky like a war god. Boom. Wu Hua's hands, like heavy artillery, slammed the basketball viciously into the hoop. The tremendous impact sent the ball crashing down at a terrifying speed, hitting Mark squarely in the face as he fell from exhaustion. Crunch. His high nasal bone finally cracked. Blood burst from beneath the basketball. Boom. Wu Hua landed on his feet with a resounding thud. Meanwhile, Mark hit the ground on his back, lying face up. Wu Hua clenched his fists, stared directly at Mark, and roared with all the righteous energy in his chest. "This is the East. If you can't win, get lost." A group of exchange students rushed over to help Mark, who could barely open his eyes and was covered in blood. Without leaving a single harsh word, they hurriedly took Mark to the hospital. Zhang Jiechi hurried over and asked with concern, "Are you alright?" "Haha, I'm fine. You should ask if those exchange students are okay." Wu Hua laughed. "You've gone too far. Mark's nose is broken. The school will definitely have to deal with this," Zhang Jiechi said anxiously. "So what? The whole thing is on camera. Accidents happen in basketball. Oh, it's not a fight," Wu Hua said with it. "But they're international students after all." The notion that foreign students are superior had been deeply ingrained in the minds of local students by the school. If the school watches the full surveillance footage and still wants to punish me for those exchange students. Wu Hua's gaze was calm and resolute. "Then I'd rather drop out." "Oh, you can be so stubborn sometimes. Are you a Taurus? One-track mind?" Zhang Jiechi said with a smile, but the way Wu Hua broke through the three defenders and dunked was incredibly cool. At that moment, Zhang Jiechi felt her heart about to leap out of her chest. It was thrilling. The collision on the basketball court had already given the school an excuse. If they couldn't protect Wu Hua, then dropping out really wouldn't be a big deal. Good luck brings good fortune. Good luck brings joy and love. You have gained Zhang Jiechi's affection level 1 heart and earned a lottery draw. Zhang Jiechi's current affection 2 hearts. In the sea of consciousness, the huge and luxurious lottery wheel began to spin rapidly. When it stopped, the pointer landed on 3 attribute points. Congratulations. You have received 3 free attribute points which can be freely allocated. Attribute panel updated in real time. Name Wu Hua. Age 19. Strength 17. Agility 12. Constitution 12. Intelligence 15. Charisma 26. Luck 10. Remaining free points 3. Wu Hua gained another lottery draw and received 3 free attribute points. Thank you, Wu Hua. You've helped us vent our anger. We've all been holding it in against those white and black skins for a long time, said Li Haochen. Exactly. We Chinese on our own land, and in our own university, shouldn't be bullied by foreigners. It's an upside-down world, said Kong Dishing. Oof. Those school leaders only care about subsidies and improving the university's international reputation. Have they forgotten they are of Yan Huang descent? Li Haochen said indignantly. That's right. If the school administration doesn't handle this fairly, it'll mobilize the students to protest, said. Alright, let's leave it at that. Let's go. Wu Hua smiled. They all chatted and laughed as they left the stadium. The cool breeze outside felt refreshing beyond words. Zhang Jiechi and Lu Tong returned to the female dormitory. Wu Hua said goodbye to his 2 classmates and took the subway home. Just after taking a shower, he saw his phone screen flashing. When he opened it, his live stream's little admin son Lu had sent an angry emoji. A cartoon fawn with a huffy expression looked very cute. How many days have you gone without streaming? You're way too lazy. Sun Lu scolded Wu Hua. Hey, I was busy with concert rehearsals the past few days. I came home late every night. I didn't have the energy to stream. Wu Hua made excuses immediately. The concert's over. Still trying to slack off. Spank, Sun Lu said. Forced by circumstances, Wu Hua had no choice but to start a live stream, but this time he wore a mask. As his streaming followers grew, Wu Hua would gradually become a public figure. So he decided to no longer stream openly, and instead always wear a mask while dancing on stream in the future. Fans were somewhat surprised, not knowing why Wu Hua had stopped showing his face during live streams. Some were dissatisfied, as many female fans came not only to watch the dancing, but also to admire Wu Hua's stunning looks. Now deliberately covering his face, it sparked protests among fans, and many began to unfollow. However, Wu Hua didn't pay much attention to these growing pains. The internet is like that. New people will keep pouring in and gradually adapt to his streaming style. After he started dancing with a mask on, he lost tens of thousands of followers in just a few days. After all, live streaming also depends on looks. Not showing his face definitely had an impact. The live room's popularity also dropped significantly, but with the influx of new fans, the number of followers stabilized at around 600 to 800 per stream. The follower count also stopped declining and began to slowly grow. Wu Hua was quite satisfied with his current streaming situation. Previously, his momentum had been too strong and lacked stability, whose such sudden fame could sometimes backfire. Fame brings trouble. If Wu Hua rose to become a top streamer, all sorts of problems would emerge. So being a mid-tier streamer was quite comfortable for him. His daily net income now stabilized at around 300 to 500, a substantial sum. Although it couldn't compare to top-tier or first-line streamers. But compared to students who worked part-time to support themselves, Wu Hua's daily earnings exceeded their monthly income. The reason countless people rushed into the internet industry is that it can indeed bring substantial cash flow. In this era of mass entertainment, the internet has always been a trend. Despite the fierce competition, it remains a trend that ordinary people can tap into. Why do so many people want to become influencers? Because even though it's a pyramid structure, reaching the mid-tier already allows one to make a good amount of money. Wu Hua had now entered a stable period and felt very comfortable. During the lunch break, Wu Hua went to the dormitory to sleep as usual. As soon as he entered, Tang Yuanbao mysteriously pulled him aside. Wu Hua, I specially ordered this Starbucks coffee for you to perk you up, Tang Yuanbao said, handing him the coffee. Wu Hua felt his hair stand on end and said sternly, Yuanbao, just say what you want. Don't use sugar-coated bullets to corrupt our revolutionary friendship. Hee, then I'll be straight with you. Help me get a WeChat from someone in the art department, Tang Yuanbao said. Art department? Wu Hua was taken aback. Good boy, which beautiful girl in the art department have you set your eyes on? I actually have a crush on a girl in the Sinology club. I found out her name is Mugu, a sophomore in the art and music department. Tang Yuanbao dropped the pretense and confessed. Yo kid, you've been quietly getting involved with a beauty from the art department, huh? What about our brotherhood? Shen Jingyu heard the news and immediately came over. He had joined the Hanfu Society together with Tang Yuanbao. Their interest was not in the society itself, but in the beautiful girls there. No, I didn't even dare to say hello, I just secretly followed her, Tang Yuanbao hurriedly said. So you're into pure love now, eh? Shen Jingyu remarked. Who wants pure love? I'm really smitten this time. Whenever I see her, my heart races and my mind goes blank. Tang Yuanbao said. Look at my dark circles. I haven't slept well for several nights. If you like her, just go after her. Why so much trouble? Lei Xingyang interjected. What do you know? The more genuinely you like someone, the more worries you have. What if I get rejected? There's only one chance, Tang Yuanbao said. Usually you're like a love strategist, but now you're showing this level. Don't give me bad advice anymore. Lu Mingyuan said. You have a girlfriend, so you don't need my advice. I'm really in deep this time. Squad leader, you have to help me out. From now on, whatever you want to eat or drink, it's on me. Tang Yuanbao was really going all out. I know Mugu, the one with a round face and 2 dimples when she smiles. You have good eyes, kid. But that girl is too cute. There must be plenty of suitors. Shen Jingyu recalled and said. I know, but I'm already crazy about her. I have to get her contact info no matter what. Tang Yuanbao said. How about I go ask for you? Shen Jingyu offered. No. Get lost. I know what you're capable of. Don't mess it up. Tang Yuanbao said. TCH. This young master doesn't even fancy her. I like those with slender figures and long legs. Mugu is indeed cute, but she's not even 160 centimeters tall, is she? It would affect this young master's family genes. Shen Jingyu said. Oh, so you're acting superior now. Tang Yuanbao immediately jumped up and said. Mugu was a member of the Hanfu Society. During events, she wore a court-style Hanfu that completely captivated Tang Yuanbao. Combined with her lively and cute personality, her dimpled smile was intoxicating. When you've already fallen for someone, it's a commitment. Everything must be handled carefully. A one rejection could lead to lifelong shyness. Having a third-party app, the reason was understandable. If he got rejected directly, future meetings would be awkward, and contacting her again would be difficult. It wasn't like street flirting where you could just move on to the next person. There are countless trees in the forest. When you've already fallen for someone, it's a commitment. Everything must be handled carefully. A one rejection could lead to lifelong shyness. Having a third party ask for the contact info provides a buffer, even if rejected, avoiding awkwardness. So Tang Yuanbao came to beg Wu Hua for help. After all, when it came to looks, Wu Hua was almost at the top of Lingnan University's campus heartthrob list. Girls generally wouldn't be too harsh on such a handsome guy, so the chances of success were higher. As for whether Wu Hua would become a threat, Tang Yuanbao thought he was much safer than Shen Jingyu, because everyone in Dorm 701 knew that Wu Hua was now very close to campus belle Lin Yichuan. Moreover, Tang Yuanbao trusted Wu Hua's character. Alright, he'll go through fire and water for my brother. Wu Hua casually took the Starbucks coffee and started drinking. Since he had agreed to help, he might as well accept this small benefit. If he didn't, others might worry he wouldn't put his heart into it. This was all experience. Once Wu Hua agreed to help, Tang Yuanbao became restless again, urging Wu Hua to go stake out right after school in the afternoon. Because Shen Jingyu kept creating anxiety on the side, saying that Mu Gu was lively, cheerful, and popular, getting along well with both male and female classmates in the Hanfu society, a typical extrovert. She was petite and delicate, but also very well endowed, making her a top-tier beauty. A minute late, and she might be confessed to by other guys. Could she even already have a boyfriend? After all, she was already a sophomore. These kinds of speculations drove Tang Yuanbao crazy, and Wu Hua didn't get it. As a result, later that afternoon he was dragged by Tang Yuanbao to squat outside the door of the art department classroom. Hey, people might easily mistake us for peeping toms like this. Wu Hua squatted helplessly with Tang Yuanbao on the curb, waiting for the class to end. Time is the lifelong happy. Tang Yuanbao concealed himself in the flower bed by the roadside, watching the building's exit. I'm convinced by you, Wu Hua said. Here they come, they're coming out. Tang Yuanbao excitedly grabbed a branch of rose bush, yanking his hand back as the thorns pierced him. The students of the art department were dismissed from class, streaming out of the building's entrance, instantly captivating the onlookers. Indeed, the female students of the art department were something else. Even in this weather, their snow-white legs were exposed, their attire exuding a fashionable aura completely distinct from girls in other departments. Tang Yuanbao widened his eyes, scanning the crowd, transforming into the famous detective from Tang Ren. In a split second, he locked onto Mu Gu's position. Class monitor. Mu Gu is out. She's the one in the pink cake skirt with the little bear backpack. Tang Yuanbao's voice cracked with excitement. Receive. Wu Hua nodded. She was highly distinctive, very easy to recognize. Without any further unnecessary words, he had accepted the coffee, and thus must deliver. An unspoken rule of the underworld. Wu Hua jogged after Mu Gu. Mu Gu was about to head to the school gate with her best friend Huang Yali for some malatang, when someone suddenly called her name from behind. Mu Gu, please wait a moment. Wu Hua caught up. Wow, so handsome. Huang Yali gently tugged Mu Gu's arm, whispering with a hint of excitement. Mu Gu blinked, somewhat surprised. She had actually seen this handsome guy before. At the school commendation assembly, wasn't he the brave hero who stepped forward and received the award? It seemed. His name was Wu Hua. Hello classmate, is there something you need? Mu Gu asked. Wu Hua smiled and said, I saw your Hanfu performance last time. It was really beautiful. May I add you on WeChat? Mu Gu was a bit taken aback. She hadn't seen Wu Hua at the Hanfu Society before. Otherwise, such a handsome guy would have caused a stir. Could he be an invisible member? Some members rarely participated in activities after joining, making them invisible. Mu Gu was naturally a social butterfly, not accustomed to coldly rejecting others. With such a handsome guy bringing a sunny smile and complimenting her on first sight, there was certainly no reason to refuse. Oh, thank you, of course. Mu Gu nodded and took out her phone to exchange contacts with Wu Hua. Well, the thing is, I have a friend who also admires you. He's a member of the Hanfu Society and would like to discuss Hanfu with you. Would you mind if I share your WeChat with him? Wu Hua cautiously inquired. He was actually a bit nervous, knowing how serious Tang Yuanbao was, and he feared messing things. That's why he hadn't directly said he was helping Tang Yuanbao get her WeChat at first. If she refused, Wu Hua would have failed as well. After all, a girl's mind is hard to guess. So Wu Hua used a little trick, first relying on his own charm to add her on WeChat, then making a recommendation. Usually the other party wouldn't refuse. Sure enough, Mu Gu smiled slightly and said, of course, no problem. Go ahead and share. Great, thank you so much. Wu Hua quickly forwarded Mu Gu's WeChat to Tang Yuanbao. If he didn't add her instantly, he would be a fool. Tang Yuanbao did not disappoint. He added Mu Gu on WeChat instantly. Haha, accepted. Mu Gu beamed, waving her phone screen in front of Wu Hua to show the confirmation message. Thank you so much, Senior Mu Gu. You're beautiful, adorable, and kind-hearted. Wu Hua promptly provided emotional value. Haha, you really know how to talk. You flattered me into shyness. Mu Gu said with a laugh. Wu Hua, may I add your WeChat too? Huang Yali beside Mu Gu asked, her pretty face flushed. Of course. Let me scan yours. Wu Hua graciously agreed. Moreover, seeing her arm in arm with Mu Gu, they were obviously close best friends. This way he could obtain a lot of useful intelligence, very important. Wu Hua and Huang Yali also added each other on WeChat, then waved goodbye to the girls. Turning a corner, he found Tang Yuanbao in the flower bed by the teaching building's corner, his face flushed with excitement. Godfather above. Please accept your son's bow. Tang Yuanbao performed a grand salute. Forget it. Taking a godson means giving red envelopes on holidays, and not worth it. Wu Hua joked. Tang Yuanbao never expected Wu Hua to be so effective, getting his WeChat verified instantly, and Mu Gu even sent a playful cute sticker. Tang Yuanbao felt his heart soar to the clouds. Being able to help his roommate Wu Hua also felt pleased. After all, he had a good impression of that girl. As the old saying goes, good water should not irrigate another's field. By the way, I also added her best friend's WeChat. You should add her tonight, and bribe her a bit. Definitely fruitful. This is so touching. Tang Yuanbao was almost in tears. After all, his monitor was reliable and thorough. The Starbucks was worth every penny. On the other side, the two girls were also talking about what had just happened. Wow, I can't believe the future campus heartthrob Jr. took the initiative to add the beautiful Mu Gu on WeChat. Mu Gu is going to compete for a spot on the famous flower list as campus belle. Huang Yali exaggerated. No, he was helping a friend get my WeChat. Couldn't you tell? Mu Gu said with a hint of, oh, friend or not. It's all about getting to know each other first. Thanks to you, my luck is improving too. Got the campus heartthrob on WeChat. Huang Yali said cheekily. You're such a... Hey, but who was he getting my WeChat for? Mu Gu wondered. After all, she was the little darling of the Hanfu society. Oh, anyone could have asked. Definitely a freshman. Otherwise, he wouldn't be tight with Wu Hua. Must be someone from their class or dorm. Huang Yali analyzed. Let's check his moments. Maybe there are photos. Okay. Mu Gu and Huang Yali scrolled through Tang Yuanbao's moments while waiting at the off-campus Malatang shop. Tang Yuanbao's moments was set to friendly, not a 3-day limit, so they could scroll all the way back. Although he didn't like selfies, his moments did have a few flashy photos. Oh, I remember now. He's the chubby guy who just joined the society. His name was so cute that I glanced at it twice when registering. Something like Yuanbao. Huang Yali said, ew, she was also an officer of the Hanfu society. I kind of recall now, but you know I'm a face snob, very particular about character models. This little chubby guy looks amusing, but he's not my type. Mu Gu said. Alas, the world has gained another heartbroken junior, ha. Huang Yali chuckled, not taking it to heart. Tang Yuanbao was ecstatic, clutching his phone as if it were a treasure and hid in his dormitory bed to start chatting. Although pursuing Mu Gu was indeed quite challenging, matters of the heart are unpredictable. Time can change many things, but all depends on Tang Yuanbao's fate. It had been some time since the semester began. In dorm 701, Tang Yuanbao had started pursuing his beloved. Having suffered a romantic setback, Shermashing now focused entirely on his studies, diligently preparing for the English CET 6 and graduate school entrance exams. This delighted everyone. He was on the right path. Only by improving oneself can one meet the right person in the future. Only by self-improvement can one avoid feeling powerless when encountering someone they like in the future. Shen Jingyu, though seemingly charming and romantic, remained a loner without a girl by his side. Wu Hua thought that Shen seemed to have some beautiful expectations about love, like a pure love warrior. Lei Xingyang, easygoing and carefree, continued his single life with freedom and had no intention of finding a girlfriend for now. Lu Mingyuan also had a girlfriend from high school. Their relationship was stable. She didn't get into Lingnan University, but was at the University of Finance and Economics in Jinling. Both were in Jinling, so it wasn't a long-distance relationship. Wu Hua's mind was now on making money. His greatest pleasure was checking his bank account balance. Others might only have short-term plans, but Wu Hua aimed for long-term planning. Having been reborn, he wanted both to enjoy life and to work hard to secure a stable, beautiful life. Without long-term foresight, immediate worries will arise. Wasting youth recklessly without family support in the future will only make the path harder. Wu Hua's artist mother, whom he had never even met, was clearly unreliable. Back home it was the weekend, and he had no life. Wu Hua prepared some food, took a shower, and comfortably lay on the sofa, inviting Lin Yichuan to do OQ in honor of kings. Lin Yichuan got bored on weekends because her roommates all went home, leaving her alone in the dorm. So when Wu Hua was free, he would invite her to play. After logging in, he unexpectedly saw Tang Yuanbao online, who directly sent a team invite. Godfather, for the sake of the party and country, help a brother out. Tang Yuanbao appealed emotionally. What's the matter? Wu Hua asked. I can't carry the girl to rank up. Lost 3 in a row. If I lose more, Mu Gu won't play with me anymore. Tang Yuanbao was almost in tears. Although Mu Gu was somewhat into looks, she was outgoing and liked making friends. Tang Yuanbao was talkative and witty, providing ample emotional value. In a short time, he had established a good rapport with Mu Gu. Mu Gu also didn't go home on weekends, which gave Tang Yuanbao a golden opportunity. He had planned to treat her to a meal to strengthen their classmate bond. But Mu Gu had taken a shower and didn't want to go out, so the two started playing Honor of Kings. Tang Yuanbao was a noob at the game, usually hovering around diamond rank, occasionally reaching star glory, but never making it to king rank in several seasons. Mu Gu was currently at star glory 4, striving to reach king. But after duo queuing with Tang Yuanbao, she had lost 3 straight and dropped to star glory V. Although Mu Gu didn't say anything, her mood had clearly cooled. When they first started playing, they were laughing and chatting in voice, but now she barely spoke. Tang Yuanbao was suddenly as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, cold sweat beating on his forehead. When he saw Wu Hua come online, he immediately latched onto it, like a lifeline. To help someone, one must go all the way. Since Wu Hua had decided to help Tang Yuanbao, he would see it through. He simply pulled Tang Yuanbao into the team and had Tang Yuanbao invite Mu Gu to form a 5-man squad to rank up. Mu Gu's in-game name was Mu Gu has no collarbone, which was actually a girl's self-deprecation. Although Mu Gu had a slightly chubby face, her figure was quite slim. She certainly had collarbones. Usually those who choose such self-deprecating names are attractive girls. Only beauties have the confidence. Mu Gu really didn't want to play anymore. In gaming, only winning brought joy. That little chubby guy might be good with words, but he was terrible at the game. Being bad was the original sin. If you can't carry a girl to rank up, she'll naturally lose interest in playing with you. Girls admire strength, and being strong in the game counts. So a gaming master might not have a real-life girlfriend, but he's sure to have an online wife. Senior, I found a ringer, guaranteed to rank up. Seeing that his invite to Mugu went unanswered, Tang Yuanbao quickly sent a private message. A ringer. Is he good? Mugu was afraid of losing more stars. Absolutely amazing. He's a top player from the esports club, my best buddy Wu Hua. Tang Yuanbao quickly bragged. Wu Hua, huh? Mugu accepted the invite. She saw 2 other game accounts in the team room. Huaya was surely Wu Hua, EOVO was unknown. A girl. And then Tang Yuanbao's account, Yuanbao. We need one more. Tang Yuanbao said. He'll invite my roommate Huang Yali, Mugu said. Huang Yali usually thought Mugu was too bad to carry, but with a handsome guy around she would definitely come running excitedly. Lily won a 5Q. Wu Hua's here. Mugu said. Coming. Ill Force quit immediately. As expected, she was instantly hooked. Huang Yali's in-game name was Lily Can't Set Fire. The 5-man squad was ready, and Wu Hua as the room. Everyone's ranks were not high. Wu Hua was underplayed at Diamond V rank. The highest was Huang Yali at King 17 stars. The rest were in Diamond and Star Glory ranks. Thus the opponents in this 5Q wouldn't be very strong. At this rank Wu Hua could easily carry, but having to carry 4 teammates, he didn't dare be careless. He took the jungle role, and picked his signature hero Dianwei. This hero had strong ganking ability in the early game with speed boost and powerful attacks. Once an enemy was caught, it was hard for them to escape. Lin Yichuan picked mid lane, Xiao Qiao Huang Yali picked top lane, Hua Mulan Mugu picked AD carry, Lady Sun Shangxiang, and Tang Yuanbao supported her with the healer Kai Wenji. In a word, stable. The team composition was decent, which gave Wu Hua some confidence. He bore the responsibility for Tang Yuanbao's happiness and couldn't afford to fail. At the start, Wu Hua sneaked into the enemy jungle and hid in the brush near the red buff. Sure enough, the enemy jungler Lanling King sauntered over to start at the red buff. Wu Hua lay in ambush without moving until the red buff monster had a sliver of health. He immediately used Smite to steal it, then swung his axe at Lanling King. Clearly this Lanling King was a noob with no experience in counter jungling. He was completely stunned, standing there for 2 seconds before realizing the red buff had been stolen. In a fit of rage, he started trading blows with Dianwei. The squishy Lanling King was no match for Dianwei, and was immediately taken out for first blood. Wu Hua retreated happily. A good start was half the battle. This round was secured. Dianwei cleared the jungle swiftly, and soon reached level 4, quickly moving to the mid lane. Lin Yichuan was being suppressed under the tower. The enemy mid laner was Wang Zhaojuan, only level 3, without her ultimate aggressively pressuring Xiao Qiao. Wu Hua activated his speed boost and charged forward. Having coordinated with Lin Yichuan many times, he swiftly eliminated the smug enemy mid laner Wang Zhaojun. He yielded the kill to Xiao Qiao, allowing her to develop faster and establish an advantage. At this moment, Wu Hua did not continue farming the jungle. Instead, he calculated the enemy jungler's route and hid in a bush along their path. The poor Lanling Wang, only level 2, was wandering by when Dianwei ambushed and took him out. In the bottom lane, Tang Yuanbao channeled his inner warrior, his performance surpassing his usual standards, providing Mugu with excellent room to deal damage. Thus the bottom lane gained the advantage, suppressing the enemy under their tower. Wu Hua had little opportunity to intervene. The enemy jungler had returned to the fountain, so there was no immediate danger. He cleared a wave of jungle camps, and then returned to the mid lane to lay in ambush. As the mid lane battle reached a stalemate, Wu Hua decisively struck, using his ultimate to eliminate Wang Zhaojun once more. Poor Wang Zhaojun didn't even get to cast her ultimate before meeting her demise. Wu Hua then moved to the top lane, where Hua Mulan held a significant advantage, having forced the enemy Qiao Qiao to cower under his tower with low health. He was about to recall to restore health, but unexpectedly Dianwei charged straight in, tanking the tower and finishing him with 2 axe strikes before leaving with flare. Wow, Wu Hua plays so well. Jungle God, exclaimed Huang Yali in the dormitory. He didn't help me, he wanna help you. Mugu wrinkled her nose and said. You were at an advantage there, why would he go? Huang Yali was now siding with Wu Hua, speaking up for him. But you were also at an advantage. Mugu retorted defiantly. Haha, little Yuanbao protected you quite well, and even gave you kills. You already got a triple kill, aren't you satisfied? Huang Yali chuckled. They were just teasing each other, since Wu Hua was after all a handsome guy, much like how boys react when they see a beautiful girl. This match was won without a doubt. Wu Hua single-handedly demolished the enemy team, achieving a godlike streak by mid-game, leaving the opposition with no chance to play. Gaining 1 star, Mugu returned to star 4 feeling much better, and began chatting and laughing again. After a few games, Wu Hua played very seriously to help his bro carry a female friend up the ranks. He used his best heroes, carrying every match, achieving a small winning streak for consecutive victories. Tang Yuanbao finally breathed a sigh of relief. When it counted, his godfather was reliable. At this moment, Mugu sent Tang Yuanbao a private message. Who is that EOVO? She's a girl, right? Why doesn't she speak? Is she from our school? She's quite something. Take a guess. Tang Yuanbao played mysterious, looking like he knew a big secret. How could I possibly guess? Just tell me. Mugu commanded directly. Alright, I'll tell you. She's the vice president of the student union, the campus beauty Lin Yichuan from the flower rankings. Tang Yuanbao said. Wow, really? That's amazing. You guys actually get to play games with her. Mugu was all because Lin Yichuan was very famous at Lingnan University, though everyone knew her as an ice-cold beauty very aloof. But they never expected that she would actually play ranked games with a group of junior students. Mugu suddenly thought of something and continued asking, is she possibly dating Junior Wu Hua? This would be huge news. If Lin Yichuan, the campus belle of Lingnan University, was in a relationship, it would be a bombshell that could blow up the campus walls. I wouldn't dare to speculate recklessly. They haven't admitted anything, but the two of them do have a good relationship, Tang Yuanbao said cautiously, as he couldn't cause trouble for Wu Hua. Being able to play games together means the relationship must be more than casual. Wu Hua is really handsome, even a goddess would be charmed. Mugu felt a hint of disappointment. Even if she had some feelings for Wu Hua, she now put a stop to them. After all, she lacked the confidence to compete with Lin. I actually hope they get together. If Wu Hua can date Lin Yichuan, then our dorm 701 will gain face. Tang Yuanbao said. TCH guys are so shallow. Are you objectifying us girls? Mugu said. No haha, I am indeed quite shallow, but am simple and easy to fool. Tang Yuanbao quickly replied. One had to admit he was skilled at banter. He who would want to fool you? What's the benefit? There are plenty of benefits like. And so they continued chatting. Thanks to Wu Hua's efforts, they achieved a glorious 5-game winning streak. By this time he was indeed tired. Although the rank wasn't high, ensuring he carried every game with full concentration was exhausting. Especially the last match, the enemy 5-stack team was strong and coordinated well. That game dragged on for over 30 minutes, and both sides' high ground towers were destroyed. In the end, Wu Hua seized an opportunity to use a crucial ultimate, winning the team fight to preserve the streak. It was indeed energy draining and exhausting. Let's stop here for today. It's getting late, and we need to rest, Wu Hua said. Okay, thank you, Junior. I had a lot of Huang Yali said. Yes. And President Lin Yichuan, can I add you on WeChat? I'm your fan. Mugu said. Sure. Lin Yichuan didn't refuse since it was a girl. Everyone dispersed, and Wu Hua logged off the game. He stretched and rolled his neck, having been leaning on the sofa while playing. His back and shoulders were sore. Tang Yuanbao sent a grateful message. You're a true friend. Thanks for tonight. They'll bring you Starbucks tomorrow. Swap it for a fruit tea. I still want a nap at noon. If I drink your Starbucks, how can I sleep? Wu Hua replied. Haha, my bad. Tomorrow let's go for a drink from Ba Wang Cha Ji. Tang Yuanbao said. You're quite something, kid. You already hit it off so quickly. I underestimated you. Wu Hua said. Of course. I Tang Yuanbao have skills too. Just wait. Tang Yuanbao said happily. Indeed, things were progressing smoothly. Both were extroverted, people quickly warming up to each other. This greatly boosted his confidence. Many people find it difficult to chat with girls, but Tang Yuanbao had no issue. When it comes to romance, the key is talking. At this moment, a red dot appeared on WeChat. Lin Yichuan also sent a message. Are you free on Monday? There's a public lecture by Jiu Yue, a Peking University literature PhD. I'd like you to accompany me, Lin Yichuan messaged. Sure, no problem. Wu Hua readily agreed. Okay, I'll send you the time later. Don't forget. Zhang Yushi has something to do, and there will be many strangers. I'm a bit uncomfortable. Lin Yichuan said. She really liked Jiu Yu and very much wanted to attend her public lecture, but such a large public event would have many strangers, which was truly uncomfortable for her, who had some social anxiety. After all, many people's gazes would be focused on her. Though she didn't care, it didn't mean she felt comfortable. So having a familiar person by her side would be better. Zhang Yushi was unavailable, so she had no choice but to ask Wu Hua. After all, she had been closest to Wu Hua recently. Yes, that must be it. The open lecture was scheduled for 2:30 p.m. Wu Hua arrived early at the lecture hall, choosing a seat in the middle rows at the back for its good view. Professor September was not only a renowned literary scholar and critic at Peking University, but also a celebrated. Invited by Lingnan University for this special lecture, she drew a large crowd of eager students. As it was a literary lecture, there were many female attendees, which in turn attracted a significant number of male students. Wu Hua kept waiting for Lin Yichuan, sending her a couple of messages, but she did not reply. Just before the lecture began, Lin Yichuan appeared at the door, trotting in. By then, almost every seat was taken, leaving only a few empty spots in the far corner. Lin Yichuan scanned the room. There was no seat near Wu Hua, and the aisle was too crowded to squeeze through. As Professor September entered to thunderous applause, Lin Yichuan had no choice but to sit in the front corner. Even in the most secluded corner, Lin Yichuan stood out, like a flower blooming in solitude. Captivating, and sorry I got delayed by student council matters. I'm late, she messaged Wu Hua after sitting down. It's okay. I'm here with you even from behind. Wu Hua replied. A senior student next to him, an extrovert, nudged him and asked, do you know who that beauty just come? Which one? Wu Hua feigned ignorance. The girl in the white dress sitting in the corner. She's one of the beauties on our Lingnan University's famous list. Lin Yichuan. She's famous. She is indeed pretty, Wu Hua nodded. Absolutely a true beauty. If she ever became my girlfriend, I'd break my ribs to make soup for her. The student dreamed aloud. Wu Hua glanced at his acne-scarred face and said nothing. But she's an ice queen, rarely interacts with anyone. We entered university at the same time. Whenever there's an open lecture with her, it's always packed, yet no one has ever managed to talk to her. Too hard to pursue. Most have given up. The student was talkative. Oh, Wu Hua replied, turning his attention to the podium. Professor September was in her 40s, but time had left little trace on her face. She looked like a knowledgeable woman in her 30s. Intellectual, elegant, mature, and beautiful. Her voice was pleasant. Lin Yichuan listened intently, taking notes. Wu Hua did not disturb her. He only gazed at her graceful back. Her long hair cascading like a waterfall, the white fabric hinting at a slender waist and subtle curves. Sunlight streamed through the classroom windows, casting a soft halo on her back, as if she were an ethereal fairy. She occasionally tilted her head to listen, her exquisite side profile mesmerizing. What stunned? Just look, she's a goddess. We can never have, the senior piped up during the break. That may not be true, Wu Hua said, teasing the senior. What? You dare ask for her contact? The senior scoffed. No need. Perhaps she's secretly watching me. You. The senior scrutinized Wu Hua. You're somewhat handsome, but too cocky. That's Lin Yichuan. Wu Hua smirked and sent Lin Yichuan a message. Senior, can you turn around and wave to me? What are you doing? Lin Yichuan asked. Someone here doesn't believe I know you. Childish. Despite her words, she turned and waved toward Wu Hua's direction. Wu Hua waved back with a smile. See, she waved at me, he said to the senior. The senior's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape. Facts spoke louder than words. He had indeed seen Lin Yichuan wave in their direction, seemingly acknowledging the handsome junior. Coincidence? Maybe a friend or a close girl is here, the senior muttered, scanning the surroundings. Only boys nearby. It was too bizarre. The Ice Queen Lin Yichuan willingly waving at a guy? Unheard of. Impossible. An illusion, surely. Amid thunderous applause, Professor September bowed and left the hall. The lecture ended. Lin Yichuan walked to Wu Hua's seat and beckoned him. Let's go. Coming. Wu Hua patted the senior's shoulder. She's quite warm, not as cold as you said. The senior was speechless, stunned as he watched Wu Hua and Lin Yichuan walk out intimately together, leaving him dazed alone in the hall. I don't believe it. Definitely not. Illusion. Must be the late-night gaming fatigue. Wu Hua and Lin Yichuan walked side by side through the crowd, starkly conspicuous, yet unbothered. I'm sorry I called you here, but ended up late myself, Lin Yichuan apologized. It's fine. Professor September's lecture was fascinating. I was captivated. Indeed. I wish I could become a great writer like her someday, Lin Yichuan said dreamily, writing words from the soul, sitting by a riverbank sipping tea, watching time flow peacefully. How you're entering retirement early. Wu Hua laughed. Everyone grows old. Having someone to accompany you through the years, that's romantic. True. I agree. Holding hands and growing old together, that's the ultimate romance. That evening, Wu Hua and Lin Yichuan ended up on the campus wall again, mainly because they stood out and didn't hide. This time the photo was a back view taken after the lecture, showing them walking side by side. The image was beautiful, accidentally capturing the youthful charm of campus. This dual silhouette shot could be legendary. After parting with Lin Yichuan, Wu Hua had no classes in the afternoon. He planned to rest and prepare for his evening livestream, lest the manager, Miss Morrison, scold him for slacking off. Just as he reached the school gate, his phone rang. It was Tang Yuanbao. Wu Hua, I'm treating you tonight. The new Shrimp Frog Jump restaurant near the school. Come join. Alright. Which people, eh? Wu Hua asked. I made plans with Mu Gu and she's bringing her best friend Huang Yali. She told me to bring you along. Tang Yuanbao replied. I have something to get back to. Why don't you ask Shinjinyu? I'm sure he'd be willing, Wu Hua said. Please, Godfather. This is a critical moment for me. The first step I've been working toward. It took ages to get them to agree to dinner. Don't mess this up for me. Tang Yuanbao's voice was trembling with tears. Wu Hua sighed helplessly. He was no longer just a strategist, he had become Tang Yuanbao's romance nanny. But seeing how pitiful he looked, Wu Hua allowed himself to soften just this once. They arrived at Shrimp and Frog Leap as planned. The newly opened restaurant was beautifully decorated. A small bridge overflowing water by the entrance, an artificial cherry blossom tree in full bloom, creating a dreamlike scene. The dining area consisted of partitioned booths. Though not fully enclosed, they offered a degree of privacy. For college students, this was already an upscale, luxurious venue. Tang Yuanbao had indeed spared no expense this time. When Wu Hua arrived, Tang Yuanbao was already there, his hair freshly styled by a barber. He wore a crisp jacket, and his skin even looked a shade paler. Soon Mu Gu and Huang Yali arrived. Mu Gu wore a tiered cake skirt that made her look adorable, while Huang Yali was dressed in a denim outfit. Please have a seat, Tang Yuanbao said, eagerly pulling out chairs for both ladies with gentlemanly grace. This was a lesson Wu Hua had taught him earlier. Many girls appreciate details, often judging a man by the small things. Because women are deeply emotional, you never know which unintentional gesture might capture their hearts. Thus, attention to detail is the most important aspect of a man's pursuit of a woman. Even if feigned, it must be carefully considered. It can earn him many extra points. Thank you, Mu Gu and Huang Yali said politely. The restaurant's specialty was a sizzling dry pot of shrimp and bullfrog, which was then topped with broth to become a rich hot pot. The flavors were indeed excellent, and the four of them enjoyed the meal. Tang Yuanbao chatted mostly with Mu Gu and Huang Yali about Hanfu Club costumes and some gossip, topics that held little interest for Wu Hua. At that moment, Huang Yali suddenly said, "Oh, by the way, this weekend the Hanfu Club is organizing a small trip to Shitong Ancient Town for the Hanfu Festival. Hanfu enthusiasts from all over the country will be there." Great. I'm going too. Tang Yuanbao was instantly ecstatic. This was a chance to travel with Mu Gu, an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. Unfortunately, you're not on the guest list. Mugu said. Due to limited funds, we can only charter one boat, so only key members are invited. You don't get to come, Huang Yali added with a sigh. Shitong Ancient Town is a favorite destination for Hanfu lovers. A classic Jiangnan water town, with bridges, flowing streams, and ancient charm, once beloved by emperors of old. Typically Hanfu enthusiasts rent a boat, dress up, and drift down the river greeted by fans on both banks. Lingnan University's Hanfu Club planned to rent a large boat, with club banners naturally selecting their most outstanding members. Tang Yuanbao's exclusion was hardly surprising. But Wu Hua knew that since they brought up the topic there had to be a way. Otherwise they wouldn't have deliberately teased Tang Yuanbao. Lingnan University's Hanfu Club planned to rent a large boat, with club banners naturally selecting their most. Haha, boats are hard to get. You have to book months in advance. Mu Gu and Huang Yali hugged each other giggling. Well, then I can't go with you. Tang Yuanbao drooped his head in disappointment, having envisioned a romantic trip. It's not impossible. We could ask the club president to let you help out with odd jobs or something, Mu Gu said with a mysterious. Really? That's wonderful. Tang Yuanbao perked up instantly. But first you have to do us a favor, Huang Yali said. What favor? He'll walk through fire without flinching. Tang Yuanbao declared with bravado. We want you to persuade Wu Hua to join us, and wear Hanfu on our boat. Mu Gu revealed the real reason. They had dangled the bait just to land this request. Me? No way. I've never worn Hanfu before. Wu Hua, we truly need your help. The Shitong Ancient Town Hanfu Festival is a great opportunity for Lingnan University's Hanfu Club to make an. Wu Hua, we truly need your help. The Shitong Ancient Town Hanfu Festival is a great opportunity for Lingnan University's Hanfu Club to make a name for ourselves. We're competing with several other university clubs. Mu Gu said. Exactly. Please help us. Our club has many talented girls, but we're desperately short of a leading male figure in ancient costume. Huang Yali added. We had one decent candidate, but he suddenly fell ill and was hospitalized. Huang Yali continued. Right? If we can't present a single handsome male lead, how can we compete with those enchantresses from other schools? Mu Gu said. The Hanfu Circle has its own rivalries, and university clubs all nurse a competitive spirit, none willing to yield. The Shitong Hanfu Festival was the perfect stage for Jiangnan schools to showcase their splendor. In the Hanfu community, girls dominate, but handsome male leads are rare, and truly outstanding ones are even scarcer. Some girls cross-dress as male leads, beautiful, but lacking a certain heroic figure. If a boat carried only beautiful women in Hanfu, no one would be impressed. Without a male lead standing out in this circle was impossible. The club was desperate, and Mu Gu immediately thought of having Wu Hua come to the rescue. With Wu Hua's looks, he could easily outshine the pretenders from other schools as a male Hanfu lead. Knowing it would be hard to persuade him directly, they roped in Tang Yuanbao. Tang Yuanbao was fully committed. He said to Wu Hua, Godfather, name your terms. He'll even polish your shoes for a year. Just help Mu Gu this time. Wu Hua felt a headache coming on. It seemed helping someone with romance required caution. It was a full-service, all-inclusive package. Tang Yuanbao was getting along well with Mu Gu, and there was a real chance of success. If Wu Hua didn't help now, it might all be for naught. After some thought, Wu Hua agreed. Fine, but let me be clear, this is one time only. No more after this. Wu Hua was rather reluctant about trading on it. Woo! Awesome. The Hanfu Club is saved. The two girls high-fived in the air. Yuanbao, thank you. Mu Gu held out her fair hand to Tang Yuanbao, who was dazed with excitement. He reached out with a trembling hand. The warmth from her soft hand shot through him like an electric current, piercing straight to his heart. The matter was settled. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Tang Yuanbao acted as a protective escort, seeing the two beauties back to their dormitory. Wu Hua took the subway home alone. Once preparations were complete, he began his daily live broadcast. Today he streamed for a full 3 hours with a flow of over 7,000. Quite a fruitful harvest. As the stream was about to end, Wu Hua informed his moderator Sun Lu, I won't be streaming this weekend. I'm heading to Shitong Ancient Town for the Hanfu Festival. Sun Lu replied, oh, you've fallen into the Hanfu rabbit hole too. Wu Hua answered, not exactly. The school's Hanfu Club is holding an event, and they've invited me as a guest to help out. Sun Lu exclaimed, I know. It's the one where you take a boat ride in Hanfu, right? Wu Hua nodded, yes, that's it. Sun Lu giggled, hee hee, I wonder what you'll look like in Hanfu. Wu Hua replied, I've never worn it either. Probably pretty silly. Sun Lu laughed, huh? She closed her tablet and stretched languidly, revealing the graceful curve between her waist and hips. No lights were on in her room. The moonlight streamed through the massive window, casting a silvery pool on the floor. Sun Lu, barefoot with delicate snow-white feet, stepped lightly onto the cool floor as she descended from the bed. Her thin nightgown fell softly around her. With long straight legs that seemed to glide, she walked toward the window like a beautiful elf strayed into the mortal world. She stood in the moonlight, reached out a slender hand, and pushed open the window. Instantly the moonlight streamed like liquid mercury into her fair palm, shimmering with a soft, translucent glow. The young girl stood quietly under the moonlight, her slender waist so delicate it seemed one could encircle it with a single hand, her curves graceful and captivating. Her bright eyes held the stillness of the night and the radiance of the moon. You in ancient attire? I really want to see that. Sun Lu whispered softly to herself. An awning boat sleeping to the sound of rain, a misty Jiangnan drizzle. Jiangnan has always been a poem where countless talented scholars and peerless beauties have left behind moving legends. The 300-kilometer distance was not far. With the convenience of modern bullet trains, it took just over an hour. The girls from the Hanfu Club had booked rooms near Shitong ancient town to rest and change costumes. Wu Hua and Tang Yuanbao decided to stroll around first. This was the quintessential charm of a Jiangnan ancient town. Inside the scenic area, many beautiful young women in Hanfu had already become a series of lovely sights. Savor the mortal world's hustle and bustle, leisurely gaze at small bridges and flowing waters. The two wandered along the misty rain corridor, crossed the Anjing Bridge, and then headed to the snack street. Wu Hua bought a variety of local treats and pastries, asking Tang Yuanbao to bring them to the Hanfu Club girls. This would earn him plenty of favorable comments and boost Tang Yuanbao's standing in Mu Gus's eyes. Having helped his friend to this extent, Wu Hua felt he had done more than enough. Sure enough, when Tang Yuanbao arrived at the hotel laden with bags of local snacks and pastries, it garnered unanimous praise from the girls. Wow, this sticky rice cake is super soft, so delicious. This duck neck tastes great, sweet and spicy. Come try it. Is this Shitong Gorgon fruit cake? First time trying it, not bad. Thank you, Junior. Most girls are snack-loving little creatures. Buying them delicious food is the fastest way to boost their goodwill. Tang Yuanbao and Wu Hua immediately received high praise. Huang Yali draped her arm around Mu Gus's shoulder and whispered in her ear, the chubby guy is pretty clever. I think he's okay. Why not just say yes? A few pieces of pastry bought you off. Can't you have more ambition? Mugu pinched Huang Yali playfully. Soft mouths are easily bribed. Huang Yali laughed and dodged away. Mugu scrolled through her phone and then exclaimed in surprise to her best friend, Yali, come quick. Look who's here, Mo Han Gongzi. Mo Han Gongzi was a major influencer in the Hanfu and traditional culture circle, boasting over 10 million followers on the Yinling platform. Every video he posted garnered hundreds of thousands of likes. Unexpectedly, he had also come to Shitong ancient town for the Hanfu Art Festival and was even holding an autograph session. Mugu had always been a fan of Mo Han Gongzi. Upon seeing this news, she was ecstatic and immediately dragged Huang Yali out the door. Huang Yali called Tang Yuanbao and Wu Hua, and the four of them made their way back into Shitong ancient town. The two lively, lovely female college students bounced along like cheerful little rabbits in a spring field. After asking around, they quickly found the location of Mo Han Gongzi's autograph session. A considerable crowd had already gathered. People had to purchase his merchandise and then queue up for his signature. Mo Han Gongzi was dressed in the style of a Confucian scholar with an elegant bearing that truly exuded the charm of an ancient handsome man. Mugu looked like a starstruck fangirl, completely ignoring Tang Yuanbao as she dragged Huang Yali to buy merchandise and prepare to queue. Tang Yuanbao snorted with jealousy and muttered, effeminate and gaudy. What's there to see? That man's face has more powder than a putty wall. Wu Hua glanced at the million-follower ancient costume heartthrob. His overall appearance was decent, but his cheekbones were a bit high and his lips rather thin. Come on, there's nothing wrong with liking influencers. Everyone has a few celebrities they admire. Wu Hua consoled him. Tang Yuanbao's jealousy flared only momentarily. He knew such envy was pointless, but reason couldn't quite rein it in. After adjusting his mindset, he eagerly trotted back to queue alongside Mugu. At that moment, a little girl of about 8 or 9, clutching a large bouquet of roses, stepped forward and smiled at Tang Yuanbao. Big brother, this young lady is so beautiful. Won't you buy her a rose? How much? Tang Yuanbao's eyes lit up. The original price is 15 yuan, but since you're so handsome, I'll sell it to you for 10 yuan. The little girl was extremely articulate, adept at the subtleties of social interaction. Oh no, no need. Mugu quickly waved her hands. The kid's just trying to make a living. Let her earn a bit. You know, but it's buying me flowers. Some people just don't know when they're lucky. Huang Yali deliberately sighed. Hey, I'm the villain now. Fine, I'll take 10. Mugu said playfully. Alright, little one, give me 10. Tang Yuanbao beamed. Wow, big brother is so generous. 10 roses with a 12 discount. That'll be 88 yuan. The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wu Hua found it amusing. This little girl was a natural-born business genius. And you handsome big brother, would you like to buy a few too? The little girl turned her pleading gaze to Wu Hua. Give me one. Wu Hua said with a slight smile, not adding more, and simply bought a single rose. For you. Wu Hua handed the rose to Huang Yali. Wow, really? For me? Huang Yali was overjoyed and accepted the rose happily. The fragrance of a rose lingers in the hand that gives. Wu Hua knew that in this situation Mu Gus's best friend would feel awkward without a rose, so he decided to do a good deed. Thank you, big brother and sister. The little girl beamed with joy as her roses quickly sold in considerable numbers. What's your name? Wu Hua studied the little girl. Her clothes were worn and dirty, her skin tan, suggesting she came from a very My name is Tian Tian, the little girl said, pointing to a nearby elderly woman with graying hair who was tending a fruit stall. That's my grandmother. Her fruits are super sweet. If you want some, you should buy from her. Tian Tian added. Haha, we're going to clean you out at this rate. Tang Yuanbao couldn't help but crack a joke. The little girl scampered over to her grandmother's fruit stall, grabbed an orange, and ran back to hand it to the wealthy-looking Tang Yuanbao. Here, try this. Haha, how embarrassing. Tang Yuanbao scratched his head, but accepted it. Peel it for the lady to taste. It's very Tian said. What a perfect setup. Wu Hua marveled inwardly. Soon it was Imohan's turn, and Mu Gu eagerly handed over a notebook for him to autograph. Master Imohan, I'm your biggest fan. I adore your work so much. Mu Gu's cheeks flushed as she spoke. Master Imohan glanced at Mu Gu, his eyes lighting up. This young lady was quite pretty, truly a rare beauty. Care for a photo together, he offered proactively. Really? Thank you. I'm so excited. Mu Gu hadn't expected Master Imohan to be so warm toward her. Her heart raced with joy. Master Imohan rose with a smile, pulling Mu Gu to stand beside him, while Huang Yali hurried over to take pictures. Standing at 185 centimeters, Master Imohan made Mu Gu look petite and adorable beside him. A genuinely pleasing sight. His hand. He actually put his hand on Mu Gu's shoulder. Tang Yuanbao nearly lost control. Had Wu Huan not held him back, he would have charged forward. Just then a discordant female voice rang out. Oh, isn't this Mu Gu? What brings you to Shitong too? A group of young girls approached, led by one wearing an exquisite and expensive-looking Hanfu dress. Mu Gu's brow furrowed. The girl in the splendid Hanfu was named Yao Jing, her arch-rival since middle school. Yao Jing's family was wealthy. Her father was a prominent local real estate developer with assets exceeding 100 million. Yao Jing and Mu Gu had been classmates in middle school, initially on good terms, even close friends. But everything changed when Yao Jing discovered that the boy she liked had a crush on Mu Gu. From then on, she openly bullied Mu Gu, seizing every chance to humiliate her, causing Mu Gu immense pain. Mu Gu sought help from teachers, but because Yao Jing's father had donated to the school and was a well-known businessman, even the teachers couldn't intervene. In the end, Yao Jing won over that boy with lavish gifts and flaunted him in front of Mu Gu. This nearly drove Mu Gu into depression. After entering high school, they were in different classes and kept their distance. During high school, Mu Gu fell in love with Hanfu culture, often donning the attire and winning admiration from many, including numerous male suitors. Yao Jing also joined the Hanfu and traditional Chinese fashion scene, and whenever a boy pursued Mu Gu, she would do everything in her power to snatch him away. Frustrated, Mu Gu gave up on romance altogether, focused on her studies, and successfully gained admission to Lingnan University. Meanwhile, despite her family's wealth, Yao Jing's poor grades allowed her only to attend a mediocre second-tier normal college. Yet Yao Jing remained active in the Hanfu circle, using her family's money to build her presence, eventually amassing a decent following and becoming a minor online influencer in the traditional Chinese-style scene. She also became the president of her normal college's Hanfu club. For this Hanfu festival at Shitong Ancient Town, her club had come to participate. The moment Mu Gu saw her, her expression soured. What, you like Master Imohan? Yao Jing sneered. Got a photo with him, huh? But you don't know, do you? Master Imohan is a special guest invited by our school's Hanfu club. Jingjing, you know her? Master Imohan subtly withdrew his hand from Mu Gu's shoulder and moved beside Yao Jing. Of course I do. An old friend. Don't let her innocent looks fool you. She's a scheming green tea bitch who loves stealing other people's boyfriends. So despicable. Yao Jing slandered. Yao Jing stopped slinging mud. Who's the scheming green tea bitch? It's you who loves stealing boyfriends. Mu Gu's face flushed with anger. Oh brother Imohan, am being bullied. Look how fierce she is. Yao Jing cozily hooked her arm around Master Jingjing. Ignore her. Trash like her isn't even fit to tie your shoelaces, Master Imohan said bluntly. Tears welled up in Mu Gu's eyes. Seeing his goddess humiliated, Tang Yuanbao couldn't stand it. He rushed forward and shouted, so many of you ganging up on one girl. Shameless. Who's the green tea bitch? You two are nothing but a pair of adulterers. What nonsense are you spouting? You looking for death? Master Imohan glared menacingly at Tang Yuanbao. Yao Jing looked at Tang Yuanbao in surprise, then burst into mocking laughter. Hee, so your taste has sunk this low, Mu Gu. You can actually fancy this kind of trash. What, been so long without meat you'll eat anything? Bitch, what did you say, eh? Tang Yuanbao exploded. Never in his life had he been so insulted. What? Did I say something wrong? Fatso, take a look at your piggy face. Why hasn't anyone asked you to play Wu Dalong? Wu Dalong and Pan Jinlian. What a perfect match. Yao Jing shot back venomously. Bullshit. You're the piggy face. They'll tear your mouth off. Tang Yuanbao, humiliated in front of his goddess, lost all reason and lunged forward. Yao Jing backed away in fear, screaming, a man hitting a woman. A thug is hitting a woman. Instantly her classmates from the normal college stepped forward, the girls scolding, have you no shame? You're going to hit a woman. Ugly and bad-tempered. If I looked like you, I wouldn't dare leave the house. Try it, and we'll call the cops on you right now. What a piece of work. Ugly people make more trouble. Wu Hua stepped in and held Tang Yuanbao back, preventing him from. After all, a gentleman doesn't fight with women. If Tang Yuanbao clashed with these girls, he'd lose the moral high ground and only end up embarrassing himself. Who the hell do you think you are? Touch me, and he'll make sure you never leave Shitong alive. Master Imohan's eyes were cold and contemptuous. Let's go. No need to argue with these people. We're leaving. Wu Hua pulled the group away. A crowd of onlookers had already gathered. Continuing the scene would only make things worse. At that moment, the little flower seller Tian Tian squeezed her way through the crowd out of curiosity. She had no idea what was happening, but children are naturally drawn to excitement. As Master Imohan turned to leave, he accidentally bumped into little Tian Tian. Ouch! She fell to the ground, scattering all her roses across the street. Watch where you're going. Master Emohan did not help the little girl Tian Tian up. Instead, he frowned and scolded with disgust. My flowers. You have to pay for my flowers. Tian Tian, who was stubborn by nature, became anxious when she saw her roses scattered on the ground, trampled by the crowd. Scrambling up from the ground, the little girl spotted Master Emohan about to leave. Her stubborn streak flared up. She lunged forward and grabbed the hem of his long robe tightly. Pay for my flowers. The little girl cried, tears glistening in her eyes as she clutched his clothes. Damn it. Get off me. Master Emohan, irritated, yanked hard. A tearing sound. The brocade fabric was ripped. You little brat. You tore my clothes. Do you have any idea how much this custom outfit from Minghua Hall costs? Whose little brat is this? Where are the parents? If no one comes out, I'll throw her into the river. Seeing his cosplay costume torn, Master Emohan flew into a rage and viciously grabbed Tian Tian's thin arm. I'm so sorry. My granddaughter doesn't know any better as she's just young. Tian Tian's grandmother hastily abandoned her fruit stall and came over to apologize. Watching her small granddaughter being firmly held by the arm, struggling incessantly, her wrinkled face was Yao Jing stepped forward, her face cold, and scolded. How do you raise your child? Do you know how much this outfit costs? It's a top-tier custom piece from Minghua Hall. 38000 yuan. Now your granddaughter has torn it. How are you going to compensate? What? 38000 for a piece of clothing. Tian Tian's grandmother was shocked and quickly said, I know how to sew. I can mend the tear exactly as it was. Are you out of your mind? Living in the old days. Who needs you to sew clothes anymore? 38000 yuan. Not a cent less, or he'll call the police. Master Emohan said coldly. Looking at the dark, grimy arm, his cleanliness obsession made him feel disgusted. He feared the bacteria from such people would infect him, yet he also worried that if he let go, she would run away. Tian's grandmother said tremblingly, How can I have 38000? I just run a small stall with my granddaughter to barely make a living. I really don't have that much money. Please be magnanimous and spare my granddaughter. Enough. Stop playing the victim here. What? Trying to judge us from a moral high ground. Dream on. If you break something, you pay for it. This is a society ruled by law. If you can't, let the law handle it. We're not the bad guys. Yao Jing declared with righteous indignation. Exactly, pulling that moral blackmail routine. You look poor on the surface, but people like you have little villas back home, making us seem like villains. Are we supposed to just swallow the loss because you're poor? Being poor doesn't make you right. Yao Jing's classmates chimed in a babble of reproach. They were many and sharp-tongued. How could an old woman argue? She could only keep bowing and begging for mercy. Wu Hua frowned and stepped forward, saying, You tore your own clothes just now. Why are you blaming the little girl? Master Emohan frowned, his gaze icy, and said to Wu Hua, Who are you to play the hero? Who decides? Let the police decide. Are you saying no one can discipline a naughty kid? Give it a rest. You're worse than a naughty kid. I saw you tear it with my own eyes, and we even have video evidence. Wu Hua said. In truth, they hadn't had time to film anything, but Wu Hua believed some busybody must have recorded it. He could. Master Emohan looked at Wu Hua's face, which was more handsome than his own, a black flame raging inside him. But he didn't know whether Wu Hua actually had video evidence. At that moment, little Tian suddenly bit Master Emohan's hand hard. You little brat, go to hell. Stung by the bite, Master Emohan swung his arm and flung the little girl to the ground. The little girl fell, quickly scrambled up, made a face at Master Emohan and shouted, You sick pervert, you cross-dressing freak, you trash who bullies kids. Hope you get hit by a car. Little brat, you're asking for death. Master Emohan raged, storming over to grab Tian. Tian, relying on her agility, dodged while continuing to hurl insults. Wu Hua found it rather amusing, like walking a dog. But joy turned to sorrow. With so many people around, Tian in her haste missed her step and fell into the nearby canal. Haha, serves you right, you little brat. Master Emohan finally felt a sense of relief. Help! Help! Tian flailed in terror, calling for rescue. Please save my granddaughter. She can't swim, she can't swim. Tian's grandmother rushed to the riverbank in panic, crying out desperately. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Hua stripped off his jacket and plunged into the water. He was a good swimmer. Rescuing a little girl was no trouble. A few strokes brought him to Tian's side. Don't be afraid. Relax, I'm here to save you. Wu Hua approached nimbly from behind Tian, hooked his arms under her armpits, and treaded water while pulling her back. Splash, splash. Two more young men jumped into the river to help Wu Hua push the girl above the surface. On the bank, people reached out their arms and pulled her ashore together. Then a kind-hearted shopkeeper lady nearby brought a blanket to wrap around her. Tian's grandmother hurried over and hugged her granddaughter. What a jerk. Driving a little girl to jump into the river. Exactly, a big internet celebrity bullying a little girl. I saw it. He tore it himself and tried to extort money. Internet celebrities have such low class now. Once they make money, they forget who they are. The surrounding onlookers began to indignantly denounce Master Emohan, Yao Jing, and their group. Seeing the situation turn against them, and fearing public fury, the group slunk away quickly, without further mention of compensation. Thank you, young man. Thank you for saving my granddaughter. If she were gone, this old woman wouldn't be able to go on. Tian's grandmother wept. As long as she's safe. Wu Hua said while wiping water from his hair. The autumn wind blew, making him feel quite cold. The river water had been icy. Better head back quickly, don't let the child catch a cold. Those around urged, and everyone helped Tion's grandmother pack up her fruit stall, then escorted them home. The farce finally came to an end. Wu Hua booked a hotel room near the scenic spot to take a hot shower. His clothes were completely soaked through and unwearable, so he had to ask Tang Yuanbao to buy him underwear and clothes. Mu Gu and Huang Yali accompanied Wu Hua in the hotel room. As Wu Hua casually stripped off his wet clothes, he heard 2 small gasps, and suddenly realized there were girls in the room. He couldn't just be shirtless. Wu Hua's current physique was extremely pleasing to the eye. The lines of his muscles were as if meticulously carved by a Renaissance sculptor, each muscle brimming with youthful vitality. His 8-pack abs were distinct and radiated a sense of power. His cold white skin was flawless with faint blue veins visible beneath the surface. As he moved, the play of his muscles was both firm and smooth. Is this something I should be looking at? Mu Gu and Huang Yali instinctively gasped, covering their eyes with their hands, but the gaps between their fingers were spread wide. If you don't look, it's a waste. Such nice muscles, it would be a pity not to see them. Sorry, I forgot there were ladies present. Wu Hua casually picked up his jacket and put it on. It's fine. Boys going shirtless is nothing, we see it all the time. Mu Gu said, her cheeks flushed. But classmate Wu Hua, your skin is so good it looks even fairer than a girl's. How do you take care of it? Asked Huang Yali. No maintenance, it's natural. I use the most ordinary soap, said Wu Hua. Wow, I'm so jealous, said Mu Gu. The way you jumped into the river to save someone was so cool. I didn't expect a junior to have such a sense of justice. Then Wu Hua replied casually, of course I grew up under the education of the 5 stresses and 4 beauties. What are the 5 stresses and 4 beauties? Huang Yali asked curiously. Haha, nothing, I was just joking. Wu Hua could only awkwardly cover it up, almost revealing his age. Tang Yuanbao quickly returned with underwear and clothes. Wu Hua kicked the 2 girls out of the room, then took a hot shower, and finally felt a bit more comfortable. Having just arrived at Shitong ancient town, and already jumped into a river, this trip seemed destined for turmoil. The official Hanfu festival was tomorrow, everyone had come early today to prepare. In the evening the group suggested a dinner gathering, so they booked a very famous, internet-famous restaurant here, the Ziyu restaurant. The club's budget was limited, so this dinner was Dutch treat. Just as Wu Hua was about to leave, he received a message from Sun Lu. Sun Lu, guess where I am? Wu Hua, you didn't come to Shitong too, did you? Sun Lu, haha, that easy to guess. Yes, and I'm even going on a boat. Wu Hua, I'm really looking forward to it. You must look great in ancient costume. Sun Lu, I don't know if it'll look good. I hope you like it. What costume are you wearing? Wu Hua, I don't know, I'm just here to fill in the numbers. Sun Lu's so excited. Tomorrow's meeting will surely be— Wu Hua, by the way, we're having dinner at Ziyu restaurant tonight. Do you want to come? Sun Lu, Ziyu restaurant. That's one of my aunt's assets. She opened it when she was bored. I heard it's quite famous. Wu Hua was speechless. The world of the rich was just so unadorned. Sun Lu, I'm not coming tonight. I need to accompany my aunt. I'm staying at her place. Besides, waiting makes the reunion sweeter. The anticipation before meeting is actually the happiest part. Wu Hua could only reply, you're right. Sun Lu had come to Shitong ancient town, and Wu Hua knew she had come for it. However, Wu Hua was really looking forward to seeing Sun Lu in her Hanfu ancient costume. She was already a stunning beauty who seemed otherworldly. If she put on Hanfu, it would be as if one had traveled back to an ancient dynasty filled with legends of breathtaking beauties. It would surely dazzle everyone. Wu Hua sat in the taxi chatting with Sun Lu, completely ignoring Tang Yuanbao beside him. Tang Yuanbao frowned at Wu Hua and said, your mouth is split from ear to ear. Tell me honestly, which beauty are you chatting with? Wu Hua laughed and said, haha, not telling you. Tang Yuanbao said, humph. I feel like you're straying further and further down the path of corruption. Wu Hua said disdainfully, oh come on, as if I'm as corrupt as you. You were squatting at the entrance of Wanda Mall staring at girls' legs. Tang Yuanbao said, shut up. That was a mistake I made in my youthful ignorance. Don't ever bring it up in front of Mu Gu. Tang Yuanbao immediately backed down. Call me adoptive father, Wu Hua replied with a grin. The two were bragging as they soon arrived at Ziyu restaurant. They had already booked a private room in advance. Walking into Ziyu restaurant, Wu Hua understood why this place had become an internet-famous restaurant in such a short time. The decoration was simply too ostentatious. The style of Ziyu restaurant was a replica of ancient Jiangnan charm. The entrance featured a white marble bridge carved with cloud patterns of Penglai, Immortal Island, and mist swirled underfoot, as if entering a fairyland. The lobby floor was paved with tricolored glazed tiles forming patterns. In the corridor there was a relief of the elegant gathering in the West Garden, with the figures' clothes delicately adorned with gold leaf, magnificent and resplendent. Each private room had its own unique character, with winding paths leading to secluded spots, yet extremely luxurious. By the window was a wooden balcony. One could push the door open and be greeted by the brilliant lantern-lit scenery of Shitong ancient town. The stoves were open, built in the shape of a green jade qilin, with flames shooting from its mouth. Hundreds of bamboo baskets held exquisite ingredients for guests to choose from. This cost-defying decoration had reached the standard of a luxurious star-rated hotel, yet the prices were it would defy reason if it didn't become popular. Even if the food was average, just sitting here for a meal was worth the price. Through chatting, Wu Hua learned that this was an asset of Sun Lu's aunt. Only such a super wealthy family could afford to be so capricious with their spending. All the private rooms at Ziyu restaurant were booked in advance. Mu Gu and the others had reserved it many days ahead. Wu Hua and Tang Yuanbao entered the private room, where a group of pretty girls were chattering happily, a delight to the eyes and ears. "Oh, here comes our rescue hero, take the seat of honor," said Mu Gu, smiling. Mu Gu said, seeing Wu Hua, and smiling. No. He'll sit by the door and serve you senior sisters." Wu Hua didn't dare to take that seat, afraid he might be devoured by them, so he quickly sat by the door. "The junior is so shy, making us seem like the goblins from Pan-Si Cave," said Duanmu Hanwen, the president of the Hanfu Club, and a junior year senior, with a smile. She had a neat short haircut and dressed in a unisex style. She usually liked to cosplay as ancient male idols. "This is the future campus heartthrob of Lingnan. Mu Gu went to great lengths to invite him to boost our presence. Tomorrow who will do his makeup? If it's not done well, off with their head," a senior sister said laughingly. It's me. "Don't worry, he'll be a peerless handsome man, as beautiful as Panin," another senior sister said with a smile. "All the good things go to you," a girl nearby teased. Wu Hua felt a cold sweat forming. A group of girls together was very dangerous. A boy had to protect himself out there. Tang Yuanbao kept a low profile, sitting next to Mu Gu. This seat was deliberately left for him by Huang Yali. Normally Tang Yuanbao had often bribed her with delicious food, so at this crucial moment, she had to deliver. Just as everyone was laughing and having a great time, the door to the private room was pushed open. A chubby manager wearing glasses and a black suit walked in with a beaming smile. "Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, could you please dine in the main hall? This private room is for another guest," said the fat manager. "Why? This is our reserved room. Why should we go to the hall?" asked Duanmu Hanwen, frowning. "Haha, it's like this due to a staff error. The private room does not accept group buy orders." The fat manager still smiled. "When we made the reservation, you clearly said we could use the group buy," said Duanmu Hanwen. "Fine, well, order without the group buy, okay." The environment here was pleasant, and everyone had already taken their seats. Being chased to the main hall now was certainly not something they would willingly accept. "But another guest has already reserved it, so I'm sorry, please go to the hall. We can give you a 5 discount. The fat manager still refused. Wu Hua looked at his face full of vulgar mercantilism and knew he must be thinking that these college students would spend little, so he planned to give the room to customers with higher spending power. He stepped forward and said to the fat manager, "We reserved it first, and we've already arrived. This can be verified. Please don't make trouble. We won't give up the room." The fat manager pushed up his glasses, looked at Wu Hua, and changed to a cold expression. "You say no? Fine. The minimum consumption for this room is 5,000. If you want to stay, you can." The classmates looked at each other. They had little social experience and didn't know how to handle this situation for the moment. If the minimum consumption was 5,000, they certainly couldn't afford it, but the fat manager was too bullying to swallow. "If all private rooms had a minimum consumption of 5,000, we could accept it. But if only our room is set with a minimum consumption, I will complain to the Administration for Industry and Commerce." Wu Hua was not intimidated by the fat manager's trick and said calmly. The fat manager frowned at Wu Hua. A VIP client had reserved this room, and he had thought these college students could be easily dismissed with a few words, even offering a symbolic 5 discount. He never expected to encounter such a tough nut like Wu Hua. "Complaint. Do you know who the owner of this restaurant is? Go ahead and complain," the fat manager sneered. Wu Hua looked at him speechlessly. He actually did know who the owner was. But Wu Hua said nothing, just watching the fat manager's self-destructive performance. There's no problem with making money in business, but one must have basic integrity and ethics. You can't bully customers just because your business is big. We reserved first and arrived on time. The room is definitely ours. Wu Hua said calmly. "Today I'm not giving it to you. So what if I bully customers? So what if I want to make money? You poor students ordering a few hundred yuan worth of dishes and want to sit in a private room. Go eat at a street stall." The fat manager was getting carried away. "Are you even human? Why are we students not qualified to sit in a private room? Is dining also divided into classes?" Mu Gu stood up angrily. "Exactly, a snobbish dog, shameless for money," Huang Yali added. The classmates criticized the fat manager The fat manager was clearly humiliated into anger. He said furiously, "Stop talking nonsense. If I don't make money, you'll starve, won't I? Get out of here now. We won't serve you. If you make any more trouble, I'll call the security to kick you out. Try it. If you dare to call the security to kick us out, I'll have you fired." Wu Hua was also angry. At that moment, the door of the private room was pushed open. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the door, and Mu Gu was stunned. The ones who entered were none other than Yao Jing, Imohan Gongzi, and their group. "Oh, Manager Huang, why isn't the room ready yet? We've been waiting impatiently." Yao Jing glanced at Mu Gu and deliberately spoke in a squeaky voice. Mu Gu was so angry she couldn't speak. That woman was definitely doing it on purpose. Tears welled up in her eyes from anger. Were these rich people insane? Why did they keep bullying her relentlessly like "Miss Yao, please wait a moment. He'll drive them away right now," said the fat manager, bowing and scraping. This man was indeed the epitome of snobbery. Some people should know their place. If a place doesn't belong to you, don't cling to it stubbornly. Yao Jing said, "Yao Jing, if you have a problem, come at me. Don't drag my classmates into this. What's wrong with us having a meal?" Mu Gu said with a sobbing voice. "Hey, you probably think too highly of yourself. Do I have time to focus on a nobody like you? Sorry, I'm just here to eat a meal." Yao Jing sneered. Enough, why waste words on these people? Make them leave quickly, don't spoil our dining mood, said Imohan Gongzi, gently standing by Yao Jing's side, like a flower guardian. Suddenly the room burst into a chaotic argument. Wu Hua, seeing this pandemonium, walked out of the room and called. At that moment Sun Lu was sitting lazily on the sofa, her chin resting on her hand, her long hair cascading like silk over her snow-white shoulders. She wore a custom silk robe softly draping over her delicate curvaceous figure, every detail exuding. Seeing Wu Hua's call, a flicker of surprise passed through her limpid autumn water eyes. Aren't you at the dinner party? How come you have time to call me? Sun Lu answered quickly and asked. Wu Hua briefly explained the situation. Could you please ask your aunt to handle this? It's really infuriating. Wu Hua said. It's indeed too much. Don't worry, it will be taken care of, Sun Lu assured. Wu Hua said nothing more since Sun Lu had already promised. After hanging up, Sun Lu immediately dialed her aunt's number. Sun Lu's aunt Sun Nualan was only 7 years older than her, and they were more like sisters with a very close relationship. At that moment Sun Nualan was sitting in the top-floor private lounge of her own hotel, lying languidly on a couch, a dark green Chongsam tightly hugging her exquisite voluptuous figure. She sipped rice wine while gazing at the view outside. The slit of her Chongsam revealed a hint of porcelain white skin, and as she slightly bent her knee, the hem of the dress slid down smoothly. She rested her delicate cheek on one hand, gently swirling the ancient rice wine glass in her hand. A sliver of moonlight from the sky rippled softly in the glass. Her long lashes drooped, casting a faint shadow beneath her eyes. The rouge on her lips was rosy and glossy, her rounded shoulders fair and tender, and a hint of collarbone was captivating. The phone rang. Nualan's phone number was known only to close personal contacts. It wouldn't be an outsider. Nualan picked it up casually and glanced at the screen. That little girl must be bored at home, either craving something or missing me. Either way, she must be urging me to come back early. What's wrong? Nualan answered. Aunt Nualan, there's an urgent matter. Please help me. Sun Lu didn't stand on ceremony, directly explaining the matter and asking her aunt to handle it. Nualan was slightly astonished, for she doted on her little niece immensely. As a child, the girl was adorable, soft, and delicate, like a little princess from a fairy tale. As she grew older, she became even more radiant and captivating, stirring Nualan's curiosity about what kind of man in this world could be worthy of her. Yet she had no desire to meddle excessively in her niece's romantic affairs, for she herself had ended up alone, retreating to this small Jiangnan town to lead a recluse's life, all because her own family had interfered too much. Her niece's sudden visit delighted her, as she assumed the girl had come to see her. But when the niece mentioned attending the Hanfu Culture Festival, it piqued the curiosity of the shrewd Aunt Nualan. Having watched her niece grow up, she knew her well. An IQ above 140, a disposition as calm as water, and never before interested in Hanfu. Yet now she suddenly wanted to attend the festival. Something was definitely amiss. But the little girl was tight-lipped. No matter how she pressed, the answer was always a sudden burst of interest, though Nualan didn't believe a word. And sure enough, the truth slipped out. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corners of Nualan's lips. She was determined to tease her niece. A shop naturally has its rules. What friend is so important that my dear little niece personally calls me? Nualan deliberately said. Aunt Nualan, please help me. They'll cook something delicious for you. Sun Lu immediately caught on that her aunt was teasing her and deployed her signature move, acting cute. Oof. As if I care. Nualan spoke with a hint of jealousy. I thought you came specifically to see me, but it seems I was flattering myself. Oh, Aunt Nualan, I did come to see you. And you'll meet a friend on the side. Sun Lu said. Liar. No wonder Easterners prefer sons. Daughters always lean outward. Nualan's tone was that of a Lin Dayu, delicate and reproachful. Are you helping or not? If not, I'll leave tomorrow. Sun Lu began to throw a tantrum. Fine. In your past life you must have been my little lover. In this life am destined to be wrapped around your finger. Nualan sighed. You'll go meet your sweetheart and see what extraordinary man has enchanted my little princess. I warn you, don't talk nonsense. Sun Lu revealed her true nature. Now I'm being threatened. Being an aunt is truly difficult. Sun Nualan said. Alright, I'll go handle it quickly. Don't let a fight break out and hurt your little lover. You're the best auntie. Love you. Sun Lu quickly added another sugar-coated bullet. Nualan shook her head, draped a fox fur shawl over her shoulders, and instructed the general manager to call the security captain and accompany her. As she descended in the private elevator, she heard the sound of arguing coming from the private rooms. Her brows furrowed. Regardless of her niece's request, from her own standpoint, she would have dealt with this matter seriously. This restaurant was hers. If it was accused of dishonesty, it meant that she saw Nualan was dishonest, and the damage to her reputation would be far too great. For both emotional and rational reasons, she had to handle this severely. Inside the private room, the situation had escalated into a verbal confrontation between the normal college Hanfu Club Yaojing side and Lingnan University Hanfu Club Mugus side. The girls quarreled fiercely, exchanging rapid-fire insults. The fat manager could hardly get a word in. The door to the private room opened again, and Sun Nualan strode in. Seeing the chaotic scene, she waved her hand lightly. Stop arguing. Anyone who continues will be thrown out. The security captain bellowed like thunder. The fat manager, seeing Nualan come down in person, broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. The hidden owner of Drunken Moon Pavilion was Nu Alan, but she almost never involved herself in the restaurant's affairs, leaving everything to professional managers. The top floor of Drunken Moon Pavilion was off-limits to the public. Even the fat manager who had worked as the lobby manager for half a year had never been up there. He only knew that the big boss would entertain important guests on the top floor and occasionally drink alone there. That big boss was Nu Alan. He had glimpsed her secretly, and she was a woman of unparalleled beauty. Moreover, her aura clearly indicated she was not in the catering business. Upon inquiring, he learned that this was merely a leisure retreat she had set up. Thus, Drunken Moon Pavilion boasted top-tier decor, affordable prices, and absentee owner, yet the best salaries and benefits in the entire industry. In 3 simple words, money was no object. Now this incident had disturbed the owner, making the fat manager's heart pound with uncertainty, whether it was fortune or calamity. He lowered his head and scurried a few steps to the general manager, saying, "President Gu, just a small matter, I'm handling it, and we'll have it resolved soon." President Gu looked at Sun Nu Alan, bowed respectfully, and asked, "President Sun, how would you like to proceed?" He actually had no idea what had happened, so he dared not express any stance. Sun Nu Alan swept her gaze across everyone in the room and asked, "Who is Wu Hua?" Wu Hua stepped forward and said, "Hello, President Sun. I'm Wu Hua, a friend of Sun Lu." Nu Alan looked Wu Hua up and down with a hint of surprise. This young man was exceptionally handsome, and seemed to be exactly the type Sun Lu liked. No wonder Sun Lu had made a special trip for him. Nu Alan smiled slightly, and said, "So it's you." By now sweat from the fat manager's forehead was dripping onto his thick jowls. He clearly sensed trouble coming. Nu Alan turned to President Gu and said, "Fire this fat man. Furthermore, blacklist him from the entire industry, never to be hired again." President Sun, "I was just thinking about the company's performance." President Sun. The fat manager, terrified, nearly knelt. This mysterious big boss had come in, and without asking any questions passed judgment. Clearly someone had already reported to her. And that handsome young man was obviously connected to the big boss. This time he had truly stepped on a landmine. "Security, do I pay you to stand around and watch?" Sun Nu Alan couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. With a wave of the security captain's hand, 2 burly guards grabbed the fat manager and dragged him away, one of them covering. "How can you be so indiscriminate?" Yao Jing stepped forward, indignantly sensing that the situation was turning against her. Nu Alan ignored her and said to President Gu, "Show these guests out and blacklist them. They are no longer welcome." "What? Do you know who I am? How many followers I have? I'll expose your place and ruin you." Mo Han Gongzi stepped forward. Nu Alan smiled faintly. "Thank you for the reminder. Tomorrow your account will be banned." "Who the hell do you think you are? You think you can ban my account just like that?" Mo Han Gongzi said incredulously. Nu Alan couldn't be bothered to argue further. She waved her hand, and the security guards surged forward, forming a human wall to force Mo Han Gongzi and Yao Jing out. Nu Alan smiled slightly. "I apologize for the trouble you've endured at Drunken Moon Pavilion. Please enjoy your meal. This round is on me." "Thank you so much." Wu Hua stepped forward to express his gratitude, quite surprised. First, Sun Lu's aunt was astonishingly young and beautiful, with a temperament that could grace a Wong Kar-wai film. Second, her way of handling matters was swift and decisive, simple yet effective, without any hesitation. Truly, Sun Nu Alan looked Wu Hua up and down, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Are you a college student?" "A freshman at Lingnan University," Wu Hua replied. "Come with me. Oh, I have a few questions to ask you," Nu Alan said with a nod. "All right, let me just say something to my classmates." Wu Hua turned and smiled. "Everyone go ahead and order first. They'll be right back." After speaking, he turned and followed Nu Alan into a private elevator. The elevator was carpeted with exquisite rugs, bright and elegant. In this confined space, Wu Hua kept his eyes straight ahead, not daring to glance around. He had never expected Sun Lu's aunt to be so young and beautiful. She seemed only a few years older than her niece. Not only did she inherit the family's striking looks, but she also possessed a mature charm. A refreshing, alluring fragrance lingered around his nose, pleasant to the senses. The elevator doors slid open silently, revealing the exclusive, never-openeth public top floor of Ziyu Pavilion before Wu Hua. The lavish neo-Chinese style evoked a sensation of having returned to the Tang dynasty. Entering Nu Alan's private tea room, she was already reclining languidly on a soft couch, her graceful undulating curves impossible to gaze upon directly. Wu Hua looked out the window, a dazzling nightscape of Jiangnan's lights and water unfolding before him. Was this restaurant actually built for the sake of this view? Wu Hua asked. "That's an interesting question, but indeed yes," Nu Alan replied with a smile. "Sit wherever you like. Help yourself to whatever you want to drink. I can't be bothered with formalities." "All right." Wu Hua didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down, began brewing tea, and sipped it without feeling overly restrained. Nu Alan watched him with keen interest. "What do you think of my place here?" Wu Hua was silent for a moment, then answered offhandedly. "You said spring hasn't arrived and I stepped into the true Jiangnan." Nu Alan's body gave a slight start. She looked at him in surprise. That seemingly casual line captured the essence of Ziyu Pavilion completely. It also laid bare the sentiments of Nu Alan's youthful years. She realized with a start that the world was not lacking in prodigiously talented young men. "What do you know at your age? It's just forcing oneself to write sorrow to compose a poem," she said deliberately after a brief silence. Wu Hua smiled without arguing, drinking his tea while gazing at the Jiangnan scenery outside the window. The location was supremely advantageous, offering a panoramic view of the Jiangnan water landscape, worthy of a pavilion. Nualan steadied herself and asked, "How did you meet my little niece?" "I was live streaming, and she happened to stumble upon it, as she later became a moderator in my chat room," Wu Hua said truthfully. "Live streaming? Are you an internet celebrity?" Nualan asked. "Not really. I'm just a student trying to earn some money. Live streaming is relaxed and free," Wu Hua said. "What do your parents do?" "I was live streaming, and she happened to stumble upon it, as she later became a moderator in my chat room," Wu Hua said truthfully. "Live streaming? Are you an internet celebrity?" Wu Hua replied. "Oh." Nualan nodded. "An ordinary family, not wealthy, no wonder he needed to earn money through live streaming. I don't care what you do, but if you treat my son Lu even a little poorly, you might find yourself without a career as an influencer." Nualan's tone turned cold and menacing. This was her purpose in calling Wu Hua up, to see what kind of young man her niece had taken a liking to. If he was of poor quality, she would crush him. If he was acceptable, then she would let it be. Girls always fall in love. Wu Hua acted as if he hadn't heard the threatening tone. His expression remained unchanged, calmly sipping his tea, and Nualan said nothing further, merely watching the handsome young man in silence. "Auntie, you asked me to treat Sun Lu well? Do you think Sun Lu and I could have a future?" Wu Hua's lips curved slightly as he countered. Nualan frowned. "What kind of future do you want, eh?" "I don't want any particular future, because I want actively pursue Sun Lu. I know that your social class doesn't condescend to the lower ones. We're from two different worlds. Aside from breathing the same air, everything else is different," Wu Hua said calmly. "You're remarkably clear-headed," Nualan remarked. "In truth, many people, whether male or female, believe that dating the wealthy will elevate their social standing, but the final outcome is never good. Neither Nualan nor Sun Lu could marry someone from another world unless they willingly descended from their upper-class He who knows others is wise, he who knows himself is enlightened. I'm not a clever man, just a man who sees things clearly," Wu Hua said. "Sun Lu might have a bit of a crush on me, just a passing fancy, but I have no intention of developing a relationship with her. It wouldn't lead anywhere good." Nualan nodded. "It's rare to meet a young person as clear-headed as you. I thought the young nowadays only had fragmented." Wu Hua gave a slight smile and continued. "But if Miss Sun Lu keeps liking me, I won't push her away." Nualan frowned again. "What do you mean by that?" "I'd like to ask you, Annie, what matters more, the outcome or the process?" Wu Hua countered. "Both the process and the outcome matter," Nualan replied. "If both matter, then everyone's ultimate outcome is to become an urn of ashes buried underground," Wu Hua declared. "What makes a meteor beautiful is not the ugly rock that remains, but the brilliant flame that blazes across the sky. In this world, no outcome truly matters. What matters is the process, the existence, the experience. That is the meaning of life. Life is neither the past nor the future, it is only every present moment." Wu Hua continued. "If our final outcome is death, then the meaning of life surely lies not in the result, but in the journey. All the marks we leave behind in this world with all our might. That is the significance of our lives. Like a shooting star that flashes by, its brilliance depends on how fiercely it burns." "Oomph," Nualan snorted. "Young people always think they've grasped the philosophy of life, but in the end they amount to nothing." Wu Hua shook his head. "That has nothing to do with age. No matter how old, one only lives 100 years. Some live to 80 or 90 and are still fools, for their lives are ordinary and uneventful, like gray stones by the roadside remembered by no one. While others shine like stars, inspiring admiration from all. People are different, that's undeniable. Everyone has their own thoughts, and so do I. I simply want my life to be more interesting, richer in experience, to walk more paths, see more sights, meet more people, have more joy and less sorrow." "I do not concur with your viewpoint," Nolan said slowly. "I don't need your agreement. I simply present myself to you unreservedly because that is what you wished for." Wu Hua took a sip of tea before continuing. "I know you care deeply about Sun Lu. She is indeed like a celestial maiden, untouched by worldly affairs, but she is not happy now, and neither are you despite your wealth. When it comes to the people and matters around me, I follow fate. I don't force things, nor do I reject them. If you come, I embrace you warmly. If you leave, I let you go with a clear heart. I am merely a passerby, one who enjoys every moment of the present," Wu Hua said. Nolan fixed her bright eyes on Wu Hua. After a long pause, she exhaled and said, "I never expected to be lectured by a young man. I have no intention of lecturing. As I said, I was simply revealing my true self." Wu Hua stood up. "I've finished my display. The tea was excellent, thank you, Aunt." With that, Wu Hua turned and left the room, heading straight for the elevator. "Interesting. I haven't met someone so intriguing in a long time." Leaning back on the couch, Nolan smiled as she sipped a glass of fine wine, gazing at the picturesque nightscape of Jiangnan outside the window. "With one word from you that spring hadn't yet arrived, I found myself in the truest Jiangnan." Nolan's eyes seemed veiled in a mist of rain. "Is my longing so obvious? Can even a youth see through it?" After Wu Hua left the private room, the members of the Hanfu Society sat inside, each brimming with curiosity about the background of the Drunken Moon Pavilion's owner. "Heavens, the landlady here is stunningly beautiful, even more so than celebrities. Her aura is unparalleled, an absolute noble of the highest order. Wu Hua actually knows the landlady here. How incredible." Is he a rich second generation? It doesn't seem so. Hey Tang Yuanbao, how exactly does Wu Hua know the landlady? Asked Mugu. How would I know? Wu Hua is from Jinling City. Oh, I've never heard of him having relatives here. He's definitely not a rich kid. After paying tuition last time, he didn't even have money for meals, Tang Yuanbao said. Wu Hua had mentioned his family situation, maybe just middle class, but that kid was indeed quite mysterious. Last time he gave away VIP tickets to YY's concert without a second thought, and now he even knows the landlady of Drunken Moon Pavilion, solving everyone's big problem. At that moment the door of the private room opened and dishes began to be served. Hey, we haven't ordered yet, Duanmu Hanwen said hurriedly. General Manager Gu entered with a smile. Don't worry everyone. This is arranged by our CEO's son. Tonight's meal is on the house. Please enjoy the culinary skills of our Drunken Moon Pavilion's head chef. Wow, that's so generous. Huang Yali exclaimed joyfully. Exquisite dishes arrived one after another. The first course was a fine porcelain plate bearing dozens of crystal-clear shrimp, each carved into an intricate floral pattern surrounded by dry ice mist. A sight so refined it seemed beyond one's means. These are Antarctic white shrimp alive just minutes ago. The texture is absolutely premium. Please help yourselves, General Manager Gu introduced. A waitress dressed in a cheongsam entered and placed a delicate soup pot before each person. The intricate carvings on the pot hinted at its considerable value. This is a sweet soup made from Malaysian bird's nest, a pre-meal dessert. Please enjoy it slowly, General Manager Gu explained. Huang Yali's lips twitched. She whispered to Duanmu Hanwen. I didn't look at the menu carefully earlier. Is this on it? It looks terribly expensive. Duanmu Hanwen replied in an equally low voice. The prices are enough to make one faint just by glancing. I didn't dare to look. The next dish was a large sculpted soup basin, filled with a milky white broth in which swam silver white fish surrounded by tender green vegetables. This is the Yangtze River Sori soup, arguably our restaurant's signature treasure. Please have a taste, General Manager Gu announced, serving like an enthusiastic waiter. Mugu blinked. She had heard of this fish who apparently the wealthy tired of exotic delicacies developed a taste for such natural treasures. Moreover, the sori was extremely expensive and unavailable in ordinary eateries. At that moment a chef in a pristine white uniform and tall toque pushed a silver trolley into the room. On the trolley rested a large silver tray covered with a hemispherical crystal lid. When the lid was lifted, inside lay a colossal king crab, as long as an adult's arm. The crab had been expertly disassembled, the tender white meat extracted, yet reassembled into its original form, exuding an imposing aura. This is an Alaskan king crab, also airshipped alive. It weighs over 15 pounds. The roe has been separated and will be made into tofu with crab roe, served shortly, General Manager Gu explained. King crab. This big. Even Tang Yuanbao was stunned this time. Who on earth would have a king crab this massive for a casual dinner? A single one must cost tens of thousands. The chef, wearing a tall white toque, deftly cracked the crab legs with a crab cracker, releasing the snow-white meat, like white snowflakes, onto each plate. Following the king crab came Australian lobster sashimi. Translucent slices of meat cut as thin as cicada wings neatly arranged on a platter, accompanied by freshly ground wasabi and specially prepared seafood soy sauce. The next dish was even more astonishing, a golden red roasted suckling pig with a perfectly crispy glossy skin. This is Iberian black-haired suckling pig. Only Tumment-hold piglets can achieve such a result when roasted, General Manager Gu continued. As one exquisitely prepared dish after another arrived, the students sat upright, utterly speechless with awe. They had never in their lives tasted even a single dish comparable to tonight's feast. It felt almost surreal. Just then Wu Hua pushed open the door and entered. General Manager Gu bowed slightly to Wu Hua with respect. Sir, all the dishes have been served. I want to serve your meal. If you need anything, please call me directly. Thank you very much. Please bring us some wine, Wu Hua said. Certainly. May I suggest a 1998 red wine from Chateau Bordeaux? Asked General Manager Gu. That would be fine. Please let it breathe first, Wu Hua replied. Understood. It will be served shortly. For ladies who do not drink alcohol, we have freshly squeezed juices. All sourced directly from the origin, said General Manager Gu. Wu Hua nodded without adding anything more. He understood this was a gesture of goodwill from Aunt Sun Lu, so he accepted it graciously without appearing overly flattered. This lavish meal might astonish ordinary people, but for them it was merely a standard banquet. In this world apart from the air we breathe, everything else is truly different. This meal was exceedingly lavish, with several bottles of imported red wine opened, no doubt costing a small fortune. The classmates were all exhilarated, for they had never had the chance to enjoy such a high-end feast in their school days. Not only Wu Hua basked in the crowd's enthusiasm, but Tang Yuanbao also enjoyed the adulation of being the center of attention. As Wu Hua's friend, everyone naturally regarded him with higher esteem. After the meal, everyone returned to their rooms to rest, for the next day promised a full schedule of activities. Early the following morning, Wu Hua was roused from sleep and taken to get his makeup done. The senior student responsible for the makeup was astounded. Wu Hua's skin was so flawless that it required hardly any makeup. His natural state was already perfect. Wu Hua, try on this hanfu. It was specially prepared for you. Mugu brought over an immaculate new set of hanfu, a moon-white robe with subtle patterns paired with a matching headscarf and leather belt. Will I look good in this? I don't want to embarrass your Hanfu club, Wu Hua said, having never worn Hanfu before and unsure if it would suit him. Impossible. Just put it on. We're all dying to see. Huang Yali urged. Wu Hua knew that even if he were being forced into it, he had to go through with it. He cast a glance at Tang Yuanbao, fully aware that he was doing all this for his friend. Tang Yuanbao had already put on an expression of profound gratitude, terrified that Wu Hua might change his mind. Wu Hua sighed, entered the room, and changed into the Hanfu. In truth, the outfit was quite tricky to put on, and after fumbling for a while he finally managed to get into it. When he emerged, the crowd gasped in awe, as if a dashing young gentleman from a bygone era had descended into the mortal world. Wow! They all chorused in unison, their amazement palpable. Good heavens, this is too handsome. One senior student covered her mouth in astonishment. It feels like time travel. This is exactly the image of an ancient handsome man I've always imagined. The aura is out of this world. In ancient times, the women of noble chambers would have fought over him. A gentleman as warm and pure as jade. Perfectly realized. Mugu really has an eye for talent. Discovering this treasure ensures our Hanfu festival is a sure success. We've got it made. With Wu Hua anchoring the stage, that so-called brother Mohan isn't even fit to carry his shoes. The senior students all exclaimed in admiration. Duanmu Hanwen stepped forward, gently adjusting the garment ribbon for Wu Hua, and then tying his headscarf neatly. Perfect. Duanmu Hanwen's eyes sparkled as she spoke. Everyone in the Hanfu club adored classical male beauty. Once Wu Hua donned the Hanfu, he instantly transformed into an elegant and refined gentleman from the mundane world, gentle as jade, exuding a quiet scholarly aura. A fan. Let's give him a fan. A sword. Tie a sword to his waist. After the collective final adjustments, the fully styled handsome gentleman was ready. All preparations were in place, awaiting only the opportune moment. No one dared waste time. They changed costumes and applied makeup, striving to present their finest appearances today. After so many days of effort, today was the culmination. The Jiangnan water town, Shitong, ancient town. Green bricks, black tiles, little bridges, overflowing streams. Boats on the canal were rowed by professional oarsmen, launching one after another at intervals. Each ornately decorated painted boat moved like a flowing stage, gliding slowly through the narrow canal. On the boats stood a dazzling array of hanfu-clad beauties, some in charming cute chest-high skirts resembling celestial maidens descending to earth, others as majestic ancient male gods, some clad in armor and awe-inspiring, others gentle and elegant, exuding grace. The tourists on both banks had packed the waterfront so tightly that there was no room to move. Countless phones and cameras clicked incessantly, accompanied by unending exclamations of awe and praise. Brother Mohan and Yao Jing from the Normal University's Hanfu Club set off, first on their boat. With his existing fanbase, his appearance triggered screams from the crowd, and camera flashes never ceased. Drunk with pride, he lifted his chin, stood at the front of the boat, and saluted the onlookers with clasped hands. A triumphant smirk spread across Yao Jing's face. After spending so much money to hire a major internet celebrity, she was confident he would dominate the stage. The top prize at this Hanfu festival was as good as theirs. Wow, there's a handsome guy. So gorgeous. Quick, go look at the back. The handsome guy on the boat behind is way better. Really? Where? Don't tease me. Wu Hua stood at the prow of his boat. The vessel was adorned with green bamboo and emerald curtains, with a few elegant tassel lanterns hanging at the bow. He held a folding fan, gently waving it. When he appeared on the waterway, the tourists on both banks surged into a frenzy. Clad in a moon-white long robe with a jade belt cinched at the waist, his eyes clear and posture tall and upright. Simply standing there, he resembled a peerless gentleman from an ancient painting, elegant and refined like jade, the most dazzling pearl on the canal. Wu Hua's appearance transported everyone back to the ancient days of the Huaxia civilization, a heritage steeped in time, a grand dynasty forged by countless legends. Brother Mohan's face turned ashen. His boat continued to paddle forward, but the crowd surged backward. Apart from his own small group of fans, the vast majority of tourists paid him no heed. How could the proud Brother Mohan bear such a blow? His face contorted with rage. The boat operator, however, paid no attention and kept the vessel moving at a steady pace. From a distance, Yao Jing also spotted Wu Hua's boat and nearly ground her teeth to dust. The previous evening, she had deliberately stolen their private room, intending to humiliate them. Yet inexplicably, she had been thrown out by security in the end. The woman in the cheapao unmistakably knew the handsome guy. The humiliation had kept Yao Jing awake the entire night. After being evicted from Zuyu Tower, Yao Jing was not ready to accept defeat. She called various departments to complain, and even contacted the media for exposure. But after all her bustling efforts, as soon as she mentioned Zuyu Tower, they simply ignored her. Yao Jing was on the verge of tears, vaguely realizing that the mistress of Zuyu Tower had a formidable background, likely not someone she could afford to offend. She suppressed her grievance for the time being, planning to salvage her pride at today's Hanfu Festival boat parade. But unexpectedly, she was once again overshadowed. Fuming, Yao Jing nearly spat blood on the spot. Her face turned livid and twisted like a vengeful ghost. Brother Mohan, something terrible has happened. A female member from the Normal University's Hanfu Club stammered in panic. What's the matter? Let him show off and see how long he can keep it up. Compared to me, he's not even in the same league. Brother Mohan, displeased, searched for a way to save face with a sullen remark. No, it's not that. Your account has been banned. The girl looked up and said, what did you say? Brother Mohan froze. Forgetting he was still on the floating boat, he fumbled for his phone and checked his account. It was indeed in a banned state with no set expiration date. How is this possible? Why would they ban my account? I have so many followers. How dare they ban me? Brother Mohan's hands and legs were trembling. This account was his life's work. If it were banned, he would once again become a worthless piece of trash. Suddenly Brother Mohan remembered the cold, beautiful woman in the cheapao who had said so casually the previous night, your account will be banned tomorrow. And Mohan refreshed his account countless times, yet it still showed as banned. Just as he was about to say something, he felt a tightness in his chest. Darkness engulfed his vision, and he fell straight backward. The people on the boat screamed and scrambled to support the fainted Mohan. The boat operator quickly docked the vessel for emergency aid. Standing at the bow, Wu Hua also saw the commotion ahead, but he couldn't be bothered to pay attention. It was none of his business. The flower boats would sail all the way to the dock where a red-carpeted pavilion on the water awaited. All the cosplayers participating in the Hanfu Festival boat parade would go up to rest, while the organizers would also perform some shows and host activities. All the flower boats displayed on the canal had docked, and the entire waterside pavilion was filled with handsome men and beautiful women in Hanfu. The water surface had calmed. Wu Hua looked around. Sun Lu had said she would come today, but he still hadn't seen her. Was she in costume or among the crew? Wu Hua was a bit puzzled. He searched as hard as he could, but the bank was packed with tourists. Finding one person was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The host walked onto the stage with a microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. Today we are honored to have a special guest who will bring us a visual feast. The host's words instantly drew everyone's attention. This special guest is a very beautiful woman in ancient costume. She will invite the best-dressed ancient-style gentlemen among the audience to board the boat and perform together. Meanwhile, all cosplayers participating in this Hanfu festival will receive a thoughtful gift. The host continued. This piqued everyone's curiosity. Please direct your gaze to the river. She is coming. The stage played melodious music that rippled across the water. From behind the round arch of the bridge, a small boat pushed through the waves and emerged from the bridge, appearing before the crowd. The boat was not large, but it was exquisitely crafted. The hull was carved with intricate and delicate patterns, pitch black all over. Dense pearl tassels hung along the gunnels, swaying gently with the boat's motion and reflecting a soft luster in the several exquisite palace lanterns hung at the prow. A stunningly beautiful woman, holding a light oil paper umbrella, stood at the bow, instantly capturing everyone's attention. An elderly boatman sculled at the stern. She wore a flowing red dress with water sleeves and tassels like rosy clouds, its layers of hem spreading across the small boat's deck. The Han skirt was embroidered with exquisite gold silk threads depicting clouds and phoenixes, incredibly lifelike. Around her waist was a jade-colored brocade belt with bird patterns from which a jade pendant hung, emitting a crisp tinkling sound with the boat's sway. Beneath the oil paper umbrella, her peerless palace-attired visage was such that a single glance would almost make one hold his breath. Her skin was like congealed fat, her brows like distant mist, her eyes rippling like autumn water, a straight nose, and vermilion lips. Hers was a beauty that seemed almost not of this mortal world. Countless petals scattered on the water. She stood gracefully at the bow, holding the oil paper umbrella like a celestial maiden descending from the ninth heaven, forming a splendid picture. Wu Hua's pupils contracted. Gazing at the breathtakingly beautiful Sun Lu in palace costume on the small boat, his heart thumped uncontrollably. At this moment, Sun Lu seemed like a peerless beauty from across time. One whose face could outshine flowers, and the moon whose beauty could make all other palace ladies pale, whose glance could bewitch an emperor, and for whom a monarch would wage war for a smile. She was the kind of woman who could topple kingdoms. She was so unreal, so stunning, as if she were a fairy nurtured by millennia of spiritual energy. The moment she appeared, all colors in the world paled in comparison. The boat slowly approached the dock. The extraordinary beauty, standing erect, gently tilted her oil paper umbrella, her exquisite face radiant in the sunlight. Her starry eyes swept across the pavilion and landed on Wu Hua. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, and a smile that could captivate all beings rippled across her stunning face. Young Master Wu, if you don't mind, would you come aboard for a chat? Let us enjoy the spring scenery of Shitong together, sip a cup of fragrant tea, and add a riverside tale to this grand event. Her vermilion lips parted slightly, her voice like pearls falling on a jade plate, carrying an ethereal sweetness. Who is young Master Wu? How is this guy so lucky? Everyone followed Sun Lu's gaze and fixed their eyes on Wu Hua. Envy, jealousy, and admiration, all kinds of emotions. Thousands of burning gazes almost made Wu Hua ascend on the spot. Wu Hua had lived 2 lives, but even he was dizzy at this moment. The impact of this palace-attired beauty was too... For a moment he was dazed, as if he had truly traveled 1,000 years back and met a beautiful lady at an elegant garden gathering of romantic scholars. A romantic encounter. Wu Hua descended the pavilion steps and walked alone onto the dock. The boatman skillfully docked the boat. At this moment Sun Lu smiled sweetly and extended her fair hand to Wu Hua. He gently took it, used the leverage to leap lightly, and landed on the bow, standing face to face with Sun Lu. A perfect couple. Immediately thunderous applause, whistles, and cheers erupted around them. Everyone's enthusiasm was ignited. The scene before them was too beautiful. A picture of a talented man and a beautiful woman. That moment of meeting seemed like a reunion of a bond 1,000 years in the making. The two standing together were simply too perfect. This was the exquisite beauty that ancient costumes could express. Such a perfect match. The cheers around them reached a fever pitch. The old boatman lightly pushed off the bank with his bamboo pole, and the boat sliced through the water, gliding gracefully toward the bridge, opening, disappearing from before the pavilion in moments. Although it was just a single line, it was as if they had performed a magnificent love story spanning 1,000 years. The applause lasted for a long time. The host began saying something to draw everyone's attention back. Meanwhile, Wu Hua gently held Sun Lu's soft little hand, quietly accompanying her as they drifted downstream. In an instant, the small boat had moved far away from the crowd. "I didn't expect you to meet me this way," Wu Hua said with some emotion. "So how was my performance? Was it good enough, young Master Wu?" Sun Lu covered her mouth with a light giggle. "It was absolutely intoxicating. At that moment, I even thought I had traveled through time." Wu Hua said, "Haha, there were also many beautiful love legends in ancient times where a man and a woman fell in love at first sight during a garden outing and then loved each other until death." Sun Lu said with a smile. "Beautiful stories are loved by everyone, just like the passionate applause and cheers just now. They are all yearnings for beautiful love." Wu Hua said. Hee, I believe in love at first sight." Sun Lu leaned gently against Wu Hua and said, "I believe that in the unseen there is a divine will. The fate between people is already arranged. At the moment of meeting, destiny cannot be defied. You are still an idealist." Wu Hua said with a smile. "What does it matter? The end of science is theology," Sun Lu said. An orchid-like fragrance wafted over, causing a slight tremor in her heart. Wu Hua stood at the bow of the boat side by side with Sun Lu. One was warm and gentle as jade, the other peerlessly radiant. Their robes fluttered in the breeze as they stood upon the ancient, yet exquisite skiff, perfectly blending into the background of the Jiangnan water town like a flowing ink painting. The skiff drifted slowly on the emerald waves like a light feather. The scenery on both banks unfolded gradually. Ancient tile-roofed walls with upturned eaves, and weeping willows brushing the water's surface, stirring ripples. A small stone arch bridge curved over the water like a crescent moon. Wu Hua turned his head to gaze at Sun Lu's exquisite profile. She tilted her face slightly, her eyes gazing into the distance with a serene smile at the corners of her lips. The sunlight shone upon her shimmering hair ornaments, breathtakingly beautiful. The boat glided over the water as they... At this moment, no words were needed. These two young people in Hanfu embodied the peerless elegance of the Han culture, a lingering poetic and pictorial charm. The old boatman tried his best not to make a sound until the skiff docked, lest he ruin this beautiful tableau. As the boat pulled up to the pier, a Rolls-Royce Phantom was already waiting there. Sun Lu's young aunt Sun Nulin stood quietly on the dock, watching the two, standing shoulder to shoulder at the boat's bow. Words could hardly describe her feelings. At that moment, her eyes grew slightly moist. What a perfect couple they were. How wonderful it would be if they weren't from two. Wu Hua helped Sun Lu ashore, gently lifting the hem of her ruchuan, and accompanied her to Nulin's side. "Get in the car. Time to go back." Nulin, wearing sunglasses, concealed her inner emotions. "Bye, see you next time." Wu Hua opened the car door for Sun Lu and helped her in. "Bye." Sun Lu smiled and waved. Nulin glanced at Wu Hua without saying much, then turned and got into the back seat from the other side. The Rolls-Royce slowly pulled away. Wu Hua gently waved goodbye from behind. All people must part eventually. Nulin turned to watch Wu Hua's gradually receding figure and said to Sun Lu in a light teasing tone, "So you're just parting like this? Don't you want to invite him to dinner tonight?" "A temporary separation is for a better reunion," Sun Lu said with a faint smile. "You child, you're too clever. But in the world of emotions, clever people often become foolish." Nulin said, "Hee, as long as I'm happy, that's all that matters." Sun Lu grinned. She playfully hugged her little aunt and asked, "So, how was he?" "Not bad, fairly ordinary," Nulin said with a nonchalant expression, pursing her lips. "Your aunt has seen plenty of prodigies. He's still quite green." "Hee, just getting a not bad from my aunt who's famous in the capital is already amazing." Sun Lu said dismissively. "Good fortune comes wishing you good fortune comes. Good fortune brings joy and love." A prompt sounded in his mind. "You have earned Sun Lu's affection, 1 heart, and gained 1 lottery chance. Accumulated 3 hearts." The enormous luxurious lottery wheel began to spin rapidly. When it stopped, the pointer landed on 3 attribute points. "Congratulations. You have received 3 free attribute points that can be allocated freely." Her affection level had increased again. Wu Hua looked at his attribute panel, and his free allocation points had accumulated to 6. Attribute panel real-time update. Name Wu Hua, age 19, is strength 17, agility 12, constitution 12, intelligence 15, charm 26, luck 10, remaining free attribute points 6. Skills: beginner dance, beginner Hong fist. This lottery system felt real. Rewards like 3 free attribute points appeared almost every draw, while skills belonged to a higher tier and were hard to obtain. However, Wu Hua wasn't too bothered. After all, he had no grand ambitions. He wasn't searching for the one-piece treasure, planning to conquer the world, or needing to save the planet. An ordinary life was fine. There was no need to deliberately create anxiety. The Shitong trip ended smoothly, and everyone in the Hanfu society was delighted. The journey had been a highlight. The relationship between Tang Yuanbao and Mu Gu had also grown much closer. They could now joke casually like friends. Wu Hua had played a crucial role. He hoped they would develop in a positive direction. It would make his efforts worthwhile. A new week brought a new atmosphere. Wu Hua was resting in the dorm at noon when Lin Yichuan sent a message. Did you join the Hanfu society? No, I just helped out. Wu Hua quickly replied. Oh, your Hanfu photos are all over the campus wall. You're really popular now, Lin Yichuan said. Damn, I need to find them and ask them to take those down. I only agreed to help my roommate with his romance. Wu Hua, it's fine. They're quite nice. Send me a few privately, Lin Yichuan said. No one even sent them to me, I don't have a single one. Wu Hua was speechless. He urgently contacted the Hanfu Society president Duanmu Hanwen and asked her to help have the photos of him in Hanfu removed from the campus wall. Duanmu Hanwen took it seriously and immediately messaged everyone in the group chat. By the afternoon, most were taken down, though a few scattered reposts remained. Wu Hua also contacted those individually, so the impact was much smaller. That evening, Wu Hua invited Lin Yichuan to eat grilled fish and told her about the Hanfu Society. The grilled fish restaurant was newly opened, apparently endorsed by some celebrity. The taste was indeed decent. No fishy smell, and the spiciness was just right. Wu Hua explained that Tang Yuanbao liked Mu Gu and why he had participated in the Hanfu Society's activities. Actually, you can join more than one club at school. If you're interested, you could come to the drama club, Lin Yichuan said. The drama club was also a long-standing club at Lingnan University, putting on performances during many festivals and participating in large events outside. Wu Hua knew Lin Yichuan was in the drama club, but performing on stage was still a foreign realm to him. After the meal, Wu Hua walked Lin Yichuan back to her dorm. On the campus, the quiet path was lit by street lamps stretching their shadows long. Their steps were slow in sync, as if unwilling to finish this short distance. Just walking silently together felt. At the entrance to the female dormitory, Lin Yichuan suddenly turned around and said, I want to visit an art exhibition. Are you free this weekend? Sure, I'm free. Wu Hua nodded in agreement. Great, it's settled then. Lin Yichuan revealed a delighted smile, said goodbye to Wu Hua, and entered the dorm. At the entrance to the female dormitory, Lin Yichuan suddenly turned around and said, I want to visit an art exhibition. Are you free this weekend? Sure, I'm free. Wu Hua nodded in agreement. Still earning money was enjoyable. Watching his balance grow steadily made him happy every day. He was like a greedy little dragon guarding its treasure, counting his gold coins every night before falling asleep. Saturday 8 a.m. Wu Hua and Lin Yichuan had already boarded the subway heading to the art exhibition. Today Lin Yichuan was wearing a very charming school-style outfit with a white shirt collar tied with an exquisite bow. The dark pleated skirt perfectly accentuated her slender figure. Her long, vibrant, straight legs were elegantly curved, and the black knee-high socks added to the youthful aura. She sat quietly, and the glimpse of pure white between the hem of her pleated skirt and the black knee-high socks created a blend of innocence and subtle allure. The morning light gently fell on Lin Yichuan's face with a few strands of hair cascading by her crystal-clear ears. Today's art exhibition with Lin Yichuan's company became even more anticipated. The exhibition was very formal with security at the entrance. Only those with invitations could enter. This exhibition featured a young, emerging painter named Xian Yi. His paintings were highly sought after, praised by many esteemed critics. Born into an artistic family, young and handsome with a wealthy background, he had been interviewed by several magazines, attracting a large number of female fans. His paintings were hyped to tens of thousands, each an unprecedented success among emerging artists. However, he was unconventional and regarded money as dirt, having done something shocking at a previous exhibition. Born into an artistic family, young and handsome with a wealthy background, he had been interviewed by several magazines, yet Xian Yi made an astonishing decision on the spot, claiming those works no longer represented his current level and were inferior. Thus he refused the wealthy woman's offer and tore up all the paintings on display. He was obsessed with his pursuit of art and didn't want inferior works to circulate. This caused a sensation. After all, he destroyed paintings worth millions driven solely by his extreme dedication. In the face of art and money, he regarded wealth as dirt. This act instantly made him famous. Amplified by various media and social platforms, Xian Yi became the foremost emerging painter. No one could challenge his position. Therefore, for this exhibition, tickets were sold by appointment, only based on a membership system, not publicly. Wu Hua didn't know Xian Yi. His mother was also an artist, a photographer who had probably forgotten she had a child. If not for his proactive efforts to survive, Wu Hua might have starved to death at home. So he had no fondness for artists he came to the exhibition only because Lin Yichuan invited him to accompany her. The interior of the exhibition was very quiet with not many visitors, but the entire setup was extremely luxurious, every detail exuding aristocracy. There were many tea break areas with genuine leather sofas, various fruits and snacks, and even high-end red wines of considerable value. All were complimentary. Yes, paintings were mostly abstract with extremely vibrant colors, but whether depicting people or scenery, Wu Hua couldn't understand them or grasp the artist's conception. Perhaps he would never become an artist. Lin Yichuan watched very attentively. She had studied art before and was extremely talented. If not for obstacles, her dream might have been to become a beautiful manga artist. But Lin Yichuan's mother would never allow her to take such an unconventional path in life. Lin Yichuan knew of Xian because his fame had grown immensely, making him the foremost emerging artist. Since he was holding an exhibition in Jinling, she definitely wanted to come and learn. His painting style was wild, using colors very boldly. Many color combinations were unfamiliar to Lin Yichuan, not belonging to the academic school. Although the paintings were abstract, Lin Yichuan could see that he was indeed talented, as the use of colors was very fluid, almost like showing off skills. It was truly worth learning from. Becoming the foremost emerging artist wasn't just hype from online trolls. The exhibition hall was large. After wandering for a while, Wu Hua felt the need to urinate. He said a word to Lin Yichuan and went to find the restroom. After all, he had little interest in these paintings. Lin Yichuan stood before a giant painting at the center of the exhibition titled Springfield. The painting was grand and chaotic, with many deformed abstract humans and animals and vast patches of green representing the summer prairie. Even in its abstraction, it was clear that the humans and animals were nude, bold, and avant-garde. As Lin Yichuan was deeply observing this massive painting, a faint scent of tobacco leather and oud sandalwood perfume wafted by. A tall man stood beside Lin Yichuan, estimated to be around 190 centimeters. He wore a custom Armani suit, a aesthetic dark-colored formal outfit, but wore it casually with all buttons unfastened and the top 2 buttons of his black shirt loose. This contrasting style gave a unique sense of unrestrained elegance. He had a ponytail and a slight stubble beard, a blend of refinement and decadence, very artistic. This contrasting style gave a unique sense of unrestrained elegance. He had a ponytail and a slight stubble beard, a blend of refinement. Lin Yichuan was somewhat surprised and said respectfully, "Are you the painter himself, Mr. Xian? I'm truly honored. I didn't expect to encounter the artist explaining in person. Don't be amazed, because in my eyes you are an irreplaceable piece of art. Standing there, you are a beautiful painting," Xian said with a smile. "Thank you for the compliment, but I'm not that outstanding. To be honest, I'm just an art enthusiast who never attended a formal art school, so I can't fully appreciate your masterpiece," Lin Yichuan said truthfully. "To hell with art schools. They only mass-produce lifeless garbage, soulless things. What they paint can't even compare to the old man sketching portraits on the street." Xian waved his hand passionately. "Oh well, I didn't mean to belittle art students. I actually envy them," Lin Yichuan said awkwardly. "Because you are a goddess of Eden, born with the aura of art. If I teach you personally, I guarantee that in just 1 year, no, a few months, you will become a sought-after painter," Xian said enthusiastically. Lin Yichuan was stunned, as she never imagined that coming to an exhibition would lead the painter himself to pursue her. It felt like a kid sucking a lollipop in the park, being stopped by a beggar who praised, "I see you have extraordinary bone structure, a once-in-a-generation martial arts prodigy. Hey, race a manual for the sunflower scripture, only $9.99. If not for the fact that this was the painter's own exhibition, Lin Yichuan might have thought she was dealing with a scam. "I'm sorry, I might not have that talent. I'm just an art enthusiast," Lin Yichuan said, somewhat at a loss. "No, you simply haven't discovered your talent yet." Xinya leaned down, closing in on Lin Yichuan. The scent of men's agarwood cologne grew even stronger. Lin Yichuan instinctively stepped back half a pace and said, "I really don't need it. From the first moment I saw you, I knew you possessed that kind of pure beauty. Only you can truly understand my paintings." Xinya did not retreat, but advanced even more aggressively. He had already crossed the safe distance between 2 people, overwhelming Lin Yichuan with an immense sense of pressure. With no other option, she could only continue stepping back. "Mr. Xinya, please show some respect." Lin Yichuan frowned, now feeling quite uncomfortable. She glanced down the corridor, but saw no sign of Wu Hua. "You see, you are the source of my inspiration. Your purity and beauty are the most exquisite things I have ever witnessed in this world." A fervent flame seemed to burn in Zinni's eyes. He pressed forward, and without allowing any refusal, slipped a card into Lin Yichuan's hand. "Would you like to engage in a deeper communication with me? Of soul and flesh?" Xinya flashed a sinister smile, looming over Lin Yichuan like an oppressive shadow. Startled, Lin Yichuan instinctively looked down at the card he had thrust into her palm. When she realized what kind of card it was, blood surged to her head, and a sense of humiliation erupted like a volcano. It was a hotel room key card. Lin Yichuan's eyes widened, as she could hardly believe that what she saw was truly a key card. She had always revered artistic painters, believing in her heart that art was pure and artists were worthy of respect and admiration, like the idol of a little girl, sacred and radiant. And today, at the exhibition of the most renowned painter of the new generation, the painter himself not only harassed her, but also shoved a key card into her hand, proposing a communion of soul and flesh. This filled Lin Yichuan with nausea, revulsion, and blazing fury. "Trust me, it will be a marvelous night. You will attain the ultimate transcendence." Xinya leaned down, an eerie gleam flickering in his pupils, his voice a low murmur like a dream. Lin Yichuan began to tremble uncontrollably. Without a second thought, she raised her hand and slapped that sinister face as hard as she could. Smack! The crisp sound rang through the exhibition hall, echoing in the empty space. Xinya stood frozen, a vivid red mark swelling on his pale face. He had never imagined that the seemingly innocent and delicate Lin Yichuan could unleash such force. "Shameless! Pervert! Bastard! Scum! A person like you doesn't deserve to be called a painter. You insult art itself." Lin Yichuan screamed with all her might, tears welling in her eyes. No, it's not what you think. Genius and madness are separated by only a thin line. A truly great artist cares nothing for worldly judgment. Humanity should not be bound by morality. What is genuine, primal, natural? That is real art. Shinya began his twisted rhetoric. Go to hell. You're a sick freak. Lin Yichuan had no desire to hear him defile art any further. How could such a person become the most celebrated painter of the new generation? No wonder they say no master has emerged in 100 years. Lin Yichuan felt sick and couldn't bear to stay another minute in this suffocating place. She turned and ran toward the inn, but Shinya recovered faster. Like a hunter, he lunged forward and grabbed Lin Yichuan's arm. You can't leave. You are the spring of my inspiration. Ooh, I need you. Shinya said. Let go or I'll scream. You disgusting piece of filth. Lin Yichuan struggled fiercely, but Shinya, a grown man, had strength that a college girl could hardly break free from. The surroundings fell silent. The exhibition had few visitors to begin with, and those present merely watched from afar, offering no intervention. Just then Shinya saw a dark figure rush toward him. Then a fierce kick slammed into his shoulder. The force of the kick was immense. His 190-centimeter body lifted off the ground, flew through the air, and crashed heavily into the exhibition wall. The excruciating pain left him sprawled on the floor, unable to rise for a long moment. He struggled to prop himself up, his vision darkening, before he finally made out the face of an enraged young man. An exceptionally handsome face, shrouded in blazing anger like a wrathful deity of youth. Wu Hua had gone to find the restroom, but the exhibition space was so vast that it took him half a lap to locate it. On his way back, he had heard Lin Yichuan's furious voice from around a corner. Wu Hua was perplexed. What could have happened in this place of artistic elegance? He sprinted, turned the corner, and saw Shinya grabbing Lin Yichuan's arm in a harassing manner. Instantly blood rushed to Wu Hua's head as well. Without any deliberation, he charged forward in fury and kicked the tall, thin man in the Armani suit flying. That kick, powered by rage, sent Shinya airborne. At that moment, Wu Hua considered neither the consequences nor the man's identity. If the kick killed him, then so be it. He'd simply die again. What happened? Mr. Shinya. Mr. Shinya, are you all right? Several security guards rushed over. When Lin Yichuan was being harassed, they had collectively vanished. Now they scurried out like loyal dogs to defend their... Wu Hua glared coldly, dismissing the security guards entirely. With his current strength value of 16 and his prowess as an inner circle elite disciple of Hongchuan, a few guards were no threat. Let's go. Wu Hua didn't want to linger. He took Lin Yichuan's hand and walked out like a guardian. The guards, who were not private bodyguards, dared not stop the visibly furious young man. They all rushed forward to help their benefactor Shinya to his feet. Blood trickled from the corner of Zinni's mouth. His head spinning, he watched Wu Hua and Lin Yichuan's receding figures through blurred vision. At that moment, the young man's back seemed like that of a Vajra protector escorting the goddess away. What a vicious kick. He wiped the blood from his lips and muttered, Mr. Shinya, are you hurt? Should we call an ambulance? The guards asked ingratiatingly. These men had no backbone for a fight, but were expert flatterers, nothing more than lapdogs. Call one. Hurry. Can't you see I'm bleeding? Shinya shrieked. He was still lying on the floor, unable to get up. The young man's strength was terrifyingly immense. Shinya felt as if he had been hit by a sports car. He was terrified that the kick might have killed him. The guard scrambled to dial 120, was shouting for help, tending to Shinya as chaos reigned over the scene. The rain came somewhat abruptly. In the morning before entering the art exhibition, the sky was clear and boundless, yet upon exiting, it was drizzling endlessly. Lin Yichuan's mood was evidently devastated. Tears glistened in her eyes as she walked with her head down through the rainy streets, her expression tinged with melancholy. Art was the most sacred thing in her heart, the dream of her maiden years. That once beautiful dream had been vilely torn to shreds, leaving her heart utterly shattered and sorrowful. She let the rain drench her long hair and dress. The well-tailored school uniform, now completely soaked, clung gently to her curvaceous figure, adding a touch of pitiable fragility. Wu Hua said nothing. He took off his jacket and held it up with both hands, creating a canopy over Lin Yichuan's head. The rain pattered softly against the fabric. Wu Hua didn't ask anything, he simply accompanied Lin Yichuan silently through the rain. The asphalt roadside, soaked and pooled with water, reflected the neon signs like a river of flowing light and shadow. Raindrops dripped from the tips of Lin Yichuan's hair, tracing down her long eyelashes, indistinguishable from tears. Perhaps some emotions need no verbal comfort, just having someone silently by one's side is enough. The rain continued to fall, and their steps remained unhurried, moving forward. Pedestrians hurried around them, but at this moment Lin Yichuan seemed to exist only within the space sheltered by the jacket above her head, isolated from the outside turmoil, leaving only the sound of their breathing in the rain. After a long while, Lin Yichuan recovered from her sorrow and realized that Wu Hua had been shielding her from the rain all— "Oh, it's all my fault. I was so absorbed in my own emotions that I didn't notice you were getting soaked," Lin Yichuan exclaimed anxiously upon seeing Wu Hua completely drenched. "It's nothing. Actually, I understand you. You must love painting very much. When what you cherish most is insulted, I would feel the same way. That scum doesn't deserve it," Lin Yichuan said through gritted teeth. She rarely got this angry. Lin Yichuan looked up at the drizzly weather, then suddenly reached out, grabbed Wu Hua's hand, and ran with him into a nearby. Get a room, Lin Yichuan said directly as she pulled Wu Hua to the front desk. The receptionist, looking at the soaked but still youthful and attractive duo, said gently, "Okay, please register. Would you like a full day or an hourly room?" "An hourly room will do," said Lin Yichuan. "All right, I'll arrange a luxury king bedroom for 3 hours. That will be 128 yuan. The receptionist said. 3 hours is enough," Lin Yichuan replied. Wu Hua felt his heartbeat racing to its peak, nearly leaping out of his chest. This is too sudden. No psychological preparation at all. Are we going straight to the final step? What changes will the system undergo? He hadn't prepared any safety measures either. Too sudden, too sudden. His mind was buzzing. Let's go. Having registered, Lin Yichuan pulled Wu Hua straight into the elevator. For the first time, Wu Hua lost his calm and mature composure, being led into the elevator like a puppet by Lin Yichuan. The luxury king bedroom in this hotel was more sumptuous than imagined. By Wu Hua's estimation, it reached a 4-star. The space was about 40 square meters, carpeted with soft flooring, with eye-friendly lighting that exuded a luxurious and tender ambience. The bathroom had a wet-dry separation and was equipped with a large bathtub, a writing desk, and a cozy sofa. The highlight was the 2-meter bed adorned with a towel folded into a swan shape and a rose placed in the center. Isn't this unmistakably a couple's room? Wu Hua, hurry up and take a shower, a hot bath, and make sure to blow dry your hair, Lin Yichuan said seriously. So you brought me here to take a hot shower? Wu Hua asked. Yes. When I was young, I once went to sleep after getting caught in the rain without a hot shower and ended up with a fever for 3 days and nights, over 40 degrees Celsius. I almost became an idiot, Lin Yichuan said. Seeing Wu Hua so drenched, the only thought in her mind was to find a place for him to take a hot shower immediately. That was why she hastily dragged Wu Hua to the hotel and booked an hourly room. Wu Hua's question suddenly made Lin Yichuan realize that now they were a young man and a young woman alone together, sharing a couple's hourly room. Her gaze fell on the 2-meter bed, the pristine swan towel, and the rose in the middle. Instantly her face flushed like the morning glow dyed a deep red. She lowered her head, staring at her toes, utterly unable to lift it. Just moments ago her mind had been utterly innocent. She only thought of getting a hot shower to avoid getting sick. Now thinking about Wu Hua showering in this ambiguous couple's room less than 2 meters away from her. Just imagining the scene was enough to be forbidden. Wu Hua, on the other hand, calmed down. He realized that this innocent girl only wanted him to take a hot shower to avoid catching. She had no such thought at all. He couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Go shower. Lin Yichuan glared at him fiercely, both innocent and alluring. Want to join me? Wu Hua couldn't resist teasing her. Lin Yichuan's face flushed, so red it seemed to bleed. She clenched her small fair fist and threatened, "You're asking for it." Though the threat had no deterrent effect and instead stirred his blood, Wu Hua didn't continue the joke. He quickly entered the bathroom and closed the door behind him. Lin Yichuan regained some composure, but still felt very embarrassed. She seemed too naive. Fortunately, it was Wu Hua. If it had been another guy, she would never be able to clear herself, even if she jumped into the Yellow River. And this was extremely dangerous. When had she become so thoughtless? Or was it just because it was Wu Hua that she harbored no caution at all? Lin Yichuan tapped her little head, then pouted and sat down on the sofa. Glancing at the bathroom, the blood that had just subsided rushed back to her cheeks. The hotel bathroom was designed with a glass wall, and it was transparent. Inside the bathroom, Wu Hua had just taken off his soaked shirt, revealing his chiseled athletic muscles as he dried then his hand reached for his belt. The curtain. Pull the curtain, Lin Yichuan shouted with all her might, startling Wu Hua through the glass. From the inside, the glass was one way, so he hadn't noticed. Now realizing many hotel designs are quite clever, this one-way transparent design was actually conservative. Got it. Wu Hua wasn't nervous. He even deliberately struck a few bodybuilding poses to show off his muscles before leisurely pulling down the curtain on the glass wall. He could already sense the anger level from outside the glass wall. If he teased further, Lin Yichuan might turn into a... Wu Hua took a hot shower, washing his hair, and felt completely refreshed. It must be said that after being caught in the rain, being able to enjoy a hot bath was truly blissful. Lin Yichuan's decision was quite nice. After the shower, he certainly didn't want to put on his wet clothes, so he first changed into the hotel's white pajamas. You should take a shower too, or you'll catch a cold. Wu Hua walked out feeling refreshed, and said. Lin Yichuan's face flushed slightly, as she hadn't thought much about it earlier, so she had been perfectly natural, but now she truly realized they were a man and a woman alone in a hotel room. No matter what, she couldn't remain composed. But at this moment, Wu Hua had calmed down instead. He realized that it was Lin Yichuan's trust and concern for him that had led her to book this room. If he did something inappropriate, it would not only deepen her disgust, but also betray her trust. She hadn't come to him to share a room. She was worried about his health, afraid he might fall ill after getting soaked in the rain. Her intentions were the most precious. Don't overthink it. I have no ulterior motives. Go ahead and wash up, Wu Hua said. After you're done, change into this set of pajamas. Wu Hua placed the smaller size pajamas on the shelf in the bathroom. You take your shower, give me your jacket. They'll send my jacket and yours to the laundry for washing and drying. You can use the hairdryer to dry your underwear yourself. Wu Hua spoke with the wisdom of experience. Oh, Lin Yichuan was now like a well-behaved little bird, lowering her head and listening to his instructions. She entered the bathroom, checked the curtain, and hesitated for a long time before starting to take off her wet clothes. The bathroom door opened a crack and a voice as soft as a mosquito's whine came through clothes. "Here are my clothes." From the gap extended a fair jade-like arm bathed in a white halo under the light. Her hand trembled slightly, causing the clothes to shake. Wu Hua walked over. Now he was separated from Lin Yichuan by only a door, and inside the bathroom Lin Yichuan was. The distance between them was less than 1 meter. He took a deep breath, suppressing his wandering thoughts, and reached out to take the clothes. The moment his fingers touched hers, she flinched back like lightning, then shut the bathroom door tightly and locked it. Holding the damp, soft clothes in his hand, which still seemed to retain Lin Yichuan's body heat, it was impossible not to let his imagination run wild. The sound of water came from the bathroom. Lin Yichuan had started her shower. Wu Hua's heart began to race again, as if he could feel the warm, moist air. He quickly called out to Lin Yichuan, "I'm going to the laundry room to wash our clothes. You can shower in peace. I won't be in the room." After saying this, he took his own jacket and Lin Yichuan's, then left the room. After closing the door, Wu Hua gasped for air. He was now a young man, full of vitality, his inner fire burning fiercely. If it weren't for decades of discipline, he wouldn't have been able to suppress it. A young man and woman together were like dry wood and fire. Touch them, and they'd ignite. If he acted impulsively, who knew what he might do? After calming down, Wu Hua carried the fragrant, soft clothes to the laundry room. The laundry room here was quite clean and hardly used by anyone. Wu Hua set the machine to wash and dry the clothes, estimating it would take about 2 hours. He scrolled through his phone for a while in the laundry room, figuring that Lin Yichuan was probably done with her shower, and then returned to the hotel room. Entering the room, he saw that the bathroom door was already open and Lin Yichuan was drying her hair. Her hair was jet black and lustrous, falling naturally in a silky cascade. It could have been featured in a shampoo commercial. The air was filled with the scent of jasmine shampoo and the lingering mist that hadn't yet dissipated. Lin Yichuan was wearing a white bathrobe, struggling a bit as she held the hairdryer. The sleeve of the robe slipped down, revealing a slender, fair arm as she dried her hair. She frowned slightly, clearly tired. "Let me help you." Knowing that drying a girl's hair was a laborious task, he walked behind her, took the hairdryer from her hand, and began to dry her hair naturally. "Thanks." Lin Yichuan put down her aching arm. She was indeed exhausted. Wu Hua's movements were gentle. Her dark, silky hair trembled softly under his fingers, and the warm air from the dryer was just the right temperature, drying every strand evenly. Lin Yichuan half closed her eyes like a docile kitten, her entire body relaxing. She leaned back slightly, almost sinking into his embrace. She could feel the warmth and reassuring presence of Wu Hua. "Do you often dry girls' hair? You're so good at it." Lin Yichuan suddenly asked. "Not really, but I used to have cats and dogs and I often dried their fur," Wu Hua said with a smile. "Hey, you're treating me like a cat or a dog," Lin Yichuan said lazily, the warm air making her squint her eyes, giving her a truly feline languor. "Haha, your hair is really beautiful and it doesn't fly everywhere. Much better than a cat's or dog's fur," Wu Hua said. His fingers occasionally brushed against her soft earlobe, causing a faint tickle. Lin Yichuan's face flushed slightly and the corners of her mouth unconsciously lifted. The feeling of being carefully tended to brought her contentment. It had been a long time since she had been treated so gently. Wu Hua dried her hair meticulously, and soon from roots to tips Lin Yichuan's hair became soft and smooth, flowing like black silk through his fingers. "There, it's dry," Wu Hua said. Thanks." Lin Yichuan's face was rosy as she replied. "You go out now. I need to dry my underwear." "Oh, okay." Wu Hua stepped out. Drying such intimate undergarments was obviously embarrassing to do in front of a guy. Wu Hua exited the bathroom and sat down on the sofa. He checked the time. Only 30 minutes had passed. He still had to wait another hour and a half for the dryer to finish. This hour and a half was very dangerous. He sat on the sofa scrolling through his phone, but couldn't focus on anything, just swiping mindlessly. After a while, the sound of the hairdryer stopped. Lin Yichuan came out, took a hanger from the wardrobe, and hung her underwear on the towel rack. When she was done, she stretched wearily, and the outline of her figure was faintly visible through her pajamas. "The clothes will take another hour to dry. If you're tired, you can lie down on the bed and rest," Wu Hua said. "Okay." Lin Yichuan didn't object. She was indeed exhausted. She lay down on the bed, fully clothed, and pulled the blanket over herself. The soft pillow of the hotel made her comfortable, and a lazy hum escaped her nostrils, carrying a hint of coquettishness. This startled even Lin Yichuan herself, and she almost buried her face in the blanket. How could she make such a strange sound in front of Wu Hua? How embarrassing. Wu Hua could only pretend not to hear, still scrolling on his phone absent-mindedly, the air thick with "Why don't you lie down and rest for a while too?" Lin Yichuan said. "Okay," Wu Hua replied. Wu Hua pulled back the quilt and slipped inside his entire body, sinking into the softness. Truly comfortable. No wonder Lin Yichuan had let out Wu Hua pulled back the quilt and slipped inside his entire body, sinking into the softness. Truly comfortable. No wonder Lin Yichuan had let out those soft moans of contentment earlier. The air was permeated with the fragrance of shampoo and the mingled breaths of a young man and woman. Though they lay together on the spacious bed, a wide gap stretched between them. Enough space for 2 more people. They lay there in silence, neither uttering a word. After a long while, Lin Yichuan sent Wu Hua a message via her phone. "It feels quite magical. Having you beside me, I don't feel nervous at all. just a deep sense of peace. Me too, Wu Hua replied. Lying side by side, they communicated through their phones. Odd as it seemed, it eliminated much of the awkwardness. 2 hours passed quickly. Wu Hua fetched their clothes from the laundry room, now warm and dried. They changed into the freshly dried garments, checked out of the room, and left the hotel together. The torrential rain had ceased, and the streets had regained their liveliness. Wu Hua escorted Lin Yichuan back to her dormitory, then took a taxi home to prepare for his evening livestream. Lying on her dormitory bed, Lin Yichuan reflected on the day's experiences. Though the art exhibition had stirred her anger, the subsequent events had softened much of her earlier indignation. How cold the autumn rain felt. Lin Yichuan recalled how she and Wu Hua had been drenched earlier, already sensing the chill of autumn. As the saying goes, each autumn rain brings a spell of cold, and soon the bitter winter would arrive. Lin Yichuan thought for a moment, then opened her phone to browse online shopping sites, searching for scarf knitting supplies. Since Wu Hua had always been so kind to her, it was only natural to knit him a scarf, wasn't it? Yes, that must be it. Recently, Wu Hua had taken up exercise, bought a road bike, cycled to school every morning, and even joined the dormitory 701 morning run. Under Lei Xinyang's leadership, the morning exercise routine at dormitory 701 had become a regular practice, drawing attention from other dormitories and sparking a trend. Because the notoriously difficult physical fitness test at Lingnan University would soon begin, and starting to train later would be too late. That day, a white Volvo, a news vehicle from Jinling Television, pulled into the campus of Lingnan University. A stunningly attractive woman with a fiery figure stepped out, her brown hair styled into the trendy short egg roll perm, and she wore fashionable sunglasses. Behind her followed a female assistant and a cameraman. The woman was Zelina, the leading host of Jinling Television, who was producing a variety show titled Detective Search for Campus Heartthrobs. After contacting the school administration, she received permission to conduct interviews and filming on campus. The show's concept involved blending in as a passerby to search for the most attractive male students at various universities, then inviting them to compete in the program. The show's selling point was uncovering the most genuine university heartthrobs. Zelina, with her assistant and cameraman, randomly stopped some female students on the path and asked, "Excuse me, are you students of Lingnan University?" "Yes, we are," replied two girls walking together, looking slightly surprised at being stopped. "I'm Zelina, a host from Jinling Television. We're producing a show to find the heartthrobs of various colleges. Do you know who the heartthrob of Lingnan University is?" Zelina asked. "Heartthrob? Not really sure," the first girl answered. "There's a guy, I think his surname is Wu. Quite handsome, a freshman," the second girl said. "Oh right, that rings a bell. Didn't he get commended for a bravery act?" the first girl added. "What department is he in? Do you know his exact name?" Zelina pressed. "Can't recall," they answered. Both girls wore glasses and no makeup, looking like diligent graduate students who weren't much bothered by campus gossip. "All right, thank you," Zelina said with a smile, handing over small gifts. She quickly stopped two other girls and asked, "Do you know who the heartthrob of Lingnan University is?" A heartthrob. According to the campus heartthrob list, Lu Ling is good, tall, handsome, and rich, one girl said. "Oh, you're so out of date. The most popular now is Wu Hua, a freshman," the other girl interjected eagerly. "Wu Hua? Is he very handsome?" the first girl asked in surprise. "Wu Hua." Zelina recalled the earlier girls mentioning a Wu surname. Also a freshman, likely the same person. "Was he commended?" Zelina asked. Yes. I was in the audience too. Wow, that guy was so handsome. My ideal type," the girl replied. "Do you know which department he's in?" Zelina asked. "Not sure." Both girls answered simultaneously. "All right, thanks. Here are your little gifts." Zelina handed them presents. After interviewing over a dozen girls, more than half mentioned a single name, Wu Hua. It seemed Wu Hua was the one she was looking for. Zelina planned to visit the school's records office in the afternoon to look up his information and find him. Just then, Wu Hua, clad in a white coat and wearing a helmet and sunglasses, sped past the film crew on his road bike. The sleek metal body of the bike glinted with a cold radiance in the sunlight. His white outfit billowed and snapped in the wind as he raced by. The helmet and sunglasses almost completely obscured Wu Hua's face, yet his high nose bridge and graceful jawline created a perfect profile. He whisked past Zelina, the tires letting out a brief screech against the ground, then darted away like an arrow from a bow, leaving behind only a dashing wind-like silhouette. Zelina stood frozen for a few seconds. In that fleeting glimpse, she was utterly captivated by the cyclist in white. That ephemeral instant etched an indelible mark in her mind. This was what a true campus heartthrob should look like: athletic, radiant, handsome, cool, mysterious. Did you capture that? Did you capture that?" She nearly jumped up, grabbing the cameraman, with urgent impatience in her voice and anxious hope in her eyes. "I think so. I was just about to turn off the camera when he swept into the frame," the cameraman said, somewhat stunned. He had been about to stop for lunch, and Wu Hua had unintentionally ventured into his lens. "Great. Let me see the replay," Zelina said eagerly. They played back the footage. Wu Hua rode into the frame, sped past, and left his back. Unintentionally, it was captured perfectly. Slow motion. Freeze frame. At last, Zelina saw that flawless side profile, which had existed only in the blink of an eye. "Found him. It's him. This is the campus heartthrob I've been looking for," Zelina exclaimed excitedly. Though the boy wore a helmet and sunglasses, even that half profile was enough to stun the entire scene. This was the true university campus heartthrob. Zelina returned to the station and immediately proceeded to record the first episode with the crew. The gimmick of the show, The Detective Searching for Campus Heartthrob, was to discover ordinary male campus heartthrobs by detective-style searching through genuine word-of-mouth among students. Therefore, the first episode consisted of various interviews and brief interactions engaging the audience to participate and cast votes. This enhanced the interaction between the show and its viewers. Moreover, over a dozen prestigious universities in Jinling City were selected from which the ordinary campus heartthrobs would ultimately be elected. This completed the first half of the show's recording. The second half of the recording would invite these heartthrobs to the variety show set, where through various PKs, combined with popularity, the best campus heartthrob would be chosen. This variety show could be considered quite interesting. Due to the tight schedule, the first episode was quickly produced, and the show received an enormous response upon the airing of its first episode, with students from various universities joining in to discuss who their campus heartthrob was. The first episode only consisted of random interviews with students on campus, and none of the boys appeared on screen. Lingnan University was placed by the show's crew as the grand finale among the over a dozen universities. Wu Hua, clad in a dashing white suit wearing a helmet and sunglasses, accidentally rode into the frame on his road bicycle and was presented to all viewers in slow motion with close-ups. The caption read, "Who is this mysterious guy?" This episode became a smash hit, and Lingnan University gained even more explosive popularity, with topic discussions exceeding the total of the other dozen universities. Not only students from Lingnan University paid attention, but it also attracted female students from other schools. Wu Hua, who had accidentally appeared and was already featured in the show, remained completely unaware. Wu Hua persisted in exercising and felt his physical fitness improving. His constitution naturally increased by 1 point, now at 13 points. Wu Hua measured his height. His initial height was 180 centimeters, and after the gradual enhancement of his constitution, it had grown to 181.5 centimeters. Now, with his constitution reaching 13, his height had increased to 182.1 centimeters. His entire figure appeared more erect. At 180 centimeters, he still looked somewhat short, but now his overall demeanor had elevated noticeably. Attributes could also naturally grow through one's unremitting efforts, though at an extremely slow pace. Early morning, the rising sun had just ascended. Wu Hua rode his road bike listening to music through earphones, leisurely pedaling toward school. As he approached the school gate, he sensed something amiss. Today, a large crowd had gathered at the school gate, causing an immense congestion, as if they were waiting for something. What had happened at the school again? Was there some exciting gossip? Wu Hua had no idea that last night the first episode of The Detective Searching for Campus Heartthrob had become a massive hit, and his cycling scene as the grand finale had also gone viral. Now, gathered at the entrance of Lingnan University were mostly students from other schools waiting there. Wu Hua, still clad in his white suit today, rode toward the crowd completely unaware. Many eyes fell upon Wu Hua, and quite a few people pointed at him. Even more turned around to watch him slowly cycling. Although Wu Hua was completely oblivious, he could sense something strange in the atmosphere. Why were all these people staring at him, a passerby? Their gazes seemed filled with excitement, curiosity, and other complex emotions, making him feel uneasy. He instinctively slowed down warily. However, he continued pedaling toward the school entrance. Suddenly, a figure dashed out from a side intersection, blocking Wu Hua's way. Wu Hua was startled. When he looked closely, it turned out to be Zhang Jieqi blocking him. "Run, hurry," Zhang Jieqi said to Wu Hua with an anxious expression. Huh. Wu Hua was taken aback. At this moment, the crowd that had gathered at the school gate ready to ambush the mysterious guy began to stir restlessly and move toward Wu Hua. "It's him. It's him. It must be him. His clothes and bike are exactly the same as in the video, and the helmet too. No mistake. Found him. Found him. I can't believe we really found him. Catch him. Quick. Catch him." The tide of people surged toward Wu Hua, leaving him dumbfounded. What the hell? Had he done something so heinous? Why did it feel like all these people were coming after him? Run! Zhang Jieqi stamped her foot in anxiety, but there was no time to explain. She had watched the show last night, and instantly recognized Wu Hua. This morning, arriving at school, she found hundreds of people gathered at the gate, mostly girls, and knew they must have been attracted by last night's show. She sent messages to Wu Hua, but received no reply. At that time, Wu Hua was cycling and hadn't checked his phone. So Zhang Jieqi waited by the roadside ahead of the school, ready to intercept him, and happened to meet him. Seeing the surging crowd, Wu Hua had no time to ask for the reason. He made a sharp U-turn and bolted away. Quick! He's getting away. Catch him! Catch him, and reveal his true face. Heartthrob, don't run. I like you. Wu Hua was utterly creeped out. He pedaled with all his might, his legs spinning like crazy, and his road bike vanished from the crowd's sight like a flash of lightning. After riding 7 or 8 kilometers non-stop, Wu Hua entered a park and slowed down. He parked his road bike by the roadside and sat on a park bench, only to find that his phone was inundated with messages. Zhang Jieqi, did you watch yesterday's show, The Detective Searching for Campus Heartthrob? The person riding the bike was you. Zhang Jieqi, today a lot of people gathered at the school gate, probably waiting for you after watching the show. Don't ride your bike. Zhang Jieqi, see this. Reply quickly. Zhang Jieqi, so frustrating. Don't walk into the trap. There are more and more people. Other acquaintances of Wu Hua also sent messages asking if the person riding the road bike was him. Those who don't like watching variety shows like Lin Yichuan and others had no idea what was happening. Wu Hua searched online and found out that he had been inadvertently filmed by the show's crew then featured in this episode as the grand finale. Damn, this was a huge trouble. Wu Hua knew his charm level was high, and if he pursued an online celebrity or star path, he could probably become famous. But he had always been unwilling to take this idle route, because it would disrupt his life like today. What kind of peaceful and free life would that be? He was already afraid of becoming popular while live streaming, so he wore a mask to dance. Unexpectedly, even with such caution, he couldn't avoid it. What could be done? This was truly an undeserved calamity. Wu Hua was somewhat stunned at the moment. After carefully watching the variety show, he knew that if it continued to air, he would definitely be exposed. At that time, he would probably be recognized on the street, and even using the restroom would attract a crowd. Traffic is a double-edged sword. While it brings immense popularity, it also creates a lot of trouble. Wu Hua did not want to become a celebrity, otherwise he would not have been so cautious, refraining from using his charm to make quick money. The current situation was no longer within his control. Wu Hua was just an ordinary freshman and lacked the ability to influence the media. Unless he took a leave of absence and went into hiding with his current popularity, the show crew would certainly not let him off easily. At that moment, Wu Hua really had the urge to curse. But cursing would not solve the problem. He knew he had to do something now. He first asked for leave from his counselor, then decided to seek Su Ningxuang's advice. After all, Su Ningxuang held a certain status in the entertainment industry and might have channels to help. Sitting on a bench in the park, Wu Hua dialed Su Ningxuang's phone number. "Oh Xiao Hua, what makes you think of your sister today? Run out of pocket money and want to come work?" Su Ningxuang answered the phone in her CEO office and teased. "Sister Su, I've run into some trouble, and I'd like your help," Wu Hua said directly. "Trouble? What happened? Tell your sister, it'll definitely help you," Su Ningxuang said, putting away her smile and speaking seriously. "It's like this." Wu Hua told Su Ningxuang about how he had accidentally wandered into the show's camera lens and then had been made into a segment. "I see." Su Ningxuang pondered for a moment and said, "Where are you now? Let's talk face to face." "Alright, I'm at." Wu Hua sent his location to Su Ningxuang. Now he had no good solution, only hoping Su Ningxuang could find a way to get through this crisis. Wu Hua rode to the park gate, locked his road racing bicycle, and stood at the intersection waiting for Su Ningxuang. After a while, Su Ningxuang drove over in her Maserati M20 and stopped beside Wu Hua. "Get in first," Su Ningxuang said as she rolled down the window. Wu Hua nodded, opened the passenger door, and sat inside. "I've made some inquiries about your situation. They don't yet know your identity, so it's not that bad," Su Ningxuang said straightforwardly. "I'm quite familiar with the main leaders at Jinling TV. Leave this matter to your sister Su to handle." "That's really too kind of you, Sister Su," Wu Hua said with some delight, not expecting things to go so smoothly. Indeed, Su Ningxuang's connections in the entertainment industry were extensive. "I have some rare free time today. Let me treat you to a meal. What would you like to eat?" Su Ningxuang said. "I don't know." Wu Hua thought seriously for a while. He really didn't know what he wanted to eat. He felt like he didn't want anything. Su Ningxuang glanced at Wu Hua and said, "Alright, come to your sister's place. I'm in a good mood, so I'll personally cook you some delicious food, and you can have a drink with me." "Alright," Wu Hua said readily. Su Ningxuang drove back to her villa, which was located in the most affluent villa area of Jinling City. Wu Hua had been here once before when he had brought a drunk Su Ningxuang home. However, that was at night, and he hadn't seen it clearly. Coming during the day, he could better appreciate the luxury of the villa area. After entering the villa area, each villa had its own individually designed route to ensure no collisions. Each villa was hidden behind lush green belts. Although it was a villa area, it effectively protected personal privacy. The car drove directly into the underground garage, which was equipped with a private code elevator that went straight up to a shoe and hat compartment. "Xiao Hua, make yourself comfortable. We'll go take a shower and change clothes first," Su Ningxuang said. "Okay," Wu Hua said, looking around at the luxurious European-style decoration, then sat down on the leather sofa and poured himself a cup of coffee. Su Ningxuang took a shower and changed into a casual home outfit made of thin, silky fabric that could not conceal her graceful, curvaceous figure. Her mature curves were even more smooth and undulating, evoking imagination. By changing into everyday home clothes, she was telling Wu Hua that she had no work to deal with today and had plenty of time. Wu Hua didn't dare to look too much, as this kind of mature, beautiful woman was very lethal to him. "Xiao Hua, the concert last time was a great success. You really helped your sister Su a lot." Su Ningxuang sat opposite Wu Hua, crossing her legs. "I just earned some pocket money." "Thank you, Sister Su, for the opportunity," Wu Hua said modestly. "You're really being polite, speaking like an adult. You don't need to be so formal with your sister Su." Su Ningxuang, "I mean it sincerely, you, I made 1-0." Wu Hua also laughed. "YY often mentions you and hopes to collaborate again. Do you have time?" Su Ningxuang said. "Sure, as long as it doesn't affect my studies and I can wear a mask on camera, I'm fine with it," Wu Hua said. He was a little money grubber, working hard to save money, and naturally wouldn't refuse work. "Alright, I'll take that as your formal agreement," Su Ningxuang said. "Actually, you have great potential to become a superstar. Why do you dislike this path so much? After all, this is the dream of so many young people." Su Ningxuang believed that if Wu Hua was willing with her full support, it would only take a year, or even less for a new star to rise in the entertainment industry. I prefer a freer, quieter life. Although I need money, I can find ways to earn it myself, Wu Hua said. Well, everyone has their own aspirations. Actually, your way of thinking isn't wrong. After all, being a star comes with a price. What you encountered today is just a trivial price of becoming a celebrity, Su Ningxuang said. I was really startled today. I thought I suddenly had hundreds of enemies coming to catch me, Wu Hua joked. Su Ningxuang smiled and said, by the way, I've been wanting to give you a gift. Since you're here today, I'll give it to you. Without waiting for a reply, she stood up and asked Wu Hua to follow her into the bedroom. Su Ningxuang's bedroom was very fragrant. Upon entering, one could smell a captivating subtle fragrance. Her bedroom was also in European style, with a separate bathroom and walk-in closet. However, there was not much furniture. A large bed, a dressing table, a desk for work, and nothing else of note. Su Ningxuang led Wu Hua to the desk, opened a drawer, and took out a box, handing it to Wu Hua. Wu Hua glanced at it. It was a watch box, brand Patek Philippe. I bought this when I was in Europe. It's for you, Su Ningxuang said. Sister Su, this is too expensive. I can't accept it. Wu Hua declined. What? Still holding a grudge because I made you pay back over 100,000 for the bracelet? Su Ningxuang said, deliberately putting on a stern face. How could that be? Wu Hua said hastily. If you're not holding a grudge, then take it. This is a gift from me. No matter how much it costs, it's a token of my affection. If you don't accept it, I'll really be angry. Su Ningxuang said. Well, thank you, Sister Su. Wu Hua had no choice but to accept it for now, planning to reciprocate. The world is truly marvelous. My first encounter with Su Ningxiang was due to my lack of money for food. I sold my mother's watch, but accidentally broke Su Ningxiang's bracelet, resulting in losing all the money I earned from selling the watch, and I ended up live streaming for a long time to repay the debt. Now Su Ningxiang has gifted me a watch, which may also be a form of psychological compensation for that day. Try it on, Su Ningxiang said as she took Wu Hua's hand, opened the box, and placed the watch on his wrist. It looked indeed beautiful. Wu Hua lifted his wrist to take a look, and said, it's the perfect size, just like it was tailor-made for me. Haha, indeed. Let's go to the restaurant, and let my sister show off her skills. Su Ningxiang led Wu Hua to the restaurant. You can sit and rest or wander around. They'll call you when it's ready, Su Ningxiang said. She tied on an apron, washed her hands, and truly started cooking. This was an open kitchen, and Wu Hua could see Su Ningxiang busy at work. She wore a thin nightgown, her rounded curves subtly visible. It seemed she wasn't wearing anything under the nightgown. To avoid awkwardness, Wu Hua wandered around the room, taking a look. This standalone villa must cost a fortune, with decorations worth at least over 2 million. Every detail was impeccably crafted. However, it felt too spacious. Su Ningxiang living alone made it seem very empty. After circling around, Wu Hua saw that Su Ningxiang was quite busy and kindly approached her, saying, Sister Su, is there anything I can help with? Su Ningxiang looked up and smiled, saying, as long as you don't cause trouble, just sit quietly. If you get bored, you can watch a movie. There's a theater in the basement. Wu Hua understood that in her eyes a college freshman surely wouldn't cook, and even if he could, it wouldn't taste good. There was no need to explain. Since he was a guest, he didn't press the issue. He walked to the basement, and sure enough, in the tranquil space was a private cinema with leather massage chairs, a giant screen, and a wall full of glass cabinets filled with various fine wines. In the corner there was a bar and a cocktail counter with a coffee machine and a juice maker beside it. If he didn't know this was the basement of a villa, he might think it was a high-end private bar cinema. Wu Hua sat in the middle of the sofa, enveloping his whole body in comfort. With a gentle touch on the touchscreen, he began experiencing a zero-gravity massage. The life of the wealthy is indeed simple, yet extravagant. Wu Hua sighed, deeply unable to deny that being rich is wonderful. He needed to work hard to earn money, and one day create a villa of his own. Having a goal in life makes it seem much more promising. After resting for a while, Su Ningxiang called Wu Hua to come upstairs for dinner. Wu Hua was somewhat surprised that Su Ningxiang had actually prepared several dishes, all of which were home-cooked meals: a plate of sweet and sour ribs, a plate of spicy stir-fried meat, a whole steamed base, and a neatly arranged dozen large hairy crabs. These hairy crabs were all female crabs, each weighing around 6 or 7 tails, and they were all top quality. You are in for a treat. These are freshly delivered Yangqing Lake hairy crabs, not the bath crabs. They have been raised in the lake since they were small. The backs are colored like the lake water, the bellies are as white as ivory, the claws are golden with tips that are wheat-colored. Su Ningxiang introduced with a smile. That indeed sounds like a real treat. Wu Hua knew how rare genuine Yangqing Lake hairy crabs were, as local production was limited, so they were booked very early. The Yangqing Lake hairy crabs available in the market are often washed and raised for 10 days to half a month, while the more fake ones are just tagged from nearby cities. The 12 hairy crabs Su Ningxiang had were certainly not cheap. To be honest, Wu Hua hadn't expected much, but now he Xiaohua, what kind of wine do you want? Su Ningxiang walked over to the wine cabinet to select a drink. I'm fine with anything. Wu Hua didn't have a strong preference for alcohol, he just wanted to enjoy the moment. Su Ningxiang took out a bottle of Romanticani, poured it into a decanter, thought for a moment, and then took out a bottle of Matai. I'm in a good mood today. Since we're having these cooling hairy crabs, let's drink some white wine. Wu Hua remarked, Matai, isn't that too extravagant? He noticed that this Matai seemed a bit different. It should be a special edition. I know you can drink, so it's fine. Su Ningxiang smiled. She took out the wine pourer, opened the Matai bottle, and a rich aroma of wine wafted out. Today let's eat and drink well. I made a few dishes, but they're a bit few. The hotel will send some over later, Su Ningxiang said, placing the wine pourer down and filling Wu Hua's glass. Thank you, Sister Su. Wu Hua was no longer polite at this point. Su Ningxiang smiled and said, try my cooking first and see if it suits your taste. Alright. Wu Hua was indeed a bit hungry. He first picked up a piece of sweet and sour ribs. The sauce enveloped the tender meat, rich in flavor, and a delightful experience for the taste buds. Delicious. Really delicious. Wu Hua wasn't just flattering, the taste was genuinely impressive. Even if he cooked himself, he probably couldn't achieve such authentic flavors. It was truly unexpected that Su Ningxiang, a wealthy and beautiful CEO, could excel in both the dining room and... Actually, when I was young, I really enjoyed cooking. I often watched chefs cook in the kitchen, and they were happy to teach me. In high school, I frequently made lunchboxes for myself to take to school, Su Ningxiang said. Later, when I studied abroad, the foreign food didn't suit my taste, so I continued to cook for myself. After all these years, my skills haven't really faded. I never imagined that whoever marries Sister Su must have accumulated a fortune in their previous life by breaking thousands of wooden fish, Wu Hua commented. Haha, you sure know how to flatter. Come on, let's have a drink. Su Ningxiang raised her glass and clinked it with Wu Hua's, then downed it in one go. Wu Hua did the same, gulping it down. A warm sensation flowed straight down his throat. This was the famed one-line throat, and Matai was indeed powerful. As they ate and chatted, Su Ningxiang continuously served Wu Hua food, pampering him like an older sister. Hurry up and eat the hairy crabs. If they get cold, they won't taste good. Su Ningxiang handed a hairy crab to Wu Hua. He took it and focused intently on eating the crab. The timing was just right. As he cracked the crab open, the rich and creamy crab roe nearly overflowed. The snow-white crab meat, dipped in a bit of aged vinegar, tasted absolutely exquisite. The roe was an ultimate treat that enveloped his mouth. The taste of the hairy crab was simply delightful. Growing up by the Yangtze River, Wu Hua was no stranger to eating crabs. He quickly finished one. He glanced at Su Ningxiang, who had only eaten a few claws, seemingly not quite adept at eating crabs. Crabs are all shell, and if one doesn't know the tricks along with not having the right tools, it can indeed be quite troublesome. Wu Hua smiled slightly. He didn't teach Su Ningxiang how to eat hairy crabs, but instead picked up the largest one, first cracking open the shell and placing it in a dish. Then, discarding the claws, he used the sharp tips as tools, swiftly kicking out the snow-white crab meat and piling it all into the crab shell, finally placing the crab roe on top. Sister Su, you're wasting too much this way. Let me help you. Wu Hua smiled as he placed the shell filled with the picked crab meat in front of Su Ningxiang. This? Su Ningxiang stared in astonishment at the crab shell filled with pristine white meat and vibrant roe, utterly amazed. She had only eaten half of her crab, yet Wu Hua had already peeled one completely. Such speed was incredible. Just take a whole mouthful. It's incredibly satisfying. Try it, Wu Hua said. Su Ningxiang didn't stand on ceremony. She dripped a bit of vinegar with a small spoon, lifted the crab shell, and took the entire contents into her mouth. The exquisite flavor left her speechless with delight. So this was the proper way to enjoy hairy crabs. Xiaohua, come, let's have another drink. Su Ningxiang's spirits soared. They chatted and drank together, the atmosphere harmonious and warm. As they consumed more wine, both felt their bodies growing hot. Just then the doorbell rang. My ordered meal has arrived. He'll go get it, Su Ningxiang said upon hearing the doorbell, knowing it was the food she had ordered from the hotel. She rose to retrieve it. In her haste to stand, she felt a dizziness and reached out to steady herself on the chair, stumbling slightly. Wu Hua's reflexes were swift. He rushed over to support her, preventing her from toppling over along with the chair. Sister Su, you sit and rest. He'll get it, Wu Hua said quickly. Su Ningxiang panicked. Had she drunk so little that she was already tipsy? She quickly salvaged her dignity, saying, I just slipped a bit. Yes, I know. Sit for a while, you'll fetch it. Wu Hua coaxed her like a child, then went to the door to retrieve the meal. When he opened the door, the delivery person was not an ordinary courier, but a hotel manager in a suit. The food containers were exquisite, each individually packaged and stored in a large insulated box. He brought it inside and placed it on the table. When opened, it was still steaming hot. These were undoubtedly dishes specially prepared by the hotel star chef. Su Ningxiang had ordered some seafood lamb chops and after-dinner fruit. Wu Hua arranged the delicacies on the table, creating a dazzling and abundant spread. Xiaohua, I wasn't drunk just now. I really did slip. If you don't believe me, let's have another toast. To salvage her dignity, Su Ningxiang downed a small glass. Wu Hua smiled slightly and drank with her. Since they were at Su Ningxiang's home, she could collapse anywhere if drunk, so Wu Hua didn't try to dissuade her and simply accompanied her. Today we drink till we drop. Whatever you drink, I drink too, Wu Hua declared boldly. Glass after glass, Wu Hua tried to keep Su Ningxiang talking, but soon a bottle of Maotai was empty. Luckily I had the foresight to decant a bottle of Romanicani. Su Ningxiang's face was flushed, and she looked extraordinarily captivating in that state. She sat at an angle. Her slippers had long since been kicked off somewhere. Her fair bare feet stretched out freely, her 10 toes like pink flower buds. Her bright eyes seemed veiled with a mist, her long lashes blinking slowly, her gaze slightly hazy. They each poured a full glass of red wine. Su Ningxiang held the stem glass with her slender fingers and said, bottoms up. Wu Hua was startled and advised, this wine has a strong aftertaste. Maybe we should drink half first. No? Are you looking down on me? Do you think I have a low tolerance? I tell you I can hold my liquor far better than you. Su Ningxuang said with a touch of petulance. Wu Hua simply let go and replied, fine. Today I'll drink with you until we're both satisfied. Let's keep going until we pass out. Yes, till we pass out. They both downed their glasses of red wine. In truth, Wu Hua was also quite drunk. The aged Mao Tai combined with the strong red wine was a potent blend that his 19-year-old body could barely handle. But he hadn't drunk so freely in a long time. Since his rebirth, he had been a student and never overindulged. Today he decided to let loose. They toasted each other back and forth, and before long the bottle of red wine was emptied. Su Ningxuang seemed to transcend her limits. She felt surprisingly good, and opened another bottle, continuing to drink with Wu Hua. They talked and drank until Wu Hua went to the bathroom to throw up once. After that he lost all memory. When he woke up his head was splitting. Wu Hua opened his eyes with effort, finding the room pitch black. A faint fragrance lingered around his nose, and his touch met something soft. He strained his eyes and realized he was resting his head on Su Ningxuang's arm, lying with her on the sofa. One of her legs was draped over his body. Wu Hua checked and saw that both he and Su Ningxuang were still decently dressed. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they had only drunk too much and passed out on the sofa with nothing untoward happening. They had slept straight through until dark. Just as he was about to disentangle himself and find another place to sleep, Su Ningxuang stirred and also woke up. Su Ningxuang was indeed awake. When she realized she was lying on top of Wu Hua on the sofa, she was equally startled. Her face flushed, and Su Ningxuang was indeed awake. When she realized she was lying on top of Wu Hua on the sofa, she was equally startled. Her face flushed, and her first thought was to escape this embarrassing situation. She quietly and discreetly withdrew her leg from Wu Hua's body and slid her arm out from under his head. Then she pushed herself up, carefully placed her feet on the floor, and stood up from the sofa. Looking back at Wu Hua, who still seemed fast asleep, she pursed her lips and muttered to herself, "Tisk, I thought you could hold your liquor, but you're no match for me." At that moment she resembled a college girl completely devoid of the bossy female CEO persona. Su Ningxuang sniffed herself. She was sweaty and reeked of alcohol, which made her uncomfortable. Since he hadn't woken up, she decided to take a shower first. The sticky feeling was unbearable. Su Ningxuang tiptoed away from the sofa and headed to the bathroom for a bath. Wu Hua opened his eyes, confirming that Su Ningxuang had left. In the darkness he heard the sound of the shower running and knew she had gone to bathe, as she was particular about cleanliness. Phew. Wu Hua now had the whole sofa to himself. He shifted to a more comfortable sleeping position and decided not to worry anymore, continuing to sleep. Good thing he had pretended to be asleep. Otherwise the awkward eye contact would have been unbearable. After a hot shower, Su Ningxuang changed into a nightgown. Though she still had a slight hangover headache, she felt much more. Once she was done, she returned to the sofa and saw Wu Hua still sleeping soundly. She curled the corners of her mouth, found a soft blanket, and gently covered him. I was fortunate that she had woken up first, otherwise she wouldn't have known how to face this young man. Su Ningxuang bit her lower lip, recalling their entangled limbs, and her heart raced with embarrassment. Wu Hua knew that the best way to dispel awkwardness was to sleep, avoiding the discomfort of both being awake. Besides, he had indeed drunk too much. Closing his eyes and pretending to doze off, the effects of the alcohol soon took hold, and he actually fell asleep again. At a little past 6 in the morning, Wu Hua was awakened by Su Ningxuang. She had already prepared breakfast: steak, simple fare, coffee, along with a salad of vegetables and fruit. After breakfast, Wu Hua took a shower. Su Ningxuang had already arranged for someone to deliver a black jacket suit, replacing the white coat, identical to the one from the show video. Moreover, he no longer rode his bike to school. Since Wu Hua hadn't shown his face, a change of attire would make it impossible for others to recognize him. Su Ningxuang also began to exert her influence. First, she had the video from Lingnan University re-edited, removing Wu Hua's name. As a top-tier entertainment company, she had maintained a strong cooperative relationship with Jinling TV. Such a trivial matter was naturally no problem. All interviews mentioning Wu Hua were cut, replaced with shots featuring other names. Then the final biking video was edited, removing the slow-motion effects and montage close-ups, leaving only a fleeting glimpse of his back that lasted less than a second. Wu Hua's traces were concealed as much as possible. The beautiful host Zelina immediately turned hostile and went directly to the station director to demand an explanation for the changes. But the reply was that Wu Hua himself did not wish to appear on screen, and his wishes must be respected. This left Zelina with nothing to say, though she felt a pang of regret. She had been confident she could turn Wu Hua into a viral sensation. This left Zelina with a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. Yet she was also curious about Wu Hua's identity. How could he directly influence the entire production team through the station director? She decided that even on a personal level, she wanted to meet the man she considered the true campus heartthrob of Lingnan University. In the afternoon, there were no classes scheduled. Lin Yichuan invited Wu Hua for coffee. The two sat quietly in a riverside cafe, imbued with a strong artistic atmosphere, sipping their coffee. Doing nothing, thinking nothing. Just sitting there gazing at the scenery, the people, and the small animals, feeling utterly. Wu Hua felt comfortable too. Sitting with such a beautiful senior was a joy, even without doing anything. Almost everyone who entered the cafe cast a glance at them. Truly a perfect couple, eye-catching beyond measure. After finishing their coffee, they strolled along the riverbank. The area was like a park with many benches built along the water. Wu Hua was a bit tired. After all, he had drunk far too much yesterday, leaving him limp and weak. Coupled with the warm autumn afternoon sun, drowsiness surged over him. Let's sit for a while and rest, Wu Hua suggested. Lin Yichuan agreed, and they found a bench under an ancient willow tree to sit and rest. Watching the river flow gently, the warm sunlight filtering through the branches and falling on them, it was pleasantly cozy. Wu Hua felt his consciousness growing foggier, and his body involuntarily leaned sideways, resting against Lin Yichuan. Hey! Lin Yichuan watched as Wu Hua collapsed limply, his brow filled with exhaustion. She gave a slight start, but did not push him away. Wu Hua's body grew even more unconscious, pressed against the soft form. Finally, his head came to rest on Lin Yichuan's thigh. He wriggled comfortably left and right, found a very cozy position, and then fell asleep lying sideways on the bench. Lin Yichuan pursed her lips, her pretty face almost blushing crimson. Looking at Wu Hua, who was using her plump thigh as a pillow, his sleeping face as innocent as a baby, she hesitated. In the end, she couldn't bear to wake him. He must be really tired, so letting him sleep like this shouldn't be a problem. Lin Yichuan consoled herself, ultimately compromising and accepting Wu Hua using her thigh as a pillow. Time flowed by like the river, and the sun gradually slanted. Wu Hua awoke from his dream feeling as if he were lying on the finest foam cushion, so comfortable that he didn't want to open his eyes. Know this feeling? Wu Hua secretly cracked open his eyes. What met his sight was a snow-white thigh, pale as jade and smooth as congealed cream. He glanced around and confirmed that he was indeed sleeping on Lin Yichuan's thigh. No wonder it was so comfortable. There was even a faint, delicate fragrance. The legendary lap pillow. Today was simply a day of ultimate luck. The little demon inside Wu Hua began to stir. Such a wonderful feeling. Why not enjoy it for even a second longer? Maybe he should pretend to sleep. But Lin Yichuan had already noticed the subtle change in him. If you're awake, get up, she said calmly, her voice very even. Lin Yichuan had realized he was awake. If he kept pretending, that would be outright harassment. Wu Hua suppressed the whispers of the inner demon, quickly propped himself up, and said apologetically, "Sorry, I was so sleepy that I dozed off without realizing." Lin Yichuan said nothing, only smoothed the wrinkles on her skirt. Wu Hua's gaze swept over that dazzling white. He had actually fallen asleep on that absolute territory. He had to give himself a huge thumbs up for courage. Thank you. I didn't mean to take advantage, Wu Hua had to explain anyway. It's fine. You seem very tired, Lin Yichuan asked. Yes, I drank too much yesterday. To deal with that damned Find the Campus heartthrob TV show, I asked a friend to help cut the footage. Wu Hua recounted what had happened the day before. Lin Yichuan said thoughtfully, no wonder. I heard them talking about it. It was that variety show. You're really innocent, or just biking could get you into the frame. Lin Yichuan disliked such beauty contests. Back in her freshman year, the school's campaign for Campus Belle had caused her a lot of trouble, so she could empathize with Wu Hua. Luckily, it's all settled. The show has been re-edited and no campus heartthrob nonsense will come looking for me, Wu Hua said with a smile. That's good, Lin Yichuan nodded. If Wu Hua became too dazzling, he would surely not be able to enjoy the quiet moments between the two of them. For Lin Yichuan, she disliked that. It's getting late. Let's head back, Wu Hua said. Let's sit a little longer, Lin Yichuan replied. Wu Hua felt a flicker of confusion. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Lin Yichuan gently massaging her thigh, and realization dawned. He had been lying on her thigh for so long that it must have gone numb. She needed to sit a while to let the blood flow return before a surge of gratitude welled up inside him. Despite her cold exterior, Lin Yichuan was actually very soft and gentle at heart. By the way, what do you want to eat tonight? Wu Hua offered to take Lin Yichuan to dinner as a token of thanks. I don't feel like eating anything. Lin Yichuan thought for a moment. But if you were cooking, then come to my place and they'll cook for you. Wu Hua immediately chimed in. Okay, Lin Yichuan finally revealed a faint smile. Though Wu Hua dearly wished to massage Lin Yichuan's thighs, he was well aware that their relationship had not yet reached such intimacy. Doing so would surely earn him a slap. So he sat there chatting with Lin Yichuan for a while. After 5 or 6 minutes, Lin Yichuan stood up, and Wu Hua supported her. I'm fine, Lin Yichuan said. Alright, let's go to the supermarket to buy some groceries. The fridge is almost empty, Wu Hua. Okay, Lin Yichuan nodded. The two arrived at the supermarket, where Wu Hua skillfully began selecting various meats and vegetables, explaining to Lin Yichuan how to pick the best ingredients. Lin Yichuan watched with wide-eyed curiosity, listening attentively, just as Wu Hua had done when she tutored him. She found it novel for her professor mother, who had never lifted a finger in the kitchen, had never taken her grocery shopping. The supermarket's vast array of produce truly broadened Lin Yichuan's horizons. She could barely name more than a few of the vegetables. Wu Hua weighed some spare ribs. After tasting Su Ningxuang's sweet and sour ribs yesterday, he felt inspired to try making them himself. He then bought some of Lin Yichuan's favorite vegetables and selected a few hairy crabs. Returning home laden with groceries, Wu Hua busied himself in the kitchen, while Lin Yichuan silently watched him, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. A man cooking, truly handsome. That evening they savored sweet and sour ribs and hairy crabs, feeling utterly pity there was no wine. Wu Hua had drunk too much earlier and dared not touch another drop, while Lin Yichuan was a lightweight who would collapse at the first sip. So they simply focused on devouring their meal. They ate until their bellies were round and full. After the meal, Wu Hua moved to clear the dishes, but Lin Yichuan stopped him and insisted on washing them herself. Wu Hua couldn't dissuade her, so he tied an apron around her. As he did, he noticed that the waistband of her clothes was still loose, revealing that Lin Yichuan's waist was even slimmer than it appeared. Once everything was tidied up, Wu Hua voluntarily escorted Lin Yichuan back to her dormitory, and they took the subway together again. Though they had spent the entire day together, when they arrived at the girls' dorm building, it felt as though they still hadn't had enough time. So this is what it means never to grow weary. Wu Hua mused. This feeling was one he cherished deeply, so comfortable, so pleasant. The show Detective Hunting for Campus Heartthrobs continued production and broadcast, featuring several college heartthrobs. Wu Hua, who had once been the hottest topic, vanished overnight, as if he had never existed. The new heartthrob candidate at Lingnan University was Lu Lin, though the students themselves refused to acknowledge it. After all, the show only cared about ratings. A major event occurred in Dormitory 701. Lu Mingyuan defeated Hu Fangfei in the election and won the position of League Branch Secretary. Hu Fangfei suffered another Waterloo. After losing the class monitor election to Wu Hua earlier, she should have been the natural candidate for League Branch Secretary. But following that melodramatic confession scene, many classmates grew displeased with her, causing her popularity to plummet. With this defeat in the League Branch Secretary election, her chances of entering the student union were slim to none, and her hopes of actively joining the student union were dashed. As the newly appointed official, Lu Mingyuan naturally treated his dormitory brothers to a meal. During the meal, Tang Yuanbao proposed organizing a communist youth league, team-building activity, an autumn camping, and barbecue trip. The suggestion was met with unanimous approval. Of course, all expenses were split on an AA basis, as the meager league funds could not be spent on mere pleasure. However, since the activity was essentially a voluntary group outing under the guise of a team-building event, participation was not strictly limited. Anyone not from the class could join as long as they were friends of classmates. Voluntary participation, pay your own way. In the end, a dozen or so classmates decided to join, along with a few outsiders. Under the strong urging of his dorm mates, Wu Hua invited Lin Yichuan. Lin Yichuan agreed readily. Tang Yuanbao remarked emotionally, "Only Wu Hua can manage to invite campus beauty Lin. I have to admit defeat." Tang Yuanbao naturally also invited Mu Gu, and Mu Gu brought Huang Yali along. Everyone threw themselves into the autumn camping trip with high spirits and strong organizational skills. First transportation, Shen Jingyu provided a bus and drove his own BMW X5, while Wu Hua borrowed a commercial Mercedes-Benz from Suning Xuan. After all, there were too many supplies to prepare. Without enough space, they couldn't possibly fit everything. Then came the barbecue grills, various ingredients, tarps, tents. All these essentials for camping and outdoor cooking had to be purchased, or else the joy of camping would be lost. Tang Yuanbao was secretly preparing a surprise. He planned to confess his feelings to Mu Gu during the camping trip. In other words, it would be another romantic fireworks confession event. This time Tang Yuanbao spared no expense, and truly bought a large quantity of fireworks. His brother had put everything on the line, so the dormitory crew had to give their all to assist. Although Wu Hua felt the timing might not be right, now was not the time to hesitate. Dormitory 701 had already witnessed one tragic confession. May Tang Yuanbao be lucky this time? For this autumn camping and barbecue trip, Lu Mingyuan prepared a detailed strategy, and even made a pile of PowerPoint slides covering everything they had considered, and even things they hadn't thought of. When it came to planning and organization, Lu Mingyuan was unquestionably a talent. The residents of Dormitory 701 formed a leadership team, each with their own tasks. Wu Hua was responsible for purchasing barbecue ingredients and various utensils. He couldn't possibly handle it alone, so he called Lin Yichuan to help out. Two people working together made the job lighter. "So you're treating me like free labor now?" Lin Yichuan said after a moment of silence on the phone, her tone unreadable. If word got out that he had the campus belle of Lingnan University working for free, how many jaws would drop? Haha, no. I really do need help. Everyone else has their own tasks, so I had to trouble you. Also, I wanted to borrow your electric scooter. Wu Hua said. "So you're asking me to bring both myself and my vehicle?" Lin Yichuan continued. "Well, please help me out. I only have a bicycle. I can't carry things." Wu Hua pleaded. "Fine. Come pick me up." Lin Yichuan yielded, making a small demand to salvage her dignity. Lin Yichuan's electric scooter was a cute pink one, with a round front adorned with cartoon prints that gave it the look of a mile. Watching Lin Yichuan ride toward him slowly with a helmet on, she looked like an adorable female rider. Wu Hua did not purchase the pre-made skewers from the supermarket, as those were laden with chemicals and tricks utterly unappetizing. The skewers from the barbecue stall were passable, but their price was unacceptable. The money for these barbecue ingredients came from the pooled funds, and with the tight budget of college students, Wu Hua naturally could not be extravagant. To eat well, while saving money, the best approach was to buy fresh ingredients himself and make the skewers by hand. Bamboo sticks were dirt cheap online. At the market, Wu Hua began selecting desirable cuts of pork, lamb, beef, along with various vegetables and seasonings. They purchased dozens of kilograms of these supplies, hauling them back to Wu Hua's home on an electric scooter. The two busied themselves. Lin Yichuan was responsible for washing the ingredients, while Wu Hua handled cutting and skewering. Wu Hua's movements were deft and swift, effortlessly slicing large chunks of meat into appropriately sized pieces and threading them onto skewers, forming generous handmade portions. A balance of fat and lean ensured a more aromatic grilling. Finally, they wrapped everything in plastic wrap and stored it in the refrigerator. This entire process was fluid and efficient. Dozens of kilograms of meat were handled swiftly, though the vegetables and other items proved more challenging. To ensure food safety, all vegetables were soaked in lightly salted water for 20 minutes, effectively removing pesticide residues, insect eggs, and other impurities from the surface. Care was also needed during skewering to avoid damaging them, as that would complicate the grilling process. The two worked in seamless coordination, finishing the mountain of ingredients within a few hours. Wu Hua had previously ordered an insulated cooler with an ice layer online, ensuring the ingredients would remain fresh during transport. I always feel you know how to do everything. You handle all matters so properly, nothing like a young person. Lin Yichuan gazed at the refrigerator packed with their labor, expressing her admiration with a hint of emotion. Haha, children from poor families grow up fast, Wu Hua replied with a smile. All preparations were complete. The next day, everything was ready, and Lin Yichuan nodded, believing that abandoning a child carelessly was an extremely reprehensible act. Moreover, after the previous incident, she had lost her fondness for artists. All preparations were complete. The next day, everything was ready, and the group activity vehicle set off together. Wu Hua and Lin Yichuan sat in the back row of a Mercedes-Benz business van. The camping site was pristine near South Mountain Lake, boasting fine lawns and woods with a breathtaking lakeside view. Lu Mingyuan was driving, while Shi Mashing sat in the passenger seat. Wu Hua, an experienced driver, naturally had excellent skills, but he hadn't yet obtained his driver's license, so he couldn't take the wheel. Xin Jingyu specially arranged for Mu Gu and Huang Yali to ride in his BMW X5, letting Tang Yuanbao sit in the passenger seat to foster more interaction between them. After about 2 hours of driving, they soon arrived at the camping site. This spot, carefully selected by Lu Mingyuan after multiple inspections, featured a picturesque lake and mountains, lush green grass, a true earthly paradise. The key was that it was an untouched location, free from unnecessary crowds. As soon as the students stepped out of the vehicle, they began exclaiming excitedly. The scenery was simply too beautiful, a place where even doing nothing brought immense joy. This place is really nice, Lin Yichuan said, clearly delighted. After all being cooped up at school, a chance to go outdoors and admire the lake and mountains naturally lifted her spirits. Everyone be careful. Do not wander into the woods privately. This is still the wild, and venomous snakes or other hazards may exist, Lu Mingyuan cautioned, remaining vigilant. Wild beasts were certainly absent. Despite being pristine, it was not remote enough for wild boars or wolves to appear near the city. But venomous snakes and insects were another matter, so caution was advisable. As the Youth League branch secretary, he bore responsibility for the group activity. The boys are responsible for setting up the tents, the girls for preparing the picnic supplies and other items, Lu Mingyuan directed. The gender ratio was fairly balanced. Over 20 people, with slightly more than half girls and a little less than half boys. Mugu looked particularly lovely today. Shi and Huang Yali both wore hanfu, resembling ancient beauties who had stepped through time. Tang Yuanbao busied himself with photography, looking quite professional. The highlight of today revolved around the two of them, though the moment had not yet come. The boys began their work. Pitching tents was no simple task, requiring both physical strength and skill, otherwise a gust of wind could carry the tent away. The chosen site was a dry area near a rock face which provided wind shelter, and the dry ground also harbored. The tents were large, accommodating about 3 to 4 people each. A total of 7 tents were arranged in 2 rows. The boys' tents formed the outer perimeter, while the girls' tents were positioned more inward. The instinct for boys to protect girls came naturally. Wu Hua had considerable experience in pitching tents and orchestrated every step well. Paired with Lei Jinyang and Shi Mashing, he quickly set up one tent. It was sturdy, stable, and aesthetically pleasing. Glancing at other groups, some were still hammering stakes. You've worked hard. We've prepared water for you. Mugu, along with several girls, brought water to the boys, setting up the tents, a thoughtful gesture. It was undeniable that there was a reason why so many people liked her. Mugu and her group delivered water to every team, and for Tang Yuanbao's group, they additionally offered a towel. Tang Yuanbao was grinning ear to ear. He couldn't bear to use the towel to wipe sweat, but treasured it like a gem, tucking it into his pocket. The girls' task was much simpler. They set up 2 barbecue grills, selected a spot for the canopy, and arranged the camping tables and chairs purchased online. Then several girls went to wash fruit, slice them, and arrange them on plates. After Wu Hua's group finished the first tent, they offered guidance to other teams, and then took the initiative to set up the canopy, as that task was more demanding. Once the canopy was erected, the entire campsite instantly radiated a vibrant atmosphere. The girls who had finished their tasks all gathered under the canopy, sitting on camping chairs, eating fruit, and chatting. After all, girls love to talk. Huang Yali watched the busy Wu Hua, then glanced at Lin Yichuan sitting quietly nearby. She whispered to Mugu, "Mugu, why did Lin Yichuan come to this event?" "She must have been invited, just like we were," Mugu replied. "You were invited by Tang Yuanbao." "So who invited Lin?" Huang Yali pressed. "No need to guess. It must have been Wu Hua. They have the closest relationship. They've appeared on campus walls several times, and I've secretly noticed that Lin Yichuan's gaze lingers most on where Wu Hua is." "That's not necessarily true. Many girls here look at Wu Hua. After all, he's such a handsome guy," Huang Yali said. You look at him the most." Mugu teased. "Why not enjoy the view?" Huang Yali didn't deny it, and after a moment of playful banter she asked, "Do you think Lin Yichuan is in a relationship with Wu Hua?" "I don't know. I asked Tang Yuanbao, but even he wasn't sure. Mugu shook his head and said, "Speaking of Tang Yuanbao, actually I think he's quite decent. Aren't you considering him?" Huang Yali said, "Oh, are you being bribed by them to probe me? Lily, you must stay firm." Mugu avoided the question deliberately. "I'm definitely standing firmly by my dear Mu. But I see you and Tang Yuanbao getting closer and closer," Huang Yali remarked. "He is indeed nice and fun to be with. As a friend it's fine." Mugu replied. The two chatted merrily while Lin Yichuan sat quietly watching Wu Hua labor diligently. It wasn't that she was aloof, her presence would inevitably put pressure on the girls. She was school beauty material, and as a senior, she wasn't familiar with them. Lin Yichuan herself didn't mind though. The girls soon realized the problem nature calls. For boys it was simple, head to the woods. But for girls it was trickier. They were timid and afraid of being accidentally seen by boys. This was no small issue, it was a pressing problem for the girls. While they were huddling to figure out a solution, Wu Hua and Lu Mingyuan approached carrying shovels. "Ladies, we've dug a simple toilet in the woods by the lake, and the area has been cleared. Feel free to use it. We've put up signs so the boys won't go there," Lu Mingyuan said. Wow, as expected of the league branch secretary, so thoughtful. Thank you, you've worked hard. Feels so embarrassing. Can we really use it?" The girls blushed, some with rosy cheeks, but they still expressed their gratitude. Lu Mingyuan hadn't considered this issue, it was Wu Hua who reminded him, and Wu Hua also chose the location. He thought he had planned meticulously covering all scenarios, but now he realized he had been overconfident. Indeed, there was a gap between theory and practice. This roommate Wu Hua seemed to think of everything appearing highly experienced, which surprised Lu Mingyuan. After a flurry of activity, all the tents were finally set up. They formed an orderly array with enough distance to ensure that whispers inside one tent wouldn't be heard in another. Everyone pick your tent freely. Boys in groups of 4, girls in groups of 3. Find your own partners. If anyone is left without a group, they'll assign you. But please note, absolutely no cohabitation of boys and girls. Lu Mingyuan announced. "Don't even dream about it. Impossible, haha." The girls knew he was joking and responded with laughter. Those who were close partnered up chose their tents and placed their personal belongings inside. Mugu and Huang Yali took the initiative to invite Lin Yichuan to join them. Lin Yichuan agreed, and the 3 girls shared a tent. Wu Hua, Lu Mingyuan, Tang Yuanbao, and Shun Jingyu shared a tent to facilitate their next plan. After a morning of hard work, the campsite had taken shape and formed a lively atmosphere. Barbecue grills were set up, and the boys brought out the coolers with ingredients, then started the fire for grilling. The charcoal was very convenient. It lit with a single match. Shermashing prepared fishing rods and went to fish to supplement the ingredients. Wu Hua was definitely the head chef, his movements incredibly skilled, grilling until the meat was crispy on the outside and tender inside, sizzling with oil. In contrast, the barbecue station, led by Lei Xingyang as the head chef, was clearly inferior. The classmates pushed the picnic tables together into a long strip and sat around excitedly. "Wow, this tastes even better than what you get at the restaurants. Really, it's amazing. I can't stop eating." Alright. Wu Hua is on par with a professional chef. Who knew someone so handsome could also cook? I fully support him as the campus heartthrob. That guy chosen from some show. I don't accept it. Both boys and girls cheered for Wu Hua. "Hey, you guys are too much. At least give me some credit. I worked hard too." Lei Xingyang protested discontentedly. "Yours is passable. Next time use less salt. And don't burn it." "Why, you can't do that. What if Lei quits in a huff?" I give Lei Xingyang a thumbs up, he's awesome. "Yeah, burnt is aromatic. It's only fragrant when it's charred." Everyone joked around. Oh, Lei Xingyang wasn't truly angry. He was just livening up the mood. "Let's have some drinks. I brought plenty of beer," someone suggested. After all, they were all adults. Oh, a little alcohol was nothing. Great. Awesome. Definitely. Haven't had a drink in ages. Wonder if snowflakes are still drifting, if Tsingtao is still pouring. The proposal won unanimous approval and elevated the picnic's atmosphere to its peak. After all, stories come with alcohol. Wu Hua realized that among contemporary college students there were real drinkers. When they formulated the plan to be safe and avoid alcohol-related incidents, they only prepared 2 cans of beer per person. But they never expected these guys to bring several large boxes themselves. They even shouted the slogan that the drinks would never run out. Facing a tense safety situation, Lu Mingyuan had no choice but to forbid anyone who drank from approaching the lake. However, this didn't dampen the spirits that had already been lifted. Both boys and girls opened their drinks and started drinking. A Bluetooth speaker was brought out playing pop music, and the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. With mountains, water, and a beautiful landscape, in the most carefree time of their lives, a group of classmates sat in such a lovely environment, feasting on meat and drinking heartily. This life was as carefree as that of immortals. Wu Hua had always cherished and sought after these moments, this feeling. In life, one must enjoy when it's time to enjoy. Youth should be spent in revelry. In the spring breeze, the horse gallops proudly, viewing all the flowers of Chang'an in one day. This is what young people should be like. When the grilling was nearly done, Shermashing voluntarily took over for Wu Hua, telling him to go eat. Wu Hua walked over to Lin Yichuan, pulled up a small folding chair, and sat down. As soon as he sat, Mugu handed him a beer and said with a smile, "Great chef, thank you for your hard work. Cheers." "Alright," Wu Hua replied with a smile, downing the drink in one go. "Good. I'll also toast the chef. Thank you for grilling all this delicious food." Another female classmate immediately raised her glass to toast. Wu Hua had no choice but to drink another. My turn. I toast the handsome guy. I only recognize Wu Hua as the campus heartthrob of Lingnan University. The next female classmate even drank first. Wu Hua had to tilt his head and finish his glass. Wait a moment, let him eat something first. Lin Yichuan sitting beside could no longer bear to watch, and spoke up directly. Yes, hurry, and eat something. You've been busy and haven't eaten yet. The crowd finally dispersed from their relentless questioning. Lin Yichuan handed the reserved skewers to Wu Hua, who quickly began to eat. Indeed, the skewers he made himself were the most delicious. With his mouth full of grease, Lin Yichuan offered him a tissue. Wu Hua poured some beer and smiled at Lin Yichuan, saying, "It's my first time drinking with a senior. I toast to you, senior." I have a poor tolerance for alcohol. Lin Yichuan recalled the embarrassment of being carried home by Wu Hua when she got drunk. I know, just take a small sip to show your intentions, Wu Hua said with a smile. All right. Lin Yichuan poured some beer and gently clinked glasses with Wu Hua before taking a small sip. It felt quite wonderful, so this was what drinking together felt like. It was much more enjoyable than drinking alone. Spending time with classmates was also delightful, though everyone was cheerful, full of energy and enthusiasm. Lin Yichuan felt a bit happy, not just because of the beautiful scenery, but also because she found everything to be interesting. Humans are inherently social creatures, it's ingrained in their genes. No one likes loneliness. Lin Yichuan simply didn't want to make friends indiscriminately. The closeness between Wu Hua and Lin Yichuan was evident to anyone who wasn't blind, which stirred everyone's interest in gossip. After all, Lin Yichuan was the icy goddess of Lingnan University, self-proclaimed as the second most beautiful, with no one daring to claim the first. This alone heightened the topic's interest. After eating and drinking, it was already past 2 in the afternoon, and the girls took the initiative to clean up and wash the... After all, setting up tents was indeed tough for the boys. The girls who could attend Lingnan University were all intelligent and emotionally intelligent, being from a prestigious school. After a joyful lunch, the group split into several smaller ones. One group had drunk too much and went directly into the tent to sleep. Another group, led by Lu Mingyuan, went to the woods to collect firewood for the bonfire party that night. Shermashing and 2 other boys took fishing rods to the lakeside to fish. Lu Mingyuan had discussed the bonfire party with Wu Hua for quite a while, mainly out of safety concerns, but really, if proper precautions were taken, there was nothing unsafe about it. They weren't foolish. The atmosphere would be much better in the evening with the bonfire. Wu Hua called 2 male classmates, and at the chosen bonfire location dug a shallow pit to start stacking wood, then dug a circular trench around it and filled it with water. This way, even if the fire became large, sparks wouldn't fly out. Additionally, they prepared 2 large buckets of water to extinguish any flames, ensuring that the bonfire would be controllable and safe once it was lit. The remaining people began to gather to play truth or dare. Wu Hua definitely didn't participate to avoid the awkwardness. Lin Yichuan also went back to the tent to catch up on sleep. Although she had drunk very little, her tolerance was really poor. Just a few sips made her face turn red. Tang Yuanbao sat beside Mu Gu, enjoying the games with them. The two seemed quite close, even flirting a bit, which made Wu Hua think that perhaps something could develop. Wu Hua, that looks pretty good. Our dormitory's first couple might just be about to happen. We need to step up our game. Lu Mingyuan stood next to Wu Hua, watching Tang Yuanbao and Mu Gu with a smile. Yeah, you're the commander. When do you think is the best time to confess? Lu Mingyuan asked. Girls are emotional beings. When the atmosphere is right, their feelings may align. So I think the best time to confess is definitely during the bonfire in the evening. Wu Hua replied. What if it fails? They might not have fun anymore. Lu Mingyuan said. There's no such thing as a perfect situation. To gain something, you must lose something. You can't have both fish and bear's paw. Wu Hua shook his head and said. Lu Mingyuan looked at Wu Hua and said, honestly, when I chat with you, sometimes it feels like I'm talking to my dad. It's fine, I already have Tang Yuanbao as my adopted son. Having one more adopted son is no big deal. Wu Hua said. Get lost. Lu Mingyuan laughed and punched Wu Hua lightly. While playing truth or dare, Mu Gu turned around and saw Wu Hua and Lu Mingyuan standing not far away, raising her arms to wave at them. Hey, you 2 handsome guys, come join us. Wu Hua waved the shovel in his hand and said, no, we're still working. Oh, thank you for your hard work. Mu Gu said, hey, the boys are actually pretty good. They all compete to do any work that requires a little effort without any complaints. Hee, we are girls, what can we do? Besides, we've done our share of work all right. Hey, are Lin Yichuan and Wu Hua really a couple? Are they dating? Huang Yali asked. I don't know. Who knows? Everyone's gaze collectively fell upon Tang Yuanbao. Haha, come on, do you really think the school hunk would pick you? Do you treat our Lin Yichuan as heir? Another girl said. Hey, are Lin Yichuan and Wu Hua really a couple? Are they dating? Huang Yali asked. I don't know. Who knows? Everyone's gaze collectively fell upon Tang Yuanbao. Tang Yuanbao looked distressed and said, I really don't know. They haven't officially announced anything. They definitely aren't telling the truth. No way, we must unite today and uncover the truth. Mu Gu said. Instantly, Tang Yuanbao became the public enemy. Tang Yuanbao was suddenly subjected to one punishment after another. Wu Hua and Lu Mingyuan worked hard to dig the circular trench, then filled it with water, using 2 large buckets, essentially completing their task. The 2 returned to the vehicle, hiding the secretly prepared fireworks for the confession in Wu Hua's tent, then discussed how to create a romantic confession scene in the tent that night. They didn't expect that Huang Yali happened to pass by the tent to get something, and overheard Wu Hua talking inside, quietly hiding outside to eavesdrop. After listening for a while, she covered her mouth, almost gasping in surprise. They were planning a grand confession scene for Tang Yuanbao, and the object of the confession was her close friend Mu Gu. Instantly Huang Yali's heart raced. This was a big deal. Like a spy, she tiptoed back under the canopy, not even returning to her own tent. Lily, you're back. Did you get your things? Mu Gu casually asked when she saw Huang Yali return. Huang Yali glanced at Tang Yuanbao on the scene, but didn't answer her. Instead, she pulled Mu Gu and said, Mu, I need to go to the restroom. Come with me. Hey, I don't want to go. Hey. Before she could finish, Huang Yali had already pulled her up. Alright. Mu Gu really had no choice, but accompanying her best friend to the restroom was her duty. What's with all the secrecy? What are you up to? Mu Gu was dragged into the woods by Huang Yali only to find that she had no intention of using the restroom. Big news. Huge news. Huang Yali's face was flushed with excitement. What is it? Spill the beans. Mu Gu's eyes sparkled at the prospect of gossip. Wu Hua and the others are brewing something big. Huang Yali teased, dragging out the suspense. Oh, what are they planning? Tell me. They'll share half my snacks with you. Mu Gu perked up instantly. If it's about you. Huang Yali shot her a meaningful glance. About me? What? Mu Gu's face was a question mark. Wanna know? Beg me. Huang Yali was thoroughly enjoying her role as the keeper of secrets, feeling smug with the upper hand. Are you going to tell me or not? If not, I'll post your chat history on the campus wall. Mu Gu played her trump card. Fine. How can you do this? He'll tell you, alright. Huang Yali's chat history was top secret, so she immediately caved. Spill it. Mu Gu was ready for the gossip. Wu Hua and the others are planning a huge confession at tonight's bonfire party. Huang Yali said. Is Wu Hua going to confess to Lin Yichuan? Mu Gu asked. No. Then who's confessing? Mu Gu's mind was still catching up. To you, of course. They're setting up a romantic confession for Tang Yuanbao to declare his feelings to you. Huang Yali said. Mu Gu stood frozen, completely stunned. Hey, leading lady, are you too shocked to move? Huang Yali asked with a laugh. Mu Gu pursed her lips and remained silent. What's wrong? Not interested. Planning to reject him? Huang Yali's smile faded as she asked. Though she knew revealing the secret ahead of time was not ideal, Mu Gu was her best friend, and she had to side with her. It was a matter of loyalty. Given Mu Gu's reaction, it seemed she was not ready to accept, so Huang Yali pressed it. They're such meddlers. Mu Gu took a deep breath and frowned. They're well prepared this time. You'll have to think it through. You can't leave now, and there's no escape. What are you going to do? Huang Yali asked worriedly. Mu Gu remained silent, so Huang Yali added cautiously, actually, I think Tang Yuanbao is really a nice guy. Maybe you could give it a try. No, I'm a Virgo with a mental purity complex. Friends are friends, boyfriends are boyfriends. There has to be a clear boundary. Mu Gu said seriously. Alright, I'm on your side no matter what. But they're going all out, and you might end up in an awkward situation, Huang Yali said. Mu Gu smiled faintly. Don't worry, you'll handle it. Thanks, bestie. Without you I would have been totally blindsided. Of course I had to tell you when I heard it, Huang Yali said. Just be gentle when you reject him. Don't hurt Tang Yuanbao too. Don't worry, I've got it under control, Mu Gu said with a grin. He'll go back to the tent and make a phone call. Huang Yali watched her bounce away, seemingly carefree, and felt relieved. She knew that although Mu Gu seemed a bit innocent, she was actually much smarter than herself, and would surely handle it well. Sure enough, Mu Gu returned shortly, and joined the others in playing games happily, as if nothing had happened. Time passed quickly, and soon it was afternoon. The sunset dyed the clouds at the horizon a brilliant red, creating a breathtaking scene. Cheers rang out from the lakeside unexpectedly. The fishing team had a huge haul. Combined with the catches from the other two companions, the previously scarce barbecue ingredients were now abundant. Grilled fish was definitely on the menu for the evening. Everyone gathered around, excitedly showering Shermashing with praise. That was true skill. An angler never returns empty-handed. They were discussing how to clean the fish, searching for a cold-blooded killer who could gut fish like a pro. At that moment, a crisp car horn sounded. A high-end new energy vehicle with a green license plate slowly pulled up and stopped in front of the group. What kind of car is that? Looks impressive, asked the student who didn't recognize the emblem. With so many new energy cars on the market, those unfamiliar with them couldn't identify the brand. You're so out of touch. That's a Wenjia M9, a luxury new energy vehicle. Rich people love driving these now, fully autonomous driving. Another student began to explain. How much does it cost? With all the luxury features, it's probably around 6,000 yuan. Wow, that's fancy. The car door slowly opened, and a long-legged handsome man in casual wear stepped out. He stood over 185 centimeters tall, with a slender build, a handsome face, and long hair reaching his shoulders. He exuded the aura of a chaebol heir from a Korean webtoon. Wow! The female students burst into exclamations. He's so elegant, clearly from a wealthy family. What's he doing here? Probably just sightseeing. He must have seen us camping, and came over to check it out. I wonder if we can get his contact info later. The handsome man with the Korean webtoon vibe was bathed in golden sunlight. He looked around, then his gaze landed on Mu Gu. Smiling, he strode over. Mu, I'm here. The long-legged man with the Korean webtoon aura walked directly to Mu Gu, addressing her affectionately, and reached out to ruffle her hair. A head pat. The girls were stunned, staring in disbelief. Tang Yuanbao stood frozen like a stone, his mouth. Sorry, let me officially introduce everyone. This is my boyfriend Dongfang. Mu Gu's words stunned the entire crowd. The girls swarmed around Mu Gu, pulling her aside. Wow, you've been hiding him well. A boyfriend this handsome, and we had— You came to show off today, didn't you? Such a sly move. He's so handsome, you two are such a perfect match, Senior Mu Gu. Mu Gu had a great personality, and though she had only known the girls for a day, they had already become close. They all came to congratulate her. Mu Gu smiled cheerfully without saying much. She walked up to Wu Hua and said, Class monitor Wu, sorry about this. My boyfriend insisted on accompanying me. Can he join us? He'll cover his share. Of course. Wu Hua replied. He exchanged a glance with Lu Mingyuan, and both saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. This was completely unexpected. Oh, when did Mu Gu get a boyfriend? He was tall, handsome, wealthy, and had a charming demeanor. In every aspect, Tang Yuanbao was no match for this competitor and had already suffered a total defeat. The second romantic confession operation in Dormitory 701 was obviously doomed to fail. With her boyfriend present, how could one stage a romantic confession? Wasn't that just stirring up trouble? Dongfang Yi came up smiling as he shook hands with Wu Hua and Lu Mingyuan, saying, Sorry for the trouble, I'm Mu Gu's boyfriend Dongfang Yi. Thank you for allowing me to join. No need to be polite, we're all friends here. Lu Mingyuan replied courteously. Wu Hua turned to leave immediately, taking the now petrified Tang Yuanbao with him, secretly entering the woods. Tang Yuanbao looked a bit dazed, his eyes vacant as he was supported by Wu Hua and Shun Jingyu moving along. Yuanbao, don't scare me, are you okay? Shun Jingyu looked at Tang Yuanbao, a bit dazed. This blow was definitely significant. He gritted his teeth, took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and then shoved it into Tang Yuanbao's mouth. Tang Yuanbao instinctively took a puff and coughed violently from the smoke. Shun Jingyu patted his back, saying, It's okay, just take a few more puffs. Whoa. When did she get a boyfriend? How could she have a boyfriend? I don't believe it. Tang Yuanbao squatted on the ground, crying directly. We don't know either. Shun Jingyu was equally puzzled. Wu Hua found it quite strange. He had never heard of Mu Gu having a boyfriend, and the timing of this revelation was just too coincidental. However, this was her own admission of having a boyfriend. The truth of it didn't really matter anymore. Strictly speaking, it could be seen as a good thing. At least it spared Tang Yuanbao from being outright rejected after his grand confession, which would have left him with no chance of even being friends afterwards. Many young people who harbor secret crushes are afraid to confess, because they fear that if their confession fails they might become estranged, avoiding each other, and not even greeting one another, which would be quite awkward. At least we can still be friends. This is the genuine thought of many who lack the courage to confess. It reflects a kind of— Tang Yuanbao squatted on the ground, crying heart-wrenchingly, while Shun Jingyu felt a bit at a loss, unsure how to comfort him. Wu Hua pulled him aside and said, Let him cry for a bit, it's better to let it out. Bottling it up will only lead to bigger problems. Sigh. Shun Jingyu sighed deeply. I feel that our dormitory's romantic confession scene is toxic. We really shouldn't do this anymore. I feel the same way. Wu Hua nodded. What on earth is going on? Is dating really this difficult? Tang Yuanbao was crying profusely, snot and tears everywhere. He was genuinely heartbroken this time. There was really no good solution now, just waiting for him to vent out the pain he was holding inside. By the end of his crying, Tang Yuanbao's voice had become hoarse, and he could cry no more. He tried to stand up, but found he had no strength. His legs felt weak, and he sat back down on the ground. Wu Hua and Shun Jingyu hurried to support him. Brother, let me have another puff. Tang Yuanbao asked for a cigarette. Shun Jingyu quickly handed one over and lit it for him. Tang Yuanbao took 2 strong puffs and broke into another fit of coughing. After finishing a cigarette, he rubbed his face vigorously, lifted his head, and said, Brothers, I'm fine now, it's all in the past. Let's go back to having fun and dancing. Are you really okay? Shun Jingyu looked at Tang Yuanbao skeptically. I'm really fine. Liking someone doesn't mean you have to have them. Her boyfriend seems quite excellent as long as she's happy and Wow. Wu Hua's eyes widened. Yuanbao, your mindset is impressive. What can I do? I can't just jump into a lake, right? At least it didn't make me embarrassed right there. We can still talk later. Hey, it's good that you can think this way. As long as you handle things well, there's no corner you can't dig through. He's just a boyfriend, it's not like they're married. Shun Jingyu started to talk nonsense. Wu Hua shot him a glare, and Shun Jingyu quickly shut up. Yuanbao, it's good that you can think it through. Matters of the heart can't be forced. Mu Gu publicly acknowledging her boyfriend is actually a good thing. At least it won't lead to an unresolved situation, and you can still be friends. Alright, got it. Let's head back and get ready for the bonfire party. Tang Yuanbao rubbed his eyes. His eyes were now red and swollen, clearly having cried quite a bit. Let's go. Shun Jingyu threw an arm around Tang Yuanbao's shoulders, and the two walked back together, arms linked. Wu Hua sighed, walking alongside them. Aside from those in Dormitory 701, the other students were unaware of the emotional turmoil that had just transpired. The fireworks they had prepared didn't need to go to waste. They planned to have a bonfire and fireworks party that night, which would be quite loud. Everyone was in high spirits, actively gathering a large pile of dry wood, and the reserve wood was already stacked taller than a person. There would be enough firewood for the bonfire that night. A cool breeze was blowing, and the cheerful atmosphere seemed to raise the temperature of the campsite by several degrees. At that moment, a dilapidated black cherry car slowly drove up beside the campsite in the dim light, bringing with it an ominous premonition. Wu Hua, who was grilling fish, keenly noticed this anomaly, and watched the mysterious vehicle that had quietly intruded with caution. The car door opened and 3 figures stepped out, like demons crawling out of hell, radiating a menacing aura. The man at the front in his 40s wore a tight t-shirt and a denim jacket. His muscles were bulging, and he had a prominent scar on his face, looking quite fearsome. His narrow eyes were sharp like an eagle's, seemingly able to see through everything. He walked with his heels barely touching the ground, each step precise, as if measured with a ruler. The 2 guys following him were clearly not good company. One was tall and dark, sporting a buzz cut with triangular eyes that were as vicious as a snake's, while the other was overweight, wearing a greasy smile that made one feel uneasy. These 3 were definitely not to be trifled with. Wu Hua immediately felt tense, knowing the dangers of the world far better than these college students who had never stepped out of campus. "Hey, you guys are having a great time. Let us have a taste too," the fat guy said in a harsh voice, waddling over and unceremoniously grabbing the grilled meat and fruit from the table. "What are you doing? We don't know you," said a female classmate sitting nearby, frowning. "Hee, now we're acquainted. You're college students, right? Such fresh faces," the fat man said while eating, extending his greasy pig-like hand to touch the girl's thigh. The female student screamed in fright, leaping up with her companions and retreating. "Boss, there's plenty of good food here, come fill your stomach." The fat man ignored the students entirely, calling out to his boss. The fierce, scar-faced man and the muscular man approached, sitting down arrogantly and sweeping the food off the table. "How rude. Who behaves like this? They're terrifying. What do they do? Why are they eating our food? We never agreed." The girls protested indignantly. The boys couldn't stand it anymore. Lei Xingyang and several others prepared to step forward and confront them. Wu Hua rushed out, blocking Lei Xingyang and the boys. "Don't act rashly. Let me handle this." He had been observing the 3 uninvited guests, noticing their bulging pockets and the sports bags they carried, which seemed to contain weapons. Wu Hua stopped the boys, stepped forward, and said, "You can eat whatever you want here. Once you're done, please leave promptly." "Oh, this kid's sharp. Not like those idiots," the fat man chuckled. The scar-faced boss looked up, cast a cold glance at Wu Hua, said nothing, and continued eating. In the glow of the setting sun, the campsite, once filled with laughter, fell into a deathly silence. The air seemed to freeze as the students' angry and resentful gazes locked onto these uninvited intruders. The 3 men, like starving ghosts reincarnated, devoured the food in silence. After eating their fill, they crossed their legs, casually picked a toothpick, and began picking their teeth. "Let's switch cars and leave," the scar-faced boss said, scanning the row of parked vehicles. "Yes, boss." The muscular man nodded, stood up, swept an icy gaze over the students, and walked forward. Though he didn't speak, the oppressive aura reeking of bloodshed emanated a dangerous sensation. "Whose car is this?" His voice was hoarse, as if his vocal cords had been damaged, an injury from his past. No one spoke. The muscular man said nothing. He simply grabbed a chair, walked to the BMW X5, and smashed it against the car body, leaving a visible dent. "Hey, what are you doing?" The car's owner, Shin Jingyu, cried out in distress. Wu Hua knew trouble was coming. Sure enough, the muscular man turned and walked toward Shin Jingyu. "What do you think you're doing?" Lei Xingyang and 7 or 8 boys immediately stepped forward, pointing at the muscular man and shouting angrily. After all, there were over 20 of them against only 3. If it came to a fight, they would outnumber them overwhelmingly, so the boys weren't too afraid. But the next second, everyone was stunned. The muscular man pulled out a shotgun, aimed it at the crowd, and said coldly, "Everyone shut the hell up. If anyone says another word, I'll blow his head off." Everyone froze. Guns were taboo in the East. These students had never touched a firearm except during military, let alone having a gun pointed at their heads. The dark, hollow muzzle gleamed with the light of death, as if it could snatch away a life at any moment, filling them with terror. All the students were too scared to breathe. The fat man then stood up triumphantly, pulled out a pistol, and roared, "Everyone get down. If anyone moves, I'll shoot him dead." Wu Hua's heart sank to the bottom. The situation was worse than he had imagined. These weren't ordinary thugs, they were desperados. In the East, anyone daring to use guns wouldn't bat an eye at killing. The 3 wanted criminals from the killer gang that Wu Hua had faced before would be nothing compared to these men. "Do as they say. Everyone get down," Wu Hua urged quickly. He feared some hot-headed fool might jump out, and he was 100% sure these men would not hesitate to shoot. Nothing mattered more than life itself. Wu Hua immediately told everyone not to act rashly, and to follow as long as they didn't provoke them. These men were clearly on the run, and wouldn't waste time on the students. If they angered them recklessly, it could cost lives. "Shin Jingyu, give me the car keys." Wu Hua turned to Shin Jingyu. Shin Jingyu clenched his lips, looked at the dark muzzle, and valued his life more. Though extremely reluctant, he handed the keys to Wu Hua. Wu Hua took the keys, raised his hand, stepped forward a few paces, and placed the keys on the camping table. "Here are the keys. We're just college students camping. We don't want trouble. Eat your fill, take the car, and go. Safe travel," Wu Hua said calmly. "Oh, this kid's got guts. Pretty sensible." The fat man grinned at Wu Hua. The muscular man stepped forward, grabbed the keys, and pressed the button. Beep beep. The BMW X5's lights flashed twice, and the locks opened. "Boss, we've got the car," the muscular man said. The scar-faced man looked up, his gaze lingering on Wu Hua's face for a moment before saying, "Let's go." Just then the fat man's eyes swept the crowd and landed on Mu Gu, who was dressed in hanfu. His eyes lit up. Mu Gu in her hanfu stood out strikingly in the crowd, catching the fat man's attention. The fat man was a lecherous glutton at heart. He had been itching at the sight of these fresh-faced college girls, and now that he saw such a pretty Hanfu beauty, he couldn't contain himself. Boss, we should take a hostage. In case we hit a roadblock, we'll have a shield, the fat man said. The scar-faced man glanced sidelong at the fat man. He knew this bastard well after all these years. He knew exactly what the fat man was scheming. The man was a slave to lust. He couldn't resist the pretty college girls, and wanted to snatch one. The scar-faced man didn't want trouble, but the brothers following him were living on the edge. They might get shot tomorrow. They had just robbed a jewelry store, killed 2 security guards, and wounded police officers. They were now desperate fugitives. With brothers who might not see the next sunrise, he saw no reason to restrain them too much. Besides, the fat man had a point. If they encountered police, a female college student would indeed make a useful hostage. Only take one. The scar-faced boss said coldly. Got it. The fat man's face twisted into a grin. He strode up to Mugu, grabbed her petite frame with his thick hands, and lifted her. Help! Help! Mugu's legs went weak as she struggled frantically, letting out a piercing scream. The fat bandit held the gun, and no one dared to move. Mugu had already collapsed from fear, her mind flooded with overwhelming terror, her entire body trembling like a drenched bird shivering in the winter night. Help! Help! Save me, she cried out in a heart-wrenching plea for rescue. She knew that if she were taken by these vicious criminals, the consequences would be beyond her imagination. Wu Hua's eyes widened, bloodshot and burning. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. In both of his lives, he had never faced such a moment of utter despair. If he fought back facing 3 armed and ferocious bandits, it might not be just 1 or 2 deaths. It could very well turn into a massacre here. If he remained silent, he could ensure the safety of most people to the greatest extent, but it would inevitably sacrifice. Mugu was a delicate young girl. If taken by these 3 utterly ruthless bandits, she would undoubtedly suffer inhuman treatment, and her chances of survival were less than 1 in 10. Save the majority and sacrifice one, or risk everyone's safety for the sake of one person. Either choice was wrong. There was no choice at all. Sweat poured down Wu Hua's face incessantly. His complexion was pale, his eyes bloodshot, his teeth clenched so hard that blood seeped out. His body trembled, yet he could not move an inch. The fat bandit directly hoisted Mugu onto his shoulder, and then slapped her firm buttocks hard. Ha ha ha, how The fat bandit's eyes were also bloodshot with lust. Let's go. The scar-faced boss sat there eating fruit, and gave the order coldly. The muscular bandit opened the driver's door, and started the vehicle. The BMW's engine roared like the death knell in the hands of the Grim Reaper. Wu Hua breathed heavily, his vision blurring. The immense pressure was unbearable. At that moment, a figure rushed forward. Tang Yuanbao charged at the fat bandit from behind, swinging a wooden club as thick as a bowl rim, and smashing it fiercely onto the bandit's round bald head. Bam! The blow landed solidly with a dull thud. The fat bandit stumbled violently, but his massive, obese body did not fall. He turned around viciously, blood streaming from his head all over his face, making him look like a demon from hell. Damn it! You dare hit me. You're asking for death. The fat man's face was hideously twisted, more terrifying than a demon crawling out of a... Tang Yuanbao was stunned. He had never expected that his full-force ambush strike, even if it didn't knock the man out, wouldn't even bring him down. Seeing the bandit's blood-drenched, demonic visage, he stood there dumbfounded, frozen, after his initial impulsive move. Kid, die. The ferocious fat bandit raised his arm, the gun in his hand. Tang Yuanbao's pupils contracted. Staring at the dark, gaping muzzle, his mind went blank. He was completely petrified. Am I going to die? That was the only thought in Tang Yuanbao's mind. Bang! The killer without hesitation pulled the trigger, and a flash of fire burst from the muzzle. In that split second, Wu Hua's figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning. With incredible speed, his palm deflected the fat bandit's wrist. But the bullet still pierced Tang Yuanbao's body, blood spraying from his chest. That was Wu Hua's limit. In that instant, he had allocated all his remaining 3 points to agility, boosting it to... Yet he was still a fraction too slow, only managing to touch the bandit's wrist, and alter the bullet's trajectory. Wu Hua executed a joint-locking technique, forcing the fat bandit to release his grip, and the gun fell to the ground. Wu Hua seized the opportunity to rescue Mugu from the bandit's shoulder, then delivered a devastating elbow strike to the chest, sending the fat bandit stumbling backward and landing on his backside. Damn it! Get him! Lei Zhenyang roared and charged forward with several male students. They grabbed the bandit's arms and legs, pinning the immensely strong fat man to the ground. Wu Hua rolled on the ground, seized the gun, and aimed it directly at the scar-faced boss. We're just students. Don't make things hard for us. We'll let you go too. Wu Hua's arm trembled slightly, but the gun remained steady, aimed at the scar-faced boss. The scar-faced boss continued sitting there eating grilled fish and fruit, seemingly indifferent to Wu Hua holding the gun, or even to his bloodied fat subordinate being pinned down by 7 or 8 students. Young man, you've got some guts. First time holding a gun. Do you know how to shoot? The scar-faced boss said nonchalantly. Take the car, take the food with you. Don't touch our people, and we promise not to call the cops. Wu Hua said in a low voice. You're pointing a gun at me. Is that a threat? The scar-faced boss said coldly. I hate being threatened. If you had begged me, I might have let you go. But now you're aiming at my head. Do you still think I'll spare you? Wu Hua frowned, completely taken aback by the bandit's ruthlessness. The muscular bandit, noticing the commotion, got out of the car, cocked his shotgun, and strode over. Now a triangular standoff had formed. Wu Hua aimed his pistol at the scar-faced boss, while the muscular bandit aimed his shotgun at Wu Hua. The scar-faced boss spat out a fishbone, and said, "Nowadays young people think having a gun lets them swagger around bullying others without training their kung fu properly. Look at you beaten into a pulp." Wu Hua squinted and asked, "What exactly do you want?" The scar-faced boss ignored him, and said to the muscular bandit, "Hey, what are you doing with that fire poker? Didn't you hear what I said? Drop the gun. You're embarrassing me." The muscular bandit glanced at his boss and obediently threw the shotgun aside. Wu Hua was somewhat surprised. He stared at the scar-faced boss whose temples bulged prominently. From his gait, Wu Hua had already determined that this man was a highly skilled martial artist. But given Wu Hua's current strength, he could not gauge how powerful the boss truly was. The scar-faced boss looked up fearlessly at Wu Hua, who still had the gun aimed at him, and said, "Not bad kung fu. That joint locking move you used earlier. It's from the Southern School, isn't it? Which master's disciple are you?" Wu Hua knew he was likely being tested on his lineage. But he had no master. His master was the system. So he answered vaguely, "Hong Quan." "Hong Quan. There are only a few who can produce good disciples in Hong Quan," the scar-faced boss said with a smile. "I think you've got potential. He'll give you a chance. Drop the gun and fight one of my men. If you can last 3 minutes, well, leave as you said." Wu Hua was currently an elite inner disciple. Though unaware of the muscle-bound man's true strength, he was confident he could endure for 3 minutes. But Wu Hua didn't believe a single word from that scar-faced man. He wasn't truly a teenager, having lived a whole life. How could he fall for such a proposition? Truth only holds power when it's in one's own hands. The scar-faced man was willing to speak politely, not because he saw Wu Hua as a martial prodigy worthy of nurturing, but because Wu Hua had a gun aimed at him. If he were lying on the ground now, would the man calmly ask about his master? Wu Hua was no naive youth in this world. Even human words couldn't be trusted, let alone deceptive talks. If he truly lowered the gun, not only would he die, but his classmates would all perish too. There's a death called dying from... Wu Hua knew his only chance was that the opponent thought him young and easily deceived, convinced he would fall for the lie. The best move was to fire directly while the man was showing off, then turn the gun on the muscle-bound man, and everything would be safe. Only by holding the truth in his own hands could he grasp a sliver of hope. But having lived 2 lives, Wu Hua had never fired a gun. Once his company organized a trip to Siam, where for 2,000 yuan one could shoot unlimited targets. Unfortunately back then he grudged the money. His family needed it everywhere, and didn't spend the 2,000. So now Wu Hua had never held a pistol and lacked confidence in shooting accurately. Don't think shooting is simple. That's from watching too many movies where everyone is a sharpshooter. In reality, even professionally trained police officers might miss at close range. Theory and practice are 2 different things. Killing carries a tremendous psychological burden. However, in his current situation, Wu Hua knew he had no choice. Some things he must do, including killing. Against him? Fine. If you keep your word, and I defeat him, we go our separate ways. Wu Hua put on a show of youthful arrogance. The scar-faced man smiled slightly, and said, "Rest assured, we people of the martial world keep our promises. If you last 3 minutes, I guarantee everyone's safety." "Fine. He'll trust you this once." Wu Hua slowly lowered the gun's muzzle. In that fleeting instant, his pupils contracted sharply, and his arm, which had been dropping, rose again, aiming at the scar-faced man's chest. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Hua pulled the trigger. Bang! In the split second the gunshot rang out, the scar-faced man's figure vanished before Wu Hua's eyes. At the instant Wu Hua raised the gun, the man had already dropped to the ground like a giant gecko charging out from beneath the table. That movement was almost inhuman. The bullet pierced empty air. The scar-faced man moved swiftly as the wind, utterly silent, and in a flash was at Wu Hua's feet. Wu Hua quickly lowered the pistol, aiming at the gecko-like body beneath him, ready to fire again. But it was too... The scar-faced man's hand reached from an odd angle, pressing the gun's slide. With a slight movement of his fingers, the magazine dropped free. His knowledge of firearms was profound. The one-handed disassembly was like a scene from a spy movie. Wu Hua reacted swiftly. The moment the man reached for the magazine, he let go without hesitation and leaped backward. Yet he was still a hair too slow. A vicious kick struck his abdomen, sending his entire body crashing to the ground. "Frankly, you've truly surprised me. Your mind is nothing like a teenager's. If the circumstances weren't so poor, I'd genuinely consider taking you as my disciple. You're far better than my 2 foolish underlings." The scar-faced man toyed with the pistol like a plaything, then tossed it aside. He had never intended to let Wu Hua engage in a fair duel with the muscle-bound man. His plan was merely to neutralize the threat, then casually kill him to teach the boy not to be so foolish. But unexpectedly the brat had played along, feigning youthful arrogance, only to attempt shooting him in that instant. Fortunately, he had been ready to strike, or he might have capsized in a ditch. Even so, the scar-faced man who had roamed the martial world for years felt a cold sweat on his back. This kid was a monster. His mind was nothing like a youth's. "Arrest him," the scar-faced man said to the muscle-bound man. The muscle-bound man strode toward the fallen Wu Hua to grab him. In the moment he bent down, Wu Hua suddenly lashed out, his right fist clenched with thumb pressed against the middle knuckle, in a swift, vicious strike directly to the man's Adam's apple. Crack! A crisp sound. Wu Hua's punch held no restraint, filled with frigid ruthlessness. The blood within him seemed to boil into magma. His mind held only one thought: he must kill in a single blow, leaving no chance for a counterattack. The blow shattered the man's Adam's apple instantly. Veins bulged on his forehead, blood spurted from his mouth, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he staggered backward, clutching his throat. Guttural sounds escaped his lips. He pressed his throat in agony, trying to breathe like a wounded beast. In that moment, Wu Hua kicked off the ground, rotated his body, and delivered a horse stance elbow strike. The thunderous elbow sent the muscle-bound man's sturdy frame flying, bones cracking. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted upon hitting the ground. In that instant, Wu Hua's muscles swelled, tearing his shirt. The strike was exceptionally cold and decisive, filled with precise explosive power, turning the tide in a flash. This was the immense potential Wu Hua unleashed at the extreme brink of life and death. In that explosive moment, he had cast aside all fear of dying. If necessary, he would die again. In any case, once action began, only life and death remained. Either him. The scar-faced man's face showed a flicker of astonishment. He realized he had still underestimated this youth. His strikes were so ruthless and resolute. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "What a sharp punch. Indeed, Hong Fist. I never thought the martial world would produce." "Young man, you have shocked me once again." Wu Hua's gaze was icy. He assumed a combat stance, watching his opponent tense. He knew the scar-faced man was a true martial arts expert. Could he even stand a chance? But now if he didn't fight, who would? Interesting. It's been a long time since I stretched my limbs. I never thought I'd loosen up because of a child. The scar-faced man bared a beastly grin, revealing gleaming white teeth. "Don't worry, I'll leave you with a whole corpse and tell you my name, so you can die enlightened." He grinned. "Remember well, I am Bagui, the Demon King. An AA class wanted criminal by the Ministry of Public Security, a ruthless bandit leader. A bounty of 200,000. The Demon King was born into a poor family in northeast China and displayed exceptional martial arts talent from a young age. At 13, his parents sent him to a martial arts school, but he was expelled after only a year for fighting. He wandered the streets and by chance became a disciple of Master Tanzhong Liang of the Tan family leg school. He diligently practiced the 12 paths of Tan family legs, and due to his remarkable talent quickly defeated many local martial artists, earning the title of genius. His leg techniques were extraordinary, capable of shattering stone slabs with a single kick, and even snapping a tree trunk as thick as a bowl. As his strength grew, the notorious Demon King made connections with many street toughs, and caught the attention of the local crime lord, becoming his right-hand man. With his fierce skills and calm mind, the Demon King quickly rose to prominence, becoming a tyrant in northeast China with countless blood on his hands. During the crackdown on organized crime, the Demon King became a key target, yet he managed to escape the police's pursuit using his ruthless methods and superior skills, killing or injuring 7 or 8 officers, becoming a violent fugitive. As an AA class fugitive listed by the Ministry of Public Security, the Demon King became even more reckless in the shadows, gathering followers, committing murder and robbery, engaging in every evil deed imaginable. This extreme criminal disregarded human life as mere grass, posing a great danger. Although Wu Hua did not know the notorious reputation of the Demon King, he could sense the chilling scent of death and blood emanating from him. Tang Yuanbao was shot, his life hanging in the balance, and Wu Hua knew he could not waste time. It was now a fight to the death. Without wasting words, he suddenly exerted force with his feet, closing in on the Demon King like a whirlwind, delivering a powerful charging punch characteristic of Hong Quan directly to the Demon King's face. The Demon King's figure twisted into an uncanny arc, his feet planted firmly, his body bending backward at an impossible angle to avoid Wu Hua's formidable punch. In the instant he leaned back, his right foot kicked out at a bizarre angle. With a sharp whistling sound, it struck Wu Hua's. Though this kick lacked great force, its peculiar and cunning angle sent Wu Hua stumbling back a few steps, his side feeling as if struck by a heavy hammer, causing intense pain. Wu Hua gritted his teeth and stepped back to stabilize himself, avoiding being knocked down by this kick. "If you can take a kick from me and still stand, you're not bad, but unfortunately your strength is lacking. If you practiced for another 20 years, you might be able to fight me." At that moment, a cold smile appeared at the corners of the Demon King's mouth. He exerted force with his feet and lunged forward. His kicks came at him like a python striking. Each kick from the Demon King carried the power to shatter mountains and split stones, with the 12 paths of Tan legs changing unpredictably, as if countless legs were attacking Wu Hua from different angles. Wu Hua was forced to retreat step by step. Each block left his arms numb. The immense power meant that merely defending himself took all his strength. Boom. A fierce side kick knocked Wu Hua to the ground, and he dared not linger, rolling several times in a desperate attempt to evade. Otherwise his opponent could finish him off in an instant. The disparity in strength was too great. "Brothers, let's take him down." Lei Zhenyang led a few strong classmates, picking up wooden sticks to rush in and help. "No retreat," Wu Hua shouted frantically. But it was too late. Lei Zhenyang swung down hard with a stick, which the Demon King blocked with his arm, instantly splintering the wood into flying shards. Before he could react, the Demon King kicked him flying. Pooh! Lei Zhenyang spat blood, rolling on the ground covered in grass and dirt. The remaining classmates were directly beaten down. In just a few punches and kicks, their bones shattered, unable to get back. These classmates, who had never practiced martial arts, stood no chance against such a terrifying martial arts master as the Demon King. No matter how many there were, they were merely fodder. Wu Hua paid no mind to his injuries, rushing forward at high speed, using Hong Quan's blocks to save a classmate, barely preventing the Demon King from snapping his neck just seconds away. You all retreat. Retreat. Wu Hua shouted while blocking the Demon King's attacks and saving his classmate. Even so, 4 or 5 classmates were already on the ground wailing nonstop. The remaining classmates were so frightened that their legs went soft. While Wu Hua desperately resisted the Demon King's onslaught, a few of them worked together to drag the injured classmates back. This scar-faced bandit leader was terrifying. Was he even human? And Wu Hua, who could hold his own against such a fearsome criminal at such a young age, seemed like a monster as well. The female classmates cried in fear, while the male classmates watched the fierce battle before them in terror. They knew that if Wu Hua were to lose, a dreadful fate awaited everyone. The Demon King's face twisted into a sinister smile. Kid, it hasn't been easy for you to hold on this long. Let's see how much longer you can last. Wu Hua was already forced to retreat step by step, every part of his body screaming in agony, but he could only grit his teeth and endure it, not daring to slacken his movements. Every dodge was filled with dread. Even the slightest misstep could result in a fatal kick leading to death or injury. How much longer can you hold on? If you fall, I will not spare anyone here. One by one I will kill them. The Demon King's eyes glimmered with a ruthless look. Wu Hua clenched his jaw tightly, remaining silent. He knew he couldn't hold out much longer, but there was absolutely no possibility of retreat now. He could not fall. Behind him were dozens of living lives. The Demon King roared ferociously, launching a flying kick like a sweeping giant python, the fierce wind rushing towards Wu Hua's chest. Wu Hua quickly retreated, crossing his hands down to block, producing a crisp sound of impact. The Demon King's leg felt as solid as steel, unwavering. The Demon King swiftly turned, twisting his waist, and another leg came sweeping towards Wu Hua with even more terrifying force. Wu Hua had no time to evade. He crossed his arms to protect his vital areas, but an immense impact slammed into his body. At that moment, Wu Hua felt as if he were suffocating. His entire body lifted off the ground, kicked backward, and crashing heavily into the mud. Mud and grass flew everywhere, and blood oozed from the corner of Wu Hua's mouth. He struggled to push himself up with his hands, knowing that if he fell he would never have the chance to get back up. The Demon King let out a cold snort, delivering a series of alternating kicks towards Wu Hua, the speed so fast that it was almost impossible to see. Wu Hua could not fully evade, taking a kick to the chest, immediately causing blood to surge, his body violently swaying. He strained to remain standing, but blood was already spilling from his mouth. Yet he still clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed on the Demon King, his eyes still shining with indomitable light. I cannot die here. Wu Hua told himself, absolutely not. Before his eyes, double images appeared, and his mind momentarily blurred. In that instant, the opponent's kick came again like a cannonball, striking Wu Hua fiercely. With a thud, Wu Hua fell face first, the stinking mud squeezing into his mouth. He mustered all his strength and rolled to evade as he hit the ground, looking up to see a sharp leg shadow descending. Wu Hua could only cross his arms to block. A clear crack of bones sounded, and his body was sent sliding 3 or 4 meters across the grass before stopping. Wu Hua's eyes began to redden as he entered a state of extreme agitation. His left arm, dislocated from the kick, hung limp and swaying. Blood from his split brow kept flowing into his eyes, staining them red. With a crack, Wu Hua savagely grabbed his dislocated arm and shoved it back into the joint. Ba Gui narrowed his eyes, looking coldly at Wu Hua. Are you so desperate to protect these worthless ones? He'll give you one more chance. Kneel and kowtow 3 times, and he'll take you as my disciple. Follow me from now on. I am human, how could I acknowledge a ghost as my father? Wu Hua sneered, you think you're strong. You're nothing but a rat in a dark sewer, never seeing the light. Forever reeking of stench. Good, good, good. Ba Gui uttered 3 goods in a row, squinting, his expression turning cold and twisted. His front foot took half a step, sinking deep into the dirt, and he suddenly erupted, his entire form like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain. Boom. Like a battle axe, his sweeping kick struck Wu Hua fiercely, sending him crashing sideways into the mud, his face slamming into the mire, splashing muddy water everywhere. I can't die here. Wu Hua roared inwardly, gritting his teeth and lunging forward, giving his all in a final desperate surge of strength and lifeblood. Ba Gui was slightly stunned, not expecting Wu Hua, already a bloody mess, to still have the strength to counterattack. Yet the gap in their power was too vast. Wu Hua fought desperately, landing blow after blow with a dull thud, a storm of attacks forcing Ba Gui to retreat step by step. Cunning Ba Gui didn't engage, heeding, guarding tightly with his arms, his eyes venomous and sinister. Just as Wu Hua's burst was about to exhaust, Ba Gui struck out, kicking him hard once more, sending him sprawling into the mud. Wu Hua felt as if his body was falling apart, nearly drained of all strength. He had given everything, multiple bones were broken and blood streamed from his eyes, nose and mouth. His body seemed numb, barely able to stand. Ba Gui's lips curled into a cruel smile as he approached, grabbing Wu Hua's hair and yanking him up. You lasted this long against me, not bad. At your age I wasn't this skilled. A pity you met me, so you must die. Ba Gui punched Wu Hua in the abdomen. Instantly Wu Hua felt his internal organs churn violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. They'll leave you with a breath to watch me kill your classmates one by one. You'll see you're a useless trash, unable to achieve anything even if you give your all. Ba Gui sneered. You like being a hero. Let me show you the price. He punched Wu Hua in the face again. Wu Hua's consciousness was fading. He knew he couldn't win against this man whose martial arts had been honed for decades, reaching a terrifying level. His own elite inner disciple level was only enough to be beaten. Without his strength and agility, he wouldn't have lasted this, but this was the limit. Stop. Let him go. A clear yet anguished voice rang out. Ba Gui turned in surprise, seeing a remarkably beautiful little girl picking up a shotgun and aiming it at him. Lin Yichuan stood there with a pained expression, her arms trembling as she gripped the shotgun. I didn't expect such a pretty girl. What is this, your boyfriend? You want to save him? Ba Gui taunted, shielding the bloodied Wu Hua. You. Let him go, or he'll shoot. Shoot. Can you even aim? If you fire, you'll kill your beloved man too. Go ahead, shoot. Ha ha. Ba Gui laughed maliciously. Are you going to shoot or not? If not, you can't save your man. Ba Gui said, suddenly kicking Wu Hua's calf. A clear crack of bone came, and Wu Hua grunted in pain as his calf was broken. See how much your beloved man suffers. Shoot quickly, or I'll beat him to death. Ba Gui laughed wildly. You demon. Lin Yichuan's hand trembled. Wu Hua was barely recognized. This shameless demon used Wu Hua as a shield. If she shot, Wu Hua would die first. But if she didn't, she could only— Are you in pain? What will you do? Ba Gui twisted Wu Hua's arm 720 degrees, causing a scream of agony. His left arm hung limp, twisted and dangling at his side. Ba Gui smiled like a demon, eyeing Lin Yichuan with fascination. You're so beautiful, like a pure angel. Kneel and serve me, and I'll spare your man. You shameless, despicable, dirty. Lin Yichuan's tears flowed uncontrollably, her hand trembling more. What now? Either shoot me, or kneel and submit. Which will you choose? Ba Gui sneered. This kid risked his life to protect you. How selfish can you be? Huh? You're the truly shameless one. Watching your hero die while doing nothing. You're the selfish scum. Lin Yichuan was sobbing, tears streaming uncontrollably. What about you? You're selfish. You only watch others sacrifice, but you won't sacrifice yourself. It's not about dying, just sacrifice your body. Living is what matters. Ba Gui whispered like a demon, then punched Wu Hua's ribs hard. Crack. 4 or 5 ribs broke. He's dying. He's dying. You're letting him die. You're selfish trap. Ba Gui shrieked, his voice distorting with excitement. Shut up. Wu Hua said coldly. Ba Gui paused, looking down. What did you say? I said shut the hell up, you're babbling like an old woman. Wu Hua raised his voice. How touching. You're trying to anger me to make me kill you and protect your woman, aren't you? Ba Gui sneered coldly. Wu Hua sneered in return. You're overthinking it. I'm genuinely curious. With a face as ugly as yours, has any girl ever liked you? Ba Gui furrowed his brow and said coldly, it's useless. I won't kill you so easily. Surely no girl would ever like something as hideous as you. You've never experienced love, have you? Wu Hua continued. Love? You're on the verge of death and you're still babbling about love. Are you out of your mind? Ba Gui scoffed contemptuously. Now this youth, beaten into a cripple and half dead, was still talking about love. Utterly ridiculous. Ba Gui held nothing but disdain for love. With money he could have as many women as he wanted. If he fancied someone, he would simply take her by force. What need was there for love? These college students were hopelessly naive, their minds filled with nothing but worthless fantasies. On the brink of death and still discussing love with him. What a joke. Covered in blood, Wu Hua grinned and said, you don't believe in love because you reek of filth. You're unworthy of beautiful emotions. You're like a stinking rat in the sewer, forever crouching in the darkness, watching the people in the sunlight. That's something you'll never achieve in your entire life. Stupid brat, I'll make your woman kneel and serve me, and then you'll see how laughable your love really is. The veins on Ba Gui's forehead bulged. He was indeed provoked. I'm done wasting words on you. Trash like you doesn't deserve to speak with me. Wu Hua sneered. Ba Gui felt that this young man had been beaten senseless and was now spouting nonsense. At that moment, Wu Hua suddenly turned to the trembling Lin Yichuan and smiled. Lin Yichuan, could you like me just a little more? Just a little bit more. You. Lin Yichuan stared at Wu Hua with wide eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably. Her whole body trembled as she thought Wu Hua was about to die and wanted to hear her confession before the end. Life is truly unpredictable. You never know whether surprise or misfortune will come first. Just over 10 minutes ago, they were laughing and enjoying a carefree college camping barbecue. Never would they have imagined that the joyful moments would instantly turn into a bloody massacre. A group of college students who had never experienced the dark side of the world were still in shock, unable to believe what was happening. At this moment, Lin Yichuan recalled every moment she had spent with Wu Hua. She looked at his handsome, blood-drenched face, and her heart ached with agony. She deeply regretted not being kinder to this big boy, knowing that today would bring such a tragic farewell. She should have been more proactive, spent more time with him every day. Now all the thoughts she had taken for granted, that there would be plenty of time to slowly nurture their relationship, shattered before the cruel reality. If you don't cherish time, time will punish you in the most brutal way. Many times you think there is still plenty of time, but the clock may already be ticking down, and an ordinary goodbye becomes an eternal farewell. Some people, when they smile and say goodbye, may never be seen again. Tears blurred Lin Yichuan's vision completely, and everything before her eyes became a haze. I like you, Wuhua. I like you. Lin Yichuan screamed with all her might. The confession echoed across the entire lakeside. Ding! A chime sounded in her mind. You have gained Lin Yichuan's affection level 1 heart. Congratulations. You have earned one chance to draw. In her consciousness, the magnificent and luxurious lottery wheel began to spin. Ding! Congratulations. You have obtained 3 free attribute points which can be freely allocated. Unsurprisingly, with the system's abysmally low draw rate, it was once again the guaranteed 3 free attribute points. But for Wu Hua that was enough. Without hesitation, he allocated all 3 points to Constitution. Adding attribute points to Constitution had a miraculous ability. It rapidly restored the bonus condition. Adding 1 point could instantly restore him to full health. Adding 3 points caused Wu Hua's broken arm bones to regenerate and his injured internal organs to recover swiftly. Thank you for your affection. Wu Hua revealed a radiant smile. In that instant, he suddenly exerted force from his legs, using all his strength to ram his head fiercely upward into Ba Gui's chin. Bang! The hard headbutt shattered Ba Gui's jaw. He was caught completely off guard and suffered a severe blow. Ba Gui never imagined that this half-dead youth whose limbs and ribs he had broken could launch such a vicious sneak attack. Even a martial arts grandmaster couldn't have dodged this headbutt. The full-force strike was terrifyingly powerful. Ba Gui's mandible was completely crushed, his upper teeth snapped, and his brain suffered severe trauma. This blow transcended human understanding. No one could believe that a gravely wounded person could suddenly recover to full health with broken limbs regenerating. Under the heavy impact, Ba Gui's eyes lost focus, and he instinctively staggered back 2 steps. This is the miracle of love. You ugly thing, you scorn the power of love. It's something you've never had in your life. A power you cannot comprehend. Wu Hua seized the opportunity. In the moment Ba Gui's consciousness was blurred, he didn't hesitate, and delivered a powerful punch directly to his chest. Crack! Crack! The clear sound of breaking bones echoed. Several ribs on Ba Gui's chest were fractured. A mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth. Thud! 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 Wu Hua's punches came faster and faster, like a storm of blows, landing heavily on Ba Gui's body. He drove the man back step by step, leaving him utterly defenseless. Die! 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 In his fully restored state, Wu Hua's every punch truly struck flesh and bone. The final move was a double strike to the ears. His clenched fist slammed into Ba Gui's temples from both sides. Blood seeped from Ba Gui's eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. His vision went pitch black, his head rang with a deafening buzz, and his entire body went numb as consciousness slipped away. Even at this moment his mind was mired in confusion, unable to fathom how this youth had managed such a feat. Love? As Ba Gui's consciousness gradually faded in that fleeting instant, he seemed to return to his teenage years. A bright girl in a pure white shirt appeared before him, walking in the brilliant sunlight at the school gate. Ame! The boy called out. The girl in the white shirt stopped, turned around, and smiled over her shoulder. In the sunlight his heart pounded like a drum. Ba Gui shrieked, his voice distorting with excitement. Shut up, Wu Hua said coldly. Ba Gui paused, looking down. What did you say? Inexplicably, this defeat meant there would be no second chance in his life. Lin Yichuan watched the demonic Ba Gui collapse to the ground, all strength drained from her in an instant. Her legs gave way, unable to support her, and she slumped to the floor. Her hands still tightly clutched the shotgun, her body trembling uncontrollably. This sudden reversal left her mind a blank, scarcely believing in this heaven-sent salvation. Wu Hua gasped for breath, glanced at the motionless Ba Gui on the ground, then turned and ran to Tang Yuanbao's side. Tang Yuanbao's chest was already stained red with blood. Lu Mingyuan and Shi Masheng were pressing cloth tightly against the wound, but blood still seeped out relentlessly. Tang Yuanbao's face was pale, eyes tightly shut, his fate uncertain. Wu Hua checked the wound's location. Oh, fortunately, it wasn't the heart, though the situation still appeared extremely critical. They'll take him to the hospital. Shun Jingyu, find 2 people to bring the other injured classmates to the hospital. Wu Hua began to direct. Alright, Zhou Yongwang, how help me get them into the car. Shun Jingyu knew time was of the essence and didn't waste words, immediately finding helpers. Aside from Lei Xingyang, 3 other male classmates had also been knocked down, all with broken bones. Lei Xingyang, who had charged to the front, was the most severely injured, with several bones broken and unable to stand. Lu Mingyuan, quickly find some rope to tie these 3 criminals tightly. Call the police. Wu Hua said to Lu Mingyuan. I've already called the police, they'll be here in 30 minutes. We have plenty of rope. The tense wind ropes came in handy now. Though the bandits were all down, they might have the tenacity of cockroaches, which would be disastrous. These students might not be a match even for the severely wounded criminals. For safety, they had to be tied up securely. Lu Mingyuan understood this, and with caution led the others to bind the 3 unconscious bandits like trussed-up dumplings. Wu Hua dared not waste time, and carried Tang Yuanbao to the Mercedes. Mugu, come with me, and help press the wound to stop the bleeding. Wu Hua said. Oh, okay. Mugu agreed, and got in the car. I'm coming too. Lin Yichuan handed the shotgun to Lu Mingyuan, then got into the back seat with Mugu to care for Tang Yuanbao. Wu Hua knew every second counted. Each minute gained could save Tang Yuanbao's life. Mugu sat in the back, sobbing quietly, watching blood seep through fingers, feeling a helpless weakness. This seemingly timid boy had risked his life to save her at the most critical moment, completely disregarding his own safety. Mu Gu was deeply moved. But now was not the time for sentiment. Sentiment alone could save no one. Wu Hua drove at breakneck speed exceeding 150 kilometers per hour. Even with his driving skills, that was the limit he could control on a non-highway. Any faster would be too dangerous. He raced like the wind, running over a dozen red lights, and reached the nearest hospital's emergency room in the shortest possible time. Help! Doctor! Someone come quickly! Save him! Covered in blood, Wu Hua carried Tang Yuanbao, who was also dripping blood, creating a shocking scene. Patients nearby moved out of the way. Emergency doctors rushed over and nurses wheeled an emergency bed at full speed, placing Tang Yuanbao on it for immediate treatment. What kind of injury? Where is it? The emergency doctor asked. Gunshot wound on the chest. Wu Hua replied gravely. Gunshot. The doctor paused. Treating gunshot wounds wasn't common in years. To the operating room, immediately hurry. He didn't hesitate and ordered the nurses. Doctor, you must save him, Mu Gu said. The emergency doctor nodded. Rest assured, as long as there's a glimmer of hope, we'll do everything to save the patient's life. Tang Yuanbao was wheeled into the operating room, the door closing behind him. Wu Hua sat on a chair outside, his heart full of anxiety. Though they hadn't known each other long, the bond among the dormitory brothers was genuine. Wu Hua didn't want anything to happen to Tang Yuanbao, or it would devastate everyone. Mu Gu was in low spirits, Lin Yichuan sitting beside her offering comfort. This time everyone had narrowly escaped death, and their worldview had undergone a seismic shift. People don't grow without experience. Lin Yichuan walked over to Wu Hua and said, let me accompany you for a checkup. You're also badly injured. Am I not seriously hurt? Wu Hua shook his head. How can that be? I saw with my own eyes. Lin Yichuan had seen Wu Hua beaten almost half to death by Ba Gui, yet he miraculously recovered and defeated the enemy, buying everyone a chance to live. At the time, the tension had prevented her from thinking, but now it seemed like an inexplicable miracle. I was faking it to lower that guy's guard. I'm actually fine. Wu Hua had to fabricate an excuse. After all, if a girl is willing to believe, she'll deceive herself without needing your lies. Sure enough, Lin Yichuan hesitated but chose to believe him. However, she insisted that Wu Hua get a checkup after Tang Yuanbao's surgery was complete. Wu Hua agreed. Minutes ticked by, each one agonizingly slow. No one knew what was happening in the operating room. After what seemed like an eternity, the light above the operating room door turned green and the chief surgeon emerged. Doctor, how is he? Wu Hua stepped forward. Mu Gu also lifted her head, staring intently at the doctor. Luckily, the bullet didn't hit any vital organs, only the lung lobe. He lost a lot of blood, but there's no life-threatening danger. The doctor's words lifted a huge weight from Wu Hua's shoulders. Tang Yuanbao was fortunate his life had. Credit also went to Wu Hua, who had lunged desperately and deflected the gun. Otherwise the shot would have pierced the heart instead of the lung lobe. At that moment, not even a god could have saved Tang Yuanbao. It's good he's safe, it's good, Wu Hua murmured. Whatever the case, the outcome was still acceptable. However, since it's a gunshot wound, we've reported it to the police as required. Please explain the circumstances to them, the doctor said. This was standard procedure. In the East, gun violence is a grave matter, and this incident was indeed serious. Regardless, an explanation would be necessary. The injured classmates were also brought to the same hospital. Though their injuries were severe, none were life-threatening. A blessing in the midst of misfortune. When Tang Yuanbao was transferred from the ICU to the general ward, he was already boasting and joking around, brimming with vitality. The fact that he had taken a bullet would be enough to brag about for his entire 4 years of college. Lei Xingyang was also recovering, while still lively and vigorous despite his plaster cast and bandages. The other students were less severely injured, but they too remained hospitalized, forming a little inpatient squad. Such a major incident had already alarmed the university, which established a special condolence group. Of the 3 robbers, 2 were dead and 1 severely wounded. After the police investigation, the procuratorate exempted Wu Hua and the others from prosecution on grounds of self-defense, and the police issued additional commendations. Wu Hua was also forced to stay in the hospital for observation, as his classmates at the scene all claimed he was seriously injured, yet the examination results showed only minor abrasions. To be on the safe side, he was kept under observation for 2 days. Lu Mingyuan visited him on behalf of the class, sitting by the bed and chatting with Wu Hua. I've already resigned as the class youth league branch secretary. No matter how this incident is viewed, I cannot escape responsibility, so it's better to resign voluntarily, Lu Mingyuan said. Resigning as the youth league branch secretary might affect his chances of entering the student council and competing for the position of selected graduate. It was an unexpected situation and no one could have predicted it. The fault is not yours, Wu Hua said. It's a blessing that no one died. A mere branch secretary position is nothing, completely insignificant. Lu Mingyuan smiled. Indeed, just being alive is something to be grateful for. Wu Hua nodded, still shaken. At the critical moment, if he hadn't obtained those 3 free attribute points, the outcome would have been a living hell. In such a remote place, even if the police arrived, it would take nearly an hour. By then the demonic fiend would have slaughtered everyone and fled. He was already a top-level fugitive, unconcerned about being pursued. So in truth, it wasn't Wu Hua who saved everyone but Lin Yichuan, though she herself remained unaware of it. You're recovering quite quickly. I've been visiting Tang Yuanbao every day and Mugu has been almost daily taking care of him too, said Lu Mingyuan. Mugu had experienced the most despairing moment of her life. When the fat bandit hoisted her up she had already entertained thoughts of death. At that time Tang Yuanbao risked everything to save her, even taking a bullet. That was an absolute life-saving grace. Thus whether by reason or emotion Mugu would inevitably take good care of the injured Tang Yuanbao. Regardless of whether she liked him, she had to repay this life-saving debt, otherwise public opinion would drown her. That Tang Yuanbao is truly a romantic soul. In such a situation he threw away his life, without hesitation risking everything for love, Wu Hua said with emotion. At that moment Wu Hua himself didn't know whether he would have acted. Every choice was a gamble, each potentially leading to the most tragic outcome. Tang Yuanbao's charge for love, though it dragged everyone into the most perilous situation, also turned death into life, ultimately achieving the most difficult ending. Everyone survived. If everyone had remained silent and motionless the outcome would have been sacrificing Mugu alone. If Lin Yichuan hadn't finally given Wu Hua that extra heart point, it would have been the worst outcome. Fortunately the result was good, so the process hardly mattered. I really didn't expect that from Tang Yuanbao. He must have been truly sincere. But matters of the heart are hard to judge. After all, Mugu already has a boyfriend, said Lu Mingyuan. Yes, but Tang Yuanbao isn't without a chance. His heartfelt sincerity was seen by Mugu. It's just hard to know what she will choose, Wu Hua sighed. As Tang Yuanbao's friend, he naturally leaned in his favor. But objectively speaking, asking a girl to abandon her boyfriend to repay another man's kindness carried a hint of. As the two were chatting the ward door swung open and an unexpected figure appeared in the doorway. Hi everyone. Dongfang Yi walked in carrying a fruit basket for the patient. His visit to see Wu Hua was indeed surprising. Wu Hua greeted him politely. Thank you very much for this. Thank you for saving Mugu, and thank you for saving me. If it weren't for your selfless courage, I might be a corpse by now, Dongfang Yi said sincerely. I was also saving myself. I'm not that noble, Wu Hua said. No, you could have saved yourself by simply staying silent. But you didn't. I'm sorry I don't have your ability or courage. Dongfang Yi said. There's nothing to apologize for. In such a critical situation, none of us are superheroes. There's no need for self-imposed moral condemnation, Wu Hua said. Mugu is fortunate to have classmates like you, Dongfang Yi paused then said. And am very grateful to Tang Yuanbao who was the first to rush forward to save her. His actions deeply moved me. Wu Hua and Lu Mingyuan exchanged glances surprised. Given Dongfang Yi's identity, they hadn't expected such. I know Tang Yuanbao must have strong feelings for Mugu, so I want to tell you the truth. I'm not actually Mugu's boyfriend. I'm her cousin. We're relatives, Dongfang Yi said. This time Wu Hua and Lu Mingyuan almost simultaneously opened their mouths wide, utterly taken aback. At the time Mugu called me and asked me to come to the campsite to help her out pretending to be her boyfriend. She said a male classmate wanted to confess, and she wasn't ready to accept it yet, Dongfang Yi explained. I had to help her, so I came to play along. I never imagined such a disaster would strike. This is really unexpected, said Lu Mingyuan, adjusting his glasses. Yes, I'm sorry for deceiving you all. I think I should come clean now, because I truly acknowledge Tang Yuanbao's feelings for Mugu. Such sincerity is rare, and I hope I won't become an obstacle between them, Dongfang Yi said. Thank you for telling us. Otherwise we would never have known, Wu Hua said. Haha, indeed Mugu is such a mischievous girl, Dongfang Yi laughed. He then asked about Wu Hua's condition and not wanting to disturb his rest left. After Dongfang Yi left, Wu Hua immediately got out of bed and said to Lu Mingyuan, let's go tell Yuanbao. Alright, but are you okay? Lu Mingyuan asked. What's wrong with me? They forced a perfectly healthy person to stay in a hospital bed. I could run 5 kilometers right now. Fine, let's go. Lu Mingyuan knew that Wu Hua's medical checkup had shown nothing wrong, so he eagerly followed him to Tang Yuanbao's ward. Tang Yuanbao's ward was also in the inpatient building, but on a different floor from Wu Hua's. Just as they arrived at the ward entrance, the door suddenly swung open, and Mugu rushed out with red-rimmed eyes, her head down, nearly bumping into Wu Hua. Mugu, you're here too, Wu Hua greeted. Mugu looked up at him, said nothing, and quickly walked away. What happened? She looks like she's been crying. Something seems off, Lu Mingyuan whispered, watching Mugu's retreating figure. Don't speculate. Let's go in and ask, Wu Hua said. Wu Hua and Lu Mingyuan walked into the ward where Tang Yuanbao, his chest wrapped in thick gauze, was resting against the bed. You came to see me, and you brought nothing. Tang Yuanbao's mood seemed quite normal, though it was hard to tell if he was faking it. Kid, cut the crap. We saw Mugu running out of here in tears. Spill it. What's going on? Lu Mingyuan got straight to the point. Nothing much. She said she wanted to be my girlfriend, and I turned her down, Tang Yuanbao said. Ha, perfect timing. That's exactly why we're here. Lu Mingyuan let out a hearty laugh. That Dongfang Yi isn't Mugu's boyfriend. He's her biological cousin. I know, Tang Yuanbao said. Lu Mingyuan furrowed his brow and confirmed again, you know. Yes, Mugu told me. Tang Yuanbao nodded. You little. Still putting on airs. Acting all smug. Why reject Mugu? Just because she lied to you with her cousin. Petty. Not at all, Tang Yuanbao shook his head. I truly like Mugu, and I still do now. But I don't want to use my past act of saving her to guilt-trip her into being with me. What do you mean? Lu Mingyuan asked. I believe love should be pure, like when Lin Yichuan shouted I like you back then. Without any other motives mixed in. Tang Yuanbao said. I really do like Mugu, but it only matters if she likes me back. I don't want her to be with me out of gratitude. Becoming her boyfriend that way, I can't accept it emotionally. I want her to truly love me not because I saved her. Lu Mingyuan opened his mouth, but couldn't find words. He didn't know what to say. He never expected Tang Yuanbao to say such things. It seemed reasonable, yet not leaving him at a loss. Wu Hua sat beside Tang Yuanbao. Didn't expect you to be a pure love warrior. You've got such a purity obsession with love. What's your birth date? A Virgo. It's not an obsession. I don't want to force Mugu. Love is love and dislike is dislike. What's the point of forcing a bond? Tang Yuanbao said. Truth is love often grows over time. Lots of people get married through arranged matches and don't have that passionate devotion. She's willing, and you still reject her, you'll regret it later. Wu Hua spoke earnestly. I'm not you, Wu Hua. Many girls like you, a love comes easy for you. But I'm different. No looks, no height, average family, just a loser. I know love is a luxury for me, but I still yearn for that mutual affection. Tears streamed down Tang Yuanbao's face. Maybe I'm foolish and naive, but I truly hope. Hope someone genuinely likes me. Hope it's a two-way street. He finally broke down crying bitterly. Wu Hua had countless words of advice, but now was not the time. Tang Yuanbao's chest wound was still unhealed, and excessive grief could harm him. Alright, stop crying. A grown man sobbing. What's that about? I get what you're saying and I support you. Don't dwell on anything now. Just heal up. College is long, we're only freshmen. There's plenty of time for romance. Slowly figure out each other's feelings. That's the way. Wu Hua said. Yeah, Yuanbao, stop crying. Besides, Mugu doesn't have a boyfriend. That's great news, isn't it? Whether she likes you or not, she hasn't found anyone yet. You're no worse than anyone. Why wouldn't she like you? Take it slow. Lu Mingyuan hurriedly added. I know? Maybe because I almost died, my thoughts are a bit extreme. You're right. They'll become better from now on. Tang Yuanbao said. That's the spirit. Get well soon. You were so brave back then, much braver than me. I froze like a scared turtle. Wu Hua said. I was too impulsive, but I couldn't help it. My mind went blank and I just charged in, Tang Yuanbao said. Youth knows no fear. That's why many miracles can only be achieved by the young. After comforting Tang Yuanbao for a while, they walked out of his ward, exchanging silent glances. Matters of the heart are hard to counsel. Only time can heal. Time gradually soothed everyone's wounds. Days passed, and Tang Yuanbao's injuries slowly improved. As long as death didn't claim him, time would restore him to his former self. The injured classmates also gradually recovered and returned to school. That terrifying dusk slowly became a distant memory, a story among classmates, a past brought up over drinks. But only those who lived through it knew the world wasn't as peaceful as it seemed. Where there is light, there must also be darkness. One day, as usual, Wu Hua invited Lin Yichuan to walk by the lake after evening study. On the quiet forest path, their shadows stretched long. One day, as usual, Wu Hua invited Lin Yichuan to walk by the lake after evening study. On the quiet forest path, their shadows stretched long. The moonlight was beautiful that night, like a giant jade disc hanging in the sky, making even the unlit road clear. Wu Hua and Lin Yichuan walked side by side, chatting about Tang Yuanbao and Mugu. I actually agree with Tang Yuanbao's view. Love shouldn't be replaced by gratitude. If someone is with you only out of obligation, both parties will suffer. Lin Yichuan said. Then from a girl's perspective, does Mugu have any genuine feelings for Tang Yuanbao? I think. Lin Yichuan thought for a moment. Probably a little. Really? Why? Wu Hua asked. Well, in ancient times, if a girl was saved by a chivalrous man, and she liked him, she'd say, I have nothing to repay but my own body. What if she doesn't like him? She'd say, I have nothing to repay, only in the next life. Huh. Makes sense. So Mugu might actually like Tang Yuanbao a bit. Tang Yuanbao. Outwardly cheerful, but inside he feels inferior, thinks he's not good enough for her. His ideal of love is too pure, can't tolerate the slightest flaw. Wu Hua said. We should find a way to help them. I think Tang Yuanbao is pretty good. Much more agreeable than most guys, Lin Yichuan said. While with the class president leading the charge, success is guaranteed. Wu Hua quickly flattered. Lin Yichuan spat, dismissing his exaggerated praise. Just then she stumbled, tripped by a raised stone slab. Wu Hua quickly reached out and steadied her. The surroundings were utterly silent, not a soul in sight. Under the moonlight, the two of them were almost embracing. Wu Hua held the soft, warm body, feeling Lin Yichuan's temperature and the softness akin to the finest cotton. This made his heart beat faster. Be careful, Wu Hua whispered softly, gently brushing aside Lin Yichuan's tousled hair. Under the moonlight, her face, as beautiful as a goddess, was revealed before him, causing his breath to catch. Lin Yichuan's delicate face flushed, her fair skin tinged with a rosy hue. Her eyes were slightly flustered as she looked away. Wu Hua gently stroked her silky hair, the strands flowing through his fingers. He stared dazedly at Lin Yichuan's stunning beauty. His fingers lightly traced her tender water-like cheeks, as if the slightest pressure would make them yield moisture. Your hair is messy, Wu Hua said, instinctively not knowing what else to say. Lin Yichuan replied, the blush deepening as she lowered her head slightly. Under the moonlight, the lakeside path was empty, as if only Wu Hua and Lin Yichuan existed in the world. Wu Hua felt his heartbeat quicken, thundering against his chest, and his throat felt dry. He didn't know what to say, but didn't withdraw his hand. Instead, he gently caressed Lin Yichuan's smooth cheek, his palm. This girl was so beautiful, the perfect embodiment of countless boys' fantasies. Could she really become his girlfriend? Wu Hua felt a sense of unreality. Lin Yichuan didn't move his hand away, but tilted her face up and slowly closed her eyes. Her long lashes trembled slightly, revealing her inner turmoil. Wu Hua gently wrapped his other arm around her waist. The slender, delicate waist felt so soft that with a slight pull she was in his embrace. Under the moonlight, gazing at her exquisite face which seemed to invite his advances, he couldn't resist leaning in slowly. Finally his lips met hers, as soft as rose petals, as if they would melt. Lin Yichuan's body trembled as she gently wrapped her arms around Wu Hua's back. They stood there under the moonlight, embracing and kissing, not parting for a long time. After an unknown length of time, they were still holding each other. Lin Yichuan buried her head in Wu Hua's broad chest like a shy ostrich. "That was my first kiss," Lin Yichuan whispered. Wu Hua inhaled deeply, the scent of Lin Yichuan murmuring in intoxication. "Is there anything you want to say?" Lin Yichuan asked. "I." Wu Hua cupped Lin Yichuan's beautiful face and said, "I haven't had enough. I want to kiss again." "You?" Lin Yichuan was both shy and flustered, about to refuse, but Wu Hua had already kissed her deeply. She struggled slightly, then softened like a piece of cotton, losing all strength. After a long while, Lin Yichuan gasped, "You're such a bad guy. My legs have no strength to walk. He'll carry you." Without waiting for her reply, Wu Hua scooped up Lin Yichuan by the crook of her knees, holding her horizontally, and began walking toward the girls' dormitory. "Hey you! Put me down. Someone might see." Lin Yichuan kicked her cute little legs in the air. But her protests were in vain, as she had to close her eyes and bury her face in Wu Hua's chest. She would deny it if no one saw her face. With Wu Hua's current physique and strength, even carrying her with one arm, he could make it to the dormitory. Near the dormitory building, Lin Yichuan truly refused and struggled to get down. "I'll walk by myself. My legs have strength," she said confidently. "All right." Wu Hua felt a bit regretful. There were too few people on the way and hardly anyone saw him carrying the campus bell of Lingnan University. What a pity, but there would be plenty of opportunities later. Once her feet touched the ground, Lin Yichuan dashed into the dormitory building without looking back, leaving Wu Hua only a graceful silhouette. How adorable. Wu Hua watched silently. Midterm exams were approaching. Although passing was enough in college, as class monitor, Wu Hua couldn't afford to do too poorly. He plunged into intense review. During the review, he realized that not only was his math poor, but his English was crucial in university studies. Many students took the CET-4 exam in their freshman or sophomore years. It was tied to the degree, so the sooner the better. Wu Hua was actually quite good at spoken English, and even knew some Japanese and German from dealing with foreign clients. But for exam, spoken skills were clearly insufficient. Helplessly, he sent Lin Yichuan a message, "Help." Lin Yichuan replied, "Wu Hua, can you give me some extra tutoring in English?" Lin Yichuan, "How did you even get into Lingnan?" Wu Hua, "Haha, just lucky. Lin Yichuan, "Alright, see you at the library." Wu Hua put away his phone with a grin. Another excuse to be close to his senior. Studying is great, I love studying. Arriving at the library, it was still packed. The seniors at Lingnan University didn't waste time on romance. They were all fiercely studying. Wu Hua found it inspiring. They were pillars of the nation, but Wu Hua didn't want to be a pillar. He'd rather coast through life. So having some money, Wu Hua invited Lin Yichuan to a cafe where the quiet atmosphere was more conducive to studying. And of course there were delicious coffees and desserts. Wu Hua as usual treated Lin Yichuan to the small sweets she liked. Though she refused verbally, her heart couldn't resist the temptation. "Don't do this again. He'll get fat," Lin Yichuan warned while wiping her lips with a tissue after finishing the "Don't do this again. He'll get fat," Lin Yichuan warned while wiping her lips with a tissue after finishing the "You don't understand girls' aesthetics," Lin Yichuan said angrily. Alright. Mainly studying is mind draining. I need to replenish nutrients first. It won't happen again." Wu Hua surrendered instantly. Lin Yichuan gave a light snort, satisfied, easing her inner guilt over the extra dessert. Blaming others comforted her conscience. After eating, it was time to work. Lin Yichuan started tutoring Wu Hua in English. She taught seriously, explaining every detail thoroughly for fear that Wu Hua wouldn't understand. After finishing an example, her eyes swept sideways at Wu Hua, and she said angrily, "I told you to look at the book, not at me. Are there answers on my face?" Wu Hua shook his head with a grin. "No answers, but you're beautiful. Can you focus on studying? Are you trying?" Lin Yichuan said. Wu Hua gazed at her tender lips, natural, without lipstick, yet still a soft pink, tempting. He turned his head, and with lightning speed gave a fleeting peck on Lin Yichuan's delicate lips. The torrent of scolding words she had ready instantly dissolved into nothing. Lin Yichuan shot Wu Hua a glare both innocent and seductive. "Study properly, or I'm going back to the dorm," she threatened with her ultimate lever. She knew ordinary tactics were no longer effective. Wu Hua's skin had thickened. "Okay, you'll study earnestly," Wu Hua said hastily, not wanting Lin Yichuan to actually storm back to the dorm in anger. Beneath the orange lamplight, two heads bent close together, one teaching earnestly, the other learning diligently, a heartwarming sight. Yet Wu Hua's hand couldn't resist snaking around Lin Yichuan's slender waist. After a period of tutoring under the diligent supervision of the top student and campus belle Wu Hua passed all his exams without a single failure. His English score wasn't just a pass, it reached a commendable level. Thus there are no unteachable students, only unskilled teachers. Recently shops near the school had rolled out promotions like no-failure meal deals, a gimmick they were all too familiar with. Wu Hua wanted to invite Lin Yichuan for a lavish dinner to express his gratitude, but she preferred not to eat out, and still wanted to go to his place for his homemade delicacies. Since the goddess had made her wish, Wu Hua wouldn't refuse. However, he also made a request that Lin Yichuan accompany him to buy groceries, claiming it would make the food taste even better. Lin Yichuan had no choice but to agree. On the weekend her roommates had all gone home, leaving her alone in the empty. Just as she was feeling a bit lonely, a message from Wu Hua arrived. "My ride's here, let's go." "Your ride? Did you get a driver's?" "No, but I've got a happy little electric scooter." Lin Yichuan went downstairs and sure enough saw Wu Hua riding a brand new electric scooter for which he had specially prepared a cute pink helmet with bunny ears. When he saw Lin Yichuan, Wu Hua whistled and said, "Beautiful, want a ride?" She rolled her eyes at him, took the helmet, put it on, and sat on the back seat of the scooter. "Hold on tight. I go fast, and you might get thrown off on a sharp turn," Wu Hua said. Lin Yichuan bit her lower lip. The scooter seat was narrow to begin with, so sitting together inevitably meant close contact. If she had to hold on to him, they'd be practically glued together. She had been tricked. That schemer had ulterior motives. His little ploy was too deep. But she was already on his vehicle and couldn't get off now. "It's fine, I'll just hold the backrest," Lin Yichuan said, stubbornly not wanting to give Wu Hua the satisfaction. "Okay then, hold tight. Here comes the scooter." Wu Hua didn't insist, but instead started abruptly, the scooter shooting forward, then he lightly squeezed the brake. A soft body pressed against his back. Lin Yichuan's face flushed, but out of fear, she wrapped her arms around Wu Hua's waist from behind. She consoled herself, safety first, let him take a little advantage. "He, senior sister, hold steady. I'm speeding up." Wu Hua's heart danced with glee at his successful scheme, and he accelerated. "Be careful, you scoundrel." But Wu Hua's body smelled really nice. The fresh scent of laundry detergent was soothing. So she stopped pretending and rested her cheek gently against his back. Soon they arrived at the market, full of the earthy hustle and bustle of daily life. Taking Lin Yichuan's hand, Wu Hua walked in and began carefully selecting ingredients. "The seafood looks good today. Let's get some," Wu Hua suggested, seeking her opinion. Lin Yichuan nodded. She liked seafood too, and Wu Hua's cooking was especially delicious. Was this a glimpse of their future life together? In Lin Yichuan's mind, a scene of their future life unfolded: after work going to the market to buy favorite ingredients, then heading home to cook together. It seemed quite nice, really warm and cozy. "Uncle, how much for this small lobster?" Wu Hua began asking prices. 298 each. The vendor uncle paused at the sight of Wu Hua and Lin Yichuan. Such good-looking young people rarely came to the market. Their faces were even more striking than those on TV. "Too expensive. Can you lower the price?" Wu Hua said. "These are live. Air freight in at 4 Look how big they are, as thick as my forearm." The vendor grabbed a lobster from the tank and compared it with his arm. Watching the lobster brandish its claws, Lin Yichuan instinctively stepped behind Wu Hua, but still craned her neck to see. "It is pricey. How about 2 for 500? Wu Hua directly bargained. "If you want sell, I'll check other stalls." With that, he started to lead Lin Yichuan away. Hey, don't go. Since you're serious and you two make such a lovely young couple, how about 520 for good luck?" the vendor called out hastily. "All right, wrap them up. They'll buy a few more things," Wu Hua said with a grin. 2 such large lobsters for 520 was indeed a good deal, and more importantly, the uncle's words pleased him. Wu Hua also picked up some large prawns, sea snails, and clams, then left contentedly hand in hand with Lin Yichuan. Strolling through the market with the campus belle on his arm, pure bliss. Wu Hua bought some beef brisket, vegetables, eggs, and more, returning home fully loaded. Riding the scooter back, he and Lin Yichuan began washing the ingredients, especially the feisty lobsters. Lin Yichuan stared at the 2 fierce lobsters at a loss. "Let me." Wu Hua stepped forward and grabbed them. "Amazing," Lin Yichuan praised. Not bad. Watch my knife skills." Wu Hua showed off. Seafood was relatively easy to handle. Most of it was steamed to preserve maximum freshness. Then he made his signature tomato beef brisket and stir-fried vegetables. Wu Hua and Lin Yichuan enjoyed a sumptuous seafood feast. He also specially cooked a pot of seafood congee. When the lid was lifted, the fragrant aroma filled the entire room. I want some." Lin Yichuan's eyes sparkled with childlike longing. Sure enough, Wu Hua discovered that the campus belle of Lingnan was actually an adorable little foodie. He ladled a small bowl of steaming hot seafood congee and carefully blew on it to cool it down. Fearing she might burn her mouth in her eagerness, Wu Hua kept blowing until it was just warm enough before handing it to her. Lin Yichuan took a bite, and the delicious sensation made her soul dance with joy. Delicious, absolutely divine. It was simply heavenly. She soon finished the congee cleanly, almost licking the— Wu Hua rested his chin on his hand, watching her eat intently. She was so beautiful. "What are you staring at? Stop looking." Lin Yichuan felt a little embarrassed. "Oh, there's a grain of rice on your lip," Wu Hua said suddenly. "Where?" Lin Yichuan reached up to feel. "Don't." Wu Hua extended his hand, and Lin Yichuan obediently stayed still, waiting for him to wipe it off. But instead, Wu Hua gently cupped her cheek and quickly planted a kiss there, grinning. "There, I've eaten it." Lin Yichuan blushed with shame. Her once tranquil life had become vibrant and colorful ever since Wu Hua. Like a beam of sunlight, he illuminated the depths of her heart. Lin Yichuan simply wished for such days to last forever. That alone would be enough to satisfy her. On the weekend, Tang Yuanbao, who had fully recovered, became active again in the dormitory group chat, inviting everyone to a gathering. It's been a long time since we last hung out, brothers. Let's hit Axiangpo Hot Pot tonight. Tang Yuanbao initiated the activity. He was still quite ostentatious, often starting conversations with, "Do you know what it feels like to be hit by a bullet?" He and Mu Gu seemed to have gradually restored their former relationship, appearing to get along quite well. Matters of the heart were truly difficult for outsiders to meddle in. Wu Hua found himself in a dilemma. He had originally planned to have skewers with Lin Yichuan today, but he couldn't very well turn down the dormitory brothers gathering. So he asked weakly in the group chat, "Can I bring someone along?" "A girl yes, a guy no," Tang Yuanbao replied swiftly and succinctly. "Lin Yichuan," Wu Hua said. "Damn, you're already bringing your +1. That's too much." Shun Jingyu immediately jumped in. "It's not that serious. I just had plans with her today, and I don't want to stand her up." Wu Hua explained. "Bring her. You must. For the glory of Dorm 701. But tonight you're paying." Lei Zhenyang said. "Fine." Having sorted things out with the dorm, Wu Hua then contacted Lin Yichuan, explained the situation. Explained the situation and cautiously asked, "Can we eat together?" "Sure." Lin Yichuan replied unexpectedly straightforwardly. She had a good impression of Wu Hua's dormitory mates, and more importantly, she had already planned to meet Wu Hua tonight, and couldn't bear to give it up. Wu Hua rode his electric scooter ostentatiously to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, he put a pink bunyard helmet on Lin Yichuan and sped away with her, leaving a trail of dropped jaws behind. Arriving at Axiangpo Hot Pot, Wu Hua parked the bike stylishly at the entrance and walked in holding Lin Yichuan's hand. The members of Dorm 701 were already seated at a large table waiting for their arrival. Seeing Wu Hua walk in with Lin Yichuan, his nose in the air, everyone felt a twitch in their hands, an urge to punch him. "Brothers, order. Order the expensive dishes. Don't hold back, don't be shy," Tang Yuanbao immediately called out. The corner of Wu Hua's mouth twitched, but he could do nothing about it. "Bring the drinks." Tang Yuanbao grew excited again. "Can you even drink? Don't let your gunshot wound relapse." Shin Jingyu joked. This little injury is nothing. Small potatoes. If I were in the Revolutionary War era, I wouldn't even leave the front lines with this." Tang Yuanbao began to boast. "Haha, drunk before you even drink." Lei Zhenyang laughed. "Old Lei, you've never been shot, so you wouldn't understand," Tang Yuanbao said. Lei Zhenyang slammed the table and stood up saying, "I've had 7 bones broken." Before they even started drinking, they were already at each other's throats. "They're just messing around. They're like this, usually not really fighting." Wu Hua quickly whispered to Lin Yichuan, afraid she might misunderstand the bond between men. "I know I'm not stupid." Lin Yichuan shot him a glance. Still, it was her first time joining a male drinking party. She found the camaraderie between the boys to be genuinely sincere and quite amusing to watch. Today everyone enjoyed the steaming hot pot without hard liquor, just some beer. Wu Hua poured a small glass for Lin Yichuan. Lin Yichuan took a sip and frowned, saying, "It's so bitter, so awful." "Haha, it really isn't great, Wu Hua." As everyone was happily drinking beer and eating hot pot, a group of male students from the neighboring sports academy arrived. They were all strong and muscular. "Hey, isn't that Lin Yichuan, the campus belle of Lingnan University?" One of the boys suddenly exclaimed in surprise, staring at Lin Yichuan sitting beside Wu Hua. "What, you know her?" another boy asked. "I used to chase her, but she wouldn't even give me a second glance. They call her the Ice Queen at their school," the sports academy boy said sourly. Wu Hua glanced at the boy and asked quietly, "Do you know him?" Lin Yichuan shook her head in disgust. "No." The sports academy boy snorted sarcastically. "What Ice Queen? I thought she was some aloof goddess. Turns out she's just hanging out with a bunch of guys. What a shame. With such good looks, she could have found a big shot, but instead she's drinking with losers in a cheap eatery." Lei Zhenyang slammed the table and roared, "Who the hell are you talking about? We're just chatting, mind your own damn business." The sports academy students never once to back down, shot back immediately. "Don't gossip behind people's backs like a bunch of old women, or it'll rip out your tongues." Tang Yuanbao also erupted. After surviving a gunshot wound, he had become far bolder. "Just the likes of you. Ha ha ha." The 7 or 8 sports academy students burst into laughter, utterly dismissing Tang Yuanbao and his group. The so-called former admirer of Lin Yichuan was actually lying. In his freshman year, he had seen Lin Yichuan at the school gate and been struck dumb by her beauty. He had brazenly asked for her WeChat and been rejected. Only later did he learn that Lin Yichuan was the campus belle of Lingnan. So naturally Lin Yichuan had no memory. Today he was feeling malicious. Smirking at Lin Yichuan, he said, "Since you're willing to drink with these losers, why not have a drink with us too? Let's get to know each other better, ha ha ha." As he spoke, he shamelessly reached out toward Lin Yichuan, intending to pull her over. Lin Yichuan's face turned pale with fright, and she shrank back. Undeterred, the sports academy boy continued reaching out. Just then he felt his wrist seized, as if in a steel vice locked tight and immovable. "Yui." The guy was about to lash out when Wu Hua exerted force, causing him to let out a scream. His entire arm was twisted, forcing his body to turn half a circle. Wu Hua kicked him in the back of the knee and he fell to the ground with a thud. "Damn it. Let go." The guy's classmates all stood up at once, glaring fiercely at Wu Hua. I forgot to tell you, the public security regulations have just been revised. You can now fight back against unlawful infringement. It counts as self-defense. If you dare make a move, none of you will leave here standing today. Wu Hua said calmly, his voice low but filled with menace. There was no way he could tolerate that guy harassing Lin Yichuan. You little brats, I've actually been shot. Tang Yuanbao opened his shirt, revealing the scarred gunshot wound on his chest. He stood there imposing and majestic. My apologies, everyone. They've already had a round of drinks and are quite drunk, said a student who rushed in from outside, a class cadre from the physical education college. Are you causing trouble again? Haven't you had enough disciplinary sanctions? Do you want to be expelled? He turned and scolded the physical education students. They exchanged glances and silently set down their beer bottles and stools. Sorry for disturbing your meal. Well, find another place. The class cadre said with an apologetic smile. Forget it, Lin Yichuan said, pulling Wu Hua's hand. Get lost. Wu Hua shoved the guy who had been forced to kneel with his arm twisted, sending him tumbling to the ground. The man scrambled up and slunk away with the others. After all, he had just nearly felt his arm snap. This boy with a delicate appearance possessed terrifying strength. He knew that even two of him wouldn't be a match for this opponent. Soon the minor disturbance subsided. The owner came over to apologize and added an extra dish for everyone. They resumed their cheerful eating and drinking. When the gathering ended, Wu Hua wanted to take Lin Yichuan home on his electric scooter, but she stopped him. Her reason was that Wu Hua had drunk quite a lot. Even in a bike shouldn't be ridden, and that she should drive him back instead. Wu Hua couldn't argue with her, so he agreed. Sitting on the back of the scooter, he wrapped his arms around Lin Yichuan's slender waist. It felt even better this way. A refreshing faint fragrance wafted over. Wu Hua couldn't help sniffing, and said, Senior, you smell so good. Sit still. Don't move, Lin Yichuan said shyly. But since she was driving, she couldn't stop Wu Hua. Wu Hua smiled and hugged her tighter. Feeling a bit dizzy, he simply leaned against her. Being taken home felt wonderful. The deep autumn night wind was bitingly cold. Wu Hua wasn't trying to take advantage. He was genuinely cold. Moreover, he feared Lin Yichuan, who was riding, would be even colder and wanted to give her more warmth. Heaven seemed to conspire against them. Halfway there it started to rain. The rain wasn't heavy, but it was enough to soak them both from head to toe, with the cold wind howling. They both experienced what it meant to be battered by wind and rain, biting cold, piercing to the bone. Finally home, they shivered like fledglings drenched in a rainy night. Go inside quickly and take a hot shower, or you'll catch a cold. Wu Hua anxiously pulled Lin Yichuan into his house. He grabbed a bath towel and pushed her into the bathroom. Lin Yichuan had no time to refuse. Besides, her lips were already purple from the cold, so she didn't object. She stripped off her wet clothes and took a hot shower. After washing, she wrapped herself in the white towel and was about to blow dry her hair when she suddenly remembered Wu Hua hadn't bathed yet. She rushed out without drying her hair and said, Your turn. You should take a shower too. Oh, Wu Hua had already put his wet clothes into the washing machine, changed into dry ones, and was drying his hair with a towel. He was likewise pushed into the bathroom by Lin Yichuan. Entering the bathroom, Wu Hua immediately spotted the pile of Lin Yichuan's wet clothes in the laundry basket, even her underwear. That meant Lin Yichuan, wrapped only in a towel, had nothing on underneath. Wu Hua quickly shook his head to stop his wandering thoughts, forced his gaze away, and started his hot shower. Achoo! Wu Hua still sneezed. The cold had been too intense. After the hot shower, he felt slightly better, but his body was languid and ached a little. Please don't let me catch a cold, Wu Hua thought as he touched his forehead. It didn't feel hot. He changed into pajamas, opened the bathroom door, and took out the laundry basket, saying, Your clothes are all wet. I'll wash and dry them for you. Lin Yichuan's pretty face flushed crimson. She dashed over, snatched the basket, and clutched her undergarments in her hand. Some clothes need hand washing. I'll do it myself. Oh, okay. Wu Hua awkwardly took the basket, put it into the washing machine, and set it to wash and dry mode. It would take about 3 hours. Lin Yichuan went back into the bathroom, washed her undergarments by hand, and blow-dried her. They sat on the sofa. Lin Yichuan felt awkward. She had never been in this state with a boy wrapped only in a towel. The silence made the atmosphere even more strained. Lin Yichuan took a deep breath, trying to appear natural. So you live alone in such a big house. It's quite clean. Haha, actually I hire a cleaning lady, but I do tidy up myself, Wu Hua said awkwardly. Really? That makes sense. Cleaning such a large place would take hours. Too tiring. Lin Yichuan continued the small talk. Let's watch some TV. Wu Hua also felt the atmosphere was getting risky. He tried to distract them by turning on the television. The digital TV allowed them to choose programs, but flipping through channels, there was nothing interesting. Sensing the room's temperature rising, he switched to a popular period drama, and they watched to pass the time. After a few episodes, Lin Yichuan suddenly said, Wu Hua, do you have any clothes I could borrow? I feel quite awkward wearing Well, my clothes are all too big, Wu Hua said awkwardly. That's okay, Lin Yichuan replied. Alright, wait a moment. Wu Hua went to his room, opened the wardrobe, and after a while chose a pristine white shirt he had only worn once. Then after a moment's hesitation, he also took out a pair of pants. Wu Hua handed them to Lin Yichuan. You can change them. Lin Yichuan lowered her head, silently took the clothes, and went into Wu Hua's room. Wu Hua sat on the sofa flipping channels without focusing on the screen. He felt his body temperature rising, his mind growing fuzzy, and his heart pounding unusually fast. Your clothes are so big, Lin Yichuan said as she came out shortly after. She was wearing Wu Hua's shirt which reached her thighs like a white dress. Holding the pants, she looked embarrassed. I really can't wear them. They're too long. Sorry, let me find you some shorts, Wu Hua. He quickly fetched a pair of summer shorts he had never worn, still with the price tag on. After Lin Yichuan changed into them, she looked even more alluring. Though the oversized clothes hid her figure, they made her appear even smaller and more delicate. She had a pure yet seductive look. Lin Yichuan lowered her head, nervously tugging at the hem of her shirt. Do I look really ugly like this? No. You're absolutely beautiful. You look great in anything, Wu Hua said quickly. Just then the washing machine let out a ding to signal that the drying cycle was complete. Haha, finally done. You can change into your clothes now, Wu Hua said. Lin Yichuan shook her head. My underwear isn't dry yet. Wu Hua slapped his forehead. Right, I forgot. What do we do? Lin Yichuan suddenly looked up. I want go home tonight. Seeing the nervous and shy Lin Yichuan say, I want go back tonight. Wu Hua's mind went blank in an instant, overwhelmed by the suddenness of happiness. Yes, the rain is so heavy my clothes haven't dried. You can rest here for the night. Wu Hua said. Lin Yichuan hummed softly. Then, shall we go rest? Wu Hua asked tentatively. All right. Lin Yichuan surprisingly nodded. Wu Hua's heart pounded violently, thump thump. He led Lin Yichuan to his room. The bed was tidy, the lighting. Only this bed is made. Is it okay to sleep in the same bed? Wu Hua asked. All right. You'll rest first then. Lin Yichuan walked to the bedside, lifted the covers, slipped inside, and wrapped herself completely. You'll rest first then. Lin Yichuan walked to the bedside, lifted the covers, slipped inside, and wrapped herself completely. Could you turn on a nightlight? I'm a bit scared, Lin Yichuan whispered from under the covers. Of Wu Hua turned on the little night light on the bedside table, a cute little piggy lamp that cast a warm and soft glow. Under this glow his mood indeed calmed considerably. Looking at the human-shaped mound under the blanket, Wu Hua took off his coat and slipped under the covers. The bed was wide, they lay back-to-back with a long distance between them, no contact at all. Wu Hua's eyes wide open, staring at the clock on the nightstand. Time ticked by second, he had no intention of sleeping. Who wouldn't be sleepless with such a beautiful girl lying next to them? Wu Hua's nostrils were filled with a faint, delicate fragrance. He secretly turned his head to glance. Lin Yichuan was still lying with her back to him, her glossy black hair spilling out from under the blanket. She didn't move at all. He couldn't tell if she was asleep. What should he do? Wu Hua's heart was beating so loudly, he suspected Lin Yichuan could hear it. Wu Hua was at a loss. A surging passion was building inside him like a volcano about to erupt. For a normal 19-year-old man, his hormones were at their peak. Suppression at such a moment required immense willpower. Why suppress? Wu Hua wondered. Why was he still thinking about suppression? Was it because he hadn't truly accepted it? Over this long time, Wu Hua had gradually accepted his new identity after rebirth. He often forgot his past life and completely felt like a college freshman. But occasionally in the dead of night, he was still unsure of himself. Who am I? Where am I? What do I want to do? Sometimes he would wake up from dreams drenched in sweat, then dash to the bathroom mirror to see who he really was now. Was he still that incredibly handsome, youthful Wu Hua? He even doubted if all this was just a fleeting dream. Repeated confirmations gradually helped him accept his body. Wu Hua knew that he would eventually say goodbye to the past and live a whole life. There was still a long time ahead. He would fall in love, get married, have his own children, slowly grow old, and leave this world at some unknown moment. The only certain thing in a person's life is death. Whether this life would be mediocre or brilliant no longer mattered to Wu Hua, because he could enjoy every day happily. It was time to make up his mind to integrate soul and body to become the real Wu Hua, a 19-year-old college student, instead of being like a spectator drifting outside his body. I shouldn't restrain myself any longer. Why should a 19-year-old college boy restrain himself when facing such a beautiful girl? Wu Hua said to himself. It was time to admit who he really was. He turned over, shifting from lying with his back to Lin Yichuan to lying flat, moving a bit closer to her. Remaining in one lying posture for too long was uncomfortable. Wu Hua's arm was numb, and he moved it unconsciously. The back of his hand touched Lin Yichuan's incredibly soft body, like delicate cotton, soft to the extreme. In that instant, an electric current seemed to pass through his heart, freezing Wu Hua's entire body. He also felt Lin Yichuan's body tremble slightly. She wasn't asleep either. Wu Hua completely lost his calm, his heart raced, each beat pounding against his chest, as if it might leap out of his mouth. He even had a strange sensation that the entire bed was vibrating with his heartbeat. The warmth of her soft body lingered on his hand, and now his whole body felt electrified, frozen stiff. Just one more slight touch, and Wu Hua felt he would lose his reason. Should he gently and tenderly hold her now? Wu Hua's mind was full of random thoughts. Lin Yichuan, like him, wasn't asleep, so was she waiting for him? Wu Hua felt he was being less than a man, and at such a moment the guy should take the initiative. He couldn't expect the girl to make the first move, could he? Truly wasted 2 lifetimes. From now on he should make up his mind, bid farewell to the past, and truly become Wu Hua. Wu Hua took a deep breath, made his decision, and was about to make a move. But at that moment Lin Yichuan happened to turn over, her soft body pressing down on Wu Hua's entire hand. Silly, you don't have to hold back so much. Or is it that I have no charm at all? Lin Yichuan whispered from under the covers. The warm murmurs and soft touch had completely shattered Wu Hua's will. At that moment he forgot everything, nothing in heaven or earth seemed to matter anymore. He turned over and hugged Lin Yichuan's soft warm body tightly. Tightly. Wu Hua wanted to hold her gently, but he couldn't help holding her so tightly, as if afraid that if he let go— Wait! Lin Yichuan suddenly said. I'm sorry. Reason instantly returned to Wu Hua's mind. In the enclosed space under the covers, the two holding each other tightly seemed to be the entirety of the world. Reason had long vanished, thinking completely stopped. Wait! Lin Yichuan suddenly said. I'm sorry. Reason instantly returned to Wu Hua's mind. He hurriedly apologized. Wait, can you kiss me first? Lin Yichuan opened her eyes and asked. Of course. Wu Hua kissed her tender lips deeply. From this moment on, Wu Hua completely bid farewell to the past and immersed himself in his new life. The beautiful scroll of future life unfolded before him. No matter what dreams he had, he would strive to realize them. In this life he would live for himself and live the most brilliant life.